Chapter 1. Substituted into the Gu family. At the end of August, in the White Blue Mountains. Mom, I'm going back to the Yun family. Your soul must protect me and ensure everything goes smoothly. Those who hurt us will not be spared. A slender woman stood in front of a blank tombstone, speaking softly. The woman's name is Yun Yin, and she is the daughter of the Yun family who was expelled over 10 years ago. 3 days ago, the Yun family sent someone to take Yun Yin back home, but the reason was unclear. Yun Yin wore a white straw hat, revealing a distant and cold face, her eyes extraordinarily black, with a trace of desolation. Suddenly, a coarse, shouting voice broke the silence from far away. Hurry up, he's injured, he can't have run far. At that moment, a tall figure ran on the mountain, his body injured in multiple places, his clothes soaked with blood. Finally, he became too exhausted and couldn't move any further. Gu Tianyu fell to the ground, his brows furrowed. Damn it, we were ambushed. His companions had scattered. Was he about to die here today? Due to excessive blood loss, everything started becoming blurry before his eyes. At this time, a faint scent of fragrant herbs drifted into his nose. The weakened man noticed someone approaching and suddenly tensed up. Then using all his strength, he seized the person's hand. Who are you? This place rarely sees people. How odd for someone to come now. Yun Yin smelled the sweet smell of fresh blood as the person already held onto her, so she frowned, her pupils gleaming with coldness. Let go if you don't want to die. Because of blood loss, Gu Tianyu could barely hang on. At that moment, a group of black-clad men noticed some movement and rushed over. Leader, this bastard is here. We'll send him straight to the Yellow Springs. How is there also a woman here? The bald leader looked at Yun Yin curiously and spoke out. Yun Yin didn't expect just saying goodbye to her mother would bring unexpected encounters. Judging by the murderous intent in the bald man's eyes, they might eliminate witnesses, and this situation likely arose due to the wounded man beside her. One thin man saw Yun Yin wearing a veil, mysterious and elegant, faintly revealing her delicate face and those enchanting eyes. The sight stirred lewd thoughts in the thin man's mind, making him feel restless. The thin man grinned lewdly, prompting Yun Yin to unconsciously furrow her eyebrows. Haha, she tells us to roll? To roll in bed. The thin man laughed wildly upon seeing this cold beauty. Just you. Yun Yan's cold voice rose, narrowing her eyes which emitted glacial light. You? Before the bald man could speak, several silver needles suddenly appeared in Yun Yan's hand. With one swift move, the needles flew swish straight into the foreheads of the black-clothed men. Instantly, they dropped down dead. Yun Yin looked at the injured man next to her. He was masked, probably wanting to hide his true identity. She let out a light sigh. Saving a life is better than building a 7-tiered pagoda. She squatted down and felt his pulse. In an instant, her eyebrows tightened. The injuries were nothing major, but there was severe cold poison in his body. Yun Yin took a pill from her small porcelain bottle, fed it to the man, then sprinkled golden wound powder on his wounds. Soon after, the wounds scabbed over. After swallowing the pill, Gu Tianyu gradually came to. He felt a gentle hand tending to his wounds, and that faint fragrance lingering around his nose. It was a woman. Who is she? Struggling, Gu Tianyu tried opening his eyes, but in vain. After Yun Yin finished bandaging him, she suddenly heard a call from a distance. Young master, young master. These were people looking for this man. Yun Yin didn't want unnecessary trouble, so she quickly disappeared into the deep mountains. Unbeknownst to her, the jade safety buckle she carried had fallen near the man because of her actions just now. Jiangxing City, Yun family residence. In the grand living room adorned with all sorts of antique ornaments, a $1 million crystal chandelier hung in the center, shining brilliantly. Yun Yin, father has arranged a good marriage for you. From now on, your honor and wealth will be endless. You need to respect your in-laws and attend well to your husband. The middle-aged man sitting at the main seat was Yun Xingyun. With a gentle and refined demeanor, fine lines on his face exuded the charm of a mature man. Yet at this moment, a subtle disdain flickered in his eyes. Yun Yin stood there, her eyelids flickering, hands in her pockets, her eyes filled with coldness. Marriage. Yes, you must have heard of the Gu family in Jiangxing City. Gu Tianyu is not only handsome, but also the president of the Gu group. If you marry him, you'll become the president's wife. Yes, little Yin, you'll be one of the upper class soon. What a blessing it is. He Weiwei standing beside also chimed in with laughter. Yun Yin curled her lips to display a mocking smile. I will give this blessing to Yun Shi instead. She's my younger sister after all, and I, as the elder sister, should respect her as well as take care of her. Upon hearing this, Yun Xingyun immediately wore a serious expression and angrily rebuked her. Don't be ungrateful. Although Gu Tianyu's health is somewhat weak, considering his identity, marrying him can save you decades of hard work. Yun Yin lowered her long eyelashes, covering the glimmers in her eyes. She had also heard about Gu Tianyu's condition from rumors. Not just weak health, his situation was far worse than that. A year ago, he suddenly fell ill, leading to a drastic change in his temperament. It was rumored that he was severely poisoned, and there were talks of his imminent demise, making the marriage potentially a living widowhood for her. When Yun Yin was 6 years old, her mother Baisu jumped into the sea out of depression and passed away. Soon after, Yun Xingyun remarried He Weiwei and adopted Yun Shi, who was 5 at the time. From then on, Yun Yan's nightmare began. As the esteemed daughter of the Yun family, she lived a life full of struggles and accusations. He Weiwei bribed a fortune teller who claimed that Yun Yin was an unlucky person, blaming her for the inability to bear sons. In his anger, Yun Qingyun sent Yun Yin to the countryside without further concern. This time, due to a crisis at the Yun group requiring capital injection, coincidentally, the Gu family was seeking a bride to bring luck to Gu Tianyu. Yun Shi's birth chart matched perfectly. However, Yun Qingyun hesitated to let Yun Shi marry into what would likely be a lifelong widow's role and turned his attention towards Yun Yin. Seeing that Yun Yin did not respond, Yun Qingyun impatiently spoke up. This matter has been settled. The day after tomorrow, the Gu family will send someone to pick you up. Yun Yin smirked coldly, her eyes filled with mockery. What if I refuse? And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the intended bride Yun Shi? Besides, don't I remember that before my mother passed away, she arranged a childhood betrothal between me and a family from Jiangqing's Lu clan. At this, Yun Qingyun's complexion changed, his embarrassment turned into anger, and his eyes revealed a touch of cruelty. Shut up, Yun Yin. How can a childish promise like that be taken seriously? Yun Qingyun hadn't expected that a girl from the countryside would be so difficult to deceive. Instantly, a cold gleam flickered in Yun Yan's eyes, realizing just how greedy and selfish they all were. With a faint laugh, she said, I might agree to marry him. When you brought me back, I proposed some conditions. If you agree, I will marry into the Gu family. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyun furrowed his eyebrows immediately, hesitating for quite a while before finally responding. All right. He Weiwei became increasingly vigilant inside, wondering what conditions this little wretch could possibly have mentioned that she herself didn't know. But given that this girl from the countryside didn't even finish junior high school, lacked any skills, and behaved like a street thug, whereas they had carefully cultivated Cece into a talented young woman praised by all, there was simply no comparison between them. No matter how much trouble Yun Yin caused, she wouldn't be able to make a splash. Thinking this, He Weiwei felt reassured. Upon hearing this response, Yun Yin slightly lifted the corner of her lips, drawing a sarcastic curve. Actually, to her, becoming a substitute bride was a good thing. It provided her a way to climb onto a powerful back which she was desperately seeking. Nevertheless, under no circumstances would she accept such a deal lightly. Yun Yin was confident that Yun Qingyun would definitely comply, for he had no other options. One day, she would make them regret their decision today. Everything her mother left her, she would reclaim. Chapter 2. New Marriage. Gu family, Ting Garden. A tall and slim figure stood by the window. His deep face was slightly pale, but exuded a stern air. With a high-bridged nose and sharp eyes, his entire being radiated an aura of regal authority. This was none other than Gu Tianyu, the head of the first prominent family of Jiang City. Master, we have searched several times around the deep mountains, but we haven't seen anyone, Cheng Jiao reported respectfully. The day Gu Tianyu woke up, he had been looking for some woman. But when Cheng Jiao and his team found him, he was lying there all alone with no one around. Gu Tianyu frowned slightly. Could it be that he had dreamt the whole thing? Yet the jade ping and buckle in his hand told him that it wasn't a dream. But who was she? Keep searching, expand the area, Gu Tianyu said coldly. They had gone to look for the divine doctor, but unexpectedly ended up in an ambush. Thankfully, they met that woman. Otherwise, he would have perished in the mountains. Understood. By the way, Master, the matriarch has arranged a marriage for you with Miss Yun from the Yun family in Jiang City. They're sending the betrothal gifts tomorrow. I heard this was arranged by second master. Cheng Jiao hesitated before speaking. Gu Tianyu's face revealed a hint of self-mockery. I guess they must have spent quite a bit of money. Don't the Yuns know my condition? Right now, I'm practically half dead. Master, this matter is somewhat suspicious. Should we investigate? This might be a scheme by second master Gu Haonan. Are you really planning to accept the woman they've arranged? Cheng Jiao started, but stopped as Gu Tianyu shook his head. Cheng Jiao pondered silently. Second master Gu Haonan had always had his eyes on master Gu Tianyu's position as president. Gu Tianyu looked at the sunset outside the window and furrowed his brows slightly. She's just a pawn. Even if I refuse this time, there will be others next time. Let her stay. We can deal with it when the time comes. How could Gu Tianyu not understand the treachery in Gu Haonan's heart? At present, he had more important matters to attend to. Gu Tianyu suddenly thought of the woman who had saved him that day. It was strange, after being rescued by that woman, she must have given him some pills. He felt like something within his body had been unblocked, warm energy flowing through his limbs, instantly filling him with strength. Afterwards, his primary doctor, Qin Wei, informed him that the amount of cold toxin detected during this examination was much less than before. The doctor was excited and asked what medication he had taken, wanting to research it. But Gu Tianyu knew it was due to those pills. Secretly, they had also cultivated a top-notch treatment team composed of world-class experts. All they could do was relieve the pain, without any real progress. That was one reason why Gu Tianyu was so eager to find her again. But it seemed as if she had vanished into thin air. And worse, he hadn't even seen her face clearly. Even if she were standing right in front of him, he might not recognize her. Master, I will definitely find the divine doctor to cure you, Cheng Jiao said seriously. Is the divine doctor so easy to find? They'd been searching for months, without a trace. Gu Tianyu stared out the window, lost in thought. Afraid that Yun Yin would change her mind, the Yun family immediately contacted the Gu family, hoping they would quickly come to fetch the bride. Today was the auspicious day for Yun Yin to marry into the Gu family. Right now, Yun Yin, dressed in red bridal attire, sat inside her room awaiting someone from the Gu family to come for her. At this moment, a flirtatious voice broke the silence. Sister, today is your big day. Congratulations. From now on, you'll be the young mistress of the Gu family. How enviable. You must cherish this opportunity. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in the countryside forever. The speaker was Yunxi. She stood by the door, mocking cruelly with malice gleaming in her eyes. However, despite her venomous words, Yunyan didn't appear rustic at all as expected. Instead, her skin was as white as porcelain, her features delicate, her figure graceful, exuding a serene and elegant aura. Her presence overshadowed Yunxi completely. But upon remembering that Yunyan was marrying a living dead man, Yunxi felt a sense of relief creeping back. Yunyan glanced at her coldly. Which dog has been barking? You're the dog. Humph. I've heard that Gu Tianyu is nothing but a walking medicine pot who will surely die soon. When that happens, sister, you'll become a widow. Yunxi couldn't suppress her inner joy. Is that so? Since you care about him so much, why don't you marry him instead? Yunyan's voice was chilly. Yunxi was nothing more than a bothersome crow, chirping annoyingly nonstop. Sister, let me tell you something. My boyfriend now is Lu Jie, the young master of the Lu family who was once engaged to you. We're about to get engaged soon, Yunxi deliberately revealed. Is that so? Then you two dogs should be tied together properly and stop him from harming others. Yunyan had investigated Lu Jie before. He was just a second-generation rich kid addicted to eating, drinking, and playing around. Every day, he immersed himself in KTVs, secretly having quite promiscuous behavior. It wouldn't be long before he caught some venereal disease. Sister, I know you must envy me, but someone like you, a bumpkin, would never catch brother Lu Jie's eye anyway. Stop dreaming. Suddenly, Yunyan stood up and struck her hard across the face. You steal my fiancé and then boast about it in front of me? Tell me, do you deserve a beating or not? Yunxi was stunned, never imagining that Yunyan dared to hit her. Just as she was about to burst into curses, He Weiwei entered. Little Yen, the Gu family has arrived. Hurry up and don't delay the time. Yunyan stood up, giving them a cold glance, then walked out of the room. Even through the layer of red veil, both He Weiwei and Yun she couldn't help but shiver. Yunyan's gaze was far too chilling. After Yunyan left, Yunxi angrily complained. Mommy, just now that cheap slut Yunyan slapped me. Upon hearing this, He Weiwei became extremely angry and patted Yunxi's hand to comfort her. Once you reach the Gu family, she will learn how formidable it is. The Gu family was a wealthy household with deep courtyards, complex relationships, and ruthless individuals who swallowed people whole without spitting out bones. That village girl Yun knew nothing and would certainly get a severe thrashing. Yun followed the car away. The Gu family only sent a driver to pick her up, but Yun didn't mind. Even the basic wedding ceremony process was skipped by the Gu family. After Yun arrived, she was directly sent into the bridal chamber. Arriving at Ting Garden, as soon as they reached the gate, the servants scattered, as if afraid of something. Actually, Yun had also conducted an investigation on the Gu family 2 days ago. It truly was another abyss of hell. Grandma Gu had given birth to 2 sons, Gu Jinsong and Gu Haonan. Gu Tianyu was the eldest son of Gu Jinsong, and he also had a younger sister named Gu Shiyu. Their mother was Song Wenshui, the daughter of the prestigious Song family. Gu Haonan had 1 son and 1 daughter too. The son was named Gu Yang, and the daughter Gu Yu. His wife was a famous actress from her youth, Xia Kan, who once swept the entertainment industry. Though there were several children, Gu Tianyu was undoubtedly the most capable heir. Unfortunately, he was seriously ill, his life hanging by a thread. On the surface, it seemed like a harmonious family, but behind closed doors, countless dirty deeds were unknown. Yunyan pushed the door open. Inside was gloomy and pitch black. Even though it was daytime, the curtains were drawn tightly. Her sharp eyes cautiously scanned the interior. At that moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the darkness. To marry for money, a half-dead man at that? Don't you think you're pretty despicable? Chapter 3, Identity Exposed. Yunyan froze for a moment, then suddenly noticed a shadow on the couch. She slightly curved her lips and said, Not really, but for the first time I feel like I'm worth something. Gu Tianyu slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Humph, Yun is ruthless. He sold you. Are you naive or stupid? Life doesn't offer choices. Yunyan responded coolly. Gu Tianyu hesitated for a moment and then questioned, Are you Yunxi? He remembered that Cheng Jiu had mentioned before that the Yun family only had 1 daughter, named Yunxi. Yunyan's cold face showed a hint of indifference. I am Yunyan, the daughter of Yun Qingyun's ex-wife, raised in the countryside since childhood. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu knitted his brows tightly, and his voice was as if made of ice. Your Yun family has some good plans, eh? You can find any stray cat or dog to replace a bride. I'm also a daughter of the Yun family. Besides, I've heard that you don't have much time left. Do you still care who the bride is? Perhaps I will soon be widowed. Yunyan spoke indifferently. Shut up. I hate being deceived the most. Get out now. Damn Yun family, how dare they fool me? I won't leave. I am your legal bride. Yunyan thought about her plan. She couldn't leave. Damn, this woman must be greedy for the position of Mrs. Gu. He originally thought that if it was a quiet pawn, he would keep her around, waiting for the right opportunity to deal with her. But this girl was sharp-tongued, daring to openly challenge him. After saying this, Yunyan walked inside. Suddenly, a breeze passed by. Gu Tianyu suddenly reached out and tried to throw Yunyan out. But Yunyan reacted faster. Even in the dark, she moved nimbly and dodged with ease. At that moment, Gu Tianyu stopped his actions. He strangely sniffed his nose. Was he crazy? Why did he smell that familiar fragrance from this woman again? He asked instinctively, What perfume do you wear? Yunyan paused for a moment, feeling quite annoyed. I don't wear perfume, pervert. Gu Tianyu was misunderstood as a dirty old man. Have you been to Baiching Sun, White Green Mountain? Can you do martial arts? Just now, her movements were agile, showing skill. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm not leaving, or I'll be sent back to the countryside again. Yunyan pretended to be ignorant. What's your purpose in marrying me? Gu Tianyu's phoenix eyes flashed with coldness. As he attacked again, Yunyan unexpectedly caught his wrist. Out of habit, she checked his pulse while doing so. For a moment, Yunyan frowned. Something was off. She had encountered this kind of pulse recently. Could it be him? You are poisoned by cold toxin, Yunyan firmly stated. Did you offend anyone? This kind of poison isn't common. Gu Tianyu was shocked, then turned on the light with a slap. This time, both of them finally saw each other. Even though she was mentally prepared, Yunyan was still startled by the sight of Gu Tianyu. One side of Gu Tianyu's face was covered with red abscesses, very disgusting. But considering the poison he had contracted, she understood. But Yunyan didn't show it. Instead, she confirmed that this person should be the one she saved the other day. Except that day, he was wearing a mask. Who would have thought the world was so small? When Gu Tianyu saw Yunyan, he was also surprised. He hadn't expected her to look so beautiful, with elegant features, crystal clear eyes, and a cold demeanor. He chuckled mockingly. Isn't it disgusting? Would you still agree to marry me despite this? Yunyan nodded. Sure. If I tell you I can cure your illness as long as you let me stay, would you believe me? Yunyan seized the opportunity to negotiate terms. Now she couldn't let Gu Tianyu die. She needed him as her support. She aimed to claim her inheritance. Of course, she could get it herself, but she would bear the label of filial impiety. She wanted Yun Qingyan to hand it over willingly. Moreover, she needed time to investigate her mother's death cause. It had been a long time, so it was difficult. Therefore, she needed to cover identity. And undoubtedly, the identity of Madame Gu was the best choice. Since Yun Qingyan plotted against her, he deserved to regret it. After hearing this, Gu Tianyu was shocked. Who are you? You'd better tell me the truth, or I'll make sure you die without a grave. His instincts told him that this woman was unusual. Yunyan showed no fear. I'm the only one who can cure your cold poison. Gu Tianyu was stunned by her confident words. Is what you say true? Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? If you don't believe me, we can start now. Give me 3 days. If the situation doesn't improve, I'll pack up and leave. However, your cold poison has been present for some time. To thoroughly eliminate it, it will take at least 3 months, Yunyan confidently declared. Though he didn't know why, Gu Tianyu trusted Yunyan more than others. After a moment of deep thought, he opened his mouth coldly. You'd better not be lying to me, or else you should know the consequences. Of course I won't deceive you. We can establish an agreement. I'll cure you, and in return, you grant me one request. What kind of request? You'll find out soon enough. It's certainly nothing illegal. Yunyan didn't want him to know her intentions just yet. You can propose your conditions after curing me. Otherwise, your death will come in the next second. All right, we shall wait and see. After speaking, Yunyan took out her detox needles that she always carried with her and prepared to administer them. Actually, after encountering him last time, she had already devised a way to treat him. Yunyan took out the needle and found the correct acupoint without error. Her technique for inserting the needle was truly quick, decisive, and precise. Before Gu Tianyu could react, the needle was already inserted without causing any pain. Gu Tianyu watched as Yunyan administered the needle and realized how extraordinary she was. Soon, a warm flow began circulating slowly through various parts of his body, producing an indescribable comfort, which naturally caused him to relax. Yunyan also used the needle to pick at the boils on his face, allowing the pus to drain before applying her exclusive ointment. It stung slightly, but was bearable. After half an hour, Yunyan removed the needle and said, Don't you feel much better? Some of the cold poison has already been cleared out. Yunyan pondered that she would need some time to make pills to complement the treatment inside and out for better results. When Gu Tianyu looked into the mirror, he momentarily froze. The toxic sores on his face had diminished significantly, making him appear less revolting. Moreover, he felt notably refreshed throughout his entire body. In that case, I'll let you stay, for now, Gu Tianyu said coldly, though in reality, he was already eagerly anticipating the results. Ever since being poisoned, he had endured unbearable agony. Could this woman really be his hope? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he didn't want to miss it. Let this woman treat him first, then Qinwei could verify by blood tests later. The next day, Yunyan slept well and only got up now. She had woken up hungry. Her front felt like it was glued to her back. After a quick wash downstairs, she was ready for breakfast when everyone in the living room turned their eyes toward her, none of them showing friendliness. Unbothered by these gazes that she had seen countless times, Yunyan simply prepared to eat when suddenly an angry voice erupted. Damn it! Has Yun Qingyan lost his mind? What sort of rubbish is he bringing into the Gu family? Do you think our house welcomes anything and everything? This woman isn't the real Miss Yun. She's just a country bumpkin returned from the countryside, barely educated, probably didn't even graduate from junior high. Chapter 4, The Imposter. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion. It turned out to be an imposter. If it was an outstanding woman, it would have been acceptable, but with these conditions, even if Gu Tianyu was sick, his standards couldn't have dropped this low, could they? What? Mommy, is this true? So this woman is an imposter? That makes sense. She's so unsophisticated and completely lacks manners. She slept in until the sun was shining on her, but before waking up. Beside her, the young girl sneered. She was Gu Tianyu's sister, Gu Shiyu. The one who just spoke was Mrs. Gu, Song Wenxue. Gu Shiyu hadn't gotten a good look at the bride yesterday because she had been sent directly into the bridal chamber. Now that she knew the truth, she was absolutely furious. How could she ever show her face in public again? Of course it's true. I had someone investigate. No wonder the Gu family urged us to take the bride home. They were setting a trap for us. Yun wanted to argue back, but noticed out of the corner of her eye a tall figure supporting an elderly woman walking over. Yun immediately lowered her head, pretending to look aggrieved. I am also Yun Xingyun's daughter. I am not an imposter. And I am already Tianyu's. Gu Tianyu, having just walked in, heard this and felt his lips twitch slightly. This woman really had thick skin. A country bumpkin trying to become madam of the Gu household. What a delusional dream. Gu Shiyu seethed and spoke without thinking. Shiyu, enough nonsense. She is your sister-in-law, and you must show respect. Gu Tianyu immediately stopped Gu Shiyu upon hearing her words. Brother, she's a fake. If you marry her, we'll all be laughed at when we go out. She isn't the real miss of the Yun family. I know, but I've decided on her. You should treat her better from now on, Gu Tianyu replied calmly. Since he had decided to keep this woman, he needed to support her. Upon hearing this, Yun Yan's eyes flashed with cunning as she lowered her gaze and acted like a humble wife. Tianyu. Gu Tianyu almost rolled his eyes. This woman was quite courageous last night, yet now she was acting like a frightened quail. Truly, she was hiding behind a mask. Had he not seen her strong side, he might have fallen for her act. However, playing dumb occasionally allowed her to surprise others unexpectedly. The elder Madame Gu approached, looking at Yun, who was actually pretty. It made sense why her prideful grandson had come to explain the situation to her earlier. Recalling how rare it was for Gu Tianyu to ask her to accommodate something, the doting grandmother finally gave in. That's enough. Yun has married into the Gu family, and is now one of us. If anyone disagrees, then leave. As soon as the old madam spoke, everyone fell silent. Yun was stunned. She didn't expect the old madam to speak like that. Despite her white hair, the elder seemed lively and kind, warming Yun Yan's heart. The elder madam stepped forward and led Yun Yan to the dining table for breakfast. Yun glanced at Gu Tianyu and whispered softly, "Thank you." Gu Tianyu glanced at her haughtily. "I'm no saint. Don't be infatuated with me. If it weren't for her ability to cure his illness, he would have killed her last night." Yun mentally scoffed. She'd known he wasn't a good man. Did he need to say it aloud? Watching their seemingly intimate gestures, it appeared as though they were whispering sweet nothings to each other, much like newlyweds. Gu Shiyu was enraged. She couldn't believe her grandma failed to distinguish right from wrong and accepted that woman's identity. How despicable. She wouldn't let that woman have it easy. During the meal, Gu Tianyu took great care of Yun Yan. Because he was ill, he rarely ate meals with everyone. So today, seeing Gu Tianyu eating with them astonished everyone. It seemed this Yun wasn't ordinary if she managed to change Gu Tianyu so significantly in just one night. Yun wasn't pretentious either. They had agreed last night that they were merely putting on a show for everyone else, both benefiting in their own ways. Suddenly, the elder madam spoke. Yun, tomorrow is the 3-day return visit after the wedding. At that time, Tianyu will accompany you back. I'll arrange some gifts for you through our staff. Yun nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Grandma. Of course, she would return. How else would she deal with those trash people? After finishing breakfast, Yun returned to her room. Just as she went upstairs, her phone began vibrating in her pocket. Looking, she saw it was her junior disciple Yi calling. No sooner had she answered than an exaggerated voice came from the other end. Dear senior sister, where have you gone? I've been searching for you like crazy. Skip the nonsense. I'm in Jiangxing. What do you want? Yun moved the phone away slightly since her ears were nearly deafened by the volume. Someone in the black market offered 50 million yuan to hire you for treatment. What do you think? Shall we accept it? Yi quickly asked. No, I don't have time recently. Yun wanted to take a break. She had more important things to focus on now. After coming back, she realized nothing was simple, and she needed to concentrate her energy on uncovering the truth. Senior sister, what are you busy with? I got married, that's all. After saying this, she hung up without giving Yi a chance to ask further. Upon hearing this, Yi's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. This was too shocking. On the day of the 3-day return visit after the wedding, Yun woke up early. She planned to go back alone, but Gu Tianyu also rose, and there was no time for her to stop him. I'll accompany you. No need, I can go by myself. You should take care of your business. Yun had a purpose for going back. Gu Tianyu slightly furrowed his brows. Didn't Grandma say we should go together? What kind of sense does it make if you go alone? Besides, isn't it better having me backing you up? Yun suddenly thought of something and cleverly said, then fine, you just act along with me in a little drama later. Why not use this man when he's here for free? Gu Tianyu glanced at her, and indeed found this woman wasn't someone to mess with. When the two appeared one after another in front of the Yun family was startled. Despite the imposing presence radiating from Gu Tianyu, especially since half his face was covered with a silver mask, causing fear to spread among those present. But Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei were experienced people and quickly calmed down, then warmly greeted them. Gu Tianyu pulled Yun forcibly toward them. Yun deliberately staggered and fell to the ground, pretending to be innocent yet unwanted. Yun Xingyun, how dare you play tricks on me? Sending me an imposter? Gu Tianyu's voice was cold as ice shards. Upon hearing this, Yun Xingyun hurriedly explained, Young Master Gu, even if I had 10 livers, I wouldn't dare. Yun is my daughter, and the young miss of the Yun family. That's right, young Master Gu. Little Yin has always been very steady from childhood, while Cece was naughty. We feared she might offend such a noble person and fail to take good care of you, so we arranged for little Yin to marry into the Gu family. He Weiwei anxiously responded. They originally thought Gu Tianyu was already on the verge of death and wouldn't be picky. It was just about warding off bad luck. Any woman would do. Never did they expect him to come calling so soon. Yun Yan's lips curled up slightly with a mocking smile. He Weiwei lied with ease. Did her conscience bother her at all? Chapter 5 United in Deception. You are truly remarkable, giving me such a worthless thing. Is this some sort of scam to collect the Gu family dowry? Gu Tianyu wasn't easy to deal with, his words sharp and domineering, leaving no room for response. Annoying man. What kind of worthless thing? Even though it was all an act, why did he have to fabricate things about her? Lord Gu, please don't divorce me. I am yours now, Yun Yin said exaggeratedly, then suddenly turned her head toward Yun Qingyun. Dad, you promised me that as long as I'm married, you would give me the jewelry Mom left behind as my dowry. When can I have it? Once I have the dowry, Lord Gu won't be angry anymore. Yun Qingyun froze for a moment. He had previously coaxed Yun Yin into marrying by making promises, but he didn't expect Lord Gu to be so upset right now, and for this unfilial daughter to bring up the dowry again. Now Yun Qingyun found himself between a rock and a hard place, his expression turning increasingly grim. He Weiwei nearby was fuming, wishing she could slap Yun Yin several times. That despicable little wretch, she had planned it all along. Yun Yin asked pitifully, Dad, what's wrong? Do you really want Lord Gu to divorce me? Yinner, how could Dad not keep his promise? Whatever I've promised, I will certainly fulfill it. It's all prepared already. After saying that, Yun Qingyun went inside the room and came out with a wooden box in hand. It's all here. Yun Qingyun handed over the wooden box. In fact, Yun Qingyun felt heartache. The jewels inside this box were invaluable, emerald bracelets, jadeite gems, each one a masterpiece. Yun Yin took it and said, Thank you, Dad. Gu Tianyu saw Yun Yan's lips curl slightly upwards, like a little fox. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, just as the ancients said, only petty people and women are difficult to satisfy. But seeing Yun Yan's joyful face, Gu Tianyu also laughed involuntarily. Even he felt confused about why. Once they got what they wanted, Yun Yin and Gu Tianyu left Yun's house. However, Yun Yin knew that Yun Qingyun had merely given her some of her mother's past jewelry, but there was something more important that he hadn't provided yet. Yun Yin understood that one shouldn't push too hard at once, otherwise, it might backfire. There is always time ahead. As soon as they left, He Weiwei slammed the teacup onto the floor in anger. This despicable woman, she's doing this on purpose. Yun Qingyun frowned slightly. If we don't give it, Lord Gu wouldn't let us off easily. If the Gu family holds us accountable, we'll be the ones suffering consequences. No smart person would provoke the Gu family as an enemy. Since they were the ones who initially placed obstacles in front of the Gu family, they now had to bear the silent loss. Everyone understands the logic, but He Weiwei was genuinely unwilling. Humph. I won't leave it like this. You can rest assured. Yun Yin won't last long jumping around. Now, you should focus your attention on Sheer. Her marriage with the Liu family is most important. The Liu family's background may be slightly inferior to the Gu family, but if we can align ourselves with them, we'll have nothing to worry about. Yun Qingyun schemed confidently. Yes, how could I forget this matter? Sheer's affairs are the top priority. I'll contact Lady Liu right away. We'll invite them to Zuexian Ju tomorrow noon for lunch to strengthen our relationship. He Weiwei immediately regained spirit. As long as Yunxi marries into the Liu family, she herself could finally lift her head high and feel proud. The next day, after Yun Yin woke up and tidied up, she prepared to go out. Today, Yun Yin made an appointment with Yi He at Zuexian Ju, which was their rendezvous point. She asked Yi He to look for herbs specifically treating the cold poison in Gu Tianyu's body. These herbs were extremely precious and rarely seen on the market. Zuexian Ju was located in the downtown area of Jiangqing, where every inch of land was worth gold. It was rare to open a large garden-style restaurant here. With a beautiful environment, calm amidst the bustling city, its luxurious decoration became the preferred dining spot for many celebrities. As Yun Yin walked towards the main hall of Zuexian Ju with her bag on her shoulder, suddenly, a surprised voice came from her side. Sister? Hearing that familiar voice, Yun Yan's lips twitched slightly. Today seemed like an unlucky day without consulting the almanac. Stepped in dog poop. That disgusting voice. Even if it turned to ash, she would still know exactly who it was. Although Yun Yin really didn't want to pay attention to it, she glanced up and saw several people staring at her. Yun Yin frowned. They were the Yun family and Liu family members. Humph. Judging by the looks of it, they were meeting the in-laws. Nice, frogs and turtles seeing each other eye to eye. Upon seeing Yun Yin there, the expressions on the Yun family faces transformed instantly, colorful like a palette. Especially He Weiwei and Yun Shi. Their faces were full of disgust, as if seeing a plague god. How shameless could Yun Yin be? First to lose control was Yun Qingyun. He quickly approached Yun Yin, a trace of irritation on his face, and spoke in a lowered voice. Why are you here? Today was the day they were meeting with the Liu family, so what was Yun Yin doing here, trying to stir up trouble? She was already married. Was she still holding on to her childhood betrothal? Isn't this a place for dining? Why can't I come? Yun Yin felt utterly confused. Yun Qingyun glanced over at the Liu family, who kept glancing their way from not too far off. He forcibly suppressed his anger. Yun Yin, this isn't a place for you. Today we are meeting with the Liu family. You're already married and should behave yourself. Don't cause any disturbances. Yun Qingyun assumed that Yun Yin had found out about their planned meeting with the Lu family and intentionally followed them. Looking at his agitated expression, Yun Yan's dark eyes turned cold with disdain. Did you not understand human speech? I'm here to eat. As for your meal with whatever cat or dog, I have absolutely no interest in it. Yun Yan's voice grew louder, and those not too far away heard it, especially the Lu family, whose expressions instantly turned sullen. He Weiwei clenched her teeth in fury. That little wretch was deliberately making them lose face. You, this insolent child. Yun Qingyun's face turned red with rage. Yun Yin had no time to waste on them. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly, a loud voice rang out nearby. Miss Yun Yin, you've arrived. It was the manager of Zui Xianju speaking respectfully and courteously inviting her in. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. After saying that, under everyone's watchful eyes, the manager led Yun Yin towards the peony room of Zui Xianju. Everyone involuntarily paused for a moment. Zui Xianju was usually packed every day, typically one needed to reserve well in advance. And the peony room symbolized status. It wasn't something you could book just by being wealthy, which was why the crowd was so astonished. Who exactly was Yun Yin seeing? Could it be someone from the Gu family? But He Weiwei had people inquire discreetly and learned that Yun Yin didn't seem very welcomed in the Gu family. Dad, Mom, let's go inside. She did not want the focus to remain on Yun Yin. Especially after seeing Lu Jie's brightening eyes upon spotting Yun Yin, she felt deeply uncomfortable. Lu brother belonged to her. If Yun Yin dared to covet him, she'd make sure Yun Yin paid dearly for it. Chapter 6. Saving someone on the street. Then everyone came to their senses and walked to an ordinary private room that had been reserved earlier. The two families were courteous, chatting and laughing happily, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. No one mentioned what had just happened. They all tacitly remained silent about it. She shyly looked at Lu Jie. He was handsome, elegant, and debonair, making her heart beat wildly. And in Lu Jie's eyes was a soft look as he gazed at Yun Shi, with a hint of levity in his expression. Both sets of parents saw that the two young people obviously liked each other, and they were delighted. It seemed that wedding preparations would soon be necessary. Meanwhile, in another private room called Peony, Yi carefully took out some herbs from her bag, saying, Senior sister, these are what you asked for. Yun Yin nodded, accepted them, and placed them in her own bag. Yi still couldn't believe it, and curiously asked, Senior sister, did you really get married? After Yun Yin swallowed a crystal dumpling she'd popped into her mouth, she answered, Of course, I'm married into the Gu family. Yi silently thought to himself, who could this man be? How lucky to have married Senior sister. By the way, Senior sister, the people in the black market raised the price to 80 million. Interested? Yi asked, thinking of the information he'd just received. Not interested. I'm busy with something right now. The urgent matter at hand was curing Gu Tianyu. Otherwise, her plan wouldn't be possible to execute. Yi didn't ask further since he knew Yun Yin never changed her mind once she made a decision. After finishing her conversation with Yi, Yun Yin glanced at the time and prepared to go back. As she exited Zui Xianju and took a few steps, suddenly, she heard a woman's piercing scream. Help! Help me! Is anyone here? Is there a doctor? Xiao Bao, wake up! The fashionably dressed woman was kneeling down, panicked, tears almost streaming down her face, ruining her immaculate makeup. She was shaking the child violently and shouting for help. The child was lying on the ground, eyes closed, pale-faced, and completely unconscious. Onlookers stopped and watched. Some good Samaritans called for an ambulance. However, waiting was not an option. The child's condition was critical and every second counted. Yun Yin pushed through the crowd and squatted calmly next to the boy. She shouted, Little friend, can you hear me? After calling several times with no response, Yun Yan's expression grew serious. She felt the child's pulse, which confirmed its weakness. She pried open the child's eyes and saw dilated pupils. Her lips tightened as she began performing CPR on the child. The crowd became puzzled. Young lady, are you a doctor? Since Yun Yin looked so young, like a high school student, it was natural for the crowd to question her qualifications. Young girl, this is a life and death situation. Don't take risks unnecessarily. That's right, don't act rashly. Let's just wait for the ambulance. Seeing how the child's condition was worsening quickly, Yun Yin turned to the mother and said, I have a medical license. Do you trust me? The child's condition is deteriorating rapidly, and if we don't act fast, I'm afraid. I trust you, please save him. If you save my son Yuzi, I'll give you whatever reward you want. The woman almost dropped to her knees before Yun Yin. For some unknown reason, she trusted Yun Yin deeply, probably because of her calm demeanor and firm gaze. Once Yun Yin heard this, she asked the woman to step aside. Then she unbuttoned the child's shirt collar to allow him more breathing room. Next, Yun Yin removed her silver bracelet, pressed a hidden latch, and pulled out several fine, long needles from inside it. Holding the silver needles, she swiftly, decisively, and precisely pierced the child's temples and chest area. At this sight, everyone burst into chatter. Heavens, this is madness. Aren't you going to make the child's condition worse? Yes, acting so recklessly when you're just a kid. You think this is pretend play. This is practically murder. Ignoring the commotion around her, Yun Yin remained composed, her gaze fixed intently on the silver needles. About 2 minutes later, the child's eyelids flickered. It moved. It moved. A voice in the crowd cheered. Yun Yin, her delicate fingers feeling the child's pulse, noted that the previously slow heartbeat was gradually stabilizing, and she let out a sigh of relief in her heart. It appeared the child had a congenital ailment that required careful treatment. Upon seeing signs of the child waking, The mother was so overcome with emotion that she covered her mouth. The child woke up, and the situation is temporarily stable. He needs to be sent to the hospital immediately for a full examination. Just as Yun finished speaking, she saw the child slowly open his big, round eyes, looking slightly confused. Awoke, the child woke up, great. Everyone present cheered, praising Yun. This young girl is incredible. Exactly, looks can be deceiving. The woman immediately attempted to kneel and thank Yun. But Yun stopped her. No need to thank me. The child's condition has been present since childhood. It requires careful care. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. This young girl was truly amazing. She could tell all that just from feeling the pulse. At that moment, the ambulance arrived. Everyone quickly made way as the medical staff got out of the vehicle and carried the child onto the ambulance. Watching the vehicle drive away, Yun sighed in relief. Unperturbed by the crowd's praises, Yun dusted herself off and walked through the crowd to head home. At this time, the Chow family and the Liu family had just come out of Zui Xianju and noticed the commotion. They curiously glanced over and heard murmurs of admiration. When they followed the source of the sound, they happened to catch sight of Yun's retreating figure. She muttered softly. Wasn't that Yun? Hadn't people just been praising her? How strange. It seemed like she had saved someone. Humph. What nonsense. Gu family, Ting Garden. Gu Tianyu sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, with a cold expression. Mr. Gu, your test results are out. The toxin level has decreased again compared to before, Qin Wei excitedly announced. Early that morning, Gu Tianyu had summoned his personal doctor, Qin Wei, for a blood test and checkup. Qin Wei had always been Gu Tianyu's primary physician and knew the situation thoroughly. Upon hearing the news, Gu Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply as he wore an incredulous expression. Is what you're saying true? Could you have made a mistake? No, it's absolutely accurate, Mr. Gu. At this rate, you will recover soon. By the way, did you take any medication or undergo any treatment? Qin Wei couldn't conceal his excitement in his voice. As a rare medical genius, even Qin Wei had been powerless against Gu Tianyu's condition. Gu Tianyu was deeply moved inside. Could it be that his young wife was telling the truth? Could she really cure him? Gu Tianyu responded coolly. Let's keep this matter confidential for now. Everything will become clear later. Mainly because there were people eyeing him with hostility. If they learned about this now, it would only serve to warn them prematurely. Sheng Jiao, standing nearby, also grew incredibly excited. Young master, this is wonderful. The young lady is truly your blessing star. Look, ever since she arrived, you've started improving. Gu Tianyu didn't refute it. His mind immediately conjured up Yun's adorable image, causing a faint smile to grace his lips. Chapter 7. Not competing with pigs. By the way, how is the investigation you were tasked with? Gu Tianyu suddenly brought up the matter he had previously assigned. Sheng Jiao hurriedly reported. Young master, I've investigated. The young mistress is indeed from a rural area, and there's nothing particularly special about her. However, she does have a period of time that cannot be traced. Gu Tianyu tapped his fingers rhythmically on his knee. This was so strange. She hadn't attended university but understood medicine, and she also had a period of time that couldn't be accounted for. What had she been doing? It seemed that his little wife had many secrets. Yun returned home, only to find that the whole family was gathered in the living room. When they saw Yun return, whoosh, everyone's gaze immediately turned toward her. Madame Gu, Song Wenxue, frowned slightly at Yun. Just married, and you're already running around everywhere. How improper is that? Yun felt speechless. Did coming here mean she no longer had personal freedom? But she was hungry, so she said first, I'm hungry. Gu Shiyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but mock her. Are you a pig? You're thinking about eating before mealtime even arrives. Yun furrowed her brows. What nonsense was this? Was she being insulted as a pig? This was clearly an insult to her character. Yun wasn't going to let it slide. She glanced at Gu Shiyu and deliberately asked, who is the pig cursing? Gu Shiyu mocked her back. The pig is cursing you. Something seemed off. Yun put on an enlightened expression. Ah, it's the pig cursing me. Well, there's nothing to be done since I am human and shouldn't compete with animals. So let the pig say whatever it wants. I won't take it to heart. A cunning gleam flashed in Yun's eyes as she retorted. You are despicable. You're the pig. Gu Shiyu became furious after being outwitted and stomped her feet angrily. Song Wenxue looked at the situation with disapproval and her face darkened. This Yun was certainly slick-tongued, good at making excuses, truly fitting for someone from the countryside, without any grace or decorum whatsoever. At this moment, old Madame Gu appeared and, seeing that Yun had returned, invited everyone to eat. During the meal, old Madame Gu warmly welcomed her. Yun, eat more. Yun obediently nodded. All right, thank you, Grandma. Her mouth seemed coated with honey. Though others might have opinions, they couldn't really say anything. Even though Gu Tianyu wasn't present, old Madame Gu was fully supporting her. When the meal was almost over, Song Wenxue spoke up to the old madam. Mother, next weekend is your birthday. Everything is arranged as usual, inviting guests at home. Is that okay? Old madam paused briefly and then nodded. Good. Just keep it simple. No need to make a fuss. I understand. Song Wenxue responded respectfully. Though the old madam said it like that, who dared not to pay attention? It definitely would be grand. After finishing her meal, Aunt Zhou was about to help the old madam rest. Suddenly, the old madam remembered something and said, Wenxue, get Yin some clothes. She'll need to attend many formal occasions and should have proper attire. Song Wenxue nodded. Understood, mother. She had overlooked that the old madam's birthday celebration was coming up, and it was important that no embarrassment occurred during such events. So, after the old madam left, Song Wenxue took out a card and handed it to Yun Yan. Here's 50,000. Take it to buy clothes. Now that you're the young mistress of the Gu family, you must uphold our image and avoid any disgrace. Before Yun Yan could accept it, Gu Shiyu grabbed the card first. Mommy, let me take her shopping. She comes from the country and doesn't know where the mall is. That's fine. You have a good eye, so help her choose, Song Wenxue said, as she was very busy lately and didn't have time to deal with such matters. Thus, after the meal, Gu Shiyu took Yun Yan to the mall. In Jiangcheng, the most famous place was the Guamao New World Mall, which hosted many international brands and was known for luxury goods. Gu Shiyu led Yun Yan straight to the W.Y brand, her favorite, and also currently the most popular among the high society set. Each piece of clothing from W.Y was unique, and almost every item was a bestseller. These items were often sold out before they hit the shelves, and thus highly sought after. Actually, Gu Shiyu had ulterior motives. She'd heard the new collection had arrived, and couldn't wait to check it out. As soon as they entered, a salesperson approached Gu Shiyu enthusiastically. They were sharp-eyed. Gu Shiyu was their VIP customer, so they began introducing the new collection. Yun Yan followed behind quietly. No one paid attention to her upon entering. Seeing her wearing a white t-shirt and semi-worn jeans, the salespeople ignored her entirely. Yun Yan didn't get upset. She calmly glanced around the store and noticed several new arrivals. This was her first time shopping at her own brand store, so she felt somewhat fresh and new. Ordinarily, she just designed, leaving everything else to Yi to handle. When she picked up a new arrival, a contemptuous voice suddenly sounded beside her. Miss, this dress is priced in 6 figures. Please don't dirty it and affect our sales. Upon hearing this, Yun Yan's eyes turned cold as she replied indifferently. Is this how you treat your customers? What a snobbish attitude. How had Yi arranged these people? Miss, we're just being honest. People should have self-awareness, the salesperson mocked. Yun Yan gave a cold laugh. Just as she was about to speak, her sharp gaze fell on the piece of clothing in her hand. She then questioned, why do you put clothes with flaws on display for sale? The salesperson froze for a moment. How did she know the clothes had flaws? This skirt, there were originally a few pearls at the neckline. Why are they missing now? Yun Yan's questioning voice grew louder, drawing the attention of everyone in the store. Gu Shiyu hurriedly came over. What's wrong with you? You're not a designer. So how would you know there were pearls on the neckline? Gu Shiyu specially took a closer look at the skirt, a classic black one that showed no obvious flaws. Why was this country girl making such a fuss? It was embarrassing. Yun Yan glanced at her coolly. There were pearls here. They are the finishing touch of this skirt. Can't you see the needle holes here? Gu Shiyu was left speechless with anger. This Yun Yan was really finding fault unnecessarily. What did it have to do with her? Why be so nitpicky? The salesperson was also stunned, never expecting the customer to know this. Indeed, there were pearls on the neckline, but they were accidentally removed by one of their staff. However, upon checking, it seemed the absence didn't impact the appearance. This was a new design exclusive to the store, so unless it was the designer themselves, no one else would have known. But who would have thought this plainly dressed girl spotted it right away? It was truly unfathomable. Yun Yan glanced at them and spoke coldly. Take the defective item off the shelves immediately, destroy it. Customers are gods, not suckers. Don't harbor any Zhaoxing psychology. Yun Yan's harsh words left everyone present stunned. Chapter 8: The Elder Lady's Birthday Banquet. Seeing that the salesperson didn't move, Yun Yan took out her phone and made a call. Soon, this matter had drawn the attention of the store manager, who hurried over. Apparently, the manager was already aware of the truth. After entering the store, she immediately took the defective dress and destroyed it on the spot. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. The defect actually wouldn't affect wearing the dress at all. Why destroy such an expensive dress? Just looking at it broke everyone's heart. But Yun Yan was very firm. She would not allow any defects in her work. Gu Shiru saw the situation escalating, so she quickly pulled Yun Yan away. She vowed to never go shopping with Yun Yan again. It was too embarrassing. In the end, they bought nothing. Gu Shiru transferred 50,000 yuan to Yun Yan and let her buy clothes herself. Then Gu Shiru went shopping with friends. Yun Yan was more than happy. She called Yi He and asked him to reorganize the shop and retrain the staff. Then she asked Yi He to prepare a light and elegant dress for her since she needed to attend the birthday banquet. After that, Yun Yan returned home. Yun Yan directly went back to Ting Garden. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Tianyu sitting on the sofa, glaring sharply at her. Yun Yan was startled and spoke in annoyance. Why didn't you make a sound? You scared me. Did you do something bad? Where did you go? I didn't see you all day. Gu Tianyu's tone sounded like that of a jealous husband. He didn't know why, but he kept thinking about Yun Yan, even though this woman disappeared all day. I went shopping for clothes. Isn't next week Grandma's birthday banquet? So where are the clothes? They were too expensive, so I didn't buy them. In our village, we make our own clothes. Yun Yan casually came up with an excuse. Suddenly, a black card appeared in front of Yun Yan. She froze, asking, what does this mean? This is an unlimited black card. Take it. Buy whatever you want. Gu Tianyu realized his oversight. Now Yun Yan was already his wife. He should take care of her. Yun Yan froze, her heart pounding. But remembering she still needed money for his treatment, she decided to take it as medical fee. So, she slowly took the black card. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Come in. A servant quickly entered, holding a bowl of medicine. Young master, this is the medicine boiled today. Please drink it while it's hot, the servant said respectfully. Just put it down. Gu Tianyu said indifferently. But, Yun Yan approached, suddenly catching an unusual smell. Her eyebrows furrowed. Something was off. She looked at the servant and said, you can leave. I will make sure master drinks it. With no other options, the servant left. Yunyan approached and sniffed it, confirming her suspicions. Gu Tianyu whispered softly, "Is there a problem?" Yunyan glanced at the doorway and nodded. "If you drink this medicine, your cold poison will only worsen. Though the amount in this bowl isn't much, if you keep drinking it long term, not even Hua Tuo could save you." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu's pupils constricted violently. This is Qin Wei's prescription. It shouldn't have a problem. What about the person who cooked it? Could there be a problem? Yunyan probed further. Gu Tianyu was momentarily speechless. His gaze instantly darkened. He hadn't expected the other party's influence to reach so far. It was also due to his negligence, always assuming that the other side acted because they believed he wasn't nearby. Yunyan immediately understood and quietly poured out the medicine, leaving only an empty bowl. Then she cautiously said, "Don't alarm them. Catching the rat in the jar will be more interesting." Gu Tianyu nodded. He started finding this woman harder to understand. He initially thought she was a pawn placed by Uncle Tu, but this didn't quite seem right. Why was she helping him so much? Yunyan quickly opened the door and handed the empty bowl to the servant. "Young master has finished drinking." The servant looked relieved upon seeing this and then left. As Yunyan watched the retreating figure of the servant, she fell into deep thought. Seems like I've escaped the wolf pit, just to enter a tiger den. Let things be as they come, then. Time passed quickly, and it was the elder lady's birthday banquet. The Gu family was a prestigious clan in Jiancheng, a powerful and influential household, so all the prominent families in Jiancheng came to celebrate the elder lady's birthday. They all brought expensive gifts. Today, the elder lady was full of spirit, dressed in a dark red silk cheongsam. Her silver-white hair was neatly coiled up, and she wore an emerald jade bracelet on her wrist, which stood out prominently. Guests arrived one after another, creating a lively scene. Gu Jinsong and Gu Haonan were busy welcoming guests. Today, the entire family was gathered, all bustling about enthusiastically. Yun Xingyun also arrived with his family, as after all they were now in-laws. Yun Shi followed behind, glancing around from time to time, wanting to see where Yun Yin was. She had come for the spectacle, having heard that Yun Yin wasn't faring too well in the Gu household. Soon, she spotted Yun Yin entering with a tall and imposing man. Yun Yin was wearing the latest W.Y dress, a flowing gown like water that elegantly wrapped her graceful figure. It was the newly launched First Snow series, which could only be seen in fashion magazines, but was now being worn by Yun Yin. The noble women present stared wide-eyed, unable to get their hands on this gown through any means they had tried. The man beside Yun Yin wore a mask, his eyes sharp like knives, radiating an intense and cold presence that was impossible to ignore. Everyone quickly whispered amongst themselves. So this is Gu Tianyu and his bride brought in for good luck. Yes, it seems Gu Tianyu is terminally ill. Poor Yun family's young lady. She will become a living widow. Gu Tianyu cast a cold gaze, causing everyone to fall silent immediately, bowing respectfully. At that moment, a Bugatti stopped in the courtyard, and a dashing figure walked into the hall. Approaching Gu Tianyu, he spoke lightly. "Big brother, I'm sorry. When you got married, I was busy and couldn't make it back." This was Gu Yang, son of Yuzi Gu Haonan, yet his words carried no sincerity. Gu Tianyu's face darkened, and the atmosphere grew icy. "It's fine." Then Gu Yang turned his attention to Yun Yin beside him, momentarily stunned by her beauty. He smiled charmingly and said, "So this must be my sister-in-law? Truly beautiful." As he spoke, his gaze scanned over Yun Yin, making her feel extremely disgusted. Yun Yin immediately furrowed her brow and flicked the switch on her bracelet, ready with her silver needles. Just then, Xiaokan approached. "Yang, you're finally back. Hurry and wish Grandma happy birthday. Didn't you have a gift to give her?" Xiaokan prompted Gu Yang urgently. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. It was rumored that the first house and second house of the Gu family were fiercely competing in secret. Was it true? Especially after Gu Tianyu fell ill, the second house seemed even more unrestrained in its quest for power. Looks like there would be quite a show today. Chapter 9. What? Appreciating a fake? Gu Yang remembered his proper task. He walked over, smiling as he addressed the old lady. "Grandma, may you have boundless happiness and longevity like the southern mountains." The old madam nodded. "Good. Younger, it's good that you've returned." Gu Haonan also approached. He glanced at his son and then spoke. "Mom, Gu Yang knows you adore the paintings of Master Qing Shan. So this time he went through great lengths to find one of Master Qing Shan's works as your birthday gift." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. Master Qing Shan. His works were incredibly rare, even priceless. Master Qing Shan's piece? Where is it? Bring it for me to see immediately. The old madam, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. She could hardly wait as she said this. Gu Yang quickly took out a long painting box and proudly opened it. Yun Yin, upon hearing this, twitched her lips slightly and couldn't help but look at Gu Yang. Is it really Qing Shan's painting? Everyone's attention was drawn to the painting in Gu Yang's hand. Everyone looked over. Gu Yang opened the scroll with a proud face, and a landscape painting appeared on the paper, its brushstrokes elegant and natural. The peaks and slopes undulated continuously, while the clear spring cascaded deep within the mountain gorge. Truly, people followed the scenery's changes. One cannot help but admire the painter's superior techniques of outlining and coloring, truly worthy of a master. The old madam was thrilled upon seeing it. The people around also cheered. "My goodness, this is white-green mountain abode picture, right? It's incredibly impressive." "That's true. Young Master Gu Yang truly has a heart full of filial piety to have sought out this treasure for Grandma. This is indeed commendable. This painting is worth more than gold, today giving us all a visual feast." The old madam accepted the painting with trembling hands, excitedly saying, "Wonderful, what a great painting, Yang thank you. Grandma, if you like it, then all my hard work was worth it." Gu Yang presented himself as a filial child. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Gu Tianyu beside him with a mocking look. "Big brother, you should also appreciate Master Qingshan's painting. After all, this is a rare masterpiece that we usually have no chance to see." Gu Tianyu remained calm, his eyes cold as ice. "I don't study these things, and I'm not interested." "Not interested? Oh, big brother, maybe you just can't understand it, huh? Indeed, considering you're only involved with money most of the time." This implied that Gu Tianyu smelled of wealth and lacked an appreciation for sophistication. Suddenly, Gu Tianyu's expression darkened, a sinister light in his black eyes that chilled others to the bone. People familiar with him knew he was angry. Seeing this, Yunyan softly held his hand with her delicate fingers, signaling him not to rush. "Young Master Second, this painting is a fake, common everywhere. Why should anyone be surprised by it? Your brother decided to leave some face for you, so didn't mention it. Yet here you are, pressing further without leaving any quarter." Guyang frowned. "Sister-in-law, I hear you come from the countryside. Do you even know who Master Qingshan is? This painting cost me a lot of money. How can it possibly be fake?" Master Qingshan, 10 years ago, suddenly appeared and broke records with his artwork, Hope, at Jiadeshire auction house. His later works were collected by many wealthy individuals and even royalty. His paintings are rare and valuable because in the past 2 years, he hasn't produced new works, thus raising the prices of previous ones. But Master Qingshan's brushwork is strong and rich with emotion. Your painting strokes are weak, lacking dignity and presence. It's obviously a counterfeit. If you don't believe me, you can have someone check it." Yun Yin recounted slowly, astonishing those present. Guyang was stunned for a moment, somewhat turning angry into embarrassment. "Sister-in-law, these pieces of information you're citing can be found anywhere. But you simply don't understand art. How dare you say mine is a fake? Words need evidence and accountability." Xiaoqin was also seething with anger. What kind of person did Gu Tianyu marry? Blabbering nonsense at grandma's birthday party, completely outrageous. "Tianyu, why don't you discipline your wife? She's causing trouble," Gu Haonan angrily exclaimed. "Uncle, there's nothing wrong with my wife. She speaks her mind. Moreover, I'm also curious about the authenticity of this painting." Gu Tianyu's low, resonant voice responded. "You, whether it's real or fake, isn't testing enough. Are you afraid?" A spark of wit shone in Yun Yan's lively eyes. Guyang scoffed. "How could I be afraid? If it turns out to be genuine, both of you will kneel and apologize sincerely by serving me tea." Gu Tianyu looked at Yun Yan. "Is what this woman saying true?" "No problem. But if it's fake, then you will be the one kneeling and apologizing," Yun Yan replied indifferently. "All right." Guyang waited for them to kneel. Yun Yan had long wanted to teach this young master a lesson, so she addressed the servant. "Could you please fetch me some writing materials?" Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Yun Yan laid out the paper and, holding the brush pen, began to paint. Guyang inwardly scoffed. All posturing. What was Yun Yan up to? But as Yun Yan started her strokes, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This is what? It looks exactly like Master Qingshan's work, and it even surpasses his. No, hers should be more powerful than that previous painting. There's absolutely no trace of imitation. That's right. If I hadn't seen her draw this live, I would have thought this was the real masterpiece painted by young Mistress Gu. Even Gu Tianyu was deeply impressed inside. He'd been watching all along, and Yun Yan's painting skills were extraordinary. What a hidden treasure this little wife of his turned out to be. She always managed to surprise him. Guyang seethed with anger hearing the praises surrounding Yun Yan. As soon as Yun Yan put down her brush, he snatched the painting to compare it eagerly, and then immediately lost his composure. "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why did her painting look better than his own?" Guyang argued. "Even if her painting is nice, it can't mean my piece is a fake." Seeing her grandson making a fool of himself, grandmother Gu sighed. "Yang, go downstairs first." "Grandma, I must get justice over this." Guyang refused to admit he had spent real money for a counterfeit painting. Yun Yan glanced at him, speaking calmly. "Young Master Second, don't you know Master Qingshan very well? His works are one of a kind, impossible to imitate. But I could recreate it just by looking at it once. So how can your painting be an authentic work? Anyway, if you're not sure, we can ask experts for verification." Upon hearing this, Guyang's complexion changed dramatically. How could the painstaking effort he made lead to a fake painting? He had utterly disgraced himself now. What he couldn't understand wasn't Gu Tianyu's wife just a country bumpkin? Why did she know so much? Yun Yan looked pure-hearted as she spoke, though technically she might have gained an unfair advantage. She was merely replicating a painting she herself had created long ago, so naturally it matched perfectly. This painting was something she casually drew long before, with its landscape inspired by White Green Mountain, because she herself was Master Qingshan. Chapter 10 Neil. A gambler pays their debts. When she was in by Qing Mountain, her master was very strict with her. She had been trained in various arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially painting, which could improve the flexibility of her hands so that she wouldn't shake when holding a knife. During her training breaks, she sketched a few paintings on impulse, only for Yi He to see them and sell them later, much to everyone's surprise. Afterwards, she was too busy to paint anymore. If it weren't for Guyang mocking Gu Tianyu, she wouldn't have said anything. Besides, did she really need to copy her own work? High-quality imitations might look similar but lack the essence. Guyang bought an imitation. "Master Gu, One should always be honest. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Yun asked calmly. Guyang felt restless and troubled. Yin, the wager was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously. Yang is merely showing filial piety. Xiaokan intervened. Although inside, he hated Yun. Grandma, I was deceived. I didn't know. Guyang hurriedly explained to the old lady. The old lady couldn't say much either, and sighed. Cousin, a gambler pays their debts. I won't joke about these matters. Yun was relentless. Guyang lost face, glaring at Yun with a sinister expression. Yun, don't push your luck. Yun didn't argue back, secretly unlocking the bracelet clasp and casually moving her hand. Suddenly, Guyang felt pain in his knees, and, without preparation, clang, fell to his knees. Yun smiled contentedly. Master Gu, this is how it should be. A gambler pays their debts. The faces of the second branch of the Gu family darkened. They never expected being fooled by a village girl. The old lady looked at Guyang, furrowing her brow slightly. This child lacked stability and loved grandeur. Even Guyang noticed, and quickly backed down. This farce soon passed, restoring joyfulness to the scene. Xiaokan was so furious his mouth almost twisted. This damn Yun, he would remember this. In a sarcastic tone, he asked, Yun, what gift have you prepared? Yun stepped forward, supporting the old lady, and then took out a delicate wooden box, from which she removed a wooden bracelet. The wooden bracelet emitted a refreshing aroma, its light scent of wood making those around her feel refreshed. Xiaokan immediately sneered. Come on, Yun, are you giving Grandma a wooden bracelet? Tianyu is rich enough to rival a country, yet can't produce a decent present? Too petty if you ask me. Yun already knew someone here couldn't see the value. Auntie, this isn't ordinary wood. It's Qi Nan incense, renowned as the emergency king in the medical field. When worn, its scent remains fresh. It's a natural treasure that can ease emotions, help sleep, calm the mind, and is extremely beneficial for elderly people. Having endured all night, She rolled her eyes, saying, Sister, I admit my ignorance. I truly haven't heard of this before. Are you possibly making it up? It's rare for you to recognize your ignorance. Knowing how uninformed you are, shut your mouth to avoid further embarrassment. Yun retorted coldly and unkindly. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn, this wretch gave no quarter, all for her benefit. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cried out in shock. Young Madame Gu, could this be the legendary Qi Nan incense known as the diamond among woods? I've heard it takes thousands to millions of years to form, an unattainable luxury, even with money. Yun nodded. Yes, perhaps Grandma's blessing has brought me good fortune. I found it in the mountains, perfect for giving to Grandma. That truly is incredibly lucky. If Grandmother Gu doesn't want it, I'd offer 30 million for its purchase. Grandmother Gu could choose another gift she likes, the person eagerly suggested. Unfortunately, the old lady smiled. This is a gift from my grandson-in-law. I won't sell it. That person left disappointed. It was truly something rare and precious. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They hadn't anticipated the plain piece of wood to be so valuable. Xiaokan was fuming with rage, regretting underestimating Yun. She initially wanted to humiliate Yun, but ended up losing face herself. This Yun wasn't someone to be underestimated. Could she truly have grown up in the countryside? Xiaokan thoughtfully observed Yun. Perhaps she needed to play it smarter. Gu Tianyu didn't expect his young wife to be this remarkable. His lips curled into a grin not even AK could suppress. Looks like he had discovered a gem. After the birthday party concluded, Gu Tianyu and Yun returned to Ting Garden. Yun was utterly exhausted. Dealing with several lunatics today was indeed tiring physically and mentally. Still, despite being exhausted, Yun persisted in helping Gu Tianyu cleanse the cold poison from his body. These days, after she administered acupuncture, the results have significantly improved. It wouldn't be long before Gu Tianyu's face would regain its former handsome appearance. The severe sores on his face had all been lanced, and most of them had already formed scabs. Yun helped him clean again and applied her special medicinal solution. She was very confident in her medical skills. Later, Yun also made Gu Tianyu take a pill that she had personally developed. Because they were quite close to each other, Gu Tianyu smelled the refreshing scent from Yun's body, mixed with a hint of herbal aroma, but still stimulating his nerves exceptionally. Yun seemed unaware of the effect she created. She was focused on the acupuncture and reminding him about the necessary precautions at the same time. Gu Tianyu couldn't resist lightly embracing her waist. Startled, Yun accidentally pressed the needle harder. Mrs. Gu, are you trying to murder your husband? Gu Tianyu's usually narrow and dark eyes now sparkled with clarity and teasing. After finishing the acupuncture, Yun arched her delicate eyebrows. If you continue with such antics, the consequences will be on you. We are married. Gu Tianyu gazed with his handsome eyes and complained innocently. Mr. Gu, we are treating your illness right now. Stop fooling around and cooperate. If you do, you can take off the mask in 7 days. With further treatment, everything will improve. Yun stated confidently. Really, Gu Tianyu had waited for this day for a long time, originally planning to seek out an esteemed doctor, only to find out how skilled his young wife was. Yun nodded. The next day, the two appeared together in the living room to have breakfast. Today, the old madam was sitting in meditation in the Buddhist hall, so she didn't join them for breakfast. Mrs. Gu glanced at Yun, then said, Every day sleeping so late, not knowing to come down earlier. You truly act as if you're the mistress of the Gu family. She was just a village girl who coveted luxury and wealth. Yun looked at Mrs. Gu and replied in a seemingly pitiful tone, But I am the lady of the Gu household. I'm not a servant of the Gu family. Then she looked tearfully at Gu Tianyu, as if suffering a great injustice. Gu Tianyu responded indifferently. Mother, Yun was tired last night. I let her sleep in. His words carried an ambiguous undertone, making anyone hearing them think impure thoughts, which was rather embarrassing. Mrs. Gu glared fiercely at Yun. She truly was a calamity. Chapter 11. Is the country bumpkin really the president's wife? The meal passed with a somewhat tense atmosphere. But Yun didn't care. She didn't mind what others thought of her and ate heartily. After breakfast, Mrs. Gu frowned and spoke lightly. Yun, what are your plans next? I heard that you dropped out of school after middle school. Yun thought about how she had entered university right after middle school, then transferred to the capital to study, and at 16, obtained both a master's and doctoral degree. So, in the eyes of everyone else, it wasn't wrong to say that she had dropped out. She was too lazy to explain. That's right. Is there any problem with that? Our family, the Gus, is an illustrious noble family. Everyone has graduated from proper universities. Therefore, I hope you can continue your studies. Otherwise, we would be laughed at. Mrs. Gu said. Before Yun could speak, Gu Tianyu interjected. Mom, Yun doesn't need to go to school. I will have her learn together with me at the company. We are husband and wife, newlyweds, so we should naturally be together. Gu Tianyu knew that Yun was not as unlearned as she appeared on the surface. From her recent behavior, he saw that her capabilities far exceeded his imagination. Yun was one who concealed her abilities, clearly not someone who dropped out of junior high. She possessed great skills and shouldn't be underestimated. And right now, Yun was helping him treat his illness. Being by his side was the best option for her. Besides, if they were living separately just after getting married, people would surely seize this opportunity to criticize them. Upon hearing these words, Yun couldn't help but glance at Gu Tianyu. Was he serious? Was she going to work with him? Mrs. Gu, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows. But she knows nothing, and she will only make us look foolish if she goes. Mother, if she doesn't know, she can learn. That's settled. Gu Tianyu made a decision no one could change. So be it. Mrs. Gu huffed angrily. Yun sighed inwardly. After finishing breakfast, Yun changed into more formal attire and left with Gu Tianyu. In the car, Yun grumbled. Why am I working? I protest. What a capitalist. Cure him at night, work during the day. His calculations were impeccable. You're just going to kill time. Do you want to stay home all the time? Once I'm cured, you can do whatever you want. Weren't we in agreement before? Gu Tianyu's deep voice responded. All right, I hope you remember your promise. Yun considered it. Working in the company would be fine. If she stayed home with Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiyu, she'd become even more desperate. Of course, don't worry. I'm afraid that once you fall in love with me, you'll be unwilling to leave even for a step, Gu Tianyu teased with a smile in his eyes. Hearing this, Yun immediately made a throwing up motion and retorted disdainfully. Don't say such disgusting things. The famous General Gu is cold and unreachable. Who would have thought you're so humorous in reality? Confidence is good, but blindness is bad. At this remark, Gu Tianyu's face darkened instantly. Time will tell everything. Damn it, it was the first time a woman had rejected him. Even after being poisoned and falling ill, Gu Tianyu still maintained his pride. Although he was terminally ill, it didn't mean he lacked standards. This woman had better not been feigning disinterest to play hard to get. You go ahead and be confident. Let's focus on what we need from each other, and when we part, we'll each move on and forget about each other, Yun firmly said. Standing nearby, Gu Tianyu's face turned sullen as he looked at the radiant face of the woman. He pursed his lips. Part and let go easily. Too beautiful to dream. Very soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Gu Group. Both Gu Tianyu and Yun got out of the car. After falling ill, Gu Tianyu rarely came to the company, usually working from home. Because he wore a mask, he didn't want to invite unnecessary gossip from his subordinates. Therefore, when Gu Tianyu and Yun walked into the company together, everyone started murmuring. Look, who is that woman? So pretty, pure demeanor. Huh, why did she come to the company with Mr. Gu? Right, perfect body, skin white as jade. Wow, I admire her so much. I just heard that the newlywed wife of Mr. Gu would serve as his assistant. Wouldn't this be Mrs. Gu? I have a relative working as help at the Gu residence. They say this woman comes from the countryside. She probably married Mr. Gu for money. Countryside girl? Can she read? Will she understand the documents? Don't make a fool of yourself. Seems like she only has a good appearance. By the way, Manager Song is on a business trip. I wonder what she would think if she sees Mr. Gu bring his newlywed wife to work. There will be a good show, waiting to see. Do none of you feel like working anymore? You want to get fired? Stop talking nonsense. A reprimanding voice rang out. Everyone returned to their posts. Some continued guessing Yun's identity. Word spread quickly through the group. Gu Tianyu took Yun to the top floor office by elevator. Afterward, Gu Tianyu had Chung Jiu take Yun to complete the onboarding procedures, which were necessary even if she was just there to go through the motions. The entire Gu group was in an uproar at this point. After all, this was the first time Mr. Gu had brought a woman to meet everyone in person. After finishing the formalities, Yun returned to the office and started working on her own tasks. She needed to draw more designs as soon as possible. Time flew by, and under Yun's treatment, the toxic sores on Gu Tianyu's face had completely faded away. Standing in front of the mirror, seeing his skin return to its normal state, his deep eyes gleamed with excitement inside. He no longer needed a mask. This was the best news for him. Smiling, Yun said, see? Isn't it the same as before? However, the cold poison in your body hasn't been completely cleared yet, so we need to continue treating it. Gu Tianyu nodded. All right. In fact, Gu Tianyu was very curious about Yun's background. Renowned doctors from all over the world couldn't figure out how to deal with the cold poison in his body, but why could Yun Yan cure it? He glanced at Yun Yan, who seemed distracted. Looking at the time, Yun Yan spoke. I need to go back to the Yun family today. I'll take leave. Last night, Yun Xingyun had called her, saying he wanted to discuss something important, adding that it was inconvenient to talk about it on the phone. Recalling that her mother's important keepsakes were still with Yun Xingyun, Yun Yan immediately agreed. Back to the Yun family? Do you want me to go with you? Gu Tianyu furrowed his brows slightly, asking. Knowing her strained relationship with the Yun family, especially since Yun Xingyun had sacrificed his daughter for personal gain, Gu Tianyu wasn't sure what Yun Xingyun might do next. Yun Yan shook her head. It's fine. I can go alone. You go to work. I'll drop you off at Yun's house, then go to work. Call me if you need anything. Gu Tianyu realized that he felt something special towards Yun Yan. Okay. Yun Yan didn't refuse. The luxury car sped down the road. Yun Yan looked out at the scenery, and soon the car stopped in front of the Yun family villa. Yun Yan opened the car door and stepped out. Today, she wore a white blouse that accentuated her curves, paired with tight-fitting jeans, making her legs look even longer. Seeing this, Gu Tianyu's Adam's apple involuntarily moved. All right, I'll go in now. Yun Yan bid farewell to Gu Tianyu. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared on the balcony of the second floor of the villa. Chapter 12. Hurting others, only to destroy yourself. She did not expect that when she stepped out onto the balcony, she would witness this scene. She was shocked beyond words. This Yun is truly a shameless slut with loose morals. Her husband isn't even dead yet, and now she's already seducing a pretty young man. She had just seen it. How extraordinary that man looked, suave and charismatic. He certainly wasn't Yun Yan's husband, who was bedridden and sick beyond redemption. The most noticeable characteristic of Yun Yan's husband was the silver mask he always wore. But the man she just saw had no such mask. Even though they were somewhat far apart, she could still see clearly. That man drove a luxury car, and the license plate seemed to have lots of sixes, loud enough to turn heads wherever it went. How on earth did this lowly girl, Yun Yan, manage to entangle herself with such a high-quality man? Was that man blind? Doesn't he know Yun Yan is nothing but a village girl from some nowhere place? Before long, the luxury car drove away, and Yun Yan walked back into the house. She quickly came in and said, Mommy, I have something big to tell you. That bitch Yun Yan is probably cheating on her husband and putting a green hat on him. A strange man just dropped her off. He Weiwei was carefully preparing good stuff in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, she paused for a moment, then asked incredulously, Really? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's absolutely true. It seems we underestimated that little wretch. Exactly. She's full of tricks, huh? By the way, Mommy, why did you ask that little slut Yun Yan to come home? She wanted Yun Yan never to come back. That slut still has her use, He Weiwei replied with ulterior motives. Soon after, Yun Yan entered. He Weiwei immediately put on a warm facade as she greeted her. Xiaoyan, you're back. Come sit down. Auntie has prepared bird's nest porridge for you. After finishing her sentence, she brought out a bowl of bird's nest from the kitchen. Eat it while it's hot. I've been simmering it for over 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Yun Yan felt as if the sun would rise from the west. Unprovoked flattery must surely have a hidden agenda, but she also wanted to see what tricks He Weiwei had up her sleeve. Thank you, Auntie. After saying that, Yun Yan picked up the spoon and began eating slowly and gracefully. Watching nearby, He Weiwei let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Yun Yan eat. When Yun Yan finished about half of the porridge, she asked, Where is Daddy? Wasn't it him who called me back? Oh, your father just got called away on business. He left a message for you to go to the guest room by yourself. All the relics left by your mother are there, He Weiwei kindly explained. Yun Yan nodded, and before long, the bowl of porridge was completely empty. And thank you so much. The porridge tastes amazing, Yun Yan politely responded. So glad you like it. You can take care of the relics in the guest room yourself. I'll clean up here. He Shinsui smiled as she spoke. All right. Thank you for all your efforts. Yun Yan stood up, but suddenly felt dizzy. What's wrong? Nothing, probably ate too much. Yun Yan walked toward the guest room, unsteady on her feet. As Yun Yan swayed precariously, Yunxi approached He Weiwei and gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, experience trumps everything. Out of their sight, Yun Yan's lips curled slightly upward in a cold smirk. He Weiwei's schemes were only so effective. It appeared there would be a surprise waiting for her in the guest room. Other people might have collapsed after drinking He Weiwei's bird's nest porridge, but Yun Yan was no ordinary person. Having grown up immune to all sorts of poisons since childhood, such trivial tricks weren't going to work on her. With just a sniff, Yun Yan knew what kind of drug He Weiwei had laced it with. Since He Weiwei had painstakingly arranged all of this, Yun Yan intended to play along. Upon reaching the guest room, Yun Yan opened the door and staggered toward the bed. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at Yun Yan. Baby, I've waited for you forever. That lewd voice was utterly repulsive. Yun Yan instantly lifted her eyelids, turned around quickly, raised her leg, and kicked that fat pig-like man sprawling face down on the floor. The man groaned in pain and cursed, calling her a little tart. Damn it, wasn't Madame Yun the one saying this daughter of hers was gentle and beautiful? How come she was so fiery? While struggling to get up, the man was suddenly pierced at an acupoint by Yun Yan's needle, causing him to pass out immediately. Yun Yan exerted a great deal of effort to move the man onto the bed. Once done, Yun Yan heard noises near the door. It was probably He Weiwei coming to inspect her results. Curling her lips slightly, Yun Yan hid behind the door. As soon as the lock quietly clicked open, a suspicious head peeked in. Upon seeing this, Yun Yan shot a silver needle towards it, knocking He Weiwei unconscious immediately. Yun Yin dragged He Weiwei onto the bed, stripped both of them, and thoroughly disheveled the sheets. Yun Yin knew it would take them at least an hour to wake up. Thus, she quietly slipped out and made sure to close the door behind her. Yun Shi went upstairs to call Yun Qingyun, as instructed by He Weiwei moments ago. In the meantime, He Weiwei went to take risque photos of Yun Yin. With those scandalous pictures in hand, she would have the upper hand. If Yun Yin didn't comply, He Weiwei could ruin her reputation and destroy her life. What face would a village girl like Yun Yin have left after such disgrace? Besides, how dare she humiliate Gu Tianyu? Her days were numbered. He Weiwei schemed with smug satisfaction. Before long, the sound of a car pulled into the courtyard. After Yin Qingyun entered, he immediately asked anxiously, "How did it go?" Naturally, Yin Qingyun was already aware of the plan. He Weiwei had informed him, and he had readily agreed. The corpulent man involved was Mr. Huang, an important business partner of Yin Qingyun's. Following the severe blow dealt to the Yun family, despite Yun Yin stepping in as a substitute bride, and the Gu family paying a substantial sum, the funds were still strained, making the situation nearly impossible to resolve. That day, upon seeing Yun Yin, Mr. Huang became infatuated. He hinted that if he could spend one night with her, he would invest capital. Hearing this, Yin Qingyun was overjoyed and immediately ordered He Weiwei to arrange it. Now back home, Yin Shi was already waiting. She gave Yin Qingyun a thumbs-up signal. Hearing this, a smirk crossed Yin Qingyun's lips. Then he hurriedly walked toward the guest room. Once he had control over Yun Yin, his problems would be solved. Even the jewels she had taken would have to be returned to him. Recalling the jewelry taken from him earlier, Yun Qingyun fumed with rage. When Yun Qingyun reached the door, he decisively pushed it open. Seeing the rumpled bed with the covers raised, he swiftly approached, then lifted the blanket without hesitation. As Yun Qingyun prepared to speak, he froze suddenly, his eyes bulging as if he had hyperthyroidism. How could it be? Why were Mr. Huang and He Weiwei in bed together? Damn it, what happened? Enraged by their deep sleep, Yun Qingyun furiously yanked up He Weiwei. Still half asleep, He Weiwei woke up startled from the violent tug, ready to berate whoever disturbed her. But upon recognizing Yun Qingyun standing there, she was taken aback. "Husband, you're back?" Chapter 13, A Stern Warning. Yun Qingyun asked furiously, "What the hell is going on? Why are you in bed with Mr. Huang? What have you done?" He Weiwei only then realized her body was exposed under the blanket. When she turned her head and saw Mr. Huang, she felt dizzy, her face as pale as paper. In a panic, He Weiwei explained, "Who? Husband, what's happening?" "I don't know. I clearly came in." "Ah yes, where is Yun Yin, that dead girl?" He Weiwei was completely confused. What had happened? Where is that little brat Yun Yin? Yun Qingyun's anger turned his face green. He felt like his whole scalp was covered with lush green grass. He Weiwei hastily dressed herself, then explained, "Husband, I've been tricked by that girl Yun Yin. It's infuriating. But Mr. Huang and I are clean. Nothing happened. I just came in and suddenly fainted." Actually, He Weiwei had no memory of the events. Yun Qingyun's expression remained serious as he left the guest room. He Weiwei was extremely nervous. Being caught by her husband in bed with another man. This situation indeed left her speechless. That damnable hussy, she would tear her apart into 10,000 pieces. But He Weiwei couldn't quite figure out why the scheme hadn't worked when that wretched woman had already consumed her bird's nest porridge. Why did the wretch seem unaffected? She definitely added something to the porridge. The person said even a tiny touch of this drug could turn an innocent maiden into a lustful one. She even increased the dosage for fear the effect wasn't strong enough. But why didn't it work? The hussy showed absolutely no reaction. Instead, she was the one tricked. Truly outrageous. Could the medicine have become ineffective? But He Weiwei also didn't have the time to dwell on it at the moment. The task at hand was to appease Yun Qingyun. After leaving the Yun family home, Yun Yin headed to the company to see Yi He. All operations were currently being handled by designated personnel. At noon, Gu Tianyu called to inquire if everything was smooth. Yun Yin made up an excuse, saying she still had some things to take care of, so she wouldn't be back at the company. Humph. Capitalist. Wanting to exploit every second from her. If Gu Tianyu knew what Yun Yin was thinking, he would probably explode with rage. It was such a grave misunderstanding. Gu Tianyu didn't know what was wrong with him. Not seeing Yun Yin, he felt an emptiness in his heart, like something was missing. Today, he wasn't focused on his work. It was around evening when Yun Yin returned home. Upon arriving home, she noticed that both Gu Mother and Gu Shiyu were in the living room. Yun Yin decided to ignore them. Since these two always treated her poorly, she certainly wouldn't bother showing them any unnecessary respect. However, Gu Shiyu couldn't stay quiet. Mockingly, she taunted, "Some people really think they're the young mistress of the Gu family. Where did you go today? She mustn't have gone to the company, returning so early." Yun Yin responded coolly, "I'm your elder sister-in-law. Where I go shouldn't require me to report to you, should it?" Hearing this, Gu Shiyu glared at Yun Yin in dissatisfaction and looked toward Gu Mother. Gu Mother's expression remained calm and cold. Then she spoke, "Now that you're back, prepare dinner. You've been married into the Gu family for some time now, yet you haven't once cooked in the kitchen. Where can you find such a daughter-in-law?" Yun Yin understood Gu Mother was deliberately making things difficult for her. Weren't there housekeepers in the home? Before Yun Yin could respond, Gu Mother continued, "Today the chef has been called away by the old lady. There's no one to cook, so according to family hierarchy, you, as a daughter-in-law, cooking a single meal isn't asking too much of you, right?" Yun Yin realized there was no way out of making this meal today, so she nodded, "Not at all, I'll start right away." "Hurry up, the ingredients are very fresh," Gu Shiyu said as she glanced at Gu Mother, her lips slightly curving into a calculating smile. They originally planned to carry out their scheme tomorrow, but who would have thought Yun Yan returned earlier than expected? Even better, they had good things prepared for Yun Yan. Humph. A bumpkin from the countryside. How dare she presume to be the young mistress of the Gu family? She truly doesn't know the weight of heaven and earth. And who knows what's going through brother's mind? Even though he's ill, does he need to lower his standards this much? This country bumpkin gets laughed at everywhere she goes. As Yun Yan walked into the kitchen and glanced around, her eyes landed on a bamboo basket not far away. This bamboo basket placed here was out of place, entirely incompatible with the kitchen setting. When Yun Yan approached, Gu Shiryu suddenly closed the kitchen door behind her and declared firmly, "Don't let smoke get into the living room." Yun Yan walked over and heard a SSSH sound emanating from the bamboo basket. Puzzled, she paused momentarily, then opened it to discover several colorful snakes. Right now, those snakes were aggressively flicking their tongues, which was terrifying and hair-raising. So, this was what Gu Shiryu meant by fresh ingredients. Indeed, they were fresh. Yun Yan also understood why they wanted her to cook. It seemed like they were giving her a warning right from the start. But they might have forgotten that she grew up in the countryside, so she wasn't afraid of these little critters. It would be a waste of their effort on her. To Yun Yan, these snakes were like small animals. She took out a small bottle of water from her handbag and sprinkled it over herself. The water had a faint fragrance. Yun Yan opened the cage, and those snakes seemed to be stimulated by something, now thrashing about as if ready to devour someone at any moment. A slight smirk curved at Yun Yan's lips, and then she grabbed those snakes with her bare hands. Didn't they want fresh ingredients? Today, she would make them a full snake banquet. In no time, Yun Yan deftly began handling them. On the outside, Gu Mother and Gu Shiryu sat, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. Strange, how come they hadn't heard that woman's screams yet? Wouldn't normal people get goosebumps just at the sight of those things? But now, there was not a sound inside, which was very strange. Could she have been bitten to death? If this was really the case, it would be even better. No need for them to take action. Gu Shiryu had pondered for a long time to come up with this method. After all, they wanted to eat snake soup, but if Yun Yan mishandled it and got bitten to death, who could blame anyone else? Mommy, how come that woman hasn't finished yet? Was she scared to the point of fainting? This is good. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Does she really think she's the young mistress? What a foolish dream. That's right. I only recognize Song Ran as my big sister-in-law. That's definite. They are equally matched, and Song Ran is a master's degree holder from Columbia University. In terms of family background and talent, she and your elder brother are a perfect match. As the two were talking enthusiastically, suddenly, the kitchen door was pushed open. Then, Yun Yan appeared, holding a large bowl of soup, steam rising gently from it. Gu Shiryu's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. What? Could Yun Yan actually survive an encounter with several ferocious venomous snakes unscathed? Chapter 14 Delicious Snake Soup. Mrs. Gu was also somewhat dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yun Yan would either be scared to death or bitten to death by a snake, but she never expected that Yun Yan would stand in front of them as if nothing had happened. Yun Yan noticed their surprised expressions and calmly said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. The ingredients you prepared were too fresh and lively, so it took me some time to handle them. Come and try my cooking." Yun Yan spoke confidently and then picked up the spoon to serve 2 bowls to Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiyu. It must be said, Yun Yan's cooking skills were still quite good. The steaming bowls exuded an inviting aroma. Gu Shiyu looked at the colorful snake segments in her bowl, and her stomach churned. It seemed as if Yun Yan did this intentionally. She served her a snake head, which faced Gu Shiyu, making her almost throw up. It was truly disgusting. At this point, Gu Shiyu's goosebumps were rising all over her body. She was naturally afraid of soft-bodied creatures. Seeing this, Yun Yan smiled innocently and said, "This is snake soup. Don't worry, I've cleaned it thoroughly. Eat while it's hot. There are also other dishes in the kitchen, fried, stewed, and boiled snakes. I've made a full snake feast for you." Gu Shiyu's face turned a little green, but she still forced herself to say, "I didn't expect that you know cooking, but is it actually tasty? Why don't you try and see? This dish was specially prepared for you." Yun Yan enthusiastically said. Gu Shiyu wondered if this woman was really foolish or just pretending. Wasn't it obvious that she disliked her? And now she was behaving in such a fawning manner. Just at that moment, Gu Shiyu suddenly felt something soft and slippery crawling past her foot, accompanied by a hissing sound. She felt something was off, furrowing her brows. That sensation. Fear crept into Gu Shiyu's heart. Her hair stood on end. Could it be that thing? To confirm whether it was what she thought, she looked down. Ah, snake. Gu Shiyu jumped up. Her scream cut through the entire Gu mansion. Gu Shiyu seemed to have gone crazy, pale with fear and trembling. Mrs. Gu was frightened, speechless, her fingers shaking as they pointed at the wriggling snake on the ground. She tried to shout for help, but found she couldn't make a sound. Upon seeing this, Yun Yan slightly raised the corner of her lips and walked to the side of the snake looking innocent, and picked it up with her bare hands. Yun Yan gently chided. "Little dear, you naughty thing. Why did you sneak out like that? Look, you frightened someone." The snake, as if possessing intelligence, nimbly coiled around Yun Yan's arm and appeared very docile, without showing any signs of aggression. Yun Yan patted the snake's head and addressed the mother and daughter of the Gu family. "Really sorry. I assumed you weren't afraid, since these are the ingredients you prepared, aren't they? I find this little one rather interesting, so I decided to keep it. Rest assured, it doesn't bite." Gu Shiyu broke out in goosebumps at the sight of the snake. It was as if thousands of ants were crawling on her skin. Heaven! What kind of person was Yun Yan to call such a repulsive creature little dear? Was she insane? They had only intended to scare Yun Yan a little, but instead ended up scaring themselves. Yun Yin gave an innocent smile and suggested softly, "You should eat the snake soup while it's hot." Mrs. Gu shouted loudly, and the servants immediately came out. "Take away all these things." "All right." The servants obediently tidied everything up. Mrs. Gu's face turned pale. This Yun Yin was indeed not easy to deal with. But no problem, there was plenty of time ahead, and she wouldn't believe that Yun Yin would always be this lucky. Yun Yin didn't mind much. She knew they probably wouldn't let her cook easily in the future. After returning to her room, Yun Yin planned to sketch some designs when Yi He called shortly afterward. "Senior sister, tomorrow's Saturday. I heard there are some great things at the underground market. Would you like to take a look?" Yi He was well informed. He also knew that Yun Yin liked exploration and treasure hunting. So once he heard the news, he quickly informed Yun Yin. Truly, Yun Yin had sharp eyes. She often discovered treasures amidst piles of ruins. These treasures may seem unremarkable at first glance, but they were extremely valuable, yielding significant returns every time. Yun Yin was indeed interested upon hearing this. "All right, send me the address, and I'll go take a look tomorrow." "Okay," Yi He happily responded. He was excited about what treasure they might find tomorrow. Soon after, he sent over the address. A short while later, Gu Tianyu returned home, searching for Yun Yin first thing. Seeing that Yun Yin was already at home, he relaxed. Gu Tianyu touched his nose and said, "I thought you hadn't come back yet, and I was planning to pick you up." "It's fine. I've been home for a long time," Yun Yin replied. Yun Yin felt perplexed. Wasn't it obvious? She wasn't a fool and definitely knew how to get home, right? Gu Tianyu went to the company still wearing a mask. He only removed it when he was with Yun Yin, because he did not want to alert anyone prematurely. Later, Yun Yin began acupuncture again. Gu Tianyu had come to enjoy this process, because every time she administered the needles, his whole body would relax immensely. He was also very curious in his heart. Who on earth was Yun Yin? Why did she possess such extraordinary medical skills? She gave him an inexplicably mysterious feeling. However, there was no need for haste, as he would slowly uncover this veil. The next day, Saturday, after Yun Yin got up early in the morning, she went out directly. The underground market did not have a fixed location, and its place was relatively hidden. People who knew about it were not ordinary. This underground market was where many dragons and tigers lay low. Its daily trading volume could reach tens of billions at times. When Yun Yin arrived, she found that there were already quite a few people there. It looked like it was going to be very lively today. Yun Yin took a look around, then walked towards the store with fewer people. She never liked bustling crowds. As Yun Yin walked along looking at shops beside her, she sighed involuntarily. Truly, the world changes quickly. Almost everything in sight seemed to be fake. If customers don't know how to distinguish, they'd end up being taken advantage of in a heartbeat. These merchants were indeed unscrupulous, using every possible method, even mixing mud and yellow soil, to make these counterfeits appear ancient, faking the real ones. Suddenly, Yun Yan's gaze stopped. She narrowed her eyes slightly and immediately spotted the inconspicuous item in the corner. Upon seeing someone, the shop owner was originally ready to enthusiastically introduce the wares. But when he caught sight of Yun Yin, he sneered slightly and revealed a disdainful expression. One glance told him this person wasn't rich, just a young girl. What could she possibly understand? Moreover, she likely didn't have any purchasing power. So the shopkeeper just asked perfunctorily, "Do you have anything in mind?" Yun Yin was just about to enter the store when, at that moment, an astonished and shrill voice suddenly sounded by her ear. "Sister, how could you be here?" Chapter 15, Gambling on Stones. When Yun Yin heard the voice, her lips twitched slightly. Today must be one of those days when you don't check the almanac before going out. You step in dog poop right after leaving home. Yun Yin turned around and saw Yun Shi. Standing beside her was her second-generation rich heir fiancé. They really looked like a celestial pair. The girl was haughty and acerbic. The guy had a sharp face, a monkey-like jawline, heavy black circles under his eyes, and looked generally sickly. Yun Yin glanced at them and then asked, "Why can't I be here? So strange. Why does everyone ask this every time they see her?" Yun Yin was originally in high spirits, but now her mood was ruined by these people in front of her. "Big sister, do you think this place is just anywhere? Not everyone is qualified to come here. Or, did you know that Lu Big Brother and I would come here today? So you came too?" Yun Shi's tone carried a trace of arrogance and sarcasm. "You little hussy, are you still eyeing Lu Big Brother? Humph. This lowlife has always been against me." Thinking about how Yun Yin plotted against her and her mother 2 days ago ignited a fire within Yun Shi. But she restrained herself for now since Lu Jia was standing next to her. At this moment, Lu Jia's eyes seemed glued to Yun Yin. The moment he saw her, his gaze was filled with admiration. He stared at Yun Yin without taking his eyes off her, licked his lips, swallowed hard, and his manner was rather lewd. Geez, this woman looks so good, much better than Yun Shi. If it weren't for Yun Shi being the real daughter of the Yun family, he wouldn't have even wanted to marry her. There was truly a world of difference between these two when standing side by side. Seeing Lu Jia fixating his gaze on Yun Yin, Yun Shi clenched her fists tightly out of anger. She wished nothing more than to scratch Yun Yan's face. "Yun Yin, you cheap tramp, if you dare seduce my man, I won't forgive you." Yun Yin could distinctly feel that heated gaze, and she found it repulsive. Hearing Yun Shi's words made her laugh sarcastically. "My dear younger sister, your imagination is truly abundant. You should really consider becoming an editor. It's such a waste not to. Don't worry, I have absolutely no interest in your fiancé. I wish you both long-lasting happiness, forever tied together." Just looking at Lu Jia, who already looks like he'll die from exhaustion of his essence, makes her want to keep her distance when walking down the street. Who knows what diseases he might have? Upon hearing this, Yun Shi stomped her feet in fury. Lu Jia was utterly humiliated after being reprimanded like this, especially knowing that Yun Yan, a bumpkin from the countryside, had rejected him. Enraged, Lu Jia retorted loudly. Yun Yan, if you're trying to get my attention, let me tell you, stop daydreaming. I like Yun Shi. I have no feelings for you whatsoever. You're a bumpkin from the countryside. I wouldn't give you a second glance. Yun Yan gave a faint smile. Mr. Lu, confidence is good, but blind confidence is arrogance. People like you are deluding yourselves. I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup. Let me recommend 6th Hospital. It suits you. Hearing this, Lu Jia almost exploded in rage. Doesn't everyone know that the 6th Hospital specializes in mental illness? Was she implying he was mentally ill? Xiao Qi also piped up. Yun Yan, don't push it too far. Damn it, that's a personal attack. Yun Yan ignored them and turned around to look at the treasures nearby. There were quite a lot of things here, but there were also many fakes. On the side, there were many raw stones, but very few of them actually contained jade. It all depends on one's ability. Yun Shi mocked Yun Yan while watching her. This is a field full of knowledge, and if you don't understand, don't pretend to know it well, or else you'll make a fool of yourself. Relying on her past experience attending the Jade Festival, where she learned just a bit, Yun Shi felt Yun Yan must be a bumpkin and wouldn't understand these subtleties. Yun Yan paid her no heed and continued inspecting the rough stones. Frustrated, Yun Shi strode forward and approached some stones that looked excellent on the outside, subsequently picking one up. With a self-satisfied smirk, she said, Lu big brother, how about this stone? Pretending to know a lot, Lu Jia nodded. Not bad. This stone has a regular shape, and see how its surface shows a pale green color. It's practically ready to yield green jade. Sheer, your eyesight is indeed good. Hearing this, Yun Shi grinned with pride. Looking at Yun Yan smugly, she said, Sister, shall I help you pick a piece of raw stone? Yun Yan glanced at her and said coolly, It seems your ability to choose stones is just as poor as choosing men. Among so many fine stones, you pick the worst one. Just because the surface appears green doesn't mean there will be jade underneath. Haven't you heard the saying, a gilded exterior conceals a corrupted interior? These words were undoubtedly a slap in the face. Yun Shi's face instantly turned bright red as she was reprimanded and ridiculed in public. Yun Yan, you don't know anything. So what gives you the right to criticize me? Since you're so great, why don't we have a competition? Yun Shi had always been the proud daughter of heaven, arrogant and haughty. How could she possibly endure being so harshly criticized? And by Yun Yan no less, a woman who just came from the countryside. She couldn't swallow this insult. Thus, Yun Shi challenged Yun Yan. People around them noticed there would be drama, so they quickly gathered over. Yun Yan didn't want to deal with it at first, but Yun Shi was escalating things. So she nodded, all right, no problem. What's the bet? Yun Yan intended to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, every time she saw her, it would be like encountering an angry dog barking at everyone. With overflowing confidence, Yun Shi proposed, if anyone loses, they kneel down and apologize to the other party. What do you say about that? Yun Yan kept her calm demeanor. Fine, no issues. You choose first. Yun Shi looked around at everyone and started picking carefully, determined to win. Soon enough, Yun Shi selected a raw stone. This one was better than the previous one Yun Yan picked, with more attractive color. Excitement welled up within Yun Shi. She had a premonition that there was definitely jade here. She asked the shop owner, how much is this raw stone? The owner, spotting customers, smiled broadly. If you want it, it's 200,000 yuan, and it's my prized treasure. Just look at its color, green all over. Without hesitation, Yun Shi paid. She even rejoiced for having chosen first. Then it was Yun Yan's turn. After taking a look at the store's rough stones and touching some before putting them down, Yun Yan suddenly set her sights on a piece of raw stone in the corner that had caught her attention earlier. This rough stone wasn't large, covered in dust already. Honestly speaking, it looked like just another ordinary rock found by the roadside. Everyone present was shocked. Is this girl stupid or something? There are so many beautiful raw stones here, yet she picks the worst one from the corner. It's black and lifeless. Just by looking, it's obvious that it won't produce any jade. There was no need for betting. It was already clear she'd lose without a doubt. Chapter 16. A frustrating false joy. The shop owner frowned slightly at the situation. Young lady, would you like to make another selection? This stone was picked up by himself from the grass outside and casually tossed into a corner. How did this girl end up picking it? This pitch-black stone. How could he price it too high? Otherwise, with so many people watching, they'd accuse him of having a black heart. How could he continue his business in the future? So, the shop owner hoped Yun Yan would choose another raw stone. But Yun Yan was very firm. No, I want this one. Are you sure? Young lady, it's obvious there's no jadeite in this. The shop owner still tried to dissuade her. Sure. How much is it? I'll pay now. Yun Yan replied coolly. In that case, I'll charge you 10,000 yuan. The shop owner said. People nearby began to criticize. This broken stone costs 10,000? It's obviously a scam. Yeah, seeing it's a young girl, they're setting an arbitrary price. Truly ruthless. That's right. This broken stone might just be something the boss picked up on the side of the road. He's making easy money. The shopkeeper was embarrassed beyond measure and helplessly said, all right, I'll give you a discounted price of 8,000, but if you don't get anything good, I won't refund your money. Yun Yan responded, agreed. And she paid quickly. People around Yun Yan felt pity for her. They estimated she'd soon be kneeling down to apologize. But Yun Yan remained calm, showing no signs of tension. After both sides had settled the payment, the shopkeeper wheeled out the stone-cutting machine. Many people gathered upon seeing someone about to gamble on jade stones. Everyone wanted to witness the excitement. Especially after seeing the raw stones chosen by Yun Yan and Yun Shi, the discussions became more lively. This young girl is hitting a rock with an egg. What can this pitch-black stone produce? Yes, clearly overmatched. She's too young. Indeed, there's no need to cut this stone. The result is already known. She probably doesn't have enough money to buy better raw stones. Alas, none of the various comments could sway Yun Yan's decision. She was convinced about this raw stone. Yun, she smirked smugly. Sister, you can still back out now. It'd be embarrassing later otherwise. Yun Yan glanced at her coolly and said, who will win or lose is yet to be seen. Let's wait and see. Then she spoke to the shopkeeper. We can start. Yun, she let out a cold snort. This despicable person is eager to kneel down, isn't she? In that case, she'll let her get what she deserves. Confident as Yun she was now, Lu Jia standing beside couldn't help swallowing once he saw Yun Yan's slim figure. Looking at Yun Shi's angry look, he consoled her. Cece, don't be upset. You're definitely going to win. Soon it'll be her time to cry. Upon hearing that, Yun Shi immediately looked gentle again. At this point, the shopkeeper was also ready, feeling quite impatient. He was confident about Yun Shi's raw stone. If it contained jadeite, then it would serve as free advertising for his shop. Thus, the shopkeeper carefully carried Yun Shi's chosen raw stone onto the stone cutter. This raw stone had a green sheen on its surface, clearly indicating it was of good quality. The shopkeeper scrutinized the stone's surface carefully, pondering where the best place would be to cut it. Cutting the stone requires technique. It should follow the texture. Hence, the shopkeeper chose an excellent angle, made a small cut, and with one stroke, a trace of green appeared. Excitement spread among the crowd. There's green. Good heavens, this is certainly fine material. Yes, cutting just a bit of the outer skin has already revealed some jadeite. There must be ice jade inside. It's true, such good luck. I'll offer 1 million, any takers? I'll offer 1.5 million. Seeing that flash of emerald green, everyone was stirred up with excitement. They hadn't seen such high-quality ice jade in a long time. Yun Shi's face lit up with joy, not expecting to have such great fortune, and picked a king-level raw stone immediately. Now she had an even higher chance of victory. She proudly declared, I'm not selling this raw stone. Then she directed towards Yun Yan. Sister, how about it? Want to give up now? Yun Yan gave a light cold laugh. It hasn't been cut through in the middle yet. Maybe your raw stone will only produce gray stuff. Now, since it's at a good price, it's best you sell it. Or you might end up crying without a place to go later. Yun Shi's expression changed. You're tempting disaster. Shut up. Cece, stop arguing with her. Just cut directly. Let her die hard. Lu Jia opened up loudly. Then the second cut began. All eyes were glued to that raw stone. The shopkeeper also became extra cautious. He prayed inwardly that there would be ice jade inside. If so, his business wouldn't have to worry anymore. Following the texture, he made the second cut, but as he was cutting, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Something fell off, as if there was some sort of obstruction. The sensation in his hand was loose and flabby, nothing like the solid feel of jadeite. He'd been in this business for many years and had cut open quite a number of jadeites before, so he was very clear about the feel. The shopkeeper started sweating on his forehead. People around were beginning to stir with excitement. Everyone appeared highly thrilled. There was nothing he could do, so he went ahead with the cut. But after the stone was opened, the scene immediately fell silent. Very soon afterward, sighs of disappointment began to spread. What? It's all gray rock inside. No jadeite at all, what a waste. Yes, the surface clearly showed signs of jade. Good thing I didn't buy it, otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Yun Shi and Lu Jia also looked dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. It can't be. We already saw the jade just now. Yun Shi refused to accept the reality. Lu Jia urged the shopkeeper, make more cuts. He simply wouldn't believe otherwise. So the shopkeeper made a few more cuts, but still, all that came out was gray rock. Yun Shi suddenly felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her head, a false joy quickly turning into despair. Yun Yan smiled faintly and said, didn't I tell you? Whatever you do, it will only be gray rock. Hearing this, Yun Shi's eyes turned bloodshot red, glaring at Yun Yan as if she wanted to devour her alive. Yun Yan, don't get too cocky. Maybe your broken stone is even worse. Is that so? Then you'd better watch carefully. After saying this, Yun Yan walked over to the stone cutting machine. She intended to cut the stone herself, which surprised everyone. The young lady seemed quite skilled. Yun Yan first rubbed the surface of the raw stone with sandpaper. In no time, the pitch-black stone changed appearance. In truth, no one expected much because just now, the previous stone was so promising yet ended up producing nothing good. How could they hope for any miracle from this one? After polishing the stone well, Yun Yan placed it onto the stone cutter. Next, Yun Yan inspected it thoroughly. This stone exhibited prominent markings like snakeskin and patches resembling greenish lichen. Yun Yan sprinkled water on the stone first, then gently set it onto the blade, starting by cleaning the topmost layer. In fact, most people weren't paying much attention since they thought no jadeite could possibly come out. Sure enough, after cutting through the outer layer, the insides remained pitch black, and nothing stood out. Chapter 17. Accept the consequences of your bets. Someone sighed. Oh, young lady, stop cutting. It's a waste of effort. Yeah, it's obvious that this isn't ice quality. Yun Yan paid no attention and continued with her second cut. She had a premonition of green emerging, so this time she was even more meticulous. When the second cut went down, it became a bit difficult. Yun Yan used her internal force. One cut split it in two. When they opened it up, everyone in the room suddenly fell silent. Their eyes widened as they stared at the rough stone in Yun Yan's hand. Everyone was deeply amazed inside. Goodness, had they seen wrong? Wasn't this a surefire emerald green? This green was so pure, so vivid. That streak of green light that just passed was really dazzling. Yun wasn't particularly surprised because she felt the same when she touched it before. Sure enough, it was jadeite, and it was of exceptionally high quality. The shop owner was stunned. He didn't expect such an unremarkable little rock could yield such excellent jade. People around cheered up. After all, seeing jade this rare was quite exceptional. Yun made a few more cuts, and a piece of high-quality jade appeared, glittering under the sunlight. Seeing this, Yunxi's expression changed. She hadn't expected that Yun actually produced jade. Holding the jade, Yun then said, "My good sister, you should accept the consequences of your bet." You. At this moment, Yunxi was utterly speechless. "Hey, wanna cheat?" Yun wouldn't let this slide. "Yun, why must you press so hard despite being sisters?" Lu Jia interjected. Sorry, even close brothers need to settle accounts clearly. What if I lost?" Yun replied faintly. Seeing Yun-Shi standing there motionless, Yun decided to give her a hand. She flicked her wrist slightly, and quietly, a silver needle appeared in her hand. In an instant without warning, Yun-Shi knelt down on the ground, puzzled even herself, feeling her legs go weak. Looking at this, Yun calmly said, "Sister, this is right. You must accept the consequence of your bets. Be careful next time." With that, Yun left. Yun-Shi clenched her fists tightly out of anger. Cursed wretch, we'll see how she gets revenge. The shopkeeper was also good at creating an atmosphere. Seeing jade produced in his store, he set off firecrackers. The sound of popping attracted many people. Seeing Yun-Shi kneeling there, everyone looked at her with peculiar expressions. Yun-Shi felt utterly humiliated, and Lu Jia also found it embarrassing. He pulled Yun-Shi away in a hurry. As Yun just walked out of the store, someone called her. "Miss, wait." He-Fan had been observing carefully, admiring Yun immensely. He-Fan was very interested in gemstones. He knew that Yun relied on skill to bring out this jade, not luck. There was nothing lucky about this. Turning her head, Yun gave him a cold glance. "Who are you calling miss?" "You're the one." "I apologize, miss. My name is He-Fan. No offense meant. I really like the jade in your hand. May I ask if you'd consider parting with it?" He-Fan was searching for treasure this time. It was his grandmother's birthday, and he wanted to find her a piece of jade. His grandmother loved emeralds most. This piece of jade from earlier was exactly what she desired. Yun furrowed her brow slightly and didn't respond. "I mean it. Set a price. My grandmother's birthday is coming. She adores jade. This is a fine piece. Let me see if you can sell it to me." He-Fan spoke. Yun handed it over, 1 million yuan. "Take it if you want." Since He-Fan was filial, Yun didn't jack up the price. If processed into bracelets or jewelry, it would easily be worth 10 million yuan. But strangely, she only sold to those destined to own it. Upon hearing this, those around her couldn't help but draw breath sharply. This girl was making a huge loss. Even without processing, the value should exceed 5 million yuan easily. Yun just symbolically took some money. "Really? Thank you so much." He-Fan immediately made the payment upon hearing this. He thought of Yun as a fairy-like presence, kind-hearted and beautiful. His heart melted. After receiving the money, Yun turned and left. He-Fan quickly snapped a side profile photo of her and sent it to the Piggy Pals group chat. He-Fan, dudes, I've met a fairy. Beautiful and kind. Fu Hansen, even pigs look like beauties in your eyes. He-Fan, shut up. Just look at the picture. Fu Hansen, why just a side profile? Is she too shy to show her front? He-Fan, it was our first meeting, awkward to snap a front view. Oh, where's Gu Tianyu? Gu Tianyu had just finished some business and was thinking about calling his little wife. Just as he picked up his phone, a message alert chimed. With great anticipation, Gu Tianyu grabbed it and saw that it was a mention from his mischievous friend in the group chat. Thus, Gu Tianyu opened the message and immediately spotted the figure in the photo. His brow furrowed slightly. Where was this picture taken? He-Fan, the underground market. I went treasure hunting, and this little fairy is incredible. She unveiled an exquisite emerald and sold it to me for 1 million yuan. Gu Tianyu's frown deepened. This figure looked strikingly similar to Yun. Hadn't she gone out early today? Could she have been at the underground market? Did she gamble on stones? What else did she know? But Gu Tianyu wasn't certain because only the side profile was visible, so the front couldn't be seen. Fu Hansen, don't be a sucker. He-Fan, shut up. This emerald is worth 10 million yuan. I'm looking forward to meeting the fairy again. I believe we'll meet soon. I feel a strong connection between us. Gu Tianyu, she might already be married. Don't think too much about her. Besides, with your promiscuous nature, are you sure you want to tarnish your little fairy? He-Fan, traitors. They're all traitors. Yun exchanged greetings with He before heading home. When she arrived, she found Gu Tianyu there as well. Gu Tianyu kept staring at her, making Yun furrow her brows in confusion. What's wrong? Gu Tianyu asked indifferently. Where did you go? Yun frowned. I just went for a walk. I'm not a prisoner. Gu Tianyu replied. I'm worried about your safety. There are many people trying to harm me right now. It's fine, don't worry. Those dogs and scumbags didn't even register in her mind. Good. Although seemingly unconcerned, Gu Tianyu still felt uneasy. His second uncle was watching him like a hawk, ready to strike whenever the chance arose. On Monday, Gu Tianyu and Yun went to work together. Today, Yun specifically wore a suit, showcasing her slender figure and long legs. She looked both sharp and cool. As soon as she entered, everyone started whispering. Yun felt like she was a monkey in the zoo. In fact, she regretted agreeing to come to work. Moreover, her instincts were usually accurate. She had a feeling that something would happen today. Chapter 18, Childhood Sweethearts. Manager's office. Xia Kiki stood in front of Manager Song Ran, fuming as she said, "Manager Song, just now Mr. Gu brought that woman to the company again." Song Ran was originally reading some documents, but upon hearing her assistant's words, she was so astonished that the papers fell from her hands to the ground. "What did you say? Kiki, is this true? Mr. Gu came to work with a woman? That's impossible." Song Ran suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Had something happened while she was on a business trip that she didn't know about? It's true. Many people have seen it. They say that the woman is from the countryside. Her name is Yun Yan. I don't know how Mr. Gu agreed to marry her. This all happened while you were out on the business trip. Song Ran's expression instantly turned gloomy. It couldn't be possible. How could elder brother Gu marry another woman? Song Ran had only been away on a business trip for a short time, yet it seemed like everything had changed when she returned. She clenched her lips, looking unwilling to accept the situation. Song Ran and Gu Tianyu were childhood sweethearts. The Song family and the Gu family were prominent families, and the two had grown up together. Song Ran had always harbored feelings for Gu Tianyu and had assumed that she would one day marry him. So after returning from studying abroad, she directly applied for a position at Gu Corporation, thinking she'd have an advantage by staying close. But then, a year ago, Gu Tianyu contracted a cold poison and became terrifying. The Song family advised Song Ran to keep her distance from Gu Tianyu. With his condition worsening, marrying him would mean living a life of loneliness without companionship. Song Ran had originally hesitated, but when she returned from the business trip, she learned that Gu Tianyu had already married someone else. How could Song Ran possibly swallow this indignation? How could he marry someone else? Truthfully, it wasn't as if she cared about these details. She loved him and wouldn't let trivialities stand in her way. Song Ran was practically furious inside, but in front of her subordinates, she restrained herself and didn't want to make a fool of herself. "Do you know which department that woman works in?" Song Ran quickly calmed down, because even if she threw a tantrum, there was nothing she could do to change the situation. But she wouldn't let that woman live easily. The person who should be by elder brother Gu's side is herself. Manager Song. She is currently Mr. Gu's secretary. She is quite beautiful, but what use does that serve? Rumor has it that she's too embarrassed to fill in her education credentials. A bumpkin like her, how can she possibly match up to Mr. Gu? There was a flash of disdain in Xia Kik's eyes. Since hearing this news, Song Ran had been so shocked that she felt a bit dazed. Now listening to this, Song Ran let out a cold laugh. If that was the case, then things would be easier to handle. "Assistant Xia, didn't we hire the famous star Gao Shutian today to shoot an advertisement? Since she's the secretary, shouldn't she also be responsible for some reception work? We're short-staffed, so have the secretarial office find someone to help us." A cunning look passed through Song Ran's eyes. In the secretarial office, the only idle person was surely this woman named Yun Yan, so they would definitely send her over. Xia Kiki immediately understood. "Manager Song, I understand. I'll go right away to the secretarial office and find someone. But act wisely, and see if Assistant Chung has any other arrangements." Song Ran kept her wits about her, careful not to leave any loose ends. "Understood." Xia Kiki finished speaking and headed toward the door. Upon hearing this, Song Ran's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Thinking of competing with me? Still too inexperienced." Gao Shutian was extremely popular now, but he was notoriously known for his bad temper. Called a monster, those who worked with him often found it unbearable. Yet despite this, his traffic was massive. Any product he endorsed flew off the shelves. Therefore, everyone fought tooth and nail to collaborate with him, though it also meant tolerating his various tantrums. At this point, Song Ran was eagerly awaiting the moment when Yun Yan would get completely overwhelmed by Gao Shutian. Then she would sit back and watch the spectacle, confident that Yun Yan wouldn't last long before retreating home in disgrace. Does she think being Gu Corporation's secretary is that easy? Before long, Xia Kiki reached the secretarial office. After going through various pretexts, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, she directly turned to Yun Yan and said, "Colleague, you're the most available. Please help out." There were 5 people in the secretarial office, and only Yun Yan wasn't temporarily assigned to any work. Everyone knew what was going on. When they saw Xia Kiki come looking for help, they pretended to be busy, leaving Yun Yan to take on the task. Yun Yan looked around at the others pretending to be absorbed in their work and immediately understood. Anyway, she had time, so she might as well check it out. It seemed her premonition was accurate. Everything was going wrong today. In the end, Yun Yan followed Xia Kiki. As Xia Kiki glanced at Yun Yan beside her, she couldn't help but silently admire her. Truly beautiful. No wonder Mr. Gu liked her. With her radiant looks, she didn't seem at all like someone who'd come from the countryside. She glanced at Yun Yan and then said, "Today there's an advertisement shoot. Could you please help with the reception?" "Oh, it's Xiao Tianwan Gao Shutian. So be a little more careful and don't make any mistakes." Yun Yan nodded. All right. Since she was already here, she might as well lend a hand. But this name, Gao Shutian, why did it sound somewhat familiar? They went straight to the shooting location. Even before they arrived, the sounds of chairs being kicked were already audible. The noise was loud, making one feel uneasy. When they approached, they saw a handsome young man throwing a tantrum, looking like a little fire dragon. Everyone around him was too frightened to utter a peep, all wishing to keep their distance from him. This little master was truly impossible to please. Seeing someone come over, the irritable youth spoke up. "Why did you call me over without everything being ready? Do you have any idea how precious my time is? Go buy me a cup of coffee, freshly ground." And then he went on with a whole list of demands. Upon seeing this, his agent hastened to soothe him. "My young lord, settle down. This is someone else's studio. If you damage things, you'll have to pay for them." Gao Shutian's arrogance knew no bounds. He refused to listen to reason and retorted, "We've got plenty of money. We don't care about this pittance." The agent's face turned mournful, hoping fervently that someone would step in to handle this little monster. He couldn't take much more of it. Gao Shutian continued to cause trouble, and everyone felt helpless. Then Yunyan walked in. Seeing Gao Shutian still throwing a fit, she frowned slightly and shouted, "Stop." With his back turned to Yunyan, Gao Shutian yelled upon hearing her words, "Who's meddling in my business? I just love smashing things." Having said that, he picked up a prop nearby, ready to throw it. But at that moment, someone suddenly grabbed his hand from behind. Everyone looked on astonished, amazed by the audacity. It wasn't long before Gao Shutian let out ear-piercing screams. "Ouch! My arm! Let go! Who the heck are you? And just wait till I get my hands on you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly kicked from behind and ended up awkwardly sprawled on the floor. Yunyan's foot pressed down on his back. "Aren't you all full of bravado just now? Get up! You! Who are you? How dare you treat me like this? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 19. Taming the Reckless Little Demon. Gao Shutian had always been unaware of his own insignificance, as everyone around him praised and flattered him because he was a famous traffic king. Who dared to treat him this way? Seeing Gao Shutian subdued on the ground shocked everyone. His wailing cries made him look quite disheveled. Yunyan wore a cold and indifferent expression. It was hard to read what she was thinking. Everyone secretly worried for her. Did she not know that Gao Shutian was a reckless little demon? Xia Kiki hurried over in fright, blocking her anxiously. "Yunyan, what are you doing? Quickly release King Gao. Are you crazy? Do you know who he is?" Xia Kiki thought Yunyan must be insane to recklessly beat up Gao Shutian like that without any consideration. But then again, Yunyan was someone Song manager disliked. With today's antics, Yunyan would surely be fired. So in a way, this was good news. Xia Kiki was a close confidant of Song Ran and knew exactly what was on her mind. However, Yunyan paid no heed and spoke with cool indifference. "Gao Shutian, your arrogance has grown boundless since we last met 2 years ago." The moment she heard the name, it sounded familiar, and now seeing him confirmed it. It was indeed this rascal. Though Gao Shutian was lying face down, upon hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head quickly. Seeing Yunyan, his previously sorrowful face instantly lit up with a big smile. "Junior sister, is that you? When did you come down from the mountain? Why didn't you tell me?" Yunyan scoffed once and moved her foot aside. "Why should I tell you? You've grown incredibly arrogant since we last met." Gao Shutian chuckled nervously and replied ingratiatingly, "Junior sister, I've realized my mistake. Had I known it was you, would I dare act so freely? Now that you're here, let me properly entertain you with food, drinks, and fun." He called her junior sister because many years ago, when Gao Shutian was mischievous yet physically weak, his father sent him to Baiqing Mountain for cultivation where he trained under Master Yunyan, making her his junior sister. 2 years ago, after Gao Shutian returned to Jiangcheng, he still often thought about his fellow disciples on the mountain, especially about Yunyan. Being of similar age, they shared many topics of interest. Yunyan had once easily subdued Gao Shutian with one move, making Gao admire her greatly. Back then, Gao Shutian followed Yunyan around like a shadow. Now seeing her, he grew even more ingratiating. Gao Shutian quickly stood up and respectfully invited Yunyan to take a seat. His behavior now was vastly different from the arrogance displayed earlier. Witnessing this, the others nearby were utterly baffled. What was going on? Why was the little devil showing such goodwill? Where was the thunderous fury from before? Had they mistaken something? This sudden turn shocked everyone present, especially Xia Kiki, whose mouth gaped wide enough to fit a braised egg. How could the great king call her junior sister? Did they know each other? But wasn't Yunyan supposed to be from the countryside? How could she know someone as prestigious as King Gao? The Gao family was one of the prominent noble families in Jiangxing. That's why Gao Shutian could afford to be so reckless. Xia Kiki originally thought that Yunyan was doomed, but never expected things to turn against her this way. She now remained silently beside them, realizing that handling Yunyan would indeed be tricky. After meeting Yunyan, Gao Shutian completely ignored everyone else. He busily fanned her and fetched water, behaving extremely attentive. "Junior sister, long time no see. You're becoming more beautiful every day. By the way, where do you live now?" Yunyan gave him a faint glance and warned, "Don't play these tricks. If you don't focus on work in the future and keep losing your temper or causing trouble, wait and see how I'll deal with you." Gao Shutian laughed quickly. "Junior sister, rest assured. I will definitely focus on my work." Yunyan nodded slightly. "Go for the shoot right now. My time is very valuable." Thus, Gao Shutian called his agent and immediately arranged for the shoot to begin with full cooperation. The agent was astonished. Finally, this spoiled master had met someone capable of controlling him, worthy of celebration. Soon, the director arrived. Because Yunyan was seated there, the shooting went exceptionally smoothly, with Gao Shutian being both meticulous and cooperative, managing to pass everything at the first attempt, leaving the director extremely delighted, as things rarely went this well normally. Thus, the director repeatedly thanked Yunyan, attributing Gao's cooperation solely to her presence. Yunyan smiled faintly. "He deserves a beating, don't spare him. A good thrashing is all he needs." Although she said this, none of the others had the courage to follow through. Therefore, they literally admired Yunyan with utter respect. After the shoot, Gao Shutian trotted over. "Junior sister, I've finished shooting. Let's go have dinner together." Yunyan responded indifferently. "I haven't finished work yet. Junior sister, tell me, am I more important, or is work more important?" Gao Shutian whined cutely. In the end, Yunyan glanced at the time and saw it was almost done, so she helplessly replied, "All right." And thus, she went to have dinner with Gao Shutian. However, Because of Gao Shutian's special status, he disguised himself heavily, making him unrecognizable. TSK. Being a celebrity is not easy. Even eating a meal has to be shrouded in mystery. Gu Tianyu finished his work tasks and asked Cheng Jiu to call Yun Yin over for a meal together. Soon, Cheng Jiu came in to report, Mr. Gu, the young madam, isn't in her office. She was called to the ad shoot site to assist today. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu's expression immediately darkened. Next time, don't let her get involved in these kinds of follow-up matters. Cheng Jiu felt troubled inside but didn't dare to argue back. He understood clearly now that Mr. Gu cared deeply about the young madam. From now on, he would ensure that the subordinates were sharper. All right, Mr. Gu, I understand. Gu Tianyu originally wanted to call Yun Yan, but in the end, he held back. Was this woman recently losing self-awareness? Had she forgotten her identity as Madame Gu? Next time, he had to remind her. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Song Ran looked extremely furious, radiating an icy cold atmosphere. After Xia Kiki returned and reported the incident, Song Ran remained enraged. She couldn't believe that Yun Yan had such influence that even King Gao regarded her differently. Who exactly was this Yun Yan? Could she really be just a village girl? From today's events, it seemed like her background wasn't simple at all. Song Ran, who always believed in knowing oneself and one's enemy to achieve success in every battle, quickly made a phone call, ordering an investigation into Yun Yan's identity. After hanging up, Song Ran pondered for a while. Sometimes you need to take risks to gain rewards. It appeared that she too would have to make her move. Chapter 20. The Tea Tasting Session. Song Ran is a woman of action. Once she had an idea, she would act immediately. Don't think Yun Yan will have good days after marrying into the Gu family. I disagree with this first. Song Ran thought she hadn't seen Mrs. Gu for a long time either. She had been busy with business trips lately, so she planned to visit the Gu family over the weekend. In the past, she also went to the Gu residence frequently. Since last year, when Gu Tianyu fell ill, the visits became relatively less frequent. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Gu Tianyu seemed different somehow. Previously, he appeared frail because of his illness. But this time, he spoke with robust vitality and looked healthy. He wouldn't seem like a patient at all if not for the silver mask he wore. Although they only met during a work report, it was enough to make Song Ran's heart race. However, Gu Tianyu's expression remained faint, as though he wasn't very enthusiastic towards her. Song Ran knew he had always been that kind of person, so she did not dwell on it much. What Song Ran couldn't be sure about was what attitude Gu Tianyu held toward Yun Yan. She heard that Yun Yan came from the countryside, just a country bumpkin. Gu Tianyu probably wouldn't like her. After all, his taste in women was obvious. Anyway, Song Ran had ways to embarrass her and make her leave voluntarily. On Saturday, Song Ran came visiting the Gu family with exquisite gifts. Song Ran was skilled at interpersonal relations, which made her well-liked by Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiyu. Every time, she could hit their sweet spots, and since she was generous, she didn't care about the money spent. Upon arriving at the Gu household, she was warmly welcomed by Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiyu as expected. Song Ran knew that Grandmother Gu would practice Buddhism and meditation today, so she chose to come then. Grandmother Gu had always been relatively cold toward her. She didn't know where she offended that old woman. The grandmother always looked at her with disfavor. Song Ran's sister, I just mentioned you to mommy the other day, and here you are today, said Gu Shiyu happily, while pulling Song Ran's hand. We're truly connected in spirit, Song Ran responded gracefully. I've wanted to visit for a long time, but I've been so busy lately, just returned from a business trip. Clad in famous brands, she wore a silk white sleeveless blouse paired with navy blue silk wide leg pants. Her look enhanced by extravagant large silver earrings, exuding sophistication and grace with a touch of intellectual allure. After hearing Song Ran's arrival, Mrs. Gu furrowed her brows slightly. What's wrong with Tianyu? How could he assign you so much work? You're a girl after all. He shouldn't treat you without respect. Smiling, Song Ran replied. Auntie, this is work. Actually, I'm fine. I don't feel tired. If I were to stay home idly, I would go stir crazy. I hope to help Tianyu in his career. Mrs. Gu was deeply moved upon hearing this. You are such a good child. It's Tianyu who doesn't deserve your goodness. At this, Mrs. Gu let out a sigh. That's true, Song Ran's sister. If brother married you instead, wouldn't that be wonderful? Gu Shiyu chimed in agreement. Song Ran let out a bitter laugh. It's me who doesn't have that luck. I heard Tianyu's wife treats him well, going to his company as his virtuous assistant. What good? Just a village girl from the countryside. It's really a disgrace to our family. She knows nothing and only occupies space at the company, said Gu Shiyu angrily. Song Ran felt secretly satisfied upon hearing this. So the Gus weren't pleased with Yun Yan after all. By the way, Auntie, here's tomorrow's tea tasting session invitation letter. You must join us, Song Ran said cheerfully. The tea tasting session is a gathering where the upper-class young ladies and matrons socialize and enjoy tea together. Women usually discuss jewelry and clothing. Now, to appear more elegant and tasteful, they take turns hosting these gatherings known as tea tasting sessions. There are also wine sessions, dessert gatherings, and other forms of entertainment. These high society ladies are endlessly fond of such activities. Besides, when they gather together, they can gossip as well. This event was hosted by Song Ran's mother, so Song Ran came today to deliver the invitation as well. Seeing the elegant cover of the invitation, Mrs. Gu took it with a smile. All right, your mother has put a lot of thought into it. We'll be there on time. Auntie, you should bring Yun Yan along as well. She is now Tianyu's wife, so it's only right that she participate more in such events, Song Ran smiled. Mrs. Gu looked at her, touched by her forced cheerfulness. This child was truly considerate for others. All right, but I'm worried she will embarrass herself there. Lowering her gaze, Song Ran's lips curled up slightly with a faint derision. Her intention was precisely to make Yun Yin embarrassed. It would be dull if she didn't come. Song Ran pretended to console her. Auntie, don't worry, it's all among familiar people. Let her experience it. She'll eventually need to interact within high society. Mrs. Gu sighed lightly. If only you could marry Tianyu. That would be wonderful. Upon hearing this, Song Ran's eyes darkened with a glimmer of melancholy. She wanted it too, but she couldn't fathom how Tianyu married this woman so quickly. She was truly bufu, unwilling to accept it. Song Ran stayed for a while and then left. Not long after, Yun Yin returned from outside. She usually went out on weekends. Just as she walked into the living room, Mrs. Gu called her to stop. Stand there. Now that you're a wife, don't go out all the time. What will people think? Mrs. Gu scolded her. Yun Yin responded calmly. I go out because I have things to do. Besides, marrying into the Gu family doesn't mean selling myself to it. I still have my personal freedom. This response enraged Mrs. Gu. Look at how quick-witted she is. For every sentence Mrs. Gu said, Yun Yin countered with multiple responses. Though extremely angry, Mrs. Gu's good upbringing prevented her from losing control. She glanced at Yun Yin and said, Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the tea tasting session. Be careful and mindful of your manners. Don't bring shame to the Gu family. Yun Yin paused for a moment. Tea tasting session? What nonsense is this? These high society people just have nothing better to do. Yun Yin was about to decline when Mrs. Gu continued, as if knowing her intention. Do you think I want to bring you? It's for you to experience it. The tea tasting session isn't for anyone random to attend. Only those with invitations can go. Anyway, dress appropriately tomorrow and prepare well. Yun Yin felt speechless. Clearly, there was no way out of it. She nodded slightly. All right, I understand. This concerns our Gu family's reputation. If you mess it up tomorrow, I will make Tianyu divorce you. Mrs. Gu warned harshly. Yun Yin almost blurted out. That would be perfect. But realizing speaking would be futile, Yun Yin remained silent and headed upstairs. Downstairs, Mrs. Gu stomped her feet in anger. This Yun Yin was really hard to deal with. Initially, they assumed she was simple-minded because she came from the countryside. But who would have thought she was so rebellious? Truly infuriating. Chapter 21. Is she a tea-attracted constitution? The next day, the tea tasting session was held as scheduled. This time it was held at an upscale leisure club. The environment here was beautiful, with fine food and hot springs, making it a preferred place for many wealthy ladies. The noble women and debutantes of high society were all dressed up and came in groups. Madame Song still had strong influence in this circle, and many people showed up for her face. Besides, participating in this tea tasting session gave a feeling of high elegance. As they hadn't seen each other for some time, once they arrived, they started chatting in small groups. Not surprisingly, their conversations revolved around brand-name bags, luxuries, or whose husband had committed adultery and taken on a mistress. The scene was lively and vibrant. After a while, Gu mother arrived with Yun Yin and Gu Shiyu. Yun Yin hadn't officially made her appearance in high society before, so her new face immediately caught everyone's attention. Especially because Yun Yin was not only very beautiful, but also dressed quite fittingly for the theme of the day. She wore a light green brocade cheongsam embroidered with orchids at the bottom using silk thread, which looked elegant and fresh. It matched her tall, slender figure, giving her a graceful demeanor and making her appear dignified and refined. Yun Yin had applied only light makeup, and her long hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, leaving only a few strands of hair on either side. She stood quietly there, like a distinguished young lady from ancient times, perfectly suiting the theme of tea tasting for the day. The wealthy ladies were very curious. Who is this girl? Yeah, I see her for the first time too. She truly looks exquisite. Isn't she related to the Gu family? She came in together with Madame Gu. Song Ran had just come in. Originally, she had carefully prepared herself for today. She wanted to make her grand entrance last, so that she would attract more attention and be the focus of everyone's gaze. But unexpectedly, Yun Yin had arrived earlier and stole her limelight. This made Song Ran extremely angry. She slightly pursed her lips and then raised a smile, walking towards Gu mother. Auntie, you finally arrived. Gu mother saw Song Ran and smiled, saying, We've just arrived. You look really good today. Song Ran wore a bright pink cheongsam that tightly wrapped her long and slender figure, accentuating her curves. The color was eye-catching, making her look sensual, flamboyant, and free-spirited. This contrasted sharply with Yun Yin. However, since today was the tea tasting session with the theme of being subtle and elegant, Song Ran's attire appeared rather vulgar. Song Ran seemed to realize that everyone's eyes were on Yun Yin, leaving her with a bitter heart. She deliberately spoke to Yun Yin. Yun Yin, hello, I'm Song Ran. Welcome to the tea tasting session. Yun Yin faintly nodded. She didn't have any impression of Song Ran. You may not recognize me yet, but I grew up with Tianyu since we were children, and we're the best of friends, Song Ran said proudly as if boasting about her relationship with Gu Tianyu. Yun Yin instantly understood. So she was Gu Tianyu's childhood sweetheart. Sigh. Men. What does it matter anyway? This childhood sweetheart probably likes Gu Tianyu, which is why she's showing off to me. Yun Yin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She must have a tea-attracting constitution. Previously it was Yun Shi and Gu Shiyu, now another one, Song Ran. These green teas kept coming one after another, causing headaches. But Yun Yin wasn't someone to be messed with either. She responded lightly. Really? Tianyu didn't tell me. Maybe he thought it wasn't important. Song Ran got annoyed enough. Yin Yin, you two just got married, so it's normal he didn't tell you. I heard you're from the countryside. Are you used to living here? Song Ran deliberately mentioned this. Upon hearing that, everyone immediately understood. So the lovely girl standing before them was Gu Tianyu's new wife? It was heard before, but no one had seen her. Initially, they assumed she'd be coarse and uncouth as a country bumpkin, but never expected her to look so stunning, literally outshining everyone present. Everyone was astonished. Yun knew Song Ran did it deliberately, so she responded casually. I'm used to it, Miss Song. Do you like drinking tea? I think you go perfectly with green tea. If Song Ran couldn't hear the sarcasm in Yunyan's words, then she wouldn't deserve to be in high society. She was about to explode, but noticing so many people staring, she reminded herself as a debutante not to stoop to such pettiness. So, gritting her teeth, Song Ran replied, Is that so? Then Cloud Miss will have to show us your skills. As a newcomer, you should let everyone taste your handiwork. Song Ran originally intended for Yunyan to embarrass herself. Now, Yunyan fell right into her trap. Normally, during such tea tasting sessions, professional tea artists would be invited to introduce tea culture and showcase their brewing techniques. There's much profound knowledge involved, and everyone had great interest. However, the tea artist just called, stating she met with a car accident and was currently hospitalized. Since they couldn't find a replacement in time, Madame Song decided to let Song Ran take the place of the tea artist. Song Ran had learned tea art before, so she could manage it. But as soon as Song Ran saw Yunyan, she immediately changed her mind. Wasn't there a better candidate right here? If Yunyan were made to go up and embarrass herself, then Song Ran could step in later and save the day. With such a stark contrast, people would clearly see who the true noble young lady was. The onlookers heard this and were all shocked. Would Miss Gu really brew tea? How about showing us your skills? Upon hearing this, Gu Mother's forehead crinkled into a frown. Damn it, who started this? This was obviously just to make Yunyan look foolish. Gu Mother glanced at Yunyan and noticed her expression was calm and indifferent. Yunyan knew that today she would have to demonstrate tea brewing. However, this wasn't a difficult task for her. She had a very picky master who constantly required her to brew tea. Even the slightest flaw in flavor wouldn't be accepted. Yunyan had been trained since childhood, and her tea brewing skills were already at their peak. So, let these people get an eyeful. Thus, Yunyan lightly nodded. All right. After saying that, she quietly walked up to the front stage where various tea brewing tools were already laid out. Once Gu Shiyu caught sight of this, she couldn't help but ask with suspicion, You don't think tea brewing is just putting tea leaves in boiling water, do you? Yunyan looked at her and replied indifferently. More or less. What? Is tea brewing so hard? Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle softly under their breaths. And in those laughs, there was more ridicule than admiration. Everyone was ready to watch the show, but Yunyan paid no heed, calmly sorting through her materials while starting to speak. The ancients once said, having no way to offer a bowl, send it to those who love tea. Tea not only quenches thirst, but also cultivates body and mind. As one of the necessities including firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, drinking tea has been very common whether in ancient times or today. Sitting above, Yunyan narrated gracefully, and the audience listened intently. They were deeply impressed inside. Wasn't she from the countryside? How could she know so much? There had been many tea tasting sessions organized in the past, and those elderly tea masters invited were always quite rigid, speaking strictly without much liveliness, which put listeners right to sleep. But the young woman in front of them now captivated everyone's attention more and more. Chapter 22. Lose more than the chicken stolen. Seeing everyone so absorbed, Song Ran was truly astonished. She had never expected that Yunyan could speak about tea culture with such ease. It seemed as though these things were already deeply ingrained in her bones. All she heard around her were praises. Everyone was complimenting Yunyan for being beautiful, kind-hearted, exceptional in demeanor, and highly talented. This made Song Ran feel extremely uncomfortable inside. Because all these compliments used to be for her, Song Ran still refused to believe how Yunyan could know about tea art. Even she, after studying it for a while, only understood the surface of it. So, Yunyan must have looked up a lot of tea knowledge online knowing there would be a tea tasting session today, then memorized it. Thus, she could now talk confidently to everyone. But, theory is one part. In fact, what's more important at a tea tasting session is actually making tea. She really wanted to see what kind of tea Yunyan could brew. What is Yunyan worth? A bumpkin from the countryside also wants to enter high society? What a pipe dream. Jealousy filled Song Ran's eyes. Thus, she couldn't help but interrupt Yunyan. Miss Yun, we can find theoretical knowledge online. We'd rather drink a cup of tea brewed by you. Hearing Song Ran interrupt Yunyan's explanation, everyone frowned involuntarily. Today, this Miss Song of the Song family is truly impolite, utterly without breeding. They were listening with great interest. However, Yunyan was not angry. She gently responded. All right, next, I'll demonstrate how to brew tea for all of you. In fact, brewing tea has 7 steps. The first step is to prepare tea leaves, tea ware, and water for brewing tea, preferably pure water. The second step is placing the tea, pouring boiling hot water over the teapot, thereby increasing the temperature of the pot. The third step is placing the tea leaves, which is very particular and determined by the size of the teacup. The fourth step is waking the tea, directing warm water into the tea leaves, allowing the tea leaves to fully relax. The fifth step is brewing, operating according to specific conditions. The sixth step is serving tea, pouring the brewed tea into an aromatic cup, filling it approximately 7/10 full, and using a tea tray to serve the cup to guests. The seventh step is tasting tea, observing its color, discerning its form, smelling its fragrance, and tasting its flavor. After finishing speaking, Yunyan stopped her hands' movements, having already finished brewing the tea. The entire process flowed as smoothly as if guided by some divine force, leaving a feeling of utter smoothness. Standing up, Yun then made an inviting gesture, inviting everyone to taste the tea. Everyone was already impatient, each wanting to savor it. Then everyone came forward, holding their cups and slowly tasting. Truly, it was fine tea. The aroma was pervasive, fragrant when smelled, first sweet on the tongue, then followed by sweetness, completely saturating the palate with tea fragrance. Everyone praised endlessly. No one had thought that the girl before them would possess such hidden talents. Many people approached Yun to learn, because they too wished to show off their tea-making skills in front of those they liked. It was simply too beautiful and elegant. Song Ran, watching the scene, was genuinely seething with anger. Her lungs felt like they might burst. Damn it, how had things turned out this way? Initially planning to watch Yun embarrass herself, unexpectedly, the situation reversed. She ended up helping Yun shine, truly losing more than the chicken stolen. Damn it. Song Ran's gaze was filled with resentment as she stared at Yun. And Gu Mother and Gu Shiryu were also taken aback. This wasn't what they imagined at all. It was absolutely unbelievable. A villager from the countryside actually possessed such exquisite tea brewing skills. Exaggeratedly speaking, Yun was better than those senior tea artists. Today would undoubtedly be an extraordinary day. When the three returned from the hotel, Gu Tianyu was already home. Seeing Yun walk in from outside, she was like a lady out of a painting. Gu Tianyu discovered that his young wife was a chameleon. It seemed like she had many identities, giving surprises occasionally. He encouraged Yun to go out more often, but did not force her. As long as she was comfortable, that was fine. Gu Tianyu found that he harbored special feelings for her. Seeing Yun return, Gu Tianyu hurriedly went up to greet her, and the two went back to Ting Garden. Yun wanted to apply acupuncture for Gu Tianyu. This moment was what Gu Tianyu enjoyed most. Gu Mother and Gu Shiryu exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Gu Mother's lips twitched slightly. Is your brother possessed? Could it be that just now he was waiting here for Yun? He wouldn't possibly have fallen for that country girl. Yun. Would he? Gu Shiryu pursed her lips. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Gu Mother's face instantly turned sullen. Although Yun had performed well today, she still did not consider her worthy of Tianyu. Anyway, she would never approve of her. In the second house of the Gu family's villa, Xiaokan was giving Gu Haonan a massage. With a gentle tone, she spoke. Husband, how's that matter going? I heard from Yang that it seems like he is getting better and better. Before, he looked so sickly, but now he appears to be full of energy. Xiaokan had wanted to ask this for a long time. She'd been waiting for Gu Tianyu to kick the bucket. Then her husband and Yu Zi would take over the Gu group. Originally, Gu Tianyu was supposed to be on death's doorstep. It wouldn't make sense for him to last beyond 3 months. According to reliable information, his cold poison had seeped deep into his bones, and people had been secretly adding harmful substances to speed up his death. But strangely enough, since Gu Tianyu married that little slut Yun, his condition began improving. Lately, he went to the company every day and apparently reorganized everything there. Now, all the shareholders didn't dare to complain anymore. They were all tamed like obedient pets. I'm also confused about this. By all logic, he shouldn't be around for much longer. He should have seen Yama by now, but recently, he seems to be full of vigor. It's really unbelievable. What on earth happened? Gu Haonan continued to send spies to monitor secretly. Could it be a last gasp before death? A shadow of darkness passed across Xia Kan's beautiful face. It's impossible. If it was a last gasp, then he should have been better than already. Could it be because of the wedding and that woman somehow shielded him? Gu Haonan asked in bewilderment. Although this sounded utterly absurd, they indeed couldn't find any other reason. He knew Gu Tianyu was searching for a great doctor, but he sent men to intercept several times, ensuring none could reach him. And anyway, these mysterious great doctors were hard to track down. How easy would it be to meet one? This time, Gu Tianyu was bound to meet his end. This situation seems rather fishy, husband. Rest assured, I'll arrange a meeting with her and find out what's under her hood. Xiaokan always thought Yun was extraordinary. At the elder lady's birthday banquet, she sketched casually, but it came out identical to the work of Master Qing Shan, a truly shocking feat. She wondered how many secrets Yun kept hidden yet undiscovered. Good idea. Get close to her, and see if you can win her over to use her for our own benefit. Gu Haonan maliciously suggested. Chapter 23, Hidden Intentions. Xiaokan nodded, deep in thought. No one could hinder their path forward. The position of president at Gu Corporation was certainly destined for the second family. Ambition gleamed in Xiaokan's eyes. She had been waiting a long time to become the president's wife. The next day, Xiaokan brought many gifts to the old house. The visit was ostensibly for the elder lady. Upon entering, her gaze swept around the hall. She quickly spotted Yun. Because it was the 15th day of the month, they generally came over to eat vegetarian food and worship Buddha. Especially after Gu Tianyu fell ill, the elder lady became more superstitious and prayed for him every day. That day, Mrs. Gu was out of town and didn't make it back, leaving only Yun to come. Yun looked up and saw Xiaokan standing there, sizing her up with her gaze. Upon noticing Yun looking at her, Xiaokan walked over with a smile and said, Yun, it's been a while. You're growing prettier by the day. Yun smiled faintly. Auntie, you flatter me. You're the one who looks younger every day. If we stand together, people might think you're my sister, not my aunt. Different strokes for different folks. Yun saw through her immediately. She knew trouble was brewing. She clearly remembered what happened at that birthday banquet. In just a few days, Xiaokan seemed like a different person altogether, almost possessed. She would need to tread carefully. You're such a sweet child, Xiaokan continued. By the way, I went shopping a while ago and saw a bag that suited you perfectly. It's candy-colored. Since we haven't given anything for your wedding yet, I thought this bag would make a nice gift. After finishing her words, Xiaoqin took out a bag from beside her and handed it to Yunyan. Yunyan refused to take it. Auntie, you're too polite. Are you saying you don't like it? Then tell Annie what kind of present you'd prefer. Xiaoqin smiled slyly. As Yunyan lowered her head, she suddenly noticed a peculiar button attached to the side of the bag. Immediately, she realized its function. Then she accepted the bag. I actually like it a lot. Thank you, Auntie. Good choice. This soft yellow suits you so well. I thought about giving it to you the moment I saw it. Xiaoqin smiled, as though she'd known Yunyan for years. Thank you. Yunyan responded innocently, testing the bag on her shoulder with an open-hearted smile. Seeing this, Xiaoqin couldn't help but curl her lips into a mocking smirk. Indeed, someone from the countryside couldn't hide their provincial charm, so easily satisfied with trifles. She really had overestimated Yunyan, thinking her capable or something. Looking at her now, she seemed nothing more than a village girl. Xiaoqin felt reassured. If Yunyan were feigning simplicity, it didn't matter. She already had ways to unmask her. Proud of her scheme succeeding, Xiaoqin observed Yunyan admiring the bag intently before leaving without suspicion. Once Xiaoqin disappeared, Yunyan's smile vanished instantly. A flash of gravity crossed her face. In wealthy families, indeed, the human hearts are complex. Still, if she must adapt to stay, then let it be. In the evening, Yunyan returned to Ting Garden. Gu Tianyu had also come home. Just as he was about to speak, Yunyan beat him to it, rushing to embrace him and cooed. Husband, you're back. Today I visited Grandma, and guess what? Auntie gave me a beautiful bag. As Yunyan spoke, she showed off the bag proudly. Gu Tianyu's expression turned serious. Just as he was about to speak, Yunyan gave him a quick wink. They both focused on the unusual stud button. Gu Tianyu furrowed his brow in confusion, while Yunyan gave a confirming nod. Suddenly, Gu Tianyu started coughing hard, prompting Yunyan to express worry. Husband, how are you feeling? Don't push yourself so hard. Your health has been worsening lately. Don't nag, cough, cough. I'm fine. The Gu Corporation needs me right now. Where's my medicine? But this can't go on forever. You'll kill yourself. Yunyan replied anxiously. This created noise within the room. Meanwhile, Gu Haonan and Xiaoqin listened to the commotion between them, exchanged a glance, and laughed. They poured themselves a bottle of red wine to celebrate. So much for worrying earlier. Now it seemed clear that Gu Tianyu relied heavily on medication, perhaps nothing more than a shell. To them, Gu Tianyu no longer posed any threat. Gu Corporation would belong to them soon enough. After wrapping up the performance with Gu Tianyu, Yunyan disposed of the bag properly and put it away. Xiaoqin had some skillful methods, imagining a move like this. But little did she know, these tricks were all too familiar to Yunyan. Time sure flies. Gu Tianyu's health gradually recovered after a period of recuperation. This day, Fan called to invite Gu Tianyu for dinner. They hadn't seen Gu Tianyu for quite a while, and upon hearing that his health had improved, and he was going to the company every day now, it was undoubtedly a great piece of news since Gu Tianyu rarely left home ever since he fell ill. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu agreed immediately. Fan reminded him to bring along his young sister-in-law, because they all thought it was the auspiciousness brought by the wedding that helped Gu Tianyu recover. Gu Tianyu also intended to introduce Yunyan to his close friends. Therefore, he took Yunyan out. This time, he didn't wear a mask. They made the appointment at the most luxurious private room in Zui Xianju. When Gu Tianyu and Yunyan entered after knocking on the door, Fan's eyes landed not on Gu Tianyu, but on Yunyan. Fan's voice raised involuntarily due to astonishment. Fairy, how could you be here? Yunyan didn't expect such a coincidence. This was the gentleman she encountered in the underground market that day. The world was so small. However, this title was a bit hard to take. Yunyan opened her mouth faintly. Hello, my name is Yunyan. Fan hurriedly introduced himself with a smile. Hello, I'm Fan. Upon hearing the word fairy, Gu Tianyu already knew the person in the photo sent by Fan the other day was none other than Yunyan. Did Yunyan have such hobbies too? Gu Tianyu couldn't help glancing at Yunyan more carefully. Hey, old Gu, why did you come with the fairy? Fan didn't know if he was too happy to realize. This Yunyan, let me introduce you. This is my good buddy. Gu Tianyu then spoke towards Fan. And this is my wife, Yunyan. As soon as Fan heard that, his eyes widened instantly. What? You mean she is the sister-in-law? Isn't she too young? How can old Gu be possibly compared to an old ox eating tender grass? After hearing this, Gu Tianyu furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Is there anything wrong? Chapter 24, Standing Up for Justice. Fan quickly shook his head. No problem. Come, sister-in-law, please sit down. I haven't properly thanked you yet for selling me the jade at a low price before. You're too kind. Yunyan responded indifferently. After everyone took their seats, Fan instructed the waiter to bring dishes. He ordered the best dishes in the restaurant: steamed Australian lobster, fo kiang, a gourmet soup, red star grouper, tripe shark fins, lychee meat, braised squab, and old duck soup. Sister-in-law, these are all signature dishes here. All the ingredients were air freighted in today. They're extremely fresh. Fan warmly hosted her. Thank you. Yunyan nodded slightly. And with that, she started eating without reservation, mainly because she was very hungry. It was then that Fan finally noticed Gu Tianyu had taken off his mask. What a day full of surprises. Gu Tianyu and Fan began chatting. From this, Fan drew a conclusion. Yunyan was a true good luck charm. So calling her little fairy wasn't wrong. Yunyan seemed to possess some mysterious force. Fan's intuition was pretty spot on. Yunyan wasn't ordinary. Sister-in-law, when you have time, Let me take you to the underground market. You can help me pick out a few good pieces. He Fan spoke up. Gu Tianyu gave him a sidelong glance. Are you crazy about getting rich? Yun Yin knows nothing about gemstones. Unable to help himself, He Fan rolled his eyes. Did old Gu really understand Yun Yin? It's fine as long as sister-in-law is willing to come. He Fan didn't bother arguing further. Only those who had been there would know how astonishing it had been. Old Gu had no idea what kind of treasure he'd stumbled upon. Who could have thought that by pure chance, he'd found such a great wife? To be honest, He Fan was indeed a little envious. Though he usually appeared carefree, it was merely a protective coloration. If he ever met a soulmate, he'd be willing to enter into marriage too. Due to feeling indebted after the meal, Yun Yin nodded. All right, next time if there's an opportunity. After finishing the meal, Gu Tianyu was called away on business. He had originally invited Yun Yin to go along, but she refused. Yun Yin planned to return to her company for a look. Normally, Yi He handled everything, and she rarely intervened. This time, however, she had drawn a few sketches, which she intended to show Yi He. When she left the company, it was already past 5 in the evening. Since it wasn't too late yet, Yun Yin decided to walk back home. In order to get home quicker, Yun Yin chose a shortcut. There were quite a few narrow alleys through which she could make her way. As Yun Yin turned a corner, she heard a faint cry for help. She furrowed her brow slightly and stopped walking. Had she heard that right? It sounded like someone had just shouted for help. Soon enough, the voice came again. Following the sound, Yun Yin soon arrived at a corner where she witnessed 2 burly men bullying a young boy. The boy looked to be around 10 years old. He was scrawny and dirty-faced. The 2 men, towering and imposing, bullied the boy relentlessly. One of them, with multiple tattoos covering his arms, grabbed the boy and sternly warned him, "Where's your father? If he doesn't repay the money soon, we'll sell you." The boy's face turned slightly blue as he dangled in the air, struggling fiercely. It was clear that his breathing had become strained. At this point, Yun Yin picked up a small pebble with her foot and hurled it at the man's hand. Accurately striking the man's hand, it caused significant pain, making him drop the boy. Furious, the man roared, "Which damn fool dared to sneak attack me?" Calmly, Yun Yin walked forward and coldly said, "It's me. Let him go." The tattooed man turned his head, spotted Yun Yin from afar, frowned, and said, "Who are you? Girl, I suggest you stop meddling." Yun Yin responded indifferently, "I'm just passing by. But does it seem right for 2 big men to bully a child?" Another man, with yellow-dyed hair, opened his mouth arrogantly. "You think we don't notice, girl, but you look rather nice. How about you come play with us? We'll take you to eat something delicious." Seeing this, the tattooed man licked his lips, his Adam's apple moving slightly as though swallowing saliva. "We'll settle with this kid first, then take you out for dinner. For now, stay out of this, or don't blame us if we handle you right here and now." Yun Yin scoffed. "With just the 2 of you?" That disdainful tone instantly infuriated both men. Hell, couldn't they, as 2 strong guys, deal with one girl? This brat, they could knock her down easily with 1 hand each. "Brat, do you look down on us? Once we're done with the kid, we'll settle with you." The tattooed man growled angrily. The little boy hurried to Yun Yan's side. "Sister, I'm scared." Yun Yan patted his head to soothe him. "Don't be afraid." The tattooed man felt a loss of face. How could he continue doing this job if an inexperienced girl outwitted him? He marched furiously toward Yun Yan and reached out to grab her. But before his hand even touched her, Yun Yan grabbed his wrist. With a twist, there was a sharp crack sound. Just the noise of it made people wince in sympathy. "Ouch, so painful. My arm is about to break." The tattooed man cried out in agony. Damn it, he still wanted to retaliate. However, before he could act, Yun Yan kicked him into the air. The tattooed man landed on the ground with an ungainly thud, looking utterly disheveled. Despite the pain, he continued yelling but barely managed to stand up again. Yun Yan said coolly, "Get up. Weren't you saying you wanted to deal with me?" The yellow-haired man watched fearfully now. This girl seemed harmless at first glance, but when she acted, she was brutally effective. Just watching how Yun Yan handled the tattooed man had been startling. But showing weakness in front of a girl also seemed wrong. Gathering some courage, the yellow-haired man said bravely, "Girl, don't you dare to move, or I will show no mercy." Yun Yan responded calmly, "You needn't hold back. Come on then, weren't you boasting just now?" She deliberately provoked him. At this point, the yellow-haired man had no choice but to attack. Otherwise, it would look like cowardice, so he stepped forward. Humph, a woman. How could he possibly fear her? He lifted his leg and prepared to kick Yun Yan. Yun Yan stood perfectly still. When the foot came close, she grabbed it and twisted it sharply. With a loud crash, the yellow-haired man hit the ground hard. It sounded painful indeed. The yellow-haired man felt like his back was going to snap. What a nasty girl. She was not to be trifled with. When he struggled to get up, Yun Yan stepped forcefully onto his back, applying tremendous pressure. Finally, the yellow-haired man stayed put. Yun Yan released her foot and warned menacingly, "Leave now, or I'll make you regret it. If I ever see you doing evil again, I won't hesitate next time." Chapter 25, A Scheme Within a Scheme? At the sound of Huang Mao and Tattooed Man's names, they immediately sprang to their feet and quickly departed. It was as if something were chasing them from behind. Both were thoroughly terrified. Once Yun Yan saw the 2 leave, she turned to the little boy and said, "It's all over now. You should head home." The little boy nodded gratefully. "Sister, I owe you one. If it weren't for you, I'd be in trouble today. Actually, these 2 people are my father's creditors. My dad likes gambling and has lost lots of money. My mom left me because of this and is now gone. If I go home now, he will definitely beat me." As the boy spoke, his voice trembled. He was very afraid inside. Yun Yan patted his head. "Let's go. I'll take you home." Every family has its own troubles. Thus, Yun escorted the boy back. His house was located in a small alley nearby. The place was a bit remote, with no other houses around except for a single-story building, their home. Yes, it was a new building and looked pretty recent. Yun suddenly felt somewhat strange, as though some clue had just flashed through her mind, and she almost caught it. At this moment, the little boy beside her spoke up. "Sister, this is my home. But my dad must be at home drinking at this hour. I don't dare to go in." Yun gently consoled him. "Don't worry, I'm here with you." So, Yun pushed the door open lightly. Just as she was about to turn around, she realized that the little boy hadn't followed her in. She was about to call out when the door was locked from the outside. As Yun started to feel perplexed, several figures appeared in the yard, all acting sleazy, much like those two earlier. Were they creditors? Or had she been tricked by someone else? A scheme within a scheme? From what it seemed, she might have fallen into a trap. Because earlier, the little boy claimed that his family was poor and his father gambled heavily. Yet this house appeared to have been built just recently. If they really lacked money, how could they possibly afford to build such a house? This clearly contradicted each other. Yun thought she had sensed this contradiction in that fleeting moment, but was interrupted by the little boy soon after. Therefore, she didn't have time to ponder deeply. Nevertheless, since she had come, there was nothing to do but see it through. "You're saying it's this girl? Do we really need all of us to handle a mere teenager?" "Shut up. Our employer has paid us. Dealing with this girl would have been easy work for even one of us. Honestly, I still feel bad taking this money, haha." "That's right. They clearly underestimate us. Let's settle this quickly. I'm off to meet my sweetheart. Tonight, I'll be rich." The man laughed lewdly. "Yeah, same here. It's been long since I last relaxed. This money will keep us happy for a while." They never imagined that this mission would be so effortless. Yun also got a vague idea. Someone must have hired them to deal with her. But who could it be? Someone from the Yun family? Or the Gu family? To be honest, Yun felt that she'd made quite a few enemies lately. She couldn't tell which side it was from. Still, these riffraff didn't deserve her attention. It was getting dark, so she had to act fast. She still needed to return home for dinner. Those people seemed to think the same way. So, they sent one person to deal with Yun. In their eyes, that was more than enough. That person sneered, then launched an attack towards Yun right away. Yun sidestepped, causing the attacker to miss. Then she swept his legs with hers, and the man promptly fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that Yun knew some moves. They initially assumed it would be an easy task, but unexpectedly, the woman had decent martial arts skills. No one dared to let down their guard. They all attacked Yun together. Standing still, Yun twirled her bracelet slightly, and the silver needles inside shot out as if trained, heading straight towards the attackers. The big men hadn't even reached her when they fell down. Then they lay on the ground groaning in pain. Yun coldly said, "Tell whoever sent you that I'm ready whenever." After that, Yun walked away. Those men were dumbfounded. Sweat dripped down their bodies. My God, the girl's eyes were so terrifying. Though young, there was an imposing aura about her that made one tremble. One of them immediately picked up the phone to report back. The person on the other end of the line had expected a triumphant call, only to receive news of their defeat. Unable to hold himself back, he cursed loudly in the phone. Worthless scumbags. Not even capable of handling a girl. What infuriating nonsense. Who would believe this if it were told? How could one girl fight off multiple grown men? Truly incredible. She had some suspicions at first, and this time she sent people just to test Yun. Unexpectedly, that little wretch really did have some skills. Probably when she was in the countryside before, she learned a few combat techniques from someone. So this time, she managed to escape danger. Knowing oneself and knowing the opponent leads to 100 victories in 100 battles. So next time, she definitely wouldn't be so lucky. The woman's hand, gripping her phone, tightened so much it turned pale. Yun arrived home just in time for dinner. In the past, Gu mother would surely nag a bit. But this time, she didn't say anything, nor did she give a good face. During the meal, Gu mother said, "Tomorrow is the family dinner. This time, we'll eat at Zue Xianju. Remember to arrive on time and don't be late." This sentence was obviously directed at Yun, so she nodded. Anyway, going to eat was like being treated as a tool person. She had no interest in these gatherings, but since she was the young mistress of the Gu family, there was nothing she could do about it. This identity, sometimes, was like a shackle. It couldn't be escaped. Although the main house and second house fought fiercely behind closed doors, they appeared amicable on the surface and wouldn't let others see any jokes. This way, it wouldn't affect the stock of the Gu family company. And with the old mistress still around, nothing strange has happened yet. Generally, they gathered for dinner once a month. This was Yun's first time attending. However, she didn't take this matter seriously, only thinking that she had been eating at Zue Xianju quite often recently. Back at Ting Garden, Gu Tianyu was reviewing some documents. That morning, Dr. Qin had already conducted another comprehensive examination for him, and the cold poison in his body was decreasing significantly. He believed it would soon reach zero. This was undoubtedly a great piece of news. Qin Wei was genuinely curious. He kept asking Gu Tianyu why, but Gu Tianyu mysteriously claimed he would explain later. Seeing Yun come back, Gu Tianyu put down the document in his hands. "Where did you go today?" Yun shrugged. "Just wandering around. By the way, there's a charity auction this weekend. Would you like to go with me?" Gu Tianyu asked. Yun thought for a moment. All right, since she had time on the weekend anyway. This time whatever she wanted wouldn't cost her money. Why not go? Chapter 26, Fraud. The next day, all the Gu family gathered for a meal at Zue Xianju. People from the eldest and second branches of the family were present. Because the matriarch disliked tardiness immensely, everyone arrived on time. Yun was seated beside Gu Tianyu. Coincidentally, her opposite side was where Gu Yang sat. Upon seeing this, Yunyan's lips slightly twitched in discomfort. How vexing. Every time she looked up, she saw Gu Yang. Did this leave room for her to eat at all? It was truly ruining her appetite. Gu Yang still had that same unpleasant look, getting more annoying with each glance. Finally, Yun believed in that saying. Appearance reflects one's inner self. With just one look, Gu Yang gave off an unsavory vibe, almost like a scheming rat. Yun felt extremely repulsed by him, especially now as he was sitting right across from her. Then, Gu Yang started looking at her arrogantly. This made Yun feel even more nauseous, so she tried not to look up. But Gu Yang couldn't help himself. After glancing at Gu Tianyu, he blurted out, "Big brother, we're having a family dinner. You really don't need to wear your mask. It's making things so distant." Gu Yang was being deliberately provoking because earlier, he had accidentally knocked off Gu Tianyu's mask. A child nearby witnessed it, screamed, "Monster," and cried loudly, causing their parents to severely scold Gu Yang, telling him not to scare people with his hideous face. Gu Yang thought his actions would humiliate Gu Tianyu, but instead, Gu Tianyu calmly responded, "I'm used to it." Yun also chimed in, pretending to be starstruck. "Exactly. My husband is the handsomest no matter what. Gu Yang, your brother is actually doing you a favor. He cares about your self-esteem since he is way better looking than you." What a foul-mouthed person this Gu Yang was. Gu Yang clenched his forehead veins involuntarily upon hearing her words. Was this woman intentionally trying to provoke him? She managed to silence him every single time they talked. Damn it, Gu Tianyu really has great luck. Even when one foot's practically already in the ghost gate, a metaphor for near death, there's still someone willing to marry him. Though Yun came from the countryside, she was indeed stunningly beautiful. A beauty he'd never seen before, a mysterious charm that was unique, making one's heart itch uncontrollably. As Gu Yang gazed at Yun, his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Yun found herself utterly disgusted. Thus, she decided to teach him a lesson. Almost everyone had arrived. Suddenly, Yun looked straight at Gu Yang and exclaimed in shock, "Gu Yang, be very careful today outside. Your imprint area looks dark. You're bound to experience misfortune today. Today isn't auspicious at all." Gu Yang paused momentarily, then yelled angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Your blood should suffer the disaster. In fact, your entire family should suffer the disaster." Others stared at Yun like they'd seen a ghost. Wasn't she crazy? How could she say such things? Did she think she was a fortune teller predicting future events? Preposterous. She seemed like a fraud. Xiaokan also exploded in anger. Yun, has Yang done anything to offend you? Why do you have to curse him like this? Xiaokan wanted nothing more than to rip Yun's mouth apart. That cursed tongue. What if bad omens actually come true? Yun responded with a calm demeanor. "I'm not lying. I'm only speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, pretend I never said anything." After finishing her statement, Yun lowered her head and began eating as though she hadn't spoken a word. Everyone else was perplexed. This Yun sometimes behaved mysteriously. Gu Yang scoffed with disdain, refusing to believe any of these superstitions. He carelessly picked up a glass. Bang. And without warning, the cup shattered explosively. And due to his delayed reaction, Gu Yang's finger got cut, bleeding immediately. Stunned, Gu Yang stood up abruptly, staring at his bloody finger, paralyzed like a wooden statue. This was actually bleeding? But why did the perfectly fine glass suddenly burst? This phenomenon was truly unimaginable. Seeing this, Xiaokan's eyes bulged open. "Younger, what happened?" "I don't know either. It was bizarre. As soon as I touched the glass, it shattered by itself." Gu Yang himself was confused. Just as he was about to sit back down, his chair inexplicably slid away. Consequently, Gu Yang fell flat on his back in an embarrassing position. Gu Yang had absolutely no clue what was happening. Ever since Yun predicted that he would encounter misfortunes that day, it seemed everything was going wrong for him. Was this woman's mouth blessed by something sacred? Could it be, as she claimed, he truly faced the disaster of blood today? Gu Yang looked over at Yun, who was leisurely sipping her soup, fully concentrated and undisturbed by anything around her. Furrowing his eyebrows, Gu Yang asked hesitantly, "Didn't you just predict that I'd face some blood-related disasters? Is there any way to prevent it?" After finishing the last sip of her soup, Yun lazily retorted, "Were you talking to me earlier?" Gu Yang nodded. "Of course. Who else would I talk to?" Yun gave him a glance. "Didn't you say you didn't believe me?" Gu Yang's attitude was still full of arrogance. He wouldn't lower his head. Seeing this, the matriarch couldn't bear it and said gently, "Yun, if you know something, please tell him. Ignorance is bliss. A child doesn't know anything. He has offended the deities unknowingly, so please forgive him." The old madam had been vegetarian and praying to Buddha for years, and she fully believed in all sorts of superstitions. At this moment, Yun suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She explained to the old madam, "Grandma, this issue isn't serious. He just needs to eat raw garlic and chili peppers, and that will solve the problem." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang almost jumped out of his seat. "What? Eat raw garlic and chili peppers? No way. It stinks. He would never eat them. If he ate raw garlic, he'd have bad breath, and eating raw chili peppers could even kill him." Yun shrugged indifferently and said innocently, "If you don't eat them, there's nothing I can do. That's the only way. Eating raw garlic and the spicier chili pepper, the better." Yun's face radiated sincerity, as though she wasn't kidding around at all. Xiaokan immediately instructed the kitchen to bring those two items when she saw this. It wasn't hard to get these things, and it was worth trying. What if it really worked? Thus, without delay, the kitchen swiftly brought them over, raw garlic and chili peppers. And the chili was the hottest kind, lime pepper. Anyone who couldn't handle spiciness might end up with blistered lips after eating it. Seeing this, Guyang started trembling uncontrollably. Mom, surely you're not serious about making me eat this stuff? What if my sister-in-law was just saying that offhandedly? Yun Yin responded calmly. Belief makes it real. If you believe, then eat. Xiaoqin was growing more and more anxious. Hurry up and eat. Don't talk nonsense. You've already bled, didn't you see? The chair moved on its own, and yet you're still talking nonsense. Under Xiaoqin's urging, Guyang picked up the raw garlic and chili peppers to start eating them. His expression turned incredibly painful after each bite, choking himself almost unconscious. He was so uncomfortable. His mouth stank horribly, and he wished he were dead. Truly, Guyang didn't want to eat them, but his mother wouldn't let him stop. Xiaoqin kept pushing him to finish all of it. Eventually, Guyang finished eating, then ran to the restroom and threw up. Gu Tianyu watched his young wife's satisfied expression, and a barely noticeable smile curved at the corner of his lips. Life was indeed becoming quite interesting. Chapter 27. Attending the charity auction. Gu Tianyu was sitting next to Yunyan. He had just seen Yunyan turn her bracelet slightly, and then something was shot out. The object was very thin, very small, and as everyone was talking just moments ago, no one had noticed a thing. Yunyan kept her head down while eating, so no one would suspect her. Thinking about this, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but lift the corner of his lips. It seemed that his little wife was quite extraordinary. How many things about her were still unknown to him? At the thought of this, he knew that his future days were bound to be very interesting. Of course, Gu Tianyu would not reveal this secret. Guyang had long been in need of a lesson or two. Otherwise, he wouldn't know his place and dared to lord over him. He wasn't worthy enough. After finishing her meal, Yunyan put down her chopsticks. This meal had truly satisfied her. Others were also almost finished eating. When Guyang came out from the restroom, his whole body looked drained, even struggling to stand steadily. He probably vomited too much. Seeing this, Yunyan gave a cold laugh. This punishment was actually light. If there's a next time, she would give him an even more unforgettable experience. Time flew by quickly, and the weekend had arrived. Today was the day for the charity auction. Almost all the city's celebrities, elites, and socialites would be attending. It was rumored that there were quite a few excellent items being auctioned tonight. Among them, the sapphire necklace, Heart of the Ocean, received special attention from many. Many of the socialites were there specifically for it. Song Ran and Gu Shiyu attended in full formal attire. They both got their hair styled together, preparing to stun everyone at the event. Song Ran wore a high-end custom-made gown with expensive jewelry, appearing luxuriously dressed, her outstanding looks drawing a lot of attention. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyu wore a princess-style dress, looking elegant and royal like a true little princess. Song Ran cautiously asked, Shiyu, is your older brother coming too? If Gu Tianyu wasn't going, then she'd wasted her efforts dressing up so beautifully. Lately, it seemed like he had intentionally been keeping his distance from her, which made Song Ran feel quite uneasy. So she wanted to take advantage of this public occasion and try to be near him. Ideally, they could enter together. That woman, who came from the countryside, surely wouldn't be able to adapt to such an occasion. This was also an opportunity for Song Ran to show who was more suitable to become Mrs. Gu. Big brother will come, though I don't know if he'll bring that woman. Gu Shiyu casually responded. Song Ran's heart lit up. As long as Tianyu attended, that was good enough. Since he fell ill, he rarely appeared in public anymore. That means we'll wait for him at the entrance and go in together. Naturally, Song Ran had her own plans. Now she needed to stand beside Gu Tianyu, mislead everyone, and make them believe that they were a couple. On the other side, Gu Tianyu was wearing a pure hand-tailored suit, his figure tall and upright, his features refined, his lips slightly closed, his eyes like deep pools, carrying an air of cool aloofness belonging to someone of high position. His entire demeanor radiated elegance and nobility. And Yunyan also carefully dressed herself today, especially choosing a well-tailored white suit. Its unique cut emphasized her waist and shaped her silhouette perfectly. Her delicate face was strikingly beautiful and pleasant to look at. The two stood together, one in black, one in white, a perfectly matched pair like celestial beings. As Yunyan approached, she saw the mask on Gu Tianyu's hand and said, You don't have to wear it anymore. You're completely fine now. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu smiled and nodded gently. All right, I'll listen to you. Yes, great news. After taking care of himself during this period, Gu Tianyu was now fully recovered. It was time to return to the public eye. Rumors had been flying wildly these past few days, everyone guessing when Gu Tianyu would meet his demise. Out of respect for the Gu family, most people only gossiped secretly behind closed doors. But now, it was time to slap those rumors in the face. With so many people gathered here today, this was the best chance to prove himself. In front of the six-star hotel, a luxurious yet low-key Maybach pulled up. Song Ran immediately recognized it as Gu Tianyu's vehicle, and her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she happily spoke to Gu Shiyu. Shiyu, your big brother has arrived. Gu Shiyu laughed and nodded. Yes, that's his car. Big brother's here. Someone was here to pay the bill. At that moment, the car door opened, revealing Gu Tianyu's tall and erect figure stepping out of the car. Then he extended his hand into the car, and soon after, a graceful white figure emerged into everyone's sight. Everyone looked over, faces filled with shock. Wasn't this Gu Tianyu? It was previously rumored that due to poisoning, his appearance had drastically changed, becoming monstrous and grotesque, his face covered in wounds. But upon seeing him now, there was absolutely nothing abnormal. His features were defined, his contour sharp, and there was not a hint of anything unusual. Clearly, the rumors were far off the mark. Oh right, who was the woman holding his hand? Could this be his wife? Wasn't she the young lady of the Yun family who returned from the countryside? But how could she possibly not look like a country girl? She was even more beautiful than a star. People began whispering among themselves. Yun entered, holding Gu Tianyu's hand, as he had requested in the car just moments ago. He said it was a matter of social etiquette. Otherwise, people might think they were having marital conflicts, which would negatively affect the stock of the Gu group. Though Yun doubted it, she still went along with it. When Song Ran saw Gu Tianyu, her eyes nearly bulged out in shock. One would have thought she had hyperthyroidism. Had Tianyu already recovered? His face. Song Ran's heart suddenly began racing. The sight of Gu Tianyu's dashing and extraordinary face made her heartbeat quicken. But upon seeing Yun, Song Ran's expression turned sour as if by magic. Her face instantly fell. Why had Tianyu brought this woman out too? How annoying. They looked so well suited together, and around them, there were nothing but words of praise. This made Song Ran extremely irritable. This Yun was truly grating to look at. It stirred a feeling in her, a desire to destroy her utterly. Song Ran tried her best to calm down. After all, she never gave up easily. Lifting her chest proudly, she approached with a smile. Tianyu, you've arrived. Gu Tianyu nodded, showing no particular emotion on his face. Then he caught sight of Gu Shiryu, reminding him gently, don't cause trouble. Gu Shiryu rolled her lips. Did she really look like someone who caused trouble that easily? As Gu Tianyu and Yun walked in, those present in the business circle were all taken aback at seeing Gu Tianyu. After all, the rumors about him had been rampant. Many had already favored Gu Haonan and had chosen sides. However, now that they saw him in person, these rumors were shattered, and they all rushed forward to engage in conversation. Yun wasn't interested in these matters. As it happened, she was a little hungry, so she intended to find something to eat. All right then, don't wander off. When the auction starts, come back for me, Gu Tianyu instructed. Yes, I understand. Like I'm still a child or something. Afterward, Gu Tianyu was pulled away by others, and Yun went off to find food. At that moment, a shrill voice cut through the air. Sister, I didn't expect you'd be here too. Chapter 28, Mutual Competition. Yun heard this voice and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Truly, enemies were destined to meet, wherever they went. However, it wasn't strange at all to see Yun in such an occasion today. As a self-proclaimed noble lady, she definitely would make an appearance. Yun glanced at her and then spoke indifferently. What? Am I not allowed to come here? Is this your territory? She smirked coldly. Sister, it's better for you to be a little more reserved. Don't embarrass yourself here. After all, you still carry the Yun surname. In fact, I have always been ashamed of carrying the Yun surname, but I just can't change that, Yun retorted directly. Where did she get her sense of superiority from? Or did she think the Yun family was a noble clan? She was fuming with anger. Every time, she would be provoked by Yun's seemingly casual words into stomping her feet in frustration. Just wait, she would definitely find an opportunity to settle scores with her. Yun didn't bother with her and prepared to head towards the food section. But as she was about to leave, she caught Yun's intention out of the corner of her eye. She was planning to bump into a server and fall toward Yun's direction. It was truly self-destructive behavior. So Yun quickly turned her bracelet. She felt her knees weaken and instead fell towards the server. And the server was carrying a tray with several glasses of red wine on it. After she fell forward, everything in the server's hands was overturned. Worse still, the red wine sprayed all over She's dress. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Because there was quite a commotion, everyone turned to look. She felt humiliated. She angrily reprimanded the server. Don't you have eyes? Didn't you see me standing here? The server innocently explained. Ma'am, are you okay? It was you who rushed forward just now. You're arguing nonsense. Recognize your own identity. You're just a server, so unprofessional. Why aren't you cleaning up immediately? Are you trying to make me lose face? I'm going to complain about you. With no outlet for her rage, she could only take it out on the server. Since childhood, she had been coddled by her parents. She had never experienced such public humiliation before. Now, her anger flared uncontrollably. Yun hadn't expected She's ability to fabricate things so effectively. She sure knew how to shift responsibility fast. Yun coolly remarked, none of our eyes are blind. You crashed into it yourself, so why blame others? One sentence made She's face change again. What a vile person, why did she always oppose her? Without sparing She any consideration, Yun told the server, no worries, it's not your fault. I'll testify to that. Hurry and clean this up. The guests have arrived, and the auction is about to start. The server was very grateful and promptly tidied up. She looked down at her white dress soaked in red wine. Such a large stain, so obvious, it broke her heart. She had worked hard to buy this dress, and it was ruined after its first wear. Furthermore, the auction had just begun. In this state, she could only go and find another outfit to change into. This situation was simply terrible. Yun mockingly said in a composed tone. Oh my, sister, you really aren't very delicate. Be more careful next time. Also, I wonder if your mother taught you this lesson. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. After saying this, Yun walked away. She stared at Yun's back, suddenly realizing something. Originally, she intended to frame Yun, but ended up falling herself. Right. Earlier she felt a sudden pain in her knee, and then she fell, for no reason. Could it be that Yun, that despicable person, had framed her? Unfortunately, she had no evidence. She pursed her lips slightly, making a mental note of this incident. Yun was truly hungry. After eating a piece of tiramisu, Gu Tianyu came to find her. Thus, the two went to the auction site. Just raise the paddle for whatever you fancy, Gu Tianyu said generously. Upon hearing this, Yun Yin frowned slightly. Anything? Of course, Gu Tianyu nodded. All right. Anyway, she considered it as compensation for medical fees since she hadn't taken a single penny from him. After sitting down with Yun Yin, Song Ran and Gu Shiyu also sat beside Gu Tianyu, sticking close like Galyak, nitpicking glue. Song Ran did it on purpose, clearly aiming to cause discomfort for Yun Yin. But Yun Yin paid no attention, finding this petty strategy unworthy of notice. Moreover, wasn't Song Ran obviously interested in Gu Tianyu? This was something Yun Yin couldn't control. It was up to Gu Tianyu's response. But if Gu Tianyu ever cheated during their marriage, she'd make him understand the consequences. She wouldn't tolerate betrayal unless they were divorced. When Yun Yin saw that Gu Tianyu's gaze remained fixedly in another direction, and he kept discussing the auction catalog with her, Song Ran noticed this too, and inwardly became furious. She had never seen Gu Tianyu being so submissive to any woman. Soon, the auction master went up on the stage, and the auction officially began. Everyone focused their eyes on the stage. This charity auction included calligraphy and painting, antiques, jewelry, etc. All were highly anticipated. Gu Tianyu didn't have a specific target. He intended to bid on anything appropriate. After all, it was for charity. After the auction began, people around started to bid, making the scene lively. Gu Tianyu whispered in Yun Yan's ear, "Nothing suitable?" Yun Yan responded indifferently, "No." Anyway, she participated in auctions by leaving things to fate. A while later, there was an uproar, as the protagonist of the night took the stage. It was the much-anticipated Heart of the Ocean sapphire necklace. Truly deserving of its title as the king of necklaces, placed inside a glass vessel, shining with multicolored light. Everyone who saw it became very excited. When Yun Yan saw it, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. This necklace was, but it should be. Yun Yan stared blankly at the necklace, deeply shocked inside. The auction began. Yun Yan, who had been quiet all along, finally raised her paddle. Gu Tianyu couldn't help but glance at her. Indeed, no matter what kind of woman, still liked jewelry. He had never seen Yun Yan wear any, originally thinking she wasn't interested. Upon seeing this, Song Ran immediately raised her paddle too. Her goal tonight was also the Heart of the Ocean. Moreover, her budget was quite ample. So Song Ran had great confidence that she would definitely get the necklace. Seeing Yun Yan raise her paddle, Song Ran revealed a look of disdain. A country bumpkin. Could she understand sapphires? Did she deserve it? Besides, Yun Yan looked so impoverished. She heard that the Yun family only married her off to the Gu family for money to bring luck during an illness. Could such a woman dare to raise her paddle? Who had given her the courage? Wasn't she shameless? Hoping Tianyu would buy it for her? But then Song Ran glanced at Gu Tianyu, who sat motionlessly without making any indication, and she felt reassured. It seemed that Gu Tianyu did not intend to buy it for her. Thus, Song Ran confidently raised her paddle once again, and the auction price kept rising. Chapter 29 Intentionally Making Trouble. Because the price of Heart of the Ocean is getting higher and higher, many people have given up bidding. Now the only people left bidding are Yun Yan and Song Ran. Song Ran gave a smug look to Yun Yan, then pretended to persuade her. Yun Yan, 50 million yuan is in renminbi, not Vietnamese dong. Are you sure you can afford it? Yun Yan glanced at Gu Tianyu and innocently replied, I don't have that much, but my husband does. Buying jewelry definitely means spending my husband's money, right? Hearing this, Song Ran widened her eyes. This woman really has no shame. How could Tianyu marry such a greedy woman? Without hesitation, she looked at Gu Tianyu, thinking he must be furious, but unexpectedly, he smiled and said, yeah, buy what you like. My biggest flaw is having too much money. Look how rich and powerful. Both Song Ran and Gu Shiyu, hearing this, were dumbfounded. Could those words just now really come from Gu Tianyu? How could he say something like that? It was unbelievable. Gu Shiyu was about to intervene when she saw Gu Tianyu helping Yun Yan raise her paddle. The price had already reached 100 million. Of course, Song Ran wouldn't dare add more, as 50 million was her limit. So naturally, Yun Yan ended up securing it. Eager to see that necklace, Yun Yan couldn't wait any longer. Seeing this, Gu Tianyu curiously remarked, if you like it, I'll take you next time. Shaking her head, Yun Yan replied, no, I want this one. Gu Tianyu silently noted this in his mind, so Yun Yan liked sapphires. Later on, he gifted her numerous sapphires, leaving Yun Yan utterly puzzled. With an excited expression, Yun Yan grabbed the necklace and immediately turned it over to check behind the pendant, finding the engraved words as expected. Tightly gripping the necklace in her hands, she held onto it firmly. Seeing this, Gu Shiyu became enraged. Once home, the first thing she did was report the incident to Mrs. Gu, narrating everything that happened during today's auction. Without surprise, Mrs. Gu scolded her harshly. Mrs. Gu already disliked Yun Yan for her lower-class demeanor, and now she had another grievance, her greed for vanity. Not knowing who was talking ill of her, Yun Yan sneezed involuntarily. Since Song Ran didn't secure the Heart of the Ocean, upon returning home, she violently threw her bag onto the bed. Seeing this, Mother Song hurriedly entered to console her. Ran, what happened? Why are you so angry? Mommy, I'm mad. The necklace was bid away by that Yun Yan from the countryside. And what's more, Tianyu helped her. Do you think Tianyu likes her? This was Song Ran's real concern. Foolish girl, how could that be possible? Tianyu has high standards. How could he like a village girl? Besides, that woman is rumored to be ignorant. Do you really think Tianyu is so short-sighted? Mother Song spoke disdainfully. Song Ran, hearing this, nodded. Yes, that woman understood nothing. She would make Tianyu realize who the true assistant should be. Recalling the meeting on Monday, Song Ran quickly came up with a plan. Then she would let Yun Yan embarrass herself. Song Ran realized she underestimated her opponent before. Yesterday's auction taught her some facts. She believed that if Gu Tianyu knew Yun Yan's true nature, he would certainly keep her at a distance. Monday morning, everyone came to work on time. Yun Yan went out with Gu Tianyu. By now, she had gotten used to it. After all, even at the company, she enjoyed freedom. Now that Gu Tianyu had recovered, Yun Yan also had to focus on her own matters. Good days for Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei were about to end. They'd been given chances to catch their breath already. Today there was an important meeting involving multiple departments, discussing the launch of new projects. Therefore, everyone had arrived early at the conference room, unwilling to be late. Yun Yan was also called in. Confusing, she hadn't heard much about this new project either. After all, she came here just to relax. But since she was invited, she found a place to sit down. Gu Tianyu was already seated at the main position in the meeting room, wearing a custom-made black suit, appearing tall and handsome like an icy mountain, his eyes sharp and dangerous, exuding a noble and commanding presence. He glanced around and said, "Let's begin." This project was led by Song Ran, who usually handled women's markets. Confidently standing up, Song Ran began. "Recently, I went to Europe on a business trip and examined several brands. Here are some of their details." After speaking, she projected the data she collected onto the electronic screen. Soon enough, various brand statistics appeared on the electronic screen. "Take a look at these. We can use them as references. Our brand will step onto the international stage." Song Ran talked passionately and confidently. She had worked very hard on this. Therefore, when she came up to explain today, she stood tall and hoped that she would be the focus of everyone's attention. Just now, she glanced at Gu Tianyu from the corner of her eye. He was always looking at the screen and didn't say anything. She didn't know what he was thinking. Song Ran was also a little nervous inside. After she finished speaking, she looked up and saw Yun Yan writing something while looking down. Song Ran's lips curled up into a smile, indicating that the good show was about to start. So after she finished speaking, she turned to everyone and said, "That's all my opinion. By the way, I saw Assistant Yun making notes all the time. I wonder if she could share with us? After all, by pooling ideas, we can do better." Then everyone's eyes were on Yun Yan. Yun Yan suddenly lost for words, as she had just come here to fill a number. They hadn't given her any materials, so Yun Yan had absolutely no preparation. When sitting down just now, she had some inspiration and thus casually drew several drafts. But she didn't expect to be called out by Song Ran. Seeing Song Ran smirk, it was clear that her little tricks couldn't escape Yun Yan's keen observation. It was nothing but wanting to make her lose face. Yun Yan doesn't cause trouble, but neither is she one to shy away from it. With others already stirring up trouble for her, she definitely wouldn't back down. Thus, Yun Yan calmly stood up and said, "Sorry, since nobody has informed me, I have no preparation. Assistant Yun, you are part of this project. Why are you not more dedicated? Moreover, our company does not support idlers. No matter who you are connected to or through what relation you've entered, you should still follow the company's arrangements." Song Ran spoke fairly but with implied meaning. Everyone knew she was referring to Yun Yan as being someone who joined the company through connections. Good grief, isn't Yun Yan the boss's person? Isn't manager Song very daring? Upon hearing these words, Gu Tianyu slightly frowned his eyebrows. What was Song Ran talking about? Yun Yan's issues weren't ones that she had any right to speak about. Just as Gu Tianyu was preparing to open his mouth, Yun Yan coolly spoke. "Even though I didn't prepare, it won't make any difference anyway, since it's really not such a difficult task." As soon as everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Chapter 30 stunned the whole audience. What did Yun Yan say? She didn't need to prepare and could still give a speech? This was a new project. They were like headless flies, looking up lots of materials, yet they still didn't have good proposals. Was Yun Yan just boasting? Hearing that she didn't even finish junior high school, how would she know about proposal plans? Did she think it was child's play? Under the suspicious gazes of everyone, Yun Yan calmly took a few sketches she had just drawn and walked to the podium. She stood in front of the whiteboard, looked at the crowd, and spoke calmly. "In fact, I've just listened to some things, so I more or less understand the direction of this new project. We want to open up the international market and promote our series of products for women, including clothing and jewelry. This is a great direction. To increase recognition, we must face the world. But with many big brands out there, to stand out among these major brands, we must innovate." Seeing that Yun Yan spoke in an organized manner, everyone was dumbfounded. To be honest, even Song Ran, who had been responsible for this project for such a long time, couldn't get to the point directly. Every time, she needed to lay a lot of groundwork first. Yun Yan understood the direction just by listening for a bit and quickly formed her own views. This was really unexpected. Song Ran's thin lips were tightly pursed. Originally, she wanted to see Yun Yan humiliate herself, but she unexpectedly spoke confidently. This was something Song Ran didn't foresee. Even Gu Tianyu was surprised. He supported his chin with one hand and focused on Yun Yan's explanation. Yun Yan on the podium wore a black wide-leg trouser, with an especially tailored blouse on top. Her figure was well-proportioned. People were used to seeing her in jeans and t-shirts. Now, her attire made her look efficient and elegant, with a strong air of intellectuality. How many surprises would this little wife of his bring him? She was clearly so knowledgeable about these projects, and also well aware of international development trends. She was absolutely not someone who knew nothing. While explaining, Yun Yan simultaneously drew structural diagrams on the whiteboard with a pen. Her handwriting was as graceful and strong as she was. Her thinking was broad, covering all aspects. Her tone was concise and logical, making things crystal clear to her audience. Everyone was shocked. This was indeed surprising, because compared to the earlier Song Ran, who was clearly inferior, it became very clear who was better. Song Ran felt incredulous upon seeing this. Could her information be incorrect? Wasn't Yun said to have dropped out of school in junior high? How could she understand these things? Song Ran's thin lips were tightly shut. Both of her hands were clenched together, her nails pressing into her flesh, but she couldn't feel anything. This wretched woman probably deceived them by saying she hadn't prepared. It was possible that Yun secretly prepared beforehand. Otherwise, how could she speak so convincingly? Initially planning for her to embarrass Yun, Song Ran realized that she herself was now the clown. No, she absolutely wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. Feeling boo-fooed cheap, unconvinced, Song Ran looked at Yun and then asked, Ms. Yun assistant gave a truly excellent lecture, but this is macro theory. Is there any practical proof? Talking and doing are two different things. Yun knew Song Ran would trip her up, but since she could speak up, she definitely wasn't afraid of being questioned. Yun nodded and continued speaking. This is something I drew while listening below just now. You can take a look. For sure, if our brand wants to go global, we need innovation. Other brands are already successful, and customers are already familiar with them. If we imitate others, we will only be seen as plagiarizers. During this opportunity, I think our products should integrate classical elements, which is our cultural treasure, and distinguish us from other foreign brands. We have many characteristic elements that can be incorporated, like the outfit I just sketched incorporates Hanfu elements. And this pair of earrings uses Chinese knots. Everyone fell silent. The meeting room was utterly quiet. Everyone held their breath, deeply impressed by Yun talent. Wow, no one expected Yun to be so talented. In such a short while, she could draw such beautiful sketches. Really, even better than international masters. The patterns on the drawings were lifelike and highly realistic. But wasn't she from the countryside? How could she be this stunning? All eyes gazed at Yun with surprise and admiration. Gu Tianyu's gaze lingered entirely on Yun. He felt at this moment that Yun was glowing. Gu Tianyu's eyes softened slightly. Watching Yun's ruby lips open and close, Gu Tianyu's Adam's apple involuntarily moved. Deadly. He felt that his heart became softer, along with a feeling of warmth. At this moment, Yun exuded an aura of nobility inside and out, graceful and intellectual. Suddenly, Gu Tianyu felt like he had discovered a treasure. Yun was truly extraordinary. It seemed like she knew everything, excelling in both medicine and design. After Yun finished her presentation, she politely asked the group, "That's all from me. Does anyone have any questions?" Yun smiled warmly, her demeanor graceful and composed, with not a hint of nervousness. She exuded an air of confidence. What more could the others ask? Her explanation was nothing short of perfect. Gu Tianyu looked at Yun, his gaze deepening. He said, "No further questions. The explanation was excellent, and it's clear you have a deep understanding of this project. Therefore, this project will be handled by Yun. I believe she will do an outstanding job." Upon hearing this, Song Ran's expression instantly changed. It was as if she had been struck hard across the face. To hand over the project she was managing to Yun, it was far worse than being stabbed. "Mr. Gu, I'm more familiar with this project." Song Ran had worked so hard to secure this opportunity. If the project succeeded, it would mean a promotion for her. She had invested so much effort into it. But now, just like that, an unexpected obstacle appeared in the form of Yun. How could Song Ran have ever anticipated that Yun would possess such expertise? How infuriating. This despicable woman must have deliberately hidden her abilities, only to mock her later. Gu Tianyu glanced at her coolly. "Do you think your proposal is better than Miss Yun's?" Song Ran immediately lost the ability to respond. Any discerning person could see that Yun's approach was superior. So, the project fell entirely into her hands. Yun herself was speechless. She didn't expect Gu Tianyu to arrange things this way. She was about to decline when Gu Tianyu locked eyes with her, causing her to shut her mouth immediately. Ah, the wicked capitalist. Didn't they agree she was just here for leisure? Why involve her in another project? Well, never again. Later, Gu Tianyu assigned personnel to connect with Yun on the matter. Back in the office, Song Ran violently slammed the documents onto the desk. Seeing this, Xia Kiki instinctively kept her distance. Song Ran at this moment was simply terrifying. Song Ran's face darkened, her eyes flashing with hostility. Yun, just wait and see. I won't let you get away with this easily. This was only the beginning. Chapter 31, Feast of Hongmen. Yun was exhausted after a busy day. On the way home, Yun complained. "Why did you make me take charge of the project? Aren't you afraid I'll mess it up? I believe in your ability. Besides, helping your husband is also a wife's responsibility," Gu Tianyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yun's heart suddenly started pounding. Does this man know what he's saying? His doting tone could easily make others think they were an affectionate couple. Yun dared not look at him because this man's gaze was so ardent. The Yun family, Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei were now extremely flustered. Before Yun's marriage, all the gifts from the Gu family had been invested into their company. However, every investment ended in failure, and now all the money was almost gone. In a short time, the company again faced financial difficulties. Even though the family fortune was almost depleted, the two of them still pretended to be generous, worried that others would find out. The marriage for Yun hadn't been confirmed yet, and they were afraid of any changes. Seeing Yun Xingyun sighing incessantly, He Weiwei was also very anxious. Damn it, it's like they're cursed, nothing goes right. What can they do now? He Weiwei thought there must be someone scheming against them. But who could that person be? And what else can they do now? Oh yes, Yun. Isn't she married to the Gu family already? With the Gu family's wealth, asking for $1 billion wouldn't be difficult. It's just uncertain whether Yun, that stubborn girl, will open her mouth or not. He Weiwei had also investigated. Now Yun Yin was working at the Gu group, proving that Master Gu treated her quite well as they always went to work and came back together. Thinking about this, He Weiwei became even more convinced of her idea. She shared her plan with Yun Qingyun. Yun Qingyun furrowed his brow. Will it work? The Gu family won't be so easy to deal with. Plus, Yun Yin knows nothing. Just being allowed to stay without returning the goods would be good enough. He Weiwei bit her lip gently. We must try. Now we have no other options. After all, didn't Tianyu get cured after the wedding? Isn't that Yun Yan's contribution? Also, I heard at that auction, Gu Tianyu splurged heavily just for her. Because of their financial struggles, He Weiwei skipped the event this time and sent Yun she to gain some worldly experience, only to return in disgrace. It was infuriating. Lately, everything seemed unlucky. It seems like she needed to go against someone. Yun Qingyun nodded. All right, I'll call her back for dinner. Afterward, Yun Qingyun called Yun Yan, asking her to come home for dinner on the weekend. As they didn't know how Yun Yan's relationship with Gu Tianyu was, they didn't invite him this time, afraid that inviting him might backfire. Besides, he intended to persuade Yun Yan to ask for money from the Gu family, which definitely wouldn't suit Gu Tianyu. When Yun Yan received the call, she gave a cold laugh. This old fox could finally hold it no longer. Probably lost everything except the underwear recently. But this was only the beginning. The main act hadn't started yet. Yun Yan immediately agreed, since she hadn't returned for a while. Her mom had left some items at the Yun residence. Thus, she knew she would still need to negotiate with them, but that old fox wasn't willing to let go. However, she had ways to force him to speak. When the weekend arrived, Yun Yan returned to the Yun family around noon. Upon entering, He Weiwei warmly welcomed her. Shy on your back. Sit down and rest a bit. I've asked the kitchen to prepare many fine dishes. You rarely come back these days. Although you're married now, Yun family is your maternal home, your backup. If Yun Yan didn't know what kind of person He Weiwei was, she might have believed her words. Unarguably, He Weiwei's acting skills were top-notch. People unaware of the situation would definitely think she was a saintly stepmother, indistinguishable from a real one. Yun Yan knew exactly how venomous she truly was. Yun Yan smiled innocently. Auntie Xian, you're too polite. Just performing. Who doesn't understand that? Yun Qingyun looked at Yun Yan. This girl grew more and more spiritual looking, not at all like she came from a rural area. Yun Yan looks like her mother Baisu. Back then, Baisu was a great beauty. Anyone who saw her couldn't look away. Moreover, she was gifted and also an expert in perfume blending. However, this craft probably would soon be lost. At the time Baisu passed away, Yun Yan was still young and understood nothing. Yun Qingyun was a little uneasy at first, fearing that Yun Yan might learn something about the past. Every time Yun Yan's sharp gaze fell upon him, he felt very guilty. But after pondering, it was his overthinking. During the meal, Yun Qingyun tentatively asked, Xiaoyan, how does Tianyu treat you? Yun Yan took a sip of soup, not expecting the conversation to turn to the topic so quickly. She let out a light sigh. It's just that way. After all, I'm from the countryside, and the people from their family have a lot of complaints about me. They often talk about wanting a divorce. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyun and He Weiwei couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had overestimated her after all. He Weiwei pressed on with a glimmer of hope. I heard Tianyu auctioned off a necklace worth 100 million for you. To be honest, Annie is so old already and has never seen it. Yun Yan paused momentarily as she was taking a sip of soup, and then spoke up. I've never seen it either. He bid for it under my name and gave it to someone else. Since the heart of the ocean was now locked in her safe, no one could get hold of it or verify its whereabouts. He Weiwei finally gave up on this front. Sighing, she thought to herself. Indeed, they looked down on Yun Yan, this insignificant girl. Humph. She had treated her royally today with such good food and drink. What a waste. Seeing Yun Yan eat so joyfully, like a starved ghost, Yun Qingyun opened his mouth irritably. Is there anything lacking at the Gu family? Is it that they don't feed you? Yun Yan nodded earnestly. That's right. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. I will come home more often for meals. My maternal family is always my strong support. At this statement, He Weiwei felt her chest constrict with anger. This was truly self-inflicted misery. Now the Gu family didn't value her anymore. If Yun Yan mentioned borrowing money again, they might even return her. If that were to happen, having an extra person eating well and freely around the house would surely make her angry all the time. That would be an absolutely losing proposition. So, He Weiwei dared not bring up the matter of borrowing money, holding on to a grudge but unable to relieve it. This situation drove her crazy. Thus, this meal ended without any results. Both Yun Qingyun and He Weiwei wore grim expressions, whereas Yun Yan enjoyed every bite, completely unfazed by her surroundings. After finishing her meal, she even wanted to take some home to eat later as midnight snacks. Seeing this, Yun Qingyun became quite irked, feeling as if he had invited a grand ancestor over for dinner. Currently, it was like swallowing a bitter pill, with no outlet for his grievances. Chapter 32. Emergency Rescue. Punish the Villains. Yun Yan left the Yun family estate feeling refreshed and full. She was about to head home when she suddenly received a call from Yi He. Yi He sounded frantic on the phone. Senior sister, I need help. I'm in trouble. Yun Yan furrowed her brow. Location. Yi He usually avoided trouble, so she wondered who it was that had provoked him. Upon seeing the address Yi He sent, Yun Yan frowned again. What was this boy doing over there? That explained why when she first answered the call, she could hear a lot of noise and commotion. Without thinking too much, Yun Yan immediately hailed a taxi and went over. Standing outside, the building looked unremarkable, but inside, there was more than met the eye. When Yun Yan tried to enter, she was stopped by a security guard at the entrance. Miss, this isn't a place for you. Please leave. Yin Yin gave the guard a cold look before calmly pulling out a black gold card from her bag. On the top right corner of the card was an iridescent butterfly orchid pattern. The guard's expression changed immediately as he straightened up. I apologize. I didn't recognize you earlier. Please go ahead. Yin Yin didn't say anything further and walked in, leaving the two guards in shock. After Yin Yin left, one guard turned to the other and asked, "Is that black card really that powerful?" "Duh. That's the black gold card from Centurion Bank. You need a deposit of at least 10 billion US dollars to even qualify for it. And yet, that young lady already has it? It's astonishing. Maybe it was fake? Counterfeiting techniques are pretty advanced these days. Impossible. Before, because of my ignorance, I made a mistake once. Now I know, this card can't be forged. The butterfly orchid design is proof." "Oh, I see. Also, that young lady's gaze was piercing and unfathomable just now. Yeah, she wasn't someone ordinary. Once Yin Yin entered, she went straight to the basement. On the surface, nothing seemed out of the ordinary here, but the basement was lively with activity. There were auction houses, casinos, and various other entertainments. Rich people enjoyed thrills, so many gathered here. Naturally, disputes were frequent in this location. From what Yi sent, this area should belong to Section A, where the casino was located. Here, they had mahjong, poker, and more. As Yin Yin pushed open the door, she was greeted by a haze of white smoke and the acrid smell of cigarettes. This place was obviously full of unsavory characters. Yi really deserved some scolding for coming here. As soon as Yin Yin entered, Yi saw her and breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior sister, you're here." With her around, he knew he had nothing to fear. These people wouldn't stand a chance against her. Meanwhile, the others looked on as the young girl entered and started mocking Yi. "So this is your savior? Laughable. But she does have quite a face. Maybe using the allure of beauty would work better." Everyone laughed loudly. Yin Yin spoke coolly. "What exactly happened?" Yi quickly responded, "I came here to talk business with someone, but they accused me of messing with their feng shui and making them lose money. They're demanding compensation." It was clear they were just looking for an excuse to extort money. Though outnumbered, Yi chose not to fight back directly and instead called for reinforcements. Indeed, those men thought Yi might be connected to wealthy elites due to his fine attire, his luxury watch, a Patek Philippe, so they plotted together to swindle money from him. To them, Yi appeared naive and rich, certainly an easy target. Expecting Yi to bring something formidable, they underestimated him when all that showed up was a girl, which amused them to no end. Most people present felt slightly speechless. A flicker of cold light crossed Yun Yan's eyes. "If you lost money, it only proves that you're inexperienced and incompetent. Don't blame it on others." Seated at the main table was a burly man with a fearsome appearance. Upon hearing Yun Yan refer to him as incompetent, he rose abruptly in anger. "Woman, who exactly do you think you're calling incompetent? Do you even know who I am? I'm the invincible champion here." That's amusing then, since today's invincible champion has become nothing more than a loser." Yun Yan taunted fearlessly. These cowards needed a lesson, and she was just the one to give it. "So, you both intend to make a grand exit, huh?" The man said menacingly. "What? Are you afraid of losing? Can't let us leave because you can't handle defeat." Yun Yan retorted coolly. The man glared at Yun Yan and frowned. Was this girl completely fearless? Others nearby could feel his anger rising, and most would have fled the scene in terror. Yet, this girl not only stood her ground, but also continued to challenge him. Who exactly gave her this courage? However, he wasn't the type to bully the weak. The man looked at Yun Yan and said, "You can leave if you want. Gamble with me on one game. If you win, you both can leave unharmed. If you lose, pay 30 million to go." Yun Yan glanced at him and then nodded. "All right, no problem." Her face under the light seemed as if it was coated with a layer of glow, pale and distant, quite indifferent. Everyone was struck by her bearing. They couldn't believe that the young girl in front of them could so calmly agree. Good grief, Big Brother Chong was an incredibly skilled gambler. Many had lost to him, let alone these newcomers. Someone couldn't help but give her a heads up. "Young lady, don't joke around. This is a casino. Real money gambling, not just play pretend. Right? Are you even of legal age? Do you know what playing cards really entails?" Yun Yan didn't speak. She simply pulled out a card from her pocket. "I have 100 million on this. Beat it if you can, or use the card machine to check if you doubt me. In a casino, as long as you can afford your losses, does age matter?" Yun Yan's words silenced all their protests. Upon seeing the bank card, everyone's eyes were nearly gleaming with envy. 100 million. My goodness, this was astronomical figures. Great. Well spoken. Since it's like that, let's begin. The man couldn't wait to start. After all, he'd seen that card before. It was something only the wealthiest could own. He looked greedily at the card, imagining the money inside was about to end up in his wallet soon. "What do we play?" Yun Yan asked. "You decide." The man didn't wish for others to think he bullied the weak. Yun Yan glanced at the deck of poker cards on the table and then suggested, "Let's play Texas Hold'em then." Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected this girl to know Texas Hold'em since it wasn't a common game among the usual entertainment options. "Gladly, sounds good. Let's each start with 5 million chips. Once lost, you're out. Whoever has the most left at the end wins." "How's that?" The man's mood was slightly excited, already seeing the dollar signs within reach. "Sure, works for me." Yun Yan's dark eyes harbored unfathomable depth. Chapter 33. Pretending to be weak to outsmart the strong. There were 4 people at the table. Aside from Yun Yan, the other 3 clearly knew each other well and were of the same kind. But Yun Yan wasn't concerned. People from other tables, noticing that someone was betting here, moreover, a young girl, all gathered around to watch. However, When they saw the other three individuals, they couldn't help but silently pray for Yun Yin in their hearts. These three people knew each other well, frequently colluding to cheat, leaving many others ruined as a result. This young girl really didn't care about her life, daring to gamble with them. It seemed she wouldn't last long, and those sitting at the gambling table were already eager to begin. They felt exhilarated inside, thinking, what could this young girl possibly know? Playing Texas Hold'em? It was clear that she was simply handing them money. There's no room for sentimentality in casinos, so they were just waiting to collect their winnings. Soon, a female dealer dressed in a bunny costume arrived, standing before the table, and began dealing cards. The dealer's technique was very skillful. In no time, she had shuffled and dealt the cards. In fact, Texas Hold'em poker, or just Texas poker for short, has fairly simple rules. It is a game of community cards where players compete directly against one another, usually with 2 to 10 participants. Texas Hold'em uses a standard deck of 52 cards with no wild cards. Each player receives 2 personal whole cards at the start, and then the dealer distributes the community cards progressively. If no winner is decided after all betting rounds, the game will proceed to the showdown, where everyone reveals their whole cards. The player with the best hand wins all the chips. If a player folds during the process, the game ends early, and the remaining chips go to the other players. The game quickly started. The other three were excited, especially Brother Chong, who peeked at his whole cards and couldn't contain his joy. He had drawn a pair of spades, which was quite good. He placed the first bet, pushing forward 200,000 worth of chips. Everyone looked on and exclaimed, wow, what a great hand. When it came to Yun Yan's turn, she glanced at her whole cards and folded right away. Brother Chong was taken aback. Why wasn't this girl betting? Having such a good starting hand felt like a waste. As a result, he didn't win any of Yun Yan's chips in this round. Chong bit his lip and frowned. Young lady, do you even know how to play cards? You folded in the very first round. Can't handle it. Chong felt anxious, having suppressed anger building up in his chest. Yun Yan replied innocently, what? Can I not fold? My hand is so small. If I bet, I'll surely lose. After saying that, Yun Yan revealed her whole cards. You see, I only have a pair of eights. A hand this small has no chance of winning. The onlookers were dumbfounded. A pair of eights was actually a decent hand. Everyone sighed, believing Yun Yan simply didn't understand how to play cards. Moreover, who would show their whole cards to others? Wouldn't the other side then know your strength? This young girl was too naive and inexperienced. How could she possibly be a match for these old foxes? People shook their heads, thinking Yun Yan was trying to break rocks with eggs. A twitch appeared on the corner of Brother Chong's mouth, yet inside, he secretly rejoiced. This girl might know the basic rules, but can't play. That made him even more confident. So in the second round, Yun Yan again directly folded without betting. Brother Chong became irritable. He snorted, little miss, are you playing games with us? How can you fold every single round without placing a bet? Yun Yan still wore an innocent expression, revealing her whole cards once more. Look, I have a king and a jack of different suits, completely disconnected. There's no way I can place a bet. At this point, Chong's confidence began to waver. Winning money from her was proving more difficult than he expected. Soon, the third round commenced. In this round, another person bet first, placing down 100,000 chips cautiously, fearing scaring off Yun Yan. Brother Chong glanced at his whole cards and pushed out 200,000 chips. He thought internally, she'll probably fold again. To everyone's surprise, when it came to Yun Yan's turn, she took a look at her whole cards and immediately bet 1 million chips. Yes, there was no mistake. It was exactly 1 million chips. The onlookers gasped audibly, all thinking silently. What kind of miracle card did this little girl draw? Finally, Brother Chong perked up as well. Staring at the heap of chips, she pushed forward. He froze for a moment. This girl must have gotten a great hand to dare make such a bet. Nevertheless, Chong remained confident. He held a pair of jacks, after all, giving him solid assurance. So he raised an additional 500,000 chips. The other two players immediately folded. They knew Brother Chong's hand was excellent. They'd signaled each other earlier. The dealer continued to deal the next set of community cards. Yun Yan cast a faint glance at Brother Chong, then looked at the cards on the table again, and placed another bet of 1 million. Everyone became excited. It seemed that this young girl must have an excellent hand to dare make such a large bet. Because of the commotion over here, people from the neighboring private room came over to take a look. Today, He Fan and Gu Tianyu also happened to be there. Gu Tianyu initially didn't want to come, but Yun Yan had gone out early, so he was bored and ended up being dragged along. He Fan had two great hobbies. One was chasing girls, and the other was seeking thrills. So today, he had come looking for excitement. He had already played a few rounds earlier. When he saw the excitement over here, he pulled Gu Tianyu over to check it out. When they squeezed to the front, He Fan almost screamed when he saw Yun Yan. Had he seen wrong? That was Yun Yan. How could she be sitting here playing Texas Hold'em against these old hands? Wow. Gu's wife was truly full of surprises. She looked composed, not at all nervous. Gu Tianyu noticed her too. However, he wasn't shocked anymore because Yun Yan had already given him many surprises. He just stood there watching Yun Yan play with others. As win or loss made no difference, he had money. Brother Chong suddenly grew anxious. His hand trembled slightly as he lit a cigarette and took a puff. Looking at his own hand, it wasn't bad, but smaller than what Yun Yan likely had. What kind of cards did that girl have? How dared she play like this? Before, when she had a strong hand, she wouldn't even place a bet, so now her hand must be exceptionally strong. Brother Chong glanced at his current hand, and his confidence faltered. He had figured out her tendencies by now. Should he call or not? For the first time, he hesitated. Yun Yan's expression remained neutral, giving away no hint of her emotions. Seeing Brother Chong hesitate, Yunyan coolly spoke up. Place your bet. Will you follow or not? With determination, Brother Chong decided to fold. He covered his cards. Yunyan smiled and gathered the chips toward herself. Not bad. She had won. Everybody was curious about what kind of cards Yunyan had held. Brother Chong snatched them over first. When he saw Yunyan's cards, he nearly spit blood. Chapter 34 Pure Coincidence. Yunyan's cards simply didn't form a pair, different suits, discontinuous, they were nothing. Damn it, he had been tricked by this little girl. Big Brother Chong originally wanted to confront Yunyan, but as they agreed upon the bet and lost, it was his own lack of confidence. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he could only bear with it. He wouldn't believe such misfortune. One more game. This time, he definitely would not be polite anymore. Big Brother Chong opened his mouth angrily. Some people advised Yunyan to stop, but they also knew that Big Brother Chong wouldn't easily agree. Yunyan glanced at him and nodded. All right. This time, it was fast and decisive. The dealer dealt the cards. It must be said that Big Brother Chong's luck today wasn't bad. He got a pair of QS. Now he was brimming with confidence and wouldn't let that girl fool him again. Soon everyone placed their bets. Big Brother Chong bet 1 million yuan this time, and the other two immediately matched it with another 1 million. Yunyan took a quick glance at her cards and then spoke calmly. I'm all in. All I in. Are you following? Everyone was directly stunned. Big Brother Chong chuckled coldly and said, Little sister, this time you won't be so lucky. I won't be deceived by you, I follow. Big Brother Chong wanted to redeem his shame. With such good cards, how could he believe that the girl held a pair of KS? Where in the world were there such coincidental things? So Big Brother Chong went all in too. Both were crazy. The other two folded. Everyone held their breath. He Fan was very nervous. He tightly clutched Gu Tianyu's arm. Gu Tianyu glanced at him and then coldly said, Let go. He Fan let him go and complained, I'm anxious. Although old Gu has money, isn't your young wife a bit extravagant? What cards did she get that she dared to imitate others all in? Gu Tianyu indulgently said, If it makes her happy, what does a little money matter? He Fan looked at Gu Tianyu and clicked his tongue twice. Old Gu, you're infatuated. Gu Tianyu didn't pay attention to him. Yunyan won't lose. I trust her. Love really makes people blind. He Fan said mockingly. At the same time, the atmosphere at the poker table had become extremely tense. Even though Big Brother Chong was all in, he was still a bit uneasy, worried that Yunyan might play irrationally. So his back was already sweating, his palms too. He no longer underestimated her. Now this one hand was the deciding factor between win or loss. Big Brother Chong couldn't help looking at Yunyan and found the other party very calm, showing no signs of anxiety, as if confident of victory. He started feeling nervous again. Everyone was very excited and wanted to see what cards both sides had. Soon the cards were all dealt out. It was time to open the cards. Yunyan made a pleased gesture. Afterward, both flipped over their cards and saw that Yunyan actually had a pair of KS, overall card strength greater than Big Brother Chong. This hand, Yunyan had won. Yunyan calmly gathered the chips toward herself and then said, Sorry, I win. That Big Brother Chong instantly froze, jumping up. You brat, did you cheat? It can't possibly be this coincidental. That Big Brother Chong yelled loudly, dissatisfied. Yunyan stood up, looking at him. Agreed, gambling means acceptance. There are so many people who can testify here. Gambling is about luck anyway, don't you know? Yunyan wasn't the least bit afraid. Although Big Brother Chong looked fierce, he was intimidated by Yunyan's bearing. Especially Yunyan's pitch black, cold black eyes were quite scary. His bravado halved. People around began whispering. Is he not able to accept defeat? Yes. How could this girl possibly cheat in public? That's right. If one lacks skill and chooses to cheat, isn't it disgraceful? Isn't that true? Who cheated is crystal clear. All these pointed remarks left Big Brother Chong humiliated and unable to stay. In the end, he could only cough up the money. Seeing this, He Fan was speechless. There's no doubt. Yunyan was his idol now. Good heavens, too awesome. Every time he met her, he witnessed her formidable side. There's nothing more to say. Now he had a serious case of envy disease for old Gu. Because Gu Tianyu was incredibly fortunate to marry Yunyan. Big Brother Chong could only slink off in humiliation after that. However, he also noted down Yunyan. He'd definitely find a chance to retaliate later. After the crowd dispersed, Yi came forward. Sister Yun, impressive. I haven't even disciplined you yet. Will you dare come to such places in the future? These people aren't someone you should mess with. Yunyan warned. I understand. I'll be careful from now on, Sister Yun. Yi was somewhat frightened. His abilities must fall short of Yunyan's. So just now he was truly scared, and he quickly sought reinforcements. At this moment, He Fan popped out. Sister-in-law, it's been a while. Yunyan looked up and saw him, naturally also spotting Gu Tianyu. Her lips twitched slightly, and her forehead ached a bit. She even doubted if Gu Tianyu had installed a tracker on her. Why was it that wherever she went, she would always bump into him? Gu Tianyu seemed to have thought about it too, so he explained, Pure coincidence. I didn't know you were here either. If you want to play, I can bring you. Yunyan retorted dryly. I'm here on business. Yi, upon seeing Gu Tianyu, immediately understood. So this was the sister-in-law he'd heard about before, but this was the first time they met. Gu Tianyu also noticed Yi. Just now, he had seen the two of them standing very close together, seemingly familiar with each other. A sudden uncomfortable, sour feeling rose in Gu Tianyu's heart. Seeing Yi being stared at by Gu Tianyu, Yi casually introduced himself. Are you the brother-in-law? Yunyan is my senior classmate. I'm Yi. Gu Tianyu comprehended and nodded. Hello. Hearing the words, brother-in-law, Yun Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi He. This troublemaker was calling out nonsense. Yi He smiled, believing he hadn't called wrong. Still, fearing a reprimand from Yun Yin, he quickly made an excuse to leave, citing something else to take care of. After Yi He left, Gu Tianyu and the other two also came out. Gu Tianyu glanced at He Fan, but He Fan still didn't get the hint. Gu Tianyu then spoke. What? Are you going to follow us on our date? He Fan finally understood why Gu Tianyu had cast such a sharp glance earlier. Because he was being the third wheel. Quickly, he interjected. That's right. I've got a dinner appointment with a friend. How could I forget? I'll go ahead then. And with that, he dashed off. Finally, only the two of them were left. Gu Tianyu opened his mouth. I didn't know you could play cards. I don't really know much. It was pure luck, just now. Yun Yin humbly replied. But Gu Tianyu knew that it couldn't just be due to luck. Instead, it was mainly due to having strong mental fortitude and understanding the opponent's psychology. Chapter 35. Who is the real socialite? Gu Tianyu had long known that Yun Yin was not an ordinary person, but he didn't care to point it out. After all, this made things so much more interesting. Are you hungry too? Let's go have a meal. Gu Tianyu suddenly remembered that they hadn't even gone on a formal date yet. It was such a rare and good opportunity today. All right. Yun Yin indeed felt hungry as well, and she wasn't someone who got caught up in formalities. Thus, the two of them went to a nearby restaurant. This was a high-end Western restaurant with a great atmosphere, classy and favored by many socialites and celebrities alike. Once inside, they found a spot by the window. In truth, Yun Yin wasn't particular about food. She'd eaten so much good food already, whether it be expensive or affordable, that nothing stood out much to her anymore. Just as they were about to order their meal, suddenly, from a distance came a surprised voice. Tianyu, are you dining here as well? Big brother, what a coincidence. Gu Tianyu turned to see Song Ran and Gu Shiyu approaching. It seemed like they had also planned to dine at this location. Gu Tianyu gave a light hum. As soon as Gu Shiyu noticed who was sitting across from Gu Tianyu, her expression darkened. Why would Big Brother bring her to such a high-class place for a meal? Isn't this woman from the countryside? What does she know? From her appearance, it's clear she can't appreciate such delicacies. A thought crossed Gu Shiyu's mind. Then she pulled Song Ran towards them. Big brother, Lao Song and I haven't secured our seats yet. Let us join you, please. Since we've met, let me crash your meal. She added flirtatiously. After all, her requests were usually met by her big brother. Gu Tianyu glanced over at Yun Yin. Seeing her silent acquiescence, he simply nodded. Fine, sit. Though, he initially wanted to enjoy the meal, just with Yun Yin. Yun Yin, however, wasn't particularly bothered. If she refused now, it'd only tarnish her reputation further. Besides, it was clear Gu Shiyu liked gossiping about her, thinking her stingy and unkind if she said no. Why bother with such triviality? It's merely dinner anyway, and it's certain Gu Tianyu would cover the bill. Sigh. Not even a quiet meal could be spared. Every manner of troublemaker had arrived. Yet, Yun Yin did not miss the exchange of glances between Song Ran and Gu Shiyu just moments ago. There was definitely something suspicious hidden within those looks. It was likely both women shared some kind of plan. Of course, the target was obviously her. Oh well, even eating dinner quietly was impossible, but if one comes, one must stay. There was little choice left for Yun Yin now. After all, these were just minor tricks from the pair, hardly worth getting worked up about. Before long, Song Ran and Gu Shiyu took their seats. Song Ran secretly reveled inside. Excellent. She would show Yun Yin who the real socialite was. Right here, at this luxurious Western restaurant. This naive bumpkin probably hasn't been here before, has she? Let her have a taste now. The country girl probably doesn't even know how to use a fork and knife correctly. Also, it will make Tianyu realize what exactly he's married to. Thinking about it, Song Ran couldn't suppress her joyous grin. Gu Shiyu similarly hoped to see Yun Yin humiliated. She'd waited a while for such an opportunity, and now it had finally come. Upon witnessing the self-satisfied smirks from Song Ran and Gu Shiyu, Yun Yin subtly rolled her eyes. It was apparent from their facial expressions that they harbored ulterior motives, most likely planning something underhanded again. Yun Yin remained silent, calmly picking up a glass of lemon water near her and taking a small sip. Gu Tianyu handed over the menu to Yun Yin. What would you like to eat? Yun Yin declined to take it, responding indifferently. Anything is fine, you all decide. After all, in a Western restaurant, there's typically only steak, pasta, and the likes. No remarkable flavor, just filling one's stomach. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, Song Ran inwardly scoffed. Definitely because she cannot comprehend the menu, so she dare not choose. Choosing items at this restaurant requires sophistication. For instance, steak should be ordered according to its level of doneness, along with various side dishes, all very specialized knowledge. However, Yun Yin calculated well. As long as she remained quiet, she wouldn't expose any shortcomings. While acceptable outwardly, Song Ran awaited eagerly to observe Yun Yin once they started eating. How exciting! At the suggestion of placing orders, Gu Shiyu quickly snatched the menu from Gu Tianyu's hands and began browsing through it. I'll do it since I come here often and know my way around. She then proceeded to order an array of items: tomahawk steak, Italian noodles, grilled salmon, Spanish seafood rice, creamy asparagus soup, tuna tata with white truffle oil. She deliberately ordered 4 steaks, all cooked to 7/10 done. Once finished, she asked, "Is there anything else you'd like?" Song Ran replied, "That's sufficient. We can add more if needed." Then turning toward Yun Yin, she said, "Yun Yin, the steak here is extremely tender and delectable. Be sure to try it later. I wonder if Yun Yin will use chopsticks to eat the steak? I can't wait to see." From her cunning gaze, Yun Yin already knew that she wouldn't be so kind-hearted. She nodded with an innocent look. "Sure, I'm looking forward to it too. Definitely. You must have eaten beef before when you were in the countryside, right? But the steak is from the tenderest part of the cow and is prepared very carefully. 7/10 done is the most tender. Today, I'll let you see what it's like. Gu Shiru spoke with a natural sense of superiority. Her eyes were full of disdain when she looked at Yunyan. Yunyan responded indifferently. Is that so? I'll try later. Don't take such people too seriously, or you'll make yourself miserable. Yunyan glanced around at the surroundings. It truly lived up to being a high-end Western restaurant, with a wonderful, quiet environment. If she weren't sharing the table with these two, her mood would be even better. Soon, the waiter began serving the dishes one after another. Song Ran and Gu Shiru deliberately started on other food first, not touching the steak yet. Gu Shiru also feared that Gu Tianyu might eat, so she gave him some other dish. They were worried that Yun Yan would mimic them, making it impossible for them to laugh at her then. There is a set etiquette to dining in a Western restaurant, and Yun Yan surely doesn't know it. Let's see how embarrassing she'll make herself look. Seeing that Yun Yan hadn't started yet, Gu Tianyu asked, Do you want me to cut the steak for you? He assumed that Yun Yan didn't know how to use a knife. Yun Yan declined politely. No need, I can do it myself. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Song Ran felt a sourness in her heart. When had the old Gu Tianyu ever said something so considerate? She had also dined with him before, but he never said anything like that. Now, he was going all out for this little tramp, Yun Yan. Gu Shiru urged Yun Yan impatiently. Hurry up and eat. Once it gets cold, there will be a fishy smell, and it will become tough and lose its tenderness. Yun Yan had never seen Gu Shiru being so well-intentioned. How could she not know what they're up to? Gu Shiru and Song Ran were eyeing her closely, obviously expecting to see her embarrass herself, but she wouldn't let them have their way. Chapter 36, Slapped in the Face While Eating Western Cuisine. Yun Yan looked at them for a moment, then sat up straight, picking up her knife and fork gracefully. She held the fork in her left hand and the knife in her right. She pressed the fork lightly on the steak and proceeded to cut it with steady precision. After cutting off a small piece, she picked it up with her fork, placed it into her mouth, and began tasting slowly. After one bite, Yun Yan took a small sip of red wine, its aroma spreading around her lips. Song Ran was stunned, her eyebrows involuntarily creasing. Had she not misjudged? Yun Yan's actions while cutting the steak were highly skilled, unlike someone who had never seen the world before. But wasn't she from the countryside? How could she possibly understand such Western dining etiquette? Before, when she didn't even look at the menu, Song Ran had guessed that maybe since the menu was all in English, she couldn't see it and dared not place an order to avoid embarrassment. If that was true, shouldn't this have been her first time eating like this? Why was she so proficient? Her use of the knife and fork was excellent as well. This was indeed hard to explain. What was supposed to be a good show turned out differently. She'd ended up getting slapped in the face. However, Gu Shiru still wouldn't admit defeat. With mockery in her tone, she said, The steaks here are flown in fresh every day. Isn't that great? Eat more. After all, you rarely get to eat things like this. Yun Yan paid no attention to her sarcasm. In an elegant manner, she speared another small bite, put it into her mouth, chewed briefly, then swallowed. Only after this did she slowly say, Since it has been treated with ice water, the texture is a little off. It's not tender enough. Also, the cooking time wasn't controlled well. Though it's supposed to be medium rare, it feels closer to medium well, making it a bit dry. Yun Yan's words shocked everyone sitting at the table. They all looked at her incredulously, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Yes, this was their first time seeing such a Yun Yan. Initially, they thought they would mock her, treating her like a bumpkin unfamiliar with high society. But unexpectedly, she commented as if she were a gourmet critic. Previously, she didn't seem to talk much, but today, she spoke fluently and confidently. Just as others ate the steak after seeing Yun Yan do so, they agreed that it was indeed a bit dry and not tender enough. But how could she detect the effects of ice water treatment just by taste? Gu Shiru retorted. Who would have thought your palate was so picky? I didn't know rural life was doing so well these days that people could enjoy such fancy food. That comment was undeniably mocking. Gu Tianyu furrowed his brow and scolded. Gu Shiru, don't be rude. Talk properly. Pouting slightly, Gu Shiru clearly wasn't satisfied. Yun Yan glanced at Gu Shiru once more before continuing. Kobe beef is actually better. Its meat is fine-textured, melting in the mouth instantly. Both the quality of the meat and fat distribution, the marbling, are impeccable. I never expected Miss Yun to have such knowledge about food, Song Ran said sarcastically. It's because I've eaten it before, leaving a deep impression. Back then, Mr. Kai Lang prepared it, resulting in unforgettable, delicious cuisine. Yun Yan reminisced about the steak she had previously enjoyed. That was true Ho cuisine. Kai Lang was a renowned domestic gourmand and celebrated chef, yet he had a somewhat peculiar personality. He cooked depending on his mood and sense of affinity. If he disliked you, no matter how much money you offered, he wouldn't cook for you. If he liked you, however, he was quite enthusiastic. Back when Kai Lang had experienced minor health issues, Yun Yan helped him recover, so he decided to prepare meals for her for a period of time. During those days, Yun Yan's taste buds were spoiled. Mr. Kai Lang, the gourmand and famous chef? Gu Shiru questioned curiously. Yes, exactly him. Yun Yan confirmed with a nod. Talking nonsense without batting an eyelid. How could you possibly come into contact with someone of that stature? The last time my grandmother's birthday came around, we wanted to invite Mr. Kai Lang, but he rejected us outright. What kind of favor do you think you have? Gu Shiru opened her mouth disdainfully. Some people really could lie without missing a beat, daring to say anything. Speechless, Yun Yan paused for a moment, then frowned as she replied, I'm not lying. If Grandma enjoys Mr. Kai's dishes, I'll invite him for the next birthday. Yun Yin spoke earnestly, without any hint of jesting. Even Gu Tianyu became curious. You know Chef Kai? Yes, we've met a few times, Yun Yin answered humbly. Though surprised, Gu Tianyu believed what Yun Yin said was true. Gu Shiru, however, refused to believe even a single word. If Yun Yin failed to invite Chef Kai, it would definitely turn into a laughing matter. Song Ran remained silent, but observed Yun Yin closely. She appeared not to be lying. Could this Yun Yin truly be this extraordinary? Ordinarily unassuming. Only to astonish everyone when the time came? Song Ran suddenly felt a bit stunned inside. It seemed she needed to be more cautious in dealing with the situation. Could it be that Yun Yin was not as simple as she appeared on the surface? This meal left her feeling a little heavy-hearted. In the end, Yun Yin enjoyed it the most, mainly because she was also hungry. Meanwhile, Song Ran and Gu Shiru harbored their own schemes. As they were about to part after the meal, Song Ran suddenly spoke up. Tianyu, next Saturday is my birthday banquet. Do remember to come. All right, I'll bring Yun Yin along. Gu Tianyu nodded in response. A flicker of movement appeared at the corner of Yun Yan's lips. She didn't seem to be invited, did she? Actually, Yun Yin didn't like going either, as these rich people always had gatherings of one kind or another. It was all about showing off and forming cliques, utterly meaningless. Song Ran couldn't say anything, but then an idea struck her. Yun Yan's presence might even be better, for she had a surprise in store. She simply couldn't believe that Yun Yin would have such good luck every time. Was it possible for anyone to be omnipotent, knowing everything? Surely there must be some weakness of hers. Now Song Ran wanted to find her fatal flaw and strike hard. Yes, definitely. The more the merrier, Song Ran smoothly concluded. No wonder she'd been able to stay in front of Gu Tianyu for so long. After that, they parted ways and went back home. Once at home, Yun Yin received a message from Yi He saying that everything related to today's casino incident had been resolved. Then Yun Yin tossed the phone aside. At Lu family residence. Tonight, the Lu family couple sat specially in the living room waiting for Yu Zi to come back. It was very late when Lu Jia returned home with a strong smell of alcohol. Seeing his parents sitting in the living room, Lu Jia asked, Mom, Dad, why aren't you sleeping? We're waiting for you. Why are you drinking again? Lu father's voice carried authority, glaring at Lu Jia's unsatisfactory demeanor, becoming angrier. Dad, a friend's birthday today, so I had a couple of drinks. Nothing serious. I'm not drunk, Lu Jia explained. By the way, Jia, we actually just wanted to ask how things are between you and Yunxi. We were thinking whether to set a date for the engagement. Lu mother lovingly consulted. Lu Jia frowned slightly. No rush on this matter. He wasn't done having fun yet. Moreover, that Yunxi seemed a little off. On the other hand, Yun Yin was more appealing. Though the woman was a bit cold, she was rather challenging. The day he saw her at the gemstone market stirred something in him. He needed to find an opportunity to meet her. Chapter 37. Sit back and observe. Mr. Lu paused for a moment before speaking. This matter is not urgent. I heard that the Yun family group is having some financial issues. Therefore, we should slow down with the marriage plans. What? Is this true? Is it reliable? Mrs. Lu immediately asked upon hearing this. It should be accurate. An old friend of mine mentioned that Yin Qingyun borrowed money from him to get things moving. Mr. Lu nodded as he spoke. It seems to be true. The Yun family really has big ambitions, even trying to scheme against our family. Mrs. Lu coldly sniffed. No wonder He Weiwei was hinting so strongly about wanting to set the engagement quickly. It appears they want us, the Lu family, to bear their burdens. Therefore, we need to slow down, sit back, and observe the situation. After all, Yin family also has another daughter married into the Gu family, and I've heard that Gu Tianyu treats her quite well. Given they are in-laws now, we'll see what stance the Gu family takes. Mr. Lu acted always with deep calculation. That's true. If we could establish ties with the Gu family, we'd be blessed beyond belief. Mrs. Lu approvingly nodded. Lu Jia looked at them with disdain. All right, it's very late. Let's clean up and sleep. He had appointments scheduled for tomorrow. The next day, Gu Tianyu and Yun Yin went to the company together. Yun Yin was recently busy because she was responsible for the new project, which involved intricate tasks requiring her personal attention in everything. Of course, this news had reached Gu Haonan's ears as well. He sat in the vice president's office, gazing out at the endless buildings outside, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. He had heard about this matter. Gu Haonan harbored some doubts in his mind. Isn't Yun Yin originally from the countryside? Why was she entrusted with the responsibility? How would others follow her lead without resistance? What's strange is that no one else seemed to oppose this either. This was indeed thought-provoking. Could there be something he was unaware of? Is Yun Yin truly as simple as she appears on the surface? Additionally, there was one more issue. They were deceived regarding Gu Tianyu's illness. Previously, his condition was considered hopeless, yet now Gu Tianyu has improved significantly. Yes, he no longer needs to wear a mask. Looking at him now, he does not resemble someone who is sick. Before, it was said that his recovery might be due to a temporary improvement, but now, seeing Gu Tianyu looking radiant, how could this be explained? Since Yun Yin married Gu Tianyu, it seems like he has been getting better and better. Could it truly be because of the traditional belief that marrying during bad times can bring good luck? Originally, they assumed marrying a village girl who knew nothing about business would not help, yet now the situation has become perplexing. Gu Haonan's expression involuntarily grew serious. With the position of CEO almost within his grasp, he absolutely cannot allow such matters to happen. Looks like he will have to act. Yun Yin was working busily inside the office, cursing herself for taking on too much work when she shouldn't have. If only she hadn't agreed at the start. Yun Yin felt utterly miserable. What kind of ridiculous notion of partnership is this? This was pure exploitation. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and saw it was Gao Shutian calling. After shooting the advertisement previously, Gao Shutian left for overseas to attend the premiere of his latest movie, and they hadn't managed to stay in touch since. Seeing the call now, Yunyan picked it up. Little senior sister, I'm back. Let's have lunch together at noon. Gao Shutian's cheerful voice came through. Yunyan checked the time and replied. Sure, shall we meet at Blue Mountain Cafe? This Western restaurant was relatively close to the company. All right, I'll wait for you there, Gao Shutian happily responded. In his heart, the little senior sister was a very exceptional person. After work at noon, Yunyan went straight there. She disliked being late. When she arrived, the other party was already there. Blue Mountain Cafe was located in the busiest commercial street of River City, and it was a favorite leisure spot for many people. There were many surrounding commercial companies, so this place drew many white-collar workers eager to indulge in its stylish atmosphere. Little senior sister, over here. Gao Shutian waved towards the entrance. When Yunyan looked over, she couldn't help but feel speechless at Gao Shutian's attire. Being a public figure, Gao Shutian had disguised himself by wearing sunglasses and a face mask. However, wasn't this kind of outfit even more likely to attract attention inside a restaurant? Walking over, Yunyan opened her mouth to speak. Your disguise makes you look stranger. Haven't you noticed everyone's staring at you? Gao Shutian removed his sunglasses and mask. That's true. If they recognize me, then so be it. What's wrong with letting people know I exist? Amidst being a public figure, don't I deserve a little freedom? Little senior sister, please sit down quickly. We haven't chatted properly for so long. Hey, I really miss the life we used to have on the mountain, though that old man does have a peculiar temperament. Gao Shutian sighed reflectively. If master hears you saying this, little Wei, your hide will be tanned. Yunyan warned with a smile. In fact, she also felt that the mountain was a better place, free from deceit and intrigue. But she still had a mission now, so there was no way out for her. I know senior sister wouldn't sit idly by when someone's in danger. Gao Shutian smiled as he passed over the food tray. Take a look. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Look at how thin you've become. Don't you know that being thin is considered beautiful nowadays? Yunyan mentioned casually. Senior sister, you're already very beautiful. It doesn't matter. Gao Shutian wasn't flattering her one bit. Senior sister's looks truly surpass those of entertainment industry stars. The female celebrities constantly have cosmetic surgeries here and there, resulting in unnatural appearances with little trace of original beauty. Senior sister remains more beautiful. Why has your mouth gotten so sweet all of a sudden? Yunyan looked at Gao Shutian. Although he had become a big star, he was still the same junior apprentice in front of her. Just like that tailing follower he used to be. You're just noticing this now? By the way, senior sister, how did you end up working at Gu Corporation? And why are some people saying that you're married? What's going on? Gao Shutian nearly jumped when he heard this news. In his heart, senior sister was his ultimate goddess. Which man could possibly match her? It's a long story. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Mountain Cafe, Song Ran was having lunch with Gu Shireng. Recently, Song Ran had changed her approach. Since it was becoming harder to find excuses to get close to Gu Tianyu, she decided to switch tactics and began pleasing Gu mother and Gu Shireng instead. As usual, she once again invited Gu Shireng for a meal. Gu Shireng, a young miss, spent her days eating, drinking, and shopping. Around noon, Gu Shireng happened to be strolling around near here, so Song Ran took the chance to invite her to dine together. Song Ran mainly used the opportunity to inquire about Yunyan's whereabouts. Only through knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can one win every battle. Both of them loved coming to Blue Mountain Cafe for meals due to its pleasant environment and quiet atmosphere. After ordering their food and chatting casually, suddenly Gu Shireng excitedly pointed towards a figure by the floor-to-ceiling windows, saying, Isn't that Emperor Gao? Am I seeing things? Chapter 38. Stealing a person? Wearing the green hat. Why did Gu Shiyu recognize him at a glance? Because she was a loyal fan of Gao Shutian, the kind of crazed brain-dead fan. Ever since Gao Shutian made his debut, she became deeply infatuated with this handsome and tall man. It was utterly uncontrollable. So her eyes were sharp, and she spotted him right away. Even if he were turned to ashes, she would still recognize him. Gu Shiyu knew that Gao Shutian had gone abroad for a movie premiere. As a seasoned fan, she cared a great deal about her idol's schedule. Who would have thought that he was back now, and she happened to bump into him? This truly was an arrangement of fate. Song Ren only had eyes for Gu Tianyu, so she wasn't particularly interested in those celebrities. King Gao, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Would big stars come to a restaurant to eat? Aren't they quite concerned about their privacy? Besides, that person is wearing sunglasses and a mask, Song Ran asked curiously. Did Gu Shiyu have the true eyes of fire and gold? How could she recognize him like this? It's him, no mistake. Even if he turns to ashes, I'd still recognize him. Gu Shiyu said happily. Moreover, Gao Shutian often wore masks and sunglasses, which made him more easily recognizable instead. Her heart beat with excitement, and her gaze followed him tightly. Maybe she could ask him for an autograph later, and even take a photo with him. Just thinking about it made her happy. Gu Shiyu looked completely besotted. Song Ran couldn't understand such behavior. It was too irrational, as if she had lost her mind. Still, she wouldn't say anything about it to avoid offending Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu had already lost interest in eating. Just as she was about to approach, she suddenly saw a woman walking towards Gao Shutian. Gu Shiyu paused. Was Gao Shutian meeting someone here for dinner? When the woman sat down, Gu Shiyu's eyes widened. This woman seemed familiar. Gu Shiyu quickly moved aside to get a better look and then recognized the stunning face of the woman. Isn't this Yunyan? Does she know Gao Shutian? Why are they eating together? Ah, isn't Yunyan married to my elder brother already? Is she giving my elder brother the green hat? Gu Shiyu instantly became enraged. Shiyu, what's wrong? Song Ran noticed her change in expression and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Sister Song Ran, check it out. Isn't that the little bitch Yin who's cheating on my elder brother? Gu Shiyu complained angrily. Hearing this, Song Ran paused for a moment, then turned around immediately, indeed seeing Yin chatting cheerfully with Gao Shutian. They were laughing and conversing as if they had known each other for a long time. Song Ran also felt a bit stunned, never imagining that Yin could be connected to such top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. That's Yin, possibly someone she met during the last advertisement shoot. The company had Yin responsible for that ad not long ago. Song Ran recalled something Xia Kiki had reported. Yin must have some strange allure, having managed to make Gao Shutian, this lion, cooperate in shooting advertisements. There's no denying that Yin has some serious tactics. Previously, everyone was helpless against Gao Shutian, but somehow, she was able to make him listen. I knew that slut wouldn't stay quiet. She started flirting with men soon enough. Gu Shiyu said indignantly. If it were any other man, perhaps she wouldn't feel as angry. But it just had to be her favorite idol, truly shameless. Gu Shiyu was so angry that she stomped her foot. Song Ran glanced at the figure from behind and let a shadow of sinister joy flicker across her lips. This was truly a godsend opportunity. That slut finally gave her the chance to catch her in the act. Previously, she had been looking for such a chance, but found none. Now that Gu Shiyu knows, all Song Ran needed to do was fan the flames. Song Ran deliberately suggested. Shiyu? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Perhaps they're discussing something. What could that country bumpkin discuss? She's definitely cheating on my elder brother. Gu Shiyu exploded in anger. What was there for them to talk about? Yin and King Gao looked very cheerful together. They were laughing and talking casually, even showing intimacy. King Gao helped her cut her steak? Doesn't that slut Yin have hands? Could it be that there really is something scandalous between them? But why would a megastar like Gao Shutian take interest in a bumpkin like Yin? It must be that slut is relying on her slight beauty to seduce King Gao. Seeing Gao Shutian smiling at Yin, Gu Shiyu's heart was already burning with rage. Song Ran, seeing this, felt extremely pleased inside. She took out her phone, then aimed at Yin, and secretly took a few photos. Not only would Gu Tianyu be angry, but even Gao Su Tian's fans might drool enough to drown Yin if they saw this. Gao Su Tian had quite a number of crazy fans. Thinking of this, Song Ran felt extremely excited. To avoid alarming them prematurely, Song Ran pulled Gu Shiyu back. Shiyu, don't lose your temper. If you go up there and cause a scene, it won't help. It will only leave a bad impression on King Gao, Song Ran said. What should we do then? Should we just watch that slut put a green hat on my brother? Gu Shiyu retorted unhappily. She could not swallow this indignity. This shameless woman was bringing disgrace to the Gu family. Song Ran showed her the pictures on the phone. Look, what's this? Gu Shiyu looked at them and immediately understood. Great, I get it. On the other side, after Yin and Gao Shutian finished their meal, they bid each other farewell and left. Seeing this, Gu Shiyu quickly took some more photos and sent them to Gu Tianyu. Brother, look at your precious wife having dinner with another man. Your head is about to turn green soon. This time she was determined to kick that shameless girl out of the Gu family for sure. Gu Tianyu was attending a social event, dining with his business partners at Drunken Immortal Inn. When he received the message, he opened it and frowned tightly. Gu Tianyu's face grew cold, and an intimidating chill spread from his body. The photo showed a man and a woman. Though taken from a distance, Gu Tianyu instantly recognized the woman. It was Yin, and the photo was clearly just taken. Gu Tianyu squinted slightly. Could it be that Yin used the fact that he wasn't available today to dine with another man? They seemed rather intimate too. Seeing his darkening expression, the business partners all became uneasy. Had they said something wrong? Why did Mr. Gu's mood suddenly turn sour? Everyone trembled with fear. Closing his phone, Gu Tianyu's thoughts had already drifted far away. What was Yunyan's relationship with that man? They looked so happy talking together. It seemed like he never really knew much about his young wife. She probably had a lot of secrets unknown to him. Gu Tianyu couldn't wait to find out exactly what was going on. Chapter 39, Making a Scene. Gu Tianyu hastily ended his social engagement and stepped out from Zui Xianju. As he walked, he called Yunyan. Yunyan's phone was in her bag, and she had accidentally set it to vibrate mode, so she didn't hear the call. When she returned to the company, it was already time for work, so she started her day. Gu Tianyu, seeing that Yunyan didn't answer his call, became instantly irritated. He hurried back to his office. At the corner, he encountered Yunyan. His heart eased immediately as he grabbed Yunyan's arm. Come with me to my office. Yunyan felt confused, but followed him anyway. Due to Gu Tianyu's grumpy tone, something must have happened. She could sense the icy atmosphere around him. Inside the office, Gu Tianyu frowned deeply with a sullen face. Why didn't you pick up my call? It was because of this. My phone might have been accidentally set to vibrate, so I didn't hear it. What? Is there any emergency? Yunyan asked. Looking at the carefree woman in front of him, Gu Tianyu was genuinely upset. Where did you go at noon? Yunyan furrowed her brows in response. I went out for lunch with a friend. What was wrong with Gu Tianyu today? Why was he asking so many questions? Which friend? Do I know them? Gu Tianyu looked at Yunyan, persistently questioning. Yunyan was slightly annoyed. What is wrong with you? So what if I went out for lunch? Besides, am I not allowed to have friends anymore? What a psychopath. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just worried about you. Gu Tianyu suddenly realized. Was he making a mountain out of a molehill? All Yunyan did was eat with a friend, which was her right. I'm fine. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to work, Yunyan said and left for her office. Seeing Yunyan without any hint of guilt, Gu Tianyu concluded that he must have overthought things. He calmed down afterward, thinking the matter would end there. Unexpectedly within an hour, someone anonymously posted photos online of Yin having dinner with Gao Shutian. The headline read provocatively, King Gao meets secretly with a married woman? This post quickly exploded with comments, garnering tens of thousands within half an hour. It shot straight to the top trending topic on social media. The spread of public opinion was rapid, with everyone talking about this event. Because Gao Shutian was a famous star, the discussion buzzed everywhere. The comments were overwhelmingly defamatory and abusive towards Yin. Who's that cheap woman? She's already married but still luring King Gao. It's utterly shameless. Yes, we should find out her identity and scold her harshly. She must have initiated the seduction. Or how could King Gao be attracted to such a woman? Most of the comments were condemning Yin. Song Ran saw these comments and couldn't help but smile. She also used one of her alternate accounts to guide some discussions in the comments section earlier. Soon enough, everyone would know Yunyan's identity. By then, Yunyan would certainly be cyber-exposed to the point she wouldn't dare step outside. Just thinking about it made Song Ran happy. Now let's see how Yunyan handles this mess. As the situation escalated, since Yunyan rarely paid attention to online stuff, she wasn't aware of the drama. It was Yi who noticed and called Yunyan. Sis, trouble's coming. Photos of you having dinner with young master have been leaked online and have gone viral. You're both being portrayed very badly. Yi was seething at those comments. Do people really spread rumors without any cost now? Why does having lunch together turn into such a complicated story? Upon hearing this, Yunyan quickly turned on her computer, her fingers skillfully tapping the keyboard, soon finding the trending topic. Her expression was grave, wondering who had done this. From the angle of the photos, the person must have been inside the restaurant at the same time, hence capturing these images. In fact, the photos themselves weren't much. The reason they drew attention was likely due to Gao Shutian's celebrity status as a public figure, shifting everyone's focus onto him. And by looking at the comments, it seems someone had manipulated and employed internet trolls to drive this up to a trending topic. Sis, what should we do now? Are we just going to let this issue spiral out of control? Yi anxiously inquired. No worries, I'll handle it. After hanging up, Yunyan quickly entered the back end, and within minutes, the trending topic miraculously disappeared. Actually, for Yunyan, this was like handling a minor rainstorm. She swiftly resolved it, and also traced the account that originally released the message. It appeared the other party was quite clever, posting from an internet cafe using a public browser. Furthermore, the post was anonymous, making it more difficult to track down. It would indeed take some effort to find out. The other party probably anticipated this and left no traces. Besides, money can make the devil turn the millstone, so they might have hired someone to post it. The real mastermind behind the scenes definitely wouldn't do it themselves. However, Yunyan believed that if the attempt to ruin her failed this time, there would be another one coming. So she just waited calmly for the other side to show up. Soon, all posts online about the incident were deleted. Thus, the onlookers were a bit confused. Of course, Gao Shutian only learned about it after the posts had been deleted. He knew it should be senior sister who deleted them. She was a hacking expert. Such a matter wasn't even worth her effort. It was simply a meal, yet someone managed to take secret photos. Moreover, that person must know senior sister as well, since how else could they have known she was married? Senior sister's marriage didn't come with fanfare at all. If she hadn't personally told him, he would never believe it either. So, it should be someone close to her. Thinking about such a person existing around senior sister, Gao Shutian involuntarily furrowed his brows. This event caused significant negative impacts. Though the posts were removed, many people already knew about it. Thus, Gao Shutian felt that it was necessary for him to clarify publicly. His agent also agreed, indeed needing clarification, otherwise Gao Shutian's image would be damaged. Gao Shutian didn't particularly care about his own image. He entered the entertainment circle quite by chance. If he weren't a star, inheriting the family business would probably make his parents happier. But since the matter involved his senior sister, it became no trivial issue. Hence, Gao Shutian called Yunyan and apologized for causing her trouble. Yunyan didn't really dwell on this matter and told him not to worry about it. With time, people would stop gossiping. Gu Tianyu, of course, also saw those pictures and posts. It was Assistant Cheng who informed him first thing. When Gu Tianyu saw them, he was furious, wondering who was spreading the rumors. He suddenly thought of Gu Shiru because she had sent him similar pictures before, which were from the same angle as those posted. So, where did these pictures come from? Chapter 40, Clarification Press Conference. Gu Tianyu first arranged for Assistant Cheng to find someone to delete the post. However, as soon as Assistant Cheng opened it, he discovered that all the posts were gone. They had already been deleted by someone else. Gu Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want Yunyan to know and worry in vain. He knew Yunyan had found out long ago, and she wasn't particularly concerned about these things anyway. Seeing that the posts were gone, Gu Tianyu felt more at ease and planned to go back and properly interrogate Gu Shiyu. Did she take those photos? How could this be such a coincidence? Meanwhile, Gao Shutian had already convened a press conference to clarify the matter. If he hadn't worried about affecting his young female mentor, he could have ignored it, but now that so many people knew, it would damage her reputation. Soon, Gao Shutian's agent arranged for the press conference. Since Gao Shutian was already the king of traffic, many reporters attended this conference. Everyone was curious about who that girl really was. After all, no one had ever seen a girl around Gao Shutian before. Even during filming, he always kept a certain distance from female actors. So over these years, there had been no news of him having any scandalous girlfriends. There weren't even any fabricated couples, CP. Now, with a girl suddenly appearing by his side, everyone was truly curious about her identity. From the photos alone, Gao Shutian seemed to be smiling warmly at her, which in itself was incredible. After all, Gao Shutian was called the irritable lion for good reason. So everyone speculated that this girl must have a close relationship with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be treating her so gently. Now that a press conference was being held, wouldn't it mean revealing the girl's identity? But the Post claimed that the girl was already married. This made the situation even more mysterious. Soon, they saw Gao Shutian walk out and begin accepting interviews. As soon as he sat down, a reporter asked, "King Gao, are you here today to respond to the trending topic?" Gao Shutian glanced at everyone, nodded, and said, "Yes, I'm here to clarify this matter because some people, unaware of the truth, have slandered me and my young female mentor, causing significant harm. Yes, that is my young female mentor. I met her before I entered the entertainment industry. At the time, I was physically weak, so I went up the mountain to practice. My young female mentor helped me immensely. She was my benefactor and took very good care of me. We hadn't seen each other for a long time, so we decided to have dinner together, only to become the target of various rumors. I reserve the right to pursue legal action against those spreading false rumors. The internet is not a lawless place. Don't think that people can speak recklessly without consequences. You may criticize me if you like, but criticizing my young female mentor is unacceptable. She is very important to me." Gao Shutian's speech left everyone momentarily confused. So this was their relationship. No wonder someone had taken a photo and started spreading rumors. The matter was quickly clarified. Gu Shiyu had also been watching the press conference all along. After hearing Gao Shutian's words, she became furious. It turned out their relationship was like that. Who would have thought that Yun Yan, that little hussy, was actually King Gao's young female mentor? What merit did she have to deserve such a position? She had originally hoped to use this opportunity to drive her out of the Gu family, but the situation had unexpectedly reversed. That lowly person must be quite pleased now. Neither she nor Sister Song Ran could destroy that lowly woman using hired trolls. How infuriating. It was as though an invisible force was always helping her. Thinking about this made Gu Shiyu even angrier. Not long after, Gu Tianyu returned and saw Gu Shiyu sitting on the living room couch, cursing under her breath about some wretch. Gu Tianyu immediately made the connection. He walked straight up to Gu Shiyu and questioned her. "Where did you get the photos you sent me at noon?" Gu Shiyu froze for a moment, asking, "What photos?" "The ones showing Yun Yan eating with friends," Gu Tianyu said sternly. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyu immediately became nervous and hesitated before replying. They were sent to me by a friend." "Which friend? Weren't you dining in the restaurant at the same time, and so took those photos?" Gu Tianyu's tone was sharp and accusatory. This left Gu Shiyu completely dazed. Why was her brother questioning her so aggressively? Had he somehow discovered something? That was impossible. As long as she didn't admit it, it wouldn't be her problem. Summoning her courage, Gu Shiyu loudly retorted, "Big brother, what is wrong with you? Why do you interrogate me like I'm a criminal? I am your sister. How could I possibly harm you? I merely wanted to warn you that you might be wearing a green hat and not even know it. Truly, my kindness has been unappreciated." Gu Tianyu immediately saw through Gu Shiyu's feigned innocence. When she lacked justification, she used volume to cover her guilt. The moment Gu Tianyu thought of his sister as the perpetrator, his eyes turned icy cold. "Gu Shiyu, I trust Yun Yan. She is my wife, and I hope you can respect her too. Do you know how severely this incident has damaged her reputation? If she weren't strong enough, she might have already taken her own life." Gu Tianyu was deeply grieved, especially because Gu Shiyu still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Gu Shiyu showed no remorse. "Brother, don't let her deceive you. She's a promiscuous woman." Gu Tianyu couldn't help but slap her with his hand. "Gu Shiyu, how did you become like this? For the next week, stay at home to reflect on your actions, and do not leave the house. Your credit card will also be suspended temporarily." Gu Shiyu looked at Gu Tianyu in disbelief, never expecting that her elder brother would hit her for Yun Yan. "Big brother, are you crazy? I am your sister, yet you hit me for her." Gu Tianyu's face darkened. "I judge by actions, not individuals. You've become uncontrollable. Reflect on yourself." After saying that, Gu Tianyu went back to Ting Garden, leaving Gu Shiyu crying in the living room. Soon, their mother came back, and Gu Shiyu exaggeratedly told her what had happened. Upon hearing it, Gu mother instantly became furious. "What nonsense? Is Tianyu insane? Did that woman put some kind of spell on him, making him protect her so much? Mom, that despicable Yun must have said bad things about me to brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit me. My face hurts so badly, it's all numb now." Gu Shiyu was fuming with rage. How dare she? Since marrying into our family, she's made a mess of everything. "Don't worry, Shiyu. Mom will definitely find an opportunity to avenge you." Gu mother gritted her teeth angrily. When had her beloved child ever endured such humiliation? "Mommy, I knew you were the best to me." Gu Shiyu hated Yun Yan even more in her heart. Next time, if there's an opportunity, she would ensure Yun Yan would have no place left to bury her body. But soon, the opportunity came. Chapter 41. Wearing the same outfit isn't scary, but being ugly is awkward. The time for Saturday arrived quickly, and Song Ran's birthday came as scheduled. The Song family was also a well-known household in Jiang City. So many people attended the birthday banquet. Song Ran invited the celebrities from Jiang City to attend. Everyone would dress up for the occasion. Song Ran was of course the main character today, so she began getting dressed early. And this time, in order to surprise everyone at the scene, she had specially ordered a new dress from WY. This time, she was determined to blind everyone with her brilliance. On the Gu side, originally Gu Tianyu was going to attend with Yun Yan, but he received an urgent call from abroad the previous night. There were some problems with the overseas branch company, so Gu Tianyu left in a rush on business. In the end, Yun Yan was sent as a representative instead. Yun Yan didn't want to go either. The celebrities always spoke falsely, pretending hypocritically. They were either comparing their clothes and jewelry or chatting about gossip. It was utterly boring. But Gu Tianyu emphasized it again and again, hoping she would go out more often. To prevent Gu Tianyu from nagging, Yun agreed. She planned to make a brief appearance and then return. Gu Shiyu was extremely delighted too. She had been placed under house arrest by Gu Tianyu for a week, and now she could finally go out. Gu Shiyu was still quite afraid of Gu Tianyu because he was a man of his word. If you didn't listen to him, Gu Shiyu's life would be difficult, and her credit card would definitely be suspended. Now that she could finally go out, Gu Shiyu deeply took a breath of fresh air. She attributed this whole matter to Yun. If not for Yun, how would the elder brother have reprimanded herself? For her entire life, it was the first time being disciplined by her elder brother. All thanks to Yun. She had all sorts of tricks to ruin Yun. She heard that Yun was also going to Song Ran's birthday party, and the elder brother was away on business. It was simply a golden opportunity. Gu Shiyu hurried to get ready and do her hair for such an important event. Cloud dresses were essential in high-class society, where people loved to compare and show off. Yi knew his little teacher couldn't lose, so he gave Yun an exclusive dress yet to be officially released in Jiang City. Abroad, it was almost impossible to get one unless through connections. Yun didn't care much. After all, it was a product from her own brand, surely good quality. Yeah, he would definitely arrange everything well. The size of the dress fit perfectly. The birthday banquet was held in a 6-star hotel. It shows how much the Song family loved Song Ran and how important they viewed it. When Yun stepped into the elevator, others followed her inside. When she saw Yun, her eyes widened. Sister, why are you here? Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why can't I come? She didn't even want to come. But it was unlucky. How did she run into this trouble just after stepping out? Maybe it was because she hadn't consulted the almanac today. Of course, it is a 6-star hotel. Sister can come and broaden your horizons. I've heard although you've married into the Gu family, your in-laws don't pay much attention to you. You probably haven't participated in such banquets before, right? She sneered. Anyway, she simply couldn't stand seeing Yun doing well. Indeed. It's my first time coming to such a grand hotel. But I'm a bit surprised why the hotel lets dogs in. And after entering the elevator, it kept barking. Yun said indifferently. She subconsciously looked around in the elevator and found there were only the two of them. She immediately realized something. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever barks is the dog. Yun replied rudely. Yunxi's face turned dark instantly. You're the dog. Yun ignored her. The more you paid attention to such people, the more they persisted. Soon, the elevator door opened. Yun walked out. Yunxi stared at Yun with jealousy. Because Yun wore a snow-white dress today, which was uniquely tailored and ethereal, matching with light makeup, she appeared like a celestial beauty descended from heaven, beautiful beyond compare. Yunxi looked at her own dress and immediately felt inferior. This dress was very unique. She searched through her memory of the latest styles from various brands, but none matched this style. Entering the banquet hall, everyone's gaze naturally fell on Yun. With elegance and uniqueness, she truly was breathtakingly beautiful. Yun wasn't interested in these gazes. She intended to eat a bit and leave. People were all praising Yun, so when Song Ran, the main character, appeared, everyone's focus wasn't on her. A flash of displeasure crossed Song Ran's face. Originally planning for a stunning entrance, unexpectedly everyone's attention wasn't on her. So she stood at the entrance of the staircase, caught between advancing or retreating. She was stuck there, neither going up nor down, in an incredibly awkward position. Fortunately, Gu Shiyu saw her and immediately called out in surprise, Sister Song Ran, you've come down. You look absolutely stunning today. Only then did everyone notice Song Ran, turning their gazes toward her direction. But soon, they all wore looks of shock, their mouths wide open as if they could fit a boiled egg inside. Their eyes darted back and forth between Song Ran and Yun, because they discovered an issue. Song Ran and Yun were wearing identical dresses. In other words, they had a clothing clash. In high society, this was nothing short of social death. And when it came to clashing outfits, the loser was always the less attractive one. Clearly, it was Song Ran who lost out. The dress suited Yun's temperament better, making her appear more ethereal and stunning. Song Ran also noticed this. No wonder she had felt it was familiar just now. It turned out Yun was also wearing a dress like hers. However, Yun's was merely a high-quality counterfeit. Her own dress was unique, having cost her over 10 million yuan. Yun truly disgraced the Gu family by showing up in knockoff attire for her birthday banquet. Just wait to see how she would be ridiculed. Song Ran already harbored anger in her heart, and now she had a perfect opportunity to vent. She had been waiting for such a chance for a long time. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, Song Ran slowly descended the stairs. She walked toward Yun. Song Ran deliberately straightened her back. Actually, whispers from the guests filled her ears. This dress looks better on that young lady. Miss Song doesn't seem to suit this style much. Right? There's a world of difference in their demeanors. Which family does that young girl belong to? She looks lively and graceful, like a fairy descended from heaven. I heard she is the daughter from the countryside who returned to the Yun family and married into the Gu family. From the countryside? That can't be right. Surely someone made a mistake. I agree. Her appearance is impeccable. She has completely overshadowed all the debutantes present. Yes, after comparing, Song Ran appears quite ordinary now. How did I ever think she was beautiful? Upon hearing these remarks, Song Ran instinctively clenched her hands tightly. Her sharp nails grazed against her palms, yet she felt nothing. Chapter 42. Who's wearing the fake? Damn it. Is Yun my nemesis? My birthday party was supposed to be a grand opening with Wei Wei. But now, this incident happens. Fine. If Yun dares to wear a fake, don't blame me for being unfriendly. This time, I'm definitely going to make her lose face in front of everyone. As Song Ran walked over to Yun, someone in the crowd said, "Hey, the dresses they're wearing seem to be the latest from WY, part of the Starry Sky series." Yes, you mentioning that reminded me. I've seen it in the latest fashion magazine, but it hasn't been officially released in Jiangxing yet. It can only be purchased through overseas channels, and it's rumored to be very expensive and one of a kind. WY's clothing. Even if you have money, you may not necessarily be able to get it, and they are all unique. How could there possibly be two identical ones? Yes, so there's only one possibility. One of them is a high-quality imitation. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in commotion. Heaven, high-quality imitation? In this upper-class society, whoever wears counterfeit clothing will certainly be ridiculed and humiliated. They are all wealthy families. How could they buy counterfeit clothes? Collisions of styles and imitations would be laughed at in high society? Who would have thought someone actually wore a fake today? However, the two outfits looked incredibly similar, so for a moment, no one knew which was real and which was fake. Song Ran saw this, inwardly rejoicing. Finally, someone had sparked this topic. This way, she wouldn't need to explain herself. She was quite confident because her dress was authentic. Song Ran walked up gracefully and said, "It's really unexpected to find that Miss Yun is wearing the same dress as me. However, my dress was bought abroad, costing 12 million yuan. I had already reserved it before, and it was airlifted here the day before yesterday. I also have the purchase receipt." After Song Ran finished speaking, everyone gasped in astonishment. Song Ran was truly the pampered daughter of the Song family, spending over 10 million on a single dress. She sure knew how to spend. Moreover, upon hearing that she had the receipt, everyone believed that Song Ran's dress was genuine. After all, they just heard that Yun came back from the countryside, probably not capable of purchasing such an expensive piece. Feeling proud after her statement, Song Ran held her head high and was once again the center of attention and envy. Smiling, Song Ran said to Yun, "Miss Yun, who would have thought that you would like this dress too? But seriously, your dress craftsmanship isn't bad. It could pass for the real thing." Yun looked at Song Ran, her lips slightly curling into a sarcastic smile. "Your meaning is that my dress is fake, right?" Song Ran responded calmly. "Isn't it? May I ask, Miss Yun, where did you buy your dress? Do you have a receipt?" Song Ran was very confident. WY dresses were one of a kind, so there couldn't possibly be a second piece. Today, she would expose Yun's shamelessness fully. Gu Shiru also noticed and angrily approached. "Yun, why did you wear a counterfeit dress to Song Ran's birthday banquet? Are you crazy?" Although Gu Shiru wanted Yun to lose face, it certainly shouldn't be in this way. Because by doing this, Gu family was losing face too. Marrying into Jiangxing's richest family, and still wearing a knockoff dress, henceforth their entire family wouldn't dare to show their faces in public. Everyone would mock them, truly outrageous. This Yun must be insane. "I'm not crazy. What's strange about questioning my dress being counterfeit? What makes you say so?" Yun spoke coldly. "This dress costs millions. How could someone like you from the countryside afford it? Instead of arguing here pointlessly, why don't you just admit it? At least then people might think you're honest." Gu Shiru lost her temper completely. "Yes, sister, didn't expect you to wear counterfeit clothing. It's my fault. I should have prepared a formal gown for you." She also chimed in insincerely. At this moment, her heart was extremely delighted. Unbelievable. She hadn't even made her move yet, and Yun had dug her own grave. Song Ran became even more smug. She was originally thinking about how to strike down Yun, but now it wasn't requiring any effort at all. With Mr. Gu Tianyu out on a business trip and unable to attend, who would come to save this woman Yun? Song Ran pretended magnanimously and said, "Miss Yun, if you really like it, after the birthday banquet, if you don't mind, I can give you the dress." Of course, she was just talking. How could she ever bear to give it away? But she also believed that Yun surely wouldn't have the nerve to accept it. After all, it's already been worn by someone else. Yun pressed her lips, her black eyes cold with no trace of a smile. "Sorry, I have no interest in high-quality replicas. You say that you bought the genuine item. Do you know how to identify WY's clothes? Do you understand their brand's designer?" Yun questioned. Song Ran furrowed her brows slightly. "Yun, there's no need for you to divert everyone's attention. Just tell us where you bought your dress." Of course it was from WY. Actually, any loyal fan would know this. This brand's designer likes to put a mark at the bottom of each piece. This mark is invisible under normal circumstances, but when illuminated by ultraviolet light, it glows showing the WY logo, which cannot be imitated by anyone because it involves unique design elements. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Yun spoke. Hearing Yun's firm words, Song Ran suddenly felt some fear. It was also her first time hearing such information. She quickly retaliated. Yun, you're making this up, aren't you?" Someone in the crowd who happened to be a hardcore and loyal WY fan said, "This is true. The last time, its designer one mentioned this during an interview without showing their face, specifically stating that this was the way to differentiate authentic pieces from fakes. After all, WY was extremely popular, so being counterfeited was not surprising." Upon hearing this, everyone began murmuring. If this were the case, then wouldn't a quick check reveal the truth? Why not test both dresses? Then we'll know. Someone suggested. Soon enough, someone arrived with an ultraviolet device. Using this instrument on the hem of the dresses quickly yielded results. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. My goodness. Just as Yun had said, a mark did indeed appear on her dress hem. All present were dumbfounded. because Yunyan's dress bore the mark while Song Ran's did not. This meant that Song Ran's dress was counterfeit. Song Ran, seeing this result, widened her eyes in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible. I spent over 10 million yuan, and I even have the invoice. You might have been scammed. It would be advisable for you to report it to the police," Yunyan proposed with a hint of sarcasm. "It must be a lie from you." Song Ran could still not accept this outcome. Understanding Song Ran's disbelief, Yunyan then opened a video call and directly connected with WY's director. Seeing the person on screen, everyone was astonished. How could Yunyan personally know WY's director? Chapter 43. This family has so many ulterior motives. Everyone was stunned. There could be no better proof than this. Now the brand's representative has made a statement. Which one is the genuine article, and which one is the high imitation? The answer will soon be known. Brand representative Zhao Meng seriously said, "Miss Song, I am very sorry. You've been deceived. Our W.Y brand has the same dress as yours, and right now it's on Miss Yunyan." After hearing this, the crowd started murmuring among themselves. They never expected that Song Ran's clothes were actually the counterfeit version. Goodness me, how disgraceful. Moreover, today was her birthday. At such an important moment, she showed up in fake clothing. Therefore, everyone looked at her with disdain and contempt. Who would have thought? Song Ran ended up being a big victim, losing more than 10 million yuan for nothing. Yes, it's really shocking. Miss Song wearing a counterfeit? The worst part is she even slandered people and attacked them personally, assuming they came from the countryside and couldn't afford such a noble gown. That's true. She's playing dirty, shameless. Yes, today was truly eye-opening. It was impossible to tell before that she was someone like this. Various ridicule and doubts voices left Song Ran utterly crushed. How infuriating. Her perfectly good birthday banquet had been ruined by Yunyan, that lowly woman. Song Ran truly suffered unspeakable hardships. She wanted to explain, but found that whatever she said sounded powerless and futile, because she was indeed deceived, and now the responsible representative of the brand had come forward to clarify the situation. Could there still be any fakes? Especially under the watchful eyes of everyone. It was truly embarrassing. Song Ran saw everyone mocking her and couldn't help but shout loudly, "No, the one I bought isn't a knockoff. Something must have gone wrong somewhere." However, no matter what she said, people still cast disparaging glances at her. Song Ran stood under the spotlight looking extremely disheveled. She glanced at Yunyan standing beside her, who held her chest high, looking like a proud white swan, exuding elegance and grace with a haughty demeanor that seemed untouchable. Song Ran really hated her through gritted teeth. She just didn't understand why every time this lowly person managed to effortlessly defuse difficulties. Mrs. Song, noticing the unfavorable situation, quickly pulled her daughter and explained, "Sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. Ran is just a little emotional. We were also tricked and did not expect something like this to happen, but we also bought it through official channels, and we will surely investigate the matter thoroughly and provide the public with an explanation later. Everyone should take heed and not fall for scams." After Mrs. Song's explanation, she then pulled Song Ran away to change clothes. Seeing how sincerely Mrs. Song had explained, the crowd couldn't say much more. Yunshi had been watching silently nearby all along, feeling furious. How could things turn out like this? Initially thinking these actions would certainly humiliate Yunyan, making her lose face, but unexpectedly, she stumbled upon her escape. So annoying. Yunshi's gaze towards Yunyan was filled with resentment. This wretch. Even after marriage, her heart was still fixated on the Yun family's assets. Her father said, Yunyan wanted to reclaim her mother by Sue's jewels. Dreaming. She wouldn't let Yunyan get her way. All those items belonged to her. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson, making her stop longing for the Yun family's wealth. Things not belonging to Yunyan. She best let go or else she'll have a bad time. Yunyan believed without a doubt that she had tea-drinking body characteristics. The green teas showing up around her kept coming, wave after wave, inexhaustible. Here comes another one now. She approached Yunyan with a sour tone. "Sister, you're really generous. You spent more than tens of millions on a dress, buying it just like that. Of course I like it. Don't be too envious. I heard the Yun group isn't doing well recently." Yunyan replied lightly. Yunshi's expression changed instantly. This wretch always hit her weak spot. Recently, the Yun company wasn't doing well. Yun Xingyun was finding investments everywhere, but met with numerous setbacks. Right now, Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei were both stressed at home. The dress Yunshi wore for Song Ran's birthday banquet today was ordered beforehand. It was just a regular brand. Today, Yunshi tried to lower her profile as much as possible. She worried someone might ask about her dress, which would be embarrassing. Initially, she planned to mock Yunyan if the latter turned out to be wearing counterfeit goods. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the real deal. Did this wretch suddenly become wealthy? Did she ascend after marrying into the Gu family? Such an expensive dress she put on without hesitation, clearly meaning she got a lot after entering the Gu family. Thinking about the current troubles of the Yun family, Yunshi immediately formulated a plan in her mind. After the birthday banquet ended and they returned home, Yunshi immediately told Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei about the incident. "Dad, Mom, seriously, you didn't see it. Sister has really made it to high society. Her dress was the most expensive in the whole venue. I bet she's raked in a lot since joining the Gu family." Yunshi added fuel to the fire as she spoke. Yun Xingyun was astonished. "What? Is that true? But last time she came back, she was complaining about being broke." He Weiwei paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Perhaps we've been fooled by her. Then I'll call that girl back. The family is going through tough times right now. It's exactly when we need her help." As long as she whispers sweet nothings into Gu Tianyu's ear, everything will be fine. Yun Qingyun schemed with certainty. It was clear they viewed Yun merely as a tool for financial gain. Yes, dear, this is indeed a good idea. However, the girl is sharp. The last time we called her back, we didn't get anything out of it. We must think of a way this time. He Weiwei felt cautious around Yun because she had been tricked before and still felt unsettled from it. Thankfully, nothing happened with Mr. Huang, so Yun Qingyun didn't dig further into the matter. Otherwise, he would definitely harbor resentment. Damn it. How could she have lived over 40 years without realizing she'd been outsmarted by a young girl? She still hadn't swallowed her pride, feeling extremely frustrated at having been duped. She definitely needed to seize an opportunity to give Yun a harsh punishment. Or else, Yun might think they were easy to push around. Mom, don't worry, I have a plan. If she doesn't respond to soft persuasion, then we'll force her with threats. We can send her to jail if necessary, or if she doesn't want that, she'll have no choice but to listen obediently. Yun, she said confidently. He Weiwei nodded, her tone harsh. That's right, we need to use some tactics on that girl. Yun Qingyun also agreed. My birthday is in 2 days. I'll invite her back for dinner and bring up the matter. Hopefully, she gets the hint. The three of them hatched a cunning plan, completely scheming against Yun. Chapter 44. The dolphin necklace is gone. Yun Qingyun was a man of action and immediately called Yun after making the decision. Yun knew it wasn't going to be good news when she saw his call. She originally didn't want to answer, but then she remembered that her mother still had some things at the Yun family home, so she picked up. That old fox Yun Qingyun must have hidden her mother's mementos somewhere, because she hadn't been able to find them after several searches. Still, Yun answered the call. It turned out that Yun Qingyun's birthday was coming up, and he wanted her to come home for dinner. He also feigned sincerity by inviting Gu Tianyu to join them. But Gu Tianyu was on a business trip and hadn't returned yet, so only Yun went. On Yun Qingyun's birthday, Yun brought him a few bottles of fine wine. One couldn't neglect etiquette. He Weiwei had someone prepare an entire table full of dishes, and Yun didn't hesitate to dig in. She wasn't worried about them trying anything malicious since they hadn't even managed to slip her any drugs. If they dared to think such thoughts, Yun felt sure she would make them regret it. During the meal, Patriarch Yun Qingyun finally spoke up. Yun, how are things going with you at the Gu residence? Does Gu Tianyu treat you well? Yun kept eating while she replied. Fair enough, I'm working like a slave over there. Wasn't it true? She had been treating Gu Tianyu's illness, working at the company, handling projects. It was exhausting. Upon hearing this, Yun interjected with a somewhat cold voice. Sister, your husband treats you quite well, doesn't he? Just look at the dresses you wore to banquets. They were worth millions. He can afford such luxuries for you. Yun swallowed her last bite before replying calmly. Those dresses were rented. If you want to rent one too, you can. It's not expensive. What? Rented? Are you pulling my leg? Yun's voice rose instinctively upon hearing this. Was Yun fooling her? When did W.Y brand start renting gowns? Why hadn't she known about this? I don't care if you believe me or not. Yun said nonchalantly, maintaining her composure despite the three people's incessant questioning. She added quietly, I'm broke. Xiaoyan, Dad invited you here today for another reason. You see, there's a cash flow issue with Dad's company. Could you discuss it with Tianyu and see if you can help out? Yun eventually said. Regardless of what, he expected Yun to assist. It was clear just now that this girl had intentionally avoided the subject, and it infuriated him. After raising her all these years, she had shown no gratitude whatsoever. Yun's expression darkened instantly. Upon hearing this, Yun snorted inwardly. She knew this banquet was nothing more than a trap. Dad, it's not that I don't want to speak for you, but my words carry no weight at all. If I talk to Gu Tianyu, he will likely ignore me. You know how little respect I get back in the Gu household since I came from the countryside. Yun played the part perfectly, humbling herself. Hearing this, Yun nearly choked. Yun's one sentence effectively blocked any further attempts to ask her nicely. Even the expressions of He Weiwei and her daughter darkened. This Yun truly refused to yield. So the trio of Yun's household found themselves pushing against Cotton, expending effort without result. She harbored silent fury within her heart. This Yun clearly chose defiance instead of cooperation. Wait until she groveled later. Once she finished eating, she stood up first. Yun remained unhurried, drinking her soup leisurely. After finishing her meal, Yun said, Xiaoyan, why don't you go upstairs to the attic and take a look? There are quite a few things left behind by your mom, recently cleaned out by the servants. If there's anything useful, take them with you. Yun hesitated slightly. What trick was this Yun up to now? Why was he being so considerate this time, actively offering her mother's keepsakes? This behavior really didn't align with his usual sly demeanor. Nevertheless, since Yun had spoken, she decided to take a look. Perhaps her mother had left her something meaningful as a keepsake. Her mother had been truly kind-hearted and gentle. If she hadn't married Yun, she might not have died. So Yun certainly held Yun responsible. Seeing Yun head upstairs, Yun exchanged glances with He Weiwei. Good things were about to happen. When Yun reached the loft, she indeed found some items that had belonged to her mother. She carefully gathered everything, placing them into her bag. Mostly letters, books, and notebooks. Yun had a remarkable memory. Though she had been young at the time, she remembered how much her mother loved reading. Moreover, her mother enjoyed studying perfumes. Back then, her body always exuded a soft, pleasant fragrance, neither intrusive nor overpowering, a natural floral scent that was very appealing. Yun could still vividly recall it. However, sometimes sadness would flash in her mother's eyes, though Yun never understood the reason. When her mother was sad, She would touch her own head, as if deep in thought about something. Yun heard the commotion outside, so she packed up the items and walked out. As Yun was descending the stairs, preparing to leave, She hurriedly came down looking panicked. Dad, Mommy, my dolphin necklace is gone. It's my favorite. I clearly placed it on the table, but now it's missing. Upon hearing this, Yun furrowed his brow. Where exactly did you place it? Check again. He Weiwei also anxiously questioned. Is it the new S.W dolphin necklace that you just bought? It's worth over $1 million. It was your 18th birthday gift, your favorite. Look around. Maybe you misplaced it. Tears were welling up in Yunxi's eyes. No, I left it on the table. It was there in the morning, but now I don't know why it's gone. But no one else has been in the house, He Weiwei remarked. Did the necklace grow legs and walk away? Yunxi hesitantly glanced at Yun, wanting to say something, but held back. Yun felt bewildered. Could she possibly think that Yun had taken her necklace? It didn't take long for Yun to realize that perhaps they were setting a trap for her to fall into. If that were true, things might get interesting. Yun responded indifferently. I haven't seen your necklace. Sister, if you really took it, please return it. That necklace was a birthday gift from Dad and Mommy. I really like it. If you want a necklace, you can choose any from my jewelry box. Yunxi spoke very generously. He Weiwei chimed in. That's right, Xiaoyan. If you like necklaces, Annie can buy you one. But that dolphin necklace is a limited edition, already discontinued. It holds great significance for Shishi. If you took it, please give it back to her. Yun found these two particularly amusing. So you've already decided that I'm the one who took your necklace? Funny, I don't even know where it is. Chapter 45. Can't help but self-destruct. Yun was originally pondering why it had been so peaceful today. She thought that perhaps they were genuine in inviting her back for Yun's birthday celebration. Unimaginable that the real drama has just begun now. They have truly gone through great lengths to frame her. All this hard work and effort just to trap her. The whole family acted out their roles of kinship. Their performances were nothing short of spectacular, all seamlessly cooperating with each other as a unit. Just as Yun finished speaking, Yunxi put on an appearance of pitiful helplessness. Sister, there's no one else at home except you. And since you've already gone upstairs to the second floor, if you really took it, you could just give it back to me. Otherwise, I'll have to report it to the police. Yun smiled lightly. Sure, go ahead and report it. I didn't take it anyway, and I haven't seen your so-called dolphin necklace. Yunxi did not expect Yun to be so composed, showing no fear whatsoever. For what she herself hadn't done, she would naturally conduct herself honorably. In a fit of rage, Yunxi reached out to pull Yun's bag. In the struggle, the bag fell to the ground. Very quickly, a necklace peeked out from inside the bag. Upon seeing this, Yunxi rushed over in excitement and said, This is my dolphin necklace. Yun looked coldly at Yunxi's performance, feeling that her acting skills were such a waste if she didn't venture into showbiz. Yunxi definitely possessed the talent of an Oscar-winning actress. Her skills were impeccable, unmatched by any. Little Yin, didn't you just say earlier that you didn't take it? But how does this necklace end up in your bag? He Weiwei feigned an expression of difficulty, full of questioning tone imbued in her voice. He Weiwei secretly mused in her heart, this wretch, how can she possibly escape this time? Now with material evidence already in place, there was absolutely no room for denial. Yun swept her eyes over them mother and daughter, then opened her mouth indifferently. I still maintain the same stance. I didn't take it. As for how this necklace ended up in my bag, maybe you understand better than me? Miscreant, what do you mean by these words? You've taken the necklace yourself and still refuse to admit it. How am I supposed to teach you manners? Yun, thinking that Yun wouldn't stand by his side, immediately lost his temper in rage. Originally dissatisfied with this daughter of his, he was now even more livid, almost beside himself. Seeing this, He Weiwei quickly calmed him down. Husband, don't get too agitated. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? Your blood pressure is high right now. You cannot afford to lose control. The necklace has been found back already, so that's settled. If Yun likes it, I'll buy another one when the new model comes out. With apparent empathy, He Weiwei spoke understandingly, appearing very loving and generous, knowing exactly how to play the role well. She glanced at Yunxi once, and Yunxi quickly understood, looking utterly wronged as she quietly spoke up with a trembling voice. Dad, never mind. Now that the necklace has been found, let's leave it at that. Sister might have done it unintentionally. Speaking in a slightly hoarse tone, it seemed like she bore immense grievance. It made everyone who heard feel pity towards her. Cloud, Yun grumpily said, Yan, do you know your mistake yet? What have I taught you? What exactly have you learned living down in the countryside? Now you've even started stealing. Yun gave a light laugh, and then said, Sorry, it doesn't seem like you ever taught me anything, or rather kicked me off to the countryside when I was 6. However, I'll reiterate once again, I didn't take it, and I'm not responsible for what happened. There's no way I'd own up to it. Yun's icy tone made anyone listening shiver inwardly. As soon as Yun heard, upon seeing that Yun showed no sign of repentance, he blew his top instantly. You're stubborn to death. Everything is crystal clear, and you're still defending yourself? Yun shrugged her shoulders. If that's the case, then call the police. I can't accept this loss silently. The charge of theft is heavy, but I also need to point out that defamation is no less serious. She had awaited this moment for quite some time. She'd been waiting for Yun to suggest calling the police herself. After all, She was confident that she had both eyewitness testimony and material evidence. There were so many maids around who could testify. Nevertheless, She pretended to speak sympathetically. Sister, reporting it to the police will only bring about trouble. What trouble are you talking about? I agree fully because this way I can finally clear my name. Yunyan wanted to give them a lesson. Otherwise, they'd all think she was easily bullied. Over and over again, they were making trouble, refusing to settle down. Now, it's time to give them a taste of their own medicine. People who don't meddle in unnecessary matters won't die early. And now someone wants to mess around until they meet their doom? Fine, she'd accompany them to the bitter end. Indeed, this was Yunyan's personality. She would stay out of harm's way unless provoked. However, if the other party insisted on pushing her relentlessly, she wouldn't show mercy either. Once Yun Qingyun heard this, his lungs nearly burst from anger. He immediately picked up the phone to call the police. Yes, without question, blinded by anger, he acted rashly without further consideration. Soon, the police arrived and began to inquire into the details of the incident. Miss, did you take the necklace? The police wouldn't wrong good people, so they would investigate thoroughly. I didn't. Yunyan opened her mouth faintly, not the least bit frightened. Others, if they saw the police, would feel afraid or uneasy. But at that moment, Yunyan showed no fear at all. Right then, a maid timidly stepped forward and testified. I did see Miss Yunyan enter Miss Yunshi's room. Sister, just admit it. I won't pursue this further. After all, we are sisters, and just now father was too hasty in calling the police. Yunshi persuaded with an appearance of kindness. Yunyan paid her no attention. Yunyan walked up to the maid and questioned strongly. Are you absolutely sure you saw me go in? Giving false testimony is also punishable by imprisonment. The maid took a step back under the questioning, trembling visibly at the mention of jail. Upon hearing this, Yunshi immediately stepped forward. Sister, you frightened Aunt Zhou. She's only telling the truth. Don't intimidate her. Sister, how am I intimidating her? I'm merely stating the facts, Yunyan responded. Aunt Zhou glanced at Yunshi and firmly declared. Officer, I truly saw it with my own eyes. I haven't lied. After hearing this, Yunshi's lips curved slightly with a hint of triumphant amusement. Now, how could Yunyan still try to evade responsibility? In fact, you all have claimed that I stole the necklace. But why don't we test it? Let's see if there are any of my fingerprints on the necklace. If I had taken it, there would definitely be some, right? Yunyan suggested. Hearing this, the officer couldn't help but look at Yunyan again. This young girl really was calm and composed. In such a situation, she wasn't the slightest bit afraid, and spoke clearly and logically. Indeed, they were prepared to check for fingerprints. That was standard procedure. They certainly wouldn't wrongly accuse a good person. They had already confirmed earlier that there was no surveillance on the second floor, so this method was the only course of action. It was normal though. The second floor was a living space. Installing cameras indeed seemed strange. Soon, the test results were out. There were indeed no fingerprints of Yunyan on the necklace, only those of Yunshi. After hearing this, Yunshi broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat on her back. Damn it, how could she forget this point? Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and quickly thought up a plan. Chapter 46, a brilliant self-directed and performed play. Sister, if you really intended to take the necklace, you must have been prepared, right? You probably wore gloves when taking it. Yunshi intentionally misdirected. Everyone present, upon hearing this, thought it made perfect sense. If someone was stealing the necklace, they wouldn't leave any evidence behind. That must be why no fingerprints of Yunyan were found on the necklace, right? Yunyan thought Yunshi wasn't entirely foolish and had a quick response. A normal person might not even consider such details. Sister, have you already developed premonition abilities? Can you predict my criminal act? I am truly impressed. Yunyan let out a cold laugh. Then, she continued, look more carefully. Is this necklace really yours? Yunshi retorted sharply. Of course. This dolphin necklace belongs to me. It's unique, a limited edition, and I can instantly recognize it. Yunyan looked at her and said, then look at what's on the back of the pendant. Yunyan spoke calmly. She'd been keeping them guessing and letting them report it to the police until now. It was time to reveal the truth. Yunshi furrowed her brows. What could possibly be on the back of the pendant? Nevertheless, Yunshi still picked it up to take a closer look. Suddenly, her expression tightened. Had she seen that wrong? Why would there be a character Wan on the back of the pendant? What did this mean? How could her pendant bear this character? Yunshi couldn't help but say aloud. You carved your name on my necklace? Yunyan smiled faintly, but her dark eyes showed no expression. Do you really think I'm that godlike? From upstairs to downstairs, in less than 10 minutes. How could I possibly do so many things? Besides, that character is pressed by a machine, not manually carved. Yunshi glanced at it again, feeling completely flustered. It was indeed her dolphin necklace, yet she had absolutely no idea when the character Wan appeared on it. But even if that's true, what does it prove? Does having the character Wan mean the necklace is yours? Yunshi snapped back. Now she herself wasn't sure what was happening. Seems like you don't understand much about the S.W brand. As long as they're VIP customers, they can have their names engraved on jewelry purchased. And this necklace is mine, so naturally I'd have my name engraved on it. Yunyan slightly tilted her lips upward as she explained. Upon hearing this, Yunshi felt an icy chill in her heart. Impossible. You must be lying. When did you ever have a dolphin necklace? This necklace is limited, worth millions, and there's no way you could afford it. How could a girl from the countryside possibly possess such skills? Hadn't she only been married into the Gu family for 3 months? Yet her necklace was bought half a year ago, and it had been hard to reserve, sold out within moments. At that time, wasn't Yunyan still in the countryside? How could she possibly have bought this necklace? Regardless of how one sees it, it doesn't add up. I'll save you the trouble of worrying about how I could afford it. In fact, you could check the dolphin's eyes. Are the necklaces you've worn embellished with gold? Mine is adorned with diamonds. Moreover, my necklace is custom-made, the only one of its kind. You can verify this at the S.W brand store. All records are kept. Yun responded coolly. Yun-shi hastily checked and confirmed it was different from hers. Since Yun-shi loved it, she must have scrutinized the necklace hundreds of times. Every detail of it would be known. So this certainly was not her dolphin necklace. When He Weiwei noticed Yun-shi's face turning pale, unable to refute the situation, she knew things had taken a bad turn. How could this be so coincidental? How could Yun afford such an expensive necklace? But seeing Yun-shi silent, He Weiwei quickly intervened and smoothed over the matter. Mr. Officer, I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding, a mistake. At this sight, Yun scoffed. Aunt Exine, isn't this a misunderstanding? There are witnesses and evidence pointing to me stealing. Mr. Officer, I will sue those who slandered me to clear my name. The maid, Zhou Ji, was astute. Upon hearing this, she quickly interjected, Mr. Officer, it was my mistake. I mistook Yun-shi miss entering the room for Yun, Mississippi. This was entirely my fault. Yun-shi's face turned black from rage. This Aunt Zhou, she was nothing but a wallflower. Damn it. The officer roughly understood the situation and thus asked, would you all come with me to the station for statements? Since there had been a report filed, the issue must be dealt with. Given that matters hadn't been privately resolved, Yun-shi became slightly panicky upon hearing this. I don't want to go. Yun spoke with a calm indifference. What? Now you don't want to go? You accused me of stealing the necklace earlier, so this matter cannot just end here. Yun attitude remained strong and resolute. Yun-shi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She knew Yun was deliberately making things difficult for her. So, she could only suppress her anger and bear the humiliation. Sister, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Yun-shi could only lower her head. Otherwise, she would really have to go to the police station. At the thought of it, her legs nearly gave out. Right at this moment, a maid hurried over with a necklace in hand. Second miss, is this your necklace? I found it on your bed while cleaning. Yun-shi looked and immediately widened her eyes. She quickly took it and examined it carefully. Yes, this is indeed my necklace. She held the necklace, pretending as though it had been recovered after being lost. Yun thought this performance was quite excellent, self-directed, self-edited, and self-acted. Everyone in their respective roles cooperated beautifully. Impressive. He Weiwei, realizing the truth had come out, hastily said, it was a misunderstanding, officer. Yun also hurriedly apologized. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding, everything's fine. We're family. Seeing that Yun wasn't saying anything, the officer then spoke up. All right then, you can sort it out privately. In the future, if something is lost, look for it first before accusing others falsely. Slandering others is a crime too. After saying that, the officer left. Yun, embarrassed, respectfully saw him off to the door. Yun glanced at Yun-shi and then spoke. Little sister, in the future, you need to be more careful. Don't act like a rabid dog every time you lose something and start barking at everyone. I'll let it slide this time, but if there's a next time, I won't be lenient. Yun-shi tightly bit her lower lip. Her fists clenched so hard that her knuckles turned white. Finally, all she could do was nod. Sister, I understand. Yun glanced at her once more before turning and leaving. No one dared to stop her this time. They could only watch her leave. Yun gave He Weiwei and her daughter a glance, furrowing his brows slightly, then returned to his room, leaving the two women standing in the living room. Fuming, Yun-shi said, Mama, I must make that trash die? 100 times. I want her to be torn limb from limb. He Weiwei's whole body emitted an icy cold aura. Rest assured, I will not let her off either. All the disgrace we've suffered, I'll get it back from her. Chapter 47. Questioning the Medical Titan. After leaving the Yun family estate, Yun suddenly received a call from Gu Tianyu. It turned out that the old matriarch wasn't feeling well and was being rushed to the hospital. Gu Tianyu was still abroad and wouldn't return until tonight's flight, so he wondered if Yun could check on the old lady for him. Yun immediately agreed. She was also very worried. The old matriarch had been the kindest person in the Gu family to her. Without delay, Yun hailed a taxi to the hospital. The old matriarch was admitted to a private noble hospital, one that was invested in by the Gu group. This hospital recruited many renowned domestic experts, specializing broadly across various departments, particularly excelling in surgery and cardiology. The old matriarch had already been assigned to a VIP ward where she was currently undergoing examination by expert doctors. When Yun arrived, Gu mother and Gu Shiyu were already there. Upon seeing Yun, they merely glanced at her coldly and didn't speak. Yun didn't bother with them either. She was solely concerned about the old matriarch and didn't know what had happened yet. The experts had finished their diagnosis and were preparing to administer treatment through medication. Standing not far from the door, Yun watched as doctors and nurses bustled back and forth. Family members weren't allowed inside just yet. Soon, a nurse pushed a small cart loaded with medical equipment and drugs toward the room. Just as she was about to push it in, the door suddenly opened, almost causing the cart to tip over. With a startled, "Ah," the young nurse froze, unsure of what to do, standing motionless. In the chaos, Yun quickly stepped forward, extending her leg and using her knee to stabilize the cart firmly. Miraculously, the cart steadied, and nothing fell off. Everyone stared in astonishment. This young girl's reflexes were incredibly fast. So quick, in fact, that before anyone could react, the cart was stable again. Fortunately, otherwise, all the medication would have spilled, leading to unimaginable consequences. The young nurse hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Young lady, thank you. If it weren't for you, things would have been terrible today. This equipment is extremely expensive, and these drugs aren't cheap either. I really wasn't careful enough." Thank heavens the young lady stopped it. Shaking her head modestly, Yun Yin responded lightly, don't mention it. Casually glancing at the medications, Yun Yin paused upon noticing one bottle. Then she asked, are all these medicines for the patient inside? To her knowledge, Grandma was in the VIP ward, which only housed her alone. The nurse nodded. Yes, I'll go inside now. Wrinkling her brows, Yun Yin then asked, is the doctor in there? The nurse appeared somewhat confused, but still nodded. Yes, Director Wong is responsible for the VIP ward. He just finished examining Grandma, and these are the medications he prescribed. Seeing Yun Yin furrowing her brows, the nurse comforted her. Don't worry, Director Wong is our hospital's top expert. Many people line up for his appointments. Pausing for a moment, Yun Yin then said, if these medications are for treating Grandma, then there's an issue with this drug. Suddenly pointing at a brown bottle, Yun Yin spoke out. Upon hearing this, the young nurse was stunned and looked at Yun Yin. Observing the calm gaze directed at the bottle, her expression serious, and her demeanor composed and unamused, the nurse couldn't help thinking she seemed sincere and wasn't joking around. Little girl, don't make rash statements. This concerns human lives. This prescription was given by Director Wong. It can't be wrong. Hearing this, Gu's mother hastily approached, then frowned and said, Yun Yin, what nonsense are you talking? You understand nothing, yet you're here meddling, adding to the confusion. Gu Shiyu felt embarrassed as well and quietly reprimanded her. You came from the countryside. Don't talk nonsense and make us lose face. Unbothered, Yun Yin gazed calmly and coolly announced, Grandma has coronary heart disease. This drug might work for ordinary people, but patients with coronary heart disease should use it cautiously. If overdosed, it could lead directly to death. Yun Yin spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, the young nurse was taken aback too. Observing the other's stern eyes, dark like a winter pond, she shivered involuntarily. This girl was so sure. Could there actually be something wrong with the medicine? Perhaps she ought to double-check first. Inside the ward, the doctor had noticed that the nurse hadn't entered for quite some time. Opening the door, he inquired, what's going on? We're waiting for the medication inside. Nervously biting her lip, the nurse then gathered her courage and spoke. Dr. Jiang, this young girl doubts that there's a problem with this medicine. Dr. Jiang frowned and reprimanded. This is absurd. Who exactly is the doctor here, her or us? Yun Yin calmly interjected. You could double-check if this medicine is inappropriate for coronary heart disease patients. This should be a matter of common medical knowledge. Dr. Jiang glanced at the young girl in front of him, who looked like a high school student, slim and tall, yet dared to utter such words? How presumptuous. Did she know who she was questioning? Unable to resist mocking her, Dr. Jiang said, Young lady, have you even taken your college entrance exams? Don't think that learning a few things from textbooks makes you an expert, spouting nonsense here. Dr. Jiang was one of the top doctors at this hospital. However, Director Wong was even more skilled and held greater authority. He wouldn't tolerate anyone questioning their team so bluntly. Yun Yin coolly responded, if you review it again, you'll find this drug is problematic. If Grandma's life is endangered because of your insistence, we will certainly not let it go. Young lady, you're challenging a prescription from a renowned expert team. The medication for the old matriarch was personally prescribed by Director Wong Renjia, someone highly authoritative, so there's no need for concern, Dr. Jiang countered. Gu mother and Gu Shiyu couldn't bear to watch anymore, feeling embarrassed by Yun Yan's behavior. Why would she dare question the doctor? After all, Yun Yan was just a bumpkin from the countryside. What did she know about medicine? Yun Yan was utterly speechless. She had merely pointed out the error with these drugs. Why were they reacting so strongly? Doctors are human too, not gods. They can make mistakes with medications. Besides, if this Director Wong Renjia is so exceptional, how did he commit such a basic error? As Yun Yan spoke, something felt oddly familiar. Why did the name Wong Renjia seem so familiar? Where had she heard it before? Ah yes. Yun Yan remembered hearing from Yi He that Wong Renjia's team had previously reached out to her, hoping for her guidance on their projects. But due to her busy schedule and finding it unremarkable, she declined the offer. Chapter 48. Admitting one's own mistakes. As far as Yun Yan knew, Wong Renjia had found her due to a few papers she published in top medical journals, and then he frantically sent people to look for her. After further investigation, it became clear that she was the divine Dr. Xingxiu, which made him even more eager to get in contact with her. After several twists and turns, they eventually reached Yi He. Yi He consulted her opinion, and Yun Yan found it dull. She didn't like being stuck in a lab all day conducting research, so she declined. In fact, those few papers were written offhandedly when she was bored. She hadn't anticipated causing such a stir. It was something she did not foresee. People around Yun Yan saw her question Professor Wong while being so young and couldn't help but be shocked, gaping wide enough to fit boiled eggs. This girl is truly arrogant. Does she know what Professor Wong Renjia represents? He stands for authority, and right now, he is a titan in the medical field, an illustrious winner of numerous awards, and a familiar figure within the medical community whose influence cannot be underestimated. Now imagine someone like this being questioned by a mere girl. Isn't the girl out of her mind? Gu mother wished on the side that Yun Yan's mouth could be sewn shut. Is Yun Yan losing her sanity? To say anything without restraint? Dr. Zhang's face turned green. Her mentor is a renowned expert nationwide. How can he be slandered by some little girl? Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Professor Wong is an authority who must not be questioned. Yun Yan smiled faintly. Since that's the case, then I will make him admit his own mistake. Upon hearing this, Dr. Jiang felt unwell. Isn't this girl mentally ill? Can she just casually contact Professor Wong? More than one person thought this way. Gu Shiru also considered Yun Yan mentally unstable. Does she realize who she really is? How dare she speak like that? Truly blowing hot air? Some family standing by looked at Yun Yin and found it incomprehensible. They guessed this girl doesn't know who Professor Wong is. Such experts aren't just casually seen. Besides, they are experts. Dr. Jiang coldly spoke. Young lady, I have no time to joke around with you now. The old lady has been examined. We're now just waiting for medication. Gu mother quickly added. Doctor, ignore her. Let's quickly administer treatment. That's right, doctor. She's just a lunatic and should be ignored. Gu Shiru had a pin-up grievance. Surrounding people chimed in. It's probably a troublemaker. Call the security guards over and drive her away immediately. Yun Yin glanced at everyone, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Previously, Yi seemed to have sent her his number, so Yun Yin directly retrieved it from her messages. The reason Yi forwarded the number was because the other side had called multiple times. In the end, Yi got annoyed and agreed to pass the number on to the divine Dr. Xingshou. But whether the divine Dr. Xingshou would ultimately agree, he couldn't guarantee. Even so, Wang Renjia's team was still very happy. After all, it was a chance. Though the divine Dr. Xingshou hadn't responded yet, they were still waiting anxiously for her agreement. Yun Yin directly dialed the number and activated speakerphone so everyone could hear. It was Wang Renjia on the call, and to show his importance and sincerity, he gave his personal number. The call connected quickly. A steady, mature male voice immediately came from the other side. Hello, may I ask who you are? I am the divine Dr. Xingshou. You left your number with Yi. I'm currently at the door of your hospital's VIP ward, and I've noticed you prescribed the wrong medication. What, divine doctor? Is that really you? Truly amazing. How wonderful. If you said I prescribed the wrong medicine, I'll come over straight away. The man hung up the phone after speaking and rushed over. Dr. Jiang was dumbfounded. The others might be unfamiliar with that voice, but to him, it was unmistakably familiar. When facing Professor Wong, Dr. Jiang was always respectful, because Professor Wong was stern. But in that phone call, Professor Wong sounded delighted, urgent, almost groveling, you could say. Was this really the Professor Wong he knew? Just who exactly is this girl? Why does the professor sound so pleased upon receiving her call? Dr. Jiang's curiosity was also piqued. At this moment, he didn't dare mock Yun Yin anymore. Looking at Yun Yin, his eyes were full of curiosity. This girl appeared calm, poised, unruffled. Even though many people condemned and questioned her earlier, she showed no fear and stood firmly. Soon, a figure in a white coat hurried over. After arriving, he asked Dr. Jiang, which young lady just now called me? Dr. Jiang pointed at Yun Yin. Director Wong, it's her. When Wang Renjia turned around, he saw Yun Yin standing there, and his eyes instantly widened. This was the divine Dr. Xingshou? So young? It was truly unbelievable. To be honest, he had always assumed the divine Dr. Xingshou was middle-aged, at least needing that much experience to possibly be a divine doctor, right? But how old was this girl? Were those few SCI papers really written by her? Wang Renjia hesitated, feeling very confused in his heart. Yun Yin looked at him, then pointed at the brown bottle and spoke. Director Wong, look at this medicine. The old lady has coronary heart disease, and this drug is very unfriendly to her. With this dosage, it will likely cause arrhythmia and breathing difficulties. Upon inspection, Wang Renjia's face changed instantly. It was indeed dangerous if the dosage wasn't precise. If it were an ordinary person, it might still be manageable, but the old lady was frail, and the medication was too potent. Yes, thank goodness you reminded me. I was really careless. Wang Renjia broke out in a cold sweat. For the first time, he felt fear. Usually, he was very meticulous during inspections. However, the old lady was rushed in this time, and the family hadn't informed him in advance, so he directly prescribed the medication. Wang Renjia told Dr. Jiang not to use that medicine. Dr. Jiang had been somewhat puzzled, but when he saw Wang Renjia's pale face, he finally realized the severity of the issue. He never would have expected the little girl to be right. Director Wang really had prescribed the wrong medication. After Dr. Jiang and the nurse went inside to administer treatment, Wang Renjia quickly pulled Yun Yin aside. Divine Doctor, what do you think? I happen to have a research project that's hit a bottleneck, and I need your help. Yun Yin furrowed her brows before slowly speaking. Later, you can send the materials to Yi. I'll take a look and give you some research directions. Upon hearing this, Wang Renjia was overjoyed. It meant the divine Dr. Xingshou had agreed. Wonderful. Good. Thank you, Wang Renjia said gratefully. After all, learning even a bit from the divine Dr. Xingshou would be incredibly beneficial. Chapter 49 AC of Verdant Green. Yun Yin nodded faintly. Thanks for your trouble with Grandma. Wang Renjia was about to speak up. Since the divine doctor was here, wouldn't they be unnecessary? Yun Yin stopped him. Wang Renjia immediately understood. Since the old lady's condition wasn't serious, they could handle it themselves. There was no need to bother the divine doctor. Otherwise she would be very busy. And it was estimated that they didn't want the family to know either. Rest assured, we will do our best to take care of the old lady. After Dr. Jiang treated her with medicine, the old lady felt much better. The family members were allowed to enter. Mother Gu and Gu Shiyu were still quite confused as to how things had evolved into this. That Yun Yin really knew Director Wong, and Director Wong seemed very polite to her. Wasn't Yun Yin supposed to have come from a village? How could she possibly have an opportunity to meet such a venerable person? It was truly confusing. Yun Yin couldn't help but approach, taking the old lady's hand, pretending to be concerned about the old lady. In fact, she had already finished diagnosing her pulse. Not bad. The pulse was stable. The old lady's complexion had also become rosy. Her condition stabilized. Resting for a few more days, it was estimated there wouldn't be any major issues. Finally, Yun Yin was at ease. She sent a text message to Gu Tianyu, telling him this good news. asking him not to worry. With Yun Yan around, actually, Gu Tianyu wasn't worried at all because he knew Yun Yan's capabilities. Just his cure alone made Gu Tianyu doubt. Was Yun Yan the divine doctor? Even if she wasn't, she might be someone who knew the divine doctor. Back then, he sought out famous doctors, but everyone just shook their heads, claiming only the divine doctor could treat it. So now he was pondering, who exactly was Yun Yan? Was she really just a young girl from the countryside? However, whoever she was his wife. Gu Tianyu's lips curved slightly. You've worked hard. I'll go back tomorrow. When Yun Yan saw the message, she paused for a moment. She actually looked forward to seeing him. Grandma stabilized and then fell asleep again. 2 healthcare workers were arranged to watch her 24/7, and the rest went home first. Naturally, Yun Yan wouldn't leave with them. As Yun Yan came out of the hospital, she called Yi He, instructing him to maintain contact with Professor Wang's team. If it truly was a medical conundrum, solving it could benefit the public, a great thing. Yun Yan headed outside, intending to hail a taxi to go home. As she reached the intersection opposite the hospital, she suddenly saw He Weiwei dressed up flamboyantly, glancing left and right with a furtive manner. Yun Yan furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Although the other party wore a head covering and was heavily made up, Yun Yan was like a pair of fire eyes, recognizing her immediately. When Yun Yan was puzzled, she saw He Weiwei walking into a hotel. This was intriguing. If He Weiwei walked in confidently, there wouldn't indeed be anything strange. But her current behavior, it was as if she didn't want others to know. It seemed she intended to do something that shouldn't see the light of day. Initially, Yun Yan wanted to go home, but since heaven let her see this scene, she couldn't let down heaven's kindness. She was currently gathering evidence of He Weiwei's misdeeds. So, Yun Yan followed behind, seeing the elevator stop on the 8th floor. To her knowledge, the 8th floor consisted of hotel rooms, not restaurants. Recalling He Weiwei's series of actions, Yun Yan followed her upstairs. Just in time, she saw He Weiwei entering a luxury suite. Yun Yan was curious as to why He Weiwei was here. Instantly, she formed a kind of suspicion. At that moment, Yun Yan saw a man heading toward that room. The man looked sleazy, bald, and protruding with a large belly, seeming like some societal figure. Soon after, the door opened, and the man went inside. It turned out He Weiwei invited this man. They should be having an affair in the hotel. Otherwise, why would they act furtively? What business needs discussing in such a place? He Weiwei had a bit of beauty, being well taken care of over the years. She seemed not even 40 yet, still retaining her allure. And that man didn't appear to be any good. They were probably planning something else. Yun Yan never thought she'd witness this. My. He Weiwei gave Yun Qingyun horns. Right now, Yun Qingyun's head was covered with a sea of verdant green. Recalling He Weiwei's wicked acts, Yun Yan smirked coldly and decided to give her a surprise. Thus, Yun Yan found a place to wait for them to come out. Judging by the man's age, he was older, so it was estimated they would appear soon. In the private room of the hotel, a passionate scene was unfolding. The moment the man saw He Weiwei, he immediately embraced her. Yi Weiwei, it's been so long since we last met. You have no idea how much I've missed you. The man's name was Zhao Long, and he was the owner of a club. Back when He Weiwei was young, they had a relationship. Zhao Long knew many influential people, which is why his club business was thriving. After He Weiwei started seeing Yun Qingyun, the two of them met less frequently. But every time they did meet, they always indulged in a passionate rendezvous at a hotel. Since Yun Qingyun was always busy and trusted He Weiwei completely, it never occurred to him that she would cheat on him. He Weiwei removed her coat, revealing a strapless dress that exuded sex appeal. Brother Long, I've missed you too, but I've been caught up with so many troubles lately that I haven't had time to make an appointment with you. He Weiwei cooed in Zhao Long's arms like a spoiled child. At this moment, He Weiwei looked like a young girl who had just fallen in love, utterly adorable. Really? You little vixen, what troubles do you have? While chatting casually, Zhao Long placed his hand on He Weiwei's waist as the two of them snuggled together. Though He Weiwei was over 40 years old now, she knew exactly how to win men's hearts. Especially Zhao Long. She had him wrapped around her finger. She was well aware of all of his sensitivities. Now that she needed something from him, she was determined to keep him pleased. Realizing the conversation was getting to the point quickly, He Weiwei pursed her lips before speaking. I've been troubled by a country girl recently. Brother Long, you must help me get back at her. He Weiwei didn't even count on Yun Qingyun anymore. She had witnessed everything that day when the police came. It was only because Yun Qingyun lost control in anger that he called the police. He wasn't serious about it. It was just a knee-jerk reaction. After all, that despicable Yun still shared half of his bloodline. So now, He Weiwei could only depend on herself. She planned to strike hard and eliminate any future problems. Zhao Long, with his vast network of connections, would be her best accomplice. That despicable Yun must disappear without a trace. Chapter 50, A Cunning Plan. Zhao Long was in high spirits and spoke with great confidence. No problem, I'll take care of everything. After saying this, he suddenly scooped He Weiwei up in his arms. We shouldn't waste time on trivial things, come on, darling. The atmosphere in the room soon heated up as they were lost in their passionate embrace. Yun glanced at the clock. Wow, they had already been inside for over an hour. It seemed like these two were burning with fiery passion and unyielding energy. Just as Yun was lost in thought, the door to the hotel room opened, and there appeared Zhao Long and He Weiwei. Yun quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of the scene. They looked quite affectionate. It seemed like they still hadn't had enough of each other. Looking at the overly intimate pair in the photo she'd taken, Yun let out a cold laugh before leaving. Wasn't He Weiwei considered a treasure by Yun Qingyun? Judging from how close these two looked and how natural it seemed, it didn't appear awkward at all. as if they'd been lovers for a long time. I've heard that even when He Weiwei was young, she was already restless. She took advantage of her beauty, and once even intruded into someone else's marriage. She used to work in seedy places, but eventually met Yun Qingyun during one of his social events, and clung to him tightly thereafter. From then on, she became Mrs. Yun. One must admit, He Weiwei had impressive skills. Later, using her sophisticated social abilities, she managed to clean her own name and smoothly entered high society. Now people in high society know her as the wife of Mr. Yun, but very few know about her dark past. As Yun Yin reached the doorway, she paused suddenly. Why did that man just now look somewhat similar to Yun Shi? Especially their eyes. They both had phoenix-shaped eyes. At this realization, Yun Yin felt an interesting twist. When Yun Qingyun first married He Weiwei, Yun Shi was already 5 years old. How long had those two been scheming together? Yun Yin is only a year older than Yun Shi. So most likely, they had started their relationship when Bai Su was pregnant with Yun Yin. Thinking about what they might have done enraged Yun Yin. Maybe mom knew about their affair and jumped into the sea due to depression. I'll definitely hold Yun Qingyun and He Weiwei accountable for mom's fate. Thinking about this, Yun Yin examined the man in the photo again and found his features truly similar to Yun Shi. Could there be some hidden secrets here? After walking away, Yun Yin called Yi He and sent him the photo, asking for an investigation into the relationship between these two people. Also, find a way to confirm whether Yun Shi is actually Yun Qingyun's biological daughter. Previously, Yun Shi always claimed herself to be the true miss of the Yun family. Hopefully, her claim won't backfire and expose her as illegitimate. After handling the matter, Yun Yin returned home. He Weiwei came back from outside and saw Yun Qingyun sitting in the living room. She paused for a moment, but quickly composed herself. Honey, didn't you say you had business engagements today? How come you're back so early? Don't mention it. That Mr. Zhou probably learned something about our company situation. He canceled dinner last minute. Yun Qingyun was now thoroughly disoriented. Furrowing her brow, He Weiwei asked, why would it happen like this? Who could have leaked this information? I don't know. It feels like someone is intentionally screwing me over, hiding in the shadows. No clue who it is. Yun Qingyun felt the same way. Lately, it's as if he's under some bad luck curse. Nothing seems to go right. He always feels blocked in some inexplicable way. It's strange. But lately, he hasn't offended anyone, has he? Could it be competitors? What bad luck? He Weiwei bit her lips slightly before comforting him. Honey, don't worry. Maybe there's still a chance for a turnaround. Right as Yun Qingyun was about to respond, he saw Yun Shi coming back with large shopping bags. His expression immediately turned grim. All you think about is shopping. Don't you know how the house situation is right now? And yet you still buy things. Hearing this, Yun Shi froze, her eyes welling up instantly. This was the first time Yun Qingyun had said such harsh words to her. Feeling deeply wronged, Yun Shi replied, Dad, I haven't bought anything for ages. Haven't you been encouraging me to hang out more with Lu Jia? I can't possibly keep wearing old clothes forever, right? Yun Qingyun furrowed his brows tightly and scolded. You're nothing but a spendthrift. You never help out with anything. With that, Yun Qingyun went upstairs. After seeing him walk off, Yun Shi angrily threw the luxurious shopping bag onto the sofa and said through gritted teeth, Mommy, what's wrong with Dad? Did someone make him unhappy? Why is he angry at me? I just bought a few clothes. He Weiwei quickly consoled. You should be a bit more restrained recently. The household isn't as prosperous as before, and your father has been under a lot of stress lately. You don't want to add to his troubles. Pouting, Yun Shi said, that wretched Yun Yin is like a broom star. Ever since she came back, everything's gone haywire. Don't worry, I'll have someone deal with this wretch. Her days are numbered. He Weiwei's eyes gleamed with malice. Really? Yun Shi's face lit up with excitement. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Of course, trust me and just wait for the show. He Weiwei spoke confidently. She had already spoken to Zhao Long and believed that he would take action within the next few days. Indeed, things must proceed quickly before further complications arise. That girl always brings trouble. Every time they meet, nothing good happens. And no matter how she tries to harm Yun Yin manages to escape unscathed. Now, having run out of options herself, He Weiwei needs others to step in. All right, Mommy, I knew you're the best, Yun Shi flattered her. The next day, because Madam was hospitalized due to illness, Yun Yin took a leave. Not very at ease, she went to the hospital early in the morning. Today, the old madam was much more spirited. Seeing Yun Yin come, she kept chatting with her. Taking the opportunity, Yun Yin checked her pulse. It was steady, her complexion rosier now. She was clearly out of danger, needing only a few days of rest. Grandma, you can be discharged after resting for a couple of days, Yun Yin consoled. Yes, I know. These are all old problems. Don't worry about it. By the way, where's Tianyu? Hasn't he returned yet? The old madam inquired, concerned about her grandson. He will return today, Yun Yin responded. That's good. But I wonder if Tianyu suffered from cold poison back then, affecting that aspect. You two have been married for months. Why hasn't there been any movement in your belly? The old madam suddenly changed the topic. This question caught Yun Yin completely off guard. Since they hadn't shared a bedroom, how could there be any movement in her belly? Yet this was something she couldn't discuss openly. So with embarrassment she managed to say, Grandma, we're still young and want to enjoy some time as a couple first. The old madam nodded in agreement. That makes sense, no rush. But if there is an issue on his side, it cannot be neglected. Yun Yan's forehead twitched uncomfortably with black lines, feeling highly awkward but nodding along. Chapter 51, Kidnapped. After chatting with the old madam for a while, Mrs. Yun felt tired and rested. Yun Yin saw the old madam resting. so she instructed the caregiver to look after her better and call in case of any issues. Then, she left the hospital. Yi had just called, and he happened to be at the new store. The new mall hadn't been open long, and the W.Y brand also set up a counter there. Yi was on a store inspection. Seeing Yun, he smiled and said, "Sister Yun, you've come just in time. Take a look. These are our new store sales performances. They're quite impressive." Yun took a quick glance and found it indeed remarkable. She rarely bothered with such matters. Yi managed them well. "Not bad. You've worked hard. Give bonuses to the staff." Yun was never stingy about these things. "All right, I'll do that. They're packaging now. Today, some super big sucker ordered more than 100 pieces of our clothes and even reserved the next season's line. Truly an eye-opener." Yi grinned. "Ordered so much. Can they even wear all that?" Yun didn't understand the mindset of these wealthy people. Like herself, she usually just wore a few pairs of jeans and t-shirts unless for other occasions. Otherwise, she wouldn't go through the trouble of buying new clothes. "Yeah, super rich guy. It's ordered by a Mr. Chung, directly paying with his card, packed, and then sent away." Yi had also seen a customer this extravagant for the first time. Not to mention 100 pieces. Buying 2 pieces of W.Y brand clothing already made many feel rather painful. Yun smiled. There were still foolish but wealthy people around in this society, weren't there? Let them serve him well. If nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, regarding the investigation I asked you to conduct, get it done as soon as possible, Yun instructed. Strike while the iron is hot. All right, it's already under investigation. I'll give you the result tomorrow. Yi's efficiency wasn't just talk. Leaving the mall, Yun felt idle, so she decided to take a walk. It would be boring going home anyway. When Yun walked to the roadside and prepared to head toward her house's direction, suddenly, an old van rushed toward her. Yun reacted quickly and immediately dodged. However, the door of the van was swiftly opened, and 2 men in black emerged, wearing sunglasses and masks. One of them, taking advantage of Yun almost losing her balance from turning around, directly pulled her into the vehicle. Then the van sped off. Everything happened very fast. Yun actually already knew what had happened. Yes, she'd been kidnapped. Initially, she wanted to deal with these people, but she thought they were merely henchmen, not the mastermind behind it all. So, she wanted to find out who the real culprit was. Thus, Yun stopped struggling and cooperated fully. An orange-haired man inside the car snarled, "You little brat, cooperate or you'll taste some pain." Yun didn't resist, simply responding faintly, "You must have kidnapped the wrong person. I have no grudges against you. We haven't. We work for money and help others do their dirty jobs. You've offended someone," the orange-haired man responded. Indeed, her guess was right. This was exactly the situation. Okay, let's see who it is. She hasn't stretched her muscles for quite some time and was bored anyway. Might as well play along with these little pests. But Yun already had 2 suspects in mind. Apart from them, she really didn't know who would want to harm her. Just at the moment Yun was taken away by someone, Gu Shiyu happened to witness everything. She was planning to visit the old madam at the hospital and didn't expect to see such an exciting scene. Gu Shiyu couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't make a mistake. It was true, Yun was kidnapped. Gu Shiyu covered her mouth in shock, fearing she might scream. Watching the departing car, Gu Shiyu stood stunned. What should she do? What was the best course of action for her now? Should she report it to the police? Or inform her brother? Gu Shiyu started wavering mentally. But upon thinking that Yun was from the countryside, and their family always hoped Song Ran could become their sister-in-law. Now, isn't this a great opportunity? If Yun got violated, surely her brother wouldn't accept her anymore. Gu Shiyu wondered whom Yun might have offended. Why did they single her out for kidnapping? Gu Shiyu lightly bit her lip and finally decided cold-heartedly to pretend she saw nothing and headed to the hospital. Anyway, this matter couldn't be blamed on her. She couldn't do anything either. Meanwhile, Yun was brought to a small courtyard located somewhat remotely in the suburbs. Being pulled down, Yun scanned her surroundings. Then, Yun spoke indifferently. "Who sent you to kidnap me?" Yun's voice was light, almost nonchalant, but it carried an intimidating aura. 3 men got out of the car. They looked at Yun and smugly said, "Girl, stop asking questions. It won't do you any good." Another one grinned lewdly. "This girl has smooth skin and a pretty face. She must feel great to touch." After saying that, he reached out toward Yun. Yun immediately grabbed his hand, then kicked him hard in a vital spot. The man groaned in pain and squatted down immediately. He was so hurt, he couldn't straighten his waist. Seeing this, the other 2 were momentarily stunned before they both lunged at Yun together. However, before they could even get close, Yun shot silver needles from her bracelet, incapacitating them. They fell on the ground, weak and unable to get up. Yun stepped on one of their backs and harshly demanded, "Tell me who sent you. If you don't say, this will be your grave. Anyway, you kidnapped me. I could kill you and no one would know. Even if anyone found out, it would just be self-defense." These big men had initially thought Yun was a helpless young woman. Now, they'd witnessed her strength and power. They quickly begged for mercy. "Miss, don't be rash. We'll tell you. It's Brother Long who sent us to kidnap you." Yun originally thought sending 3 big men to kidnap a young girl was quite an overkill, but she never expected how effortlessly they'd been defeated. They were utterly routed and disoriented now. How infuriating. If people heard about this, they'd laugh themselves sick. "Brother Long? I don't know him," Yun coldly responded. "It's Zhao Long," one of them added quickly. "That's right. It seems Brother Long wanted to help his woman get revenge on you because you angered her." Another one hurriedly buchonged Ted. Upon hearing this, Yun narrowed her dark eyes, instantly picturing He Yue's face in her mind. Could it be that He Yue's lover is called Zhao Long? Just yesterday, they were having an affair, and today someone was already troubling her? He Yue's schemes were indeed cunning. Chapter 52, The Wealthy Fool. Yun Yin sneered coldly, then took out her phone, opened a photo, and handed it to the man to look at. See if this is the person you're looking for? The man looked at the photo and nodded quickly. Yes, this person is Brother Long. Yun Yin had originally intended to let He Yuefei suffer for a couple more days, but now that didn't seem necessary anymore. She gave one of the men a hard kick and said, "Take me back downtown. If you all pretend you know nothing about this, I might spare your dog lives." The driver who had driven earlier quickly sent Yun Yin back downtown. Yun Yin checked the time and went home first. Meanwhile, the Gu family living room was also quite lively. Gu Tianyu had returned from his business trip. He immediately called Yun Yin's phone, but it was off. This caused Gu Tianyu to furrow his brows in confusion. What was going on? Was it turned off because the battery was dead? Or had something happened? Gu Shiyu saw Gu Tianyu making calls constantly and asked carelessly, "Older brother, who are you calling?" "Your sister-in-law. Did you see her today?" Gu Tianyu inquired. "I did see her. She left with some male friends. Not sure where they went." Gu Shiyu quietly told this to their mother after coming home. Thus, the two of them came up with this excuse. Frankly speaking, Gu Shiyu wasn't even sure if those men were abducting Yun Yin. What if they were her lover coming to see her? Wouldn't she misinterpret the situation if they assumed the worst? Besides, she noticed that when someone helped Yun Yin get into the car, Yun Yin didn't shout for help. It seemed like she was cooperating willingly. So perhaps Yun Yin went along with them voluntarily. After all, Yun Yin used to live in the countryside. Who knew if she had made friends there? It would be natural if those people came looking for her now. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu became solemn. "Where exactly did you see Yun Yin, Shiyu?" "It was near the hospital. I saw her get into a car with others." Gu Shiyu was startled by the sudden question and started to stammer. She wasn't afraid of others, but she feared Gu Tianyu. Because when Gu Tianyu got angry, he could be terrifying. Gu Tianyu was puzzled. Yun Yin left with someone else. As far as he knew, she didn't seem to have many friends here. What kind of people? Gu Tianyu frowned deeply as he questioned further. Delinquent youth, Gu Shiyu answered confidently. Delinquent youth? That was impossible. How could Yun Yin possibly know such people? Had something dangerous happened to her? Gu Tianyu suddenly became tense. Where did it happen? Tell me. Older brother, they left a long time ago in the car. You won't catch up with them now, Gu Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Just as Gu Tianyu was getting anxious, a figure suddenly walked in from outside. Yun Yin entered and saw Gu Tianyu. "You're back from your business trip?" Seeing her, Gu Tianyu rushed over, looked her up and down, and then asked anxiously, "Where did you go? Are you okay?" Yun Yin looked at him inexplicably. "I'm fine. I just went for a walk." Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyu snickered with sarcasm. "Really? I heard you went with some delinquent youths. You must be planning something shady, huh?" Yun Yin looked at her and replied coldly. "Nowadays, spreading rumors doesn't require any cost, does it?" Yun Yan's voice was icy, and her gaze sharp, causing Gu Shiyu to shiver involuntarily. With Yun Yin back, Gu Tianyu felt somewhat relieved. "You're back, good. Go rest a bit. I'll go check on Grandma at the hospital first." Then Gu Tianyu warned Gu Shiyu. "Shiyu, don't make wild accusations." "But I didn't." Gu Shiyu protested with feigned innocence. Her older brother's heart must be skewed. Every time, he stood up for this woman. At this moment, a servant entered. "Master, W.Y brand has delivered clothes," the servant respectfully informed. Soon enough, representatives of the brand brought in the clothes, about 10 people, each carrying roughly 10 pieces of clothing. Everyone in the living room was stunned. What was happening? Why so many clothes? Even more astonishingly, these clothes were from W.Y brand. Especially Gu Shiyu, her eyes widened in amazement. With so many clothes, she could wear one piece every day for a very long time. And upon scanning them quickly, she realized these were all new seasonal releases. Did her older brother buy these? Had he cleared out the entire W.Y brand store? However, despite how mean her older brother had been to her just moments before, considering he bought her so many clothes, she decided to forgive him. Just as Gu Shiyu was about to take a look at the clothes, Gu Tianyu suddenly spoke gently to Yun Yin. "All these are for you. Do you like them?" Yun Yin froze momentarily, truly feeling caught between laughter and tears. Who was it mocking earlier in the store about some rich fool? It turned out that this person was Gu Tianyu himself, really leaving her speechless. Now it was just money going from his left pocket to her right pocket. Isn't this too much? Yun Yin felt a headache just looking at all the clothes. "It's not enough. I didn't know what style you like, so I bought everything. Assistant Chung told me this brand is your favorite, and I thought it was pretty good." Gu Tianyu smiled as he spoke. In fact, he had consulted He Fan, who called himself a dating guru. He Fan said girls love receiving gifts. Girls generally like clothes, bags, and jewelry. Giving them these would definitely make them happy. Gu Tianyu noticed Yun Yin rarely carried bags or wore jewelry, so he chose clothes. Assistant Chung mentioned this brand was the first choice for debutantes, so he made a generous purchase. Yun Yin finally understood. The Mr. Chung that Yi mentioned was likely Assistant Chung. But wasn't this way too extravagant? "I rarely wear this kind of clothing." Yun Yin sighed, feeling quite exasperated. On the side, Gu Shiyu's jealousy burned so intensely her eyes seemed ready to spout flames. Her elder brother was far too biased. Every single piece of clothing was meant for Yun Yin, which was infuriating. She was angry enough to feel like her lungs might explode. This was really outrageous. "If you don't like them, then I'll take them." Gu Shiyu adored these new releases, and she couldn't afford to be sulking any longer. She wouldn't usually splurge on such items herself. Yun Yin nodded. "Sure, if you like them, you can take them." Yun Yin felt relieved. Gu Xiu was overjoyed and thought this was the first time Yun looked somewhat tolerable. Gu Tianyu chuckled. He knew Yun wasn't the materialistic type, showing no interest in these kinds of things. Clearly, there was still much he didn't understand about her. But time was on their side, and he would learn more about her step by step. Later, Gu Tianyu went to the hospital to visit the old lady. Yun went upstairs. She indeed had other matters to attend to. She pressed her lips lightly, her gaze icy cold. Since he UFA sent her such a grand present, she should reciprocate with one as well. Chapter 53, the plan failed. At the Yun family, He Weiwei had been waiting for news. She asked Zhao Long to help her teach Yun a good lesson, preferably making her unable to show her face in public. She didn't know how things were going. He Weiwei was very anxious inside. She hoped everything would be successful. She noticed He Weiwei staring at her phone all the time and curiously asked, "Mommy, how's it going?" "I still don't know, but I believe it should have succeeded." He Weiwei was quite confident. After all, Brother Long's methods had been proven before. There wouldn't be any mistakes. How could that little girl possibly match Brother Long's people? She probably got hit hard. Ultimately we want that bitch to disappear. "Oh, Mommy, I've heard that W.Y has new releases. Let's go check it out." She felt bored. "You need to restrain yourself a bit. Daddy is still furious." He Weiwei reminded her. This father of mine is so unreasonable, getting mad about the smallest things." She complained unhappily. "Endure a bit. Recently there are many troubles at the company. Sheer, you should communicate more with Lu Jie and see if we can get the engagement settled sooner." In fact, He Weiwei feared delays might ruin their plans. Recently, the Yun group wasn't stable. "I understand, but brother Lu Jie always claims he's busy, and I can do nothing about it." She also seemed helpless. "You need to take the initiative a bit more." "Got it," He Weiwei encouraged her. "All right." Just then, He Weiwei's phone rang. Seeing who it was, she immediately picked it up. How did it go? She couldn't wait to know the results. No one knows what was said on the other end, but all of a sudden, He Weiwei threw her phone onto the sofa in anger. "Damn it, that woman has some tough luck." "Mommy, what happened? Did it fail?" She guessed. He Weiwei nodded. "Yes, that wretch escaped." She furrowed her brows. "Mommy, do you think this whole thing seems kind of fishy? Why does that bitch manage to escape unscathed every single time?" "That's true. I've noticed as well, but isn't she from the countryside? How come she has such capabilities?" He Weiwei also found this mysterious. "Mommy, we need someone to investigate this little slut and find out her background." She opened her mouth. "All right, I agree with you." He Weiwei nodded. It was indeed necessary to have someone look into it. The two had their own thoughts. The next day, the elderly matriarch's condition stabilized, and Gu Tianyu and Yun went back to the company. Because these past few days had piled up a lot of work that hadn't been handled yet. Once at the company, Yun made herself a cup of coffee. She needed coffee to keep alert right now. As Yun exited the tea room, she almost bumped into someone. A strong smell of cologne rushed toward her, nearly causing Yun to choke. Goodness, who is this person? Did they spray so much? When Yun looked up, she saw Gu Yang's smug face. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept properly. His whole person appeared swollen, clearly someone who frequents hedonistic places often. Seeing him, Yun couldn't help frowning. This playboy heir was actually coming to work today, something she hadn't seen before. But Yun didn't care to engage further and tried to walk around him. However, Gu Yang blocked her way and smirked, saying with mockery, "Sister-in-law, this is the first time I see you in a professional outfit. It really suits you, your figure is great." Yun glanced at him disdainfully. "You'd better treat me with some respect." "I'm complimenting you, sister-in-law. Big brother is constantly taking medicine. Good looking, but useless. You must be feeling wronged." Gu Yang sneered. Yun's lips curved slightly, forming a smile. "Gu Yang, aren't you describing yourself? Your brother is quite capable, and I'm extremely happy. In contrast, you, with those heavy dark circles under your eyes, seem to suffer from qi deficiency and kidney weakness. Perhaps you should ease up a bit." Gu Yang's expression instantly turned dark. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to uphold brother's face. Everyone knows the truth." "Is that so? When it comes to my husband's situation, shouldn't I be the one who knows best? By the way, as your sister-in-law, I'll offer you a piece of advice. Eat more oysters and leeks. I'm worried that if you continue like this, your body will eventually suffer." After finishing, Yun turned around to leave. Feeling flustered, Gu Yang hurriedly reached out and was about to place his hand on Yun's shoulder. Before his hand even came close, Yun grabbed his wrist with a swift reverse movement and twisted it. My hand, it's going to break." Gu Yang screamed in pain. Yun gave him a cold glance. "In the future, it would be best if you avoid crossing paths with me, or I won't be polite." Afterward, she harshly shoved his hand away. Watching Yun's retreating back, Gu Yang grumbled while rubbing his wrist in annoyance. Damn it, this woman has such strength. But the more challenging the woman, the greater his desire to conquer her became. Gu Tianyu is already useless, posing no real threat anymore. Gu Yang's eyes turned cold, and after standing there for a while, he left. After they were gone, Gu Tianyu came out from a nearby door. When Gu Yang was about to bully Yun, he was ready to step in. But he never expected Yun to easily deal with that dog trash. Good job. Seeing how that woman stood up for him, Gu Tianyu felt warm inside. Especially since she mentioned how brave he was. Gu Tianyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that. It seemed like he'd need to find an opportunity to let her verify it herself, whether or not he was truly that brave. Yun returned to her seat and took a sip of coffee. Getting bitten by a dog so early in the morning really put a damper on things. At that moment, colleague Tang Xiao quietly approached. Yun, did you know? Our company is having a team-building retreat at Swan Lake this weekend. Among all the colleagues, only Tang Xiao and Yun Yin were close. Though everyone said Yun Yin was the president's wife, she had no airs at all. Even though she sometimes appeared cool, her heart was kind. One day, when Tang Xiao's computer broke down and many important files were lost, Yun Yin quickly helped her restore them. Tang Xiao was stunned and greatly admired Yun Yin. Thus, their friendship formed quickly. Upon hearing this, Yun Yin furrowed her brow slightly. Swan Lake. Yes, it's in the suburbs, about a 2-hour drive. It's a resort with beautiful scenery. There's a lake shaped like a swan, which is why it's called Swan Lake Resort. Tang Xiao, who knew everything, immediately gave Yun Yin a rundown. So that was how it was. Yun Yin nodded. Team building event? Another wasted weekend. But oh well, it could be a chance to relax a bit. Yun Yin, we can go boating then. I heard there are real swans there. Tang Xiao said excitedly. All right. Soon, the company email also sent the notification to everyone. Many employees were happy since it was a team-building outing, meaning good food and drinks. Song Ran looked at the notice and couldn't help but feel delighted. This was a great opportunity. It was hard to do anything inside the office, but outside, it would be much easier. How could she swallow the humiliation she endured at her birthday party from Yun Yin? Chapter 54, The Spiked Drink. The team-building day arrived in no time, and everyone was very excited. Rumors had it that this year's event would be particularly interesting. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Yun Yin joined the group on the coach. Since they were all going out to have fun, she decided to loosen up and relax a little. Wearing a casual sportswear set with her hair tied into a ponytail, Yun Yin radiated an aura of youthful energy. Gu Tianyu only realized after he left that Yun Yin had already gone. Indeed, a well-known resort, Swan Lake, nestled in the suburbs, covered a vast area with beautiful surroundings, an ideal place to unwind. Here, one could go boating, horseback riding, shooting, hot springs bathing, and many other entertainment activities were available. Once they arrived, everyone found their rooms before heading off to enjoy the attractions. After Gu Tianyu arrived, he initially intended to look for Yun Yin, but since the manager of the resort needed him, he had to attend to work matters first. Yes, Swan Lake Resort was part of the Gu family's business group, and this team-building exercise was also intended as an opportunity to inspect the location. Despite being busy, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but send a message to Yun Yin, informing her of his whereabouts. Yun Yin had been pulled along by Tang Xiao for a stroll. This place was indeed excellent, a great spot for a vacation. Meanwhile, Song Ran had also finished putting away her belongings. Soon, the entire group gathered together. Since it was a team-building activity, they played some games together. At noon, they enjoyed a buffet, and in the afternoon, there was free time. Once free time began, everyone scattered like untethered horses, seeking their own entertainment. Tang Xiao wanted to soak in the hot spring, so Yun Yin, despite not being keen, accompanied her. Thankfully, they had both prepared their swimsuits beforehand. As the two emerged from the locker room, Tang Xiao's eyes sparkled with envy. Yun Yin, your figure is amazing, curves in all the right places, and your skin is so white, glowing like porcelain. I'm so envious. Tang Xiao almost wanted to reach out and touch her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, as she rarely dressed this revealingly in front of others, Yun Yin replied quietly, you're not bad either. Let's go. While speaking, she draped a towel around herself. Just as the two were enjoying the hot spring, a red figure caught their attention. It was Song Ran. Dressed in a red bikini, her figure was accentuated by mere fabric, showcasing her elegant curves and long, pale legs. She confidently strode toward them, exuding confidence. It seemed as if she had come to pick a fight. Yun Yin chose to ignore her. She generally avoided unnecessary trouble. Song Ran had come with Xia Kiki, and upon spotting Yun Yin, she greeted her with a sly smile. Yun Yin, what a coincidence. Who would have thought we'd both be here enjoying the hot spring? You don't mind me joining you, do you? Before Yun Yin could respond, Song Ran had already slipped into the pool. Although Yun Yin involuntarily twitched at the corner of her lips, she did not comment. This was a public place, anyone could enter. Closing her eyes, Yun Yin began to relax. At that moment, a server carrying a tray walked over. On the tray were 4 cups of lemon tea. Ladies, hello. Here is some lemon tea for you. I'll leave it here for your convenience, said the server, placing the tray nearby. All right, thank you, responded Song Ran. In an unseen corner, a smirk tugged at the edges of Song Ran's lips, which she quickly suppressed. Tang Xiao added, no wonder this is a top-tier resort. The service is really excellent. Neither of them had actually ordered lemon tea, yet it was freely provided. Tang Xiao took a cup and started drinking. Song Ran exchanged a glance with Xia Kiki. Swiftly, Xia Kiki picked up a cup of lemon tea and handed it to Yun Yin. Here you go. Opening her eyes, Yun Yin glanced at her. When she brought the drink to her mouth, she suddenly smelled something unusual. This lemon tea appeared to have been spiked. She did not drink it, but placed it back onto the tray beside her. Suddenly, her hand moved underwater, drawing a startled cry from Xia Kiki nearby. What's in the water? Is it a snake? Being in the outskirts with lush greenery around, the presence of snakes was quite common. Song Ran, who was most afraid of snakes, reacted violently. She became flustered, continuously glancing down nervously. Seeing this, Yun Yin quickly switched the cups without anyone noticing. While the others were distracted, looking for whatever might be in the water, Yun Yin calmly picked up a piece of grass. It's just some aquatic grass falling in. No snakes, she announced nonchalantly. Finally relieved, the others sighed. Song Ran let out a sigh of relief and then picked up her lemon tea to drink. Noticing Yun Yin hadn't touched hers, she feigned casualness and urged, this lemon tea isn't bad. Why don't you try it? Upon hearing this, Yunyan picked up the cup again and drank. Seeing this, Song Ran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This plan should be flawless now, right? Yunyan seemed to be in some kind of trouble, but no one knew why. Song Ran was very pleased inside. Seeing that Yunyan had finished drinking, she also drained her cup in one gulp before putting it down. Since the goal had been achieved, Song Ran felt there was no need to stay any longer. So, she stood up and said, soaking for too long isn't good for the skin. Then Song Ran left with Xia Kiki. Seeing this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but mock them. It's really baffling. They came here just to drink a glass of lemon tea. Upon hearing this, Yunyan gave a faint smile. That's right. It's specially tailored lemon tea. Tang Xiao didn't understand what she meant, only feeling a bit strange. After soaking for a while, Yunyan and Tang Xiao got out as well. After playing all day, they were somewhat tired. Song Ran and Xia Kiki came out from the hot spring, both dressed properly again. Suddenly, Song Ran felt something wasn't right, and her stomach convulsed sharply. Unable to resist, Song Ran bent over, clutching her stomach. What was happening? Her stomach hurt so badly. Oh no, she needed to use the restroom urgently. Without another word, Song Ran hurriedly looked for the restroom. Xia Kiki was utterly confused. What was wrong with Manager Song? Why did she run off suddenly? In the restroom, Song Ran almost fainted from exhaustion after suffering through a bout of diarrhea. She stood up shakily on trembling legs. Song Ran couldn't figure it out. Why was she having diarrhea? Wasn't this spiked lemon water prepared specifically for that lowly Yunyan? Could she have accidentally drunk the wrong cup? No, it wasn't possible. She had marked the cups clearly. The one she drank must be fine. Before she could fully think it through, her stomach started hurting again, and she rushed to the restroom once more. For nearly an hour or two, Song Ran was close to dehydration due to continuous diarrhea. Fortunately, she managed to consult the doctor at the resort, who prescribed medication that eventually stopped it. But Song Ran felt like half of her life had slipped away. Her legs felt weak from all the strain, and she struggled to stand straight. She knew she must have consumed the spiked lemon water by mistake. Suddenly, Song Ran thought about the piece of aquatic grass. It must have been when Yunyan swapped the cups of lemon tea. Damn, how did Yunyan know? Didn't she hide her tracks perfectly? Chapter 55, I believe in you. Song Ran felt that something must have gone wrong somewhere. When she first came up with this plan, she worried that Yunyan might be suspicious, so she had the waiter deliver it. That way, Yunyan wouldn't associate it with her. And to ensure better results, she added more to the lemon tea. So now, she was dehydrated from diarrhea, which infuriated her. She had clearly marked it. Why did it still go wrong? Unwilling to let it go, Song Ran struggled to check on Yunyan and see how she was faring. However, when she saw that Yunyan was fine, eating and drinking as usual, Song Ran clenched her fists in anger. How infuriating. Why was Yunyan, that vile person, completely unscathed? It seemed that the problematic lemon tea ended up being consumed by herself instead. All for nothing. Song Ran also blamed Yunyan for this. Everyone else was having a great time, except for Song Ran, who was thoroughly enraged. In the evening, Gu Tianyu finally had time to look for Yunyan. Yunyan was just preparing to return to her room to rest. As she opened the door, Gu Tianyu suddenly pulled her into the room. Startled, Yunyan spoke irritably after seeing it was him. Oh, it's you. Of course it's me. Who else would you think it is? Gu Tianyu asked with narrowed eyes. I thought you were an intruder. Relax, I'm here to help. By the way, are you full? Gu Tianyu asked. Yes, I am stuffed, and I'm about to rest. Yunyan wanted to send him off, but Gu Tianyu sat there without any intention of leaving. Then rest well, Gu Tianyu replied. How can I sleep with you around? You'll need to get used to it. Gu Tianyu felt he had given her enough time already. We're married. We're only temporarily married, Yunyan corrected him. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu became slightly displeased but wasn't concerned because time was on his side, and he would make it real. Soon after, Gu Tianyu was called away by another phone call. Yunyan sighed in relief. The next morning, Yunyan woke up very early, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings making her sleep lightly. By the time she went out, it wasn't early anymore, and many people were already out wandering. Without realizing it, Yunyan walked towards the swimming pool area. She originally planned to go visit the Swan Lake, but that would take some more walking, and she had already seen it yesterday. They were supposed to head back at noon, so she was just aimlessly strolling. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Lifting her head, Yunyan saw Song Ran. Not wanting to deal with her, Yunyan moved to walk past, but Song Ran blocked her way. A good dog doesn't block the path. Yunyan spoke coldly. You're the dog. Yunyan, was it you who switched the lemon teas yesterday? The more Song Ran thought about it, the more it didn't add up. She couldn't hold her grudge from last night any longer, so immediately upon waking, she confronted Yunyan. Lemon tea? Shouldn't you know better? What's wrong? Isn't spiced up lemon tea even tastier? Was your bathroom trip last night smooth? Yunyan sarcastically retorted, toying around with such trifling tricks in front of her. She truly didn't know her limits. For many drugs, Yunyan could identify them just by smell. Song Ran was quite vicious, using laxatives. While not life-threatening, it probably felt like half their lives were being flushed away. But harming others ultimately backfired on herself. Song Ran had clearly tasted her own medicine already. Seeing her pale face now confirmed she'd been through a tough night. So it really was you who swapped it. How did you know about the added ingredient? Song Ran wanted clarification. Of course I knew. I just need one sniff. Don't try these games under my nose. It's boring, Yunyan mocked. Before Song Ran could respond, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure walking toward them. An idea struck her, and she grabbed Yunyan's sleeve, putting on a pitiful act. Yunyan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me. This sudden change left Yunyan stunned. Had Song Ran been possessed by a ghost? Why was she acting like a completely different person? But Song Ran kept pulling on her sleeve, and her nails scratched Yunyan's arm. Yunyan shoved her hand away. Weak and frail-looking, Song Ran promptly lost her balance and fell directly into the pool. Confused, Yunyan looked up to find Gu Tianyu approaching. Cheng Jiao, walking with him, noticed someone splashing around in the pool and quickly took off his coat before diving in to save her. Cheng Jiao soon pulled Song Ran out. Shivering from the cold, Song Ran accepted Cheng Jiao's coat wrapped around her. Gu Tianyu frowned and asked, "What happened here?" Song Ran hastily interjected, "Tianyu, you mustn't blame Yunyan. It was unintentional. All the fault lies with me. She has every right to be angry." If Yunyan still hadn't pieced together what had happened by now, then she really would have been naive. It was all a performance orchestrated by Song Ran. Just moments ago, Song Ran had probably noticed Gu Tianyu approaching and thus began her pretense of apology. Afterward, she provoked Yunyan into letting go, at which point Song Ran simply jumped in herself. But from the other's perspective, it appeared as though Yunyan had pushed her in. There was no way they could tell that Song Ran had actually jumped in herself. Song Ran's acting truly was commendable. She would have been wasted in any other profession than acting. Yunyan let out a cold chuckle. Song Ran was indeed resourceful. Every moment portrayed her as the weaker party. Now it seemed as if Yunyan was domineering, bullying her. Looking straight at Song Ran, Yunyan said, "Miss Song, whatever you do is always under God's watchful eyes. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning when you tell such outrageous lies?" Song Ran pursed her lips momentarily before replying pitifully, "Yunyan, I don't know what you're talking about." Her gaze flickered, as Yunyan's sharp scrutiny unnerved her. "Is that so? Since I haven't done anything wrong, I certainly won't admit guilt." Yunyan finished before pushing Song Ran into the pool again with both hands. "This will solidify my crimes, won't it?" She knew Song Ran could swim. The act moments ago was merely for show. Someone who couldn't swim would never act like that while drowning. Gu Tianyu saw this unfold and was taken aback. In his impression, Yunyan wasn't someone who pressed their advantage mercilessly, nor was she the type to aggressively confront anyone. Though Yunyan often came across as aloof, she had a warm heart underneath. Those who'd spent time with her knew that much. Hence, this current scene baffled Gu Tianyu entirely. "Yunyan, what on earth happened?" Yunyan looked at him and asked coolly, "Do you believe me?" Without hesitation, Gu Tianyu nodded. "I believe in you." Chapter 56. It's a misunderstanding. Yunyan's heart was filled with a warm current. "That's good. You will know in a while." Soon, Cheng Jiao pulled Song Ran up again out of his gentlemanly manners. Song Ran was so angry that her whole body trembled. "You nasty woman, how dare you?" When Song Ran jumped down just now, she already felt a bit cool. This time after being pushed down again, when she got up, she sneezed twice. She was furious, willing to give up her gentlewoman image, but when she thought about Gu Tianyu who was here, in the end, she still endured it. Then she played the innocent little white lily and pitifully said, "Yunyan, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Why do you treat me like this?" That appearance was really pitiful, making people feel particularly sorry for her. "You just said I pushed you, right? I can't admit it until I've actually done it. The first time you jumped on your own and then slandered me as the one pushing you. I don't accept false accusations." Yunyan replied indifferently. "Yunyan, clearly you let go of my hand which made me fall into the water. How could you turn black into white?" Song Ran said Werkidut opened her mouth Werkidut. At this point, many colleagues saw the commotion here and walked over. Everyone was looking on curiously, seeing Song Ran standing there shaking like a drowned chicken. All were curious as to what happened. Is it me who distorts the truth? Or are you lying? The saying goes, heaven sees whatever we do. After saying this, Yunyan pointed to a hidden surveillance camera not far away and opened her mouth. "Look, there is a monitor there. If we bring it up, we'll know what happened." Yunyan indifferently opened her mouth. Upon hearing this, Song Ran was startled inside. How could there be surveillance? She had already checked the surrounding environment earlier and didn't see any surveillance cameras. It must be a lie by Yunyan. "It's impossible," Song Ran responded firmly. "How is it impossible? This is the swimming pool area. The camera definitely won't be installed where everyone can easily see it to protect customers' privacy. Usually, no one pays attention and no one would check. But now there is misunderstanding between us, so if we play it back, everything will be clear." Yunyan explained coldly. Song Ran's face turned pale upon hearing this. She dared not bet because Yunyan definitely had the confidence to say so. Earlier, she did jump down herself, intending to falsely accuse Yunyan. She was confident that no one would witness, but never expected there would be surveillance. Song Ran lightly bit her thin lips and softly said, "Yunyan, there must have been a misunderstanding. Just now I fell because I lost balance. I apologize." Since everyone was present, she could only apologize. Otherwise, if the surveillance were played, the issue would become even bigger. Especially Gu Tianyu. He would certainly know what she was thinking. How would he look at her then? In that case, she definitely wouldn't get more than she loses. So under pressure, Song Ran could only apologize. Looking at the glances everyone threw her way, Song Ran felt embarrassed. If there was a crack in the ground, she would have wanted to crawl in. After all, the incident was finally concluded. Yunyan didn't want to argue further with her and left together with Gu Tianyu, leaving Song Ran standing there alone. Being so angry, she tightly clenched both her hands until the veins showed on them. Song Ran truly hated it. Ever since Yunyan appeared, it seemed like everything went off track. Things became worse. All because of that low-class person, Yunyan. After several encounters like this, Song Ran kept losing. So she needed to be more cautious. She had to find Yunyan's weak point. At noon, Gu Tianyu and Yunyan returned home. As soon as they arrived, they saw Gu's mother playing mahjong with her friends. The old lady had already been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at the mansion, taken care of by a family doctor and Joe's sister. Everyone was very reassured. Finally, Gu's mother could relax a bit. Therefore, she invited her friends to come and play cards. They usually play in the tea room, but today, due to unavailability, they came to her house instead. Just as they were having fun, Mrs. Huang had something come up and had to leave early, leaving 3 out of 4. This was quite disappointing. Huang, what urgent matter could you possibly have? Your husband doesn't call you unless there's an emergency, and we're just getting in the swing of things. Mrs. Li complained dissatisfiedly. Seeing Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan return, Mrs. Huang eagerly said, "Here's someone. You can continue without interruption. I truly have something important. I'll make sure to join next time till the end." Mrs. Huang also realized it wasn't ideal. After all, she was winning, and people may hesitate to invite her if she leaves right after winning. But today, she indeed had a real matter to deal with. Gu Tianyu recognized them all and greeted them politely. Yun Yan nodded respectfully too. At this moment, Mrs. Li spoke up. "Well, seems there's no other choice. Yun Yan, how about letting your daughter-in-law fill in for you? Otherwise, our game will be unsatisfactory." Mrs. Gu looked at Yun Yan and then spoke. "Do you know how to play?" Yun Yan honestly replied. "I know a little, but I'm not very familiar with it." "Good. If you were an expert, we wouldn't dare to play against you." Mrs. Li chuckled happily upon hearing this. After all, Mr. Gu was wealthy, and these few bucks didn't matter to him. Mr. Gu Tianyu also hoped Yun Yan could gradually integrate into high society, so he asked, "What do you think? Want to give it a try, relax a bit? If you lose, it's on me." Yun Yan knew that if she refused, people might start talking behind her back. These rich ladies were in high spirits, and Mrs. Gu was watching her intently. Since they invited her enthusiastically, she should join in. There was no harm in just playing for entertainment. In fact, it had been a long time since she last played mahjong. She rarely played any games anymore. All right, Yun Yan sat down. Mr. Gu Tianyu left, as he had something else to attend to. Mrs. Gu glanced at Yun Yan and was somewhat satisfied. Yun Yan hadn't refused, which made Mrs. Gu feel face-saving. The game began shortly after. Upon hearing them mention the stakes, Yun Yan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. These rich ladies really played big. However, Yun Yan wasn't concerned about that. The tiles were dealt across the table. Actually, Yun Yan wasn't an experienced player. She used to play only because her master was bored and pulled them, the apprentices, together to play. But Yun Yan seemed to have a natural talent for it. After a few rounds, she picked up the rules and kept winning, leaving everyone utterly defeated and questioning their own worth. Afterward, nobody wanted to play with her anymore. So now, as Yun Yan touched the mahjong tiles again, she felt a bit rusty. Soon, the game started. Yun Yan remained calm throughout, thinking it didn't matter since the money lost would be on Mr. Gu Tianyu. Thus, in the first 2 rounds, she lost. Seeing this, Mrs. Gu frowned tightly and questioned, "What's wrong with you? Do you even know how to play? Are you deliberately letting others win?" Yun Yan gave her a calm glance and innocently replied, "I don't fully understand." Mrs. Li laughed and said, "Mrs. Gu, stop blaming her. Playing cards is all about luck." After saying this, Mrs. Li drew a winning hand. Yun Yan's gaze became clearer as she took a look around, then adjusted her posture. Those who understood her knew that Yun Yan was about to get serious. Chapter 57. If one does not want others to know, unless oneself refrains from doing it. After the cards were dealt, Yun Yan quickly grabbed her hand. Now everyone knew that Yun Yan wasn't very knowledgeable about this game, so they had relaxed their guard against her. They felt that Yun Yan was no threat. Yun Yan played her cards very quickly, without any thought. As soon as she received a card, she threw it out. However, the other few were experienced players, and thus, they all calculated the odds. Soon, Gu's mother won a round, and she was ecstatic. Finally, she started liking Yun Yan. Earlier, she had thought Yun Yan was intentionally letting her opponent draw cards. The other 3 had each taken turns winning 1 or 2 rounds, leaving only Yun Yan who hadn't broken her duck yet. Therefore, those 3 were all happy since Yun Yan became the one paying up. They chatted freely about gossip in front of her, without reservation. Who among the upper class had an adulterous husband, keeping a mistress? Who got plastic surgery? Which husband's company faced crisis? What's the situation with someone's daughter-in-law? Anyway, there were endless gossips. Yun Yan couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Indeed, 3 women truly form a play." They really could chat about anything. It seemed like they regarded Yun Yan as completely transparent. Yun Yan had never thought that one day she would join these rich housewives. Truly surprising. In the next round, Yun Yan's hand looked even worse. As soon as she drew her cards, everything appeared messy, none paired, and they were all scattered. But Yun Yan remained calm. She discarded 5 myriad, 7 bamboo sticks, and 3 coins from her hand. At present, her cards consisted mainly of white tiles, winds, and single coins. It seemed there was no hope of victory at all. Seeing this, the other 3 were curious. What kind of hand did Yun Yan have? Why discard the middle ones? It seems that this girl was honest too. She indeed didn't know how to play cards well. Thus, the 3 continued chatting happily. After Yun Yan picked up a card, she then calmly toppled her tiles. "I self-draw." The other 3 were momentarily stunned. Self-drawn? So fast? Could it be false win? Then all 3 stretched their necks to take a look. Upon inspection, their eyes nearly popped out. No mistake. Mrs. Li's voice trembled. "You? Is this pure suit?" Yun Yan nodded innocently. "Seems like it." The other 2 also inhaled sharply. Pure suit. That was an extremely rare set of cards. But Yun Yan's luck was apparently that good. Ultimately, they could do nothing but hand over the money obediently. One should know that for a pure suit, the bet would be multiplied by several times, meaning that the money they just won hadn't been held warm before they had to give it back. Moreover, they ended up losing more. All three glanced at Yin simultaneously. Didn't you say you barely understood? How come you know about a pure suit? But seeing Yan's innocent and simple expression, they assumed they must have thought too much. Maybe Yan just had good luck, so she happened to win this round. Unexpectedly, the subsequent rounds were all won by Yan, and they were all self-draws, several times clear suits and grand triples. These rich madams were utterly defeated, questioning their own existence. Hadn't they known how to play cards? Were they so thoroughly beaten by this young lady named Yan? Now, it was three families losing to one. Yan was filling her pot full. Looking at Yan's appearance, everyone dared not breathe deeply due to suppressed frustration, worried that someone might say they can't handle losses. This Yan was definitely pretending to be stupid to eat tiger meat. They all loosened up. Yan played the cards at her whim, with no discernible patterns or rules. Hence, you wouldn't know how she'd play. Can't get a hold of her logic. In the end, when the games were over, Yan handed all her winnings to Mrs. Gu. This made the other two envy intensely. This daughter-in-law was truly well-behaved and obedient, so good to her mother-in-law. Previously, Song Wenxue had badmouthed her daughter-in-law in front of them, saying she was poorly born, didn't know the rules, lacked upbringing. But today, after witnessing Yan, both of them believed Song Wenxue was being overly harsh. This young girl truly had no words to criticize. Beautiful in looks, pure and gentle in character, with a good temper, not talkative, and even upon winning, gave her earnings back to her mother-in-law, Ungreedy. Such a broad-minded person isn't common. What else is unsatisfactory for Song Wenxue? Mrs. Gu looked at those chips in her hands, feeling quite conflicted inside. After returning to the room, Yan massaged her shoulders. Suddenly, she saw a message from Yi. Senior sister, I've sent the materials to you. It's indeed a stunning news. Your biological father's already lost all his hair. Yi sent the investigation results to Yan. Before, Yan had asked him to find people to investigate, originally expecting results by the second day. But upon seeing how explosive the information was, Yi feared there were discrepancies and hence had another person double-check. This time, it was foolproof, facts already. Although Yan had already guessed, she was still very surprised to hear Yi say it. He Weiwei is really bold, daring to do such a thing? Does she think that Yin Xingyun will never find out in his entire life? But if one does not want others to know, unless oneself refrains from doing it, it will definitely be exposed someday. After hanging up the phone, Yin looked at the sent materials, which were indeed very detailed. How will He Weiwei talk her way out of this one? But He Weiwei's methods are very powerful, as can be seen from the experiences recorded here. Those aren't ordinary people. They're extremely cruel. No wonder people say, without ruthless means, one cannot maintain their position. Yin suddenly thought of her mother Bai Su, who has always been kind. At the beginning, her mother and Yin Xingyun went through so much hardship together before founding the Yun Group. The Yun Group could be said to have been founded by her mother alone. Although she was young and didn't remember much of what happened back then, she could see from her mother's diary that her mother was highly commercially minded, and she had great vision and strategy. Her mother was an expert in fragrance blending, and their first pot of gold was earned by her. After founding the company and putting it on the right track, Bai Su got pregnant. Yin Xingyun used the excuse of allowing Bai Su to rest during pregnancy and made her exit the company, after which he took over management. Bai Su thought they were a family, so she didn't think too much about it. But gradually, Yin Xingyun, who was solely in charge of the company, began to reveal his ugly side, getting lost in social engagements. Eventually, he ended up with He Weiwei. Their secret relationship continued underhandedly. Because Bai Su was preoccupied with raising Yan after giving birth, she believed her husband loved her. But later, when she found out about her husband's evil deeds, she completely broke down. She couldn't believe that her seemingly loving husband turned out to be such a person. He cheated on her while married, and they even had a daughter together. Bai Su was overwhelmed with sorrow and fell into depression. She eventually drowned herself in the sea. Yin Xingyun must have thought these matters would remain completely unknown to anyone else. Who would have thought Bai Su recorded everything in her diary? Perhaps this was also her way of venting. It's clear that Bai Su was extremely heartbroken. Some parts of the handwriting were blurred by water stains. And Yin came across the diary. How could she not hate them? Yin vowed to make them all pay the price. Chapter 58, Paternity Test Report. Yin Xingyun was sure that no one would know about this matter. After all, Bai Su was just a single person. There was no one backing her up. Bai Su herself didn't even know where her family was. For so many years, no one had looked for her. Bai Su had met with an accident before, and when she woke up, the only person by her side was Yin Xingyun. She had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. As they spent time together, she developed feelings for Yin Xingyun, then they got married and had Yunzi. Everything went smoothly and naturally. Perhaps precisely because of this, Bai Su couldn't accept it when she discovered his infidelity. Because Yin Xingyun was the person she trusted the most. She became depressed as a result. Yin thought of this and felt great hatred. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Then she sent a message to Yi, asking him to send these files to Yin Xingyun's company. Why not send it home? Because He Weiwei was at home, so sending it to the company was foolproof. She had to catch them off guard and deliver a blow. The game has just begun. Yun Group is her mother's legacy. Yun certainly wouldn't let go of it either. Wait and see. Before the storm comes, there's always calm. The next day, Yin Xingyun went to the company early in the morning. Lately, the company's issues have been giving him headaches, keeping him sleepless, and he came to work early. After the meeting, it was already late when he saw his assistant entering with a pile of documents. On top of the files was a courier envelope. Mr. Yun, there's a courier for you. It needs to be opened by you personally. The assistant handed over the envelope. Yun Xingyun received a lot of courier documents daily, so he was used to it. All right, put it down. I'll check later, Yun Xingyun said. Soon after, the assistant placed the items and left. Yun Xingyun quickly went over some documents and suddenly noticed the courier envelope. He picked it up casually and opened it. When he pulled out the contents, he froze completely. Suddenly, Yun Xingyun's eyebrows furrowed. Paternity test report? Did he read that wrong? How could it be this? Could it possibly be from someone outside? It should be impossible, right? He did things very secretly. No one should know. Besides, the other party wasn't even pregnant. So he kept reading. When he saw the content inside, his whole world shattered. Yes, Yun Xingyun felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him right on the head. Inside were 2 paternity test reports. One was between him and Yun Shi. The other was between He Weiwei and Yun Shi. The report showed that He Weiwei and Yun Shi were mother and daughter, but Yun Shi was not biologically related to him. In other words, Yun Shi was not his daughter. Yun Xingyun felt as if his soul had left his body. The papers in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. Yun Xingyun's whole body started trembling. He couldn't believe that the daughter he raised for 20 years wasn't actually his biological child. He felt as though his head was turning green. Damn it, whose daughter did He Weiwei have? How dare she trick him into being the fool? Yun Xingyun couldn't bear it. It was a fatal blow to him. So, he quickly gathered his things and rushed home. Upon arriving home, he found neither He Weiwei nor Yun Shi were there. He asked the maid, who told him they had gone shopping. This made Yun Xingyun even angrier. While he worked hard to make money, they enjoyed themselves. Thinking that he might have unknowingly been raising someone else's daughter while neglecting his own child, Yun Xingyun was so furious that his lungs seemed ready to explode. Not long after, he heard He Weiwei and Yun Shi laughing and talking as they returned home. Seeing Yun Xingyun standing there with a grim expression, He Weiwei's heart sank unexpectedly. What on earth had happened? Why was Yun Xingyun's gaze so terrifying? He Weiwei tentatively spoke up. My husband, what's wrong? What happened? Could something have gone wrong at the company? You two can only ruin me financially. Now tell me, what's this? After finishing his sentence, Yun Xingyun threw the test report violently onto He Weiwei's face. In his memory, it was the first time Yun Xingyun had acted this angry toward He Weiwei. Previously, he still doted on her. He Weiwei was thoroughly confused and vaguely sensed something bad was coming. What could it be that made Yun Xingyun so furious? Yun Shi was also startled. She couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's wrong with you? You're scaring us. Yun Xingyun looked at Yun Shi and then shouted angrily, Shut up. I haven't even started on you yet. All you do is eat, drink, and have fun. You don't know anything. Yun Shi took a few steps back in surprise. She looked at Yun Xingyun with an unfamiliar gaze. She had always been her father's precious pearl. He had never scolded her before. Why was he being so harsh on her this time? He Weiwei also felt extremely flustered, ignoring everything else. She quickly glanced at the 2 pieces of paper to see what they were. What had made Yun Xingyun so angry? He Weiwei examined the papers closely, and when she saw the content, her face turned deathly pale. How did Yun Xingyun come into possession of such a thing? Did he suddenly decide to do a paternity test? Did he discover something? So, He Weiwei, do you have anything else to say? Yun Xingyun interrogated angrily. He Weiwei hastily explained. Husband, there must be some misunderstanding here. What kind of misunderstanding? This was sent to me by someone. Tell me, when did you cheat on me? Yun Xingyun exploded in rage. Upon hearing that it was sent by someone else, He Weiwei immediately relaxed a bit and began explaining. Husband, you must not let others mislead you. This report is surely fake. What deep grudge could these people have against us? They are just sowing discord between us. Just looking at this report shows it's obviously photoshopped. How could those people possibly get our hair samples? It's simply impossible to conduct a paternity test. These people have evil intentions. Husband, don't fall for their lies. There has only ever been you in my life. How could I possibly betray you? Who could be so vicious to try to harm us like this? Husband, you and she look so alike. You cannot believe the lies of others, or their plan will succeed. Yun Xingyun thought about it for a moment and found it reasonable. Is it really true that nothing happened? He Weiwei, acting as though falsely accused, burst into tears, sobbing with streaks down her cheeks. Seeing this, Yun Xingyun softened slightly. On closer inspection, Yun Xingyun noticed how much Yun Shi resembled him. It seemed someone was indeed trying to create discord between them. This was truly detestable. Husband, it's true, she really is your daughter, He Weiwei asserted firmly. At this moment, she sighed inwardly with relief, but doubts still lingered in her mind. Who was behind this scheme? How did they know this secret? Chapter 59, Doubt arises. He Weiwei was a little panicked as well, because she didn't know who the other person was. This was clearly a deeply buried secret in her heart. Why would someone know about it? This time, Yun Xingyun believed her, but what if there was a next time? Moreover, Yun Xingyun by nature was a suspicious person. What if he privately found someone to verify it? He Weiwei's heart became even more uneasy. It seemed that she had to prepare for 2 possibilities. In case Yun Xingyun really discovered the truth, she should have a corresponding strategy ready. Otherwise, she would be completely at a disadvantage. Yun Xingyun sat on the sofa, looking exhausted. I'm not trying to doubt you, but someone sent this thing over. What is their intention? I also want to figure it out. If handled improperly and news leaks out, it will be bad for the reputation of our whole family. I can't take the risk. He Weiwei was also quite upset in her heart. Did she not know Yun Xingyun well enough? What he said sounded reasonable, but deep down he still doubted her. After so many years of marriage, she knew he had always been a suspicious person. Yunxi was also very dissatisfied. How could someone send these things over? Of course, she was the daughter of the Yun family. Otherwise, was she the child of some street thug? How ridiculous. Those people wanted to spread rumors without even finding a better reason. It was truly excessive. Dad was really something too. These things were obviously fake, yet he brought them back to interrogate Mom? Yunxi pouted her lips and felt unhappy. After a while, Yunxin's phone rang. He took a look at the caller ID and stood up, walking towards the courtyard outside. It seemed like he didn't want He Weiwei and Yunxi to hear. He Weiwei frowned slightly. They were married. Wasn't there anything that couldn't be known by her? In the past, even for business matters, he would answer calls in front of her. Although she was just a housewife, He Weiwei was quite capable. Yunxin often consulted her opinions on many business-related issues and needed her help. Therefore, they had always been on the same page, with no secrets between them. But now Yunxin's behavior was strange. He actually avoided her? Thinking about Yunxin's recent odd behaviors, He Weiwei naturally became more alert. Yunxi noticed as well. Mom, what's going on with Dad recently? He doesn't talk on the phone in front of us anymore. He Weiwei replied with a calm expression. Nothing serious. Maybe he has important matters. In the future, you should pay more attention to your dad's micro-expressions, and make sure your demeanor resembles his more. Then he won't doubt you. Yunxi nonchalantly responded. Mom, I am originally Dad's daughter. Even if he doubts me, he cannot change the fact. Blood ties can't be cut. Yunxi spoke carelessly again. After all, she was the lady of the Yun household. Seeing this, He Weiwei's heart was full of confusion. She frowned seriously. You must listen to what I say, or you will regret it later. And if your father insists on conducting a paternity test, you must find excuses to refuse it. Remember this and stay vigilant daily. Hearing He Weiwei's stern tone, Yunxi was startled. She was not stupid, immediately realizing how serious the situation was. Could it be? Yunxi tensely asked. Mom, am I not? He Weiwei quickly reprimanded her. Stop talking nonsense. Shut up, don't bring it up ever again. Yunxi was shocked and slightly opened her mouth. In reality, she had already gotten her answer from her mother. How laughable. All along she thought she was the true daughter of the Yun family. Yunxi suddenly became fearful too. What if father found out? He Weiwei reassured her. There's nothing to worry about. I'll get someone to investigate this clearly. Who could it be? Who would wish for her downfall? Could it be Yun Yan, that despicable woman? He Weiwei suddenly thought of Yun Yan. Normally, such matters are related to personal interests, which leads to these actions. At this moment, He Weiwei's eyes flashed with a sinister light. At home, Yun Yan sneezed unintentionally, wondering who might be talking about her. The DNA report had already been sent out, but Yun Yan wasn't concerned about the results. Because if Yun confronted He Weiwei, she would undoubtedly come up with an excuse. He Weiwei, being who she is, was someone Yun Yan understood well. However, after this incident, Yun should harbor some suspicion against He Weiwei. From now on, life wouldn't be as easy for He Weiwei. Thinking about this, Yun Yan's lips curved slightly into a smile. This was enough. Originally, she didn't plan to finish off He Weiwei in one go since her mother still had unfinished matters within the Yun household. So, Yun Yan decided to conduct further investigations before delivering the final blow. He Weiwei was now likely living in constant fear. After a while, Yun Yan planned to send the photos of He Weiwei's secret affair to her. Let her enjoy them slowly. It would be more painful than a quick strike. After getting up, Yun Yan prepared to go to the company. She heard that a major client would arrive today, and this client was coming from abroad. Therefore, everyone took it very seriously. No one could mess it up. When Yun Yan arrived, Tang Xiao whispered to her ear. Yun Yan, today you need to be extra careful. Don't offend the VIP customer. Mr. White's temper is a bit peculiar. Everyone knew that Mr. White had visited the company before. Yun Yan nodded. Anyway, she currently preferred to stay as low profile as possible. In another 1 or 2 months, after everything settled down, she would focus on her own research. Rest assured, Yun Yan nodded again. In fact, it was almost impossible for her to meet him directly. Gu Tianyu was very serious about this matter and went to the airport early to pick him up. He didn't want to disturb Yun Yan, who was still sound asleep. After picking up Mr. White, Gu Tianyu returned to the company with him. They had an important project collaboration this time. Song Ran had received the news early too. Everyone would attend a project meeting soon. As Song Ran approached the conference room, she suddenly whispered something into her assistant Xia Kik's ear. Then, she walked into the meeting room with a charming smile. After hearing what she said, Xia Kiki headed toward the office of the president's assistant. Yun Yan was organizing some documents at that moment. Xia Kiki came in and said, Yun assistant, President Gu wants you to go to the meeting room and remember to bring your notebook to take notes. Yun Yan slightly furrowed her brows. Didn't Gu Tianyu have Secretary Chung? When had he ever asked her to record the meeting? Still, Yun Yan didn't question it. With limited time, she grabbed her notebook and headed to the meeting room. Yun Yan didn't expect Song Ran to dare spread false messages. Despite her doubts, she entered the room. There were already many people seated in the office. Yun Yan found a spot and sat down. Song Ran noticed Yun Yan and gave a smug smile at the corner of her lips. The drama was about to begin. Chapter 60, the design draft vanished. Song Ran looked at Yun Yan with calmness, then disdainfully sniffed. Calm now, but wait and see. This meeting, for convenience of communication, was conducted entirely in English. Everyone in the meeting room had a high level of education, so speaking in full English posed no problem. But Yun Yan, from the countryside, how could she understand English? Even if she knew a few simple words, how could she possibly manage in an entirely English-based conversation? Let's see if Yun Yan has such ability. I bet soon, Yun Yan will be as confused as if listening to scriptures. Song Ran thought of this point, which is why she had Xia Kiki notify Yun Yan to come over. When Gu Tianyu saw Yun Yan, he paused momentarily, having not notified her due to the special nature of this meeting. Who would have thought she'd come herself? It didn't matter though. She could just consider it a learning opportunity. Soon, the meeting began. Mr. White was a typical foreigner. Tall stature, prominent nose, blue eyes, and a highly focused expression. It was clear that he was very serious about his work. After the meeting started, a designer from the design department explained the design concept. This project they were collaborating on was jewelry. Mr. White was a jeweler with many stores abroad where the jewelry inside was often produced through collaboration with various major brands. Mr. White had been cooperating with the Gu family for a few years now, with the Gu family being the largest supplier of jewelry. Despite having collaborated many times, Mr. White remained cautious and his requirements were very high. Therefore, every time, Mr. White would personally come to inspect and approve the styles. The Gu Family Corporation placed great emphasis on their cooperation with Mr. White. They had already prepared abundantly beforehand. This time, the responsible designer was Anna, the chief designer of the Gu Corporation's design department. She confidently took the stage, then turned on the computer, preparing to project onto a whiteboard. She had already compiled all the design drafts together. Next came the presentation and explanation. These drafts contained the essence of the designer's efforts, hoping that Mr. White would like them. When Anna opened her computer, she froze instantly. The computer's file folder was completely blank. What was going on? Anna froze, quickly checking again. It was indeed her own computer, so why were there no files inside? She remembered, for convenience, placing the folder on her desktop. So why couldn't she find it now? Anna hastily clicked open every desktop folder. Yet, there was nothing inside. A bead of sweat appeared on Anna's forehead. How did it vanish? Who tampered with her computer? Most fatally, there were no backups. Seeing Anna remaining silent, the audience below began whispering amongst themselves. Gu Tianyu's expression wasn't too pleasant either, and he had a vague suspicion something untoward had happened. Unable to help herself, Anna glanced at Gu Tianyu. Seeing him wearing a stern expression, tightly pursed lips, radiating an icy atmosphere, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Under this situation, it was certain she was unable to evade responsibility. Such a low-level error might very well get her kicked out of the Gu Corporation. At a loss, Anna did not know what to do. Others also dared not ask, because under this circumstance, it was best to talk less. You speak more, you make more mistakes. Finally, Gu Tianyu's deep and magnetic voice rang out. What's going on? Designer Anna, have you encountered any issues? Anna knew there was no way to hide anymore, so she said, President Gu, the design drafts on my computer are gone. I checked yesterday, they were still there. But now the folder is empty. Hearing this, everyone drew a sharp breath. Could it be true? Missing design drafts. This is a big issue. Anna's voice grew smaller and smaller. She dared not even look at Gu Tianyu anymore. Right now, Gu Tianyu's face must be darker than the bottom of a pot. His face was dark and stormy. He was extremely angry right now. So, tell me now, how do you plan to resolve this issue? Gu Tianyu coldly asked. Mr. White was already in the conference room, planning to leave after discussing matters tomorrow. If they were to redraw, it would take an estimated 2 to 3 days. So there wouldn't be enough time for the design department to prepare again. In such a scenario, what should be done? There was complete silence in the office. No one dared to breathe loudly. In such a situation, no one dared to offer suggestions. Unless they didn't care about keeping their jobs. Mr. White was also taken aback. Although he didn't understand Chinese, upon seeing President Gu's temper and noticing that the designer refused to display anything, he vaguely sensed that something went wrong. Upon observing the situation, Yun Yan glanced at Gu Tianyu, stood up, and then explained to Mr. White in standard French. Mr. White, I apologize, but there has been an issue with our design drafts. Could you give me a moment? Yun Yan was extremely sincere. Her French was pure and standard, without the slightest accent, sounding very fluent and comfortable. Mr. White paused in surprise. He hadn't heard such beautiful French in a long time. In fact, his native language was French, so for him, it was easier to communicate in French. Because everyone was speaking English, he had simply gone along with it. He didn't expect that this young girl could speak French, and so fluently. Most importantly, she clearly knew that his native language was French. Many people assumed he spoke only English. Mr. White couldn't help but glance at Yun Yan and asked, how much time do you need? A day. Yun Yan smiled and replied, no, just 2 hours will be enough. Mr. White raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you sure? Can you draw something in such a short time? Yun Yan smiled and nodded. I'll try. I hope Mr. White will give me a chance. Actually, seeing everyone looking worried, Yun Yan didn't want them to waste their time here either. And she also knew that Mr. White was an important client. If they lost this client, it would be bad for Gu Tianyu. Then Gu Haonan might seize this opportunity and make a fuss about it. Yun Yan had just reviewed Mr. White's information and learned that he was from France and deeply loved his country. So she attempted using French to bring them closer, making the communication more intimate. Maybe this way, Mr. White might give her a chance to draw on the spot. For Yun Yan, 2 hours should be sufficient. All right, then go ahead. Mr. White smiled as he told her. Actually, Mr. White was also curious. This young girl must be a designer. She was truly brave, so he was willing to give her a chance. Everyone makes mistakes. Although this one was rather basic, he was willing to overlook it for this girl's sake. When everyone saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Had they heard wrong just now? Yun Yan wasn't speaking English. It sounded like French. And what exactly did she and Mr. White talk about? Chapter 61, an extremely difficult task. Everyone was a little stunned, completely unsure of what was going on. But seeing Mr. White reveal a slight smile, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the god of wealth isn't angry, everything is negotiable. Yun nodded, then stood up and walked to the front of the desk. She spoke to everyone. I explained to Mr. White that our design draft is gone, but he's willing to give us another chance. As long as we can draw up the design within 2 hours, it will be fine. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly widened their eyes. Did they hear that wrong? 2 hours? Even 2 days would be tight. Anna anxiously interjected. 2 hours definitely won't be enough. We spent a long time preparing these plans. Songran saw Yun talking smoothly with Mr. White, and she had already been furious. Was this Yun really like some sort of invincible cockroach? Each time, she managed to surprise everyone. Originally, Songran wanted to see her humiliated, but every time something intervened and prevented it. Could she actually speak French? It was incredible. This surprised Songran greatly. English is relatively common, but French is rarely heard. Didn't Yun come from a rural area? How did she have the opportunity to be exposed to such a language? Songran thought something must be off in the information she had gathered. However, when Yun tried to outshine everyone by claiming to Mr. White that she could finish drawings in 2 hours, Songran felt an opportunity had arisen. She stood up, frowning, and said, Yun, don't joke around. How is it possible to complete in 2 hours? Your negotiation with Mr. White is just worthless. Yun glanced at her, smiling and replied, whether or not it can be done, we'll see. I've told Mr. White that it can be done in 2 hours, so it will be done. After finishing, Yun immediately turned on her computer. Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths dropped wide open. Had they misheard earlier? Is Yun going to draw it herself? Can she match these excellent designers? Could Yun possibly design jewelry? This shocked everyone. If she were to describe ideas for designs, it's understandable. But to draw them herself, this is entirely different. Therefore, everyone became very curious about what Yun might end up drawing. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Yun opened her computer and started her custom-modified graphic software. This software was extremely smooth for her to use. If drawn by hand, time would certainly be pressing. But with her software, colors can be directly filled after the drawing is completed, making it convenient and intuitive. And the drafts can be directly exported for the craftsman to produce, dimensions included. It was truly very convenient. Everyone watched as Yun quickly started drawing without much thought. Her movements were extremely fast. The preliminary forms came into being rapidly. Moreover, what she intended to draw covered several series. For anyone, this was an immense challenge. Yet the real question remained whether Yun could actually achieve good results. Gu Tianyu didn't say anything, but his gaze towards Yun was indeed very gentle, even carrying a hint of admiration. He knew that Yun would always deliver on her promises. Never had he imagined she would also design jewelry. This was something Gu Tianyu couldn't have anticipated. He initially thought Yun was only skilled in medicine, but who would have thought she possessed such talent? What else does she not know? This truly sparked great curiosity among everyone. Yun was highly focused. She drew extremely fast and very skillfully, resulting in one design after another appearing on the screen quickly. Not exaggerating at all, these designs were exceptionally novel. Their style simple, yet highly distinctive. They weren't creations that an average person could conceive of. Everyone watching was utterly amazed, leaving them speechless at the awe-inspiring sight. Within such a short period, Yun managed to create so many beautiful designs. Even the company's most outstanding designer couldn't come close to achieving this level. Songran was dumbstruck too. This seemed unbelievable to her. Could Yun be cheating? Or plagiarizing? How could she conjure ideas so swiftly? She wished to refute, but found no evidence. Meanwhile, Gu Tianyu was deeply impressed. He never expected Yun to be this capable. This far surpassed his imagination. Gu Tianyu's gaze upon Yun carried a fiery warmth, enthusiasm, and astonishment. A slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his pleasant mood. Looks like he stumbled upon a gem. Just as Yun had finished, Mr. White excitedly proclaimed, "Wonderful, absolutely marvelous. This is exactly the design I wanted. The Gu Group is truly full of talented individuals with someone so capable." Mr. White praised highly. He had been thoroughly entertained by what he just saw. The on-site drawing, with such great conception. Necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings, the Camellia series, all vivid and elegant, beautiful. Yun gave a faint smile. "Mr. White, as long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters." These designs were full of soul, so captivating that one couldn't put them down. To be honest, even the company's chief designer, Anna, was willingly in awe, because she simply did not have the same level of conception as Yun. She felt as though her eyes had been opened widely. Just now, Anna still held some disdain for Yun in her heart, but this time she was genuinely convinced. Songran stared at Yun's sketches, unable to recover for a long time. Her plan had failed again. Originally, she wanted to see Yun humiliated, but instead, Yun amazed everyone. But Songran still didn't understand how a girl from the countryside like Yun could know French and design jewelry. Moreover, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yun drew extremely skillfully, clearly showing no simple amateur abilities. This was absolutely a professional level. Songran felt boo-foo cheap, indignant. She believed that something must have gone wrong because what Yun accomplished seemed too good to be true. Inspiration struck suddenly, yet it appeared as if Yun didn't need to think at all. There must be something off. Songran felt extremely dissatisfied. Then she took out her phone and secretly took a picture of the whiteboard, then sent it online to search. Initially, she didn't expect much, but suddenly she saw a set of pictures. Her eyes widened instantly. Hold on. A new discovery. Why does this picture style resemble Yun so much? Songran scrutinized carefully once more. Good grief, The jewelry on this picture was designed by the jewelry design master S, whose jewelry brand is S.W. The styles are so similar. Could it be that Yun copied the S designer? Song Ran suddenly revealed a smug smile. Finally, I caught you in a misstep, didn't I? Fortunately, I found out. Otherwise, when the finished product comes out and we discover it's plagiarized, wouldn't the loss be huge? Song Ran confidently stood up and walked to the front. Yun, may I ask, is this design really conceived and drawn by you alone? Chapter 62, Designer's Alias is Exposed. When Yun saw Song Ran, she knew it couldn't be good news. But she was not afraid of trouble, so she nodded and said, of course, this is my conception. Didn't you just see it? Is that so? Then why do I think your design resembles the one of Jewelry Design Master S? As Song Ran spoke, she projected the design draft onto the whiteboard. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Resembling? Isn't that plagiarism? In the design industry, there's nothing more taboo than plagiarism. So if it really was plagiarism, it would certainly be unforgivable. Many people felt disdainful in their hearts, wondering how Yun could have designed something so quickly. Apparently, she plagiarized a master's work. No wonder it looked so impressive. Ordinary people simply didn't possess such talent. The crowd whispered among themselves, but Gu Tianyu remained silent, his expression unchanged. He believed in Yun. He knew what kind of person Yun was, and she wouldn't even look at doing something like this. Yun smiled slightly, and then opened her mouth to say, thank you for noticing this set of drafts. Actually, I drew these 3 or 4 years ago, but I've always been in this style. The set of drafts you just showed was from the first Snow series, with its inspiration originating from snow. Therefore, all these designs cleverly incorporate snowflakes, while my theme today is the camellia flower. You might get the illusion that they're similar because both are white flowers. In fact, if you look carefully, they're totally different. Besides, anyone who understands design can immediately tell they belong to 2 different series. Yun explained calmly, making everything crystal clear. Everyone who heard it thought it made sense. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed not alike. It might really be because both were white, so they seemed similar at first glance. Upon hearing this, Song Ran smirked coldly and calmly opened her mouth to say, Yun, do you lie without even preparing your story? Do you know who drew this set of drafts? It was drawn by Jewelry Design Master S. How shameless, daring to claim it as her own. Song Ran truly found it hilarious. Yun also found it absurd. I am designer S. What's the problem with that? You are S? Yun, now isn't the time to crack international jokes. Song Ran did not believe a word. Others were also skeptical. Design Master S was very low profile and had never given any interviews. Only the royal family of White Country had seen her. Previously, she designed jewelry for the royalty, causing an international sensation. Normally, let alone seeing designer S, it was difficult even to buy a piece of S.W jewelry. So how could Yun, a rural bumpkin, dare impersonate S? Does she even have any face left? How do you know I'm not S? After finishing speaking, Yun opened her computer and projected the design drafts of S.W jewelry she previously designed onto the whiteboard. These were all blockbusters, and most designers present recognized them. When they saw the drafts, they were astonished. The drafts were so exquisite, and clearly only belonged to the real S, since every single draft bore S's unique mark. This mark couldn't be faked. Instantly, the meeting room erupted into noise. Especially the designers became extremely excited. They couldn't have imagined that the famous design master S was right before their eyes. They all wished to go up and ask for an autograph. No wonder Yun could design such beautiful jewelry. She was S after all. Design prodigy. Looking at Song Ran, Yun said indifferently, Director Song, do you have any other questions? If you still don't believe me, then I will have to take you to the headquarters of SW to visit and confirm whether I am S or not. In fact, when Song Ran saw the pictures earlier, she had already been floored. If those pictures weren't owned by the designer herself, it would be absolutely impossible for anyone else to possess them. Their copyrights were very clear. In fact, Song Ran did not want to acknowledge it. When she heard Yun explaining earlier, Song Ran realized she had made an incredibly elementary mistake. She was an outsider and only looked at the surface when examining designs. And in her eagerness to attack Yun, she rushed to expose Yun without much thought. Now, she was getting slapped hard in the face. If Yun was really designer S, then the drafts she drew undoubtedly would be the best. There was no doubt about it. Seeing everyone looking at her, Song Ran also had her pride. At any time, she would not allow anyone to look down on her. Straightening her back, she said, sorry, this was a misunderstanding. It's because I failed to recognize a great person when I saw one. I apologize for the offense. Who would have thought that the famous designer S is in our company? It's truly an honor. Song Ran was skilled at saying what people wanted to hear, adapting her words to whoever she spoke with. In no time, she started flattering Yun. Yun wasn't the type to hold grudges, and now the most important thing was Mr. White. So Yun addressed Mr. White and asked, Mr. White, are there any more areas that need modification? Yun still politely inquired. Mr. White quickly responded, it's absolutely perfect. No changes needed. Prepare the contract. His translator had just informed him that this beautiful young lady was none other than the famous design master S. It truly showed one should never judge a book by its cover. He couldn't believe he had the fortune to meet such a distinguished figure today, and she had designed such an exquisite series of jewelry for him. Mr. White felt this trip was worth much more than its cost. Thus, for this contract, he intended to increase the quantity significantly. Mr. White had a premonition that these pieces of jewelry would definitely be bestsellers. After all, this collection was simply stunning, radiating brilliance. So now, Mr. White was eager to sign the contract, worried that Gu Group might change their minds. Gu Tianyu smiled as he stood up and instructed Chung's assistant to prepare the contract. He was greatly surprised that his little wife turned out to be a design master. He realized it was he who lacked vision to recognize her talent. Gu Tianyu glanced at Yun Yin and their eyes met. It seemed like Gu Tianyu was saying thank you, which made Yun Yin feel rather shy as she shifted her gaze away. Earlier, Yun Yin had noticed her heart pounding so fast it felt like it would leap out of her chest. It seemed Gu Tianyu's eyes were fixed on her all along. She hurriedly found something to do to divert her attention. Before long, both parties finalized the contract. This matter finally came to a successful conclusion. Gu Tianyu and Mr. White walked out of the meeting room. Everyone else surrounded Yun Yin asking for autographs. Anna was also Design Master S's top fan. Looking at Yun Yin, she was extremely excited. If not for Yun Yin, today's contract would have surely been cancelled. All members of the design department would have been implicated. Therefore, everyone was full of gratitude toward Yun Yin. But Yun Yin didn't care about it too much. Later, she shared some of her design methods and tricks with everyone. All of them found it highly beneficial. In no time, Yun Yin became a favorite at Gu Corporation. Meanwhile, Song Ran saw everyone surrounding Yun Yin, flattering her endlessly, making her so angry she could explode. Chapter 63, The Celebration Banquet. This time, they really ended up losing instead of gaining. Song Ran was absolutely furious. Because the big deal was signed successfully this time, there was a celebration banquet held at the hotel in the evening. All the people from the design department and the secretary's office went, as well as some employees who participated in the meeting. Of course, Yun Yin, the great contributor, would also go. Actually, Yun Yin didn't want to go, but everyone said she was the main character. How could she not go? So after work, Yun Yin tidied herself up a bit. Gu Tianyu had an engagement, so he didn't go. Actually, it was better that he didn't go because many employees might feel restrained when Gu Tianyu was around. So after Chung's assistant helped book the seats, the employees happily went over. Yun Yin went together with Tang Xiao. The location was Zui Xianju. It seemed that the company spared no expense this time. They actually held the banquet here for the meal. They booked a private room. After everyone arrived, dishes began to be served. Song Ren also went. She always liked to seek attention. She always thought she was the protagonist and the focus of everyone's attention. During the meal, someone suddenly mentioned it. Time flies so fast. Next month is our company's anniversary again. Yes, if you hadn't said that I would have forgotten. It's truly very much anticipated. Indeed, have you all prepared any performances? I heard registration has started already. This is a good chance to show off. Yes, we need to prepare well. The colleagues were chatting enthusiastically. It was rumored that the anniversary celebration was going to be grand, with performances, lucky draws, and such. It was the moment the employees looked forward to the most. Yun Yin wasn't interested in these things. She had no intention of participating anyway. Yun Yin was rather low-key and never liked being in the spotlight. While others were chatting, she quietly ate. Thinking about the fact that she still had a lot of things to do later, Yun Yin decided to put everything aside and enjoy the food properly. Song Ran was different. To maintain her figure, she usually didn't eat much anyway. But now her thoughts were also on the anniversary. Song Ran thought this was a good opportunity to showcase herself. At the previous anniversaries, she always stood out and was one of the prominent figures in the company. So this time she definitely intended to perform well, allowing Gu Tianyu to see who was more graceful. However, seeing Yun Yin eating continuously like a pig, Song Ran couldn't help but feel disdain in her heart. Truly, a country bumpkin, like a starving ghost. Song Ran deeply looked down on her. She pursed her lips slightly, and soon had an idea. Seeing Yun Yin calmly eating, Song Ran's lips curled up slightly with a calculating smile. After dinner, everyone left. This meal satisfied everyone greatly. After all, Zui Xianju's reputation was huge. It was impossible for the food to be bad. People gradually came out of the private room. Suddenly, several young people walked towards them. Among them, Lu Jia, who was walking ahead, had a rogue-like face, his triangular eyes circling around the group of women. The employees of Gu Group were dressed in their uniforms, elegant and slim bodies adorned with makeup. Seeing them, Lu Jia couldn't help but whistle, which made everyone feel disgusted. He and the others commented rudely on their figures. Seeing that, those people instinctively moved away a little. These second-generation rich kids obviously lived licentious lives, thinking they could do whatever they wanted just because they had a few bucks. Suddenly, Lu Jia saw Yun Yin among the crowd. Yun Yin stood out the most here with her fair skin and pretty face, thus making her very conspicuous. Lu Jia pursed his lips slightly. He had thought before that Yun Yin was quite spirited. Her cold and distant attitude made people extremely desire to conquer her. Girls like Yun Shi, who actively attached themselves upon sight, quickly grew boring after some time. Lu Jia liked novelty, and he loved excitement. So, when he saw Yun Yin, he took the initiative to step forward and blocked her way. Yun Yin, it's been a long time. You're looking better and better. Yun Yin hadn't noticed until someone suddenly blocked her path, which made her frown lightly. Good dogs don't block the way. Lu Jia replied arrogantly. Speak carefully. Who are you calling a dog? Yun Yin calmly spoke. Whoever blocks my way is a dog. Yun Yin, you're still as cool as ever. I like that. You are my fiancé originally. Let's go eat. Lu Jia spoke in a roguish manner, acting as if he was very familiar with Yun Yin. Yun Yin had truly never seen such a shameless man before. She coldly spoke. Lu Jia, your fiancé is Yun Shi. Don't confuse things. I am already married. You'd better leave now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Yun Yin warned severely. For such rascals, one shouldn't show leniency. Otherwise, they would think one was easy to bully. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie seemed as if he had heard a joke and burst out laughing haughtily. Yin, I am so scared. Actually, I also want to know what will happen next. The surrounding people saw this and instinctively moved away. These people obviously were the type of second-generation rich kids. If they offended them, they might be in trouble. So no one dared to stand up for Yin. Only Tang Xiao became extremely anxious upon seeing this. She stepped forward and pulled Yin, trying to take her away. It's best not to provoke these hooligans. But Yin just patted her hand, signaling her not to be afraid. She didn't actually put Lu Jie, that good-for-nothing little punk, in her eyes. The principle was originally, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. But this Lu Jie was looking for death, so she wouldn't be courteous anymore and would give him a lesson. He had been continuously provoking her before, and now it was even worse. Other people might indulge him, but this person did not include herself. Song Ran saw this scene and felt thrilled inside, wishing that Lu Jie could do something excessive to Yin. This Yin was always stirring up trouble. Why did those guys not bother others, but specifically bothered her? Cheap tart. Better have something happen so Gu Tianyu could expel her. The Gu family was a prestigious family, valuing reputation the most. If they knew Yin had dealings with these dissolute second-generation rich kids, they would definitely be furious. By that time, Yin, that despicable woman, would only deserve being expelled. Thus, Song Ran stood not far away watching the commotion, and if necessary, she even planned to take pictures to show Gu Tianyu. Let's see who Yin really is. Yin gave him a disdainful glance, then intended to pass by Lu Jie. Suddenly, Lu Jie sidestepped and blocked Yunyan's way. Beauty, don't rush to go home. How about accompanying us guys for a drink? While speaking, Lu Jie also reached out to grab Yunyan. However, before his hand touched Yunyan, she caught it and twisted, crack. Chapter 64, Demanding Kneeling Apology. Yunyan's move was too fast. When everyone realized what happened, they heard Lu Jie's painful scream. That sound seemed to rip through the entire Zui Xianju. Lu Jie felt like his hand was broken. Now he had almost no feeling in it. Damn it. How dare Yunyan, this despicable woman, do such a thing? Because of the pain, Lu Jie's face was distorted. He lowered his hand and said furiously, Yunyan, you this crazy person, how dare you break my hand? Under everyone's eyes, he was actually beaten by a woman, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If this news gets out, people will laugh at him. Lu Jie's face turned red, partly because of the excruciating pain, and partly because of losing face. Everyone seemed to be mocking him. Lu Jie stomped his foot angrily. This woman Yun must be properly dealt with. This matter cannot just end like this. Yun showed no fear at all. She looked at Lu Jie and calmly said, this is self-defense. I believe there is surveillance here. So if you're not satisfied, we can call the police. I won't let this matter rest like this, Lu Jie still yelled. There wasn't a hint of submission in his tone. Anytime, I'm ready to accompany. Yun replied confidently. Lu Jie gritted his teeth in pain as his hand started to swell. Afterward, his friend noticed that things were getting serious and quickly took him to the hospital. The colleagues, who witnessed Yunyan's ferocity, were all shocked. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Although Yunyan appeared slender and frail, she was surprisingly strong. With just one hand, she managed to twist the man's arm and break it. It was truly unbelievable. People who previously criticized Yun dared not speak now. It was simply terrifying. They feared suffering the same fate as that man. Song Ran was also stunned, always thinking that Yun was someone easy to bully. Today was indeed an eye-opener. This woman was simply not like any other woman. Tang Xiao sighed in relief. Yun, are you alright? Of course I'm fine. The one who's not fine is that man, Yun said indifferently. This Lu Jie truly asked for it. Doesn't the Lu family feel bored with their good days? That's why Lu Jie behaves so arrogantly. Thinking of involving her in his schemes already makes her scoff. Humph. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao was still somewhat worried. But that man looks wealthy. Will he seek revenge on you? That man wore designer clothing, and his mannerisms were brash and overbearing. Clearly, he's a spoiled rich second-generation kid. No worries. Yun spoke indifferently. Unless the Lu family wishes to vanish from Jiangqing forever, they wouldn't dare provoke her. That's good. Tang Xiao finally set her mind at ease. So, the group left. The originally pleasant mood soured due to this small incident. Yun originally thought that the matter would end like this. After all, Lu Jie got exactly what he deserved. However, unexpectedly, early the next morning, Yun called, asking Yun to return home. His voice sounded extremely anxious, as if something major had happened. Seeing Yun hesitating and not responding immediately, Yun opened his mouth angrily. Yun, did you hear me? Come back immediately. You need to clean up the mess you caused. Once Yun heard this, she immediately understood. It must be about last night's incident with Lu Jie. The Lu family must have put pressure on the Yun family, which is why Yun is so worried and angry now. Since his company is facing a crisis, he is still hoping to get help from the Lu family. And he extremely hoped that his precious daughter would marry into the Lu family. Now that Yun has angered the Lu family, Yun herself must apologize, or the issue wouldn't be resolved. In the morning, Yun received a call from Lu's father, nearly exploding with anger. He kept cursing Yun, calling her a thorn, and blaming her for causing such a big trouble. When he was already dealing with a stressful situation, he didn't expect Yun to cause further trouble. Yun remained calm. What mess? I don't think I did anything wrong. It was self-defense. He tried inappropriate advances on me. I already let him off lightly by not leaving him permanently disabled. Yun Yan's words almost triggered a heart attack in Yun Qingyun. You cursed child, do you want to kill me? I shouldn't have taken you back then, and left you to fend for yourself in the countryside. Anyway, come back right away. Otherwise, think about your mother's situation. I will dig up her grave and make her a wandering ghost. Yun Qingyun knew only these points could control Yun Yan. Yun Yan's weakness was by Su, so he hit the bullseye instantly. Hearing this, Yun Yan's voice became icy cold. Dare you? If Yun Qingyun dares to do such a thing, she'll ensure he regrets it. Dare or not, just try it. After Yun Qingyun said that, he hung up the phone with a click. Yun Yan looked at the disconnected call, and her face turned gloomy instantly. People who know her understand that this is Yun Yan's real expression when she is truly angry. This time, Yun Qingyun has really irritated her. Without lingering any further, Yun Yan went directly to the Yun family residence. It seems this still needs to be dealt with head-on. These people have been jumping around for long enough. After Yun Yan arrived at the Yun residence, she saw there were already many people in the main hall. Members of both the Yun family and Lu family. Lu Jie's hand was already bandaged, but he looked very lively, appearing as arrogant as ever. Yun Yan, you finally come. Look at what you've done to my hand. Yun Yan spoke indifferently. Do you feel it's not severe enough yet? Beside them, Yun Shi, seeing the situation, pitifully blew on Lu Jie's hand while reproaching her. Sister, couldn't you just talk things out properly? Now look, you broke brother Lu's hand. How will he get anything done now? Yun Shi was infuriated by Yun Yan's behavior. How could she be so barbaric? Lu Jie's face turned black at Yun Yan's remark. The shameless woman had no sign of repentance. Seeing Lu Jie's change in complexion, Yun Qingyun scolded. Yun Yan, kneel down. You've committed an error and shown no remorse. Today I shall mete out the family punishment. Lu's mother chimed in angrily. It's fortunate that Lu Jie didn't propose to this crazy woman in the first place. Otherwise he might be dead by now. Yun Yan sneered lightly. Are we unable to differentiate right from wrong now? He tried to molest me, and I defended myself. If you believe it's me who injured him, then report it to the police. If it's indeed my fault, I'll bear his medical expenses. Yun Yan's words caused everyone present to immediately shift their expressions. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Yun Shi was furious beyond measure. Definitely Yun Yan seduced brother Lu. Otherwise why would brother Lu take notice of her even once? Previously, brother Lu clearly stated he didn't like Yun Yan. How detestable. On the other hand, mother Lu dared not rebut Yun Yan because she knew all too well about her son's true character. It's possible that her rogue son actually intended to fool around with Yun Yan and perhaps made an inappropriate move. Since Yun Yan stated this so confidently, she must have some evidence. It was heard that the incident took place in the main hall. Could there be surveillance cameras there? Chapter 65, he arrives. Thus, everyone harbored their own thoughts, and the hall momentarily fell silent. But Yun Qingyun still projected the dignity of a prestigious family. Yun Yan, it was wrong for you to hit someone. Apologize properly. Yun Yan stood there, sneering lightly. I did nothing wrong, and I won't apologize. If this happens again, I will do exactly the same thing. Yun Qingyun was truly infuriated to the point that his chest hurt. He Weiwei stood there, her lips curving slightly upward. She was inwardly quite pleased. She hoped things would go this way. The best outcome would be if Yun Qingyun cut ties with Yun Yan so that everything in the Yun family would belong to her daughter. So at this moment, she remained silent, not playing the villain herself. This matter was caused by Yun Yan, and thus she should bear everything. Hearing this, Mr. Lu became so angry that his whole body trembled. For his precious daughter Yuzi, he wouldn't even dare strike her once. He spoke out without any hesitation. Since that's the case, let's report it to the police then. How could he believe that Yun Yan could have such an excuse after injuring his Yuzi to the point of being 9/10 disabled? Moreover, he had a wide range of influential connections. How could this little girl possibly be his match? Report what to the police? At that very moment, a deep, magnetic voice came from the doorway. Soon, a tall, extraordinarily handsome man walked in. Every gesture and movement of this man exuded an aura of nobility, carrying the air of someone who holds supreme authority. Everyone turned to look toward the entrance. When they saw that it was Gu Tianyu who arrived, each person froze in shock. Mr. Gu Tianyu walked over to Yun Yan's side and then asked indifferently, who just said they were going to call the police? What unspeakable atrocity has my wife committed? Gu Tianyu's tone was as though laced with shards of ice, making people shiver involuntarily upon hearing it. Realizing the situation, Yun Qingyun quickly intervened. Tianyu, you've come? Actually, today we called Yun Yan back in order to resolve some misunderstandings. Mr. Lu also hastened to add. Yes, Mr. Gu. Neither of them had expected that Gu Tianyu would value Yun Yan so highly. They had heard that Yun Yan was largely disrespected in the Gu household, which was why they had dared to summon her so blatantly. Who would have thought that just as she arrived, Gu Tianyu followed shortly thereafter? What was happening here? Could their information have been incorrect? Given Gu Tianyu's busy schedule managing myriad affairs daily, how could he care about matters concerning Yun Yan? Gu Tianyu looked at these two cunning old foxes and questioned, what misunderstanding is this? Upon hearing this, both men trembled fearfully. Despite Gu Tianyu being much younger than them, there was a terrifying aura surrounding him. Seeing no one reply, Lu Jie spoke loudly. This woman broke my arm. Although this wasn't particularly glorious to admit, Lu Jie could no longer tolerate the situation. Now being bullied by a woman like this. What kind of disgrace was that? Gu Tianyu gave a cold laugh. For what reason did she break your arm? Haven't I heard that you harassed my wife last night? There's a reckoning coming for this. Once Mr. Lu heard this, his legs went limp. People in the business world all referred to Gu Tianyu as the cold-faced Yama, and there was good reason for this. Those pointed out by him never met with good ends. Originally, they merely wanted to take the opportunity to punish Yun Yan, but they hadn't anticipated Gu Tianyu getting involved. Now that things were complicated, Lu's father hastily interjected, "Mr. Gu, this must certainly be a misunderstanding. That scoundrel Lu Jia, even if given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare harass your wife." Mr. Lu was genuinely terrified now. With just a light pinch of his finger, Gu Tianyu could bankrupt the Lu family. Mr. Lu had merely seen his daughter Yuzi injured, and, moved by paternal love, wanted to harshly discipline Yun Yan. Now, it appeared they had struck a hard stone. His boldness is unparalleled. "I warn you, if anyone dares to bully my wife in the future, they must first face me." A flash of somberness flickered through Gu Tianyu's eyes, and the words that left his mouth were as if coated in ice shards. Ever since Gu Tianyu entered, Yun Yan had remained silent. Now, upon hearing his words, she was suddenly stunned. It felt as though a warm stream had flowed through her heart. No one had ever protected her like this before. Although dealing with Lu Jia was an effortless task for her and didn't require any help from others, hearing these words made her feel touched. Perhaps it wasn't bad to have someone defend her. After speaking, Gu Tianyu asked Yun Yan, "What would you like to do?" "I support you completely." Yun Yan faintly smiled. "Let it go this time. Consider last night's event as a dog barking. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for not being polite." Upon hearing this, various expressions crossed everyone's faces. But when they realized Yun Yan wouldn't pursue the matter further, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Lu Jia seethed with anger, his face turning cyanotic. Damn that woman. How dare she call him a dog? Wait and see. He will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Lu Jia is not someone who tolerates easily. Seeing the Bu Fu cheat expression on Lu Jia's face, Lu father quickly gave him a severe glare, urging him not to cause trouble. Gu Tianyu is not a great philanthropist. He has 10,000 ways to make you die without a burial place. Gu Tianyu coldly scanned everyone, then pulled Yun Yan away. Seeing their retreating figures, everyone sighed in relief. Lu mother frowned and said, "Didn't they say that the Gu family didn't like Yun Yan? I once heard Song Wenxue talk publicly about how she despises Yun Yan coming back from the countryside. So why now?" In fact, He Weiwei was also very surprised, never imagining that Yun Yan, this wretch, had such capabilities to let Gu Tianyu openly protect her. Whether it's true or false, at least Gu Tianyu really warned others for her sake. And the stern tone didn't sound like a joke. It seems she needs to be more careful moving forward. That woman Yun Yan still needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. She's becoming a major threat. "So, Xingyun, what's going on here? It looks like your daughter has great abilities." This was said with a touch of sarcasm. Xingyun knitted his eyebrows slightly. "I'm not sure what's happening either." His mind suddenly felt some regret. Perhaps he should have treated Yun Yan better. After all, establishing relations with the Gu family would be far more beneficial than with the Lu family. Xingyun's expression became somewhat thought-provoking. Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan walked out together. Yun Yan asked, "Don't you have an important meeting today? Why are you here? Is there any meeting more important than you?" Gu Tianyu answered seriously. Hearing this, Yun Yan blushed immediately. "Let's go. We'll head back to the company." Yun Yan actually had many things to handle today. If Xingyun hadn't used her mother's situation to threaten her, Yun Yan wouldn't have come. It was just wasting time after all. So the two went back to the company. But Yun Yan had already made up her mind. Good days for the Lu family would probably soon come to an end. Chapter 66. What a brilliant move. Yun Yan returned to the company and saw her colleagues discussing something. Tang Xiao approached her with a smile. "Didn't you say you were going to ask for leave? Why are you here?" Yun Yan responded lightly. "I finished what I was doing and came back." "By the way, what are they talking about? It seems so lively. Our company is going to hold an anniversary celebration, right? Everyone is now discussing what performances to prepare," Tang Xiao said. This annual celebration was something everyone looked forward to, and it had been successful every year. Yun Yan nodded, finally understanding the reason. "Yun Yan, do you plan to sign up for a performance? I heard this year's prize money is quite generous." Tang Xiao, who was always well-informed, mentioned, "I won't sign up. Let other colleagues showcase themselves." Yun Yan always avoided the spotlight. She preferred staying low-key and avoided such things if she could. Hearing Yun Yan's response, Tang Xiao assumed that Yun Yan lacked talent, which she understood. Tang Xiao also knew about Yun Yan's past living environment. Yun Yan's words were overheard by someone nearby. In the supervisor's office, Xia Kiki reported back, "Supervisor Song, I've already checked at the secretary's office. Yun Yan didn't sign up. She probably doesn't have any remarkable talents." Song Ran smirked coldly. This result was something she had expected. Growing up in the countryside, Yun Yan wouldn't have had access to learning much talent. However, precisely because she lacked skills, it was perfect for Song Ran's plans. Song Ran whispered to Xia Kiki, "Wait until everyone signs up, then add a performance item at the end." Xia Kiki asked confusedly, "But Supervisor Song, haven't you already signed up?" "I know. Just add Yun Yan's without telling anyone. Add piano performance." Song Ran's dark eyes flashed with calculation. Xia Kiki quickly understood once she heard it. "Your point, Supervisor Song." Song Ran nodded with a smile. "At such an important occasion, we definitely must let Yun Yan, the president's wife, give a performance. We should show all the employees how multi-talented our president's wife is." When Song Ran emphasized multi-talented, she made sure to stress it. Xia Kiki immediately got it and gave Song Ran a thumbs up. "What a clever move, Supervisor Song." Xia Kiki was Song Ran's trusted confidant and knew how much Song Ran disliked Yun Yan because Song Ran had always been infatuated with President Gu. The only reason Song Ran joined Gu Group was because of President Gu. Who would have thought President Gu suddenly fell ill, allowing Yun Yan to take advantage of the situation? How could Song Ran possibly bear this? This move was indeed brilliant. Yun Yan would surely be laughed at on stage later. If it were singing or dancing, there might still be time to learn. Piano wasn't an ordinary instrument. Some people practiced for 10 years and still couldn't play a song well. Playing piano requires natural talent. Maybe Yun Yan has never even touched a piano? It seems like this year's anniversary celebration will be entertaining. Looking forward to it. It was sure to be a lively event. And thus, without Yun Yan's knowledge, her name was added to the list. And it was for the most challenging piano performance. Yun Yan was completely unaware. After work, she went straight to the mall. Today, she had to get the design drafts for Yi He as she had recently had an inspiration burst and sketched quite a few pieces. It was almost time for seasonal change, so W.Y brand needed new designs too. As soon as she walked into the mall, someone called out to her from behind. Sister, what a coincidence. Upon hearing this sarcastic tone, Yun Yan frowned slightly. Turning around, she saw Yun Shi standing not far away with a McDonald's sundae in hand. It seemed like she had grown tired from shopping and decided to eat some ice cream. Though Yun Yan wanted to ignore her, Yun Shi suddenly blocked her way. Sister, don't go yet. I haven't finished speaking. Yun Shi looked at Yun Yan's exquisite features, her slim figure, and fair skin. She felt intense jealousy deep within. No wonder Lu Jia had his mind set on this nasty wench. Looking at her, Yun Yan responded coolly. There is nothing left to talk about between us. Sister, this morning wasn't convenient for a proper chat, but now I'm warning you. Stay far away from Lu Jia. He's my fiancé, and you're already married. You wouldn't want your reputation to be ruined, would you? In fact, Yun Shi envied Yun Yan even more because Gu Tianyu was exceptionally handsome and wealthy. That day when Gu Tianyu stood up for Yun Yan, he looked absolutely cool. Yun Shi regretted not marrying him when she had the chance. Back then, everyone thought Gu Tianyu was terminally ill, but now he's perfectly fine. So due to this, she missed out on a great marital opportunity. Gu Tianyu didn't have any hope himself, but Lu Jia was still within her grasp, as long as that despicable Yun Yan didn't interfere. So now she had to warn Yun Yan. Yun Shi, are you crazy or something? You should get a brain scan. You and Lu Jia are perfect for each other. Rest assured, no one will break you apart, Yun Yan said with a hint of indifference. What nonsense. Would she ever look at someone like Lu Jia? You're the one with issues. Anyway, do whatever you want. Don't think that just because Gu Tianyu protects you, unless you stay indoors, you won't know how or when you'll die. Cloud-like pure Yun Shi appeared even more venomous. Yun Yan gave a light chuckle. This Yun Shi had clearly inherited He Yue's viciousness. She was definitely ruthless. But Yun Yan wasn't afraid. Really? I'll record this statement. If anything happens to me in the future, I'll definitely hold you accountable, Yun Yan retaliated. Yun Shi was left speechless by the retort. Suddenly, two beautiful girls walked by and caught sight of the outfit Yun Yan wore. They quietly praised it. Did you see that? The white casual wear on that girl is so unique. It's very stylish. I love it, right? I was about to say the same thing. I wonder where she bought it. It must be a famous brand. Yeah, it looks expensive. We probably can't afford it, but it's really beautiful. Yun Shi overheard their conversation. Actually, she had noticed it earlier, but hadn't looked closely due to the argument with Yun Yan. Now, hearing the young girl's remarks, she glanced once more. The outfit really was stunning, exuding an exclusive and alluring charm on Yun Yan. Yun Shi frowned, feeling increasingly irritated. She detested any compliment aimed at Yun Yan. Yun Shi couldn't take her eyes off Yun Yan's attire. The more she stared, the more unbearable it became. It made her feel uneasy. She looked down at the ice cream in her hand and suddenly hatched a plan. Chapter 67, Barking Like a Dog. Yun Shi was holding an ice cream, and when she saw Yun Yan about to leave, she suddenly stepped forward and pulled Yun Yan back. Sister, don't go yet. I haven't finished talking yet. Because of Yun Shi's abrupt action, the ice cream in her hand fell and just happened to land on Yun Yan's clothes. The originally white casual suit instantly stained with red ice cream, especially glaring. Yun Shi looked at it for a moment, a glimmer of laughter flashing in her eyes, but she herself pretended to be very surprised, covering her mouth, then apologizing. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention, and I dirtied your clothes. Though Yun Yan's words were apologies, her attitude was far from sincere. It even sounded like she was rejoicing over another's misfortune. How could Yun Yan not know this was one of Yun Shi's little tricks? Yun Yan looked at her and opened her mouth indifferently. If I have dirted it, there's no big deal, compensation will do. Yun Shi listened to this, pouted her mouth. I don't know which large goods yard sister bought this clothing from, because among so many branded stores I have seen, I've never seen this clothing. You of course haven't seen it. It is W.Y brand's limited commemorative edition. It's specially customized by me, that's why you haven't seen it. Yun Yan rarely bothered to explain to her. Just wanted to let Yun Shi know the value of this piece of clothing and not think it's some street market junk. But Yun Shi did not take it seriously. Sister, you're joking, right? Any random street market junk also claims to be W.Y brand clothing. Limited commemorative version? Isn't she boasting too much? Without saying a word, Yun Yan directly showed the tag of the clothing to Yun Shi. Yun Shi looked at it and laughed. Sister, who would have thought the street market junk you bought has a conscience after all and has sewn on the logo? Tell me, where did you buy this clothing? I'll take a look too. You know what? The logo looks pretty authentic. Yun Yan glanced at her and said, W.Y brand store is right over there. We can check it out, right? If it's real, you compensate at the original price. How does that sound? Yun Yan's tone was indifferent, yet it made Yun Shi flinch. Why was this little brat Yun Yan so calm? Could this really be W.Y's clothing? Impossible, right? X.Y brand releases new models every time, and I am aware as I am a devoted fan. Yet, I have never seen this piece of clothing. It must be Yun Yan trying to scare me. Who's afraid of whom anyway? Besides, one piece of clothing, I can afford it anyway. Thus, Yunshi nodded. Alright, no problem. But if yours turns out to be fake, then you will need to kneel down and bark like a dog. Yunshi thought of that scene and immediately laughed. That image had already appeared in her mind. Yunshi had been wanting to make trouble for Yun Yan for a long time, but each time, she got retaliated against and ended up looking bad. This time, Yunshi was confident that she would surely record Yun Yan barking like a dog and then send it to everyone to see. Let everyone see what kind of person Yun Yan is. Good, let's go. Yun Yan nodded and agreed immediately. The two went to the W.Y brand store, and soon the salesperson came over. Seeing the clothing Yun Yan was wearing, she hesitated for a moment and then politely said, "Welcome." Yun Yan didn't say much, just directly took off her clothes and handed them to the salesperson. "Please verify if this clothing is fake or not." Yun Yan also wore a t-shirt inside, which was also from W.Y, showing her loyalty as a fan. The salesperson quickly received the clothes and carefully examined them. They had instruments to check tags, and results were known pretty quickly. "Ma'am, good day, the clothing is genuine. It is our limited design model plan for release." The salesperson's attitude became even more respectful. Since it wasn't officially on the market yet, and Yun Yan was already wearing it, apart from the designer, there should be no one else. So was the person in front of them the W.Y designer? The salesperson became somewhat excited. It's impossible. How could she be wearing it if it hasn't even come onto the market? Yunshi found this absurd. Yun Yan smiled. Could it be possible that I am the W.Y designer? Bullshit. If you are the designer, then I am the boss of W.Y. Yunshi refused to believe it. We won't discuss this issue. Now since this is a genuine product, shouldn't you first compensate me? Yun Yan asked. Afterward, she questioned the salesperson. May I ask how much does this new style cost? 300,000 renminbi. The salesperson replied. It will be released this weekend. Upon hearing this, Yunshi's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg in. What? 300,000 renminbi for a piece of clothing? Why not go rob someone instead? Usually buying gowns, suits, being a bit expensive can be understandable. But such a thin casual wear costs that much? She must be scamming people, right? W.Y brand's clothes never go on sale. They're all clearly priced. The shop assistant was also getting a bit annoyed. This woman's behavior was truly deplorable, shouting and causing a scene. Is that so? If you can't pay the compensation, you could always get down and bark like a dog instead, Yun Yan said coolly. She knew very well that Yunshi's card couldn't possibly have several 100,000 yuan in it. What was the current situation in the Yun family like? Others might not know, but Yun Yan did. So Yunshi had just been posturing earlier. Yunshi was fuming with anger. Damn it. Was she really going to have to pretend to be a dog because she didn't have the money? That would be so embarrassing. But she'd already made her claim. It would be hard to back down gracefully now. So what? Are you trying to renege on your word? I recorded everything. Do you want everyone to know that Miss Yun of the Yun family is an untrustworthy person? Yun Yan's tone carried a tinge of menace. Yunshi knew Yun Yan would surely follow through on her words. In the end, Yunshi had no choice but to capitulate. She didn't want this incident broadcasted for all to hear. Today, things had gone terribly wrong for her. She had intended only to issue a warning to this despicable Yun Yan, but instead she'd walked right into Yun Yan's trap. Of course Yun Yan must have known her clothing was authentic. That was why she had challenged her with such brazen confidence. As expected, Yunshi lost spectacularly. Glancing around her, she saw there weren't many people yet, so she quickly crouched down and imitated a woof woof. But who knew those few barks would immediately draw quite a few gazes toward her. Yunshi's face turned crimson instantly. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. The bystanders started pointing and whispering about her. Yunshi wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl inside. Once finished, Yunshi didn't even dare to look at the crowd. She lowered her head and hurried away as quickly as possible. It was absolutely humiliating. She'd never done something so disgraceful in public before, and she vowed to settle this score with Yun Yan. How dare she humiliate her so publicly? Yunshi quickened her pace and soon vanished from sight. Yun Yan smirked coldly. Sometimes, Yunshi was really as dumb as a pig. No, dumber than a pig. Wouldn't anyone with some sense avoid doing something without knowing their chances of success first? Chapter 68, each has their own splendor. However, if Yunshi were smart, she wouldn't have bothered me. After being repeatedly embarrassed, Yunshi still enjoys doing it relentlessly. Isn't this just asking for trouble? After a while, Yihi arrived, and Yun Yan handed him the design draft. When Yihi saw the draft, his eyes lit up. Senior sister, you've been more diligent lately. Being talkative, isn't that good? Yun Yan said with an unimpressed tone. Of course it's good. By the way, senior sister, the materials I sent to Yun Qingyun at your request, he read them and looked into it. He confronted He Weiwei, but was deceived by her. I also guessed that much. He Weiwei is no ordinary person. She's not easy to deal with, Yun Yan said lightly, her expression deep in thought. Senior sister, since you have photos of her affair, why don't you send a few? This will cause a big stir. Which man can bear the blow of being cheated on? Yihi suggested. This couple is truly disgusting, treating senior sister this way, so they must be given a harsh lesson. It's not yet time. Striking a snake requires aiming at its vital point. Sending the paternity test report before was just a warning, and this result was within my expectations. Yun Yan might have still harbored some hope for Yun Qingyun before, but when he used his mother's grave to threaten her, it has crossed Yun Yan's bottom line. That's unforgivable. So, Yunyan won't be polite anymore. By the way, senior sister, I'm sure you didn't expect this. Your father already has someone else too. Yi suddenly remembered a secret he discovered while tailing Yun Xingyun a few days ago. Yun Xingyun is rather cautious. It's not easy to uncover something like this. No wonder He Weiwei, as astute as she is, still hasn't found out. That makes things interesting. Yunyan smiled faintly. This was unexpected. Previously, she always thought Yun Xingyun didn't dare to stray. After all, He Weiwei's methods aren't ordinary. But who would have thought? Yun Xingyun is actually quite bold. There must be rebellion where there is pressure. This show will be good. Now both are playing their own games, making it endlessly exciting. Yes, both of them are equally despicable. Yi is quite accustomed to it now, since rich people love to play these kinds of games. Alright, keep an eye on them closely. Yunyan finds this interesting. Like catching turtles in a jar. Okay, rest assured. Yi made an okay gesture with his hand. Oh, and prepare a formal gown for me. I'm attending the Gu family anniversary. Yunyan suddenly remembered this. No problem. Yunyan left the mall and returned home. Time passed quickly, and the anniversary celebration of the Gu Corporation arrived. This year's anniversary celebration was grand, held in the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng in the evening. Celebrity elites, famous socialites, partners, and employees were invited to attend. It was lively and bustling. Preparations began in the daytime. At such an important occasion, everyone definitely wants to appear in the best possible way. And Gu Tianyu had already mentioned this to Yunyan beforehand, fearing that Yunyan might skip it. This would be the first official company event they attended after getting married. Therefore, they must attend together. Yunyan agreed. Otherwise, people might gossip again. Moreover, she didn't want her grandmother to worry. Her grandmother hoped that she and Gu Tianyu would get along well. Gu Tianyu was pleased and asked Chengjiu to help book a styling studio in advance. Then Yunyan could just go there to get styled. Initially, he also wanted to help her pick out a dress, but Yunyan said she had already chosen one. Gu Tianyu trusted Yunyan's sense of aesthetics very much, so everything was settled. By noon, Yunyan had already gone to a renowned styling salon. It was rumored that booking appointments with the stylist here was extremely difficult. Chengjiu must have pulled out his cash advantage to make this happen. When Yunyan arrived, there were already many people waiting inside. Many stars and socialites were waiting to get styled. Miss, hello? Have you made an appointment? The receptionist politely asked upon seeing Yunyan. Yes, I've booked the number 8 stylist, Yunyan replied, looking at the information sent by assistant Cheng. Alright, please wait for a moment. The number 8 stylist is currently helping another guest, and it'll be your turn next, the receptionist politely responded. Yunyan nodded, picked up a magazine, and sat in the waiting area. She flipped through the magazine to pass the time. Just then, a graceful silhouette walked through the door. Yunyan glanced briefly, but didn't see the front. She only saw the back, which seemed oddly familiar. Could it really be her? At that moment, the person turned around, and Yunyan's lips twitched slightly. What a coincidental meeting indeed. How could we meet like this? Oh, yes, it's Song Ran. However, seeing her here, Yunyan isn't surprised at all. After all, this is the best styling salon in Jiangxing. Someone with Song Ran status would definitely come here for styling. The Gu Corporation anniversary is her great chance to shine. It was rumored that Song Ran signed up for a solo dance. That requires a lot of courage. It was said she was very skilled, as her family had focused on cultivating her since childhood. So tonight, she will surely be the most dazzling one in the entire venue. After Song Ran came in, she directly spoke to the front desk attendant. Excuse me, may you ask the number 8 stylist to help me with my styling? Her tone carried an air of superiority. The receptionist hesitated and then replied awkwardly. Miss, I'm sorry, but stylist number 8 is busy now, and there is another lady ahead of you. If you don't mind, you can wait, or we can arrange another stylist for you. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Song Ran immediately revealed a displeased expression on her face. Her voice also unconsciously became louder. I'm a VIP customer here. Why shouldn't I be prioritized? I'm in a rush because I need to go to a banquet. Damn it. Song Ran looked at her watch and felt a bit anxious. She wanted to go earlier for a rehearsal, but she couldn't bear to find other stylists. Stylist number 8 was the star here. Stars and debutantes liked finding her for styling. Because of this, appointments needed to be made in advance every time. Even with an appointment, one still has to wait when coming. Sorry, madam. Or you can negotiate with the lady ahead of you and see if you can switch places, the receptionist suggested. Actually, she was also in a dilemma, not knowing how to handle it well. Since Song Ran was a VIP client, she couldn't offend her. But just now she took a look and found that the guest ahead seemed even more distinguished. That person used a black gold card for booking. The black gold card was their store's highest level card, allowing priority reservation. Therefore, they couldn't afford to offend that person either. So, it was left to both sides to negotiate. The receptionist, however, didn't know that these two were enemies who couldn't get along. Chapter 69. The argument caused by getting a hairstyle. Song Ran looked down at the receptionist with arrogance. She knew that talking to the other side was like wasting her saliva. A worker can't make decisions either way. Which customer in front? I want to talk to her, Song Ran said coldly. Originally, she had come here happily to get a hairstyle, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be so disappointing. The receptionist, Xiao Wei, pointed timidly at the person in front and opened her mouth. It's that lady. Song Ran glanced up, and her brows instantly furrowed. Yunyan? She also booked stylist number 8? How could it be so coincidental? That country bumpkin. Would she also come here to do her hair? It made people feel a little funny. Take a look at what Yunyan is wearing, jeans and a t-shirt. Even though she looks a bit stylish, isn't everyone here dressed very meticulously? Doesn't Yun feel that she's somewhat out of place? Song Ran sneered and walked toward Yun. Yun had been flipping through magazines. When she saw a shadow in front of her, she looked up and saw Song Ran standing there like a wall. She couldn't help but frown. Before Yun could speak, Song Ran spoke first. I heard you also reserved stylist number 8? You're in front of me. Let me go first. I'm pressed for time. Song Ran said this as if it were entirely justified, as if someone owed her something. Yun looked at her indifferently and then replied, Why should I let you go first? It's first come, first served, don't you know? Besides, we're both going to the anniversary celebration, and I'm also in a rush. Yun wasn't going to indulge Song Ran. How much money do you have? Let me go ahead. Song Ran began trying to tempt her with benefits. Do you think your husband is richer than mine? This appointment was made by my husband, and I certainly cannot disappoint his intentions. Yun deliberately provoked Song Ran. Sure enough, once Song Ran heard this, her face immediately changed color. Damn it, this slut was definitely doing it on purpose to annoy her. But she didn't doubt the truthfulness of the matter. Because Gu Tianyu has a black gold card here, which allows him to reserve appointments preferentially, and the service is not just average. Previously, Gu Shiyu had borrowed his black gold card to use, so Song Ran knew about it. And she had even benefited from using it once. Now hearing that Yun mentioned the reservation being done by Gu Tianyu, Song Ran almost exploded with anger. This damn woman, does she know how to piss herself off? Song Ran didn't back down, opening her mouth angrily. You don't even take a look at yourself in the mirror. So country bumpkin, even if stylist number 8 helps with your style, what difference does it make? Your inner countryness is unchangeable. By the end, Song Ran was practically speaking without thinking. Yun tisked sked twice. I am a country bumpkin, but comparing it to your present state of agitation, your vulgar behavior seems more inappropriate, doesn't it? You should check yourself in the mirror. If you want your turn, wait. Otherwise, find someone else. I won't swap with you. Yun directly cut off Song Ran's expectations. Why should she put up with her? What makes her so special? If Song Ran's attitude were better, maybe Yun would consider switching with her. But now, asking others while acting so arrogant? She really thinks she's that important. Song Ran was so angry that her cheeks almost puffed up. But in the end, she could only sit there helplessly and wait. Originally, if the person in front wasn't Yun, Song Ran would have gone with another stylist. But since Yun booked stylist number 8, Song Ran couldn't choose anyone else. Who didn't know that stylist number 8 had magical hands, able to turn decay into beauty? In the end, Song Ran could only wait. She couldn't lose. What if Yun's choice stunned everyone after being styled by master number 8? Then all her carefully planned arrangements would be wasted. Soon, the person in front finished their session, and it was Yun's turn. Actually, Yun could handle her own styling since she was a designer with an eye for aesthetics. It's just that she was too lazy to do it herself. Stylist number 8 greeted the esteemed guest warmly. Yun explained her ideas to the stylist, as she needed to match the dress she selected. After listening, the stylist was amazed. Because Yun knew exactly where her strengths lie and understood how to bring them out. Thus, the stylist started creating the look. Since Yun's skin quality was good, only light makeup was necessary to make her look beautiful. Yun's disposition was refreshingly elegant, making light makeup perfect for her. Yun entrusted the stylist completely. When the styling was done, and she looked in the mirror, she was astounded. It was incredibly good-looking, making her appear energetic and refreshed. Yun was very satisfied. Afterward, she went back to change into her evening gown. There was still time. She would go to the venue with Gu Tianyu later. It was Gu Tianyu who gave the instructions. When Song Ran saw Yun leave, she didn't catch her front view, but since Yun was only there for less than 40 minutes, Song Ran assumed it must have been a simple touch-up. If such a quick job could look good, that would truly be strange. When it was Song Ran's turn, she repeatedly emphasized to the stylist to make sure she looked stunning. She also gave countless instructions, which annoyed the stylist immensely. The stylist could handle customer feedback, but not someone bossing them around endlessly. Moreover, none of the suggestions from Song Ran were worth implementing. Song Ran kept telling the stylist to make her makeup more vibrant, because she would be dancing on stage and believed this would yield better results. However, her skin wasn't particularly fair, so heavy makeup would appear tacky. The stylist didn't want to tarnish their reputation, so they became increasingly frustrated with Song Ran's behavior. They had never encountered a customer as harsh and talkative as her. Like a sparrow, she wouldn't stop chirping. Finally, the stylist couldn't take it anymore. Miss Song, why don't you do it yourself? To be honest, if I followed all your directions, it would ruin my reputation, and you shouldn't say this was my work. Song Ran could tell the stylist was extremely upset. Eventually, she had no choice but to shut her mouth. Song Ran still resented it internally. In normal circumstances, she would follow the stylist's advice, but after seeing Yun, she completely lost control of herself. Her competitive nature took over. She had to win. In the end, the stylist did implement some of Song Ran's suggestions, making the makeup slightly heavier. But deep down, the stylist decided they would try to avoid customers like her in the future. Now that they had gained some recognition, they could occasionally pick and choose clients. Song Ran stared at her reflection in the mirror, feeling highly satisfied. She looked absolutely stunning, something that caught the eye instantly. Song Ran thought that her passionate and lively dance would undoubtedly attract Gu Tianyu's attention. She eagerly anticipated the moment even more. She wanted to show Yun the clear gap between them. Chapter 70. Outwitted. Yun returned home and changed into the dress sent by Yi He. This dress was the latest model from W.Y, which hadn't yet hit the market. It featured an off-shoulder design that revealed one rounded shoulder, covered with a layer of gauze, making it subtly revealing. The tailored design accentuated Yun Yan's figure, showcasing her curves beautifully and presenting her as clear and charming. After wearing it, Yun Yan looked at herself in the mirror, smiling slightly, completely satisfied. This dress matched her makeup perfectly. When she turned around, she saw Gu Tianyu standing at the door, dressed elegantly in a suit. He was tall and slim, his facial features deep and defined, and he wore a pure handmade suit that made him look towering and enchanting. Gu Tianyu was completely stunned where he stood. When he first came in, he thought he had seen a fairy. This dress suited Yun Yan perfectly, her figure proportionate and graceful. The dress had some glittery powder on it, and combined with her exquisite makeup, it was flawless. Yun Yan felt a bit shy under his gaze. Can we go now? Only then did Gu Tianyu come to his senses, nodding. Yeah, let's go. Gu Tianyu was still somewhat dazed. He rarely saw Yun Yan in such formal wear, and he was completely mesmerized. They quickly arrived at the hotel. When they got there, the guests were gradually arriving. Gu Tianyu entered the venue with Yun Yan on his arm. Everyone was astonished. People started whispering amongst themselves. Look, who is the woman entering with Mr. Gu? I've never seen her before. Her dress is so beautiful. I wonder what brand it is. I heard that it's Mrs. Gu. When Mr. Gu fell ill, he married to ward off misfortune, probably marrying this woman. This dress seems to be from W.Y, but I saw it in a fashion magazine. It hasn't been released yet. But didn't I hear that Mrs. Gu is from the countryside, not very good looking and uneducated? How could she be this beautiful and fashionable? Her demeanor alone shows her excellent taste. Yes, I heard that too. The woman in front of us looks as if she's a celestial being. This is far from the rumors, isn't it? Rumors are usually unreliable. Besides, look at Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu. They're a perfect match, made for each other. Yeah, I heard Miss Song of the Song family admired Mr. Gu. They could be considered childhood sweethearts, but unexpectedly, they didn't end up together. It's all about fate. Look at how Mr. Gu cares for that woman. He must be very satisfied with his wife. These were the elite socialites who hadn't met Yun Yan before, so they all began speculating. Especially upon seeing Gu Tianyu leaning down occasionally to speak with Yun Yan, envy spread throughout the crowd. After all, their partner here was General Manager Gu, a bachelor with wealth and charisma, faithful to his wife, no ordinary person at all. His wife must have done something incredibly good in her past life to meet someone like Mr. Gu. Envious glances were cast towards Yun Yan. Song Ran stood behind the group of socialites, nearly spitting blood upon hearing these comments. She couldn't believe that Yun Yan received so much praise while she, once she entered, seemed like just another passerby, unnoticed by all. Damn it, how dare Yun Yan dress so beautifully? Wasn't that dress from W.Y? If it hasn't even hit the market yet, how did she manage to get it? Song Ran's jealousy ran wild. She was deeply hurt by everyone praising Yun Yan. Her hands unconsciously tightened, long nails cutting across her palms, seemingly without any sensation. Song Ran stared fixedly at Yun Yan, almost wishing to burn a hole through her. Humph, you low-class woman. Wait and see. The more glorious you are now, the more pitiful you'll be soon. This time, I will ensure that Yun Yan suffers complete disgrace. After exchanging pleasantries, people took their seats. In the grand hall of the hotel, a stage was built that could accommodate thousands of people, perfect for celebrating the anniversary. And the stage was already set up. The curtain would be pulled open soon for the performance. Actors were also preparing backstage. Excitement buzzed through the crowd. These performances were anticipated to rival professional ones. Since these employees had previously trained hard and were among the best talents, none wanted to ruin the event for them. Gu Tianyu was drawn away by business partners to discuss matters. Yun Yan found herself feeling a bit bored. She glanced around, contemplating whether she should eat something to tide over her hunger. Just then, Tang Xiao hurried over, looking as though she had encountered something urgent. What's wrong, Tang Xiao? Yun Yan asked calmly. Yun Yan had a certain kind of poise. No matter what situation arose, she faced it with composure. Oh my goodness, Yun Yan, why are you still here? Didn't you sign up for the performance? Don't you need to prepare? Indeed, the emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was frantic. When Tang Xiao saw the performance list just now, she was really shocked. Didn't Yun Yan say before that she didn't sign up? But now her name is on the list, and it's for piano performance? That is truly unexpected. Not everyone can play the piano. If she plays poorly, it would be a big embarrassment. Yun Yan was completely confused. Tang Xiao, what are you talking about? What performance? I didn't sign up. Weren't you there at the time? That's right. You didn't sign up then. Was your name added later? Now your name is on the performance list, and it's for the piano. Tang Xiao was incredibly worried. Who added her name? How could such a huge mistake happen? After speaking, Tang Xiao handed the performance list to Yun Yan. Look, you're still the closing act. After Manager Song finishes her dance, it will be your turn. The contrast is obvious. Everyone knows how talented Song Ran is. She excels in dancing. If she performs, and then it's Yun Yan's turn, and Yun Yan either doesn't know how to play or plays poorly, people will definitely compare them. And being the closing act, how would Yun Yan show her face afterward? Thinking about the scene, Tang Xiao felt like she was burning with anxiety. Yun Yan looked at the performance list, her gaze deep. It seemed someone wanted her to make a fool of herself and added her name secretly at the end. And it was for the difficult piano performance. If it were singing or dancing, many people could probably get away with it, saying they aren't professionals if they don't do well. But for piano performance, playing beautifully would be an auditory feast. However, if one can't play or plays badly, it would be a disaster for the audience. It seems the other party knows her well, thinking she doesn't know how to play, so they are so confident. Seeing that Yun Yan didn't respond, Tang Xiao thought she had been frightened speechless. So, Tang Xiao consoled her. Yin Yin, it's alright. There's still time. We can tell the host not to announce it. There's no need. Besides, the performance list has already been given to the guests. Backing out now wouldn't look good. Yin Yin said calmly. What should we do then? Of course, go on stage and play the piano. Chapter 71, Piano Solo. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao was so astonished that her mouth hung wide open. Yin Yin, you are not joking, right? This is about playing the piano on stage. That's right. Don't worry, I know how to play. I just thought it was troublesome before and didn't want to participate. Since someone has helped me sign up, we can't let her kindness go to waste, Yin Yin replied calmly. Tang Xiao nodded, feeling a big stone in her heart fall. That's great. Tang Xiao knew that Yin Yin had been concealing her talents, and from her calm demeanor now, she could tell. Her previous jewelry design had already left everyone quite impressed. Yin Yin simply did not want to show off herself. She was more low-key. Let's go. I need to prepare too. If she was going to play the piano, there would definitely be some preparation required. Alright, I'll go with you. Tang Xiao and Yin Yin went backstage together. Just then, they happened to see Song Ran walking towards them. Song Ran looked extremely arrogant. Oh my, Yin Yin, so you've registered for the piano performance? I'm looking forward to it. You certainly mustn't disappoint everyone. In response, Yin Yin coolly said, Director Song, you should focus more on yourself. After all, as you age, your bones may become more stiff, making you unable to compare with young girls in any way. You humph. Don't trouble yourself for me. Save yourself. And make sure Tianyu doesn't lose face tonight because of you. Song Ran retorted fiercely before leaving. Tang Xiao made a funny face at Song Ran's back. Isn't this person envious of other people's success? Just ignore her. Yin Yin basically confirmed that Song Ran had secretly signed her up. Song Ran was just impatient. Even before the start, she came to mock her. Because Song Ran had assumed that Yin Yin wouldn't know how to play the piano, Yin Yin pressed her lips lightly. In this case, she definitely couldn't disappoint the other party. Soon, a voice rang out on the stage. Everyone sat down, and the performances began. Gu Tianyu, when he returned to the front row, scanned the entire venue with his gaze, but didn't see Yin Yin. She might have gone to the restroom. Thus, he sat down. The host stepped onto the stage and gave a brief overview of Gu Corporation's development. Next, they invited Gu Tianyu to give a speech on stage. Gu Tianyu gave an off-the-cuff speech, which invigorated everyone present. Then it was time for the entertainment programs. Honestly, this was like a large-scale evening gala performance, featuring dances, crosstalk, singing. All the performances were splendid. Unconsciously, it was time for Song Ran's solo dance. Everyone had known beforehand that Song Ran's dancing skills were impressive, so anticipation for this moment was high. Song Ran wore a custom-made dance costume, showcasing a graceful figure that radiated charm and poise, indicating a professional level. Song Ran was performing the peacock dance tonight. Hence, her specially designed dress featured a fan-like pattern of colorful feathers on the skirt section. With each soft spin, it resembled the spectacular display of a peacock opening its screen, truly magnificent to behold. Moreover, Song Ran cleverly created an elegant hairstyle. Although the makeup was slightly heavy, it mattered little under the lighting. Upon seeing this, Xiaoku exclaimed, Director Song, you will undoubtedly be the center of attention tonight. Song Ran smiled and modestly replied, Your words are sweet. Everyone's performance tonight will be amazing. I don't care about rankings. Being able to entertain everyone is enough. The inviting announcement from the hosts soon rang out. Song Ran raised her chest and confidently took the stage. From the moment she walked onto the stage, she was met with thunderous applause and many admiring gazes. Her uniquely stunning costume, dazzling makeup, illuminated by the stage lights, radiated brilliance. As the music began, Song Ran immediately started dancing in harmony with the song. Undeniably, Song Ran's dancing skills were very solid. Every move was executed impeccably, balancing strength with gracefulness, and paired with her expressions, the performance was absolutely breathtaking. On stage, she resembled a proud peacock, lifelike and vibrant. Everyone was spellbound. Especially during the spinning parts, it was akin to the peacock spreading its feathers. Song Ran seemed to have spun over 10 times before stopping, yet her movements remained perfectly stable, without any signs of dizziness. Applause broke out spontaneously from the audience. It was truly magnificent. Song Ran's dance was very successful, generating a lot of discussion. Specifically, once some people recognized her identity, there was continuous chatter. That's Song Ran, isn't it? The darling daughter of the Song family. Yes, truly multi-talented. Yes, I really didn't expect it. I think this is probably the best performance of the night. Yes, I think so too. There's one last piano performance left, but it's amateurish, just about average. Likely won't be worth watching. Amidst the discussions among everyone, Song Ran finished her dance. She graciously bowed to everyone and then confidently walked off the stage. Song Ran was confident that her dance was undoubtedly the best. The reactions of everyone just now were very intense, which definitely meant they all liked her dance a lot. Soon, she quickened her steps, planning to find a spot off stage so she could watch the next act with interest. Because she had heard the host announce that the closing performance would be Yun Yan's piano recital. Everyone was encouraged to appreciate it well since she would play Moonlight Sonata, one of Beethoven's compositions. This piece was highly challenging. At this moment, the stage lights suddenly dimmed. When the lights came back on, they only illuminated the figure seated at the piano. Yun Yan sat in front of the piano, wearing a white evening gown and a white feathered eye patch, resembling the goddess of moonlight. All eyes were drawn to her. Since the eye patch obscured part of her face, those who didn't know her couldn't see her features clearly, adding an air of mystery. Gu Tianyu. Upon hearing the name earlier, was quite astonished. He had thought there might be someone else with the same name. Never did he expect it was really Yun. Could she play the piano? However, having already been impressed by her medical skills and jewelry design before, he now realized that if Yun could also play the piano, he shouldn't be overly surprised. Gu Tianyu looked forward to it very much. It was the first time he would hear Yun play. Quickly, a melodious piano tune began to flow gently out. The initial slow melody carried a subtle undertone of sorrow. It soon became lively and concise. The final notes were like the onset of a storm, both melodic and passionate. The transition between tones was seamless, without any interruptions or flaws, showcasing perfect continuity. A master reveals their skill in just a few moves. Many people in the audience, even those unfamiliar with the intricacies of playing the piano, possessed the ability to appreciate fine art. As the piano music rang out, astonished expressions appeared on everyone's faces. That music was so beautiful, as if it could cleanse the soul. Listening to this piano music, people felt relaxed, as though their body and mind had been uplifted. For a long while after the piano piece ended, the audience remained lost in thought, struggling to return to reality. Song Ran was shocked, her face turning pale. Could Yun really play the piano? Chapter 72, Trapped in the Restroom. Yun not only could play the piano, but her skill was at a professional level. Everyone had been immersed in the enchanting music, thoroughly mesmerized. The crowd instantly relaxed, enjoying a feast for their ears. After finishing her performance, Yun stood up and gave a polite bow to everyone before leaving the stage. As soon as she stepped down, the crowd erupted into excitement. Goodness, is this really an employee of Gu's group? Could it be a professional pianist hired from outside? This is too professional. Yes, I've never heard such beautiful piano music. I agree. Goosebumps covered my skin just now. It was incredibly moving. This is already world-class level. I would love to meet the person who played. The program says it's a girl named Yun. I remember that Mr. Gu's wife is called Yun. Could they be the same person? Everyone began buzzing with discussion. Yun didn't expect her impromptu piece to cause such a huge reaction. There was no doubt that this was the grand finale of the night, and she truly deserved it. After Yun came down, many recognized her dress and gathered around her to chat. Some even asked Yun for advice on playing the piano. Yun patiently answered all their questions. Song Ran stood nearby, watching this scene, clenching her fists in anger. Damn it. Yun did this intentionally, pretending she knew nothing before shocking everyone on stage to have them cheer for her. This little vixen had quite some scheming behind her actions. Song Ran thought more about it, and felt even more regretful. She initially planned to see Yun humiliate herself, but instead, she ended up shining brighter. Now, everyone praised Yun's excellent piano skills, and no one mentioned her own stunning dance. Before Yun played the piano, people were praising her. Song Ran almost cried out of frustration. It was such a good opportunity to show herself, and now she missed it. Instead, that cheap bitch Yun got a great advantage. Song Ran stomped her feet in anger and walked away. No, she definitely had to come up with a way to turn the situation around. She couldn't let it go like this. Yun was surrounded by the crowd until Gu Tianyu arrived, which caused everyone to disperse. Gu Tianyu looked at Yun with a gaze filled with a hint of a smile. I didn't know you could play the piano. There are many things you don't know about me, Yun said somewhat bashfully under his intense gaze. Gu Tianyu's eyes seemed especially fervent. I will need to get to know you more, he said, leading Yun to eat something as she indeed felt a bit hungry. People gradually started chatting in small groups, making it very lively. Soon after, Gu Tianyu was called away again. As today's host, he was extremely busy. Yun told him to go ahead and take care of business. There was no need to look after her. She could handle herself. Shortly, Tang Xiao approached and gave Yun a big hug. Yun, tell me, what don't you excel in? Why are you so outstanding at everything? Her fashion design had already amazed everyone. It turned out her piano skills were equally exceptional. She was truly amazing. I just happened to be able to play a few pieces. Yun modestly responded. Anyway, her mysterious identity remained unknown to everyone. Thus, the two enjoyed eating and drinking together. Actually, Yun didn't really enjoy these kinds of events. People there all seemed like they wore masks, very hypocritical. Since Yun wasn't close with most others, it made her more relaxed overall. When the time came, Yun suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. She looked around and noticed all the restrooms near here were occupied. In a corner slightly hidden, she spotted another restroom, so she headed over. Because Yun was focused on finding the restroom, she didn't notice someone following her quietly. Finally, Yun found the restroom. It was located in a corner, which wouldn't be easily noticed unless you carefully observed. Yun opened the door and went inside. Just as she entered, the door slammed shut. Thinking it was merely the wind, Yun didn't think much of it. After the door closed, someone hung a sign on the door handle. Under repair. Please do not use. Then, that person left without any fuss. After Yun finished using the restroom, she prepared to leave but discovered she couldn't open the door when she pulled it. Yun paused in surprise. What happened? Did the wind lock it inadvertently? Despite trying harder, it seemed useless. The door was definitely locked from the outside. Yun pounded hard on the door but got no response. At that moment, she remembered that this restroom was far from the main hall. The sound of loud music and voices in the hall meant no one would notice her cries from here. Worst of all, she hadn't brought her phone with her, since she had placed her phone in the locker before going on stage to perform, and afterward was pulled into conversations and ate with everyone. She completely forgot about her phone. Now that something had happened, there was truly nothing she could do. She felt utterly devastated, almost crying out of frustration. Yun was at a loss for words. The door appeared very sturdy. It might not budge even if kicked hard. Instead of sitting there lamenting, it would be better to think of ways to rescue herself. Yunyan looked around and suddenly brightened. There was a window here. She checked and saw that the upper window could allow her to climb out, and fortunately, there was no burglar-proof netting. It was just a bit high, but this posed no challenge to Yunyan. She tied a knot on the hem of her dress and climbed up to the window frame in a couple of movements. Then she carefully flipped over it. In reality, this place was quite high because the first floor of the hotel was the grand hall, which was elevated. It was more than 3 meters high. Jumping down from it without dying would likely cause a fracture. So, Yunyan proceeded cautiously and grabbed the water pipe beside her as she slowly climbed down. Finally, she was out. Yunyan clapped her hands and initially thought of heading home directly. After going through all this, she no longer had the mood. But then she remembered her phone was still in the locker, so she decided to enter through the back door and go directly to the locker to retrieve her phone. When she went inside, she suddenly saw Song Ran sneakily peering at the direction of the restroom. That was exactly the restroom where she had been trapped. Yunyan furrowed her brows instantly. Something flashed in her mind. She had already found it strange earlier. Why did the door lock itself merely because of the wind? Could it be that someone deliberately did it? Yunyan kept calm, wanting to see what Song Ran was up to. Soon, Song Ran pretended to pass by the restroom, heard no sound, smiled coldly, and then left. Yunyan's expression turned cold, and deep down, she was convinced that this incident had something to do with Song Ran. Chapter 73, Appeasing Mrs. Gu. After Song Ran left, Yunyan walked to the bathroom door and saw the sign hanging there, finally understanding what had happened. No wonder no one came. It was because the under repair sign was up. It seemed that Song Ran would stop at nothing to frame her. How truly well-intentioned. She must have spent all her thoughts on Yunyan tonight. That's why she paid such close attention. Yunyan stepped forward, removed the sign, and opened the door. Although this incident hadn't caused her any substantial harm, Yunyan had already taken note of it in her mind. She would find an opportunity for revenge. However, Yunyan worried about wrongfully accusing a good person. What if Song Ran just happened to pass by? So she entered the hotel's back-end surveillance system and, upon seeing that familiar figure following her, gave a cold laugh. Now, she wouldn't wrongfully accuse anyone. Later, Yunyan sent a message to Gu Tianyu, saying she would go home first. Her mind buzzed incessantly throughout the night. Seeing the message, Gu Tianyu smiled slightly. It seemed his little wife also had some awareness as a spouse now, knowing to report her whereabouts. Gu Tianyu still had matters to attend to, so he would return later. The next day was Saturday, but Yunyan had something to do and went out. She directly went to her company, Yunfei Group. Yunfei Group was founded by Yunyan and is dreaded by many business magnates because it has emerged sharply over the past 3 years. Yet it is now at the pinnacle of the business world. Many corporate tycoons want to collaborate with Yunfei Group, but none of them know who the person behind the scenes is. Yunyan generally doesn't show up. Usually, everything is handled by professional managers and Yihe. This time, because there was something urgent, she returned to the company. However, when she arrived at the building, she actually spotted Yun Qingyun downstairs at the company. Today was Saturday, why was he here? Yunyan took the side elevator up to the office. Upon seeing her, Yihe said, "Sister Yun, you're here." "Uh-huh. What's up with Yun Qingyun? Is he downstairs?" Yunyan asked. She didn't remember having any dealings with Yun Group. "He keeps coming whenever he has time. Probably found out from security that I'm here today, and he won't give up. He knows our company has a new project, so he wants to bid too. But he wants to take shortcuts like other companies, thinking we'd agree to negotiations after a few drinks. The internal affairs of Yun's company are in a mess right now. He's desperate." Yunyan nodded. "I understand." She had long known about Yun Qingyun's character. Thinking about how heartless he was toward her mother made Yunyan unwilling to let him off easily. At first, she agreed to marry into the Gu family out of fear that Yun Qingyun might discover her identity and create trouble for her. Thus, it could provide her a fresh start. And with the Gu family backing her, things were even more foolproof. But seeing the Yun family's situation now, bankruptcy was inevitable. "By the way, did you manage to find those herbs I asked you to look for?" Yunyan's Yunfei Group covered various fields including design, medicine, and research. Especially in design and medicine, they excelled significantly. W.Y fashion brand was already well known by everyone. The pharmaceuticals were also very famous, and many precious herbs were available in her possession. Yunyan researched various new medicines when she had time. Recently, while researching a drug, she found she was missing one ingredient, wild snow lotus. This herb was quite difficult to obtain. She'd asked Yihe to look for it for a while already. She wasn't sure whether it had been found yet. "Sister Yun, I've found it, but its origin is in the hands of the Qin family," Yihe said. "Qin family?" Yunyan hesitated for a moment. The Qin family was also a prestigious noble household. Yes, she seemed to recall helping Qin elder diagnose an illness before. She didn't know if it was the same Qin family. Back then, after she descended the mountain and accidentally encountered the elder experiencing health problems, she provided aid. He wished to repay her, but Yunyan refused. 3 days from now will be Qin elder's birthday banquet. The Qin group has also sent us an invitation letter, Sister Yun. You can use this chance to check it out. Yi thought it was quite coincidental. To get that herb, indeed required interacting with the Qin family. "All right, you'll come along then." Yunyan spoke. "Okay," Yi nodded. When Yunyan returned home, Gu Tianyu happened to have something to discuss with her. Seeing Yunyan, he handed over an invitation directly. 3 days later, accompany me to the Qin family for Qin elder's birthday. Yunyan froze for a moment, laughing helplessly. Really, such a coincidence. Both requests came simultaneously, but it was reasonable. After all, The Gu group was so large that people who wanted to associate themselves with their influence were plenty. The Qin family must definitely wish to strengthen ties with the Gu family, hence inviting Gu Tianyu was expected. Therefore, Yin Yin could only tell Yi He to go with Han from the company, while she would accompany Gu Tianyu. All right, I understand. Yin Yin nodded. Shall I prepare a formal dress for you? Gu Tianyu spoke up. Okay, thank you. Yin Yin didn't want to disappoint his kind intentions. I'll have it delivered to your place later. Gu Tianyu's eyes seemed to hold a hint of amusement. Yin Yin's willingness to accept his arrangements marked a good beginning. The next day was Sunday. Yin Yin had something to do and went out again. She was going to visit her stores and check on their sales. Not long after she left, Song Ran arrived with exquisite gifts to visit Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiryu were both at home and were very pleased to see Song Ran. Especially when they saw Song Ran carrying many bags. Mrs. Gu was extremely delighted inside. But she still said politely, Ran, you're really too considerate. You just need to come over. Why bring so many expensive things? Auntie, this is my little token of appreciation. Here's a set of cosmetics, an exclusive cream made by a master overseas. It's a natural skincare product, excellent for the skin. I've tried it once, and the effect was great, so I thought I'd get you a bottle to try. Song Ran spoke sweetly as if her words dripped with honey. You are truly thoughtful, child. Mrs. Gu couldn't stop smiling. She had heard about this cream before. Wasn't it 10,000 yuan per bottle? Although Mrs. Gu lived in wealth, she had never used such expensive skincare products. It's nothing, Auntie. I hope you like it. Song Ran smiled innocently. Now she realized that approaching Gu Tianyu directly wouldn't work, but targeting Mrs. Gu might be more effective. She needed to act fast. That Yun Yin was becoming increasingly arrogant. On that day, she locked Yun Yin in the restroom, originally thinking she'd keep her trapped all night and teach her a lesson. But somehow Yun Yin managed to escape. How truly talented. She didn't believe Yun Yin would always be this lucky. Now she needed to win over this old lady and make her take her side. Chapter 74. This dress irks her. Song Ran had been calculating this way, which was why she had spent so lavishly on cosmetics to win over Mr. Gu's mother. Now it seemed like a case of not being willing to part with one's child, and therefore not catching a wolf. Especially after her recent attempts to frame Yun Yin all failed. Yun Yin appeared to have divine assistance. Song Ran couldn't touch a single hair on her head. This made Song Ran extremely disheartened. The more Mrs. Gu observed Song Ran, the more satisfied she felt. If only Song Ran could be her daughter-in-law, how wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, it was Yun Yin instead. Like a wooden person, if she didn't irritate herself already, that would be good enough. Mrs. Gu chatted casually with Song Ran, becoming very intimate. Gu Shiryu also joined in their conversation, the three of them laughing and joking together. At that moment, a servant entered carrying an exquisite box. On top of the box was the logo of a certain luxury brand, clearly marking it as high-end. Upon seeing it, Gu Shiryu froze. She didn't recall shopping recently. She asked, "Whose item is this?" The servant respectfully replied, "Miss, this is the dress the master purchased for the young mistress. The brand's guide just delivered it." Hearing this, Gu Shiryu frowned deeply. What? Is this the dress elder brother gave to that woman? That woman daily wore nothing but t-shirts and jeans. What use did she have for formal attire? Yes. The servant responded cautiously. I've heard they will be attending a banquet in a few days, and the master specially ordered it for the young mistress. The servant dared not hide any details. That was what the brand's delivery person instructed. Thus, the servant proceeded carefully, making sure not to err. Gu Shiryu spoke up, "Put it here. I'll take it upstairs later." Gu Shiryu was curious about the dress her elder brother sent to that woman. The servant dared not say more and placed the dress down before leaving. Song Ran experienced the strongest blow yet. So Tianyu actually treated that woman so well, personally picking out her gown? Song Ran felt a deep bitterness. The day after tomorrow is Qin Patriarch's birthday feast. I assume Tianyu has also been invited, hence why he wants to bring Yun Yin along. I also received an invitation, Song Ran stated absent-mindedly. Her mind was entirely occupied by Gu Tianyu gifting the dress. When would a man gift a woman such an elegant dress? Noticing Song Ran's somber emotions, Mrs. Gu quickly tried to soothe her. Ran, don't worry. None of us like Yun Yin, that woman. Auntie still hopes you'll be my daughter-in-law. Gu Shiryu nodded, exactly. I've never liked Yun Yin either. She's always so cold-faced, acting as though we owe her millions. It's fine. I'm just feeling a little down, but as long as Tianyu is happy, I'm alright. Song Ran feigned generosity, yet while speaking, her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. How infuriating. Why should Yun Yin, the intruder, snatch away her happiness? Song Ran completely forgot that when Gu Tianyu fell ill, she had subconsciously kept her distance. Now that she saw Gu Tianyu had recovered, she wanted to re-enter his life again. Dear child, stop saying nonsense. We've already chosen you. Trust me. Yun Yin will leave sooner or later, Mrs. Gu assured. Nearby, Gu Shiryu had already opened the box and held up the dress. Upon sight of it, no one could look away. Wow, this dress is absolutely stunning. Gu Shiryu involuntarily marveled at it, wishing she could claim it for herself. It was a custom-made creation from a luxurious brand and obviously expensive. A light blue gown, its ethereal nature evident, especially the tulle on the skirt, looking both upscale and dreamy. Any woman who saw this dress would find it irresistible. Jealousy brimmed in Song Ran's eyes. Thinking of how this dress was custom-made by Gu Tianyu and given to Yun Yin made Song Ran want to tear it into shreds instantly. This thought flickered through her mind and grew increasingly strong. Gu Shiryu seemed to genuinely like the dress, holding it tightly and rushing off to try it on. Gu Shiryu was always rather capricious. No one could stop her from doing what she desired. Moreover, Mrs. Gu typically indulged her. Therefore, Gu Shiryu took the dress to change into it. Song Ran watched all this unfold with a slight upward curve to her lips, immediately coming up with an idea. A short while later, Gu Shiryu emerged, twirling around while holding the hem of the gown. Doesn't it look beautiful? Song Ran nodded. Yes, incredibly gorgeous. It looks as if it were tailor-made for you. Had that servant not said it was meant for Yun Yan, I might have assumed it was yours. Song Ran intentionally sowed discord. As expected, upon hearing this, Gu Shiryu pouted unhappily. Histay. Big brother is too partial. Ever since marrying that woman, he doesn't see me, his own sister, anymore. That's not true. Your big brother definitely loves you the most. Song Ran placated vaguely. Song Ran came over and then pulled on the dress, examining it from left to right, praising it repeatedly. After a while, Gu Shiryu had her fill of trying it on, so she went to change out of it. Mrs. Gu had just gone into the kitchen. After taking it off, due to her anger, Gu Shiryu threw it hard onto the sofa, then went into the bathroom. Seeing no one in the living room, Song Ran looked at the gown, her eyes blazing with fury. Song Ran walked over, pretending to tidy up, and with the sharp object in her hand, she slashed the hem of the dress. Then she sat on the couch as if nothing had happened. After a while, Mrs. Gu came out. Ran, drink another bowl of soup later. I've had someone stew some flour snail chicken soup. It's very fresh and sweet. Wow, Auntie, I am really lucky. You are truly so kind to me. Every time I come, you prepare such delicious food for me. I'll definitely drink another bowl, Song Ran exaggeratedly said. Mrs. Gu smiled brightly. This child's mouth was so sweet. Who wouldn't like such a girl as a daughter-in-law? Unfortunately, Tianyu ended up with that woman, Yun Yan. Thinking about this made her angry. Soon everyone sat down to eat together. Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan did not return for the meal. Song Ran asked seemingly unaware. Are Tianyu and Yun Yan not coming back to eat? Gu Tianyu went golfing with friends. That woman, Yun Yan, never stays home. Who knows what she's busy with? Lacking any sense of being a wife. Mrs. Gu started complaining when she mentioned this. But they should spend weekends with family. That's what I think anyway. We are all so busy during weekdays. Weekends time should be reserved for family, Song Ran wisely commented. Mrs. Gu nodded several times hearing this. You're such a good child. Eat more. By the way, Sister Song Ran. Tonight I'm going to Mai's bar with my friends. Would you like to join us? They are all people you know anyway. Gu Shiryu opened her mouth after seeing the messages sent by them, indicating it would be livelier with more people. Hearing this, Song Ran paused momentarily, suddenly having an idea, then responded. All right, I haven't relaxed outside in a long time. Fantastic, I'll send you the address shortly, Gu Shiryu enthusiastically said. Remember not to stay out too late, Mrs. Gu reminded. Sure, don't worry. If it gets late, I'll call Big Brother to pick me up. Upon hearing this, Song Ran's lips slightly curved upwards, a glint flashing in her eyes that was hard to notice. Chapter 75, a self-directed play. Song Ran was pondering how she could get closer to Gu Tianyu. Who would have thought that the opportunity would come so soon? Indeed, opportunities must be created by oneself. Just because you're going, one, I feel more at ease. You, this girl, love playing too much. I can't trust you, said Mrs. Gu teasingly. Mommy, I've grown up already. I'm not a little girl anymore. Gu Shiryu disliked being treated as a child the most. Yes, you've grown up, and it's time to understand things. Auntie, don't worry, I'll take good care of Shiryu, Song Ran replied with a smile. That's good, this girl will trouble you. After dinner, Song Ran sat for a while, and then left. She didn't want to disturb for too long. There is an art to visiting guests. Staying too long can annoy people. Moreover, Song Ran had important matters to attend to. She needed to prepare. After returning home, Song Ran took care of her skin. It was her weekly essential course. Women mustn't find it troublesome. They should take good care of themselves. Seeing her dewy skin, Song Ran was very satisfied. By evening, Song Ran started getting dressed. To go to the bar, one must dress provocatively. There's no way to dress like a villager. She wore a super short skirt, and just a slight lift of her bottom might reveal her underwear. The fabric shimmered slightly, and her top was a modified shirt. She deliberately left the upper buttons unfastened, creating a partially hidden effect, making her very seductive. It must be admitted that Song Ran was extremely good at dressing herself. Wherever she went, she knew exactly what kind of clothes suited the occasion. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she admired her hourglass figure, full of charm, exuding sexiness with a touch of purity, resembling a student. Song Ran was highly satisfied, and then applied heavy makeup. When going to a bar, heavy makeup is a must since it looks better under the lights. Of course, black stockings and high heels were indispensable. This sexy outfit, regardless of men or even women, was enough to draw many stares. Song Ran became increasingly pleased. Looking at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Apparently, her own grooming had taken some time. Then she picked up a bottle of perfume called Seduction and sprayed herself lightly before leaving satisfactorily. When Song Ran arrived, there were already quite a few people in the bar. Under colorful lights, the music was deafeningly loud, passionate, and vigorous, and many couples were already grooving in the dance pool. The scene was lively, the atmosphere excellent. Song Ran and her companions rented a private room in the main hall, not fully enclosed, allowing interaction with others. As soon as Song Ran walked in, she attracted a lot of intense gazes. Song Ran could sense it, feeling very proud of herself and her allure. She knew where her strengths lay, so she unconsciously displayed them. A few guys whistled at her, but Song Ran paid no attention. These boys weren't her type. Only high-quality men like Gu Tianyu fit her ideal. Gu Shiryu also arrived, dressed rather cutely. Upon seeing Song Ran, Her eyes widened. Sister Song ran. Your figure is so hot. I'm really envious of your body. Gu Shiyu was straightforward and true to her nature. You'll have it someday too. Your figure isn't bad, Song Ran responded with a smile. Then a few of them started drinking alcohol and playing dice games. Song Ran also sat down and held a glass of wine, sipping it slowly. She knew many fervent eyes were on her, so she drank while teasingly playing with her hair, appearing very alluring, as if trying to catch someone's attention. Gu Shiyu and her friends were having fun. At this moment, Gu Shiyu decided to use the restroom, and Song Ran accompanied her. Not long after they left their seats, 3 men followed them out. When they returned from the restroom, these 3 men blocked their path. 2 beauties, drink with us? One of them opened his mouth with a roguish tone. Another one chimed in. Yeah, we've been noticing you for a long time. Let's make friends. Song Ran remained relatively calm. We don't know you. It'd be best if you leave. I like this cool and distant style. Gu Shiyu, like a flower protected in a garden by her family, did not know about the dangers of life. Now encountering such an event, she was genuinely scared. Since all 3 men's attention was solely focused on Song Ran, Gu Shiyu stepped back, pulled out her phone, and called for help. Gu Shiyu called Gu Tianyu. At this time, Gu Tianyu had just finished socializing and happened to be nearby. It would only take a few minutes to get there. Upon receiving Gu Shiyu's call, learning something had happened, it shocked Gu Tianyu, especially knowing they were in a place like a bar. Gu Tianyu immediately turned his car around and drove toward the seductive bar. Gu Tianyu's expression was dark, and he arrived at the bar as fast as he could. Then he went straight in. At this moment, Gu Shiyu was waiting for him by the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Tianyu, Gu Shiyu anxiously said, Brother, you're finally here. Hurry up, or Sister Song Ran will be in trouble. What exactly happened? Are you alright? Gu Tianyu furrowed his brows and asked. Big brother, I'm fine. It's Sister Song Ran who's in trouble. Those people are still harassing her. You come with me. Gu Shiyu was extremely worried. If anything happened to Sister Song Ran, Gu Shiyu wouldn't be able to forgive herself. It was because she had invited Song Ran to come out to the bar, so she pulled Gu Tianyu towards the restroom area. That place was more secluded, and fewer people went there. She didn't know if she'd had too much to drink, but somehow she and Sister Song Ran stumbled over there together. Now a disaster was about to happen. Song Ran had already heard Gu Shiyu calling Gu Tianyu on the phone earlier, and she believed that he would arrive soon. During the struggle just now, she exchanged glances with Gu Shiyu, silently telling her to secretly wait at the entrance for Gu Tianyu. The target of those men was herself, so they didn't pay attention to Gu Shiyu. Song Ran's lips curved slightly. It was worth all the effort she had put into planning everything. So far, everything was going according to her plan. Song Ran's timing was very precise. Very quickly, she spotted a tall and lean figure walking toward her direction. Song Ran pressed her lips lightly and suddenly pretended to look pitiful. Then, with determination, she undid 2 buttons of her shirt, exposing her white, round shoulders. Song Ran suddenly hugged herself, trembling like she was scared. Her sudden actions left those few hoodlums utterly confused. Was this woman possessed? Why did she suddenly unbutton her own clothes? Did she change her mind? Did she decide to play with them? Those 3 small-time hooligans were delighted. Not bad, you're pretty reasonable. Just as one of them was about to touch Song Ran, his hand was abruptly grabbed from behind, and then he was thrown forcefully away. Chapter 76, Failed Confession. The young thug was in great pain, screaming, damn it, who the hell is that? Turning around, he saw Gu Tianyu standing there with a dark expression, just like the cold-faced King Yan. The thug was startled and stammered. You? Who are you? You'd better not interfere with our affairs, or you'll regret it. Gu Tianyu, seeing Song Ran's disheveled state, took off his suit jacket and draped it over Song Ran's shoulders. Then Gu Tianyu told Gu Shiyu to take Song Ran away and wait for him outside the bar. He would come once he had finished handling the situation. Sister Song Ran, don't be afraid, my brother has arrived. Let's go, Gu Shiyu said softly, then helped Song Ran walk out. Actually, Gu Shiyu felt very guilty because it was her request that Sister Song Ran come to the bar this night. If anything happened to Sister Song Ran, she would never forgive herself. Fortunately, brother came on time. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Song Ran looked at Gu Tianyu and was somewhat worried. But Tianyu. No problem, you 2 go out first, Gu Tianyu replied. Thus, Song Ran and Gu Shiyu both walked out. Those thugs, seeing Song Ran leaving and looking at Gu Tianyu's cold face, hastily explained, we didn't touch her. Her clothes unbuttoned themselves. These few thugs knew from one look at Gu Tianyu that he was not an ordinary person. This man carried an icy and intimidating presence. His aura was powerful and terrifying. They could also sense that this man could crush them as easily as ants. So they were scared now. Gu Tianyu reached out and grabbed the collar of one thug's shirt and harshly warned, say that again. The thug's collar was pulled, making him almost unable to breathe. Truly, we're not lying. It's that woman. Suddenly, something flashed in the thug's mind. Damn, they had been set up. That woman did it on purpose. He didn't know what her intentions were, but the thug was sure that the woman intentionally lured them into a trap. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Don't trust pretty women. Damn, next time if he sees that woman, he will surely teach her a good lesson. Gu Tianyu did not listen to their explanations and fiercely knocked them down to the ground. Within just a few minutes, these few small-time thugs lay sprawled on the ground, beaten up badly. Brother, we were wrong. Please stop hitting us. We won't dare do it again. The several small-time thugs deeply regretted indulging in lust. Lust truly brings ruin. Look here, they gained nothing sweet and ended up losing their teeth. If they thought stealing chickens wouldn't get caught, they've lost a whole chicken instead. Gu Tianyu stepped on one thug's back with his foot and sternly warned that if it happens again, it wouldn't be settled so easily. The few thugs nodded their heads. How dare they repeat such mistake? Who dares to confront a ghost when afraid of the dark? Today was indeed a bad day. Too unlucky. That woman was really poisonous. After Gu Tianyu taught those thugs a lesson, he then walked out of the bar. Song Ran was wearing Gu Tianyu's suit jacket, the unique smell of a man wafting through the air. Song Ran thought it smelled particularly nice and gave a strong sense of security. Gu Tianyu heard about the incident and immediately rushed over. Does this mean he still cares about her? Song Ran pressed her lips together, her red lips gleaming. She had a bit of alcohol tonight, and her face turned red. She wanted to use her drunkenness to gather courage and do something. Song Ran, are you okay? Gu Tianyu noticed her standing there, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. No, Tianyu, I'm really sorry to bother you so late. Song Ran apologized. It's fine, just as long as none of you are hurt. Don't come to places like bars next time. They can be chaotic, little way. Gu Tianyu spoke solemnly. All right, understood, Song Ran nodded. She normally didn't like coming to such places anyway. She generally went to upscale clubs with friends. Tonight, however, was part of her plan, but it seemed she succeeded in some way. At least Gu Tianyu came. He still cared about her greatly. Let's go. I'll send you both back home, Gu Tianyu suggested. Brother, you take Sister Song Ran home. I drove here. I'll call a ride service, Gu Shiyu replied. Now she needed to behave well, or she might be confined to her house after returning home. Gu Shiyu didn't want to leave with Gu Tianyu, because she knew her brother would definitely nag her. Therefore, she decided to return on her own. Fine, go back now, Gu Tianyu agreed with a nod. Gu Shiyu is an adult, not a 3-year-old child anymore. Therefore, Gu Tianyu wouldn't manage her too strictly. She was an adult now and needed some space. So Gu Tianyu decided to send Song Ran home. Song Ran sat in the passenger seat, really wanting to give Gu Tianyu a big hug. All the kindness and gifts she showered upon Gu Shiyu hadn't been in vain, if it meant gaining this opportunity. She didn't know if Gu Shiyu had deliberately created this chance for her. Regardless, Song Ran did not want to miss out on this opportunity. Song Ran pulled the suit jacket tighter around herself and looked at Gu Tianyu's fingers gripping the steering wheel. Long, distinctively jointed, and very handsome. How could there be such a perfect man? Song Ran pursed her lips slightly, then pretended to shift her gaze. Her heart was pounding fiercely. Song Ran hadn't spent time alone with Gu Tianyu for a long while, so she felt a bit nervous now. She wanted to say something, but saw that Gu Tianyu was concentrating on driving, so she kept quiet. Soon they arrived at the entrance of her residential complex. Song Ran was reluctant to part ways, feeling that the ride had been too short. Sitting in the car, she took off the jacket. Tianyu, thank you. Do you want to come up for a cup of coffee? Song Ran mustered all her courage to ask. She even dared not look at Gu Tianyu, feeling embarrassed. No, it's quite late. You'd better go back inside and rest. Gu Tianyu rejected without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Song Ran's face showed a tinge of disappointment. Tianyu, actually, I like you. I've always loved you. I know you don't like Yun Yan. You were forced into marrying her. I can wait. This confession had long been on Song Ran's mind, but she couldn't find the right moment to say it. But tonight, with this good opportunity, she seized it and confessed. Gu Tianyu paused, feeling it absurd before coldly responding. Song Ran, you're drunk tonight and talking nonsense. Initially, I married Yun Yan to bring joy to our families, but she is cute, beautiful, kind, a treasure of a woman. I like her. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said, and you shouldn't mention it again. Upon hearing this, Song Ran's face turned ashen white. Being rejected so harshly made Song Ran wish there was a crack in the ground where she could hide. She refused to believe that what Tianyu said was true. How could he possibly fall for someone like Yun Yan? Chapter 77. The dress was torn. Song Ran felt extremely embarrassed. She took off her coat, opened the car door, and said, I'm sorry, Tianyu, I drank too much. After saying that, she closed the car door and hurriedly left. Song Ran never expected Gu Tianyu to say he had already fallen for Yun Yan. How could it be possible? What does that woman Yun Yan have going for her? Did she bewitch Gu Tianyu? Stumbling back home, Song Ran threw her phone onto the bed with great force. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt like a complete fool. She went through all the effort to dress up just to catch Gu Tianyu's eye, yet he didn't even glance at her. How could he actually like that woman Yun Yan? Song Ran was on the verge of breaking down. No, Gu Tianyu belongs to her. He cannot be taken away by that woman Yun Yan. A determined glint appeared in Song Ran's eyes. She wouldn't lose. Everything she set her sights on, she would ultimately obtain. After returning home, Gu Tianyu saw that Gu Shiryu's car was already parked in the garage, so he returned directly to Ting Garden. The room's light was still on, so Yun Yan hadn't gone to sleep yet. When Gu Tianyu entered, Yun Yan had just finished her work. Seeing Gu Tianyu come in, she was slightly stunned and asked, You're back. Why haven't you rested yet? Gu Tianyu inquired. I'm preparing, Yun Yan responded. As Gu Tianyu approached, Yun Yan faintly smelled a strong perfume scent. Since Yun Yan rarely used perfumes, she was particularly sensitive to these kinds of stimulating odors. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back to avoid him. Why don't you go take a shower? Yun Yan urged. Are you hinting at something? Gu Tianyu teased with a touch of suggestive smile on his face. Hinting at what? There's a smell of cigarettes and alcohol all over you. Hurry up and take a shower. Yun Yan responded rather impatiently. All right, as you wish, my dear wife. After saying this, Gu Tianyu laughed and went to take a shower. It was hard to believe, but they weren't truly husband and wife yet. Although they shared the same bed, nothing had happened. If this was spoken out loud, It might not be believed, or people might think Gu Tianyu had issues in certain areas. Actually, Gu Tianyu found himself enduring quite a lot of frustration, but he didn't want to force Yun Yan. He hoped that their relationship would develop naturally, because their marriage had been sudden and they lacked a proper emotional foundation. Therefore, Gu Tianyu didn't want to scare Yun Yan off. He wanted their feelings to grow mutually and things to happen smoothly. So, Gu Tianyu had taken countless cold showers. After all, with such a beautiful woman constantly in front of him, and he wasn't able to do anything about it. But Gu Tianyu felt that their feelings were growing warmer. It was time to find an opportunity to talk to Yun Yan. After finishing his shower, Gu Tianyu came out and found that Yun Yan had already fallen asleep. This carefree little woman. She clearly had no idea what effect she had on him. Seeing her delicate legs exposed outside the blanket, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle softly before walking over to cover Yun Yan with the blanket. Looking at her angelic face, Gu Tianyu felt contentment. He wondered what merit he possessed to deserve marrying such a wonderful woman. It was undoubtedly fate's blessing to send Yun Yan to him during his hardest times, healing his illness. Gu Tianyu turned off the lights and held Yun Yan as they drifted into dreams. Yun Yan had been very busy lately. Yes, Qin Lao's birthday banquet was approaching. On this particular morning, Yun Yan woke up earlier than usual since she had to attend Qin Lao's birthday banquet at noon today. Thus, she had to get ready early. Given the tight schedule, she decided not to go to the beauty salon. In fact, being a designer herself with an impeccable sense of aesthetics, she simply chose to prepare herself at home due to her usual laziness. After freshening up, Yun Yan walked downstairs to find Gu Tianyu already eating breakfast. Good morning, come over quickly and have breakfast, Gu Tianyu greeted her. All right, I'll do that. Yun Yan went over, sat down, and started eating. With no body anxiety and staying slim regardless of how much she ate, Yun Yan dug into her meal without hesitation. Gu Tianyu enjoyed watching Yun Yan eat because she did so enthusiastically, unlike other women who pretended to be full after a few bites as if their stomachs were as small as sparrows. After breakfast, Yun Yan went upstairs to prepare. The maid had already placed the evening gown in her room. Yun Yan had not tried it on previously since Gu Tianyu had ordered it according to her measurements. Actually, this gown had already been reserved. Initially meant as a gift, its current use was more fitting now. Perfect timing, it came into play perfectly. Upon reaching upstairs, Yun Yan began applying makeup and styling herself. Only when everything else was done did she start changing into the gown. The dress hung on the rack, and Yun Yan glanced at it. It was very nice. Gu Tianyu had great taste. The dresses from this brand were extremely famous and usually required advance reservation. Therefore, Yun Yan was a bit confused about how Gu Tianyu managed to get the dress so quickly, unless he had reserved it earlier. When Yun Yan was about to change into the dress, she suddenly paused. The hem of the dress seemed to have been torn by some sharp object. The tear was quite large, so Yun Yan noticed it immediately as she approached. When did this happen? The brand store should not make such a low-level mistake, right? Would they deliver a damaged dress? Yun Yan pressed her lips together as time was pressing. It would also be troublesome to fetch a new dress. For such banquets, one generally fears encountering someone else wearing the same dress, so one usually doesn't randomly buy one outside. If that happens, it would be incredibly awkward. Yun Yan was pondering how to solve this problem. At that moment, Gu Tianyu knocked and came in. Are you ready? Seeing Yun Yan lost in thought, Gu Tianyu asked, what's wrong? Yun Yan pointed helplessly at the tear. The dress is torn. What? When Gu Tianyu saw the torn part of the dress, he was shocked speechless. He examined it repeatedly, then frowned and said, how could this happen? Did it come torn from the store, or was it intentionally torn afterward? The store shouldn't make such a mistake. Then take it to the store now for repair, see if it can be salvaged. Yun Yan shook her head. There's no time, and the repair will leave marks, making it look unappealing. There were only over 2 hours left before the banquet. Then pick another one. Gu Tianyu's face turned somewhat unpleasant. Considering it might be intentional, he felt puzzled. This dress was directly delivered to their house and placed in Yun Yan's room, untouched by anyone. How could it get torn? This matter was suspicious. No need. This issue won't be hard for me. I'll redesign it, and it'll be quick. Yun Yan pressed her lips, quickly coming up with a plan. Chapter 78. Alter the dress herself. Gu Tianyu paused for a moment. What did Yun Yan mean? Did she alter her own clothes? Meanwhile, Gu Shiru was downstairs eating fruit and feeling somewhat downcast. She knew Yun Yan would attend the birthday banquet of Mr. Qin's with her older brother today, but she wasn't going. Thus, she felt rather bored. After the incident at the bar, she hadn't contacted Song Ran again. She was worried that Song Ran would be dragged into trouble because of her once more. After finishing her fruit, she noticed the maid looking for needle and thread as well as scissors, and she became curious. Upon inquiring, she learned that Yun Yan wanted these to alter her evening gown. What? Alter the dress? Gu Shiru was surprised. Wasn't the gown fine already? How could it not fit? It was made to standard measurements. With curiosity, she went over to Ting Garden. At this moment, Yun Yan was holding the needle and thread along with scissors that the maid had brought. Her actions were swift, and without hesitation, she tore the piece of damaged tool with a tear sound. Gu Tianyu didn't interrupt Yun Yan. He believed that Yun Yan had a great idea. Gu Shiru stood there, perplexed, forgetting to knock on the door before rushing inside. What's going on? Why destroy such a perfect gown? Was Yun Yan insane? Such an elegant gown. She envied it herself. Yet here she was ruining it? Yun Yan responded indifferently. There's a tear in the hem. It's impossible. It's still in good condition. Gu Shiru asserted decisively. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu frowned slightly. Why are you so sure? Have you seen this gown? Gu Shiru inwardly cursed herself, regretting getting involved where she shouldn't. See, Now she'd gotten herself into trouble. Originally, if she hadn't spoken up, no one would have suspected anything. But Gu Shiru wouldn't admit. No, I haven't seen it. Shiru, it's best you tell the truth, Gu Tianyu said knowingly. He understood his sister well. When she lied, she always stammered. Gu Shiru looked down, forcing herself to say, the day the maid brought it in, I got curious and took a peek. But I swear, the dress was in good shape then, without any tears. Sister Song can vouch for me. She happened to visit Mom that day. Could it have been accidentally ruined by the maid? Asked Gu Tianyu. Probably not. Gu Shiru shook her head. She'd been watching carefully that day. Seeing Yun Yin cutting and stitching away, Gu Shiru was rendered speechless. Did Yun Yin think she was playing housewife games? The Qin family was an illustrious old aristocratic family. She would look disgraceful appearing improperly dressed, bringing shame to the Gu family. Unable to resist, Gu Shiru blurted out, I've dresses in my wardrobe. Go pick one. In principle, Gu Shiru had no intention of meddling with Yun Yin, but since this represented the Gu family's face abroad, how could she let them laugh at her later? I'm sorry, I don't wear secondhand clothing. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness. Besides, I'll soon finish altering it myself, Yun Yin replied, not turning around, focused solely on her sewing work. Now Yun Yin wasn't particularly interested in investigating who was responsible. Since Song Ran had come over, many possibilities arose. Even though she lacked evidence, Yun Yin was certain that this tear was intentional. What do you mean? Are you calling me dirty? I was just trying to help, truly unappreciated. Gu Shiru complained indignantly. With irritation, Yun Yin retorted, I didn't say that. If you have time, why don't we check the surveillance footage together? We could find out how this gown was damaged. Once this statement was made, Gu Shiru fell silent and dared not utter another word. Because she had tried on the gown earlier, and if they checked the surveillance, it would undoubtedly expose her deceit. Gu Tianyu observed Yun Yin bending over intently, meticulously sewing and repairing, and he felt a sigh of admiration within him. Was his young wife a master of all skills? There seemed to be nothing that could stump her. Yun Zhen, is it done? Gu Tianyu asked with concern. After all, these tasks required professional expertise. It wouldn't be embarrassing not to know either. Not long now. Trust me, it will be better than before, Yun Zhen said confidently. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiru couldn't help rolling her eyes, blowing their trumpet too loudly. Better than before? How dare she even say that? This gown came from an international brand, its reputation almost on par with WY, one of the best gown brands. How did Yun Yin have the audacity to claim her casual alterations surpassed the original version? Her audacity was unparalleled. Initially wanting to leave, Gu Shiru now decided to stay and watch what Yun Yin would make of the gown. Don't lose all your dignity right at home. Coolly, Gu Shiru remarked. If you don't hurry up, the party will end. As Yun Jin cut off the last thread, she spoke up, it's done. After saying that, she lifted up the gown. Just now, she tore away the damaged part. Now, the gown was short in front and long in back. Then, at the torn edge, she fixed it with a special stitching technique, making it look like lace, a very novel design. It looked perfectly natural, without any sense of incongruity. When she lifted up the dress, Gu Shiru's eyes were transfixed in amazement. She was deeply stunned and couldn't express her feelings in words. Goodness! After being altered, the gown became even more beautiful. Previously, it seemed somewhat intricate, but after shortening the front, it now looked refreshingly elegant. It had an extremely strong sense of design. Gu Shiru's expression suddenly became complex. She had already prepared what to say to confront Yun Yin, but after seeing the gown, she found that there was no way she could say anything against her conscience. Yun Yin examined the dress, finding no issues. Hence, she hurried into the changing room to change clothes as time was very pressing. When Yun Yin emerged, both Gu Tianyu and Gu Shiru were mesmerized, because it was simply too stunning. After the modifications, this evening gown draped over her body beautifully. The gown had layers from the front to the back, looking far away like a mermaid's tail. It accentuated her slim waist. When walking, it revealed parts of her thighs subtly, creating a very seductive charm. Gu Tianyu always knew his young wife was beautiful, but when dressed in formal wear, she appeared almost like a different person. Her hairstyle was simple. She just pulled her hair up, exposing her white and delicate neck. She now exuded grace and elegance, resembling a princess. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal. Gu Shiru eventually mumbled under her breath. Not bad. Gu Tianyu nodded, expressing satisfaction. Absolutely stunning. My princess. Upon hearing this, Yun Yin blushed slightly. Still, she was quite content. Thereafter, the two left. As Gu Shiru watched their retreating backs, she pressed her lips together and thought inwardly. She never expected that Yun Yin would have such skills. She possessed real design talent and dexterous hands. Gu Shiru had a premonition that Yun Yin would surely captivate everyone present tonight. Chapter 79. Humiliation by one's own doing. When Gu Tianyu and Yun Yin arrived, many guests were already present. Mr. Qin was highly respected and well known in the business community. Thus, a lot of people came to celebrate his birthday. When Gu Tianyu and Yun Yin appeared together, they indeed drew a great deal of attention. Many people who saw Yun Yin let out exclamations of admiration. Wow, that must be Mr. Gu's wife, right? Her dress is stunning. Yes, this design is so unique. She looks like a queen. Indeed, look at her legs. They're so straight. It's really quite enviable. Praises kept echoing around. Yun Yin paid no heed to them. She looked around, wanting to see if Yi He and Hong's sister had come, but didn't see them for the time being. Mr. Qin was truly influential. There were quite a number of people tonight. All elites, upper-class individuals. Song Ran stood not far away, looking at Yunyan, seething inside. Every time Yunyan showed up, she amazed everyone present. Even though Song Ran had dressed meticulously, when compared with Yunyan, she felt immediately reduced to nothing. That's right. Why did the dress Yunyan wore seem familiar? No, her dress had been torn by her. But this one looked very similar to that one. Only the skirt, which had been cut, looked different. Could it be that she modified it herself? Regardless, all the limelight was taken by Yunyan. It seemed like she could effortlessly overshadow every socialite present. Song Ran truly couldn't bear it. She absolutely wouldn't allow Yunyan to remain so content. Song Ran stayed inconspicuous, her gaze always following Yunyan, waiting for an opportunity to irritate her. After everyone arrived, they congregated in small groups chatting. Gu Tianyu had just arrived and was already surrounded by many people. Everyone wanted to converse with him. Yunyan whispered to him quietly, intending to find something to eat, because she didn't want to be stared at like a monkey, and those people were rather insincere, flattering them constantly. Gu Tianyu smiled gently, understanding her feelings, then called her a little closer and told her to look for him later. Everyone present found this situation surprising. They hadn't seen such a gentle side of Mr. Gu. Unimaginable that he spoke to his wife so tenderly. After escaping from the crowd, Yunyan thought about walking around to clear her head. Unconsciously, she made her way to the garden at the back. There were many precious flowers planted here, especially orchids, which were very beautiful and emitted fragrant scents intermittently. Just at this moment, someone else also walked over. Yunyan noticed immediately. The person was standing behind her. When Yunyan turned around, she saw Song Ran standing there. Yunyan involuntarily furrowed her brows slightly. What's the matter? Song Ran gave a faint smile. Yunyan, I'm really impressed with you. How can you still have the leisure to admire flowers at a time like this? What do you mean? What's wrong at a time like this? Yunyan felt confused. Each encounter with Song Ran never boded well. It seemed fatefully they clashed. Ever since meeting Song Ran, her life had become less peaceful. Yunyan, do you know who Tianyu was with the night before last? Song Ran said triumphantly. Yunyan slightly knitted her brows. The night before last? Ah yes, she remembered now. That day, she didn't know where Gu Tianyu went, and he returned rather late. Yunyan remembered that there was a strong perfume scent on him. Yunyan's nose was very sensitive. Being close to Song Ran, she faintly smelled that scent again. Here amidst the mild fragrance of flowers, Song Ran's perfume easily dominated the atmosphere. Since Song Ran brought this up, and considering their matching perfumes, were they together that evening? Yunyan responded calmly. Miss Song, you're talking about that night when Gu Tianyu was with you, right? I know. Song Ran was momentarily stunned. She tried to read some unusual expression on Yunyan's face, but found that Yunyan remained calm. It couldn't be possible. How could any woman, upon knowing her husband was with another woman, stay unbothered? Unless this woman didn't love that man. Or perhaps Yunyan was faking composure. Humph. You feign calmness. Of course, that night we were together. He even personally drove me home. Tianyu and I are childhood sweethearts. Our bond runs deep. Even after his marriage, what difference does it make? Song Ran said in an extremely arrogant tone. That kind of smug mistress who makes you grind your teeth in anger. Yunyan smiled faintly. Miss Song, my marriage with Gu Tianyu has not yet dissolved, and you're already making desperate attempts to take my place. Do you know that, in ancient times, your kind of behavior would result in being drowned in a pig cage? It was you who inserted yourself into our relationship. We were originally a perfect match. Song Ran accused. Is that so? Back then when Gu Tianyu was poisoned and on his deathbed, why didn't you marry him for good luck? Now all of a sudden, you start preaching about your love. How truly noble. Yunyan mocked. Anyway, Tianyu will never like you. Song Ran exploded in anger. It seemed no matter what she said, Yunyan always remained calm. So Song Ran became even angrier out of shame. Her punches were hitting cotton. They had no effect whatsoever. Is that so? If he likes you, why didn't he marry you? In fact, I could divorce him at any time, but he refuses. By the way, the day he came back, he immediately took a shower. He detests strong vulgar perfumes the most, which you happen to wear. Yunyan's lips curled into a slight smile as she spoke. Song Ran's face instantly turned a bit sour. You're lying. My perfume is from an international luxury brand. Song Ran felt humiliated. Is that so? If you don't believe me, ask Gu Tianyu. By the way, I would still like to remind Miss Song to mind her image. Being unmarried, yet constantly judged on a married man makes you look really bad. Yunyan sneered. Initially, Song Ran intended to intimidate Yunyan, but in the end, it was herself who got shamed. Song Ran burned with rage, but Yunyan walked past her as if nothing had happened. This was indeed utterly disgraceful. Yet, Yunyan still felt a little uneasy inside. Damn it, that night, Gu Tianyu wasn't socializing. He was with Song Ran. They had agreed to be faithful during their marriage, but this despicable man, and he let his mistress embarrass her right in front of her. This is outrageous. Yunyan decided to confront Gu Tianyu when she returned home. When Yunyan made her way back to the hall, more guests had arrived. The birthday banquet was about to begin, and the scene was lively. Soon, everyone saw Grandpa Qin walking in with a cane. Upon seeing him, everyone gathered around to exchange pleasantries. Grandpa Qin greeted everyone with a smile, but a closer look revealed signs of fatigue on his face. Chapter 80, an identical thumb ring. Everyone was presenting their gifts one after another. Naturally, coming to a birthday banquet required bringing a gift. Song Ran had also considered this. Once everyone had presented their gifts, she took out an elegant wooden box. Grandpa Qin, this is my gift for you. I know how much you like thumb rings, so I asked the auction house to help me find a jadeite thumb ring. Take a look and see if you like it. After Song Ran finished speaking, she opened the box, revealing the thumb ring inside that glimmered with vibrant colors. Upon seeing it, everyone gasped in admiration. The thumb ring had excellent color, emanating a green luster. The jade was ancient jade, crystal clear, and evidently very expensive, a top-of-the-line item among rarities. Everyone knew how much Grandpa Chin adored thumb rings. His collection consisted of pieces worthy of being treasures. They were made of various materials and certainly not ordinary thumb rings. Song Ran was aware of this and gave something so valuable precisely to encourage cooperation between her family, the Song family, and the Chin family. Given how powerful the Chin family was, forging a partnership would make everything worthwhile. Therefore, representing her family, Song Ran came to attend this birthday banquet with such intentions in mind. One must give gifts tailored exactly to someone's heart's desires. Hence, Song Ran had done her research beforehand. She learned that the old man cherished thumb rings above all else. This was indeed something she painstakingly managed to acquire. Seeing everyone gathered around, continuously praising the piece, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Tonight, no one should surpass the value of her present. Some people, who clearly understood quality, immediately recognized it. Isn't this the thumb ring from the Song dynasty auctioned off recently? The guests were all wealthy or noble, accustomed to playing with antiques, and thus someone identified it. Everyone looked on. This thousand-seal thumb ring was truly rare. Having money didn't guarantee obtaining it. That's true. I saw it in the auction catalog before. It started at several million. Right, many people liked it, but when they saw the price, they gave up. Unbelievable that Miss Song managed to bid for it. Really thoughtful. Everyone was discussing the thumb ring, filled with admiration. Listening to them, Song Ran's heart was full of satisfaction. She intended to target what he liked best and achieve the perfect hit. One cannot trap a wolf without parting with one's young. This time, she spared no expense. At least now, she had left a deep impression on Grandpa Chin. Grandpa Chin received it with joy, exclaiming, "What extravagance, child! Grandpa Chin, as long as you like it, that's fine. Knowing your fondness for thumb rings, I previously had someone keep an eye out for them. Luckily, no one else bid successfully." A delighted expression graced Grandpa Chin's kind face. Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan approached. Seeing Yun Yan, Grandpa Chin quickly handed the thumb ring to a nearby steward and walked over to warmly shake hands with her. "Girl, you finally come. I thought you wouldn't visit me again this time," Grandpa Chin said with a touch of petulance. Yun Yan found it quite amusing. Who could have imagined that Grandpa had such a childlike side? He seemed almost like an old boy at play. "Grandpa Chin, here I am. Actually, I wanted to take some time to visit you too." As Yun Yan spoke, she firmly grasped the old man's wrist and began feeling his pulse casually. After a moment, she let go and sighed helplessly. "Grandpa Chin, you're not listening well again, are you? Have you been resting poorly lately? You're lacking energy. You sly girl, nothing escapes you. Rest assured, I'll follow your advice." Grandpa Chin chuckled contentedly. Seeing this, others were shocked speechless. When had they ever seen the old master so delighted? And towards a young woman, no less. What was their relationship? It appeared as though they knew each other very well. Seeing this, Song Ran was utterly discontent. Despite gifting something so precious to Grandpa Chin, she hadn't seen him so happy with her. But why was he laughing so merrily upon seeing Yun Yan? It seemed as if they hadn't met in a long while and were reuniting as old friends. This made Song Ran intensely envious. She couldn't let Yun Yan steal the limelight. Pretending to approach, Song Ran spoke up. "I didn't expect that Miss Yun and Grandpa Chin were so familiar." Grandpa Chin nodded. "Yes, this girl is actually my savior." Due to previous agreements with Yun Yan, Grandpa Chin refrained from saying more. Song Ran revealed a look of surprise. "Is that so? I wonder what gift Miss Yun has prepared for Grandpa Chin's birthday." Song Ran intentionally spoke up. She wanted Yun Yan to be embarrassed. If Yun Yan's gift was nothing significant compared to her own lavish offering, then Song Ran hoped she'd suffer a great loss of face. She awaited Yun Yan's discomfort eagerly. However, just as her words trailed off, two men dressed in black suits walked over. On their chests was a name tag that read Joshua Auction House, and they were also wearing white gloves. One of them held a Jingzhur Corinthian box in his hands, which looked very expensive. These should be the staff of Joshua Auction House. Joshua Auction House is the most famous and largest auction house in Jiang City. Many antiques and paintings are auctioned here, but no one knew why they were here now. Someone recognized that the person holding the Corinthian box was Manager Bai of the auction house. Manager Bai approached Grandpa Chin respectfully and said, "Mr. Chin, hello, we've come to deliver your birthday gift. A guest has purchased an antique from our auction house for you." Everyone was stunned for a moment. What kind of guest could be so generous to purchase an antique at the Joshua Auction House? Anyone who understood knew that the items auctioned at Joshua Auction House were all extremely costly, and even more valuable was the fact that the manager delivered it personally. Everyone was curious. What antique had been sent? The thumb ring just presented had already been an outstanding piece. Could this antique surpass it? Soon, Manager Bai handed the Corinthian box to Grandpa Chin. Then he turned toward Yun Yan and said, "Miss Yun, we have successfully delivered the auction item." Yun Yan nodded. "Good, thank you for your efforts." Everyone was dumbfounded. So it was actually Mrs. Gu's gift? People became even more curious. What was the gift? Yun Yan turned her head toward Grandpa Chin and spoke. "Grandpa Chin, please open it and see if you like it." Grandpa Chin laughed and replied, "All right, young lady, you've spent another fortune on me, but I am deeply honored by your visit alone." After all, no amount of money could possibly persuade Yun Yan to come. Yun Yan smiled. Grandpa Chin carefully opened the Corinthian box. Upon seeing it, everyone gasped in astonishment. How could this be? Exactly the same? How is this possible? Yes, upon seeing the item inside, everyone was completely speechless. Because within the box was also a thumb ring, and this thumb ring was identical to the one Song Ran had just given. That's right, there was no mistake. It was a 1,000-seal thumb ring. Chapter 81. Whose is the fake? Suddenly, everyone started whispering. They found it hard to believe. This was the 1,000-year-old Song Dynasty Shibunjur, which was one of a kind. How could there be two identical ones? They looked as if they had no differences at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Because this was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. Grandpa Qin, seeing these gifts, was also shocked. He too was encountering this for the first time. Earlier, he thought Yunyan had given another antique. But Yunyan knew Grandpa Qin's preferences well, so it must have been carefully selected. She instructed Yihi to find it for her since he had a wide network of contacts, enabling him to find it at an auction house. Similarly shocked was Song Ran, whose eyes were bulging with astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. How could there be two identical presents? However, everyone knew that definitely one was authentic and one was a forgery. Song Ran was very sure hers was genuine. She spent over 10 million yuan on it at auction. In fact, Yunyan was also shocked. When she saw Song Ran's gift earlier, she was quite surprised but quickly regained her composure. Time was pressing, and there was no time to replace the gift. Moreover, she trusted Jiashir Auction House, a century-old established auction house that would not deceive anyone. Otherwise, they would be out of business. Under everyone's watchful eyes, delivering a fake would mean unimaginable consequences. So Yunyan said nothing. Gu Tianyu walked over. He too had just seen the event unfold, his eyes briefly showing a flicker of surprise. Yunyan, what's going on? Even though his voice wasn't loud, Yunyan heard it. Her lips twitched slightly. If she didn't mishear, Gu Tianyu had just called her Yunyan, as if it was the first time, and in front of everyone. Yunyan's face turned a little warm, feeling rather embarrassed. I don't know. Yunyan turned her head toward Manager Bai. Manager Bai, shouldn't you explain why there are two identical bonjures? Miss Yan, please rest assured. This is the one you purchased for 20 million yuan from our auction house, and it's genuine. We won't deceive our customers, Manager Bai stated. But how can there be two identical ones? Could both be real? Someone questioned doubtfully. Manager Bai responded, that's impossible. There's only one Song Dynasty bonjur, and we're the only auction house that has it. All others are fakes. He thumped his chest confidently, guaranteeing its authenticity. Nonsense. Mine was also purchased at the Jiashir auction house, and I paid several tens of millions of yuan. Here's my invoice and transfer records, so it certainly can't be a fake. Song Ran hastily defended herself. After all, it concerns the matter of reputation. Song Ran couldn't believe hers was a fake. After all, she paid a large sum of money. Manager Bai furrowed his brows. Miss, may I ask which staff member handled your transaction? Recently, many people have fallen victim to scams related to this. You'd better investigate further. Why is yours considered real then? I see that yours is fake. I reserved mine early, and it's first come, first served, so obviously, yours must be the fake one pretending to be real. Song Ran scolded. She couldn't accept that she had bought a fake. How could that be? If what she sent was a fake, she would be humiliated today without face. It would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the upper-class society. The problem was, she paid money. How could it possibly be a fake? When Manager Bai heard the accusation that his was fake, he frowned and countered. This relates to our auction house's reputation, Mississippi. Please investigate thoroughly. People around them began discussing the matter. That's right. In the past, all my auctions were managed by Manager Bai, who has rich experience. Indeed, Manager Bai has worked in this field for many years, possessing sharp judgment, and there's no way he would make mistakes. I trust Manager Bai's integrity. He wouldn't produce fakes. Yes, if it were truly fake, we would have reported it already. Everyone sided with Yunyan, thinking there was no issue with Manager Bai, and he would not fabricate lies. Song Ran was indeed panicked. She loudly said, I'm telling the truth. There's no way I could buy a fake for Grandpa Qin. Look, here's my purchase receipt and certification of appraisal. After finishing her words, Song Ran took out her purchase receipt from her bag. Then she showed it to everyone. Manager Bai glanced at it and asked, your transaction was handled by Manager Qin? Song Ran nodded. Yes, Manager Qin also works at the Jiashir auction house. Yes, he used to be, but now he's been expelled from the auction house because he lost his mind and sold forgeries as authentic items to make a profit. Then, the customers exposed him, reported it to the police, and he was arrested. He used the swindled money for indulgence in food, drink, and gambling. Because of his corrupted character, he has been dismissed by the auction house. Manager Bai said seriously. Now it all made sense. Thus, it wasn't hard to see that Song Ran had been scammed. So her Shibunjuru was a fake. As everyone looked at her, Song Ran felt extremely embarrassed. She wanted nothing more than to have a crack on the ground so she could just disappear into it. Manager Bai consoled her. Miss Song, you should file a report to the police as soon as possible and check whether you can recover some of your losses. Song Ran glanced at the crowd, then pressed her lips together before leaving in a disheveled manner. She originally thought that spending a large sum of money would help her get Qin Grandpa's cherished item, but she never expected it to be a forgery. Could anything be more embarrassing? However, Grandpa Qin still offered comforting words. It's not Song Ran's fault. That manager went too far. Everyone nodded to show their understanding. Thus, the matter was put to rest. Yunyan watched as Grandpa Qin kept examining the Shibunjur, turning it left and right, finding it amusing. Grandpa Qin, this is for you. You can look at it however you like. Wow, you've given me such a valuable gift. I should return the favor. Qin Grandpa spoke politely. Grandpa Qin, if you say so, then there's something I'd like to ask you. I know you have wild snow lotus flowers, and I happen to be developing a pill. If it's convenient for you, could you sell me some? Yun seized the opportunity to inquire. No problem. What's selling? I'll give it to you straight out. The herb won't serve much purpose in my hands, but with you, it will be well utilized. Qin Grandpa smiled and replied. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. By the way, when I'm done developing it, I'll send you a few pills. They are for replenishing qi and enriching blood. Great. The old man smiled broadly. He knew that these pills couldn't be bought with money and had astonishing effects. So this matter was settled. Yun was also surprised how smoothly everything had gone, but she had indeed come to wish him happy longevity. Gu Tianyu glanced at Yun and found it quite surprising. Did his young wife have a good relationship with old Qin? Chapter 82. Sense of Crisis. Yun knew that Gu Tianyu was curious, but she didn't bother to explain. Since they would part ways eventually, there was no need for him to know so much. If Gu Tianyu knew Yun thought this way, he would definitely explode with anger. After a short while, Yun saw Yi He and Hong's sister, and the three chatted briefly. Knowing that Mr. Qin agreed to give away the wild snow lotus made them both happy and astonished. It's only possible because of Yun's efforts. The birthday banquet was lively, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. When she returned home, Yun felt a bit down without really knowing why. Maybe it was because Song Rant's words made her uncomfortable. Strange, in the past, these kinds of words never affected her. It seemed she was simply too idle. The situation at Yun family wasn't very calm recently. Repeated investment errors had happened, and if they did not receive an injection of funds soon, the Yun group would face bankruptcy. Yun was extremely busy, going out early in the morning and returning late at night every day. He Weiwei didn't inquire much, knowing that business matters were headache-inducing enough. She tried not to disturb Yun, but somehow, she felt Yun had changed a lot recently. Previously, he liked to talk about his company affairs when he got home. But now, as soon as he returned, he went straight into his room. The couple hadn't had a proper chat in a long time, let alone any form of marital intimacy. By the time He Weiwei realized something was off, it already seemed amiss. It looked like she also needed to show more concern for her husband. Otherwise, problems might arise, and then it would truly be a moment of despair with nowhere to cry. The next day, He Weiwei decided to visit Yun at the office for lunch. They hadn't eaten together or exchanged thoughts for a long time. The noon break was the only available slot where Yun had some free time. Thinking about how cold Yun had been towards her recently, He Weiwei dressed up especially today. She put on a meticulous makeup look and wore a new dress. The dress had a unique design. Above the chest, there was a layer of chiffon, subtly alluring. He Weiwei exuded an air of sophistication and charm. After looking herself over in the mirror, she was quite satisfied. Dressed in expensive fashion, holding a designer bag, He Weiwei left the house. As soon as He Weiwei arrived at the company, the receptionist greeted her respectfully. Originally, the receptionist intended to make a call to notify Yun, but He Weiwei stopped her, because she wanted to give Mr. Yun a surprise. Thus, He Weiwei took the elevator upstairs. He Weiwei hadn't visited the company in a long time. This time, she noticed there were unfamiliar faces. Seeing that the door to the CEO's office was closed, she knocked. After a while, Yun's voice came from inside. Please come in. Soon after, the door opened from the inside. Then He Weiwei saw a young and beautiful face before her eyes. This woman was wearing a white suit with an ultra-short skirt that accentuated her slim, well-toned legs, with a curvaceous figure. Her cheeks were red, as if she were a flower. Her high ponytail gave off an aura of purity. Seeing this woman, He Weiwei felt her heart jolt with an ominous feeling. Who was this woman? What had just occurred between them? Why had it taken so long to open the door? Apparently, the woman realized He Weiwei's identity as well. She spoke. Mrs. Yun, hello. I'm Zhou Ning, the new secretary. I just brought some files for Mr. Yun to sign. Please come in. After saying this, she stepped aside, allowing He Weiwei to enter before quietly closing the door behind her and leaving. He Weiwei could feel something was wrong. Women's intuition was always accurate. There was something peculiar about this woman. Just moments ago, the look in her eyes had carried a hint of defiance. Was she truly just a secretary? Upon seeing He Weiwei, Yun frowned slightly. Why are you here? Why didn't you give me a heads up? These words caused He Weiwei's brows to furrow. Since when did she have to report when she visited the company? She immediately felt some grievance. Had this man lost his feelings for her? Why couldn't she sense his care anymore? He Weiwei pursed her lips and responded softly. We haven't had dinner together in a long time. I had nothing else scheduled this noon, so I came. Is that inconvenient? Yun ran a hand through his hair and said, Indeed. As you can see, there are still many documents to review. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, He Weiwei responded. Take care of your body. Eat on time. If anything happens to you, what am I supposed to do? Yun possibly felt guilty, and thus said, It is almost mealtime. Let's go downstairs and eat. He Weiwei nodded and said, Fine, let's eat in the canteen of the company. I haven't eaten there in a long time either, and I miss the taste. All right. Yun nodded, and then took his phone and walked out of the office with He Weiwei. The two were walking rather close, and He Weiwei faintly smelled a whiff of perfume. This was not her own perfume. It wafted from Yun. If she hadn't remembered wrongly, she had also smelled this on Zhou Ning earlier. He Weiwei's expression turned grim in an instant. She realized she'd been too careless, but she acted as if she knew nothing, and they continued down to have lunch together. The cafeteria was crowded, right at the end of the work period. Yun and He Weiwei went into their private booth and ordered something different from the chef. Through the glass, He Weiwei caught sight of that white figure again. She pretended nonchalantly and asked, Yun, I remember your previous secretary was male. Why has he been replaced? Did he do a bad job? Yun Qingyun paused for a moment before replying. Secretary Cheng's mother fell ill, so he has taken a leave. That's why we recruited a new secretary. While pouring water, Yun Qingyun continued talking as though it were casual chatter. He Wei nodded. Had she overthought this? Seeing her quietness, Yun Qingyun inquired. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking about how old I really am now, while young girls are full of energy. It's great. He Wei said intentionally. Wife, you will always be the most beautiful in my heart. Don't overthink things. After I'm done with this busy phase, I'll take you abroad, Yun Qingyun said. He probably also realized that he had neglected He Wei these past few days. He Wei nodded. Okay. By the way, during this period, let Shi'er interact more with Lu Jia. The company is still having trouble with its cash flow. See if the Lu family can help out given that we're in-laws. Yun Qingyun continued, with no other choice but to resort to this option now. Sure, I know. I'll tell her when the time comes. He Wei agreed immediately. After He Wei finished eating with Yun Qingyun, she left. It wasn't convenient to linger any longer. As she departed, she gave one last glance at the white figure. Chapter 83, Taking the Initiative. He Wei was actually still very uneasy in her heart, because her intuition had always been pretty accurate. After leaving the company, even though it was sunny outside, He Wei felt a chill all over. She didn't know when it had started, but she no longer felt secure. A woman still had to rely on herself. A shadow of gloom passed over He Wei's face, and then she went home. After obtaining the wild snow lotus, Yun Yin began researching a new medicine. After recuperation, Gu Tianyu's health was fine now, so Yun Yin planned to focus on dealing with Yun Qingyun. She had given him enough time to squirm around. It was time. Things must have been rough for Yun Qingyun recently too. Yun Yin had already instructed Yi He and Hong's sister to continue their game with Yun Qingyun. By now, Yun Qingyun was likely flustered. She would reclaim everything that belonged to her mother. On the day Song Ran returned from Qin Elder's birthday banquet, she was in a terrible state. She had already reported it to the police. Indeed, she had fallen victim to deception. Manager Chun was a desperate man. After losing at gambling and accruing much debt, he conned many customers, including Song Ran. He had defrauded numerous people already. When Song Ran realized it, she was fuming. Who would have thought that someone as smart as herself could be deceived? It was truly infuriating. Song Ran hadn't dared to leave her house these past few days, fearing judgment from others since she had bought counterfeit goods and made a fool of herself at such an important banquet. Thus, she had been confined to her home for several days already. Today, she had no choice but to step out lest she mold inside. The more Song Ran thought about Yun Yan, the more restless she grew. At the banquet, she had been mocked all because of Yun Yan. Song Ran pressed her lips slightly, and suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Yes, she would torment Yun Yan by showing up under her nose every day. Let's see how Yun Yan would react. Recalling the habits of Mrs. Gu, Song Ran knew she should be at the tea house playing mahjong at this hour. So Song Ran picked up her phone, arranged some matters, and left her home leisurely after setting everything in motion. Yes, she intended to orchestrate a chance meeting with Mrs. Gu. Song Ran wasn't thinking about anything else right now. All she wanted was to make things difficult for Yun Yan. Moreover, she wished to interact closely with Tianyu. After all, proximity offered the first chance. Before, they hadn't had the opportunity to spend time together. So this time, Song Ran decided to create that opportunity herself. Indeed, opportunities are given to those who are prepared. This plan had emerged in Song Ran's mind many times, yet she had never found the resolve to carry it out. But this time, Song Ran did not want to wait any longer. Especially after that banquet, she felt the need to take action sooner rather than later. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity left. Most especially, seeing Gu Tianyu's changed attitude towards Yun Yan frightened her immensely. This time, success was the only option. Failure was not an option. Song Ran called and finished her arrangements before stepping out. After checking the time, Song Ran deemed it just about perfect. She hailed a taxi near the tea house area. Parking was usually quite hard here. Upon arrival, she positioned herself beside the entrance, observing closely. Since she was familiar with the routine, she almost knew exactly when Mrs. Gu would come out. Sure enough, soon Mrs. Gu appeared carrying a pricey handbag. Since parking here was inconvenient, she had to walk a short distance to hail a taxi. Right then, an astonished voice rang out. Auntie, why are you here? What a coincidence. Mrs. Gu turned and upon recognizing Song Ran, greeted her cheerfully. Ran, it's really you. Such a surprise. Why are you here? Song Ran smiled and responded. I've got some business to attend to, so I came here. Are you heading back now? Yes, my driver is waiting over there, Mrs. Gu replied with a smile. Just then, a small car suddenly sped toward Mrs. Gu. Startled, Mrs. Gu froze on the spot. Seeing this, Song Ran let out an ah, and quickly shoved Mrs. Gu aside. But she herself was thrown down to the ground. Letting out another ah, Song Ran hit the floor. After colliding with Song Ran, the car backed off quickly and fled in haste. Mrs. Gu was terrified, shaken by the sight of the vehicle, which lacked license plates. However, just moments ago, it had seemed as if the car had been targeting her directly. Mrs. Gu was absolutely petrified. Thinking about it further, Mrs. Gu couldn't recall offending anyone. Why would someone attempt to run her down? Fortunately, today Song Ran was present. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Realizing this, Mrs. Gu finally snapped back into reality and looked toward Song Ran who had been knocked down. Ran, how are you feeling now? Mrs. Gu asked anxiously. Auntie, I'm sorry for scaring you. Could you please call an ambulance for me? My leg really hurts. Song Ran spoke with great difficulty, and a thin layer of sweat seemed to have appeared on her forehead. It was clear that Song Ran was in immense pain. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu immediately took out her phone and called for an ambulance. While waiting, Mrs. Gu also made a call to Gu Tianyu. Can you come to the tea house quickly? I almost got hit by a car, but luckily Song Ran saved me. However, she is in bad shape. Please come quickly, Mrs. Gu said hurriedly. Whenever anything happened, she naturally reached out to her son. Gu Tianyu was shocked upon hearing this and rushed over by car. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road, so Gu Tianyu arrived soon. Seeing Song Ran sitting on the ground, unable to move and clearly in pain, Gu Tianyu was startled. His mother had not explained clearly on the phone, but now he saw that the situation was quite serious. When Song Ran saw Gu Tianyu, she acted even more severely than before. Gu Tianyu asked with concern, Song Ran, how do you feel? Song Ran acted as if nothing was wrong. Tianyu, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Even though she said this, her hand was tightly gripping her ankle, which clearly indicated a severe injury. Gu Tianyu then asked, did you call an ambulance? Mrs. Gu nodded. Yes, but it hasn't arrived yet. Probably due to traffic. It was also difficult to park here. Gu Tianyu furrowed his brow. I'll take you to the hospital. Mom, cancel the ambulance. After saying this, Gu Tianyu squatted down and lifted Song Ran into his arms. Song Ran immediately wrapped her arms around Gu Tianyu's neck. A unique, masculine scent washed over her. Although her foot hurt, Song Ran's heart was filled with joy. This was a scene she could have never imagined. So she rested her face against Gu Tianyu's chest. Feeling warm and breathing in the faint smell of cologne, Song Ran became lost in it. Chapter 84, The Bitter Stratagem. For Song Ran, this was like being in a dream, so surreal. Although her foot hurt a little, she felt extremely happy inside. This was great. Finally, she could embrace Tianyu so closely. It seemed that Tianyu still cared about her deeply. Knowing she was injured, he had immediately come. And he hadn't waited for the ambulance, but had directly taken her to the hospital. Song Ran thought she was suffering with joy. This time, she would definitely seize the opportunity and not miss it. So, she buried her face even deeper. The unique masculine scent gave her an immense sense of security. Seeing them leave, Mother Gu felt much relieved. With Gu Tianyu there, everything would surely be fine. Thus, Mother Gu promptly canceled the ambulance call. She hurriedly instructed the driver to take her to the hospital as well. After all, Song Ran had gotten into trouble because of her, and Mother Gu's heart was filled with guilt. She hoped nothing serious happened to Song Ran's foot. Gu Tianyu hastily took Song Ran to the nearest hospital. He had already called ahead, asking someone to wait at the hospital entrance. Therefore, when they arrived, the emergency doctor and director were already present. Everyone knew Gu Tianyu, considering his substantial annual donations to the hospital. As soon as the car stopped, a wheelchair immediately came forward. Gu Tianyu carried Song Ran over to the wheelchair, then a nurse wheeled it away. Gu Tianyu followed closely behind. The emergency department head spoke up. Mr. Gu, rest assured, we will do our utmost. Gu Tianyu nodded. The orthopedics department of this top-tier tertiary hospital was very authoritative. Thus, he also felt relieved. Not long after Song Ran was wheeled away, Mother Gu rushed in anxiously. Tianyu, how is Ran? Mother Gu asked worriedly. Mom, don't worry, there are doctors here, she'll be fine. Gu Tianyu comforted. I hope so. Otherwise, I'd be consumed by guilt. Mother Gu sighed softly. If it weren't for Song Ran pushing her aside, she herself might have been in the ICU undergoing treatment right now. Mom, what exactly happened? Why was this? Gu Tianyu was puzzled. He had just glanced at the location. They were by the roadside. How could a car have driven in their direction? It really was quite astonishing. It was such bad luck today. We were standing by the road chatting when that car drove toward me. Fortunately, Song Ran pushed me out of the way. Later, I checked. It was a dilapidated car with no license plate. I don't know what kind of reckless person it was. Mother Gu was still confused. Could it be the enemies of the Gu family? Did they deliberately target her? Mother Gu suddenly felt terrified upon thinking about this. Because their large Gu family naturally has many competitors. Sometimes they'd hire bodyguards. But since she went to the entertainment venue thinking nothing would happen, they became careless. It almost cost her life. Thinking about it now is terrifying. What? No license plate? Gu Tianyu was startled. If there was no license plate and it targeted his mother, it must have been intentional. This matter became more complicated. An investigation was certainly needed. Thus, Gu Tianyu immediately called Cheng Jiao, instructing him to check the surveillance video on that stretch of road right away. What on earth had happened? Could it have been deliberate? It seems like he needs to assign people to watch over his mother. Also Yin Yun. Gu Tianyu didn't want to take any risks, not knowing if the target was himself or not. Having battled through numerous commercial conflicts, there were undoubtedly many competitors who envied him. If they couldn't find a way to attack him directly, they would shift their focus onto his family. Family is always his soft underbelly. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Tianyu's expression turned gloomy. Initially, Mother Gu intended to contact Song Ran's parents, but she remembered that Mrs. Song mentioned they were abroad together and wouldn't return for a few more days. With the emergency room light on, Mother Gu's heart was restless, silently praying for Song Ran's well-being, hoping for nothing untoward to occur. After making the necessary arrangements, Gu Tianyu made another phone call, this time to Yin Yun. However, Yin Yun didn't answer the call. Gu Tianyu grew slightly nervous. In reality, Yin Yun had switched her phone to silent mode, as she was in the lab that day and missed the call. At that moment, the door to the emergency room opened. Song Ran was wheeled out. Mother Gu hurried forward and asked the doctor, Doctor, how is the patient? The doctor removed his mask and responded, the patient sprained her foot. She'll need to stay in bed for several days and have the wound dressed every other day. She'll be under observation in the hospital for these next 2 days. Now she can be moved to a general ward. After instructing the nurse to move her to a normal ward, the doctor left. Mother Gu quickly expressed her gratitude. However, seeing Song Ran's foot wrapped in thick bandages, she felt immense heartache. Ran, does it hurt a lot? You've suffered for Auntie. Auntie, I'm fine, don't worry. I'll get better soon. It's a good thing that I pushed you away. If the car had hit you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Song Ran's face was pale, and her lips were dry. She spoke with great difficulty, because her foot hurt so much. Damn it, those people couldn't even control their speed. It almost ran me over. Seeing how considerate and well-mannered Song Ran was, Gu's mother was deeply moved. This child was really too good. Good child, rest well. I'll call our house staff to cook you some soup. You must replenish your strength, Gu's mother said. Auntie, my parents happen to be away, so I appreciate your help. Song Ran had thought about this point when she first came up with this plan. Her parents happened to be on a business trip abroad. This way, she could naturally let the Gu family take care of her. Then she could see Tianyu more often. Song Ran didn't even realize how fixated she had become. She was completely obsessed. For a man, she had lost all reason. But Song Ran believed that what she was doing was entirely right. She was seeking her own happiness. What's wrong with that? If anything, it's Yan Yun who's at fault for coming between her and Gu Tianyu. Song Ran was still scheming in her mind. Because Song Ran saved her, Gu's mother naturally treated her like a savior. Ran, don't be formal with Auntie. It's only natural that I take care of you. Tell me what you want to eat. Auntie, it's fine, I can eat anything. Song Ran looked very obedient. This made Gu's mother like her more and more. Soon after, Gu Tianyu walked in. Song Ran's heart was truly pounding. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Still, inside she was thrilled. Ever since her incident started, Gu Tianyu had been by her side all along. He must also be worried about her. Song Ran licked her lips, becoming even more resolved in her thoughts. Chapter 85, Scheme succeeded. When Mother Gu saw Gu Tianyu come in, she told him to take good care of Song Ran. She went back to let the servants do soup. This matter must be handled personally by her. Gu Tianyu looked at the time, and he also wanted to leave. Mother Gu did not wait for Gu Tianyu to answer. She left right away. Gu Tianyu could only send a message to Gu Shiyu, because it wasn't appropriate for him, a grown man, to stay here. Moreover, he was somewhat worried about Yun Yan, not knowing where she had gone. He hadn't seen her reply to his call either. Gu Tianyu appeared preoccupied. Seeing Mother Gu leave, there were only the two of them now. Song Ran was secretly delighted as it was finally a chance for them to be alone. Thus, she pretended to be considerate and said, Tianyu, if you have things to attend to, go ahead and leave. There are doctors and nurses here. I can take care of myself. Gu Tianyu responded indifferently. No need. I will wait for Shiyu to come. There still needs to be someone watching over you. Song Ran paused for a moment. Was he really calling Shiyu? Her face darkened instantly. Could he possibly dislike being alone with her this much? Song Ran then sulkily said, It's fine, Tianyu. You don't need to feel guilty. I volunteered. If I didn't push Annie aside, she would have been more severely injured. She is older, which would have caused more trouble. I am still young. I will recover quickly. Her words made Gu Tianyu feel somewhat guilty since she had risked herself to save his mother. So Gu Tianyu's voice softened slightly. Thank you very much. Rest well. Your foot injury still needs attention or it may affect your walking later on. Song Ran smiled sweetly. All right, Tianyu, I understand. Not long after, Gu Shiyu arrived. Seeing Song Ran lying in the hospital bed with her foot wrapped in bandages, she exclaimed in surprise, Sister Ran, what happened to you? Nothing serious, just a sprain. Resting for a while will do the trick, Song Ran replied with a smile. That's good. Gu Shiyu wore a pained expression. At that moment, Gu Tianyu's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Yun Yan calling. Gu Tianyu's heart cheered up instantly. Then he immediately walked outside and answered. Where are you? Are you alright? Yun Yan, upon hearing this, felt rather baffled. I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? It's fine if you're safe. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Gu Tianyu said, seeing that Gu Shiyu had arrived, so he intended to leave. There's no need. I'm about to go home now. Yun Yan replied. She had just come out of the lab and was getting ready to head back. Alright, take care of yourself. I'll see you later. Gu Tianyu said tenderly. At this moment, Song Ran had been observing Gu Tianyu's expression all along. Those expressions on his face just now were something she had never seen before. His expression was gentle, and when he spoke, the corners of his lips were filled with laughter. In the past, when would such an expression ever appear on Gu Tianyu's face? Song Ran didn't even need to guess. She already knew that it must be due to that woman, Yun Yan. She never imagined that that woman could make Tianyu change so much. Song Ran was truly somewhat panicked. Previously, she thought Yun Yan was just some unsophisticated bumpkin from the countryside, someone who Gu Tianyu wouldn't possibly like. But unexpectedly, in just a few short months, Gu Tianyu had changed this much now. Song Ran pursed her lips lightly, feeling very angry inside. No matter what Gu Shiyu was saying, she seemed unable to hear it. After a while, Gu Tianyu came in and said, Shiyu, stay here with Song Ran. I have something to attend to first and must leave. I'll ask the driver to deliver food over later. Gu Shiyu nodded, alright. Song Ran couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. This matter was non-negotiable. Tianyu, go ahead and busy yourself. Shiyu accompanying me will be fine. Song Ran still wanted to display her magnanimous side, letting Gu Tianyu think that she was a sensible woman, that she was not an unreasonable person. Goodbye, rest well. Let me know if anything happens, said Gu Tianyu. Then he left. Seeing Song Ran looking gloomy, Gu Shiyu consoled her. Sister Ran, is your foot uncomfortable? Song Ran shook her head and asked cautiously. Shiyu, It seems that Tianyu gets along pretty well with Yunyan, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyu complained, I don't know what my elder brother is thinking. What exactly is so great about Yunyan? She isn't gentle or sensible at all. Anyway, Gu Shiyu just found her repulsive. Is that so? I suppose everyone has their own preferences, Song Ran mocked herself. Sister Ran Ran. I hope you become my sister-in-law. That woman should disappear. Gu Shiyu's words made Song Ran feel extremely pleased. She blushed shyly and replied, it's just that I don't have that fortune. It will happen, Sister Shan, Gu Shiyu said confidently. Just after Gu Tianyu returned home, Yunyan also came back. She put down her bag, and then accidentally bumped into Gu Tianyu. Tianyu took the opportunity to hold her and teased, what's wrong? You come back and throw yourself into my arms. Yunyan leaned into his chest and caught a whiff of that choking perfume again, along with a hint of disinfectant. What kind of combination was this? It was quite eerie. If she hadn't mistaken, this perfume was the same as what Song Ran wore. So they had been together just now. Not sure why. Yunyan asked casually, where have you been? Tianyu laughed happily. Good. You finally started caring about your own husband. Yunyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. I was just asking, don't misinterpret it. Tianyu kept laughing merrily. I know, but I'm glad. Just now, I went to the hospital. Song Ran got hit by a car while saving Mom. Tianyu didn't hide anything because Yunyan would find out sooner or later anyway. Upon hearing this, Yunyan paused. Song Ran got hit by a car? To save Mrs. Gu? It sounded strange somehow. But Yunyan didn't think too much about it. She was also pleased that Tianyu had been honest with her. She wasn't one to appreciate evasive behavior. Doing so would upset her. Since Song Ran got injured for Mrs. Gu, it made perfect sense for Tianyu to visit her at the hospital. Yunyan also asked out of concern, how bad is the injury? Serious? Tianyu replied, still okay, not too serious, it's a sprained ankle. Yunyan nodded, that's good. Then the two of them went downstairs to eat. Mrs. Gu was busy arranging someone to send food to Song Ran. Seeing Yunyan walk out, she felt increasingly bothered by her presence. Yunyan paid no attention since she was starving and sat down to eat immediately. Mrs. Gu deliberately said aloud, Tianyu, with Ran Ran hospitalized these past few days, you need to take extra care of her. Her parents aren't home, and she got injured for my sake. Tianyu nodded, Mom, I understand. Don't worry, I've already arranged the best specialists for her. She'll be bored all alone. Go spend more time with her. Mrs. Gu acted as if Yunyan didn't exist. Actually, Mrs. Gu did it on purpose. Chapter 86, You've changed. Yunyan was truly at a loss for words. However, she also knew that Mrs. Gu was intentionally saying these things to upset her. But Yunyan didn't care. She continued eating. Seeing that Yunyan was eating as if she were starving and couldn't stop, Mrs. Gu's face showed no good color. This Yunyan didn't understand any rules. Mrs. Gu had just said that she almost met with an accident, but luckily Song Ran saved her. But Yunyan gave no indication of sympathy and continued to eat contentedly. It really was a misfortune for the family that someone like this was married into. After dinner, Yunyan went back to her room. She still had experimental data to organize today. Gu Tianyu, after finishing his meal, originally intended to go back to his room, but was called away by He Fan. So Gu Tianyu could only greet Yunyan briefly before leaving. They had agreed to meet at a club to drink. Seeing Gu Tianyu come, He Fan made a tisk-tisk sound. Old Gu, it seems you're now cultivating your mind and body. Tell me, how long has it been since you came out to play? Gu Tianyu responded irritably. I'm married. Do you think I'm like you? Acting like a stallion every day. Old Gu, don't make personal attacks. My ways benefit society. You speak as though I am a scoundrel, He Fan said with dissatisfaction. What aren't you a scoundrel? Dating girls younger than you. Gu Tianyu retorted. Black lines instantly appeared on He Fan's forehead. He spoke as if he himself were the old ox eating young grass. And he wasn't that old, right? Instead, old Gu should look in the mirror. His young sister-in-law is several years younger than him? But He Fan dared not say such things, only murmuring inwardly. By the way, old Gu, they scheduled a gathering for golf this weekend, then planned to play cards in the afternoon. How about it? Got time. They used to meet regularly. However, after Gu Tianyu got married, their meeting times have become fewer. Now, in the group of brothers, Gu Tianyu was called the henpecked husband. He hadn't participated in their planned activities for a very long time. I'll see later. Gu Tianyu was not very interested now. Before, it was because of boredom that he would spend time entertaining himself. But now it's different. He's married and has a family. Of course, he hopes to spend more time with his wife. He Fan stared at him wide-eyed, showing an incredible expression. Old Gu, before when they said you turned into a devoted husband after getting married, I didn't believe them. Now I finally believe it. What? Going out on weekends still requires little sister-in-law's consent. He Fan thought this was unimaginable. When did old Gu turn into this? Gu Tianyu glanced at him, and then opened his mouth faintly. What's wrong with being a devoted husband? Aren't you jealous of me? His wife was not ordinary. These people wouldn't understand. Thinking of Yunyan, Gu Tianyu involuntarily raised the corners of his lips. I wonder what she's busy with. Seemed like she had been pretty occupied recently, writing some sort of report. However, Gu Tianyu didn't interfere because, although they are husband and wife, they still maintain their own space. Therefore, it's best to keep a certain distance. He Fan, hearing Gu Tianyu's words, looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his face revealing an incredulous expression. It seemed that old Gu was indeed stuck deep in love. Especially with the tender smile that flashed across his face just now, it was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Oh my god, who would have believed that old Gu would turn into this kind of person? Old Gu, you've changed. He Fan shook his head and said, what's wrong with changing? I'm a married man now. I need to take care of my family, Gu Tianyu said matter-of-factly. Fan couldn't bear listening anymore. This man had completely transformed. Yes, but you must come out on weekends, otherwise we'll be short one player. Fan started acting childishly. All right, I'll see you later, Gu Tianyu responded. Afterward, the group started drinking. But Gu Tianyu didn't indulge too much. He just drank a few glasses, keeping himself sober. Fan's lips twitched slightly. It seems that old Gu had fallen deeply in love. Who would have thought? Originally thinking old Gu would be the last one to enter the marital prison, but unexpectedly, he had entered so early. And now he'd already developed affection for his young sister-in-law. Thinking about it again, realizing he himself was still single, what a lonely life it was. In the hospital, Song Ran took advantage of the moment when no one was around to secretly touch up her makeup. As she worried, she looked too haggard. If Mr. Gu came and saw her like this, there would be trouble. So she applied a light makeup, making her complexion look better. Song Ran's eyes kept glancing at the entrance. She hoped Mr. Gu would come to see her. Actually, her foot injury wasn't too serious. After observing her for a day, she could be discharged. She no longer wanted to stay in the hospital because it was too boring. So when the Gu family came later, she would request to be discharged, and then find time to change the medicine later. After a while, Mrs. Gu and Gu Tianyu arrived. Yes, Mrs. Gu had dragged Gu Tianyu here. Originally, Gu Tianyu didn't want to come because there were doctors and professionals here. His presence seemed unnecessary. But Mrs. Gu had given her order, so he couldn't resist. Seeing them, Song Ran was overjoyed. Auntie, Tianyu, you're here. Ran, how are you feeling today? Mrs. Gu asked with concern, placing the soup in her hand on the table. It was the pig's trotter soup that the family maid had cooked for her today, aiming to replenish what was lacking. Yes, I'm much better, Auntie. You don't have to go through all this trouble. I can manage myself, Song Ran replied thoughtfully. No problem. Anyway, I'm bored at home. If I don't come see you, I wouldn't feel at ease, Mrs. Gu said. Auntie, actually, I have something to tell you. I plan to leave the hospital. Staying here every day makes me feel like an idiot, Song Ran spoke. Because she had more important plans to carry out. If she stayed in the hospital every day, she wouldn't get any chances. She put so much effort into planning this and definitely couldn't just let it go. So she was eager to be discharged now. Song Ran looked at Mrs. Gu with anticipation. Mrs. Gu thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll ask the doctor. If I can take you home, it'd be good. The yard at home is large, and you can enjoy the scenery, unlike in this hospital, which truly wears one down. Thank you, Auntie. Song Ran heard this and became very pleased. Then Mrs. Gu went to consult the doctor. Gu Tianyu stood there silently, without speaking. But even his silence made Song Ran extremely happy. With Gu Tianyu around, Song Ran's heart was filled with happiness. The air seemed thick with joy. In the end, Gu Tianyu finally spoke up. Song Ran, there's no need to rush to leave the hospital. It's better to make sure your foot heals properly. Song Ran bit her lips. Tianyu, I'm too bored in the hospital. It's not good for my mental state, which isn't good for recuperation. Chapter 87. Healing at Gu's home. Song Ran spoke with an air of verchek. Her tone carried a hint of resentment, evoking deep sympathy in anyone who listened. Gu Tianyu hesitated for a moment before saying, all right then. Soon after, Mrs. Gu returned, having already consulted the doctor, confirming Song Ran could be discharged from the hospital. She would only need to come back every few days for a dressing change. Ran, since your parents aren't home, why don't you stay at our place, suggested Mrs. Gu. Song Ran replied insincerely. Auntie, wouldn't it be inconvenient? What if I cause any trouble? Not at all. It's very convenient, don't worry. We'd all love to have you over. Mrs. Gu responded with a smile. Mrs. Gu felt reassured knowing Song Ran would be staying at their home. After all, she had been injured because of her. Deep down, Mrs. Gu truly felt apologetic and had always hoped for a chance to take care of Song Ran. At least let me look after you until your foot recovers, she thought. Then I'll bother you, Song Ran shyly responded. Not long after, Assistant Chung came by to handle the discharge procedures. Gu Tianyu escorted them back to the Gu residence. Seeing the large villa of the Gu family, Song Ran involuntarily pursed her lips. She had already fantasized about being the mistress of this house. If not for that despicable woman Yun suddenly coming between them, she would have been the mistress by now. Why would she need so many excuses just to move in? Song Ran was arranged to stay in a guest room on the first floor. Because of her injured foot, this room, when opened, offered a view of the courtyard filled with rare flowers and trees. Though dissatisfied with the room being on the first floor, Song Ran had to compromise considering her injury. Upon learning that Song Ran would be staying, Gu Shiru was delighted and kept chatting with her. Song Ran was equally happy, proud that the Gus favored her so much. This time, she knew she had placed her bet correctly. Moving forward, she would implement her second plan. It wasn't until Yun returned in the evening that she found out Song Ran was now living in their home. She found it strange. Didn't Song Ran have her own home? Why did she choose to live at the Gus? Was it solely because she was the savior of Mrs. Gu? Despite her confusion, Yun chose not to comment, as it didn't affect her. Thus, she sat down and joined everyone for dinner. At the dining table, to celebrate Song Ran's release from the hospital, Mrs. Gu had the chef prepare a variety of delicious and appetizing dishes. As they ate, they chatted, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Song Ran was particularly adept at saying things that pleased everyone, making Mrs. Gu laugh heartily. It was as though they were one big family, finding common ground in their conversation. In contrast, Yun seemed like an outsider, calmly eating without participating in their discussions. Since joining in was impossible, she focused solely on her meal. Yun merely wanted to enjoy her food, otherwise, interacting with them might make her lose her appetite. However, Song Ran wasn't about to let Yun Yin off so easily. She glanced at Yun Yin and said, I really envy how you can eat whatever you want without gaining weight. Yun Yin almost rolled her eyes. How had the conversation shifted back to her? Nevertheless, she coolly replied, I don't pay too much attention to my figure. Upon hearing this, Song Ran inwardly scoffed, thinking she must secretly exercise. Otherwise, how could someone eat so much yet maintain such good shape? Song Ran didn't believe Yun Yin, envying her ability to eat freely. To maintain her figure, Song Ran hadn't enjoyed a full meal since childhood. She usually had a small appetite, carefully limiting her intake, eating just enough to stave off hunger. She couldn't help but feel jealous seeing Yun Yin eat so freely while still maintaining a great physique. On the side, Gu Shiru commented sarcastically, Sister Song Ran, there's no need to be envious. Some people are like pigs, eating a lot. Maybe one day they'll turn into one. Yun Yin faintly smiled. Eating a lot doesn't necessarily mean you'll become fat like a pig, but having water in your brain sure makes you as stupid as one. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiru immediately became agitated. Who are you talking about? What an awful person, mocking her like that, utterly detestable. I'm talking about whoever fits the description. Yun Yin said in a detached tone. Seeing the two appear to argue, Song Ran secretly enjoyed the sight, wishing nothing more than for tensions to grow between Yun Yin and the Guzes. Yet, she maintained a facade of sweetness, mediating. We're just joking around. Let's continue eating. Mrs. Gu also reprimanded. Stop fooling around. Can't you see that Ran Ran is here? Show some restraint. Hearing this, Yun Yin remained silent, continuing her meal. She saw no reason to stir trouble for herself. Besides, these minor issues meant little to her. However, she also knew that where Song Ran was, there would definitely not be peace. She had already seen it more than once. Song Ran's actions against her were all etched in her memory. In fact, Yun Yin had some doubts. Did Song Ran really save Mrs. Gu? It just didn't sound very credible to her. But Song Ran's scheming ways would always show eventually. After dinner, Yun Yin went to the courtyard to feed Era. Era was the large dog kept at home, but because of its destructive nature, it generally stayed in the courtyard and wasn't allowed into the main house. Yun Yin liked Era a lot, so she usually came to feed it after eating. After finishing feeding him, Yun Yin prepared to head back to Ting Garden. She hadn't walked a few steps when she was stopped by Song Ran. Though seated in a wheelchair, Song Ran's movements were still quite nimble. To someone unaware, it might seem like Song Ran wasn't injured at all. Yun Yin said indifferently, a good dog doesn't block the way. As soon as Song Ran heard this, she became angry immediately. This Yun Yin was truly skilled, every time having the knack of driving others mad. Nothing pleasant ever came out of her mouth. You're the dog. Yun Yin, think about how pitiful you are. You can see that you're not popular in the Gu family. Shouldn't you reflect on why that is? Song Ran spoke triumphantly. I'm not currency. I can't make everyone like me. Besides, even if others don't like me, it doesn't matter as long as my husband loves me. Yun Yin replied deliberately. Yun Yin was no fool. Of course, she understood what Song Ran's intentions were by stopping her and saying these things. How absurd. If she liked Gu Tianyu, she should go after him. Shouldn't she have acted towards Gu Tianyu instead? Why stop her and say such things? Tianyu won't love you. Song Ran rebutted. Does he like you then? Seriously, you look decent enough. What kind of person wouldn't like you? But yet you prefer someone who's married. Honestly, your behavior would get you dunked in a pig cage or nailed to a pillar of shame in ancient times. Yun Yan's single sentence made Song Ran flush with rage. Chapter 88. If one plan fails, another arises. Yun Yan, don't be so smug. Do you really think you're the young mistress of the Gu family now? Just wait, soon you'll be kicked out. Song Ran snapped angrily. Is that so? Then we'll see. Yun Yan replied in a calm tone. After saying this, Yun Yan left. Song Ran stared at her retreating figure, gripping her hands so tightly that they turned white. Yun Yan, just wait, I won't let you have it easy. Song Ran returned to her room as well. She locked the door and then pulled down the curtains. Soon, Song Ran stood up and started walking around her room. When there was no one around, she could move freely. Yes, actually, Song Ran's leg injury wasn't very severe. But in front of the Jiyus, she would pretend that it was serious, making various excuses about needing assistance. If she didn't act like this, how could she stay longer in the Gu family? Just now, seeing Yun Yan being so arrogant in front of her, Song Ran couldn't wait any longer. She needed to put her plan into action. It was the weekend, and Gu Mother and Gu Shiru went out to pick up clothes since their previous purchase had arrived. Gu Mother initially wanted to stay home to accompany Song Ran, but Song Ran said she would be fine at home. She told Gu Mother to go out for a walk because she had been working hard taking care of her recently. So, Gu Mother and Gu Shiru left together. It seemed like today only Song Ran and Yun Yan were at home. Song Ran knew that Gu Tianyu had gone out to play golf. Yun Yan probably hadn't woken up yet. Song Ran glanced around carefully. Perfect, today is a good day. A while later, Yun Yan walked from the Ting Garden to the living room. When she reached the entrance, she suddenly noticed that Song Ran's room door wasn't fully closed. Then Yun Yan saw a shadow moving inside. Yun Yan quietly moved aside and peeked through the window, only to find Song Ran trying on clothes in front of the mirror. In her hand was a white halter dress with a unique cut, looking exceptionally nice. Song Ran appeared satisfied as well. After examining herself in the mirror for a moment, she changed into the dress. Compared to sitting in the wheelchair earlier, Song Ran looked completely different. Perhaps Song Ran assumed everyone else had gone out and thus acted without restraint, forgetting to lock the door and close the windows. Seeing this, Yun Yan sneered slightly. What exactly does Song Ran have in mind? But even though Yun Yan witnessed all this, She pretended not to see anything and went to play with Erha. It was the weekend, and Yunyan intended to take a break and rest since she'd been feeling tired lately. Gu Tianyu went out early in the morning to play golf, and he had another engagement in the afternoon. Whenever he went out, he always informed Yunyan. Yunyan thought it wasn't necessary. Both were adults who could look after themselves. They needed some personal space. Yunyan played around with Erha in the courtyard. After playing until she felt tired, Yunyan returned to the hall. It was almost noon, and lunchtime was coming up soon. Though Yunyan didn't want to see Song Ran, she was too lazy to leave home to find food. She decided to eat at home. Song Ran was an esteemed guest in the house. Yunyan simply chose to treat the other person as if she weren't there. But what Yunyan wished for and what Song Ran thought were two different things. Upon seeing Yunyan enter, Song Ran smiled and intentionally asked, "Yunyan, why aren't you going out today? The sun is shining so beautifully." "It's not like I injured my foot." Yunyan glanced at her and then replied indifferently, "I know a bit of acupuncture. Shall I check your foot? I guarantee that one needle will do wonders." When Yunyan said, "One needle will work," her tone was unusually firm. Song Ran paused for a second, suddenly feeling somewhat uneasy. Why did Yunyan say that? Did she know something? Actually, Song Ran felt guilty deep down. When she was in her room earlier, she got a little carried away. Unable to suppress her irritation, Song Ran shot back. "Yunyan, do you think I'm a lab rat you can experiment on? You won't know unless you try. Your foot has been like this for days and still can't walk. I can help." Yunyan answered indifferently. Song Ran looked nervously at her and shifted her gaze. "No need. I already have experts treating me." Yunyan remained silent. She was getting hungry. Suddenly, Song Ran heard what sounded like a car in the courtyard. The sound was faint but recognizable. She glanced at the time. It was about when they would return. So Song Ran pushed her wheelchair forward, catching up to Yunyan. Then she abruptly grabbed Yunyan's arm. "Yunyan, I have something to tell you." Her sudden strong pull nearly tore Yunyan's clothes. Out of reflex, Yunyan immediately shook off her grip. Taking advantage of the situation, Song Ran along with her wheelchair tumbled to the ground. She screamed, "Ah!" drawing the attention of Gu Mother and Gu Shiryu, who had just entered the house. They rushed over anxiously. As soon as they entered, they saw Song Ran had fallen and was lying awkwardly on the ground. They were greatly shocked and rushed over immediately. "Ran Ran, Sister Ran Ran." Both of them hurried forward and helped Song Ran up together. "Ran Ran, what happened? Are you alright?" Mother Gu asked anxiously. She regretted going out for a moment. After all, Song Ran got injured because of her, yet she left her alone at home. Now an accident happened to Song Ran again. Mother Gu suddenly felt very guilty and even more worried if Song Ran's foot would be harmed again. Song Ran's face was somewhat pale, her expression filled with apparent pain. "Auntie, it's nothing serious. It's just that I wasn't careful enough." When Song Ran spoke, she gave Yunyan a furtive glance. Yunyan was completely speechless. She knew all along that Song Ran harbored ulterior motives. The sudden pull just now was surely not coincidental. Probably after hearing the sound of a car outside, knowing they were back, she acted this scene of pretended distress. Not bad. Her acting skills were quite excellent. Now pretending so pitifully, everyone was bound to blame her shortly. Sure enough, Mother Gu furrowed her brows and questioned sternly, "Yunyan, was it you who pushed Song Ran down?" Song Ran quickly interjected, "Annie, no, Yunyan definitely didn't mean to. Just now, I pulled her to say something, but she wasn't intentionally throwing me off." Well, everyone was still guessing what exactly had happened, but now Song Ran's explanation made everything clear. It was Yunyan who threw off Song Ran, which caused her fall. Upon hearing this, Mother Gu became so angry that smoke seemed to rise from her ears. "Yunyan, didn't you see that Ranran's foot was injured? Is your conscience eaten by a dog? Not even a shred of compassion. How dare you harm someone who is injured? Don't you fear the wrath of heaven and earth?" Mother Gu unleashed scathing words at Yunyan in reproach. Song Ran stood nearby, feeling refreshed and delighted. Excellent. All she needed was a gentle push. Without uttering a single word herself, there were already people handling Yunyan. Yunyan thought she could contend with her? She was far too inexperienced. She had countless ways to make Yunyan's life miserable. Chapter 89, Miraculously Recovered. Yunyan looked at Song Ran's smug face, and her expression turned immediately dark. She glanced at Mrs. Gu, then spoke up. "I have no regrets." Mrs. Gu had been cursing all along, and Gu Shiru was no less stubborn. "You've gone too far. Sister Ran Ran was already injured, and now she has fallen again. Who knows if the injuries have worsened?" After finishing her sentence, she worriedly looked at Song Ran. Song Ran's face expressed a great deal of pain, but she still pretended to be fine and consoled Gu Shiru. "Shiru, don't worry, I'm fine." "How could you possibly be fine? Look how pale your face is." Gu Shiru resented Yunyan even more. Finally, Yunyan spoke again. "I cannot accept unfounded accusations. And let's speak with facts. By the way, Miss Song, your foot just fell again. I think we should have a doctor check it out. That would be reassuring. What if it swells again?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Gu thought it reasonable too. "So you finally said something human." Afterward, Mrs. Gu addressed Song Ran. "Ran Ran, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. We can't risk any lasting side effects." Upon hearing this, Song Ran paused, startled. "Auntie, there's nothing wrong. After I apply some medicine, I'll feel much better." Yunyan opened her mouth lightly. "Miss Song, it's more reassuring to see a doctor. If anything happened to your leg, I'd be regarded as a culprit for all time, although I have no connection with this matter." Song Ran looked at Yunyan and clenched her teeth with hatred. What did this bitch mean? She was just claiming that Yunyan had slandered her not long ago. Now she was telling her to see a doctor. What was her intention? Song Ran was used to scheming against others and started to become suspicious when anything happened. She always thought that others were the same as her. Therefore, she was now speculating whether Yun Yan had some kind of malicious scheme. She looked at Yun Yan, trying to understand her motives from her expression, but she found herself unable to figure it out. Yun Yan's look was cold, and her dark eyes appeared somewhat eerie. Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiru also felt they should check it out. After all, the outcome of this situation could vary in severity. What if there were any lingering effects? What would happen then? Hence, Gu Shiru pushed Song Ran outside. Song Ran didn't have any chance to argue. She pressed her lips, thinking about what to do next. Everyone walked out of the courtyard together. Yun Yan also followed them out. At that moment, Era was playing in the courtyard. Because there was a large area, it ran around excitedly, enjoying itself. It seemed like Era had a sense of humanity. Upon seeing Yun Yan, it immediately ran towards her. Era was rather large in size, so many people who saw it were scared, but actually, it wasn't aggressive at all. Upon seeing Era come over, Yun Yan suddenly had an idea. Wasn't Song Ran fond of plotting schemes against others all the time? Then, this time, let her taste the consequences of her own plans. Thus, she made a gesture towards Era. Era, filled with excitement, rushed toward their direction even faster. Mrs. Gu kept talking to Song Ran, caring whether Song Ran was feeling unwell anywhere. Song Ran was somewhat absent-minded, constantly thinking about what to do next. Just at that moment, she suddenly noticed a black behemoth charging towards her. Its speed was fast. If it reached her, she might not survive, or worse, end up disabled. When it was almost upon her, Song Ran couldn't hold back anymore and jumped suddenly. Help! She screamed while jumping. There was no sign of being injured at all. Upon witnessing this, both Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiru were shocked. What was going on right before their eyes? It seemed like Song Ran was fully recovered, with her leg healed. How miraculous! Upon seeing this, Yun Yan smirked slightly. The fox's tail was revealed. With Era in her arms, she patted it gently, and then said, Miss Song, sorry, it seems Era scared you. Don't be afraid. Era is very gentle and won't attack anyone. Song Ran was still shaken up. It was that animal Era. Its quick run earlier really terrified her. Her heartbeat was still fast. She was genuinely frightened, barely catching her breath. Mrs. Gu also scolded Era. Era, you're too mischievous today. You will be locked away for a day and won't be allowed to play. Era innocently shook its head, indicating its own grievance. It only wanted to come and play with the mistress, but ended up frightening that woman. Truly ridiculous. Yun Yan touched Era's head and comforted it. She whispered something in its ear, and shortly after, Era obediently followed the servant down. Yun Yan looked at Song Ran and then covered her mouth in surprise before speaking. Miss Song, this is incredible. After Era's little scare, you can stand up now. Oh my goodness, this is truly a miracle and will definitely become a legend in the medical world. Yun Yan's expression was very sincere and exaggerated. It didn't seem like she was being sarcastic at all. Mrs. Gu and Gu Shiru also looked somewhat embarrassed. No one had expected that after Era rushed over, Song Ran's legs seemed to have been healed. She was still jumping around just moments ago. This was impossible to explain. Only after hearing Yun Yan's words did Song Ran realize the issue. When Era charged at her, her mind went blank and there was no time for thought. So out of reflex, she stood up. Since her foot was already fine, in a crisis situation, people naturally react this way. So now the truth was exposed. Song Ran was so angry she could die, but she still put on a surprised expression and said, Yes, really. My foot has recovered. When I saw Era coming, I couldn't help but stand up in panic. So in a way, I should thank Era. Song Ran spoke very naturally, leaving no room for doubt. What an incredible acting performance. Mrs. Gu sighed with relief. Regardless of how it happened, now that Song Ran's leg was fine, she no longer felt as guilty. That's great, Ran. Your leg can walk again. However, since it just got better, you shouldn't walk too long yet. You need to be more careful. Mrs. Gu reminded her from the side. Andy, don't worry. It's slightly painful right now, but there's no major problem, Song Ran said with a feigned happy expression. Actually, she was furious inside. Damn that Era, what a beast, this was all its fault. The next time, she would definitely poison it. Upon seeing this scene, Yun Yan slightly raised her lips in amusement. Isn't everything good now? How tiring pretending can be. In fact, Yun Yan really admired Song Ran. These schemes were cleverly interwoven one after another. Chapter 90, Intelligence Concerns. Gu Shiyu joined the chatter. Sister Ran, is your foot better? She asked incredulously. Song Ran felt a bit guilty and quickly muttered, much better. She didn't want everyone to keep questioning her. She couldn't bear it. That's really great. Gu Shiyu said cheerfully. Now we can go shopping together. I've been eyeing many new items, but haven't had time to try them on yet. Gu Shiyu grew more excited as she spoke, completely oblivious to Song Ran's face darkening like coal beside her. Now it seemed only Song Ran was unhappy with the situation. She forced a smile. Yeah, good. Yun Yan restrained herself and smirked slightly at the corner of her mouth. Intelligence concerns. She casually dropped those words. Gu Shiyu immediately frowned. Who are you talking about? Yun Yan shook her head, deciding not to waste her time arguing with a fool. Congratulations to Manager Song, she said, deliberately emphasizing, smiling as she arched an eyebrow at Song Ran, making her feel suffocated. Yun Yan glanced at Gu's mother. Manager Song recovered so quickly this time, all thanks to Era. We need to reward it properly tonight. Mentioning Era made Song Ran grind her teeth, but how could she say it wasn't because of it? Ho, that's true. She managed to laugh, feeling quite awkward. Foolishness led to trouble. Surprisingly, Gu's mother didn't oppose Yun Yan's suggestion this time. For the first time, she agreed with Yun Yan. Ran Ran being well really owes something to Era. Tonight, let's treat it to a big meal. Yun Yan's gaze slightly deepened, speaking intentionally. Manager Song's foot injury being healed is truly wonderful. Otherwise Mr. and Mrs. Song would be worried about you. She brought up the topic Song Ran disliked the most. Everyone remembered this topic right away. Song Ran originally planned to stay for a month or two using this opportunity, but now her plan had fallen flat. Upon hearing this, a lump rose in her throat. Yun Yan, thank you for caring so much about me. I never thought I'd recover so fast. Otherwise it would keep bothering Annie to take care of me, which would embarrass me. Yun Yan guessed that Song Ran intended to freeload at the Gu residence. Yes, now that your foot injury is better, you going home will ease our worries, she replied frankly. People have pride, trees need bark. To deal with someone who clings on, it's best to confront them directly. Song Ran looked at Song Winsnow pleadingly. Auntie, since Yun Yan doesn't welcome me, I should leave. She pretended her eyes misted over as she spoke. Yun Yan couldn't help rolling her eyes. This familiar green tea fragrance was overwhelming. Using retreat as advance, she believed Song Winsnow would fall for it and side with her. As expected, upon hearing Song Ran's words, Song Winsnow got angry. Yun Yan, how do you treat guests? Ran Ran saved my life. She is our benefactor. How dare you speak to your benefactor this way? Her tone was full of blame. Standing nearby, Gu Shiyu, not content to sit by, immediately supported Song Ran by gently holding her arm. Sister Ran Ran, don't worry. As long as Mom is here, no one can kick you out of the Gu household. This family still follows what Mom says. She glared sharply at Yun Yan to make sure she heard clearly, reminding Yun Yan that just marrying into the family didn't mean being the mistress. Yun Yan rolled her eyes. Such a performance was outdated. I'm actually considering Manager Song's situation. Look, you're an unmarried woman living in another person's house for too long. It would invite gossip, she remarked deliberately, pausing after each word. Song Winsnow hesitated momentarily. Hearing Yun Yan's words, she couldn't help but reconsider. Indeed, she hadn't thought carefully enough. The Gus were the top family in Jiang City, and they valued their family name greatly. Allowing Song Ran to stay without reason for too long would certainly lead to criticisms from others. Every move has repercussions. Song Winsnow dared not take risks. Song Winsnow gave Gu Shiyu a subtle glance and shook her head slightly, signaling her not to speak further. Then she gave a faint smile and pulled Song Ran's hand. Ran Ran, Annie didn't consider this before. I was only worried about taking care of you, so I allowed you to stay at the Gu's without thinking about other people's opinions. You see, now that your foot has healed, why don't you return home first and visit us when you have time? Auntie will cook you some delicious dishes, she suggested tentatively to Song Ran. Song Ran hadn't expected Song Winsnow to talk about saving her life in one breath, and then prioritize family reputation in the next. It was quite disappointing. If Song Winsnow allowed her to stay at the Gu's, she wouldn't have cared about any reputation issues, but now, there was nothing else she could do. Auntie, but Shiyu and I were supposed to go shopping. Song Ran tried to fight back for the last time, glancing at Gu Shiyu, hoping for her help. Due to her mother's earlier warning glance, Gu Shiyu kept quiet for now. It's easy to invite, but hard to dismiss. Song Winsnow quickly answered on behalf of Gu Shiyu. We can always plan shopping trips anytime since we both live in Jiang City, which is super convenient. Ran Ran, I think your foot has only just healed. You should try to move around less and focus more on resting at home for recovery. Shiyu brought back a lot of new clothes today, all the latest season's designs. If you like any, you can pick a few pieces to take home. Song Winsnow was doing her best now to persuade Song Ran to go back home. Yun Yan almost burst out laughing when she heard Song Winsnow's words. Her clumsy tactics, strained expression, were entirely different from her initial air of righteousness when facing someone who saved her life. Seeing Yun Yan's self-satisfaction, Song Ran felt frustrated inside, but still had to maintain a proper facial expression. Auntie is right. Then I'll ask the driver to come and pick me up, Song Ran said, losing the arrogance she had before. She slunk back to her guest room to pack her clothes. Since the scene had dispersed, Yun Yan stretched her waist, also wanting to return and take a nap to rest for a while. Stop. Although Song Winsnow hadn't let Song Ran stay, that didn't mean she approved of Yun Yan either. Seeing Yun Yan's laid-back demeanor irritated her. Her son was so excellent. How did he end up marrying this unlearned person? What's wrong? Yun Yan wasn't interested in hearing about anything else. Song Winsnow glanced at Yun Yan in front of her, unable to contain her resentment. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Yun Yan didn't know what else Song Winsnow was going to say, but by the look on her face, it wasn't something friendly. Now that you work at Gu Corporation, I hope you conduct yourself appropriately and don't cause trouble for Gu Corporation. When necessary, assist Ran Ran a little. Song Winsnow spoke as if it was completely reasonable, nearly implying outright that Song Ran was her predetermined daughter-in-law of the Gu family. In her mind, Yun Yan was just someone from the countryside. Being able to join Gu Corporation was a blessing after many lifetimes. Yun Yan snorted coldly. Manager Song is perfectly capable and doesn't need assistance at all. Thinking of Song Ran's tendency to show off, she refrained from commenting further. Song Winsnow didn't understand Yun Yan's meaning. Hearing Yun Yan praise Song Ran's ability, she felt somewhat proud, believing she had picked the right person. Ran Ran is capable, has good family background, and looks beautiful, and continued praising, getting increasingly into it. So, you should learn more from Ran Ran. Song Winsnow was confident about her own conclusion. Yun Yan listened, doubting whether the Song Ran she knew was the same person. Yes. I will definitely learn well from Manager Song, and strive to become as excellent as her someday. Yun Yan nodded earnestly. The quickest way to end boring topics was to say what the other wanted to hear, making them speechless. Originally expecting Yunyan to argue at least a bit, Song Winsnow was caught off guard by Yunyan's humility today and could only respond with, countless words condensed into one single syllable. Yunyan happily returned inside her mind, ready to sleep. Seeing Yunyan's retreating figure, Song Winsnow hesitantly opened her mouth. Shiyu, was I a bit too much earlier? I kept praising Ranran. Chapter 91, An Incident. Gu's building in Jiang City. Someone on the rooftop leaned over, while down below vehicles flowed endlessly and crowds of people swarmed along with traffic streaming incessantly. A pair of large feet in leather shoes dangled precariously outside. The man was wearing a suit, his tie loosely hanging around his neck. He sat at the edge of the corridor, dropping a cigarette, but which plummeted down instantly. There's someone about to jump. Did you call the police? Has the fire department arrived yet? Hurry, dial 120. Voices erupted one after another. Crowds quickly gathered under Gu's building, everyone looking up and discussing fervently towards the roof. The atmosphere grew tense, with all present worrying for the safety of the man sitting on the rooftop of Gu's building. In the distance, car horns honked, causing everyone to instinctively make way. Rescue personnel rushed to free up time, quickly dispersing the crowd and laying out rescue air cushions. Have you heard? Director Xia insists on seeing General Manager Gu. He claims he is being wronged, murmured an office worker amidst a flurry of discussions breaking out within the office. Various opinions abounded. Will Director Xia really jump? Another employee asked curiously. Yun did not partake in the discussion. Clutching her mug, she took a sip of water and glanced at the president's office. Pulling out her phone, she sent a message to Gu Tianyu. I want to go check it out on the rooftop. The message showed as read, almost instantly, but there was no reply. Sitting in the president's leather chair, Gu Tianyu listened to Cheng Jiu's report, his brows furrowed deeply. Still not resolved. His deep voice concealed dissatisfaction. Cheng Jiu shook his head helplessly. It's still going on. Xia Tsong now firmly insists that he is innocent and blames the company for forcing him into a corner. Right now, he wants to demonstrate his innocence by dying. Closing the file folder and tossing it onto the table, Gu Tianyu's tightly knitted eyebrows expressed frustration. Shows no remorse. A stifling atmosphere settled over the president's office. After a pause, Gu Tianyu stood from his leather chair. Let's take a look. Straightening his coat, he walked swiftly towards the stairs. Xia Tsong was the head of the finance department at Gu Corporation. All the company's accounts had been reviewed through him. During the period when Gu Tianyu was recuperating at home, Xia had secretly tampered with many things. It was only recently discovered during an audit that he had embezzled a significant amount of money. As a result, Gu Corporation planned to terminate his employment contract and hold him accountable for his legal responsibilities. Xia Tsong was Xia Qin's nephew who had relied on connections to secure a managerial position within Gu Corporation after several years of service. Although it was officially forbidden for employees to discuss this matter within Gu Corporation, Xia Tsong's actions caused a great stir, making it a topic of heated conversation throughout the corporation. This incident could damage Gu Corporation's reputation. No need to guess. Various media outlets must have already surrounded Gu Corporation waiting for the first scoop of news. Gu Tianyu's expression darkened. He wondered what Xia Tsong was truly planning. Seeing Gu Tianyu walk out of the president's office, Yunyan set aside her work and quickly stood to follow. She had already heard much about today's farce, but refrained from commenting until it was verified. Seeing Yunyan actively following, Gu Tianyu frowned slightly. I don't want you coming with me. It could be dangerous. You'd better stay back. Changing from his earlier somber tone, concern softened his voice. Unfazed, Yunyan responded confidently. There's nothing to worry about. I've seen much more chaotic situations than this. Instead, she reassured Gu Tianyu. Looking at the woman in front of him, Gu Tianyu still wanted to dissuade her. But reading the evident care in his expression, Yunyan replied naturally. I wouldn't feel right letting you go alone. Her words seemed to bring warmth to Gu Tianyu's heart, easing the irritation he'd felt moments before. That's fine. Let's go together then, he acquiesced, perhaps accepting the power of positive psychological suggestion. As Director Xia creates such a big fuss, it's clearly an attempt to use public opinion to suppress this issue. Cheng Jiu said while walking. His behavior has pushed Gu Corporation straight into the spotlight. Gu Tianyu let out a cold snort. With his capabilities? Darkness clouded his gaze, his expression cold and sharp as he radiated an icy aura. It's likely that someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes, manipulating events through skilled individuals. Picking up speed unconsciously, Gu Tianyu hurried, concerned that something undesirable might occur. Yunyan heard Gu Tianyu's words, and indeed they matched her previous assumptions. Social discourse was indeed targeting Gu Corporation. She believed today's event would draw attention not just from the entire Gu Corporation, but even become headline news across the entire Jiang City. Seeing Gu Tianyu and his team heading towards the elevator, Song Ran hastily put down her current task and joined in. Tianyu, let me come with you. She feared losing the advantage somehow. Yunyan looked back and saw Song Ran wearing 10-inch heels, limping as she walked unsteadily. Gu Tianyu had no time to deal with it now. He just wanted to get to the scene and check the situation. Seeing Gu Tianyu didn't refuse, Song Ran directly pressed the elevator button. The few people who were going together entered the elevator. Because Song Ran was the last to enter the elevator, she stood at the front now, while Gu Tianyu and Yunyan stood behind her. The elevator was ascending, and with a ding, it opened. After leaving the elevator, they still needed to climb 2 flights of stairs to reach the rooftop. Cheng Jiu answered a call and briefly responded to the other party. All right, report any developments immediately. He hung up and then reported to Gu Tianyu right away. Mr. Gu, the negotiation expert has arrived, and the rescue team is ready. After hearing Cheng Jiu's reply, Gu Tianyu glanced at Yun Yan beside him and Song ran in front and said indifferently, "In a moment, both of you will stand behind me. It's dangerous outside on the balcony. There are many possibilities." Hearing Gu Tianyu's care, Song Ran couldn't be happier. "Tianyu, we're almost there. I'm scared." After saying that, she stopped walking just as Gu Tianyu suggested, turning around to go behind him. Yun Yan thought to herself, when did such a show of weakness happen? These sorts of women really don't know how to stop causing trouble. If Manager Song is afraid, she can return to the office. You stay here with Mr. Gu and I'll take care of it. Yun Yan shot a glance at her and bypassed her quickly, speeding up her pace. Gu Tianyu also agreed with Yun Yan's idea. Manager Song, if you're scared, you'd better go back to the office. He wasn't joking at all, his expression becoming even more serious. Damn, Song Ran cursed silently inside, hoping something unexpected would happen to Yun Yan. No way, I want to be by your side, Tianyu. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid anymore. She changed her attitude as fast as turning pages. Looking at Yun Yan ahead, Gu Tianyu remained worried about her safety. Leave professional things to professionals to handle. Gu Tianyu knew Yun Yan's capabilities, but he feared some sudden incidents might occur, and he only wanted her to be safe. Song Ran glanced at Yun Yan disdainfully. Meddling where she shouldn't is not helpful at all, and this isn't anything worth celebrating. Yet she insists on interfering. She felt dissatisfied whenever she saw Yun Yan. Could it be that Yun Yan intended to make an impression on Tianyu? Chapter 92, Threatening with Death. I want to see Mr. Gu. Xiao Song shouted agitatedly, not allowing anyone to approach. The rescue personnel were already lying in wait in various corners, ready to act at any moment. The atmosphere on the scene became tense. Although Song Ran was usually arrogant and overbearing, seeing the current situation made her skin crawl. My goodness, what's going on here? One little slip, and it's a fall to your death. She anxiously pulled on Gu Tianyu's elbow. Tianyu, I'm afraid of heights. Let's go back and leave this to the rescue team. Song Ran was trying to persuade Gu Tianyu to leave. Gu Tianyu glanced at Song Ran's hand and pushed it away. Song Ran, if you're scared, then go back to the office. He didn't have the energy to deal with Song Ran right now. With Gu Tianyu refusing to leave and Yun Yan also present, Song Ran decisively abandoned the idea of leaving. She mustered her courage. As long as you're here, I won't be scared. Yun Yan almost gagged when she heard these words. Such talk could only come out of Song Ran's mouth. Song Ran secretly glanced at Yun Yan, who remained calm with her eyes fixed on Xiao Song. Yun Yan, if you're scared, just go back. Tianyu, and I can handle this. Song Ran repeated the excuse Gu Tianyu had used to dismiss her earlier. You don't need to speak for me. No one thinks you're mute. Yun Yan responded coldly after hearing Song Ran's words. This Song Ran was like a sparrow, always chattering in her ear. People around them started looking their way. Song Ran wished there was a crack in the ground to disappear into. All my good intentions are wasted. I'm just concerned about you. Song Ran stomped her feet in anger. But beside her, Gu Tianyu showed no reaction, leaving her unable to do anything more. I don't need it. Yun Yan didn't give Song Ran another chance to speak. Her eyes remained fixed on Xiao Song. This man was only putting up a front. If he truly had the determination, he would have jumped by now. Because of their argument, the rescue captain glanced over and frowned deeply. Yun Yan looked through the crowd and saw Xiao Song currently standing at the edge of the roof. He called out emotionally, ignoring the negotiators present and keeping his purpose clear. Based on his statements, Yun Yan firmly believed that as long as Gu Tianyu wasn't visible, Xiao Song wouldn't take any further actions yet. Xiao Song was short in stature, medium built, wearing black-framed glasses, and appeared honest. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. If it hadn't been discovered through investigation, it'd be impossible to tell that someone like him would do such a thing. Her gaze scanned around and found Gu Haonan as well. Her dark eyes deepened unconsciously. How long has the standoff lasted? Yun Yan asked calmly, looking at the rescue captain. Seeing Yun Yan, an unassuming woman, the rescue captain spoke seriously, sighing heavily. Miss, this is not a time for watching entertainment. We have everything under control here. Please leave. After hearing this, Song Ran immediately chimed in. That's right. Yun Yan, stop making things difficult for everyone. Just go back. They both thought that Yun Yan was getting in the way of the rescue effort. Yun Yan ignored everyone's objections, remaining composed as she lifted her head and observed Xiao Song in the distance. The longer the deadlock lasts, the less advantageous it becomes for us. Look at his legs, slightly trembling. A person who's truly determined to die wouldn't show such instinctive reactions. Yun Yan observed meticulously. Following Yun Yan's statement, the rescue captain glanced at Xiao Song's legs and indeed saw what Yun Yan described. Look at Xiao Kong. After every comment, he unconsciously glances behind him to confirm his safety perimeter. This indicates subconscious self-preservation based on psychology. Yun Yan informed the rescue captain about her observation, giving him a hint. Realizing he overlooked this crucial detail earlier, the rescue captain carefully inspected Yun Yan again. Everything she said was correct. Turning to the negotiators with a pleading look, he sought a quicker solution. Is what this lady says true? Ignoring Yun Yan's insight, the negotiators replied arrogantly. We make our own judgments. We don't need her interference. After saying that, they bypassed Yun Yan and continued to negotiate with Xiao Song. Mr. Xia, if you want to meet Mr. Gu, at least come down first so we can discuss this properly. The negotiators tried reasoning with him. Gu Haonan noticed that Gu Tianyu's group hadn't moved much and chimed in accordingly. Xiao Song, come down first, we can figure this out. Xiao Song was beside himself with frustration now, refusing to listen to anyone. Uncle, I'm not coming down. Today, if I don't see Mr. Gu, I will not descend. Xiao Song expressed his intense emotions. Now they fire me and pursue further responsibility. How am I supposed to live? He sobbed, as if having a tremendous grievance. Xiao Song had been fired and was now being pursued for further responsibility. Rather than backing down, he decided to escalate the situation. If something really happened to him, it would affect the entire Gu group, so he was adopting an I have nothing to lose attitude. Mr. Xia, please calm down. Your current state is very dangerous. The negotiators were just soothing him while stalling, hoping Gu Tianyu would come to their rescue. I've worked for the Gu family all these years. Even if I haven't made significant contributions, I've certainly endured a lot. How could they dismiss me so easily? He hadn't expected that his relationship as a relative of the Gu family would be cast aside so abruptly by Gu Tianyu, who refused to give him any face. Xiao Song was threatening and only wanted Gu Tianyu to change his mind. I want to see General Manager Gu right now and talk to him. He took a step back. Everyone felt anxious, drawing in a cold breath. A fall from this floor of the Gu group building would undoubtedly be fatal. You shouldn't be too agitated. We're here to help you solve your problems. The negotiators continued to maneuver, casting their gaze toward Gu Tianyu, who stood not far away behind them. After one round of failed negotiations, the rescue team leader approached. General Manager Gu, Xiao Song is emotionally agitated right now. He specifically requested to talk to you. The current demands from Xiao Song were being relayed on behalf of them. Upon hearing this, Song Ran immediately rejected the idea. What's there to discuss? With what Xiao Song has done, it's his own fault that the company dismissed him. There's no blaming others. Ms. Song, under the present circumstances, it's not within your authority to decide for Mr. Gu. Cheng Jiu couldn't help but interject. Even if Xiao Song had erred, his current position was perilous. A slight misstep, and he would fall. In this critical moment, facing an emotionally charged Xiao Song, the rescue personnel could only try their best to delay things. No one could guarantee the situation now, fearing the worst. If something truly went wrong, the responsibility would be immense. Song Ran was displeased with Cheng Jiu's comment. Assistant Cheng, are you suggesting Tianyu should take a risk? She glanced sideways at Cheng Jiu, crossing her arms, looking utterly disdainful. I don't know how you managed to serve as an assistant. You? Cheng Jiu knew that Song Ran enjoyed harming others for her own benefit. Chapter 93, Not to be threatened. Just as everyone was still discussing countermeasures, Gu Haonan shouted loudly to Xiao Song. Xiao Song, Mr. Gu has arrived. He gave Xiao Song a discreet wink. Whatever your demands are, discuss them properly with Mr. Gu. Don't do anything rash. Xiao Song immediately got the hint. Mr. Gu is here. I want to see Mr. Gu. If not, I will jump immediately. He said this while repeating the dangerous action from earlier. Gu Haonan quickly stopped him. His expression exaggerated. He called out loudly. No, don't do anything foolish. You have elderly at home and young ones to care for. What issue could be more important than human life? Then, he intentionally looked in Gu Tianyu's direction. Tianyu, Xiao Song is your second aunt's nephew. Save him. Hearing Gu Haonan's words, Song Ran chimed in. Tianyu, it's just a small matter. Why don't you forgive Xiao Song and give Manager Gu some face? Gu Tianyu's eyebrows slightly turned cold. Song Ran, what Yin Yin said earlier about you was spot on. What? Song Ran didn't understand at first, her mind quickly revisiting what Yin Yin had said earlier. Cheng Jiu closed his eyes slightly and coldly helped her recall. Miss Song, if you keep quiet, no one will assume you're mute. Song Ran was instantly speechless. Given that Gu Tianyu was angry, she dared not say more and quietly moved aside. Time was running out. The rescue personnel quietly informed Gu Tianyu of certain matters. Mr. Gu, try to stabilize Xiao Song's emotions in a moment. We'll handle the rescue operation. Gu Haonan also approached Gu Tianyu and continuously shook his head. Tianyu, Xiao Song has made such a big fuss. You must handle this well. Don't drive someone into a corner. There really should be no casualties. His look of watching from the sidelines was rather annoying. This is up to you now. My old bones won't be listened to by Xiao Kong. If something really happens to him, our entire Gu Corporation will be held accountable, Gu Haonan emphasized, directly pressing Gu Tianyu. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Gu Tianyu's brows furrowed in confusion and his eyes darkened. Tell Xiao Song that if he wants to see me, he should come up. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, the negotiation personnel immediately turned to Xiao Song. Mr. Gu has arrived. You can come over and talk. Xiao Song wasn't dumb. He wouldn't easily come back, but remained in place. No, I'll negotiate right here unless Mr. Gu agrees to my demands. Gu Tianyu, looking at Xiao Song not far away, sternly said, Xiao Song, I originally cared about you being an old employee. I already ordered that internal staff aren't allowed to privately discuss this matter so that you could leave with dignity. You know well what you've done yourself. If threats were useful, then why would we need laws? Everyone present was stunned. The rescue personnel softly reminded beside him, Mr. Gu, don't provoke Xiao Kong. Gu Haonan didn't expect that Gu Tianyu wouldn't fall for this trick either, so he couldn't interject. Xiao Song paused upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words. Mr. Gu, today's situation is also due to necessity. If I lose this job, how will I support my family? Gu Tianyu lost the patience he had earlier. His face became grim. If every person who makes mistakes comes to threaten me, then how am I supposed to manage Gu Corporation? The loss caused by all this commotion today to Gu Corporation will be pursued responsibly. Gu Tianyu handled things impartially and strictly, and he wasn't an easy man to compromise with, even less likely to be threatened easily. The negotiation personnel thought Gu Tianyu would agree to Xia Tsung's request, but unexpectedly Gu Tianyu's remarks completely broke down the talks. Mr. Gu, you need to calm him down first. Everything else can be discussed later. The negotiation personnel almost pleaded with Gu Tianyu to follow his lead. Yunyan frowned as she looked over. Game theory. She reminded the negotiation personnel. Indeed, he immediately understood and no longer obstructed Gu Tianyu. Seeing Gu Tianyu's attitude, Xia Tsung sneakily glanced at Gu Haonan, waiting for instructions. Gu Haonan gave him a meaningful look, and Xia Tsung immediately got it. He became agitated again. Since Mr. Gu cannot let me go unpunished, then I have only one way out, death. Xia Tsung said as he extended one foot towards the edge of the building. No. The onlookers involuntarily cried out in unison. Yunyan glanced once and opened her mouth indifferently, raising her tone slightly at the end. Fine. I'd actually like to see this. Everyone looked at Yunyan. Song Ran saw Yunyan stepping in front of Gu Tianyu, standing not far from Xia Tsung. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Ran anxiously called out to Yunyan. At a time like this, you're provoking him. Song Ran angrily disagreed, thinking Yunyan was adding chaos. She wanted to step forward and pull Yunyan back, so she wouldn't disrupt Gu Tianyu's plan. Cheng Jiu grabbed Song Ran firmly, knowing that Yunyan must have a plan. Director Song, stop causing trouble. Song Ran huffed angrily. The troublemaker is up front. She pointed at Yunyan. She's trying to make Xia Tsung jump sooner. Cheng Jiu ignored Song Ran's protest and pulled her back directly. Xia Tsung knew Yunyan. He responded coldly. So you can't wait to see me jump, huh? Yunyan didn't deny it. Exactly. I really want to know the speed of your fall from this height and weight, and the extent of the destruction. As she spoke, Yunyan moved a step forward, increasing the pressure greatly. Gu Tianyu couldn't help but feel slightly anxious in his heart as he stepped forward to pull Yunyan back. When the rescue personnel saw this, they also wanted to move closer and whispered, Miss, it's dangerous. Don't go any further. Of course, Yunyan could hear their words. She stretched out one hand to her back and waved it dismissively at everyone behind her. The wind on the rooftop was strong, and Yunyan pretended to adjust her hair by raising her hand above her head, bending her elbow, and covering her crown with her palm. Song Ran shook her head furiously. At a time like this, she's still thinking about fixing her hair. The captain of the rescue team immediately understood and gave the order. Everyone prepare for cover. The rescue personnel, hidden in various corners, all signaled acknowledgement. Xia Tsung didn't expect Yunyan to encourage him to jump, so he hesitated, pulling back his foot and staying completely still. Yunyan didn't give him a chance to breathe. Didn't you say you were going to jump? Do you know what it feels like when your body crashes into the ground and becomes unrecognizable? As you freefall, the wind resistance will constantly strike your body, and in the process, fear will flash through your mind with thoughts of impending death. The entire scene fell silent as all eyes focused on Yunyan. Xia Tsung followed Yunyan's train of thought. Finally, with a loud bang, everything ends. You will instantly feel excruciating pain upon hitting the ground. The high-speed impact will turn your body into a lump of soft meat, and janitors will have to scoop it up with shovels. After hearing this, everyone felt their skin prickle, and looking at Yunyan sent chills down their spines. Such a vivid narration made it almost impossible not to be affected. Yunyan remained calm, taking one step closer after another. Xia Tsung retched dryly and instinctively moved inward as his trembling body reacted. Seeing Xia Tsung's movements, Yunyan realized his intentions. He didn't genuinely intend to jump. He merely wanted to threaten them, hoping to avoid being fired and held accountable. Yunyan nodded toward the rescue personnel. Taking advantage of Xia Tsung's hesitation, they rushed over instantly. Xia Tsung struggled. Let me go. In the struggle, he missed his footing and screamed frantically. Save me, save me. I don't want to die. Chapter 94, Heroine Among Women. Hurry up if you don't want to die. Yunyan was quick-eyed and nimble-handed. Before others could react, she rushed forward and immediately grabbed Xia Tsung's hand. She exerted all her strength and gripped tightly. Gu Tianyu also disregarded his own safety. In this critical moment, he almost simultaneously rushed up with the rescue team and pulled Yunyan. Hanging in midair, an overwhelming fear filled his heart. Song Ran watched nervously and couldn't help but break a cold sweat, but she didn't dare to get closer, just anxiously standing still. Xia Tsung cried out, Save me. He looked down at the ground and felt dizzy. Shut up, you're too noisy. Instead of shouting, you might as well hang on. Yunyan squinted her eyes and pulled hard upward while using the other hand to support herself on the edge of the wall. A piercing pain spread throughout her entire body. The rescue personnel quickly adjusted and implemented the rescue, finally managing to pull Xia Tsung up from midair. Seeing him safely rescued, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Tsung lay on the ground gasping for air, experiencing a sense of danger that had grazed death. Yin. Gu Tianyu quickly hugged Yin tightly with all his strength. Gu Tianyu had always been decisive and fearless, but just now, he was truly afraid. Afraid of seeing Yin vanish before his eyes, he realized for the first time that he, too, had his weaknesses and was unknowingly deeply immersed in them. The nearby Yin always exuded a mysterious allure, making Gu Tianyu unable to resist drawing closer. Tianyu, let go, I can't breathe. Yin tapped Gu Tianyu's arms with her hands. Cough, cough, cough. Due to being squeezed tight and unable to breathe, his face turned red as he caught his breath. Rescued and didn't die, but now you're going to strangle me to death, Yin teased uncommonly. Gu Tianyu only then realized how forcefully he had held her. He loosened his grip on Yunyan, carefully inspecting her to ensure her safety before letting go. It's good that you're unharmed. Don't do such dangerous things in the future, he said, his mouth curling slightly into a relaxed smile as he stared intently at Yunyan, feeling like if he looked away even for a second, she would disappear. I'm fine. I'm standing soundly in front of you, Yunyan said, swaying her body to demonstrate her safety. SSSS. Instinctively, Yunyan flinched as she raised her hand and felt a slight pain in her arm, probably because of the strain which caused her injury. It must have been during the pulling earlier, your muscles were strained. Let me take you to see a doctor, Gu Tianyu said tensely, furrowing his brows deeply. Song Ran walked over and stared anxiously at Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, you scared me half to death. Just then it was so dangerous, yet you still lunged forward. All because of you. Why did you have to provoke Xiaozong? If anything happens to Tianyu, I won't forgive you. Song Ran's accusing tone made it seem like she wanted to rip Yunyan apart. Yunyan felt annoyed. Manager Song, we just escaped danger. Can't you say something nice? Don't be smug. It was just coincidental that you managed to save someone. Song Ran muttered bitterly, unwilling to let Yunyan overshadow her. Damn it. Yunyan always likes to steal the spotlight. At this point, the captain of the rescue team spoke up. This young lady's cleverness isn't just by coincidence, you know. Song Ran retorted indignantly. Didn't you just criticize her for getting in the way earlier? He shook his head and muttered something. Soft ones are afraid of hard ones, and hard ones are afraid of reckless ones. Everyone turned curiously to look at him. What does that mean? Song Ran found it baffling. The reckless ones are afraid of those who disregard their lives. Yunyan chimed in. She understood that the rescue captain referred to what she reminded everyone earlier, game theory. Miss, you truly have great strategy. Who would have thought you looked so young but score perfectly in logic? The captain couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. As the rescue captain, he had seen countless situations big and small, but he had never met someone as brave and smart as Yunyan. He could not help but write her off as simply impressive. After listening to their conversation, there was a round of applause on the scene, followed by a voice leading the cheers. Miss Yun is a heroine among women. Mr. Gu has indeed great fortune. Not simple at all. Then, everyone learned about Yunyan's identity. The rescue captain had a curious expression looking at Yunyan. It turns out to be the boss's wife. I deeply apologize for any offense earlier. He apologized for the earlier collision. Yunyan shook her head lightly. Things were urgent just now. Captain was just handling business normally. Originally, Song Ran wanted to say something, but since everyone now agreed unanimously in praising Yunyan, she kept silent, although deep inside she did not approve. Xiaozong was helped out, and he was still trembling, his spirit unsettled. His pants were wet around the ankles. Cheng Jiu glanced once. Take him down and clean him up. After watching this farce, Gu Haonan's eyes darkened as he silently disappeared into the crowd. In the meeting room of Gu's corporation, at the entrance, 2 bodyguards were standing. They had been specially dispatched to watch over Xiaokong. After the farce that had just occurred, everyone now was wary of this Xiaozong. Only after ensuring everything on site was safe did they notify Gu Tianyu to come. Gu Tianyu, hands in his pockets, strode with Cheng Jiu and arrived. He pushed open the meeting room door. Xiaozong immediately got up from his seat upon seeing the tall figure at the entrance. He trembled a little and then respectfully addressed him. Mr. Gu. Gu Tianyu didn't say anything. He naturally sat down, crossed his legs, and looked fiercely with a powerful presence that made others feel intimidated. Subsequently, the bodyguard at the door closed the meeting room door. Now in the spacious meeting room, there were only the 3 of them. Sitting quietly on the chair, Gu Tianyu's overwhelming aura almost made Xiaozong suffocate in fear. Speak. Gu Tianyu cast a sharp look towards Xiaozong as he waited for him to recount his grievances. Stammering, Xiaozong said, Mr. Gu, it was my insatiable greed. It's my fault. I assure you that if you overlook this time, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Beads of sweat lined his forehead. He was making guarantees. A joke. Gu Tianyu's cold and handsome face darkened slightly. So all the fuss you caused was just to tell me these few, trivial words? A person with such a small courage wouldn't dare to easily meddle unless there was someone backing him up. Xiaozong kept apologizing without saying anything else. Gu Tianyu could see that Xiaozong clearly dared not divulge the person behind him, so continuing their discussion would be a waste of time. If you think by pleading with me, you can make me let you go, then you don't know much about me, Mr. Gu. Gu Tianyu spoke sternly, unwilling to waste any more time on him. You'd better save those extra words to tell the police. Gu Tianyu was now worried about Yunyan. He wasn't sure how injured she was. Thinking about this, Gu Tianyu's eyes turned even darker. Damn. After saying that, he ignored Xiaozong and left. Mr. Gu. No matter how much Xiaozong shouted, Gu Tianyu did not look back. Chapter 95. Her identity is very suspicious. Night fell. In Jiangcheng, Gu Haonan's house. Bang. He was filled with anger and swept the teacup on the table to the ground. The broken crockery fell to the floor, leaving a mess. None of the people in the room dared to move recklessly. They all stood quietly because their master was angry. One by one they stood straight, not daring to look at Gu Haonan. Today, Xiaokin's nephew made a big commotion at Gu Corporation, causing a buzz throughout Jiangcheng. People were still discussing the matter during their free time, and naturally, the servants also knew about it. Xiaokin quickly signaled to the servants to clean up immediately. Husband, don't be angry. Anger is not good for your health. She forced a smile, lightly patting Gu Haonan's chest to comfort him gently. Gu Haonan could not suppress his anger. You see what your good nephew has done. He's utterly useless. I was originally counting on him to do something, but now things have reversed. He can't accomplish anything and only creates problems. He shook his head in anger. We've lost so much face. Now, the people outside and those at Gu Corporation are laughing at me. Lord Gu heir, even unable to keep an eye on a single nephew. Speaking of this made him angrier again. After Xia Tsong was fired, Gu Haonan had planned to send him away to avoid the windfall of gossip. However, Xia Can devised a personal plan, letting Xia Tsong create chaos at Gu Corporation. It was supposed to put pressure on Gu Tianyu, letting him know that the Xia family wasn't to be trifled with. But it turned out that Xia Tsong was too incompetent and was easily subdued. Naturally, Gu Haonan wasn't in a good mood, and there was a hint of blame towards Xia Can. If only I hadn't listened to you back then. Look at how things have gone against me. Xia Tsong is now under Gu Tianyu's control. If he confesses everything, all my careful plans will go to waste. Thinking about how there were always people helping Gu Tianyu while all he had around him were incompetents, Gu Haonan grew more agitated. Every time he thought he was close to success, something would ruin it. Useless stuff. Is this all the Xia family is capable of? This comment made Xia Can extremely uncomfortable. When they initially planned it together, Gu Haonan agreed, but now it seemed like it was her fault. But regarding Gu Haonan, Xia Can could only obey, suppressing her frustration. After all, the Xia family now depended on his goodwill. She had no choice but to swallow her resentment. Xia Can consoled, Haonan, don't worry. The Xia family still relies on us. Song won't blabber. Xia Can knew that Gu Haonan was afraid of being exposed. A flash of darkness crossed her eyes as she confidently believed Xia Tsong wouldn't dare make a rash move. Hearing Xia Can's reassurance, Gu Haonan let out a sigh of relief for now. I hope so. Otherwise, I'll never forgive him. His gaze darkened, his fists clenched tighter. If Xia Tsong were standing before him, there'd be no avoiding a slap. I'll take care of the Xia family side myself. Song will take full responsibility for all sins. You'll claim ignorance and cut ties completely. Even if Gu Tianyu wants to pin any crime on you, he won't be able to. Xia Can coldly said, having already figured out how to respond if Xia Tsong failed. Truly, the sting of a scorpion's tail, the most venomous heart of all belongs to women. For profit, Xia Can wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice Xia Kong. Her goal aligned with Gu Haonan. It was the entire Gu family. As the second branch of the Gu family, Gu Haonan had always been subordinate to the main branch. First, it was his older brother Gu Jinsong. Now it was Gu Tianyu's turn. Always controlled by others, this feeling was absolutely unbearable. Why must they listen to the elder branch as fellow descendants of the Gu family? They were always kept down. His rebellious mind was restless. Let's hope so. Gu Haonan was now troubled and didn't want to dwell further. These days, every step he took was carefully pondered over, without carelessness, just taking advantage of Gu Tianyu's illness when he rarely visited Gu Corporation, thereby quickening his pace. Still, issues arose. Silence prevailed for a moment. Didn't I hear that Xia Tsong was saved by a girl named Yunyan today? Suddenly, Xia Can shifted the topic. She looked a little disbelieving, finding the situation suspicious. Completely forgetting, Gu Haonan remembered the event from earlier in the day. Yes, today it was Yunyan who saved Xia Kong. This girl, brave and resourceful, is a great assistant to Gu Tianyu. Xia Can paced back and forth a few steps, contemplating it thoroughly. Something felt off. I've heard from my sister-in-law that Yunyan was brought back from the countryside by the Yun family, yet I can't help but think this girl doesn't resemble someone from the countryside at all. Woman's intuition spoke. Though we've met only a few times, her composed personality and the words revealed in conversation aren't easily deceptive. The knowledge embedded in someone's bones comes from the experiences gained through the roads they've walked and the people they've encountered. Xia Can analyzed. In the past, she was also a top-ranking actress in the entertainment circle, having seen countless people. Gu Haonan pondered for a moment. After hearing Xia Can's words, he felt something amiss and said with restraint, Chan, are you suspecting this girl's identity? Xia Can pursed her lips and nodded. She is indeed suspicious. Do you remember why she married into our Gu family? Xia Can reminded him. Gu Haonan sneered. Isn't it to give Gu Tianyu good luck? But this girl has a great destiny. She actually succeeded. Xia Can shook her head, looking around cautiously. Once confirming there was no one else around, she spoke slowly. Haonan, Gu Tianyu's illness can't be cured just by someone marrying into the family. Gu Haonan paused briefly. Of course, he knew what Xia Can meant. So, you also doubt this girl's identity? Xia Can looked grave. No, now the enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. If we don't investigate her identity thoroughly, I won't feel at ease. Haonan, let me take care of this matter. Xia Can had connections with both legal and illegal circles, and she intended to find out Yunyan's real identity as soon as possible. What's going on? A voice came from outside the door. Both of them immediately recognized it. Gu Yang had returned. Seeing Yu Zi coming home, Xia Can quickly stepped forward. Ah Yang, you're back. She hadn't expected Gu Yang to have time to drink and revel tonight. Gu Yang smelled of alcohol as he casually placed his hand on Xia Can's shoulder. Mom, I'm back. Seeing this Yu Zi who indulged himself in drinking and pleasures every day, Gu Haonan's already bad mood worsened. You finally decided to come back? Gu Yang laughed playfully. Didn't Mom ask me to come home? I still had plans for later tonight. Xia Can reminded Gu Yang because an incident occurred at home today. She wanted him to come back earlier to avoid another scolding from Gu Haonan. Humph. Gu Haonan clicked his tongue, unwilling even to speak. Xia Can hurriedly interjected. Go upstairs, take a shower and rest. She was trying to send Gu Yang back to his room first, otherwise, Gu Haonan would definitely start preaching again. Stop. Chapter 96. Like father, like son. Gu Yang stopped in his tracks. You, look at you. All you do is drink and have fun. Look at Gu Tianyu. Though Gu Haonan disliked Gu Tianyu, he had to admit that Gu Tianyu was excellent. Gu Yang, who had been drinking, couldn't bear the scolding any longer and felt an inexplicable anger rise. Gu Yang looked at Gu Haonan, who was lecturing him, and instantly lost his temper. What's so great about Gu Tianyu? He just happens to have a more capable father than me. His words were a direct attack on Gu Haonan. Gu Haonan's face turned ashen with rage. You insolent brat. What did you say? Tonight, he had been seething with anger but had nowhere to vent it. Now, he struck Gu Yang hard across the face, eyes bulging and fuming like thunder. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap woke Gu Yang up halfway. His head buzzed. He glared fiercely at Gu Haonan. You only know how to take your frustrations out on me. Hit me. Haonan. Xiaokan held her beloved son, Yuzi, and looked at Gu Haonan. Can't things be discussed calmly? It's not often that Yang comes home, and this is how you treat him. Xiaokan stood by Gu Yang, concerned about his injuries, her tone full of reproach. Your cheek is already swollen from the hit. Xiaokan was tender-hearted toward her beloved son, Yuzi. The marks of 5 fingers were clearly visible on his cheek. Gu Haonan's eyes widened in anger, fuming. Would he listen if I spoke calmly? It's all your fault for always spoiling him. Indulgent mothers ruin their children. Look at him now, he's like a waste of space. Every day, all he knows how to do is eat, drink, and play. What can he actually do well? If he were more diligent, would we still be suppressed by the main house? Gu Haonan grew angrier the more he spoke, angrily pounding his chest twice. Gu Yang, who had been in a good mood originally, was now brought down to the bottom after being scolded by his father. Furious, he retorted, am I not just your Yuzi? As they say, like father, like son. He deliberately drew out the final syllable. Gu Haonan raised his hand again, infuriated. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Don't think that just because you're my father, I won't fight back. Saying that, he really moved forward, grabbing Gu Haonan's hand. You dare. Gu Haonan fought back. Seeing the situation, Xiaokan quickly pulled Gu Yang aside. Yang, your dad is angry. Just keep quiet. Xiaokan was most troubled by the quarrels between the two fathers. She tried to soothe Gu Haonan. She gave Yuzi a subtle glance, whispering in a voice only they could hear. Go upstairs quickly. Gu Yang knew that continuing to argue would bring him no benefit. He listened obediently and immediately went upstairs. Seeing Gu Yang run off quickly, Gu Haonan's anger hadn't subsided. Brat, if you hadn't run so fast, I would have broken your dog legs. He sighed deeply. It's all your indulgence. With frustration, if not for his own son, Yuzi, Gu Haonan wouldn't even bother giving him a second glance. It's not only your Yuzi, you also have some responsibility. Xiaokan mumbled. I'm furious. Whenever Gu Haonan mentioned Gu Yang, Xiaokan would always take Gu Yang's side. Yang just hasn't settled down yet. Given time, he will surely be able to shoulder important responsibilities. Xiaokan glanced toward the bedroom upstairs. Gu Haonan didn't bother responding. Humph, when pigs fly. The next day, Xiaokan sat elegantly beside the dining table, enjoying breakfast. She wore a white orchid-colored cheongsam, with her hair neatly combed into a bun, like a noblewoman painting. In her left hand, she held a fork, in the right, a knife, carefully slicing imported grilled sausages before slowly putting them in her mouth and tasting them carefully. Mom, Gu Yang's voice came through. His disheveled hair showed he had just woken up, sleepily wandering over, yawning lazily as he scratched his head. Xiaokan took one look at him, her expression slightly condensed, but it soon returned to normal. Gu Yang, after waking up from his nap, forgot everything that happened last night. The servant saw Gu Yang come to the dining table and immediately went to prepare breakfast. Where's Dad? Gu Haonan noticed there was only Xiaokan. He went back to the company. Xiaokan finished eating. She gently put down her utensils and picked up a napkin to lightly dab at the corners of her mouth. At least I can have a peaceful breakfast then. Gu Yang happily took the plate from the hands of the servant. Xiaokan thought back to last night, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. Yang, Mom has something for you to do. She didn't want Gu Haonan to think that Yuzi accomplished nothing. Gu Yang didn't look up. Tell me, another purse you want me to pull strings and get reservations for, am I right? When it came to leisure pursuits, he excelled. Whenever someone couldn't get famous designer bags or watches in the past, as long as he stepped in, they could obtain them without fail. Xiaokan shook her head. I'm serious. Startled by his mother's serious tone for the first time, Gu Yang momentarily stopped with his knife and fork in hand. Was Xiaotsung's issue yesterday quite troubling? It's not that. I will handle it well. Gu Yang couldn't think of anything important at the moment. If it's not about Xiaotsung, then what else is it? Summer can cut to the chase. Yun. 2 words escaped her lips, as a trace of suspicion rose in her eyes. Mom, if you're looking for brother-in-law, why don't you just go to Ting Garden? Gu Yang sighed in relief, thinking his mother had encountered some kind of difficulty. Mentioning Yun, an inexplicable surge of emotion arose in Gu Yang's heart. This girl Yun looks pretty stunning, sending ripples through my heart. Recalling their previous encounter, Gu Yang still felt ticklish inside. Summerkin shot him a glance and lightly slapped his forehead. I'm discussing something serious with you right now, so stop your nonsense. I need your help to investigate this woman. You useless good-for-nothing. Gu Yang immediately snapped back to reality. Mom, stop hitting. You'll make me stupid. Let's have a proper conversation. Don't be like Dad. Why are you suddenly interested in her? He looked directly at Summerkin. Isn't it because of your dad? Summerkin muttered. Gu Yang lost his appetite immediately and asked the servant to clear the table. Always those grand plans of his. When it comes to Dad's matters, you care the most. Gu Yang shook his head. Last time we drugged brother, it didn't work, so he's still not letting it go, right? That old man sure has plenty of things on his mind. Fine, tell me what we're supposed to do this time. His words were laced with disappointment and helplessness, though he dared not disobey. Summer Can motioned Guyang to quiet down once she heard his reply. Chill. She anxiously glanced around, confirming no one had overheard before relaxing. Don't ever say such things again. Understood, young man. Guyang rolled his eyes. If you don't want others to know, unless you yourself refrain from doing it. Summer Can clicked her tongue. So what am I supposed to do this time? He stared impatiently at Summer Can, lacking any enthusiasm. In these past few times, your brother managed to turn crises into safety and take big steps forward. This Yin played a major role. Whenever I see this girl, I feel uneasy all over. I can't exactly explain the feeling, but my sixth sense tells me that this woman is far from ordinary. I want you to help me investigate everything about this girl. The more detailed, the better. Looking into Summer Can's deeply questioning gaze, Guyang agreed. All right, leave it to me. When it comes to charming, beautiful women, I know best. A wicked grin spread across Guyang's face. Chapter 97. He's a freak. Gu family group in Jiang City. There were still 2 hours left before the end of work, but Yunyan left the Gu group building ahead of schedule. She looked around, and then flagged down a taxi at the roadside and left. Quickly, follow the taxi ahead. Guyang patted the driver's shoulder to instruct him. Beep, beep, beep. Yunyan lowered her head, and took out her phone to answer. Sister-in-law, you're being followed again. The voice of Yi He came from the other end of the phone with a helpless tone, as expected. This second young master of the Gu family is not someone who gives up easily. It's hard to shake him off once he latches onto you. I've noticed that he has been following you for days now. Yi He warned. Yunyan glanced at the rearview mirror of the taxi, and sure enough, a black sedan was closely following behind her. If I don't go find them, they come straight to me. Since he likes to follow, let him keep following. I haven't had time to visit the Yun family in days, so I'll brew my favorite tea and wait for him. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yunyan's eyes. Her lips slightly curved as she hung up the phone. Driver, please stop at the mall ahead. Yunyan made her request. The taxi stopped at Haigang City Mall in Jiang City, according to Yunyan's request. After confirming that Guyang's car had also stopped, Yunyan got out. This mall is a famous luxury goods mall in Jiang City, and it is also under the Gu family group. Yunyan entered the mall. You can just wander around without waiting for me, she said casually as Guyang got out of the car. His gaze followed Yunyan constantly, fearing that he would lose her if he weren't careful. The bait had taken the hook. Yunyan faintly smiled. Guyang furtively pulled out sunglasses and headphones from his pocket, putting them on as he called Xiaocan. Mom, Yunyan is just ahead of me. The first floor of the mall was filled with luxury brand counters, gathering world-renowned brands, a true shopping paradise for women. Yunyan arrived at her favorite makeup counter to choose her favorite lipstick shades. Miss, your choice is excellent. This is our most popular lipstick color this season. Let me try it on you. The store clerk enthusiastically promoted. This color really suited Yunyan well. It appeared soft and light, perfect for her who was used to applying light makeup. Yunyan started trying on colors. I'll take one. Yunyan ordered decisively. Because of the successful deal, the shopkeeper was very happy and continued promoting other cosmetics. Miss, I think you have an icy elegance. We've recently launched a new powder puff with light and thin texture. Perhaps you'd like to give it a try as well? The storekeeper patiently recommended. Yunyan nodded. All right. The shopkeeper proceeded to start applying makeup for her. Miss, your skin is truly beautiful. Yunyan's skin was as white as snow, belonging to a concentrated beauty type. Just adding a few touches already made her look very pretty. Suddenly, Yunyan turned her head. I see there are perfumes at your counter over there. I want to check them out together. She pointed her finger towards the counter behind her, deliberately not looking in Guyang's direction. Scared, Guyang immediately turned around and hid pretending to browse items, heart thumping madly due to guilt. After a while, he sneakily glanced back, making sure Yunyan had already turned her head away. He exhaled deeply, patting his chest. Phew, that was close. What happened? Xiaocan, connected via the phone call, picked up on the abnormality and quickly inquired about the situation. Don't worry, nothing's wrong. Don't underestimate whose son I am. Guyang smirked privately. Yunyan confidently observed herself in the mirror. Through the reflection, she caught sight of Guyang's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but flash a mischievous smile. I think I really like the products in your store. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper became even more enthusiastic. In that case, miss, please wait a moment while we pick some of our best sellers for you. Guyang inwardly snorted. Humph, all women are ultimately tempted by such things. Mom, I've followed her for several days now. Apart from going to work with Gu Tianyu, after work, she only goes shopping and then returns home. There's nothing suspicious. Guyang began to feel bored. I guess you and Dad are too sensitive and think she has some extraordinary ability. Hey brat, stay on her trail. Don't think about leaving early. Xiaocan wouldn't allow him to be careless. After browsing through, Yunyan prepared to pay with her spoils of war. By now, Yunyan had become familiar with the store staff. When paying, Yunyan intentionally leaned closer to the cash register and whispered softly to the store clerk. Have you heard? Recently, there has been a freak around the mall area. As soon as these words were spoken, the young lady clerks became unusually tense, their eyes showing anxiety. Is there a freak in our mall? They worried intensely and subconsciously became more nervous. Yunyan furrowed her brows, appearing solemn. She gave a slight nod. I suspect that we are being targeted. Her tone became heartfelt, and then she secretly pointed to Guyang outside the door wearing sunglasses, making a gesture. Show. The clerk sneaked a peek and sure enough, as Yunyan had said, there was a suspicious man standing at the store entrance, even wearing sunglasses in broad daylight. Gu Yang immediately turned around but didn't leave. The clerk covered her mouth in surprise, lowering her voice and asking nervously, "Then what should we do?" There was a weirdo right outside, and all the employees in the store were girls. Besides, it wasn't the peak hour at the mall, so there weren't many customers around. "We are all girls, and we don't know if the person has any dangerous items." Yun glanced at everyone. "Contact your mall security. It's the quickest solution I can think of now." She spoke sincerely. "Yeah, our mall has security." With that, the clerk quickly picked up the phone on the counter and dialed the security room. Yun's lips curved slightly, and soon she put down the phone. "Remember, speak to Xiao Wei. Generally, perverts won't admit they're perverts. Let the security take him to the police station shortly." Yun gave one more specific warning. Upon receiving the distress call, the security personnel came immediately. They didn't give Gu Yang a chance to resist, grabbing him instantly and taking him away. "What are you going to do?" Gu Yang shouted loudly. "You freak. I've noticed you staring at our shop for a long time. Tell everything to the police." The security didn't allow him to defend himself. Gu Yang angrily roared loudly. "Outrageous. I am the second young master of the noble Gu family, not some kind of freak." The security guard coldly snorted. "You're not only a freak, but also like pretending to be our second young master. Leave all talk to when you meet the police." Gu Yang immediately took off his sunglasses and yelled loudly to Yun. "Yun, it's me, please explain it to them." Yun did not offer an explanation. She stood in place watching Gu Yang being taken away and raised her hand, making a goodbye gesture. Two quiet words slipped out of her mouth, "Bye-bye." Then she turned around and left with her cosmetics. Chapter 98, A Common Enemy. Exiting the police station, Gu Yang quietly trailed behind Gu Haonan without daring to utter a word. Xiaokan supported Gu Haonan as they walked while enduring his scolding. "You're more trouble than you're worth." Gu Haonan shook his head furiously. Xiaokan didn't dare respond this time. She gestured with a wave of her hand toward Gu Yang at the back, signaling him to hurry up and not dawdle. "How could I have a son like you? So foolish and always causing problems. For one thing, it ends up involving the police station. You've completely disgraced me." Xiaokan glanced at the onlookers around them, feeling embarrassed herself. "That's enough. We'll discuss it when we get home. There are too many people watching us out here. Do you think I'm not embarrassed? For that brat, my reputation is in tatters. Didn't you see the look on the commissioner's face? They only favor the elder house. I, from the second house, am destined for humiliation." Still angry, Gu Haonan ignored Gu Yang standing behind him, finished reprimanding him, then got into the car. Xiaokan sighed deeply, glanced once more at her son, then also climbed inside, leaving Gu Yang alone outside. Standing beside the car, Gu Yang's chest tightened with anger, fuming inside. The window slowly lowered down. "Hey Yang, your father and I will go home first." Xiaokan gave Gu Yang a meaningful glance, indicating he should wait until the old man cools off before returning home and facing another lecture. With an ugly expression, Gu Yang watched the car drive away. In a fit of rage, he kicked the curb and cursed under his breath. "Damn girl, how dare you play games with me? When I get the chance, I'll make you regret it." Recalling Xiaokan's words, he knew he couldn't return home now either. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and called his rowdy friends. "Let's meet up, drink some alcohol." Yun was sipping tea as Yi updated her about the situation over the past few days. Her mood had improved after having a bit of fun tormenting Gu Yang earlier. After hearing Yun recount her clever antics, Yi laughed aloud. "I bet Master Gu is still cooling his heels at the police station right now. Sister, you really made life difficult for him." Yun took a sip of tea. "Trying to follow me. What childish tricks. All right, let's talk business." Yun remembered the important reason she summoned Yi for today. Yi sobered up immediately. "Sister, just as you predicted, Yun has recently been desperately trying to borrow money from the banks. It seems they can't hold out much longer. Now all he cares about is attracting investors or sponsors. He has no time for other matters." Holding a tablet in his hands, Yi began reporting on some of the accounts he had recently investigated regarding Yun. In the current financial state of the Yun family company, obtaining a loan would be very difficult unless there's a guarantor or some collateral available. Yi coolly handed the tablet over to Yun. "If he fails to secure the loan this time, the company will likely start dumping large quantities of stock from the group, which would be the moment for us to acquire them at a low price." Yun put down her teacup, took the tablet, and skimmed through the numbers briefly. "We'll wait a bit longer. It's not yet the lowest price. I want him to willingly hand Yun Enterprises back to me." Yi calmly added, "Sister, the show you've been waiting for is just around the corner." Yun raised an eyebrow slightly and said indifferently, "I think this pace is too slow. You can push them a little more." She handed the tablet back to Yi and picked up her cup of tea to continue drinking. Yi understood immediately. His fingers clicked, making a sound. "No problem, it's all mine to handle. You keep monitoring their movements closely and report any new developments to me." He patted his chest confidently. "No issue, leave it to me." Thinking about Gu Yang's recent behavior, Yi added cautiously, "By the way, that Gu's second master has been following you constantly lately. Do you want me to take care of it?" Yun's expression softened somewhat, but she replied faintly, "No rush. I want to observe what moves the second branch of the Gu clan makes." Yi understood Yun had her own plans and didn't push the matter further. Yun looked at the time. "Just delayed a bit. I should go home now." Furrowing his brow anxiously, Yi stepped forward, stopping her. "Sister, aren't you used to living with the Gus already? Now you talk about going home. It's almost too casual. Since we rarely meet, you should at least treat me to dinner." "I don't care. You owe me a big meal tonight." He felt Yun was gradually getting emotionally involved with the Gus. worried that later she wouldn't be able to extricate herself easily. Yun Yin lightly tapped Yi He on the head. Isn't the money I gave you enough to cover our dinner? Shaking his head, Yi He crossed his arms. You clearly prioritize others over your brother disciple. I suppose I'll have to step aside. You don't even know? Recently, just keeping tabs on Yun Xing Yun, I've lost weight. He secretly glanced at Yun Yin, playing the pity card. Yun Yin gave him an annoyed look and reluctantly agreed. All right, let's eat. Yi He, who was previously glum, instantly brightened up, his voice becoming cheerful. Thank you, sister. I'll book a place right now. Dinner won't take up too much of your time. It won't delay your return home. Yi He deliberately picked a quarrel. Yun Yin glanced at him. If you say more, I'll dock your bonus. Yi He indeed followed her order and immediately made a sealed gesture with his hand, without saying another word. Upon careful reflection, Yun Yin realized there was some truth in what Yi He had said. It seemed she was becoming overly reliant on the Gus. To reward herself, Yi He selected a star-rated hotel buffet and went there with Yun Yin. Inside the club, the lighting was dim and the sounds were chaotic. Gu Yang raised his wine glass and drank heavily. Since arriving at the club, he hadn't smiled once, maintaining a foul mood and being easily irked by everything. Sister May, our Master Gu is not in a good mood tonight. If your girls can cheer our Master Gu up, money will not be an issue. Sister May, the club owner, who had a sharp eye for business opportunities, responded. When have I ever let you down, Lord Lu? With that, Sister May walked around Lord Lu Jie and came to Gu Yang's side. Girls, serve wine to Master Gu. Sister May, with her mature charm and commanding presence, immediately inspired understanding among the group of gorgeously dressed women. They served Gu Yang wine, swirling around him. Master Gu, calm down. When you're here, you need to let loose a little. Faced with fine wine and the alluring company, Gu Yang couldn't refuse. He picked up the glass and drank it down, erasing the gloom from moments before. Lu Jie burst out laughing as he clinked glasses with Gu Yang. Second young Master Gu, something's troubling you? Lu Jie smirked mischievously, purely curious about gossip. Gu Yang's gaze darkened. It's still about Gu Tianyu's new wife. She claims to come from the countryside, but I think she must be from some den of vixens, always scheming. I've been tricked by her today. Clutching the wine glass tightly, Gu Yang wished he could crush Yun Yin. Yun Yin? At hearing this name, Lu Jie became curious, remembering last time when he had felt seething hatred towards her. That girl? This deadbeat brat. Lu Jie raised his wine glass and clinked it against Gu Yang's. Who exactly are you talking about, Master Gu? It seems she's quite capable if she alone can make both Master Gu and Master Lu so mad. Sister May refilled their glasses. Hearing the tone in Lu Jie's voice, Gu Yang knew something unusual was going on. Did she trick you too? Curiosity sparked in Gu Yang. With a shared enemy comes a shared goal. Chapter 99, A Chain of Stratagems. That girl, I still remember what she did last time. If your older brother wasn't there, I would have disabled her. I see your brother really protects her. After listening to this, Gu Yang burst into laughter. You must be mistaken. My mother says that my uncle's family doesn't favor her at all. So probably, my elder brother just pretends for the sake of outsiders. Lu Jie, after hearing this, also thought it made sense. But not having released his anger yet, he still felt uncomfortable when thinking about Yun Yin. She was originally my arranged marriage partner. But apparently, years ago, she was sent to the countryside. Recently, because she is supposed to bring joy to your beloved elder brother, she was brought back. This wench, I was just about to settle accounts with her from last time. Lu Jie recounted all the previous events to Gu Yang and continued to embellish them. I am troubled by what to do with her. Now it's good. She has also offended second young Master Gu. The two started complaining to each other. In that case, this girl isn't one to be underestimated, Gu Yang mumbled in his mind. Thinking about how his father treated him, if it weren't for this Yun Yin, he wouldn't have been so humiliated today. Gu Yang couldn't swallow this indignity. Brother Lu, you know Yun's family well. Tell me more about Yun Yin. Gu Yang questioned. Actually, Lu Jie didn't know much. He usually only heard some things from Yun Shi. Anyway, she's neglected by both her father and mother. He directly said it. Listening to Lu Jie, it seemed like Yun Yin didn't come from a particularly powerful background. Gu Yang initially had a few concerns, but now he was thoroughly unafraid. Humph, then she is just a fake heiress. Brother Lu, this grievance, I've decided to help release together with you. She's just a girl. If you like, I can have her abducted and send her over to you. Gu Yang's tone became exaggerated, possibly due to the influence of alcohol. Lu Jie gave a sidelong glance at Gu Yang beside him. After drinking, his courage indeed increased. Second young Master Gu, Brother Lu sincerely thanks you. In a drunken haze, Lu Jie had long forgotten the warning given by Gu Tianyu last time. Anyway, since they were all members of the Gu family, if any real trouble arose, it couldn't be traced back to himself. Achoo! Yun Yin felt an itchy nose and sneezed. Have you returned? I will come pick you up. Gu Tianyu texted Yun Yin. Yi He stealthily glanced at her phone screen, noticing how Yun Yin involuntarily smiled when she saw the message. Sister-in-law, someone misses you, huh? He stared deliberately at her phone. She locked her phone and set it aside. Don't meddle. Yi He chuckled along as well. In the living room of Ting Garden, Song Wenxue sat watching TV with Gu Shiyu. As Gu Tianyu looked at the unread status of his text, waiting for a reply, he sat down on the sofa. Tonight, only Gu Tianyu had come home. Song Wenxue was dissatisfied, glancing at the wall clock. Tianyu, it's already this late, and Yun Yin hasn't returned yet. Even Gu Shiyu, who was originally engrossed in the TV, chimed in upon hearing her mother's words. Always going out everywhere. She doesn't act like a married person at all. Shiyu, You don't need to be informed about every movement of your sister-in-law. Gu Tianyu responded coldly. This comment showed a clear protective side. Unconvinced, Gu Shiyu began pouting, knowing that her mother didn't like Yunyan either. Mom, look at elder brother, he always scolds me for the sake of a country girl who came from the provinces. Gu Tianyu frowned deeply, finding Gu Shiyu's antics unreasonable. She is your sister-in-law. If you keep acting without propriety, don't blame me for cutting off your allowance. What Gu Shiyu feared most was losing her pocket money. Mom, elder brother is threatening me. I just said a couple of sentences about his wife. She shook Song Wenxue's hand. Song Wenxue didn't want to argue with Gu Tianyu. Even though she agreed with Gu Shiyu inwardly, she didn't voice it. Shiyu is straightforward and speaks before thinking. Tianyu, don't take it to heart. Song Wenxue subtly shook her head at Gu Shiyu, signaling for her to stop speaking further, or with Gu Tianyu's character, he was sure to lose his temper. Just as Gu Tianyu was about to speak, the text reply came. No need to pick me up. I'm going home now. After reading the message, Gu Tianyu got up. Mom, I'm going back to my bedroom. After replying to the text, Yunyan picked up the napkin and wiped her mouth, deciding she'd eaten enough. I'm full, she said with satisfaction. Already full. Yi glanced at the large table filled with exquisite dishes, shaking his cutlery slightly and pointing towards the food on the table. Senior sister, wasting so much food like this. Look at the lobster, the fatty salmon sashimi. Yun wasn't swayed by Yi's words. Yi, eating from his bowl, stared at the feast on the table. Sister, you're too thin. Eat a little more. Someone might think you've starved for ages. Eat slowly, I'm going back. Yun finished speaking and got up, not forgetting to take her few bags of cosmetics. Yi didn't try to keep her longer. He knew that Yunyan's heart was already flying back to Ting Garden. Just as Yunyan stepped out of the hotel, she met a mother and daughter carrying a suitcase. The two were wearing masks. As they passed Yunyan, the suitcase fell down, and all its contents spilled out. The skincare products Yunyan bought also scattered on the ground. Some perfume bottles broke and spilled everywhere. The scene was a mess. Not far away, a shadow by the big pillar of the hotel peeked for a moment. The woman squatted to pick up her suitcase. Oh no, how clumsy. I'm sorry, let me help you pick it up. Yunyan saw the woman was a mom with her child, so decided not to get mad and helped her tidy up instead. She picked everything up carefully. The items gave off a faint fragrance, like the scent left from laundry detergent or freshly purchased perfume. It was hard to tell. Thank you, you're really kind-hearted. I'm truly sorry for running into you just now. The woman thanked Yunyan. Big sister, thank you. The little girl's bright eyes made one's heart warm. Yunyan lightly smiled. You're welcome. She gently patted the little girl's hair and then left with her belongings. The man hiding behind the pillar hurriedly followed her. It was evening. There weren't many people on the street, and the man kept following Yunyan. Miss, where are you going? Let me send you. The man wore a baseball cap, his voice low. Yunyan shifted backward slightly, her vigilance heightened. No need. The man looked up, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Don't disdain an offer. He reached out to grab her, but Yunyan quickly turned around, kicking him sharply on his knee. The man fell and knelt down. Yunyan raised her hand, intending to hold his hands down, but found herself unable to summon enough strength. It felt soft and powerless. That's bad. Something was wrong with the fragrance earlier. She'd underestimated them when seeing the mom with a baby. They were a gang. They had been targeting her. Before Yunyan lost consciousness, she calmly pulled out her phone and directly dialed the first contact number. Soon, Gu Tianyu's deep, magnetic voice came from the other side of the phone. Yunyan. Chapter 100. We meet again. Hey. The phone was quickly hung up. Gu Tianyu tried to redial, but it went unanswered. Soon after, the phone was turned off. He had a gut feeling that Yunyan was in trouble. Gu Tianyu grabbed his coat and hurried downstairs, his face as gloomy as if he had fallen into a valley. Where are you going so late, Tianyu? Song Wenxue saw Gu Tianyu's hurried appearance and knew something must have happened. It's nothing. There's an urgent meeting at the company. I'll be back. Hearing that it was about the group, Song Wenxue did not ask further questions. Soon, the yard resounded with the sound of an engine starting. Gu Tianyu, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, dialed a call. Assistant Chung, something has happened to Yunyan. Help me locate the last place where my call signal disappeared. Yunyan felt dazed the whole time. She didn't know where she was being taken. The car kept driving. Her body felt soft all over. Her wrists and ankles were bound with ropes. She struggled and tried hard to stay conscious. Taking advantage of the moment when the people on the car weren't paying attention, Yunyan bowed her head and placed the pill hanging from her neck into her mouth. It was a pill she had prepared for herself, which could antidote various toxins. Ordinarily, it served as decoration, and she wore it habitually. No one would suspect its true function. As the pill started to take effect, Yunyan slowly regained consciousness and the numbness in her limbs began to subside, though she still needed more time to fully restore her strength. She didn't know who these people were or why they captured her. Before the situation became clear, Yunyan stayed motionless, wanting to recover her strength first, continuing to feign her disoriented state. The car drove farther and farther away from the city center, and even the sound of waves hitting the shore could be heard. Bringing her to such a remote place indicated either robbery or intent to harm. Wealth? Yunyan glanced down, noticing her jewelry was still intact, so this wasn't likely the reason. Then life? No. If they intended to kill her, they could have done it easily without bringing her so far out. Realizing these points, Yunyan understood instantly. Their goal was for lustful purposes. Just as she was pondering, the car suddenly stopped, and someone opened the door. Yunyan glanced outside. The vast darkness enveloped everything except for the light shining from the car. The man inside barked at her. Get out. Pretending to be weak, Yunyan asked, Big brother, who are you? Why are you abducting me? I'll give you double the price if you let me go. She cautiously tested the waters. Unmoved, the other person snapped angrily. Don't waste your breath. Behave yourself. We're just following orders. Reflect on who you've offended. They rudely dragged Yunyan out of the car. Judging by their actions, it matched her guess that they were commissioned to abduct her. No, big brother, I'll pay 10 times the amount. Yunyan raised her offer, acting frightened. This slightly moved the person, but seeing all the others present, they refused, shouting loudly at Yunyan. Shut up. Another cold voice interjected. Come on, our boss wants to see you. The men pulled Yunyan toward the yacht. At that moment, a few people descended from the yacht to the shore, whispering amongst themselves briefly. Tightly holding her clenched fists behind her back, Yunyan lightly touched the bracelet on her wrist, aiming at them. Right as she was about to make her move, a familiar voice drew her attention. Following the sound, Yunyan looked toward the direction of the yacht. A figure emerged from the shadows into the clearer light. It was Lu Jie. Yunyan, we meet again. Lu Jie smiled sinisterly as several towering bodyguards accompanied him. Upon seeing Lu Jie's arrival, Yunyan immediately felt uninterested and silently cursed under her breath. It seemed since the last encounter, Lu Jie now came better prepared, deliberately bringing along several bodyguards. However, in Yunyan's view, all these efforts were unnecessary. None of them stood a chance against her. A few moments earlier, the men in the car pushed Yunyan forward. Young Master Lu, according to the request, we've brought her here. This woman was quite a nuisance, always trying to leave, they muttered constantly. Thrown off balance, Yunyan stumbled because of gravity and fell directly into Lu Jie's arms. He encircled her waist with his hands. Smelling her faint, enchanting fragrance, he couldn't contain his excitement. My dear, we meet again. His smile and tone were repulsive. Yunyan rejoiced internally that the marriage agreement between them had already been terminated. Swiftly standing up, Yunyan attempted to stomp on his foot and coolly said, Stay away from me. Lu Jie swiftly dodged and secretly took pride in himself for avoiding her stomp. Even when mad, you're still beautiful. The crowd around them burst into laughter. Yunyan gritted her teeth and endured the extreme discomfort in her heart. She wanted to see what else Lu Jie had up his sleeve. Lu Jie flashed a smug smile, addressing the men from earlier. Go back and tell your second young Master Gu that I've received the person. Second young Master Gu? Yunyan instantly understood. Humph, it was this Gu Yang. Apparently, the lesson she gave him earlier wasn't enough. Yunyan made a mental note of this. Do you not fear Gu Tianyu by abducting me? Yunyan recalled Gu Tianyu's previous warning, surprised that Lu Jie had dared to act on it despite knowing the risks. Fear? Of course I do. Ha ha ha. Yunyan, don't blame me tonight. Blame yourself for offending people. A cold glint flashed through Lu Jie's eyes. Such an unrepentant person. Lu Jie, release me if you know what's good for you. Yunyan issued her final warning. Lu Jie grew discontent. Miss, when asking for something, have some manners. For example, serve me well. Yunyan rolled her eyes and spat. If you don't have a mirror, just go take a piss and look at yourself. Do you even know your own worth? The surrounding men heard and struggled to suppress their laughter while Lu Jie was thoroughly insulted. Do you remember the last time I broke your hand? Yunyan, still recovering her strength, lowered her voice slightly. Mentioning the last event left Lu Jie with a lingering grudge. Of course I remember. Don't worry, I'll make sure you understand soon how formidable I, Mr. Lu, truly am. He leered lustfully at Yunyan. His eyes practically fell onto Yunyan's body. Yunyan's exquisite face and shapely figure resembled an exquisitely carved piece of art. Every inch of her skin exuded alluring charm. Lu Jie's Adam's apple moved as he formed a wicked plan. Think you can order me around and I'll let you go? How will that make me look in front of my brothers? After speaking, everyone erupted into laughter, finding her thoughts exceedingly naive. Lu Jie lifted Yunyan's small face with one hand. She found it repulsive, forcefully turned her head, and spat, Don't touch me. Chapter 101. Yunyan starts self-rescue. Lu Jie was irritated by Yunyan's expression of disdain, which deeply wounded his humble self-respect. He stepped closer and grabbed her collar, lifting her up. What makes you think you have the right to look down on me? Yunyan, do you actually see yourself as a young lady from the Yun family? Ha ha ha. He released her, and Yunyan fell onto the ground. She looked up at the nearly raging man before her with cold eyes. What airs of superiority are you putting on in front of me? You're just a girl from the countryside. It's your fortune that this young master has set his eyes on you. Just wait until you become mine, and see how long you keep being so arrogant. Lu Jie's overbearing laughter filled the air. In the heat of their argument, Yunyan had already undone the rope around her wrist and recovered some strength. Taking advantage of his distraction when he burst into laughter, Yunyan quickly picked up a handful of sand from the ground and stood up, throwing it into the faces of the men in a flash of movement faster than lightning. A cloud of dense sand swirled about. The men got sand in their eyes. Their laughter stopped abruptly as they shouted and squatted down, frantically clawing at their faces, some even retreating steps and rolling on the ground. Tears streamed continuously. The more they tried to wipe away the sand, the more panicked they became. Yunyan's beautiful eyes grew colder. She tightened her grip on the rope in her hand and lunged forward quickly. With one twist, the rope wrapped around Lu Jie's neck. She tightened it with all her might, leaning back to lift Lu Jie off the ground. Lu Jie was startled by her sudden move. He no longer cared about the sand in his eyes, his neck being strangled almost out of breath. Instinctively, he grasped at the rope around his neck. Help me. His voice was hoarse now. losing its earlier arrogance. Yun Yin turned, using the rope to drag Lu Jie's head down forcefully into the sand. Her moves were fast and efficient like a tiger. Lu Jie kept shouting for help, struggling. Yun Yin raised her foot and pressed down hard on his back, grinding him underfoot as she muttered through gritted teeth. Which eye of yours dared to look at me disrespectfully just now? Terrified, Lu Jie trembled. Yun Yin, Great Master Yun, I couldn't recognize greatness when I saw it. Please let me go. Yun Yin snorted with derision. Too late. She pressed down again, burying his head deeper in the sand. The other men had finally rubbed the sand out of their eyes, but were still streaming tears. Hearing Lu Jie's cries, they prepared to approach and seize Yun Yin without much concern for the remaining sand in their own eyes. But Yun Yin lifted her hand, her gaze turning darker, pointing her wrist toward them. Pressing a mechanism, needles shot out precisely aiming at the enemy's necks. Before they could react, they all collapsed on the ground. Yun Yin hadn't missed an inch. Every silver needle hit its mark, striking the pressure points on their bodies, letting them experience a dizzying sensation. This numbing feeling in their acupoints was similar to the effect of the previous tranquilizer drugs. Yun Yin, I'll kill you. Lu Jie mustered all his remaining strength to fight back against Yun Yin. With reflexes as sharp as ever, Yun Yin swiftly kicked up another wave of sand straight towards his eyes. Aya, my eyes! Lu Jie screamed and writhed on the ground. You're too loud, Yun Yin complained. She took another handful of sand effortlessly from the ground, walking over to crouch in front of him. Her fingers forced his mouth open, stuffing sand inside it. Her series of movements flowed like water. Standing up, Yun Yin clapped her hands, dusting off the leftover sand. Stepping on Lu Jie, she tilted forward, applying force to grind him beneath her. Looking at the men writhing on the ground, Yun Yin shook her head and remarked coldly, pathetic. A beam of light approached rapidly. Yun Yin lifted her hand to shield herself from the glaring car headlights. Yi stepped out of the vehicle alone, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, looking quite cool. His long legs carried him slowly forward, step by step. Seeing the disheveled men sprawled all over the ground, Yi applauded twice. Senior sister, you were slower than I expected. Yi gave her a thumbs up. Yun Yin rolled her eyes. You didn't need to come. Yi hastily rebutted. No, I am on your payroll after all. Before Yun Yin was captured and brought onto the car, she had left behind a pile of skincare products and used foundation to leave a clue outside the hotel. With Yi's capabilities, he should have arrived earlier. It must have been the food temptation that delayed him. Hearing Yun Yan's words, Yi giggled a few times. Senior sister, don't be angry. I have a big gift for you. Make up for lost time. His eyes were mysterious and seductive. Yun Yin frowned, looking at Yi. Yi grinned wickedly. I left our boss Gu a clue. He should be here soon. Sister, since you've handled everything and Mr. Gu has arrived, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned around, waved to Yun Yin, who was still standing there, and left. This Yi always comes up with bad ideas. Yun Yin covered her forehead with her hand, feeling utterly helpless as she closed her eyes and shook her head. Sure enough, right after Yi left, Gu Tianyu's team arrived. In the dead of night, at this remote seaside spot. Those who didn't know what was going on might have thought something major had happened, given the large mobilization effort. The cars had just come to a stop when Gu Tianyu got out and ran as quickly as possible to Yun Yan's side. Yin. He looked her over carefully, several times, only letting out a sigh of relief once he confirmed she was safe. Faced with Gu Tianyu's concern, Yun Yin didn't reject it. I'm fine, no problem. Take all these people to the police station, ordered Gu Tianyu, looking at Lu Jie lying on the ground. A shadow crossed his mind. Understood. Following Gu Tianyu's orders, Cheng Jiu reported the situation to the police for their intervention. Once everything here was settled, Yun Yin followed Gu Tianyu back to the car to go home. Inside the car, Yun Yin remained silent, recalling Lu Jie's words from earlier, how this incident had been orchestrated by Gu Yang. Since this operation failed, Gu Yang would surely plan another one. It seemed they couldn't just sit back and wait. Seeing Yun Yin sitting silently, Gu Tianyu worried if she was still frightened. Gu Tianyu took Yun Yan's hand, inspecting her reddened palm from the rope before offering comfort. Yin, everything's fine now, don't be afraid. Yun Yin widened her eyes in confusion as she stared at Gu Tianyu. She wasn't sure where she had given off wrong information, making Gu Tianyu think she was scared. She obediently nodded. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. Actually, what she wanted to imply was, they're more seriously injured. I will assign bodyguards for you whenever you step out in the future. Otherwise, I can't feel at ease, Gu Tianyu said seriously, not joking. Gu Tianyu softly pulled Yun Yin into his embrace, tenderly stroking her long hair. Tianyu, I don't need any bodyguards. If bodyguards were assigned, Yun Yin felt her actions wouldn't be so convenient anymore. Her rejection made Gu Tianyu reluctant but unwilling to impose forcefully. Hence, he agreed temporarily. All right. Both fell into deep thought. Chapter 102. Hands off my woman. Weekend. With everything in the Gu group running smoothly recently, Gu Tianyu had planned to stay at home and rest for a whole day. Yun Yin had already gotten up early. The sun was shining brightly. After breakfast, she played with the Alaskan Malamute in the courtyard. Gu Tianyu walked down from the bedroom on the second floor. He saw Yun Yin holding a frisbee, throwing it away, and then the Malamute would obediently run over and bring the frisbee back. Time passed peacefully, like a beautiful painting. Unconsciously, Gu Tianyu became engrossed watching them. Master Gu, second Master Gu, and second young Master Gu have arrived. The butler suddenly came in to announce. Before the words were finished, Gu Haonan had already entered Ting Garden with Xia, Kan, and Gu Yang. Because of their sudden intrusion, the Alaskan Malamute grew restless and began barking at them. Woof woof. Erhua. Yun gave an order, signaling the Alaskan Malamute to stop. The Malamute immediately calmed down, squatted on the spot, tongue hanging out as he ha-ha-ha'd while closely watching the three guests. As they passed by Erhua, Guyang secretly glanced at Yun, but Yun did not look up. She continued to stroke Erhua's head. Seeing them, Gu Tianyu's good mood instantly disappeared. With a gloomy face, he asked, "Second uncle, why are you here today?" He returned to sit on the sofa in the living room, legs crossed, his gaze landing on Guyang. Gu Haonan chuckled lightly. "Tianyu, I'm just here to check on you today. Are you feeling better recently?" When Gu Tianyu fell ill previously, no one from the second house came to show concern. Now that he had recovered, people from the second house have come. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Glancing at the three of them, Gu Tianyu did not respond. Instead, he told the butler standing nearby, "Prepare some tea." Seizing the opportunity, the couple from the second house also sat down. Guyang stood quietly to the side without speaking, as if standing in punishment. Yun acted as if nothing happened and continued playing with Erhua. She tossed the frisbee in her hand. "Be a good boy, go fetch it." Recently, Gu Tianyu has halted all duties related to Guyang within the Gu group and publicly announced the indefinite suspension of Guyang's work. Some work from the second house has also been allocated to others. Guyang is currently under restrictions everywhere in Jiangxing City. Whoever dares to help him will be seen as opposing Gu Tianyu. Although Gu Haonan has always been eyeing the first house greedily, as long as Gu Tianyu is still around, he operates in secrecy. Never expected this stupid rainchild to brazenly make a move against Yun. Lu Jie has already confessed in the police station, outing Guyang as the mastermind behind the scenes. Because the Gu group still has business dealings with Grandpa Lu, Yun has severely taught him a lesson, so Gu Tianyu has temporarily spared Lu Jie's life. But Gu Tianyu is not an easy person to manipulate. This time, Gu Yang's mistake has made him unable to tolerate. Gu Haonan heard rumors that this time, Gu Tianyu will not easily let Gu Yang go. Both the black and white ways have received his orders. The atmosphere on site became somewhat subdued. Gu Haonan glanced at Gu Yang. Someone must take the initiative to speak. His gaze landed on Xiaocan. Xiaocan quickly understood. "Tianyu, our two houses haven't gathered for a meal in a long time. How about we all go visit Grandma together today and have a meal with her?" Gu Tianyu looked at Xiaocan. His low voice rang out. "Second aunt, surely you don't think I'll forgive what Yang has done just because we eat a meal at Grandma's?" The scene fell silent. Seeing Gu Tianyu's attitude, Gu Haonan got straight to the point. "Tianyu, we came here today mainly to ask why you stopped Yang's position at the Gu group." Seeing that people from the second house have finally dropped the pretense, Yun inwardly sneered. Gu Tianyu's cold and handsome face darkened a little more. This issue, Yang should understand the most clearly. While casually supporting his head with one hand, he said unconcernedly, "Why don't you two first go home and interrogate him thoroughly?" Gu Haonan well knew that making him feel humiliated was something Tianyu had anticipated today. His old face showed awkwardness as he chuckled. "Tianyu, Yang is still young. If he made any mistakes, I hope you, as an elder brother, can be more forgiving." It was as if Gu Tianyu hadn't heard anything. He said a sentence towards Yun in the courtyard. "Yin, it's too sunny outside. Come inside and sit for a while." Yun picked up the frisbee, patted Erhua's head once. "You play by yourself." Erhua wagged his tail and left. Yun followed Gu Tianyu's words and walked into the hall. She sat next to Gu Tianyu, calmly picking up the teacup to drink tea. Gu Haonan didn't expect that his words would be completely ignored by Gu Tianyu. But since they are currently asking for favors, he could only open his mouth again. "Tianyu, there are too many prying eyes in the company. Some matters need to be discussed at home with you. In any case, we are family. Now you've revoked Yang's position. It doesn't look good to outsiders." Gu Tianyu's gaze swept towards Gu Haonan. Family. When he kidnapped Yun, did he not know that she was family? He threw the teacup originally in his hand fiercely at Gu Yang. Gu Yang didn't dodge. With a thud, he knelt down. "Big brother, I'm sorry," he stammered, trembling. Gu Tianyu stood up, his face darkening instantly. Yun is my woman. Who gave you permission to have designs on her? How dare you? Teaming up with Lu Jie to kidnap her." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Gu Yang away. Seeing the younger one being bullied, Xiaocan hurriedly got up from her seat and rushed to shield Gu Yang. "I only made a temporary mistake. Tianyu, don't be angry." At Gu Tianyu's command, the bodyguards outside came in and pulled Xiaocan aside. Following Gu Tianyu's order, they began punching and kicking Gu Yang. Seeing this situation, Gu Haonan shook his head. "Tianyu, I hope you can spare Yang. He is your brother after all." With a cold expression, Gu Tianyu remained silent. Xiaocan broke free from the bodyguard's grip, walking over to Yun and biting her lip. "Yun, please help persuade Tianyu. Yang knows he has done wrong and won't do it again." Hearing Gu Yang's painful cries, Yun responded indifferently. "Aunt Xiao, I shouldn't interfere in this matter." Upon hearing this, Xiaocan was infuriated but had no other recourse. Because of the commotion, Song Wenxue heard and came toward the hall. Seeing the scene, her heart pounded with fear. Xiaocan quickly walked over, crying out loud, "Sister-in-law, please save Yang. He's about to be beaten to death." "Stop!" Song Wenxue shouted. The bodyguards, hearing the instruction from Mrs. Gu, and since Gu Tianyu didn't object, could only pause for now. They dragged the exhausted Gu Yang to Gu Tianyu's feet. Gu Tianyu looked down with no emotion whatsoever. Gu Haonan, watching this unambitious son, was both furious and unable to stand by. "Tianyu, if you've calmed down, I hope you can give Iang a chance. Today, Gu Haonan had lowered his dignity, speaking humbly for the first time. Still, the head of the household remains the eldest branch. If Gu Tianyu insists on expelling Gu Yang from the group, Gu Haonan would have no way to intervene. Chapter 103. Kill two birds with one stone. Song Winsnow didn't know what had happened. Seeing Gu Yang was seriously injured, she also felt reluctant to punish him. Tianyu, your uncle has spoken, forgive Iao. Gu Tianyu gazed deeply at Gu Yang and coldly said, all right, let Yunyan apologize. Song Winsnow muttered in her heart. Never would have expected that Gu Tianyu became so angry today for Yunyan. Xiaocan immediately spoke up upon hearing it. Iang, hurry up and apologize to your sister-in-law. She signaled to him with an eye gesture, letting him not to fight a losing battle right now. Yunyan, previously that was Iang's fault. Hope you are magnanimous enough to forgive him. Xiaocan turned around and grabbed Yunyan's hand. Yunyan coldly shoved Xiaocan's hand away. Aunt, sorry, I'm not that great. Not forgiving? Xiaocan didn't expect that even at this point, Yunyan would refuse in front of so many people without showing the slightest bit of consideration. She seemed nothing like the wild girl from the countryside everyone described, but rather someone formidable. Judging by the situation, if Yunyan doesn't forgive, then Gu Tianyu will definitely let those outside take action. In that case, Gu Yang will be in dire straits. Xiaocan regretted knowing too late. Isn't this wanting to kill Iang? Seeing Yunyan's resolute attitude, after much thought, she fell on her knees in front of Yunyan with a thud, pressing down on her skirt. Yunyan tried to pull free. If Yunyan doesn't forgive Iang, then we won't get up, she said as tears began streaming down her face. Cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang oneself. Yunyan had seen through their tricks long ago. Song Winsnow softened upon seeing this scene. Yunyan, forgive Iang. Yunyan looked at Song Winsnow, who didn't know the full story, thinking silently that if she knew about the previous cold poison within Gu Tianyu caused by this family here, would Song Winsnow still be as calm as now? Yunyan forcefully pulled her skirt free, took a step back, and said to Song Winsnow, do not advise goodness upon others when one hasn't experienced another's suffering. If we don't teach Iang a lesson, he will not learn his lesson. Song Winsnow was thoroughly annoyed. Rebel, Tianyu, you should also discipline your wife properly. Throughout the whole time, Gu Tianyu didn't look up and remained composed drinking tea. Mom, since this matter has been handed over to Yunyan to handle, we should not intervene. Song Winsnow knew that Gu Tianyu always kept his words and was unwilling to stay any longer. She turned around and stormed off in anger. Seeing Song Winsnow leave, Xiaocan realized they lost their last hope. If Yunyan hadn't forgotten, during Gu Tianyu's illness, many projects of Gu Corporation were under the supervision of Gu Haonan. After Gu Tianyu returned to the corporation, although the projects were given back, secretly Gu Haonan used his relationship advantage to hinder new research and development projects within the company. The board of directors, led by Gu Haonan, ought to be dealt with now. Taking this opportunity, they could achieve two goals with one action. Yunyan looked up at Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, if your aunt and them want to kneel, let them. I got up early in the morning, and just now playing with Aunt Era made me a little tired. I also want to go back to the bedroom and rest a while. As she said that, she also stretched her hand to yawn before getting up to prepare to go upstairs. Gu Tianyu slightly raised his eyebrows, though he did not know what Yunyan planned. He didn't stop her. Good. So what's next? Seeing the reactions of the two, Gu Haonan's heart sank. Yunyan, forgive Iang today considering uncle's face. I promise. Afterwards he will absolutely not do anything to offend you again. The fish was hooked. Yunyan revealed an expression of disbelief. Uncle, recalling the events that day, I'm still trembling with fear. I can't even bring myself to think back on what happened that day. Her little hands gently patted down on her chest. What an immense mental trauma this is for me. While she said this, one couldn't quite see how frightened she actually was. Upon hearing this, Guyang hesitated momentarily. He had something to say, but dared not rebut due to the present circumstances. He heard that the real story was that Yunyan fought against all odds alone, and none of Lu Jie's group could stand up to her. Now here she was faking being scared. Xiaocan jumped in. Yes, it's all our Iang's mistake. You were shocked. Yunyan puckered her lips, feigning a pitiful little girl appearance. Tianyu, you'd better let them go. I don't want to see them anymore. At the moment, Yunyan wouldn't open her mouth to forgive no matter what. Gu Haonan understood clearly. Yunyan, tell us what you want. As long as uncle can do it, I will agree to it. Yunyan's eyes slightly deepened, sitting back down on the sofa again. Gu Tianyu pursed his lips lightly and lowered his eyelids. Uncle, truly everything? She asked in an innocent tone. Gu Haonan was also growing tired. He thought that Yunyan was just a girl and the conditions she could set wouldn't be significant, so he agreed. Hearing Yunyan loosen her stance, Xiaocan quickly responded, Speak up. As long as it's something we can do, we'll agree to it. She hesitated for a moment and gently asked again. Annie, do you really promise anything? This question made Xiaocan's heart tremble. There was no turning back now. Xiaocan had no choice but to agree. Yunyan directed her gaze toward Gu Haonan. Uncle, I want 10% of your shares in Gu Corporation, and Gu Yang will never return to Gu Group. He may work in one of the holding companies under Gu Group. Gu Haonan hadn't expected this girl named Yunyan, who looked gentle and obedient on the surface, to speak with such an authoritative tone. He inwardly took a deep breath. 10% of Gu Corporation's shares meant all his efforts over the years within Gu Corporation would have been wasted. True, if converted into cash, he could take a substantial sum of money and live comfortably in retirement. But from then on, he would lose all real power within the group. As for Gu Yang, he could only remain in a subsidiary company under Gu Group. Gu Haonan chuckled coldly twice. Yin, isn't your appetite a little too big? Yin frowned slightly. Uncle, I was just throwing out a suggestion. Of course, you don't have to agree to it if you don't want to. She glanced at Gu Yang, her gaze showing a maturity uncommon for someone her age. Seeing how Gu Yang was being suppressed by the bodyguards, Xiaokan feared that refusal would lead to another brutal beating in the next second. Master, please save Yang. She knelt down, clutching Gu Haonan's hand while pleading tearfully. He is our only son. Looking at Gu Yang still held down by the bodyguards, then seeing Xiaokan sobbing beside her, Gu Haonan sighed deeply. You're ruthless. Gu Haonan stopped playing around with Yin, fuming inside but unable to vent his anger elsewhere. The whole family quietly left the Gu residence after being humiliated. Gu Tianyu didn't expect this woman to be both brave and intelligent, completely subduing his second uncle's family without any resistance. There seemed to be nothing this woman couldn't accomplish. He looked at Yin, his eyes carrying a deeper meaning. Yin, let's have a proper wedding ceremony. Chapter 104, Racing. Does this man know what he's talking about? Yin paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond. We've been married for a while. We were busy with various things before, so it got delayed. Gu Tianyu looked at her with burning eyes, slightly apologetic. When Yin heard these words, she hesitated to look at him. It's fine. There's no rush for the wedding banquet. She quickly picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea to hide her nervousness. Gu Tianyu leaned in, chuckled softly, lifted her chin, and kissed her lips gently, moving slowly. In the quiet hall, the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden burst of mobile phone ringing broke the silence. Gu Tianyu frowned and had to pause his intimate actions. He pulled out his phone reluctantly and answered. Hello, Song Ran. Yin awkwardly adjusted her hair as her face turned red, trying to pretend that nothing happened. Is it today? Gu Tianyu glanced at Yin. Her little face was flushed, looking very cute. He reached out and tucked her fallen strand of hair behind her ear. The voice on the other side of the phone, Song Ran, sounded soft. Yes, Tianyu. The race is set for today. You said you'd come. How could you forget about it? She reminded Gu Tianyu that months ago, the Gu Group sponsored a charity racing competition which would have a friendly match today. Yin saw the subtle change in Gu Tianyu's expression and realized something was happening. What's wrong? Yin asked softly. Gu Tianyu held the phone a bit away from his mouth. There's a charity car racing friendly match this afternoon. Racing, such an exciting sport, made Yin want to go and watch. Seeing Yin didn't reply, he was about to reject Song Ran. He originally planned to rest well today, spending some rare time at home with Yin. Song Ran, I'm busy this afternoon, I won't go. He refused Song Ran. Song Ran panicked. Tianyu, there will be famous M country's racer, He Chi in today's competition. It was not easy for us to invite him to represent the Gu family group. You should definitely show up. Since they were idle at home anyway, Yin also wanted to join in the fun. Tianyu, I want to go. After her pleading, Gu Tianyu agreed. Now without hesitation, he nodded. Song Ran, send me the time and location. Upon hearing that Gu Tianyu agreed, Song Ran became excited. Tianyu, see you this afternoon. Jiangcheng Diamond Mountain Racecourse. This charity friendship race was sponsored by the Gu Group and was quite large-scale. Many well-known racers attended. Just arriving outside the racetrack, Yin rolled down the car window and watched the huge banners promoting the race on the field with shining eyes. A handsome face immediately caught her attention. The man in the photo with dazzling electric eyes had mesmerized many people and attracted quite a few girls taking photos in front of the poster as souvenirs. Gu Tianyu followed Yunyan's gaze. His expression darkened. Do you like these two? Gu Tianyu interrupted Yunyan and cast another glance at the poster, this time with a sense of hostility. Yunyan turned around and pointed at those promotional posters. Tianyu, this race seems pretty large in scale, and quite a number of well-known racers in the industry are here. Gu Tianyu indifferently glanced at them. It's okay. Every year, the Gu family group sponsors some charitable activities. He withdrew his focus. Let's get out of the car. As soon as they got out, they saw Song Ran waiting deliberately at the entrance for Gu Tianyu, who was now walking towards them. However, when she saw Yunyan, Song Ran's face darkened. With great reluctance, she sneered. Yunyan, how come I keep running into you everywhere? It was amusing just seeing Song Ran's angry face. Yunyan intentionally placed her hand on Gu Tianyu's elbow. Tianyu was worried I'd get bored at home, so he brought me along to play. Her tone was gentle and beautiful, but stung Song Ran deeply. Her initiative warmed Gu Tianyu's heart, and he naturally took her hand. Let's go. Song Ran felt as if she'd been fed dog food again, working hard only for others to enjoy the fruits. Stomping her foot, she followed along. The three, one after another, arrived at the VIP seat in the audience stands. The venue was extravagantly decorated, indicating that Song Ran had put much effort into organizing this friendship race. Gu Tianyu, the race will start soon. You'll need to be on stage for the award ceremony later, so don't leave in a hurry. She proudly glanced at Yunyan, thinking she was a bumpkin who hadn't seen such events before. She worried that Yunyan might drag Gu Tianyu off the stage after the race ended, so she warned her on purpose. Yunyan, you should watch carefully. Races like this aren't easy to witness anywhere. Although unhappy with Yunyan, since she came already, she let her watch it closely. Then I guess we owe it to Miss Song? Song Ran proudly crossed her arms and slightly raised her head. You're too kind. Yunyan smirked. What Miss Song said just now might make people think this event was solely sponsored by you. Song Ran was immediately at a loss for words. He Chi. The audience erupted in cheers from the fan groups. Everyone's gaze followed the cheer. A blonde teenage boy wearing a racing suit walked out. He waved to the audience and blew a kiss. With his profound eyes and chiseled facial features, he was a rare sight of a mixed-blood handsome man. Another round of cheering came. So handsome. Even Song Ran couldn't help but be drawn in for a moment. He is currently regarded as the most valuable young racer, and with him participating, it has brought quite a lot of promotional topics for our GU group. His father is Mr. He, president of the multinational group, He Corporation. Being the youngest child at home, He has no interest in commerce. He loves racing and enjoys the thrill. It's rumored that there have been many disputes over this matter with his family. Gu Tianyu was just planning to negotiate new projects with the multinational He Corporation, so this would prove convenient. Yun winked at Song Ran. Looks like Miss Song knows this Mr. He pretty well. Song Ran responded promptly. Of course. Given his reputation, I had to expend much effort to invite him. Song Ran saw that Gu Tianyu was interested, so she continued. During the awards ceremony later, we can approach He for initial contact. How do you know for sure that He will win an award, Miss Song? Yun asked skeptically. With his skills, winning an award will not be an issue, Yun. If you don't understand, please don't interrupt. Song Ran was worried that Gu Tianyu might doubt her abilities, so she quickly covered up. Oh, I see. My apologies, Miss Song. I thought you were planning to rig the awards privately. Damn, this Yun was truly a pain, always nitpicking. Song Ran was getting angry, continuously being questioned. Chapter 105. Far ahead, stably in first place. At this moment, He's gaze suddenly lingered on the direction of Song Ran and the other two. His enchanting eyes could make a person fall in love at a glance. Recalling Yun's doubts earlier, Song Ran wanted to prove that her relationship with He was quite close. Look, he is waving at me. Song Ran had just raised her hand and hadn't yet waved when He put on his sunglasses and turned around. Yun's mouth curled slightly. Director Song, aren't you two very familiar? How come I see this He like he doesn't want to pay much attention to you? Song Ran hesitated for a moment. You're talking nonsense. He was preparing to go for the race. He already greeted me with his eyes. Yun chuckled softly without saying anything, then sat down in the VIP seat, ready to enjoy an exciting race. Can you? Believe me, I really know He. I'll introduce him to you soon. Rarely would Song Ran let go of such an opportunity to show off. Gu Tianyu nodded. Okay. As the audience seats were filling up and most drivers were present, they all went to the starting point to prepare. At the starting line of the Diamond Mountain racetrack, more than 20 racing cars were neatly lined up, and the sexy cheerleaders dressed provocatively were waving flags while dancing to the music. 3, 2, 1. An intense broadcast voice rang out as the on-site drivers began making preparations. Just as everyone was waiting for the start of the event, a crowd suddenly gathered at the starting line. A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Gu Tianyu's heart. Director Song, what happened? Song Ran didn't know either. At this time, her phone rang. Seeing the incoming call prompt, she immediately pressed the answer button. Hello. The other party sounded panicky. Oh no, Director Song. Hearing this voice, Song Ran knew something major had happened. Don't hesitate. Just tell me. He suddenly had stomach pains. The medical staff on-site preliminarily suspect appendicitis, and further exclusion needs to be done at the hospital. But the race is about to start, and we can't find another driver at this last minute. Seeing the gloomy expression on Song Ran's face, Gu Tianyu asked, what's wrong? He has acute appendicitis and must be sent to the hospital. With the race approaching, we might miss this competition. Song Ran was reluctant to say these words. She had meticulously planned this for a long time and originally intended to use this matter to help Gu Tianyu connect with the He family. Now it seems that her well-laid plans would not come true. Gu Tianyu was a little disappointed. He is having health issues. There's nothing we can do about that. We can try again next time if our company cannot get awards from the charity race this time. Song Ran could only quietly respond with a single word. Yun stood up from the VIP seat. Can you? It's not completely impossible. Upon hearing this, Song Ran curiously looked at Yun. What method do you have? She couldn't believe that Yun had any way out. Unless a miracle happens, no one could replace He in participating. Yun's eyes filled with determination. Just write the acceptance speech for the award ceremony on behalf of the Gu family, and leave the race part to me. What? Song Ran widened her eyes. Yun, are you joking? At this last moment, where can you possibly find a driver to represent us? Gu Tianyu also looked at Yun curiously. Yun pointed at herself. There's one right here. Director Song, submit the alternate list to the contest now. Song Ran thought Yun was joking. Yun, I know you want to be in the spotlight, but this is a race. Do you even understand that? It's not just anyone who knows how to drive that can participate. Yun closed her eyes, shook her head, and responded, I have a racing license. Holding her phone tightly, Song Ran never expected that Yun also had this skill. She looked at Gu Tianyu, as if waiting for his nod of approval. Director Song, sign up. Gu Tianyu made the decision in an instant. He knew that whatever Yun wanted to do, she would put her whole effort into it. Song Ran picked up her phone and dialed a number. Add names. Yun changed into a racing suit, standing confidently in front of the car, looking remarkably different from usual. After putting on a carbon fiber helmet, she slid into the car. With the sound of the race starting, the accelerator was pressed hard enough to sink into the engine, kicking things off. On the first straightaway, the car split into tiers. Yun's deep red sports car ranked 8th. Song Ran was originally rather nervous, but now it seemed that she had overestimated Yun. Can you? Look, Yun is far behind somewhere unknown. She said it deliberately. Gu Tianyu did not respond, focusing entirely on the car driven by Yun. Sure enough, Yunyan did not disappoint. She kept overtaking others and quickly reached the 5th position. The rest of the fleet trailed behind the deep red sports car. Although this was a charity race, Yunyan could sense that the skills of the other drivers were extraordinary. Straight-line overtaking and drifts around corners were executed flawlessly. It seemed she couldn't underestimate them. As the next corner approached, Yunyan used her solid technical expertise to skillfully shift direction, causing the deep red car to smoothly overtake others and climb to 4th place. There was still some distance before reaching the top 3. The black race car with its sharp, streamlined body cut through the air as if defying resistance, leading far ahead in a stable 1st position. Yunyan firmly gripped the steering wheel, her eyes filled with determination. Pride often leads to self-satisfaction and underestimating opponents. At the beginning, Yunyan deliberately lagged behind a bit to make her rivals relax. A subtle smirk curled at her lips as the engine responded faithfully to her touch, increasing its speed. The deep red sports car's tires spun faster and visibly overtook the car in front of it, swiftly catching up and ascending to 2nd place. Tension immediately enveloped the entire track. With each obstacle cleared, Gu Tianyu's face lit up with a smile. Just how many more surprises would this woman have for him? A girl like her, a real gem, was his wife. At the thought, his mood brightened significantly. Director Song, don't forget to send me a copy of the group's press release from today. Song Ran didn't expect such competence from Yunyan, this wild child. Tianyu, don't celebrate too early. It's not over yet, and I'm worried you might end up disappointed. When one can't obtain something, they often call it sour grapes. Gu Tianyu, however, remained confident. Today, the one lifting the trophy would definitely be Yunyan. In the most tense moment, the race had reached its final stretch. If Yunyan couldn't surpass the black car, they would only secure 2nd place. Even though winning or losing no longer mattered so much in Gu Tianyu's mind, even taking 2nd place would mean a huge surprise from Yunyan. In the stands, fans watched the race anxiously, their breathing tightening with suspense. Go, past the black car. The fans spontaneously shouted encouragement. Yunyan's hands tightly grasped the steering wheel, her eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Only one thought dominated her mind. The speed displayed on the dashboard continued to soar. Around the last bend, the finish line lay directly ahead. Chapter 106, The First Screamer. Yunyan's deep red sports car skimmed along the track, drifting through the turning gap and speeding towards the finish line. 1st place. Yunyan came in 1st. Yes. Gu Tianyu excitedly stood up in the VIP seat. He was so thrilled that he hadn't felt this kind of satisfaction for a long time. After crossing the finish line, Yunyan stepped out of her deep red car steadily. Her solid racing skills left other drivers with no choice but to admire her. As Yunyan took off her helmet, everyone was astonished to look at her. This woman, who looked gentle and graceful, not only had good looks and a great figure, but she was also beautiful and stylish, truly outstanding. Seeing everyone gathering around his wife, Gu Tianyu felt an inexplicable discomfort, making his eyes darken considerably. Among the spectators, someone sharp-eyed immediately recognized Yunyan. She is the female race car driver W. Song Ran couldn't believe it as she looked at them. Don't talk nonsense. How could she be W? She resented their ignorance. A glance over her shoulder revealed that his eyes never left Yunyan. I am not talking nonsense. I witnessed her prowess during the event in M country back then, said a fan with certainty, refusing to back down. Racing has never been just a man's field. I remember her saying that. How cool is that? The race enthusiast glanced sideways at Song Ran and spoke matter-of-factly. You're probably jealous, miss. Be a little more generous. At least congratulate others when they win championships. Seeing Song Ran's distorted expression, another fan couldn't help but criticize. Song Ran exploded as if her secret was exposed. I will sue you for defamation if you dare say such things. Song Ran didn't intend to argue further. Tianyu, let's go to the venue. There will be an awards ceremony soon. Finally, Song Ran mentioned something Gu Tianyu wanted to do. Gu Tianyu turned around and followed Song Ran's footsteps toward the venue. They had just arrived at the venue when Yunyan showed up too. Congratulations, Yunyan. Upon seeing Yunyan, Gu Tianyu rushed forward impatiently, as though worried his treasure would be taken away. Yunyan smiled faintly, her bright eyes twinkling. Thank you. The performance you gave earlier truly amazed me. Gu Tianyu wasn't exaggerating. Earlier, Yunyan's techniques were impeccable. Yunyan humbly responded. Just normal play. Song Ran was seething inside. It's merely luck that she got the championship, nothing to gloat about. With her arms crossed, she appeared utterly dismissive. Exactly, Director Song should also give it a try. Perhaps you might win too. Finishing this sentence, Yunyan handed the helmet in her hand to Song Ran. Here, take it. Song Ran gritted her teeth. Why must I take it? Yunyan leaned closer and whispered to Song Ran. Have you ever seen champions carry their own gear? I don't have any assistants, and I can't spare my hands. Hence, Director Song, the burden falls on you. As Yunyan said this, she deliberately gave Gu Tianyu a faint smile. Song Ran didn't want to show pettiness in front of Gu Tianyu, so she carefully held the helmet. All the fans had gathered at the venue, some even pulling out cameras to capture Yunyan's beauty. With many people present, Song Ran could only carefully hold onto the helmet before passing it to the staff. Yunyan, as everyone still indulged in excitement and joy, a magnetic male voice caught everyone's attention. This male voice made Gu Tianyu uncomfortable. Turning toward the source of the sound, Gu Tianyu saw He-Chi sitting on a wheelchair, still receiving in 4 drip with a bag of fluid hanging from a stand. He, Song Ran exclaimed in surprise as she hurried to He-Chi's side. Didn't you just go to the hospital? Why are you here again? Ignoring Song Ran's questions, He-chi bypassed her directly and approached Yun-Yan. Song Ran froze there, embarrassed beyond measure. Watching everyone discuss, she felt they were all mocking her. He-chi's eyes fixed firmly on Yun-Yan, stirring uneasiness within Gu Tianyu's heart. When Gu Tianyu moved closer to Yun-Yan, he intentionally stepped forward, shielding Yun-Yan. Mr. He, hello. He delivered a cold statement laying the groundwork. I am Yun-Yan's husband, Gu Tianyu. Driven by masculine competitiveness. Husband? Yun-Yan is married? He-chi widened his eyes. Yun-Yan, what joke are you playing on me? Ignoring Gu Tianyu, He-chi focused solely on Yun-Yan. Gu Tianyu was frozen speechless. Yun-Yan opened her mouth slowly. My race is done. You can head to the hospital now. Do they know each other? Acting as if no one else was present, He-chi continued. We've finally reunited after such a long time. Unless you agree to give me your contact information, I won't leave. Who would have thought that He-chi, who looks so cool, could now be utterly charming and irresistible? Gu Tianyu's annoyance was clearly written all over his face. Mr. He, regardless of what you want with Yun-Yan, she is my wife now. Please keep your distance. He-chi glanced up and looked at the tall, well-built man. Whether or not I keep my distance is up to me. Gu Tianyu's pupils contracted in shock. In Jiangcheng, He-chi was the first person who dared to challenge him openly. For Yun-Yan's sake, Gu Tianyu pulled her wrist. Let's go. Before Yun-Yan could react, he dragged her away. He-chi reacted quickly as well. Even with 4 needles still attached to his hand, he grabbed Yun-Yan's arm. Where can I find you? Yun-Yan disengaged from both of their hands. He-chi, you should head to the hospital first. Don't delay your treatment. Song Ran saw this and stepped forward again. Mr. He, your health comes first. You should go to the hospital now. Seeing how persistent He-chi was with Yun-Yan, Song Ran felt that there was something more to it. Don't worry. I know Yun-Yan's contact information. I will send it to you later. Song Ran lowered her voice, speaking quietly, so only He-chi could hear her. Satisfied, He-chi nodded after hearing her words. All right. Just before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Yun-Yan. Yun-Yan, I'll head to the hospital first. Yun-Yan glanced at the frowning Gu Tianyu beside her, waved her hand to indicate that He-chi should leave soon. The venue was lively and the award ceremony had started. Apart from sponsors, there were also charitable organizations present, beginning interviews in batches in an orderly manner. Used to keeping a low profile, Yun-Yan declined interviews and stayed by Gu Tianyu's side. As the organizer of this charity race, Song Ran enthusiastically handled media questions and basked in the spotlight. Yun-Yan, another voice rang out. Feeling annoyed, Gu Tianyu wondered who this could be after having just seen off He-chi. Both Yun-Yan and Gu Tianyu turned around simultaneously. Dean Su. Yun-Yan greeted him happily upon seeing him. How did I meet you here? The man looked quite elderly. Gu Tianyu's tension eased a little upon seeing him, and some of his hostility dissipated. Chapter 107. An unexpected encounter. Yun-Yan introduced Su Dean from the Hope Orphanage to Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, this is Dean Su from the Hope Orphanage. Then she politely said to Su Dean, Dean Su, this is the president of Jiqing's Gu Group, Gu Tianyu. Hearing that the person was the president of the organizing group for today's charity event, Su Dean became a little excited and reached out his hand. Mr. Gu, on behalf of the Hope Orphanage, I thank you. Speaking of it, his eyes moistened. Even Gu Tianyu, who was usually cold, felt moved by the elder's gesture. Yun-Yan, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Yun-Yan was also very happy. Dean Su, if I had known you were participating in today's charity activity, I would have come to greet you. The charity tournament organized by Gu Group today, all the prize money I win will be donated. After hearing Yun-Yan's words, Su Dean smiled. You're thoughtful. However, the smile on the elder's face quickly faded. Seeing something unusual with Dean Su, Yun-Yan couldn't help but ask, Dean Su, is the orphanage facing some difficulties? Su Dean glanced at Gu Tianyu. The words he wanted to say on his lips were swallowed back. It must be something Dean Su doesn't want others to know about. Yun-Yan understood his predicament, so she spoke to Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, can you get me a glass of orange juice? Gu Tianyu immediately understood Yun-Yan's intentions. He gently touched Yun-Yan's head. All right. Watching Gu Tianyu gradually walk away, Yun-Yan asked Su Dean to find a place to sit. Dean Su, let's sit down and talk. They sat down in a corner. Su Dean sighed deeply. Yun-Yan, I really can't think of any other ways. Hearing what Dean Su said, Yun-Yan grew even more anxious. Is there something wrong with the orphanage? A few days ago, I received a call from a teacher. Ji Ming started skipping school. Now he even works part-time at a bar. I caught him once, and now the guy has simply gone missing from my sight. Yun-Yan didn't expect the usually obedient Ji Ming to become the truant child described by Dean Su. Dean Su, could you tell me in detail where you last saw this child? Dean Su recounted all the recent situations involving Ji Ming to Yun-Yan. There are too many things going on at the Hope Orphanage, and my energy is limited. So Yun-Yan, could you help me find Ji Ming? Dean Su felt embarrassed. Yun-Yan donates quite a lot of money to the orphanage each year, and now he still has to trouble her to find someone. Yun-Yan agreed without hesitation. No problem. Hearing Yun-Yan's agreement, Dean Su felt relieved. Thank you then. He tightly held Yun-Yan's hand to show his gratitude. After watching Dean Su leave, Gu Tianyu returned holding a cup of orange juice. Are you done talking? Yun-Yan took the orange juice and sipped it lightly. Yes, we're done. Although he was curious about their conversation, since Yun-Yan didn't initiate the topic herself, he respected her privacy and didn't pry. Since there didn't seem to be anything else to do, Gu Tianyu raised his hand to check the time on his wristwatch. Yun-Yan, let's go eat. Gu Tianyu pulled Yun Yin, and they walked out together from the Diamond Hill racecourse. Holding hands became more and more natural. Yun Yin didn't resist. There was a tacit understanding between the two of them. The car raced along the road while Yun Yin silently looked out at the scenery outside the window. She was entirely preoccupied by what Dean Su had just told her, mulling it over repeatedly. Yin Yin, we've arrived. The car stopped steadily as Gu Tianyu reminded her. Gu Tianyu brought Yun Yin to Jiangqing's most famous seaside restaurant, Haishan Hu Sea Coral. This hotel is surrounded by the sea and is renowned for its views. The seafood prices here are famously expensive, but the environment is pleasant and the seafood is fresh, which attracts many people. Just as they entered the hall, a person approaching suddenly stopped Yun Yin. Sister. Lifting her gaze, Yun Yin encountered the one person she least wanted to see. What a coincidence. Yun Yin coldly responded and tried to walk around. When Yun Yin got out of the car, Yunxi had already seen her, and what was more important was that Gu Tianyu was beside her. So Yunxi deliberately came out looking for her. Yunxi blocked Yun Yin again and pointed to a private room upstairs. Brother-in-law, I'm having dinner upstairs with mom and dad, and since we met by chance, why don't we dine together? Upon hearing this, Yun Yin immediately declined. Tianyu likes peace and quiet. You guys enjoy your meal. Yunxi wouldn't give up easily. Brother-in-law, it's rare for the family to have a meal together. Surely, you won't refuse. There wasn't much for Gu Tianyu to worry about. Actually, he also wanted to meet Yun's family. All right, he agreed. Room ZKO Hu, Purple Coral, on the second floor. After leaving this message, Yunxi happily turned around and returned to the private room first. Yun Yin didn't expect Gu Tianyu to agree so readily. She paused slightly. Tianyu, why did you agree? She had wanted a quiet meal. Knowing the Yun family would approach her meant trouble was bound to come. Gu Tianyu smiled affectionately and stroked Yun Yan's hair. It's just a meal. It felt as if he had some kind of plan in mind. The waitress from Haishan who led them to the ZKO Hu private room and was about to push the door open when it opened from the inside. Inside the private room was Yin Xingyun. When he and He Weiwei saw Gu Tianyu, they immediately looked respectful. Tianyu has arrived, please come in. Gu Tianyu nodded slightly and pulled Yun Yin into the private room. There were only Yun Xingyun and his daughter, He Weiwei, present in the room. Together, they formed a picture-perfect family unit that left Yun Yin feeling like an unwelcome extra. Yun Xingyun hesitated upon seeing Yun Yin. Yun Yin, quickly pour Tianyu a drink and don't just stand there. Gu Tianyu refused. I don't drink alcohol. Just after sitting down, he picked up the menu and ordered a few more dishes for the server to add. Then, he whispered quietly to Yun Yin. I added a few of your favorite dishes. Make sure to eat plenty. Hearing what Gu Tianyu said, Yunxi glanced at her parents with dissatisfaction. He Weiwei looked at the couple before her and began to regret something. If only she had allowed Yunxi to marry Gu Tianyu back then. Then the person sitting opposite her would be her own daughter and son-in-law. It seemed like such a loss now. The waiters kept bustling in and out to serve the dishes. After introducing each dish one by one, the service manager concluded, Mr. and Mrs., all your dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal. She closed the door and left. As soon as the door closed, silence filled the room. Nobody spoke, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Gu Tianyu carefully served food onto Yun Yan's plate. Eat more. I bet you're hungry by now. Unable to bear the silence, Yun Xingyun interjected. Come on, everyone, let's begin eating. Tianyu, you should eat as well. Gu Tianyu set down his chopsticks, adopting a serious expression and glancing at the three people opposite him. I plan to give Yun Yin a proper wedding reception. The first time Yun Yin married me, things were a bit rushed. Chapter 108. A prey for the cicada. Yun Yin instantly understood the reason why Gu Tianyu agreed to have dinner together tonight. In fact, Yun Yin did not want to hold a grand re-celebration of the wedding. To her, there were more important things to do. Re-celebrating the wedding was not part of her plan. Yun Xingyun slightly stunned for a moment, suspecting that he might have heard it wrong. He Weiwei gripped the chopsticks tightly in her hand and said with a seemingly, but not quite smiling expression, Xiaoyan, why haven't you discussed this with the family beforehand? I'm really not ready for this sudden news. Upon hearing this message, she was the unhappiest one. Gu Tianyu's eyes flickered slightly as he coldly responded. I'm just informing both of you tonight that we will be re-celebrating the wedding. He stated each word deliberately and decisively. This is not up for negotiation. Gu Tianyu's words carried an intimidating weight, leaving He Weiwei unable to respond and forcing her to maintain a forced smile. Yun Xingyun rejoiced greatly and immediately nodded in agreement. Re-celebrating the wedding is a good thing. You, a mere housewife, should not speak nonsense if you don't understand. The Gu family in Jiang City is not just anyone who can associate with. He Weiwei's face darkened. She could only lament that it wasn't her daughter, Yun Shi, who married into the Gu family initially. Yun Yin mentally scoffed at how Cloud Qin Yun didn't protect He Weiwei even in front of personal interest. Yun Shi felt jealousy growing within her. She put down her chopsticks, suddenly losing interest in the delicious dishes before her, finding them tasteless. Sister, congratulations to you, she offered half-heartedly. For what she couldn't have, she sourly thought, feeling envious inside but only pretending to offer her blessing since Gu Tianyu was still present. Yun Yin accepted without hesitation. Thank you. I hope my younger sister can soon join the Liu family too. At the mention of the Liu family, Yun Shi was utterly disheartened. The Liu family's attitude has always been unclear, and despite her efforts, it bore no fruits. It will happen. If by any chance, it coincides with sister's marriage date, then I won't be able to attend your wedding. Yun Shi was bound to get her revenge somehow. Yun Yin raised her glass. Then let me congratulate you first. Thinking about Lu Jie, who had been beaten into looking like a pig head a few days ago, she looked down on him immensely. She lifted her wine glass and drank all the red wine inside in one gulp. Leaning back against the chair, Gu Tianyu placed one hand on the table, rhythmically tapping it lightly. Details of the re-celebration of the wedding. I'll let Chung assistant liaise with the wedding planning company and finalize everything, and then send you the information. Yun Xingyun quickly nodded without objection. We'll leave everything to Tianyu's arrangements. His mind was elsewhere. Your re-celebration of the wedding with Yun Yan is indeed a great event. Tianyu, now we are all one family. There is something I would like to ask for your help. Sure enough, Yun Xingyun wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Yun Yan secretly thought the fox was finally revealing its tail. They invited Yun Shi to invite the two to dine tonight for this very matter. There have been some problems with the capital chain of Yun Group recently, so I want Tianyu to help me out. You helping me overcome this difficulty would ensure the capital can flow again. Gu Tianyu stopped tapping on the table. Quietly, he turned his attention towards Yun Yan. Are these words from General Yun true? The issues of Yun Corporation should have been disclosed to me earlier. Seeing Gu Tianyu's reaction, Yun Xingyun was elated internally. Yun Yan looked up, her expression slightly shocked. Tianyu, I'm not aware either. Dad has never mentioned anything about Yun Corporation to me. She seemed a little aggrieved, yet a bit worried. Before Yun Xingyun could launch into a tirade, he hesitated because Gu Tianyu was right there and ended up swallowing the words that were about to come out of his mouth. That dead girl had refused countless times previously with various excuses. Xiao Yan indeed isn't well versed in the financial matters of Yun Corporation. Staring fixedly at Yun Yan, his smile slowly froze. Worried, Yun Yan asked, what exactly happened with Yun Corporation? Is it very severe? Daddy, having no choice. Yun Xingyun didn't want to reveal his own financial condition. It's just a little trouble with turnover, but none of it is serious. He concealed it. Yun Yan knew better than anyone that during this period, Yi had already helped her thoroughly understand Yun Corporation. Right now, Yun Corporation is nothing more than an empty shell. The funding chain is broken, and bank loans aren't available anymore. Oh, is that so? Yun Yan's voice deepened slightly, knowingly questioning. Tianyu, if Dad says it's not a big problem, then it must be fine. I trust that Dad has the ability to handle it. You'd better stop worrying. Gu Corporation has numerous ongoing businesses, and second uncle's team just underwent an adjustment. Dead girl. Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei cursed silently at the same time in their hearts. Hastily, Yun Xingyun interrupted Yun Yan. It's not like that either. The corporation indeed has run into some capital problems lately, so we still hope Tianyu can lend a hand. Gu Tianyu remained silent, merely lifting his teacup for a sip, showing no fluctuations in his expression. The more silent Gu Tianyu remained, the more anxious Yun Xingyun became, unable to discern a single thought from the other side. Initially marrying Yun Yan off, I was quite reluctant as well. All of my recovery has been entirely thanks to our Yun Yan. Yun Xingyun worried that Gu Tianyu might not offer help, so he laid out a multitude of groundwork. Gu Tianyu understood clearly. He set down the teacup he had originally held and said, Yin Yin, what Mr. Yun said is correct. You saved my life. So, in whatever way you need me to assist Yun Corporation, it's all yours as soon as you speak up. After hearing these words, Yun Xingyun couldn't hide his joy. This is truly wonderful. Little Yin, tomorrow you should come back to Yun Corporation, and I'll explain everything carefully to you. Yun Yin looked somewhat troubled. Dad, you wouldn't let me return before. Now, if you suddenly ask me to go back, others will be unhappy. Upon hearing this, He Yuewei's face grew long with displeasure. Was Yun Yin telling Gu Tianyu that previously it was her fault for not allowing Yun Yin to return to Yun Corporation? Cloud, she didn't expect Yun Yin to dare to act so arrogantly, showing no face to He Yuewei at all. Sister, what nonsense are you talking? She sneakily glanced at Gu Tianyu. You are a part of our Yun family. How could Mom not welcome you back? He Yuewei rolled her eyes directly, almost fainting. How could she have such a foolish daughter? I never said Aunt Exine didn't allow me to go back to Yun Corporation. Only now did Cloud she realize her verbal blunder. Seeing He Yuewei's darkened face color, she dared not say another word. Yun Xingyun looked at Gu Tianyu, who hadn't spoken a word, fearing that he would break his promise. Little Yin, if you wish, I can also arrange a position for you in Yun Corporation. That way, you can come back anytime you want. Yun Yin shook her head. Dad, Tianyu is a businessman. He's just waiting for the right moment to start. He isn't stupid. Yun Xingyun originally intended to pull something out of nothing, but he unexpectedly found Yun Yin constantly obstructing him. Then he fell silent for a moment, speaking through difficulty. If you want, I can also consider offering shares of Yun Corporation. In order to obtain Gu Tianyu's sponsorship, Yun Xingyun was willing to do anything. Gu Tianyu arched his eyebrows slightly. He finally knew what Yun Yin wanted. Yun Yin lightly pressed the corner of her eyebrow. Dad, there's no rush. Tonight we still talk about the wedding. Chapter 109, Malicious Intent. As Haishan we left, Yun Yingo ed Gu Tianyu's little finger. Tianyu, regarding the idea of having a re-wedding, I want to reconsider this plan. Gu Tianyu wasn't clear about Yun Yan's intentions, secretly pondering if this woman was planning to leave him. His initially decent mood quickly became overshadowed by a sudden gloom. Why? Gu Tianyu couldn't help but ask. We're married. It's true that I owe you a wedding ceremony. Now is a good time to make up for it. Yun Yin gave a faint smile and didn't reply. Because of the wedding matter, Yun Yin deliberately avoided Gu Tianyu over the past few days. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Yun Yin immediately picked up. Did you find out? Yi was typing on his keyboard, eyes fixed on the screen, Sister Yi, reliable sources point to IU Bar on Ingdo Road. Alright. After hanging up the call, Yin grabbed her bag and left from the Gu Corporation. Ingdo Road was a bustling bar street in Jiangqing. During the day, there were few people on the streets. However, from dusk until dawn, this place would become lively, showcasing an entirely different scene. Yin took a taxi directly there. At this moment, shops along the street were just starting to open for business. Yin sat down in a cafe, ordering her favorite cappuccino. The air was filled with the aroma of coffee. Sunlight filtered through the tree branches, landing softly on Yunyan's face, adding a touch of gentleness, creating a beautiful picture. Yunyan's brows slightly furrowed as her gaze swept across the crowd on the street, observing the flow of people. Orphanage children all had their own stories that they did not wish to mention, making them more sensitive and fragile than ordinary people. Recalling those childhood days, Yunyan herself had been temporarily abandoned once, eventually taken back by her master. Truancy might merely be one way Jiming escaped reality. The image of Dean Su crossed her mind, and Yunyan made a silent decision today. She must find Jiming no matter what. As the sky gradually grew darker, Gu Tianyu walked out of the president's office, his eyes first landing on Yunyan's position. The seat was empty, her files already neatly organized. Chung assistant. Chung Jiu hurriedly responded, Mr. Gu, please command. Is Yunyan off work? Gu Tianyu incredulously asked, glancing at his wristwatch. It was only just the end of work hours. Chung Jiu hesitated before speaking. Madam said she had something to do earlier. She mentioned you were in a video meeting, so she decided to leave beforehand. Gu Tianyu wanted to say something, but then he didn't know what to say. He pulled out his phone and called Yunyan. Yunyan, have you gone home? Yunyan had previously left in a rush, forgetting to send Gu Tianyu a message. Yes, I'm having dinner with friends tonight. I forgot to mention it earlier. Gu Tianyu felt awkward about saying anything more. It would seem stingy of him. Okay. After the call ended, he felt an emptiness in his heart, unsure since when he'd already grown accustomed to being with Yunyan. The bars on Ingdo Road began operating one after another. Yunyan stood up and followed the address provided by Yi He, arriving at the IU Bar. This was a quiet bar, its space relatively large. People of all types moved in and out continuously. In the central courtyard area, tables of guests were drinking, playing rock-paper-scissors games, or playing cards. Yunyan stepped inside, noticing that the lighting within the bar was dim, colored lights flashing all around. Feeling slightly out of place, she simply decided to sit at the bar counter. Upon seeing the arrival of customers, the bartender approached. Miss, what would you like to drink? Yunyan ordered casually, Long Island iced tea. The bartender measured out liquor using a liquor measure, then placed the liquor and ingredients into the cocktail shaker, added ice cubes, and began shaking rapidly. The alcohol and ice fully mixed together. For performance effect, the bartender included some high-difficulty movements. In a short while, a glass of Long Island iced tea was handed over to Yunyan. Miss, please taste. The bartender's eyes never left Yunyan. Yunyan took a sip, finding the taste quite acceptable. Do you usually work here every night? The bartender set down his container, leaning closer, delighted by the rare opportunity to be approached by a beautiful woman. You guess. Yunyan chuckled and looked up. Have you seen this boy? She unlocked her phone and opened the picture sent by Dean Su. The bartender glanced at Jiming on the phone, immediately becoming serious. Straightening his posture, he shook his head decisively. I've never seen him. His answer was resolute, showing absolutely no hesitation, seemingly wanting nothing to do with unrelated matters, avoiding trouble. His eyes shifted nervously, clearly lying. Before Yunyan could press further, she suddenly spotted a figure dashing into the store. Without delay, she rose to her feet, pulling a banknote out of her bag and placing it under the cup, and swiftly rushed after the figure. Inside the bar, she shouted Jiming's name loudly. Upon turning back and seeing her, a flicker of panic flashed in Jiming's eyes. He quickened his steps and then ran toward the alley outside the bar. Yunyan followed closely, arriving at the alley behind the bar. Jiming, I have no malicious intent. Dean Su asked me to find you. Yunyan revealed her identity. She was concerned that Jiming might be avoiding her out of fear since he had nowhere else to go. This was a dead end, and his expression was complicated. I don't know you, just leave. Yunyan tried to deliver Dean Su's message. Dean Su entrusted me to look for you. We can talk this through properly. I'm not a bad person. You don't need to be scared. Jiming shook his head, looking more afraid. You should leave. This is not a place for you. The bar area was indeed complex, with all sorts of people mingling together. Yunyan's tone remained resolute. Since you already know how complicated this place is, come with me. As they were talking, a group of people emerged from behind Yunyan. A scar-faced man led the group, bald with a toothpick hanging from his mouth as if he'd just finished eating. Obviously not someone friendly. Hey girl, what are you doing? The group of men following him chimed in teasingly. Jiming, who's this beautiful lady? Introduce her to us. Seeing the man, Jiming became even more terrified, but he still stepped in front of Yunyan to shield her. Brother Ma, she's my teacher at school. Yunyan sensed trouble coming their way. Jiming turned around and looked at Yunyan. Teacher, I've already decided to drop out of school. Please don't come find me anymore. Before she could reply, he pulled her arm. Let's go. Ma let out a cold laugh. Jiming, do you think I'm stupid? Not one of you is allowed to leave. With a gesture, he waved toward his followers, seized them both. Jiming was frightened and pleaded loudly. Brother Ma, I'm sorry, but this has nothing to do with her. Please let her go. Ma swore and ranted. Do you think this place is where you can come and go as you please? Chapter 110. No tears without seeing a coffin. Brother Ma, today I just want to take Ximing away. I don't mean to interfere with your business. When she heard everyone calling him before, Yunyan followed and addressed him as Brother Ma. If I've offended you in any way, I apologize. Yunyan stared at the man, realizing these people weren't good ones, clearly not to be messed with. All she wanted now was to safely take Ximing away. Brother Ma didn't reply. Instead, one of the little hooligans beside him spoke first. Haha, beauty, things don't work that way here. Just an apology, and you think you can take him? It's not going to be that easy. Yunyan coldly asked the group of them. Then may I ask, what must I do to take Ximing away? Brother Ma gave Yunyan an up and down look. Simple. This kid owes me 10 million yuan. You pay it back for him. What? Yunyan looked at Ximing. He nodded, but then quickly shook his head. It was clear to see that he had been coerced by this man called Ma. 10 million? And you deserve to have it. Yunyan knew these numbers were made up on a whim, a manipulative tactic against inexperienced children. Ximing whispered a reminder to Yunyan. Sister, don't say too much. Soon, I'll beg Brother Ma some more, and you should leave quickly. Yunyan firmly refused. No. If we go together. I will absolutely not abandon you. I promised Dean Su I wouldn't break my word. Her eyes became resolute. Ximing was terrified of these people and seemed to already know what would happen. Sister, they're not good people. This bar street is under their control. To get away from them, we two alone simply cannot manage it. It's like sending an egg to smash a rock. The young thug chimed in, leaning a baseball bat over his shoulder casually. Hey, what are you two discussing? Brother Ma is talking to you. Brother Ma snorted coldly. Ximing, last time I let your dean off the hook, and this time another teacher comes. Am I some vegetarian who lets you talk endlessly every time? Yunyan heard it loud and clear. No money. Tonight neither of you will walk out. As soon as Brother Ma finished speaking, a chorus of lascivious laughter erupted. Just right. A beauty came along tonight. We could reward my brothers. Clearly, these people were accustomed to running amok on the bar street, and now they were quite brazen in their speech. Brother Ma, dare I ask what kind of business you're doing? What kind of capability allows you to let Ximing borrow 10 million from you? If you can justify it, 10 million is yours. No one ever dared to argue against Brother Ma like this before. Now being challenged by a woman like Yunyan, Brother Ma felt that he had lost face. Haha, beauty, I say I do, so I do. This street, it's where Brother Ma has the final say. Yunyan didn't feel like wasting time chattering with him. She pulled Ximing's hand and loudly warned Brother Ma. Ximing, let's go. Ximing hadn't expected that, in front of these thugs, Yunyan would show such courage. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the gang led by Brother Ma. Before they even reached Brother Ma, the gang blocked their way out. Teacher Ximing, you really only shed tears after seeing a coffin, huh? Daring to shout on my turf? Furious, Brother Ma shouted loudly at them, losing his temper immediately. Ximing had seen Brother Ma angry before. He knelt down directly, shaking from fear. Brother Ma, she knows nothing. Please let her go. Sister, hurry, leave. Don't care about me. Seeing trembling Ximing, Yunyan noticed the bruises scattered across his hands and face. Did they beat you earlier? Yunyan forcefully pulled Ximing up. Ximing, get up. Don't kneel to them. Ximing paid no heed to Yunyan. Sister, stop talking. If they let you go, it doesn't matter what happens to me. It's all my fault I've dragged you into this. Stop arguing with them, Brother Ma. Let us take the beauty home. Yunyan's gaze darkened momentarily. Brother Ma, may I ask how Ximing owes you money? Is there any proof? This is illegal. The young thug hurried to respond. Signed contract in black ink. We're not bluffing. Brother Ma got impatient. Enough talk. Take her. One person's debt, two come to repay it. If still unable to pay it off, sell them both. Brother Ma was a ruthless character. With one command, these little thugs surrounded them. Yunyan's eyes glinted. Before anyone else reacted, she turned and quickly pressed her bracelet, sending several silver needles obediently into their bodies. Oh, what did this bitch do to us? One of the little hooligans, feeling the pain, stopped his actions and gently pulled out a silver needle from his neck. Brother Ma Zi, this damn bitch has poisoned us. Upon hearing those words, everyone was dumbfounded. They all plucked the needles off quickly. Blood dotted their noses, leaving them with a sensation akin to ant bites. Brother Ma Zi took the silver needle and examined it carefully in his hand. What's the fuss about? It's just a single silver needle. What kind of poison? You've been watching too many martial arts dramas. Everyone, take a look. It's just a needle. Hearing Brother Ma Zi's voice, they all grabbed the needle confidently, inspecting it closely as he said, a thin needle with a fine point, tipped with a red bloodstain. He didn't believe that such a silver needle could have any effect. It's all showy moves. What are you afraid of? Saying this, he prepared to move in himself. As soon as he came closer by an inch, Yunyan instantly spun around in front of him and gave him a swift over-the-shoulder throw. Brother Ma Zi fell to the ground, utterly humiliated. How could he lose so disgracefully in front of Yunyan, a petite woman? His pride shattered. He leapt up angrily, shouting, I'll kill you. Yunyan glanced sideways at him and then gave a faint smile. Brother Ma Zi, I suggest you slow down. There is indeed poison on that silver needle. It's colorless and odorless. If you don't obtain the antidote I developed within 2 hours, the poison will take effect. After hearing her warning, Brother Ma Zi burst into laughter. You're bluffing. He didn't believe her, saying, Guys, this beauty is mine tonight. Brother Ma Zi, we'll capture her for you now. As they spoke, they rose once more and advanced towards Yunyan again. Yunyan rolled her eyes, glaring at Brother Ma Zi's gang. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, the little hooligan in front started feeling dizzy at his temple. They saw multiple images of Yunyan before finally collapsing to the ground. Brother Ma Zi, The silver needle has poison. This foul witch has poisoned us. She wants to kill us. The small thug clutched his head, feeling the world spinning. What? There really is poison. No worries. Next you'll experience headaches, stomach aches, leg pain, and arm pain. Chapter 111. Cure without medicine. As Yunyan spoke, everyone began to vaguely feel a wave of pain coming on, and one by one they started to fall to the ground, rolling around in agony. Big Brother Ma Zi panicked now. He hadn't witnessed such a magical occurrence before. His voice lacked the earlier arrogance. Mistress, is everything you said just now true? The surrounding street thugs didn't appear to be faking it either. Each one was sweating profusely from the pain. Hearing this, Yunyan smiled. Big Brother Ma Zi, you don't have to believe me. Seeing all of you sprawled out like this, you'd better conserve some strength and think about how to detoxify yourselves. With her arms crossed over her chest, Yunyan intended to simply stand aside and watch. Ma Zi doubted yet believed half-heartedly. Say, what will it take for you to detoxify my brothers? Yunyan shrugged, finding the scene amusing. She walked up to Ma Zi and leaned down, locking eyes with the man who only a minute ago had been yelling threats at her, but now begged humbly. Big Brother Ma Zi, I gave you the chance earlier, but you refused to believe. Ma Zi raised his hand, trying to pull Yunyan's ankle, but he couldn't muster the strength. Yunyan kicked him hard in the body and then stepped on his hand, which hand struck Ximing. Ma Zi's eyes widened. He remained silent, obviously defiant. When dealing with stubborn people like him, Yunyan had methods. She pulled out a silver needle from her bracelet and pierced it into Ma Zi's cheek. Immediately, his face felt sunken, his mouth crooked. Unable to move or speak properly. Yunyan pressed her right foot onto Ma Zi's palm and ground it slightly against the floor. Big Brother Ma Zi, regardless of which hand, you were ruthless enough to hurt even children. Hasn't anyone ever taught you to respect elders and care for the young? Then she quickly squatted down and removed the silver needle from Ma Zi's cheek. Aya! Ma Zi screamed out pitifully. All the little thugs present were scared witless, staring in astonishment. Lady Shao, heroine, spare our lives. Yunyan turned, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone. Speak. Who else struck Ximing? No one answered, their bodies struggling as they crawled to their knees and pleaded for mercy. Lady Heroine, spare us. We admit our guilt. Then they proceeded to slap themselves harshly on the face. We were wrong. How could we not recognize greatness when faced with it? These are the usual lackeys Ma Zi kept around, and seeing them so easily cowed made him furious yet unable to express it. Ximing looked at Yunyan before him in awe. Sister, let's go. Yunyan shook her head. I haven't finished what I need to do. If you want the antidote, trade it for Ximing's IOU. You have this one chance now. Don't wait until I lose patience. The toxin will activate more frequently and severely. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, no one dared disbelieve her anymore. On the contrary, they only wanted to secure the antidote. Big Brother Ma Zi, save us. We don't want to die. Looking at these people, who were now begging for mercy while in pain, Yunyan finally felt a sense of relief. This money was ill-gotten anyway. If it could be traded now for the safety of others, Ma Zi might agree. All right, I accept. Reluctantly agreeing under pressure. Yunyan's voice carried a coldness. You only have half an hour. If I don't receive the IOU within half an hour, you'll all have to wait for death due to poison. Don't think of reneging. I detest most when people break promises with me. I can unknowingly poison all of you. And I also have the means to cover your deaths without leaving any traces. Yunyan warned everyone present. Ma Zi felt a chill run through him. Just who exactly was this woman? He dared not entertain malicious thoughts. Quick, go fetch the IOU. It hurts so badly. Ma Zi commanded the nearby thug next to him. Now there were only them left. Yunyan watched calmly, just as she had said. One by one, the little thugs began experiencing excruciating pain that kept worsening. One of the small-time hooligans returned with Ximing's IOU. Ma Zi hastily grabbed it and handed it to Yunyan. Miss, can you keep your promise now? His face was distorted with pain, lips colorless and white. Yunyan slowly took the IOU, glancing at it before handing it to Ximing. Is this the right one? After receiving it, Ximing nodded. Sister, yes, this is the correct one. Ma Zi, with a face resembling a bitter gourd, forced out a smile ugly beyond belief. Beautiful lady, please give us the antidote already. I can't bear the pain anymore. Yunyan shook her head, leaned close to Ximing, and whispered something into his ear. After listening, Ximing followed Yunyan's instructions. The little thugs were sweating bullets due to unbearable pain. Ximing brought each one a bowl of transparent liquid. She pointed at the bowls. Drink it down, and you'll be fine in half an hour. Upon hearing this, the little hoodlums lunged forward. Ma Zi was the first to grab a bowl, gulping it down all at once before finally sighing in relief. Yunyan didn't want to stay with Ximing here any longer. Ximing, let's go. Yunyan reminded Ximing, who was still stunned nearby, and while these little hoodlums were hastily drinking the antidote, the two of them seized the opportunity to leave. Just as they stepped out of the alley, Ximing couldn't help but ask, Sister, did the water you just gave them really cure the poison? He clearly remembered that Yunyan had earlier whispered for him to fetch tap water. Yunyan glanced back nervously. We'll talk while we walk. Relieved to see Ximing safe now, she sighed. They were only hypnotized by me. They weren't actually poisoned. As long as I leave, they will recover without medicine. Ximing looked at Yunyan in front of him with newfound admiration. Sister, you're truly amazing. Ximing, don't mention tonight's events to anyone. I'm worried they might come after you again. Yunyan confirmed that no one was chasing them yet, so she relaxed slightly. You can't stay in Jiangxing anymore. I need to send you away as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. You go hide in High City for a while. I'll make sure everything is arranged for you. After the storm has passed, you can return to the orphanage. I'll explain everything to Principal Su. Jiming knew he had caused trouble and didn't refuse Yunyan's arrangements. If not for Yunyan, he wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly and would likely have continued being controlled by Ma Zi. Sister, I'll do as you say. Yunyan called Yihi. Prepare a car for me. I'm going to High City tonight. After asking a few simple questions, Yihi immediately made preparations for Yunyan. As agreed, Yihi arrived in his car at the designated location. The two hurriedly escorted Ji Ming to High City. Chapter 112, Identical Birthmarks. Sister, time is pressing. We'll stay at the hotel tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the real estate agent in Haicheng and look for a place. Once we find one, this guy can move in. Yunyan always felt at ease with Yihi's arrangements. Alright, let's just do that tonight. Jiming was really scared today. Indeed, Jiming had caused trouble on his own. I'm sorry, sister. It was my own stupidity for falling into their trap. But Yunyan always found something suspicious about the whole incident. Jiming, how did you meet these people? I met them online on a family searching website. They provided clues that the person they were looking for had a birthmark resembling the character Kue on their arm. As he spoke, Jiming took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a birthmark on his arm shaped like the character Kue. Yunyan felt a knot tighten in her chest, and Yihi's expression also darkened. He knew that on Yunyan's arm was a similar birthmark. Because I wanted to find my family, I sent them a photo of my birthmark. Soon after, they contacted me, arranging a meeting. I didn't expect them to set up a scheme, making me owe them a huge sum of money. You know what happened next. Yunyan took a deep breath. These people, though ruthless and far from being good individuals, wouldn't go so far as to control an innocent child just like that. There was a knot in Yunyan's heart, but she didn't want Jiming to worry or feel afraid. So she consoled him, Jiming, don't worry. Right now, Yihi and I will take you to Haicheng to temporarily avoid any trouble. Once this matter is resolved, you can return and find Director Su. Hearing Yunyan's words, Jiming felt reassured, like swallowing a calming pill. The abilities Yunyan showed tonight had broadened his horizons, and now, he trusted her the most. Yihi glanced back at the passenger in the back seat and then gripped the steering wheel tightly, gazing ahead. He was not happy. This young man had cost him and his senior sister a lot of wasted time and effort. Yunyan sitting in the front seat could sense Yihi's displeasure. Once we get to the hotel, rest well. We'll deal with other matters tomorrow. Having just escaped death, Jiming still looked uneasy. Seeing everyone worried about his affairs, Jiming felt apologetic. Big brother, I'm troubling you late at night to handle my problems. Tough luck. Then Yihi shook his head. Not tough luck, life's tough. Yunyan slapped Yihi on the head. What nonsense. He's still a child. She knew Jiming was already feeling guilty and didn't want Yihi's words to add to his burden. Like flipping a switch, Yihi immediately closed his mouth and stopped complaining. Do-do-do. An urgent ringtone sounded. Yunyan answered the call by sliding her finger across the screen. Tianyu. It was only now that she remembered she hadn't told Gu Tianyu that she would be heading to Haicheng tonight. Recalling the previous dangerous situation Yunyan had been in, Gu Tianyu remained somewhat uneasy. Yunyan, it's late already. Where are you? Let me pick you up. After hesitating briefly, Yunyan apologized softly. Tianyu, there was a sudden situation tonight. I forgot to tell you that I have to go to Haicheng. I'm already on the way to Haicheng. Suddenly going to Haicheng? Gu Tianyu immediately stood up from his chair, sensing something wasn't right. Why are you going to Haicheng? Gu Tianyu suspected that Yunyan rushing off to Haicheng meant something unexpected had happened. Yunyan decided against hiding it. Director Su asked me last time to help look for a child. Now I found him. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I must personally take him to Haicheng. She glanced at the back seat where Jiming, who had just turned an adult, sat. She couldn't help worrying about him. Once I've settled the child, I'll come back. The hand holding the phone tightened slightly. Is there anything you need help with? Yunyan thought about all the business Gu Tianyu had to handle at Gu Corporation and declined. No, I've arranged for Yihi to help. Please request a few days off at the company for me. I'll cancel the leave as soon as this matter is handled. Upon hearing that name, Gu Tianyu's already restless heart was pricked sharply. So Yunyan was currently going to Haicheng with a man named Yihi. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Yihi didn't say a word but pricked up his ears listening intently to Yunyan's conversation. Yunyan noticed that Yihi was eavesdropping on her phone call, feeling somewhat awkward, so she wanted to hang up. Can you? I'll let you know once I arrive. It's getting late. You should rest early. Before Gu Tianyu could respond, Yunyan had already hung up the phone. Gu Tianyu stared at the phone in his hand, feeling a strange annoyance rising within him. He paced back and forth in the bedroom with his phone in hand, hesitating. Finally, he dialed Cheng Jio's number. Cheng assistant, didn't we have a project that needed to be examined in Haicheng before? Cheng Jio wasn't sure why Gu Tianyu suddenly remembered this project. Indeed, there was a cooperation project in Haicheng before. However, Gu Tianyu never had time to go and examine it, so they put it aside temporarily. Yeah, the project in Haicheng is still waiting for Mr. Gu to visit. Gu Tianyu immediately made up his mind without any further talk. We'll head to Haicheng tomorrow morning. This project must be put on the agenda. Cheng assistant, you rearrange my schedule. Gu Tianyu seriously asked Cheng Jio to arrange accordingly. The boss's decisions are always correct, and Cheng Jio promptly carried them out. Haicheng. Haicheng is the neighboring city of Jiangcheng, not far away. A 2 to 3 hour drive would suffice. Compared to Jiangcheng, Haicheng seemed slightly inferior. Its development relied on the pull from Jiangcheng, but its geographical location was advantageous, making it a treasure land for many developers suitable for development. Yi brought Yun Yin and Jiming to check into one of Haiqing's five-star hotels. This hotel was the only five-star hotel in Haiqing. Upon arrival, Yi went straight to the front desk and booked 2 rooms. He handed one room card to Yun Yin. "Senior sister, here's your room key. I'll share the room with this kid tonight." Though Yi disliked this boy, Jiming, he was still responsible. By deliberately sharing the same room with him, he could monitor Jiming as well. Jiming appeared reluctant to share a room with a stranger and cast a pleading look at Yun Yin. "Sister, Yi stretched and yawned. "Senior sister, you should go rest now. I'm tired too. Kid, let's go. If we don't leave now, I might just carry you there." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi placed his hand on Jiming's shoulder, pulling him and turning toward the elevator. Yun Yin watched Yi's back. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gave her a backward, okay gesture. Chapter 113, Calling Brother-in-Law. In the early morning, Yun Yin was woken up by the sound of her phone ringing. She found her phone on the bedside table with the help of the light coming in through the window and slid to answer it. "Yun Yin, are you awake?" Yun Yin, still sleepy, responded softly, There was a tinge of joy and excitement in Gu Tianyu's voice. "That's great then, get up. Let's have breakfast together." She thought Gu Tianyu had forgotten that she was in High City and lazily replied, "Tianyu, I'm in High City. I'm at the High City Grand Hotel. I'll wait for you in the restaurant." After saying that, Gu Tianyu hung up. Yun Yin suddenly became more alert. Did Gu Tianyu come to High City? He's already at the hotel. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Yun Yin became cautious as she got up from the bed and walked to the door. Through the peephole, she saw a woman standing outside wearing a hotel attendant's uniform, holding a bag. After confirming the surroundings once again, she opened the door but kept the chain lock connected to the door frame. "What's wrong?" The hotel attendant smiled faintly. "Miss, these are the clothes that Mr. Gu asked us to deliver to you." Gu Tianyu had calculated the time perfectly, waking her up and then sending over clothes. She reached through the crack of the door and took the bag from the attendant. "Thank you." Yun Yin quietly closed the door and took out the clothes from the bag. These were indeed the clothes she had left at home. She didn't expect him to be so thoughtful, considering she left hastily last night without bringing any change of clothes. So did Gu Tianyu come from Jiang City early this morning, or had he arrived last night? Yun Yin felt a warmth in her heart. Yun Yin quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth, changing into the clothes. She picked up her phone and went to the restaurant to find Gu Tianyu. Since it was early in the morning, there weren't many people in the restaurant. Gu Tianyu sat quietly there, holding the latest High City financial morning news, with a cup of coffee on the table. "You're here." Seeing Yun Yin, his gaze brightened slightly as he folded the newspaper in his hand and gave a gentle smile. Gu Tianyu's chiseled face and three-dimensional features perfectly presented an attractive appearance. It was quite pleasing to see such a handsome face early in the morning. Yun Yin nodded as she sat down and curiously asked, "Tianyu, how did you come?" Yun Yin was wearing a white dress, casually draped with a windbreaker, her clean and simple smile melting Gu Tianyu's heart. Gu Tianyu's attention was entirely on Yun Yin. "Wife, since you stayed out all night, I naturally had to come and look for you." Hearing the word, wife, spoken by Gu Tianyu, Yun Yin felt her cheeks redden and her heart race. Not having seen each other for a day, it seemed like he had become even more clingy. She shyly avoided meeting Gu Tianyu's burning gaze, trying to explain something but forgetting what she wanted to say immediately. Gu Tianyu looked at the woman in front of him, who appeared somewhat bashful and adorable. "I was fooling around. There's a project in High City. I couldn't make the time to check it out before. It just so happens I can come now. I came here for work." After hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Yun Yin sighed in relief, no longer feeling the tension she felt earlier. It turned out it was about the company project. Still, she felt a slight hint of disappointment. "Come, take a look at what you want to eat." Gu Tianyu pointed at the menu. Waking up early, Yun Yin didn't feel very hungry, so she only ordered set meal A. The two started eating together. "Sister, how did you wake up so early?" A familiar voice came from behind. Without turning back, Yun Yin knew this person was Yi. Originally holding a knife and fork, Gu Tianyu's fingers tightened significantly, his gaze becoming deeper. "Yes, I couldn't sleep, so I came down for breakfast." Of course, Yun Yin wouldn't tell Yi that Gu Tianyu had called her down earlier for breakfast. Yun Yin loved sleeping late, usually not enjoying being disturbed. Yi understood this well. Several times before, when she was disturbed during an urgent situation, she ended up verbally blasting him mercilessly. If he knew that Yun Yin woke up just to have breakfast with someone, he would certainly make fun of her again. Yi brought Ji Ming along. Ji Ming saw the two and politely shouted, "Sister." When Gu Tianyu saw Yi, his expression became stricter than before, mentally assuming that Yun Yin had come to High City with him last night. "Ji Ming, why do you only call sister? You should also call brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Black lines appeared on Yun Yan's forehead. What was Yi trying to pull? Ji Ming, unclear of the situation, followed Yi's instruction and shouted, "Brother-in-law." "Good morning, brother-in-law." Yi immediately added a good word, then confidently pulled Ji Ming to sit down together. Upon hearing the term brother-in-law, Gu Tianyu felt an immense joy within him. His expression also wasn't as severe as before. Instead, it seemed like he had grown a bit more lenient. Yun Yin knew Gu Tianyu's character. He didn't like sharing a table with others. "Yi, you take Ji Ming to sit at the next table," Yun Yin suggested. But Yi shook his head. "No, I want to sit with my brother-in-law." What was he doing? Yun Yin widened her eyes in astonishment. She gave Yi a warning look indicating not to act crazy. Gu Tianyu was someone he couldn't mess around with. Moreover, She herself understood that their marriage was merely nominal and lacked substance. As Yunyan was glaring at Yi, Gu Tianyu spoke up. Since we're all together, let's sit together. Yunyan was speechless. Let's see what you're having. Gu Tianyu, breaking his usual coldness, displayed some warmth toward them. Naturally, Yi didn't hesitate. Jiming, take a look. What would you like? Yunyan found there was nothing much she could do about Yi as breakfast continued. After placing the order, Tianyu, this is my junior apprentice. This is the child entrusted by Director Su for me to find. Jiming. Yi made sure to extend his hand brightly. Brother-in-law, your reputation precedes you. I've heard so much about you from senior sister. I've always admired you greatly. Yunyan knew Yi's silver tongue, but even so, it still sent shivers down her spine when she heard it on the spot. Gu Tianyu was immersed in the continuous mention of brother-in-law. Oh, is that so? What exactly did Yunyan say about me? Yi would never miss any chance like this. Senior sister said you are talented, learned, good-looking, in short, outstanding among men. The most important thing is, he treats her well. By now, Gu Tianyu couldn't suppress his laughter anymore. A warm smile blossomed on his face. Yunyan wished for a crack in the ground where she could hide herself in. When had she ever said those things? She didn't even remember. She kicked Yi's foot under the table while maintaining a composed expression. Gu Tianyu followed with another inquiry. The Yunyan I took care of has a junior apprentice who's a big star, right? What's his name? He slightly frowned. Chapter 114, Mrs. Gu, welcome home. Yi responded, his eyes gleaming with brightness as he turned his head to look at Yunyan, who currently appeared awkward. Brother-in-law is talking about Gao Su Tian, right? He became cautious, worried that saying the wrong thing might get him beaten. Gu Tianyu gave a cunning smile, leaning forward slightly, as if showing interest. That's right. Yi immediately understood that Gu Tianyu was testing him. He saw Yunyan's helpless expression and realized he should stop there. Otherwise, Yunyan would make things unpleasant for him. He's now a big star. We see each other less frequently. This ungrateful guy has changed so much that he hardly recognizes us anymore. Yunyan let out a sigh in her heart. If they continued this conversation, she wouldn't know how to respond. Gu Tianyu seemed still interested, continuing to ask questions. Not really. I think his relationship with your elder sister is quite good. They seem familiar. He wanted to learn more from Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi rolled his eyes. Forget it. Our relationship isn't even half as good as what he has with sister. That guy just uses his family's advantages. He didn't work hard during our mountain cultivation training. He always compares himself with me. He loves clinging to sister, and he can't stand seeing the world being nice to me. As he spoke, Yi angrily stabbed the food on the plate with his fork. Yunyan glanced sideways at Yi, who was still eating breakfast. Yi, you've had enough. She didn't want Yi to continue. Otherwise, they would probably talk nonstop for 3 days and 3 nights. Teacher sister, I've just started. I haven't eaten my fill yet. Yi focused on chatting with Gu Tianyu, eating very slowly and almost hadn't touched his food. Yunyan smiled faintly, giving him a serious look as a warning. You've had enough. Jiming had been quietly listening to their chat since earlier, and he'd already finished breakfast. Sister, brother hasn't eaten much, he's only been talking. This kid was so honest. There was silence at the scene for a few seconds. Yi picked up his fork, ate a fried egg, then quickly took a few bites of noodles. Teacher sister, I'm full. He patted Jiming sitting beside him. Let's go. Then he turned back to say to Yunyan and Gu Tianyu, I'll return to my room to search online for a real estate agent to look at houses. Yunyan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Yi grabbed Jiming and prepared to leave. Brother-in-law, then we'll take our leave. Next time, whenever there's a chance, we must definitely have dinner together again with you, brother-in-law. Gu Tianyu gave a slight nod. After Yi and Jiming left. Finally, the dining table regained its tranquility. Yunyan picked up the knife and fork on the table and began elegantly tasting her breakfast. With the rare quietness came improved relaxation. Gu Tianyu overheard their previous conversation and thus suggested, Yunyan, there's also a resort villa in High City. Why not let Jiming stay there for a while? Yunyan didn't want to trouble Gu Tianyu, so she directly refused. I plan to find him an apartment. Next, I'll need to find him a school, letting Jiming live here by himself. This child is strong-willed. I believe he can take care of himself. Gu Tianyu anticipated that Yunyan would be polite to him. Although you can find him an apartment, I still think living at home is much more convenient. Living in the villa, where there are dedicated personnel taking care of everything, they can also take care of his daily life. This way, won't that give you more peace of mind? After hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Yunyan agreed it made sense. Currently, there was worry that those people led by Ma Zi might keep causing trouble for Jiming. If Jiming lived alone outside, problems could arise, and Yunyan might not be able to offer timely assistance. However, if Jiming directly stayed in Gu Tianyu's villa, it would indeed be much more convenient, at least providing some support, which was also a good thing. After considering, Yunyan accepted. Then I will thank you on behalf of Dean Su. In this way, Jiming can live comfortably, and there will also be someone around when needed. Gu Tianyu looked into her eyes deeply. Yunyan, between us, there's no need for thanks. Moreover, I am someone you can rely on. From now on, if you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my help without worrying about troubling me. Hearing these words from Gu Tianyu, Yunyan felt warmth inside her heart. The man before her treated her very well. Facing the silent Yunyan, Gu Tianyu got a little anxious. Everything I said is true. Seeing the sincere man in front of her, Yunyan couldn't help but smile. Understood. From now on, I won't be formal with you. Having finished speaking, Yunyan continued with her breakfast. A small bit of dip accidentally stuck to the corner of her mouth. Gu Tianyu picked up the napkin from the table, lifting his hand gently towards her and softly wiping it off. A small stain attached. When helping others, you are always thorough, but when it comes to yourself, you are careless. Yunyan stared at the handsome face in front of her, feeling a thump, thump, thump in her heart. She was certain that there was nothing wrong with her body. This was the sound of her heartbeat. It felt as if one beat had been skipped. In Gu Tianyu's pupils, Yunyan was the only image reflected. She wasn't extravagantly dressed, just wearing light makeup, her delicate features perfectly framed, and her red lips subtly alluring. He gently leaned closer, naturally covering her lips with his own, and he felt an overwhelming sweetness. The luxurious Maybach's wheels were turning, slowly driving into the villa courtyard of High City where Gu Tianyu resided, surrounded by lush greenery, beside the blue sea. The car stopped smoothly, after which Yunyan and Gu Tianyu got out. Behind them, Yihe and Jiming also stepped out. Yihe glanced at the large villa in front of him, inwardly amazed. There weren't many things that could impress him with his broad knowledge, yet this one certainly caught his eye. This villa, named Hai Tian Isei, was indeed luxurious and grandiose. Its reputation was well-deserved. To be able to see it today truly added to his knowledge. Yihe moved next to Yunyan, lightly nudging her shoulder with his elbow, whispering softly, "Teacher sister, this isn't an ordinary villa, it can be called an estate. He's a top-level billionaire." Yunyan nudged Yihe back with her elbow. "Wipe your mouth, your drool is about to come out." Yihe chuckled bitterly, then made a motion to wipe his mouth. From afar, the butler of the villa hurried towards Gu Tianyu, bowing respectfully. "Master, welcome home." Gu Tianyu exuded an air of nobility as he introduced the butler. "This is my wife, Yunyan." The butler had already heard about Gu Tianyu's marriage, but hadn't yet met Mrs. Gu. Upon hearing this introduction, the butler immediately became respectful and serious. "Madam, welcome home." Yunyan felt somewhat shy, but still greeted kindly. "Hello." The butler warmly welcomed all the guests and led them inside. As they walked, he gave a detailed introduction of the villa, acting as a perfect live tour guide. Chapter 115, The Smile of the Victor. The next day, the chirping of little birds filled the air. Yunyan woke up and found that Gu Tianyu's figure was long gone from the room. She noticed a sticky note on the bedside table with a few lines written on it. "I'm evaluating the branch company here. I'll find you after I'm done." Yunyan put the sticky note back where it was and decided to go back to sleep. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Yunyan felt a little hungry in her stomach, so she got up and washed her face. After changing into clothes prepared in advance by the housekeeper, she walked out of the bedroom and went downstairs. She called Yihe. "After lunch, we'll go out together to find a school for Jiming." Quickly, Yihe's voice came through the phone. "Sister, Jiming and I have already left." He knew Yunyan liked sleeping in, so unless it was something important, he wouldn't disturb her rest early in the morning. Yunyan didn't expect Yihe not to call her today, and instead just set out with Jiming. "Why didn't you wait for me? An extra person can help give advice." Before she could say more, Yihe quickly interrupted. "Sister, we're outside. We'll come back and find you later." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was disconnected. Alright, then today Yunyan would spend the time alone at the villa. She suddenly felt bored. Fine, take advantage of the quiet. Yunyan decided to read books in the study after having lunch and consider it as a small vacation for herself. Ding ding ding. The ringing of the phone broke the silence. "Yunyan, my evaluation is over, but tonight the host has set up a banquet in Haicheng City. Come with me this evening. I will send a car to pick you up soon so you can try on dresses and get your hair styled." Yunyan had no reason to refuse. Anyway, it was also a way to pass the time, so she agreed to Gu Tianyu's request. Evening. Haicheng Grand Hotel. Yunyan arrived here arm in arm with Gu Tianyu. She wore an elegant dark green fishtail dress, with one shoulder bared in its asymmetrical design. Her hair was casually twisted into an updo. Seeing Gu Tianyu entering with her arm linked in his, everyone began guessing whose daughter or which family member she might be. Tonight, everyone at the banquet dressed formally. They were all wealthy tycoons from Haicheng City, and tonight's gathering was clearly intended for networking and enhancing their social connections. When Gu Tianyu entered the venue, many people rushed to flatter him and gathered around him. As the richest man of both Jiangsheng and Haicheng cities, his name was well known far and wide. Anyone who could tie their business to his would surely benefit greatly for their enterprise's development. Yunyan found it rather dull. She disliked such occasions, and thus made an excuse to temporarily leave. She did the same as before, heading straight for the snack area. The snacks on the display looked exquisite. Yunyan took a plate from a passing waiter and began selecting cakes. "Sister." Upon hearing this voice, Yunyan slightly startled. She hadn't expected to bump into Gao Shutian here in Haicheng. "How did you end up here?" Yunyan paused a moment. Gao Shutian happily hugged Yunyan once. A sharp glare darted in this direction, the hand holding the champagne glass tightening slightly. Though smiling in response to others' greetings, all his attention was already focused on Yunyan. For other conversations, he responded half-heartedly. After letting go of Yunyan, Gao Shutian said excitedly, "Sister, it's truly great meeting you here tonight." Yunyan glanced at Gao Shutian. "This guy, you haven't answered my question. Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Gao Shutian appeared slightly unhappy. "It's because of my dad. These commercial banquets, he always drags me along, saying that eventually all our family business must be handed over to me. To tell you the truth, you know, I'm simply not interested in these things, otherwise I wouldn't choose to become a celebrity. Now it seems, my dad says if I don't become the top male star in acting, then I have to come home and inherit the family business. It's quite frustrating. This seemed like being forced into operation, forced to act as a second-generation rich heir. Yunyan couldn't help but smile bitterly, yet she understood Gao Shutian's complaints. Being able to do what you truly love wasn't a simple matter. After a long rant from Gao Shutian, he finally remembered to ask Yunyan, "By the way, sister, why didn't you contact me when you came to Haicheng? Sister, how long do you plan to stay?" He kept talking nonstop. Yunyan smiled faintly. "I just came here to handle some affairs, and will go back in a few days." Yi also came. Upon hearing Yi's name, Gao Shutian instantly lost the joyous expression he had just moments ago. Don't mention him. That's how they always were, disliking each other on sight. While they were chatting idly, Gu Tianyu walked towards them. A wave of intense intimidation swept over, and Yunyan noticed that Gu Tianyu's gaze had turned less friendly. "Yin." Gu Tianyu wrapped his arm around her waist. His move instantly left Gao Shutian dumbfounded. Due to the crowd, Yunyan, though feeling uncomfortable, couldn't shake off Gu Tianyu's hand. After all, according to Bill Nun's mouth, they were a loving couple. "Your junior apprentice?" Gu Tianyu asked knowingly, leaving Yunyan no choice but to nod slightly. Sister-in-law, your husband?" Gao Shutian coolly interjected, as a form of greeting. He originally had countless topics he wanted to discuss with Yunyan, but now he was in no mood. "Sister, I'll go greet some friends over there. I'll contact you later." Gu Tianyu's brows almost knitted together into a knot. Yunyan responded gently. Mr. Gu, nice to meet you." As soon as Gao Shutian turned, he was immediately pulled back by a man who appeared over 50 years old, his temples already streaked with white hair. "I am Gao Ko from the Haicheng Gao family. This is my son, Gao Shutian." The Gao group was also a well-known enterprise in Haicheng. Gu Tianyu nodded lightly. He abandoned his usual aloof demeanor. "Mr. Gao, it's a pleasure to meet you." It was rare to get the chance to meet Gu Tianyu, so Gao Ku was extremely delighted. But seeing his son not reacting, he became anxious. "Shutian, quickly greet Mr. Gu. There are many areas where you'll need to learn from Mr. Gu in the future." Gao Ke seized opportunities well and wasn't going to miss this one. Although unwilling, Gao Shutian still followed his father's command. "Mr. Gu, good day." Still dissatisfied, Gao Ke pointed towards Yunyan and this beautiful young lady. "Mrs. Gu." Gu Tianyu stared at Gao Shutian's eyes, intentionally dragging out the tone and emphasizing the word Mrs. Quickly seizing the cue, Gao Ke interjected. "Mr. Gu has excellent taste. You and Mrs. Gu make an excellent match." "Mrs. Gu, good day." After exchanging greetings, Gao Shutian found an excuse. "Mr. Gu, Dad, you chat first. I'll go find a friend." Seeing Gao Shutian leave, Gu Tianyu finally displayed a smile of triumph on his face. Yunyan observed keenly, cursing inwardly. "Immature fool, stingy wad." Chapter 116, Trapped in the Elevator. As Gao Shutian left, Gu Tianyu's cold eyes softened. The topics that Gao Ku and Gu Tianyu were discussing weren't of interest to Yunyan. She felt standing there was a bit boring, so she gently interrupted. "Tianyu, I want to go out and sit for a while. My heels are making my feet hurt." Tonight, to match her evening gown, she wore a pair of 10-inch high heels, and now her calves felt slightly sore. Gu Tianyu indeed had more social obligations at the moment, and he couldn't spare time to attend to her, so he could only agree. He leaned closer. "I'll come find you later. Don't wander too far by yourself." Gu Tianyu reminded her with concern since they were in Haicheng, and he worried about Yunyan being alone. Yunyan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll stay nearby. I won't go far." After saying that, Yunyan bid farewell to the others, lifted her dress, and walked out of the banquet hall. The interior decoration style of the club was mostly similar, and it was Yunyan's first time here, so relatively speaking, she was still not very familiar with the place. She began looking around, gradually moving away from the crowd. She wanted to find a quiet spot to rest properly. According to the signage, the rest area was not on this floor. If needed, the elevator displayed that it could take her directly there. Lifting her dress, Yunyan headed toward the direction of the elevator. Upon arrival, the elevator was already parked there, with its doors still open. Yunyan looked around. Perhaps someone had pressed the elevator button just before, so she lifted her dress and entered the elevator. After stepping into the open elevator, she casually pressed the floor for the rest area. The elevator was slowly ascending when suddenly it clanged and stopped working. An ominous feeling enveloped her heart. In haste, Yunyan pressed the intercom inside the elevator, but no one responded. She took out her phone and attempted to make a call, but it was quickly disconnected, with the signal showing interruption. There was no signal inside the elevator. Currently, the distance from the banquet hall was quite far, so even if she shouted until hoarse, it would be useless. Yunyan tried pounding on the elevator doors hard, hoping someone outside could hear. However, after pounding for some time, there was still no response. Was she only to wait here and die? No, she was not someone who gave up easily. Yunyan removed her high heels, allowing her body to stabilize. She started pounding on the elevator doors intermittently at certain intervals, trying to conserve as much strength as possible while waiting for rescue. "Is there anyone inside the elevator?" After a while, Yunyan heard a voice. She immediately responded, "I'm trapped inside the elevator." The voice outside the elevator asked again, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry. I'll go get someone to help rescue you." Yunyan let out a slight sigh of relief. "All right." Hearing hurried footsteps leaving, the outside went silent all at once. Just as Yunyan waited for the rescue, the elevator clanged again and resumed normal operation. She quickly pressed the open door button and tensely stared at the elevator doors. Thankfully, the elevator doors opened, and Yunyan stepped out, just encountering the rescuers coming over. When he saw Yunyan, his mood relaxed considerably. Yunyan was also quite puzzled. The elevator suddenly resumed operation. What's going on? She had an inexplicable feeling. This matter wasn't simple. He didn't dare to tell Yin that earlier. Due to his laziness in the control room, someone tampered with the switch for the elevator. When he discovered this, it was nearly an accident. He stammered, wanting to explain. The elevator experienced a malfunction earlier, but it has returned to normal now. This explanation seemed rather flimsy. Yan's eyes darkened. I demand to review your surveillance footage. Otherwise, I need to report tonight's incident to the police for investigation. Upon hearing Yan mention the police, he became frightened. He was merely an employee, and if a mistake at work caused him to lose his job, it was something he least wanted. The security guard hesitated for a moment, showing an unpleasant expression. From his expression alone, Yan knew that something must have been amiss. She pulled out her phone and prepared to press the dial button. The security guard pleaded hastily. Miss, I will check the surveillance footage for you, but please keep this night's affair confidential. Yan put away her phone and followed the security guard to the surveillance room. He kept explaining, I just felt drowsy, so I went outside to smoke. It wasn't just the time for a single cigarette. Yan clearly remembered the duration she was trapped inside. Although the security guard did not want to admit it, he realized there was no way to hide it. I browsed some videos. However, upon returning to the control room and seeing the surveillance footage, I immediately came to look for you. He was extremely concerned about Yan pursuing responsibility and kept explaining. Miss, you are safe and sound now. I beg you, let me off this hook. He continued pleading. I rely on this job to support my family. Yan sensed the situation wasn't straightforward. This was definitely intentional. I want to see the surveillance outside the surveillance room, she said. The security guard complied with Yan's request and opened the surveillance footage. Just as she had guessed, in the video, a figure appeared in the corridor outside the surveillance room and entered the control room. Unfortunately, the person was wearing a mask and a visor cap, making their face unrecognizable. Only a slightly sideways view of the back could be seen. However, just by looking at the tape, the person in the picture should be a woman. Pause for a moment. She pointed at the surveillance footage, and the security guard stopped it in time. Zoom in. The security guard followed Yan's instructions. The surveillance footage was frozen, and after enlarging the image, Yan could see that the person had a pair of earrings on their ears. These exquisite earrings were a special edition from this year's family new release, something Yan wouldn't forget. However, they weren't available in the domestic market yet. Yan's eyes darkened. She picked up her phone and took a picture of the screen. She couldn't possibly guess who this person might be. Under no circumstances are you allowed to disclose anything about tonight's events. Yan did not want to alarm the snake prematurely. Since the enemy was lurking in the shadows, she also wanted to know what they intended to do. It was clear that everything tonight was targeted specifically at her. The security guard quickly agreed, glad that Yan wasn't pursuing any accountability, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. In the rest area, this place was relatively quiet. Yan disliked socializing, so hiding out here suited her well. She picked up a glass of orange juice and sat on the sofa checking her phone. From the moment she entered the rest area, a pair of dark eyes had been closely watching her, the gaze fixed on the birthmark on her arm. Gradually, the man approached Yan. Miss, our master wishes to meet you personally. Yan looked up, but didn't recognize the person before her. He was dressed in a black suit, looking proper and correct. With the numerous people attending the banquet tonight, this might have been an approach method used by some young master. Yan rejected the request without hesitation. I don't know your master, so there's no need for a meeting. Her exquisite face sometimes truly brought her much inconvenience. There were countless people wanting to know her. This way of making contact failed to spark any interest in her. The other party had already foreseen the rejection, but remained patient. He even sat down opposite Yan. Miss, please rest assured, my master has no ill intentions. He just wants to inquire about the birthmark on your arm. The man's attention remained focused on Yan's arm. Birthmark? Yan's heart skipped a beat. She recalled her mother's previous words, telling her to hide the Tai Chi symbol and live a peaceful life. Yan became more cautious. Tense, she asked, who is your master? The man revealed a meaningful smile. My master prefers to remain low profile. Once you meet him, you'll know. Yan refused. Since you cannot tell me his identity, then kindly inform your master that I'm too busy to meet him. After saying that, Yan placed her cup of orange juice on the table, got up, and left directly. As Yan walked away, a glimmer of starlight flickered in the man's eyes. Chapter 117. Who is she? Recalling the scene in the elevator just now, Yan didn't intend to take the elevator again. She retraced her steps and returned to the banquet hall via the stairs. Back at the banquet hall, Yan caught sight of Gu Tianyu among the crowd. Just as Yan was about to approach, she noticed a socialite standing beside Gu Tianyu. The woman wore a velvet-like white evening gown, her long curls draping over her shoulders, perfectly accentuated by an elaborate makeup look. Especially eye-catching were the earrings on her earlobes, a pair of limited-edition earrings from the Z family brand. This woman belonged to the type who grew more appealing upon closer observation. Her graceful demeanor, eloquent speech, and extensive knowledge attracted quite a number of male guests around her. They all gathered around her, conversing freely and effortlessly. A woman like this was undoubtedly a master of socializing. She would occasionally chime in with a few sentences, each one perfectly resonating with everyone present. They all raised their glasses in unison, clinking them together in celebration, engaged in pleasant conversation. The woman suddenly turned her gaze toward Yan. Her eyes locked onto Yan's figure for a moment, her expression holding an enigmatic smile. Where their gazes met, Yan instinctively felt something unusual about this woman. She was undoubtedly dazzling amidst the crowd. Yunyan faintly sensed a strange feeling creeping into her heart. The woman then averted her gaze and resumed her light-hearted chatter with others. Tianyu. As Yunyan was nearing, she softly called out his name. Gu Tianyu turned around and saw Yunyan making her way through the crowd towards him. His heart warmed. If not for Yunyan's appearance, he wouldn't have been able to reach the peak of his life again. Back already. In a doting tone, Gu Tianyu wrapped an arm around Yunyan's slender waist, gently taking her hand. The woman's attention immediately shifted to Yunyan, observing the two tightly interlaced hands. She arched her eyebrows slightly but quickly regained her composure, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding guests paused their conversations momentarily due to Yunyan's arrival. Gu Tianyu introduced her generously to everyone. This is my wife, Yunyan. He then briefly introduced the people to Yunyan. Yunyan acknowledged each introduction with a slight nod. When Gu Tianyu introduced this woman, she swiftly stepped forward, actively extending her hand before clasping it firmly around Yunyan's, leading her closer. Sister-in-law. Yunyan looked at Gu Tianyu, unsure how to respond to this unexpected title that had thrown her a bit off balance. Gu Tianyu scratched his nose. Yunyan, this is Gu Yu, my cousin. It dawned on Yunyan. This woman was none other than Gu Yang's sister, Gu Yu. Compared to Gu Yang, Gu Yu exuded even more grace characteristic of prominent families. Hello. Realizing this, Yunyan reciprocated her greeting. The atmosphere remained harmonious. People around kept praising Gu Yu, trying to impress her in various ways. At that moment, the grand lights of the banquet were turned off, while the stage lighting brightened instantly. The host walked onto the stage holding a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our thrilling moment of the evening. Please give a warm welcome to our superstar tonight, Gao Shutian. Upon his words, the entire venue erupted in cheers. All eyes followed Gao Shutian as he moved. Under the thunderous applause, Gao Shutian made his brilliant entrance onto the stage. Being the most promising new star, backed by a powerful family, he stood out exceptionally tonight. His appearance stirred up murmurs and excitement in the audience, with some even pulling out their phones to take photos. After stepping onto the stage, Gao Shutian, following the event's set program, needed to invite a dance partner to accompany him for a performance. When everyone was modestly yielding to each other, Gu Yu had already stepped forward, volunteering herself. Me. Everyone directed their gaze at Gu Yu, with the spotlight shifting onto her immediately. With serene confidence, Gu Yu smiled, lifted the hem of her skirt, and made her way to the stage. Gao Shutian gallantly extended his hand to invite Gu Yu to perform the first dance of the evening, setting the banquet's excitement to its highest point. Gu Tianyu stood coolly in place, unfazed. Watching the couple on the stage, Yunyan thought they seemed rather well suited. Their passionate dancing moves captivated the hearts of the guests present, receiving round after round of applause. Gu Yu appeared dignified and composed in front of everyone, every step of her dancing exuding elegance. Tianyu, I've never heard you mention Gu Yu before. Yunyan noticed Gu Tianyu's attitude towards Gu Yu was clearly different from that towards Gu Yang. Gu Tianyu, appreciating the performance, said, Yu was sent overseas at a young age. She received Western education, so her behavior and interactions tend to be more open. That wasn't exactly what Yunyan wanted to ask. Judging from your attitude towards her, it seems better than towards Shiyu. Gu Tianyu did not deny it. Although Yu comes from a prominent family, she doesn't display the usual airs of such upbringing. From a young age, she has been independent, smart, and through her own efforts, multiple companies abroad invited her after graduation. However, Grandma misses her, and it's rare to see her after all these years, so the elder specially requested her to come home this time. That explained it. Yunyan understood clearly. Gu Tianyu's eyes gleamed faintly. I didn't expect her to attend the banquet tonight. I ran into her earlier. Yunyan stopped prying further. The music ceased. After gracefully acknowledging the audience with a curtsy, Gu Yu returned from the stage and walked straight back to Yunyan's side. Sister-in-law, let's grab some pastries and take a rest. Standing around is tiring. Saying that, Gu Yu linked arms with Yunyan. Older brother, may I borrow your wife for a moment? Gu Tianyu had other engagements to attend to. Besides, it was good that Gu Yu could keep Yunyan company, so he agreed without hesitation. Yunyan did not refuse either. As they drew closer, Gu Yu appeared quite enthusiastic and caring. Sister-in-law, what would you like to eat? Let me get it for you. Actually, Yunyan didn't eat much. Anything is fine with me. After getting some pastries and drinks, the two stood by a bar counter. Sister-in-law, marrying my brother before must have been such a hardship for you. What? At Yunyan's reaction, Gu Yu went on to explain, Sister-in-law, I truly mean it. Please don't think I'm flattering you. Previously, I heard from family members that my brother got married to a girl from the countryside. At the time, I was actually quite puzzled. Later, during a phone call with my brother, I found out that you are not at all what they described. Her voice sweet as honey, she held Yunyan's hand. It truly is an unfair situation for you. No matter how others investigated her, Yunyan remained utterly unafraid. But facing Gu Yu's heartfelt words right now, she somehow felt uneasy. Yunyan replied indifferently. Please don't say such things. What they said is correct. I indeed am a girl from the countryside. Marrying Tianyu is my fortune. Though Yunyan spoke with restraint, she sounded genuinely wronged. Sister-in-law, when I saw you tonight, I was struck by admiration. How could you be a girl from the countryside? Look at our older brother. How he's completely captivated by you now. He even ignores my father. She gently patted Yunyan's wrist, her tone soft and affectionate yet tinged with a subtle challenge. You're underestimating yourself. Yun Yan's eyes turned slightly cold as she softly remarked, do you think if your older brother were to know about our current conversation, would he recognize you? Chapter 118, One Trouble After Another. Guyu, upon hearing this, was slightly stunned. However, she quickly recovered her composure and remained calm as before. Big sister, you've misunderstood. When I was a child, my father had already found a master to calculate my destiny. My fate was to counteract his, so without hesitation, he sent me abroad. Guyu's gaze became distant as she looked toward Gu Tianyu's direction. On the contrary, it was elder brother who has always cared for me, even more than Shiryu. This was roughly what Yun Yan had guessed. She could also tell that Gu Tianyu treated Guyu in an unusual way. Yun Yan faintly smiled. Why are you telling me all this? She didn't want to keep going around in circles with Guyu. Big sister, they all say you're smart. My blood runs from the Gu family. What do you think about that? She picked up a drink from the bar and then poured it over her own evening gown. Instantly, the once beautiful gown became very noticeable due to the color of the juice. Guyu revealed a faint smile and quietly returned the cup to its original place. I am always my father's daughter. She coldly said a few words. He always thought I countered him. I want to prove to him that he is wrong. A cry of surprise drew everyone's attention. Because of her previous excellent socializing and elegant dancing, Guyu had already successfully captured the attention of many people present. She left a good impression on the guests. The initial impression indeed gave her some advantage. Everyone cast puzzled glances at them, and soon noticed her evening gown. Judging by the situation now, Yun Yan seemed to be the one who was at a disadvantage. Because the juice had soaked through, the material around her chest became almost translucent. In such a setting, such a big action would inevitably lead to gossip. Madness. Yun Yan wanted to leave, but was held back by Guyu grabbing her wrist. Big sister, don't be angry. Her voice changed with urgency. I shouldn't have said those things earlier. It was disrespectful of me. Gu Tianyu, with long strides, arrived next to them, took off his suit, and draped it over Guyu. Elder brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up past events here, but I just couldn't help myself. Guyu looked pitifully at Gu Tianyu with a pleading expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister-in-law, I am merely apologizing on behalf of my father and brother. I know it's their fault. If doing this makes you feel better, I won't retaliate. Guyu lowered her eyelids, trying hard to conceal the pleasure she felt at this moment. The onlookers inhaled sharply, a rich family feud. Guyu's understanding demeanor made everyone unable to help sympathize with her. Standing not too far away, Chung Jio decided to stop the matter from escalating further. He coordinated with the event organizer to help disperse the crowd. The more people involved, the more embarrassing the scene. To resolve the awkwardness, the organizers immediately cleared the area and prepared a restroom for Gu Tianyu in them, allowing the three of them to temporarily retreat. Yun Yan gained insight. This seemingly harmless person turned out to bear striking resemblance to the second branch of the Gu family. Indeed, people from different families should not enter the same door. She watched coldly, wanting to see what else this woman would attempt. Seeing Yun Yan remain silent, Guyu did not seem to relax. Elder brother, don't blame sister-in-law anymore. She believed that now everyone thought it was Yun Yan bullying Guyu. Guyu had always been seen as sensible and reasonable by Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu's eyes deepened slightly. Go rest in the room for a while. I'll have someone send clothes to you later. Elder brother, there's no need. I worry that sister-in-law will be unhappy. Rather, why don't you take care of sister-in-law? I'm fine. The spectators began whispering among themselves. Their topic of discussion was Yun Yan. Though she appears beautiful like a flower, unexpectedly. Yes, you can't judge a person by their appearance. All sorts of voices started to emerge in everyone's mind. Now, public opinion leaned heavily one-sided. If it wasn't for Gu Tianyu still being present, these people probably would have openly criticized aloud. Gu Tianyu deeply inhaled, frowning tightly. There are too many people around right now. Go back to the room first. We'll talk about everything after. Elder brother, it's sister-in-law who is upset now. I can't just leave. Guyu, with the gentlest tone, was saying the harshest words. At this moment, all she wanted was to use the mouths of others to speak for her. If she were to leave, would there still be such a dramatic show? Tianyu, I really am upset. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu realized that Yun Yan was truly angry. There had already been several chances given to Guyu, and Gu Tianyu did not intend to intervene further. Yun Yan shot her a sidelong glance. Do you know there's something in this world called a camera? Yun Yan pointed at the camera above their heads. Everyone followed the direction of her finger. That's right, there were cameras. Yun Yan looked firmly at the other person. I can sue you for defamation over what happened tonight. Guyu remained calm, as if she had already calculated that the cameras in tonight's venue would malfunction. Big sister-in-law, why do you have to be so aggressive? Her already showing emotions gained a hint of choking. Elder brother, if you don't believe me, we can check the surveillance footage. That way, everything will be crystal clear. Gu Tianyu signaled Chung Jio with a look, and he immediately understood. Chung Jio walked to one side to make a phone call, asking the event organizer to retrieve the surveillance footage. Everyone was anxiously waiting for Chung Jio, except Guyu, who didn't show even the slightest bit of fear. She just stood where she was, waiting. A moment later, Chung Jio received the reply from the other side. After finishing his call, Chung Jio's expression became unusually solemn. Guyu asked concernedly, how is it going, Assistant Chung? Can you see anything on the footage? At this moment, Chung Jio appeared extremely hesitant. Mr. Gu, may I have a word with you in private? Gu Tianyu sensed something was wrong, but knew they'd have to face it eventually. Speak. After receiving Gu Tianyu's indication, Chung Jio glanced at Yun Yan and Guyu respectively, The surveillance department says that tonight's footage has been tampered with. Just as expected, Yunyan had also guessed that Gu Yu's earlier calmness about checking the surveillance was due to prior preparation. But Cheng Jiu hesitated momentarily before swallowing hard. Gu Tianyu's patience was wearing thin. Speak. They say they saw Madam go to the surveillance room tonight. Upon hearing this news, another wave of commotion spread through the crowd. Truly, one problem after another arose without end. What is the meaning of this? Did Mrs. Gu already interfere with the surveillance? It wouldn't be surprising. Now, suggesting calmly everyone looks at the surveillance must be an attempt to confuse everyone's vision. Various voices emerged from the crowd. Chapter 119. You're tough. Gu Tianyu slightly froze. He did know that Yunyan had indeed left the venue earlier. As if foreseeing this, Gu Yu remained calm and composed. Yunyan showed not a trace of fear. Instead, she calmly took out her phone and opened a photo. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions just yet. I have something that might interest you more. The public's eyes are sharp. I would like someone present here to take a look at this picture for me. She opened the surveillance photo she had taken earlier in the monitoring room. What is this? Gu Yu paused briefly, the hand hidden inside her suit tightly clenched. The venue supervisor took Yunyan's phone and glanced at it. There's nothing special about it. It's just a woman. Yunyan spoke coolly. Look closer. The venue supervisor suddenly realized something significant. This is our venue's monitoring room. The people on site were immediately interested. A photo from the monitoring room? Indeed, Mrs. Gu visited the monitoring room tonight. The venue supervisor added. The person in the photo was in the monitoring room corridor, but wearing a mask, making them unrecognizable. He then showed the photo to an adjacent staff member. Yunyan gave a faint smile, curving her lips slightly. Take a look at the person in the photo. The earrings on her ears. Aren't they the same as the ones on Yu's ears? Earrings. All eyes in the room turned to Gu Yu. Her earrings sparkled brilliantly. The venue supervisor confirmed. Mrs. Gu, they are the same. Gu Yu instinctively touched her earrings, but didn't say anything. Someone in the crowd asked, same? But what does this prove? Aren't we talking about the incident involving spilling juice right now? Suddenly, everyone seemed confused. Unhurriedly, and with a calm coldness, Yunyan responded, no rush. I'll explain everything to you now. Just before I wanted to go to the rest area of the venue, I was trapped in the elevator by someone. Upon hearing that Yunyan had been trapped in the elevator earlier, Gu Tianyu felt a pang of unease. Yunyan, are you alright? Yunyan shook her head and continued. After being rescued, I checked the surveillance and found that it was the one with these earrings who tampered with the equipment, causing me to be trapped. The whole venue erupted again. Since everyone is here now, and since you also likes using this way of doing things, I'd like all of you to judge fairly. Gu Yu began to feel tense. Sister-in-law, surely you're not implying that it was me who sabotaged the surveillance. Yunyan shook her head. You? How well you seem to know me. How did you guess what I'm thinking? So, you also know why I suspect you? Gu Yu raised her voice, glancing nervously around at the crowd. She noticed everyone staring at her and started feeling uneasy. It's only a pair of earrings. What's so unusual about it? With so many high-quality fakes around today, how could I be sure whether someone else has a similar pair of earrings? It was as if she worried Yunyan would claim the earrings were unique and thus prepared her alibi beforehand. Yunyan smirked and said coldly, any loyal customer of S knows that this design is the latest special edition. It hasn't even been released domestically, so where's this talk of high-quality fakes coming from? As it is not part of a mass-market brand, each piece is produced in limited quantities. I was actually considering going to S's headquarters to dig through the records, but it seems unnecessary now. Gu Yu sneered twice. Sister-in-law, they say you're from the countryside. How much do you really know about S's products? Don't try to fool people by pretending you read some magazines. With sharp intensity, Yunyan said, whether it's bluff or not can easily be verified online. Hearing Yunyan's words, several socialites immediately began searching online. Sure enough, there were no similar pairs available, exactly as Yunyan had stated. Gu Yu insisted firmly, sister-in-law, don't spread rumors. These earrings are simply ordinary ones. They were casually purchased as clothing accessories. These kinds of accessories may look similar, and it doesn't necessarily mean they belong to me. It's unfair judgment. The greater Gu Yu's reaction, the easier it was for Yunyan to spot inconsistencies. Whether these earrings are ordinary or not can be verified with a quick check. When this style was designed, it followed a private customization model. For any buyer, S headquarters will retain sales information. Gu Yu felt a chill running down her back. You, how do you know that? Cheng Jiu couldn't help answering. Madam is S's designer. What? Gu Yu never expected her to actually be S's designer. Isn't she supposed to be just another ignorant nobody? Attempting to regain composure, she said. Even so, that doesn't prove it was me who deleted the surveillance footage. This person could also be you, or someone else. Yunyan glanced at her disdainfully. The surveillance of my being trapped in the elevator can serve as a time reference for me. And you're the one who trapped me in the elevator. When the security guard was resting, you sneaked into the monitoring room and paused the elevator. Everyone looked incredulously at Gu Yu. Gu Yu turned to Gu Tianyu, as if seeking help. Big brother, I didn't do it. At the same time, you also turned off the surveillance. So the surveillance only captured you entering the monitoring room, but not your exit. You deliberately invited me to accompany you to the dessert area because you knew there are cameras here. You were intentionally setting up a trap, guiding everyone to look at the camera footage, leaving me unable to prove myself. Step by step, Yunyan pushed Gu Yu to a point where she could barely hold on. The tightly clenched fists of Gu Yu dug nails into her palms. Her eyes flashed with dark light. Sister-in-law, are you now trying to pin all these things on me so that you can save yourself? The scene fell silent. Yun Yan's expression remained calm, her tone even. I originally respected the fact that your brother Tianyu's sister, and wanted to avoid making you too embarrassed. But it seems that you won't back down unless you see a coffin. Yun Yan took out her phone and temporarily closed the recording function. What are you going to do? Upon seeing the audio file inside Yun Yan's phone, Guyu lost the composure she had earlier and became panicked, her mind going completely blank. Don't think that showing this thing will scare me. Everyone has clear eyes. Guyu's voice trembled as she yelled back, yet her retaliation was weak and powerless. Yun Yan looked up at her. Ever since I returned to the venue, the ear studs on your earlobes have caught my attention. During our time alone, I recorded everything. I don't mind sharing our just now wonderful conversation with everyone. Guyu never expected this. With a slight movement of her hand, Yun Yan gestured with her phone. Looking around at the crowd from every direction, Guyu noticed strange glances directed her way. You're ruthless. A few words escaped her mouth before she turned to escape from the venue. All onlookers at the scene exchanged puzzled looks. The supervisor of the venue was slightly regretful. Sorry, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu. Tonight was when we failed to monitor well, giving everyone such a terrible experience. Yun Yan did not respond. Lifting her skirt, she left toward the entrance of the banquet hall. Chapter 120. The Beggar. Inside the car, Yun Yan remained silent, coldly staring outside the car window. I'm sorry about what happened with you just now. Gu Tianyu knew that Guyu had gone too far earlier, and he indeed didn't refute her immediately at first. Yun Yan was not a saint. Let her apologize herself for her mistake. You don't need to do it on her behalf. Upon hearing Yun Yan's response, Gu Tianyu realized she must be upset about tonight's events. They stopped talking after that. The next day, Yun Yan went with Yi He to register Jiming in a new school. There were plenty of schools in Haicheng, and Yi He chose this one after a comprehensive consideration. After finishing all procedures, Jiming stayed at the Gu family residence in Haicheng. Yun Yan and Yi He returned to Jiangqing together. Inside the car, Yi He gripped the steering wheel with one hand. He could tell that Yun Yan's mood seemed abnormal today. Are you sure we don't need to inform Mr. Gu before leaving? Yun Yan shot Yi He an annoyed glance. We've always been like this. Why do we suddenly need to report our whereabouts to the Gu family now? Yi He, remember who pays your salary. Yi He didn't expect Yun Yan to explode like a powder keg today. Therefore, he dared not challenge her further. Sister, I'm sorry. I'll punish myself. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Seeing Yi He's solemn expression, Yun Yan no longer held any grudges. Let's go back to Yunfei group directly later. Our progress has fallen behind significantly in recent days. Last time, Yin Xingyun still wanted to rely on Gu Tianyu's connections to give him another chance. Yi He wasn't surprised at all. He had long understood Yin Xingyun's tricks. Don't speak ill of people during the day, and don't mention ghosts at night. A call from Yin Xingyun came in. She turned the phone screen towards Yi He. Go ahead. Seeing the screen, Yi He could only smile bitterly. Yun Yan hung up the phone directly. Big sister not going to answer? Yun Yan softly said. No hurry. Let him call a few more times before answering. Yi He laughed. Yun Yan finally restored her good mood. Sure enough, as Yun Yan had predicted, the phone rang again almost immediately. She slid her finger across the screen to answer and turned on the speakerphone. Yun Xingyun sounded anxious. Xiao Yan, it's Dad. Finally, you answered. Yun Yan didn't want to beat around the bush. Is there something? Yun Xingyun cut straight to the point. Last time Tianyu mentioned having a wedding. I just wanted to ask how preparations are going. Yi He acted as if he were an onlooker. He never expected Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan had discussed the wedding. Yun Yan glanced at Yi He, who seemed delighted. No. The next second, terror immediately came through the other end of the line. Why? Xiao Yan, you haven't pushed forward the plans for the reheld wedding because the Gu family rejected you again. Does the Gu family intend to go back on their word? You don't worry, Dad will back you up. Yun Yan couldn't help but shiver. Yun Xingyun spoke convincingly. Those who weren't aware might misunderstand his words and think he loved his daughter dearly. Yun Yan played along. Dad, originally, our marriage was seen as unfavorable. They have always despised me as a girl from the countryside who doesn't fit into high society. Holding the wedding again would mean declaring to the world that Gu Tianyu married a wild girl from the country. The talk about holding the wedding last time was nothing but verbal promises. Don't take it seriously. I am well aware of my own situation. Hearing Yun Yan's words, Yun Xingyun started to become worried again. What should we do then? If the Gu family doesn't hold the wedding, how can I get the funds needed to solve the liquidity problem? Yi He silently listened without interrupting. In his mind, this old fox clearly aimed for simplicity itself. Yun Yan's eyes darkened slightly. There isn't no way out. Having run into a dead end, Yun Xingyun lit up upon hearing these words. His eyes glimmered with hope. What do you mean? Xiao Yan, you have a solution. Yun Yan deliberately dragged out her reply, piquing Yun Xingyun's curiosity endlessly. Since holding a century-worthy wedding is far beyond reach for me, however, to compensate for their neglect toward me, according to your suggestion last time, I might try to persuade Tianyu. Yun Xingyun's heart sank unexpectedly. He hadn't anticipated that Yun Yan would bring up that topic again. The previous time was simply to make Gu Tianyu believe in a temporary plan, involving the transfer of shares. Xiao Yan, we'll discuss this matter further. Let's discuss it some more. Yun Yan was in no rush. Then, Dad, please think carefully about it. Opportunities seldom repeat themselves. If you decide, you can contact me, and I'll discuss it with Tianyu. Yun Xingyun hung up the phone with a heavy heart. Yi He pointed at the phone and shouted in disgust. This sly old fox. He's still unwilling to let go at the end. A faint smile crept onto Yun Yan's lips. It's not unwillingness. We just haven't forced him to the extreme yet. Yi immediately understood Yunyan's meaning. Yunyan thought for a moment and decided to go back to Gu Family Enterprises first. It had been quite a few days since she was last in the company. Let's go to Gu Family Group first. Then I'll head over to Yunfei after work. Gu Family Group. Yunyan got out of the car and walked towards Gu Family Group. As she was about to get closer, she heard a voice asking, "Young lady, is there a bakery around here?" Yunyan stopped in her tracks. She saw an elderly person with silver-white hair before her. His face was kind and gentle, his attire simple, a Zhongshan suit. Yunyan pointed towards the front road. "Senior, if you walk ahead about 100 meters and then turn left. There are various food stalls including bakeries." The elder nodded but didn't leave right away, instead speaking slowly. "I rushed out today without bringing any money. Can you lend me 100 yuan? I can leave you my phone number and address. I'll have someone bring it shortly." Yunyan instantly became cautious. It felt odd that a stranger would ask such a request outright. However, seeing it was an old man, Yunyan pulled out 100 cash from her bag and handed it over to him. Just at this moment, Song Ran came walking up from behind and stopped beside Yunyan. "Ah, isn't this our Miss Yun? Are you being so charitable? Doing all this for show under everyone's eyes? What an audience." Song Ran's expression radiated disdain. She simply couldn't stand the sight of Yunyan. Then, looking over at the elderly man, she scoffed condescendingly. "You beggar, move far away. This is Gu Family Group, not somewhere you can come casually." The old man hadn't expected that he'd encounter someone so audacious today. "Young miss, you don't look very old, but your tongue is sharp." Song Ran hadn't expected that even a vagrant would dare challenge her. "Who are you calling sharp? I bet you're just good at begging. Now, you're actually standing at the entrance of Gu Family Group, trying to beg." She showed no sign of respect whatsoever. Ho, begging. The old man hadn't anticipated that such an offensive phrase could come out of Song Ran's mouth. Chapter 121, You leave right now. Yunyan saw the old man's troubled expression, and she had witnessed Song Ran's never letting up when having the upper hand. She worried about the old man and thus advised, "Sir, weren't you just planning to buy bread? You should go ahead." The old man shook his head. "Young lady, you still need to give me your contact information and address. I will pay you back." Yunyan didn't want to trouble the elderly man. "It's fine. Use it to buy food." The old man refused. No, still give me your contact information. I'll definitely repay you." Upon hearing their conversation, Song Ran rolled her eyes. "All right, if you two want to quarrel, do it somewhere else. Don't disturb others who are trying to work." Song Ran started yelling while taking out her phone, calling the security department of Gu Corporation. "What exactly are you guys doing? Are you unaware that there's a beggar outside the company? I'm telling you, if Mr. Gu finds out, he'll definitely fire all of you." Just after she hung up, a few security guards arrived. The old man suddenly let out a few cold laughs. "Young girl, you're pretty capable. With just one phone call, so many people show up. Those who don't know would probably think you're the boss's wife of Gu Corporation." The security guards were momentarily embarrassed upon hearing this. Song Ran noticed the guards' expressions and realized everyone was silently mocking her. This was her Achilles heel. Enraged, Song Ran stomped her foot. How dare this old man openly defy her? Did he want to die? "What are you standing around for? Do you want to be fired?" The guards did not want to upset Song Ran, so they pushed the old man. "Leave quickly." Due to being shoved, the old man nearly fell down. If Yunyan hadn't caught him in time, he would have hit the ground. "Hurry up and leave. Don't be an obstacle here." The guard kept pushing rudely. Yunyan frowned. "Is this how you treat elders?" The guard was a middle-aged uncle who didn't recognize Yunyan, saliva flying from his mouth as he spoke. "Miss, we see such old men every day. There's no need for you to get involved unnecessarily. It really affects the image of the company. If we don't do our jobs responsibly, we'll lose our livelihoods." Yunyan held on to the old man. "That doesn't justify pushing elderly people." As she was speaking, the guard pushed again. Suli could bear it no longer. "You've had enough, stop pushing. The old man will leave on his own." At this moment, Gu Tianyu returned with Chengjiao. He had already noticed Yunyan with his sharp eyes. She had left without saying goodbye earlier that morning and had returned to Jiangqing. Gu Tianyu knew Yunyan was still angry, so he followed her back. When Song Ran saw Gu Tianyu, she immediately approached. "Tianyu, you're back from your business trip." "Uh-huh." He gave a faint response and then turned his attention to the group at the entrance of Gu Corporation. "What happened?" Song Ran replied as if seeking approval. "Isn't it all Yunyan's fault? Just now, this beggar came begging, affecting the company's appearance." Upon seeing Gu Tianyu arrive, the guards immediately began fawning. "Mr. Gu, forgive us for ruining your sight. I'll drive him away right now. Who says he impacts the image?" Gu Tianyu harshly reprimanded the guards. Then he rushed forward to check on the elder standing next to Yunyan. Polite apologies poured forth. "Old Mr. Bai, I apologize sincerely. It's my staff's ignorance. Please forgive them." Calling him Old Mr. Bai, Song Ran cast a puzzled glance toward the elder beside her. Almost terrified, she realized the old man was Bai Lao, the ruler of an international financial conglomerate mentioned by her father before but never seen by her. This mysterious and powerful financial group was beyond reach for most small companies. Yunyan lowered her arms which she had raised earlier to defend the elder. Bai Lao lifted a kind smile and patted Gu Tianyu's shoulder. "Mr. Gu, long time no see. You're as dashing as ever." Witnessing this, the nearby security officers were all scared stiff. "Sorry, Mr. Gu. Sorry, old Mr. Bai." They apologized promptly. Bai Lao waved his hand. "Forget it. No sin for those who are unaware. You're just doing your duties." Gu Tianyu shot them a cold look. "Aren't you going to thank old Mr. Bai yet?" The guards quickly thanked him and scurried back to their posts, thoroughly frightened. Seeing Bai Lao's lenience towards the guards, Song Ran tried to seize the opportunity. Old Mr. Bai, just now, it was my poor judgment. I failed to recognize you, making you endure inconvenience. After hearing Song Ran's words, Bai Lao scoffed audibly, his mustache quivering due to agitation. It's not bad vision. It's looking down on people through snobbishness. With these words, Bai Lao directly unveiled Song Ran's fake facade. Gu Tianyu cast a cold eye on Song Ran. Director Song, what have you done? Old Mr. Bai could forgive the security guards, but not Song Ran. This meant she truly overstepped boundaries. Just now, Manager Song had an impressive air of authority. She scolded the security department and demanded they drive away Old Bai immediately. And she also said, Yun saw Song Ran's deathly pale face and instantly felt vindicated. What else did she say? Gu Tianyu would not tolerate anyone offending his esteemed guest, let alone an elder like Old Bai. Song Ran glared at Yun Yan, if your words are false, I won't let you off. Who dares to do such a thing? Just now, the young lady risked her life to protect me. From today on, she is my savior. Anyone who dares to harm her will be crossing me, Old Bai. The old man spoke firmly and with no hesitation. Seeing how upset the elder was, Gu Tianyu hurried to comfort him. Old Bai, you're overreacting. Yun Yan also worried about the elder's health. Old Bai, please don't get so agitated. Only Song Ran hated them deeply. Looking at this annoying troublemaker, Yun Yan sharply remarked, just now, Miss Song made quite a show, saying Old Bai was a beggar. What? Gu Tianyu was furious. Song Ran saw his expression and became slightly frightened, gripping her phone tightly. I just didn't recognize him before. Tianyu, if I had known he was Old Bai, I definitely wouldn't have done this. So please forgive me. After speaking, Song Ran moved forward and grabbed Gu Tianyu's hand. He pulled away from her grip, apologized to Old Bai. She was a pampered young lady. Making a public apology was too much for her dignity. Song Ran hesitated, as if negotiating. Tianyu, I really didn't mean it just now. It won't happen again. Gu Tianyu lost his patience. Director Song, if you don't apologize, I will immediately order HR to issue an announcement, and you will leave right now. Gu Tianyu always stood by his word, and Song Ran knew it. Her tears welled up in her eyes, and she forced herself to mutter reluctantly to Old Bai, sorry. Before Old Bai could respond, she quickly turned and ran away. Gu Tianyu saw the elder's stern expression and apologized. Old Bai, there was some unpleasantness just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Chapter 122, Searching for Family. Yun Yan, this is Mr. Bai. You should have heard of him. Gu Tianyu looked at Yun Yan. Yun Yan and Mr. Bai exchanged a glance and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. To their surprise, Mr. Tang praised her. I like this girl. If it weren't for her just now when someone pushed me, I would have been in real trouble. Mr. Bai was complimenting Yun Yan to Gu Tianyu. A group of bodyguards quickly rushed over, surrounding and protecting Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, how did you end up here? We've been looking for you for a long time. I was just hungry and wanted the taste of white bread, so I went out on my own. Look at how worried you all got. I'm fine, move aside. I'm talking with Mr. Gu. With that command, the bodyguard team immediately stepped back, standing by nearby. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu's face brightened with a smile. Mr. Bai, since you're already here at the Gu Corporation, why don't we go upstairs and sit for a while? Gu Tianyu extended an invitation. The bodyguard captain appeared somewhat troubled as he reminded Mr. Bai, Mr. Bai, you today. Mr. Bai immediately waved his hand to interrupt. It's no problem. The bodyguard captain dared not say anything more, knowing Mr. Bai had his own arrangements. Mr. Bai nodded slightly. All right, let's go upstairs and chat. Young lady, let's walk together. I'd like to talk more with you. She felt honored by the gesture and didn't refuse. Outside the reception room of the Gu Corporation, Mr. Bai's bodyguards stood guard. Now, everyone in the entire Gu Corporation knew that a prominent figure had arrived at the company. Inside the reception room, Gu Tianyu and Mr. Bai sat facing each other, and Yun Yan handed over the bread that Cheng Jiao had specially bought. Turning around, Yun Yan handed it to him. Mr. Bai, here's your steamed bun. Mr. Bai happily received it like a child, taking the bread with delight. Young lady, thank you. He started tearing apart the bread, carefully tasting it. Today, I crave some bread. Back in the days when I was starting my business, sometimes I would go hungry and eat 2 bread rolls to get by. They had heard before about how amiable and frugal Mr. Bai was even with his billions, and indeed, it seemed quite accurate. A simple white bread could satisfy him greatly. As Mr. Bai savored the most ordinary food, he found it deeply fulfilling. Young lady, earlier you saved me. I never imagined you were also Mr. Tianyu's wife. Why don't we share a meal tonight then? Yun Yan had plans tonight, and wished to decline. However, Gu Tianyu quickly spoke up. Sure, Mr. Bai. I'll make the dinner reservation tonight at Fu Tower. Mr. Bai was pleased and nodded. Clearly, Gu Tianyu had done his research. He knew that Mr. Bai enjoyed dining at this restaurant. This restaurant was one of the old eateries in Jiang City, carrying memories for the older generation there. Mr. Bai, are you back this time to discuss a new project? Gu Tianyu knew that Mr. Bai managed a multinational conglomerate and wouldn't have free time to wander around without reason. Tianyu, I might as well be honest. All the businesses I have now are being handled by my nephew. Me? I just want to enjoy my retirement years. Saying this, Mr. Bai burst into hearty laughter. With my health not as good as before, it's best to leave some opportunities for the younger generation. Gu Tianyu responded. Mr. Bai still has great vision and insight. You remain sharp as ever. After hearing this, Mr. Bai was delighted. In fact, recently, I've come back to China to take inventory of my assets, and also. He glanced at Yun Yan sitting nearby, hesitating but finally spoke up. I'm looking for lost family members. Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan exchanged glances. They could sense that the elderly man felt a tinge of sadness when speaking about this matter. Are you called Yun Yan, young lady? Noticing Yun Yan sitting quietly on the side, saying little but occasionally smiling, he asked. Yun Yan slightly nodded. After thinking carefully, Mr. Bai added, young lady, I'm from Jiang City too, but I've been traveling around for my career early on. To my knowledge, there aren't many people surnamed Yun in Jiang City. He observed her expression changes subtly while speaking. Yun Yan gave a light response. Yes, people with the Yun surname really aren't that common. She didn't wish to involve herself much with the Yun family, hence deliberately avoided mentioning that Yun Qingyun was her father. Noticing Yun Yan didn't intend to speak too much about her family, Mr. Bai was perceptive enough to change the topic right away. Yun Yan, who else is in your family? Yun Yan was a bit surprised. Why did Mr. Bai care about this? Out of politeness, she answered kindly. My father, a stepmother, and a sister. Her detachment made it seem like she was talking about someone else entirely. Mr. Bai continued to press. Then what about your mother? He stopped eating his bun midway and curiously stared at Yun Yan, eager for an answer. Hiding her inner pain, unable to stop her sadness, Yun Yan replied. She wasn't around anymore when I was still a child. Mr. Bai's fingers trembled slightly, and he too felt a pang of sadness. Dear, I shouldn't have brought up something that makes you upset. Gu Tianyu could feel the mood of the moment dipping slightly, so he handed Mr. Bai a cup of tea. Mr. Bai, have some tea. This is top-quality Yushan Qian. Tianyu, it's been years since our last meeting. Who would have thought this time around? You've already married, Mr. Bai noted. At this, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but express his pride. I'm very fortunate to have married this wife. The conversation shifted abruptly, and Yun Yan found her spirits lifted a little. They continued exchanging words and light chatter. Nighttime, Yingfu Tower. For the evening, Gu Tianyu had reserved the most luxurious private room at Yingfu Tower. The dim sum here was famous above all else. The chefs were award-winning, and every dish they crafted was handmade, veritable works of art. Gu Tianyu ordered their specialties. Just as the dishes arrived, Yun Yan's phone rang. She glanced at it, and without answering, hung up right away. When the call came again, Yun Yan simply switched off her phone. Gu Tianyu noticed something unusual and quietly asked on the side, not taking the call. It's nothing urgent. To Yun Yan, a call from Yun Qingyun wasn't important at all. Mr. Bai picked up a dumpling, placed it in his mouth, and said, the taste is just like before. He praised while eating. Yun Yan also picked up her chopsticks and began eating. Here at the restaurant, Gu Tianyu didn't want to discuss work, preferring instead to relax. Mr. Bai, do eat more. It's been such a long time since I've been back. How do you find the flavors here? Mr. Bai gave a thumbs up. Still tastes the same as before, excellent. Dear, you should eat more as well. Yun Yan nodded repeatedly, feeling genuinely liked by the elders sitting beside her. Gu Tianyu served Yun Yan a piece of cake. Eat more. He remembered what Mr. Bai had mentioned earlier. Mr. Bai, you're back to search for family. Is there anything we can assist with? Hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Mr. Bai hesitated briefly, his eyes stealing a glance at Yun Yan nearby. Yun Yan remained calm, quietly enjoying the dessert that Gu Tianyu had served her. Chapter 123. Dear, don't be angry. Old Bai smiled faintly. Tianyu, thank you for your kindness. I now have a clearer idea. When the time is right, we will reunite. He glanced at Yun Yan, looking quite confident. Gu Tianyu knew that Old Bai had his own plans and did not press further. Is it tasty? Do you want some more? He asked Yun Yan in a gentle tone. Old Bai chuckled lightly. Young lady, this is the first time I've seen Tianyu being so patient with someone. Yun Yan nodded and gave a faint smile. Old Bai, if you don't eat soon, all the pastries will be gone. Old Bai laughed heartily, finding the atmosphere harmonious and his mood greatly improved. As people grow older, they tend to miss their homeland and loved ones. As he continued speaking, he began to feel sentimental. I suppose it's my fault. In my younger years, I was only focused on building my career and neglected my family, neglected those important people around me. Old Bai fell silent for a moment. Seeing the lonely look in the old man's eyes, Yun Yan felt a pang of sadness. Old Bai, I believe you will surely reunite with your family. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, he indeed found comfort, and the sorrow on his face vanished. He looked at Yun Yan and smiled warmly. After leaving Yingfu Tower, Old Bai was in high spirits tonight. Tianyu, thank you for keeping me company for dinner. I truly feel very happy today. Gu Tianyu hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Old Bai, there will be opportunities in the future. Whenever you yearn for the taste of Yingfu Tower, you can reach out to us. Yun Yan also nodded. She too thought the elder appeared quite lonely. Old Bai got into his car, but specifically rolled down the window to say goodbye to Yun Yan and the others before departing. After seeing Old Bai off, only Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan remained. Yun Yan remembered her evening appointment with Yi He, so she planned to visit Cloud Fei Group. Tianyu, I have an appointment with Yi He tonight. After the meeting, I'll head home. You go ahead. Gu Tianyu, after hearing Yun Yan's words, felt puzzled. He believed she was still upset with him. Since returning from the banquet, she seemed intent on avoiding him. This morning, without bidding farewell, she left High City with Yi He and returned to Jiang City. Gu Tianyu sighed slightly in his heart. Dear, it was my mistake last night. Please don't ignore me. Dear? A flutter stirred within Yun Yan as she repeated these two words silently. Dear? Wasn't this Gu Tianyu, the richest man in Jiang City? The statement didn't seem entirely fitting coming from his mouth. Yun Yan hesitated. Tianyu, I really do have something to attend to. Actually, after carefully considering Gu Yu's matter, Yun Yan felt it wasn't completely Gu Tianyu's fault. Even he couldn't have anticipated Gu Yu's actions. Gu Tianyu gazed steadily at Yun Yan, his gaze unwavering. You haven't acknowledged me all day and even came back here alone. Yun found herself both amused and exasperated. Today, everyone had been accompanying Old Bai, and she had always responded to Gu Tianyu. Wasn't I with you all day? She hadn't expected this usually serious man to have such a calculating side. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Gu Tianyu's face lit up with joy. Then take me along with you. I know Yi as well. I'll accompany you. Then we'll go home together later. Yunyan's forehead developed a few lines of annoyance. What was wrong with this man today? She inwardly complained. Maintaining a slight smile, she said, I think I made a mistake about the time. I didn't actually have an appointment with Yi tonight. Her original plan was to go through accounts with Yi, but how could she possibly involve him? Gu Tianyu's lips curled slightly in amusement, feeling accomplished inside. Dear, let's go home then. Tianyu, call me Yin instead. The continuous use of the term dear made her feel uncomfortable. Gu Tianyu reined in his mischievous thoughts. Seeing that Yun had forgiven him, he naturally took her hand and headed towards the car. Yun hadn't realized that Gu Tianyu had such a playful side. I haven't forgiven you yet. Gu Tianyu snickered softly. All right, let you punish me when we get home. Gu Tianyu, I'm serious. Looking at Yunyan's slightly flustered face, Gu Tianyu became solemn as well. Leaning close to Yunyan's ear, he said, I'm serious too. Yunyan decided arguing wouldn't accomplish anything, so she took out her phone and changed the appointment time with Yi. Upon receiving the message, Yi scoffed coldly, favoring lovers over friends. Yunyan was eating breakfast. She had the habit of watching the news during breakfast. While scrolling through her phone, Yun's call came again. Yunyan still hung up instinctively. Today, Gu Tianyu had an international conference and had already gone to Gu Corporation early. After breakfast, Yunyan also intended to make a trip to Cloud Fei Corporation. She didn't want anyone to know her whereabouts, so when she went out, she didn't have the driver send her. As soon as she walked out of Ting Garden, she heard a voice. After Yun had taken only 2 steps, she saw Yun Hongfei standing there with an awkward look on his face. Little Yen, he called to Yun. Yun did not expect that Yun had directly come to her house. She merely gave a composed smile and greeted him, Dad, then prepared to leave. Since Yun had specially come, there was no way he would let Yun go easily. Little Yen, where are you going? I'll send you. Yun pointed to the car parked by the side of the road. Yun did not argue and got into Yun's car. She also wanted to see how much Yun had considered her suggestion. Inside the car, Yun spoke first. Returning to Gu Corporation? Yun nodded. She could not tell Yun her destination. The driver drove the car. Yun and Yun sat in the back. Scenes like this where only the father and daughter were together were rare. Yun sat quietly, occasionally glancing at the scenery outside the window. Little Yen, about the shares matter, I've thought it over, but still find it inappropriate. I still have deep feelings for Yun Corporation, and your mother does too, so? Hearing Yun bring up her mother so shamelessly, Yun asked, so what? Her gaze darkened, seeking an answer. Yun opened his mouth, so I don't intend to sell the shares of Yun Corporation. Humph, this old fox is still unwilling. Seeing Yun not speaking, Yun continued. Little Yen, I've carefully considered. Since neither you nor Tianyu are willing to support Yun Corporation, I have another plan. Another plan? Yun was also curious to know what other methods could prevent Yun from selling his shares. What method? She coldly looked at Yun. Yun was not in a hurry. He instructed the driver, stop ahead and buy me a pack of cigarettes. The car stopped temporarily at the parking area ahead, and the driver went according to Yun's orders. Chapter 124, a marriage others couldn't ask for. Now, there were only the 2 of them left in the car. Yun's gaze fell on Yunyan's face. Actually, this is somewhat difficult to say, but for the sake of the Yun family, it has to be said. In that case, it doesn't need to be said. Yunyan's eyes revealed calmness. What Yun liked least about Yun was her tendency to always make him lose face. Xiaoyan, you are also a daughter of the Yun family. Now that the Yun family is in trouble, you should also contribute your share of effort. He spoke as if it was completely justified. Yun softly said, Dad, according to what you said, we should share happiness and endure difficulties together. Yun immediately replied, that's right. By the time he realized it wasn't appropriate, it was too late, and he could only awkwardly remain silent. When he sent Yun to the countryside, there wasn't a shred of hesitation. Yun still maintained her cold tone. Speak then, what exactly is it about? She was rather interested in hearing about Yun's grand plan. The arranged marriage between the Yun family and the Lu family. Yun gave a cold snort in her heart. Originally, it was like this. She thought that Yun had come up with some brilliant strategy. Seeing that Yun wasn't saying anything, Yun continued. Cici and the young master of the Lu family have been together for some time now. I want them to get married sooner, or at least start with an engagement. I came to find you today because I hope you can help bring this about. Yun was taken aback, looking at Yun in shock. Dad, what does their engagement have to do with me? She didn't expect that after Yun thought about it all night, he came up with this method, which was simply a waste of her time. Yun's expression was complicated. Xiaoyan, I know that in the initial agreement for the marriage alliance between the Yun family and the Lu family, the person chosen was you. But now, you've already entered the Gu family. The Gu family treats you well, don't you think you should consider your younger sister as well? With your connection to the Gu family, your words carry more weight now. If the Gu family were to intercede, I believe the Lu family would agree. What kind of logic was this? Was he asking Gu Tianyu to act as a mediator and reach some sort of agreement? Yun coldly replied. Has the Yun family become so degraded? One daughter was married off to the Gu family for dowry, and now another daughter must be married to the Lu family. Yun Xingyun did not find it inappropriate. Xiaoyan, between powerful families, it is also necessary to secure relationships through mutual benefits. This is a win-win situation. No one is losing out. Look at how free and easy you seem to be in the Gu family now. This was the statement from a father to his daughter. Fortunately, Yunyan had long since given up any hope for him, so she felt no disappointment now. What about our happiness? Yunyan smiled bitterly. Isn't that not even within the scope of consideration? Yun Xingyun hadn't expected Yunyan to ask such a pointed question. You have money and power. What else could possibly dissatisfy you? This is a marriage many people would pray for, yet you should feel content. In Yun Xingyun's eyes, there were only wealth and status, and for the sake of profit, he had no reservations. Yunyan slightly furrowed her brows and laughed coldly. Being married to celebrate others' good fortune is a marriage many couldn't ask for, isn't it? So why did mom leave years ago? Was it due to your indifference? Mentioning their mother made Yun Xingyun hesitate. Xiaoyan, when that happened, you were still young and didn't understand. Indeed, Yunyan didn't understand. She couldn't comprehend how Yun Xingyun could be so devoid of humanity. Forget it. Yun didn't want to waste her time debating with him on this issue now. Is the Yun family in such a dire state now? She thought Yun Xingyun lacked vision. Not only that, but he even relied on arranged marriages to solve problems. Under Yun Xingyun's management, Yun Group was truly tragic, which only strengthened her determination to take back Yun Group. Yun Group was barely hanging on, just a hollow shell ready to fall apart. The Yun family is currently in a tough spot. Yun Xingyun wore an anxious expression, trying to elicit sympathy from Yunyan. Yunyan frowned and looked at Yun Hongdong. He not only found nothing wrong with this arranged marriage, but he also considered it very reasonable. Although they were talking about Yunxi now, Yunyan couldn't help but silently counter-question in her heart. But, isn't this the same as selling your daughters? Yun Xingyun showed signs of embarrassment. Xiaoyan, it shouldn't be put this way. This is a mutually beneficial thing where both parties benefit equally. Yunyan laughed bitterly. If that's the case, why has Lu Jie been reluctant to propose an engagement to Yunxi? Could it be that this isn't a mutually beneficial matter, but instead something where the Yun family seeks advantages? He didn't dare to look directly into Yunyan's eyes. He knew that the reason the Lu family hadn't agreed to the alliance was definitely related to assessing various conditions of Yun Group. Xiaoyan, I know you're dissatisfied, but right now, only an alliance with the Lu family can give Yun Group a ray of hope. Therefore, regardless of the challenges, I must see it through. Yun Xingyun also began to get restless. Yunyan understood Yun Xingyun's meaning. He wanted to leverage the Lu family's name to seek more opportunities in business, thereby helping Yun Group get through this crisis. The Lu family's capital, resources, and connections. If Yun Group received no outside help this time, it would collapse completely. Where exactly is Yun Group struggling? Yunyan asked clearly, even though she already knew but still wanted to hear Yun Xingyun's version. The financial losses are very severe at the moment. We might go bankrupt, Yun Xingyun said as he looked at Nong Qiao. If that happens, all your mother's hard work will be wasted. What Yun Xingyun said was true. Yunyan furrowed her brow. This serious? Yes, it's very serious, Yun Xingyun continued. That's why I want to quickly facilitate a marriage alliance between the Lu family and our Yun family, so that news of these mutual benefits can spread. The Lu family's willingness to marry into our Yun family is not something I can control. Yunyan rejected him outright. You should have Yunxi try harder. Sorry, I can't help you. Cloud Hongdong frowned, his gaze landing on Yunyan's face. Are you blaming me for not arranging for Cici to marry into the Gu family, swapping her with you for the originally planned union with the Lu family? Yunyan curled her lips. Is that the point here? She had never thought about marrying into the Lu family. She was just infuriated by his unfairness. It seemed now like they were portraying her as being upset because she couldn't marry into the Lu family, so neither could Yunxi. Yunyan coldly replied. This matter at hand concerns whether Yunxi can form an alliance with the Lu family, which has nothing to do with me. You both can choose to marry whoever you want, but don't drag me into it. She made her position clear. Yun Xingyun exclaimed angrily. Xiaoyan, can you really bear to see Yun Group go bankrupt and let your mother's efforts be erased? Pretend I never mentioned it then. When you can't manage to run things properly yourself, how dare you show your face? Yunyan found this absurd and didn't want to argue further with him since there was no reasoning. She opened the car door and stepped out, leaving Yun Xingyun sighing alone. After she walked a little distance, the driver returned without any cigarettes in his hands. Yunyan glanced at the driver and turned away, walking off. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 125, the title of Mrs. Lu. Yunyan was walking along the road, having just taken a few steps, when she heard the sound of a car horn. Yunyan was walking along the road, having just taken a few steps, when she heard the sound of a car horn. She turned around and saw a red Maserati following her. She moved closer to the side of the road. However, this luxurious car did not leave, but instead moved forward slightly and stopped beside her. At this moment, the car window slid down, revealing Yunxi. She took off her sunglasses, exposing her face. Her appearance was that of a wealthy young lady, with quite an air about her. When Yunxi saw Yunyan, there was a hint of smugness in her expression. Not expecting anyone, Yunyan didn't know who it was, thinking one visitor had barely left and another was arriving already. Just as she was about to walk away, Yunxi stopped her. Yunxi's gaze fell on Yunyan's face, taking in her appearance before speaking. Sister, why are you walking? There was uncontrollable happiness in her tone. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Yun shook her head. No need. I've already hailed a taxi. Taxi? She wore an expression of disbelief, challenging Yun. Didn't the Gu family buy you a car? She touched the steering wheel inside the car. This is something Mom just bought for me. Isn't it pretty? It's nice. Rarely hearing Yun offer praise, she nodded too. Yeah, this car drives really well. Yun smiled again, without saying anything. She seemed to have thought of something. Sister, I can let you drive my old car. Anyway, you don't have one yet. Recalling her earlier conversation with Yun coldly snorted. I appreciate your kindness, but no thanks. You can keep the car. If you think my old car is not good enough, then I can also give you this new one. As long as you like it, I can give it to you. Yun smiled faintly. Give. Yun understood. Folding her arms across her chest, she said, it's unnecessary. Instead, you could help me talk to the Gu family. What should I say? She didn't understand. Of course, you can ask them why they didn't buy me a car. Yun still smiled lightly. Weren't you curious just now? Speechless after being rebuked, she wanted to get angry but held herself back. Sister, now that you're married into the Gu family, you at least need to take care of yourself. Don't be so frugal like when you were in the countryside. Can't even afford a car, too frugal. Someone will spend money for you if you're too stingy. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Yun glanced coldly at Yunxi. Then I thank you, sister, for the reminder. But I must also remind my sister that no matter how difficult it is, I am still the wife of the Gu family. As for you, Yunxi obviously yearns for Chu, wanting the title of Mrs. Lu. Now, she couldn't respond to what Yun had just said. Sister, don't worry. Lu Jia and I are doing well now, and marriage is just a matter of time. Lu Jia said that our family's marriage alliance would certainly be grand, and the entire Jiang city would know. Yun nodded continuously. Sister, well said. I wish you both a swift marriage. She felt like Yun was mocking her, but lacked evidence. She furrowed her brows slightly. Sister, we shouldn't be so formal between us. We're both daughters of the Yun family. Let me give you a ride. No need. My ride has arrived. Yun nodded slightly, continuing on her way without further words. Cloud Fei Group. Back in her office, she casually threw her bag aside and lay on the sofa. Yi noticed Yun and teased. Did you walk 80,000 miles here? So tired. She waved her hand. Don't mention it. I ran into 2 lunatics early in the morning. She took the teacup Yi handed her, sipped some tea water, and handed it back. Yi received the teacup. The people you describe like that truly must be insane. He jokingly poked fun at her. Let's get back to the topic. Are all the documents ready? Yi swiftly tapped on the keyboard and handed the laptop to Yun. You take a look. Yun furrowed her brow, took the computer, and her fingers swiped over the mouse. Her sharp eyes focused intently on the screen. The accounts shown were newly added recently. The current Yun group has nothing more than an empty shell. She sucked in a breath sharply, remembering Yun's words earlier. He hadn't lied. The Yun group was nearly bankrupt now. Senior sister, our target is only a step away. I will instruct the auditors to verify Cloud Fei Group's current liquid funds. Once the opportunity arises, we'll absorb a large portion of the Yun Group's shares. At that time, the Yun Group will be returned to you. Yun's eyes lit up. Yun didn't want to sell his shares cheaply. He came to me just now. Oh, Yi became curious. So is he one of the lunatics? Yun nodded and then shook her head. He thought about marrying into the Lu family. After hearing this, Yi also felt that Yun, this old fox, was truly desperate, grasping at any straw for hope. A moment later, a peculiar gleam appeared in his eyes. Whether his plans will work or not is still uncertain. Right now, all the banks are pressuring Yun to repay the loans. Once I release this news, it won't matter if it's about marrying into the Lu family. Even getting too close to them would make the Lu family try their best to distance themselves. What Yi said was true. Yun did not object. All these consequences are self-inflicted. I want him to experience how he treated mother back then. Because of being rejected, Yun had already returned home. When He Weiwei saw his sour expression, she immediately knew that his morning visit to Yun must not have gone well. She walked over to Yun, raised her hand, and began massaging his shoulders. After a series of motions, she opened her mouth. That stubborn girl didn't agree, right? Yun furrowed his brows deeply. Xiao Yan outright refused me. It seems we'll have to be more proactive with Shi's marriage to the Lu family. He Weiwei muttered. Does this ungrateful child even remember her own last name? She's really been wasted all these years. Back then, we should have been more ruthless and sent her straight to an orphanage. Leaving her in the countryside has turned out to be nothing but trouble. Yun didn't have any way to counter this. In his heart, he firmly believed that Yun was his nemesis, and not a single thing went smoothly with her. Well, stop talking about that ungrateful child. Mentioning her just gives me a headache. Yun glanced at the time, and then spoke. Call Shishi down. We need to discuss this. He Weiwei made no move. Shishi left this morning. With their plans disrupted again, Yun lost his temper. Why does she keep going out? Not only does she avoid focusing on anything important every day, but she's never home. And I asked her to learn how to be a proper socialite, so she doesn't embarrass herself after marriage. Neither of my daughters gives me a moment's peace. Chapter 126, Mom's Secret. Yun took out his phone and dialed. The phone rang, startling Yun Shi, who then hurriedly crawled out from under the covers to pick it up. Lu Jia also poked his head out from under the blanket. Frowning, he let out a disapproving tisk. Seeing the caller was Yun, Lu Jia snatched the phone and hung up. Honey, Don't let anything disturb us now. He covered Yunxi with one hand and pulled her back. Yunxi didn't resist. Just as they were about to continue, the phone rang again. Lu Jie impatiently muttered, "When will this end?" Having no choice, Yunxi slightly rose and picked up the phone from the bedside table. The moment she answered, "Shi, where are you?" Hearing Yunxi's voice, Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. "Dad, I'm out shopping with friends." It was very quiet around Yunxi, which didn't sound like a mall at all. Shi, why is it so quiet there?" Yunxi felt a bit uneasy. "Dad, today's a weekday, so the mall is quieter. What do you want with me?" She quickly tried to change the subject. Yun didn't ask further. "Come home now. Your mom and I are discussing your engagement with the Lu family." After hearing her father's call, Yunxi glanced at Lu Jie lying beside her. She wrapped herself in the blanket and leaned against the head of the bed. Okay. After hanging up, Yunxi let out a sigh of relief. Lu Jie, however, didn't want to waste any more time and wanted to continue what had been interrupted. She pointed to the phone. "Dad asked me to go home and talk about our wedding." Yunxi had dreamt of marrying into the Lu family. "Let me go check it out first. Say, should our wedding be traditional Chinese style or Western style?" Seeing Yunxi's reaction, Lu Jie instantly lost interest. He got up in bed and grabbed the bathrobe by his side. Shi, the key is that you like it. You are simply too good. I'll go home first." After saying this, Yunxi got up and changed clothes. Lu Jie smirked teasingly. "Are you just leaving your future husband here while going home alone? Wait for a little longer. After we get married, we'll never part again. That's the only way, honey." Lu Jie sent Yunxi off. He walked to the glass window and watched the glaring red sports car drive away from the hotel. That girl introduced last time was not bad. Let her come over now. Room 1003, D Hao Grand Hotel. After hanging up the phone, a sinister smile crept onto Lu Jie's face. Hearing Yun mention Yunxi and wanting her to return home immediately, He Weiwei wasn't pleased. "Qingyun, don't bring up that temper tantrum with the young miss earlier on our Shi. How can Shi be compared with Xiaoyan?" She gave him a sideways glance, and seeing that he did not respond, continued complaining. "Is she even qualified to be compared with our Shi?" He Weiwei crossed her arms, looking domineering. "Xiao Yin grew up in the countryside, behaving without discipline, but our Shi has always been pampered since childhood. She is destined to become a noble lady." Hearing He Weiwei's words, Yun didn't refute them, but thinking about the current situation at home, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you recently bought Shi a car?" Upon hearing Yun's question, He Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. "So what if I bought Shi a car? It's fine as long as she likes it." Yun heard He Weiwei's firm reply and exploded in anger. "Do you know how difficult it is for Yun Corporation right now? You bought a car for Shi without consulting me." Unable to hold it in, he vented his pent-up frustration. This was the first time he had spoken so loudly to He Weiwei. Seeing Yun in front of her, He Weiwei wouldn't back down either. "I just bought my daughter a car. What's the problem with that? The difficulties of Yun Corporation weren't caused by me. I want Yun Corporation to keep running normally too. Aren't we trying to find ways to arrange a marriage alliance with Lu Corporation now? After all, we ultimately still need to rely on Shi to arrange the alliance. Do you really want others to look down on her, unable even to afford a car?" He Weiwei's sharp tongue left Yun speechless. He shook his head, knowing the situation at Yun Corporation was critical. Yun sat down on the chair in anger. After calming himself down a little, he waved his hand dismissively. "All right, it's too late to say anything now. You'd better make an appointment with the Lu family for dinner. I want to see their attitude. To avoid sleep being disturbed by dreams, this matter needs to be resolved quickly." Now Yun could only pin all his hopes on the marriage alliance. He Weiwei thought Yun made sense and proactively reached out to invite them. Yun always felt that although Yun didn't want to be involved, she was still family. If they were going to negotiate with the Lu family, it would be best if the whole family was present. He seized the opportunity while He Weiwei was contacting the Lu family and called Yun. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Yun was investigating accounts with Yi. A pile of account books left them both a little fatigued. She glanced at her phone but didn't answer, instead continuing to focus on the ledger as they compared numbers. Soon, the phone rang again. Yun could only take off her glasses, lightly massaging her temples to relax her tense nerves. Though reluctant, she finally answered. "Hello." Hearing that Yun had picked up, Yun immediately revealed his intention. "Xiaoyan, don't hang up in a hurry. I have something very important to tell you." Yun pinched the bridge of her nose, relaxing her nerves that had been strained earlier. "The marriage alliance between the Yun family and Lu family. Even though you don't want to help, you must be there when we dine together." Yun hadn't expected Yun to persist like this. Her attitude remained firm and uncompromising. "No. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Yun was about to disconnect. Yun had anticipated that Yun wouldn't agree easily, so he quickly said, "Xiaoyan, don't force me to make things harder for you. When Shi meets the Lu's elders, if you come along, I'll tell you a secret about your mom." "Mom's secret?" Yun lowered the hand that had been pinching her nose, opening her eyes with deeper gaze. "What kind of secret?" Hearing that he had successfully piqued Yun's interest, Yun smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He knew that any mention of Baisu would catch Yun's attention. "A meal for a secret, you won't lose." Yun half believed him. "Send the time and location." After saying this, Yun hung up the phone. Yun's hand holding the phone slowly dropped down. Seeing this, Yi asked, "What did he say?" He noticed how somber Yun had become. Yun is trading a meal for my mother's secret." Yun placed the phone back on the table. Yi knew well that only matters concerning Yun Yan's mother could stir every nerve in her. That old fox, Yi cursed angrily. Should I send someone to rough him up until he talks? He had never liked Yun Qingyun. Now, he dared to use Yun Yan's mother's secret to coerce her. Yun Yan shook her head calmly. Not yet. I want to see what tricks he can still play. Chapter 127. Extortion. Haishanhu. Today, Yun Qingyun arrived early at the largest private room of Haishanhu with his wife and daughter to wait. Although they were old friends who had known each other for a long time, this meeting tonight was extraordinarily significant. Yun Qingyun took it very seriously. He Weiwei specially dressed up today. She wore a pearl white cheongsam with a string of pearls around her neck. The pearls were of excellent quality, with an emperor green hue. She wouldn't wear them lightly unless it was a grand occasion. Yun Shi wore a black dress from W.Y with a red coat over it, appearing quite like a well-bred young lady. They came to the private room early. He Weiwei even worried about whether the hotel's room preparation was complete, so she personally inspected everything. The private room was decorated according to He Weiwei's requirements, changing the tablecloth to bright red. The room was filled with fragrant lilies. Fragrant lilies symbolize a lifetime of happiness together. The strong floral fragrance spread to every corner of the room. Time passed bit by bit, reaching the dinner hour. The hotel manager had already come in twice. She saw Yun Qingyun sitting to one side smoking silently, not wanting to disturb him, so decided to ask He Weiwei directly. Mrs. Yun, our dinner service has started. Would you like to order first? Our specialties are mainly seafood. I'm just worried that if you order too late, all the good selections will be gone. The hotel manager made sense. This dinner gathering is so important to Mr. Yun and Mrs. Yun. I want you to enjoy the freshest and most delicious seafood. I'll select the finest ingredients for you. He Weiwei didn't even think about ordering. Negotiating marriage with the Liu family was something the man's side should take care of. How could it be right for the woman's side to order food? The guests haven't arrived yet, so why would we start ordering now? Do you know who we are? If the good dishes are gone later, you can always replenish the stock. Do I have to teach you how to do your job? He Weiwei spoke haughtily, adjusting a strand of fallen hair, clearly dissatisfied. The hotel manager often encountered such customers. With kind reminders no longer worth her time, she simply said, then, when Mr. and Mrs. Yun want to order, press the service bell. He Weiwei waved her hand dismissively, looking somewhat impatient as if she disdained the hotel manager, saying, we understand these things better than you. An attitude of condescension. The hotel manager closed the private room door, shaking her head slightly. Back inside the private room, there remained only the three of them. Waiting was always the most anxious part. Yun Qingyun stubbed out his cigarette, but, Cici, ask Ajay where he is? Actually, Yunshi had been chatting with Liu Jie casually all along, but she didn't dare push or inquire too insistently, fearing his temper. At this moment, she didn't know where Liu Jie actually was, so she fabricated a response herself. Dad, it's rush hour right now, and the traffic is jammed. Upon hearing about the traffic jam, Yun Qingyun relaxed somewhat. Dad, I'll go check outside the hotel. Actually, Yunshi was also concerned. They had proposed several times for the families to meet and discuss the alliance through marriage, but various excuses had obstructed them each time. Just as she walked out of the private room, she pulled out her phone, checking the message box. Nothing. She was getting nervous, so she hurriedly walked toward the Haishanhu lobby to call Liu Jie. In her haste, she kept her eyes on her phone, walking into an elderly person face to face. The elderly man wore a deep blue tang costume, leaning on a cane, with silver hair all over his head. Aside from some mobility issues, his mental state was still fairly good. Hey! The elderly man's cane fell to the ground, causing him to sit down directly on the floor. Yunshi's phone also dropped onto the floor. Seeing that the elderly person was an aged white-haired elder, she tensed up momentarily, but then seeing it wasn't too serious, she felt somewhat relieved. After being hit, the elderly man remained seated on the floor, rubbing his behind while repeating, "Ow, it hurts." This commotion in the hotel lobby attracted the attention of some guests. Young lady, quickly help the elder get up. Yes, the floor might be cold. We don't know if the elder hurt himself anywhere. It'd be best to get checked out at the hospital. Hearing various comments, Yunshi initially paused, but soon responded, Uncle, please get up. She expected the elder to get up by himself. Miss, help me a bit. I cannot stand up myself. The elder looked at Yunshi and pleaded. Yunshi had no intention to help, rejecting quickly. Uncle, it was you who weren't watching where you were going and bumped into me, breaking my phone. Saying this, she bent down and picked up her phone. The elder hadn't expected Yunshi to completely ignore his request. Look at you, so young and already playing tricks. The elder felt extremely annoyed at someone who refused to admit their mistake and even retaliated with false accusations. Yunshi glanced around and noticed more and more people were looking at her. She lowered her head and shouted angrily at the elder. Get up. I've seen your type plenty of times. If you try to extort money from me, forget it. If you don't get up right now, I'm calling the police. The elder didn't expect Yunshi, though young in appearance, to harbor so many ill thoughts. Originally, the onlookers intended to help, but after hearing Yunshi's words, they hesitated. They had heard numerous news stories about people being falsely accused and demanding money, so no one dared to make a move. Go ahead and call. Let's see who's in the wrong when the police arrive. The elder responded indignantly. He wasn't afraid since he was the one who'd been hit, and technically, he was the injured party. She looked at the elder with no trace of courtesy. Don't think I won't do it. I'll call the police right now. At this moment, Yunyan walked out from the crowd. She hadn't wanted to arrive so early tonight, hence she intentionally delayed until just now. Upon reaching the hotel, she unexpectedly encountered this scene. Yun set her belongings aside and was about to pull the elder up when Yunxi quickly stopped her. In a rush, Yunxi blocked Yunyan's way. Don't touch him. He's a fraudster trying to swindle money. Don't fall for it. Yunyan cast her a cold look. She wondered what kind of upbringing He Weiwei had provided to produce such an unscrupulous person. Move aside. Seeing Yunyan's sharp gaze, Yunxi was initially startled, but eventually stepped aside. She knew that whenever Yunyan decided something absolutely, there was no changing her mind. As Yunyan reached out to support the elder, Yunxi still tried to dissuade her. Don't say I didn't warn you. If he holds you accountable later, don't drag me into it. With her arms crossed, she watched from a distance like an onlooker. Yunyan tightly gripped the elder's arm and used all her strength to lift him up. Old sir, can you stand steady? The elder nodded, supporting himself with his healthier leg. I can. After confirming the elder could stand steadily, Yunyan released her hold and then squatted down to pick up the cane that had fallen to the ground. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. Everyone praised Yunyan enthusiastically. Yunxi stood there, looking like a clown. In haste, she slipped away from the crowd, also fearing this incident might be witnessed by the Liu family. Chapter 128. Received an education. Aunt, uncle. Yunxi finally waited for the arrival of Liu's family, and she respectfully went to greet them. Shishi, how did you come out? Lin Yinru was still delighted when she saw Yunxi. Lu Jia also stepped forward, his hand naturally hooked around Yunxi's slender waist. Shishi was worried that we hadn't arrived yet, so she came out to welcome us. Hearing Lu Jia's words, Yunxi felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and thought that the waiting just now didn't matter. Lu Zixin heard their conversation and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Sis, Shishi is probably afraid my brother will reject her, so she's being so obedient. Although what she said was correct, it instantly made everyone feel awkward. Lin Yinru did not blame Lu Zixin. She just gave a light reprimand. Zixin, you mustn't do this. She then took Lu Chuanming's hand and walked towards the private room. Yunxi glared at Lu Zixin, who was several months younger than herself. They were classmates. Since junior high school, Yunxi had always been close to Lu Jia through Lu Zixin, and she had unexpectedly succeeded in hooking him. Faced with someone so calculating, Lu Zixin detested her greatly. Seeing her parents had already walked ahead, Lu Zixin examined Yunxi up and down and shook her head. Yunxi, this set I remember was last year's W.Y design, right? Why are you still wearing it? This disdain from a woman. Miss Yun, can't you even afford a piece of clothing? Lu Zixin chuckled behind her hand. Yunxi was furious, unable to swallow it down. The family's financial situation was indeed not good lately, and she could least tolerate being ridiculed by others. Lu Zixin, don't make random remarks. The miss here has just bought a new car. How could she fail to buy such a simple W.Y latest design? She struggled to maintain face. Now Lu Zixin had heard no small amount of gossip about the Yun family. Lu Zixin didn't argue further. Oh, is that so? Just don't turn to my brother to buy things later. Her look-down manner was enough to irritate Yunxi deeply. Yunxi tightened her lips and looked at Lu Jia. Jia. She tried to ask Lu Jia for some justice. Lu Jia didn't have the time to discuss off-season clothes. Darling, whatever you wear looks good on you. Hurry up, don't let our parents wait. Yunxi wanted to complain, but Lu Jia had already walked several steps ahead without any intention of stopping or waiting for her. Helpless, she had to follow. The coral room. Under the guidance of a waiter, all of them entered together. When the door was pushed open, a strong scent of lily of the valley rushed out immediately. Achoo! Lu Zixin found her nose extremely uncomfortable, itchy, and couldn't help sneezing repeatedly. Mom, my rhinitis has flared up again. I can't stand the smell of flowers. She covered her nose with her hand and looked at Yunxi. You must have done it deliberately. You knew very well I couldn't stand it, and yet you used lilies. Just as Yunxi was about to explain, Lu Jia interrupted her. Quickly call someone to deal with the flowers. But Yunxi was obviously unhappy. This was her home ground. How could they not even allow her to place flowers? Lu Jia cut Yunxi off. Dear, don't cause trouble for everyone later. Although she was unhappy inside, she dared not show it and still faintly smiled. All right. Hearing the sound by the door, He Weiwei knew the Liu family had arrived and hurried to get up and go to welcome them. She joyfully held Lin Yinru's hand. Yinru, you've come. Lin Yinru turned her face to glance at Lu Chunming and then calmly spoke. There was traffic jam on the road just now. He Weiwei kept smiling. Indeed, it's quite congested right now. Qing Yun and I were both waiting. Shishi, come in fast. Jia's grandfather is already in the private room. Yunxi followed inside, calling out, Grandpa. She called once following Lu Jia and immediately stopped. An elderly man with white hair sat in the chair. Beside him was his cane. His gaze was looking straight at Yunxi. Yunxi's face instantly turned ashen. Tensely, she clenched her clothes tightly. She realized she started stuttering. Why, your grandpa Jia? She simply couldn't believe how coincidental this was. Lu Jia introduced him. Shishi, this is my grandpa. Hurry and greet him. He seemed somewhat anxious due to Yunxi's pause, fearing his grandpa might become displeased. Yunxi suddenly felt lost, recognizing the old man before her as the one she accidentally bumped into earlier in the lobby of Sea Coral Hotel. Such social embarrassment. Yun quietly sat to the side, lowering her head to play with her phone. The elder harumphed coldly, picking up the cane beside him angrily, thumping it on the floor. Shishi, isn't it? We've met before. The elder's complexion wasn't good. Upon hearing the elder's words from the Liu household, all involuntarily directed their gazes towards Yunxi. The old patriarch of the Liu family was a sharp person. Although he had already handed over the management of the Liu family to Lu Chunming, The shares of Lu Group were still firmly in his hands. Due to this reason, the entire Lu family obeyed the elders' every command, each calculating about inheriting the patriarch's estate. Yuanxi braced herself and said, "Grandpa, I didn't recognize you earlier, so there was some misunderstanding." With these words, she lowered her previously haughty head. But the elder wasn't so easily deceived. "What kind of misunderstanding do you think it was, Shi?" the old patriarch asked sternly. "Was it the misunderstanding that I am a fraudster or the misunderstanding that I intentionally fell down to extort money from you?" With a slap sound, he swung his cane, knocking over the teacup on the table, which immediately fell and shattered into pieces. Everyone's heart sank at once. At this moment, Yuanxi wished she could disappear instantly. Lu Jie cast a glance at Yuanxi, who didn't refute, and anxiously asked, "What happened?" Lu Jie knew his grandfather's temper well. Such an act wouldn't happen unless the elder was extremely angry, let alone during such an occasion as tonight. "If your sister hadn't helped me up, I might still be sitting on that cold floor." "Sister? Did he mean Yunyan?" Lu Jie nervously glanced toward her, who sat quietly in the corner. Yunyan continued ignoring them all, still focused on her phone as if she were merely an outsider. Lu Jie recalled the last incident, choosing instead to pretend not to notice, for otherwise it would only embarrass himself. While Yun Xingyun initially remained silent with no way to join the conversation, fortunately, Yunyan interjected, offering some reprieve for the patriarch of the Lu family. Hearing the elder's words, Lu Chunming hurriedly approached him, asking, "Father, shall we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Lin Yinru also chimed in to soothe the situation. "Father, calm down. Is there any misunderstanding here?" She noticed the increasingly difficult expressions on the faces of Yunxi's parents and thus tried to ease the tension a bit. Seeing Yunxi looking now like a wilted flower, Lu Zixin felt inwardly amused and whispered close to Yunxi, "Phew, luckily my grandpa is fine. Otherwise, you'd never set foot in our Lu family." The scene grew unbearably awkward. Yun Xingyun finally understood what had transpired. Chapter 129, She's the protagonist. He could only smile apologetically. "Sorry, Elder Lu, it was our Cici who bumped into you." Elder Lu slowly waved his hand at Yun Xingyun. "Tonight it was your eldest daughter who saved me, and I owe her a thank you." Hearing Elder Lu's words, Yun Xingyun immediately felt much more relieved. He nodded. "Xiaoyan is a warm-hearted girl, just like me. Lord Lu, it's good that you're fine. Otherwise, I would really feel sorry. Cici is still young, so in the future, she will need your family to take care of her more." The marriage alliance hasn't been discussed yet, but Yun Xingyun now took the opportunity to push things forward. Yun Yin suddenly stopped playing with her phone. "Grandpa Lu, I'm hungry. Let's order some food and eat first." After hearing Yun Yan's words, Grandpa Lu immediately agreed. "All right, little girl, what do you want? Order as much as you'd like tonight." Yun Yin didn't hesitate at all. "Grandpa Lu, you look like a regular guest here. I believe anything you order will be delicious." With one sentence, she made Grandpa Lu extremely happy. "Huh?" Grandpa Lu glanced at everyone. "Stop standing there. Come sit down at the table." He had Yun Yin sit beside him. Following this, Lu Chunming ordered the signature dishes from the menu according to Grandpa Lu's wishes. "Girl, what a pity. You married Gu Tianyu. Why isn't my Lu Jia as lucky as he is?" Grandpa Lu became angrier the more he talked. "If it weren't for hypocrisy, you would already be a member of the Lu family right now." Several people from the Lu family looked at each other confused, wondering what nonsense the old man was saying. "Ajay, you have to sincerely apologize to one girl tonight. The mistakes you made last time haven't been settled yet." Previously, Grandpa Lu had pulled strings to save Lu Jia. Since he had been wrong then, he didn't dare to argue with the Yun family. He originally thought Yun Yin was a calamity, but after meeting her tonight, Grandpa Lu completely changed his impression. Yun Yin cast a sharp glance at Lu Jia, who immediately averted his gaze. "Lord Lu, let's not talk about me tonight. Cici is the main character." Yun Yin emphasized the word main character. Yun Shi, who stood dazed on the side, was seething with jealousy inside. Tonight was supposed to be her big day, yet somehow she became just a supporting role now. He Weiwei hadn't expected that all her elaborate preparations for tonight would be ruined because of this little mishap. She heard earlier that Grandpa Lu mentioned how Yun Yin had helped support him up, secretly cursing under her breath. "Grandpa Lu, we're very sorry. Our Cici was quite rushed earlier. We've been waiting for you guys all along." Cici, being honest and straightforward, insisted on going out to wait for you, so? After He Weiwei finished speaking, she deliberately glanced at Lin Yinru, hoping the latter would say a word or two in favor of Yunxi. Lin Yinru was close friends with He Weiwei and used to be fawned over by her. But regarding this matter, it wasn't Lin Yinru's place to interject unless Lu Chunming gave permission, otherwise, she could only remain silent. Having no other way out, Yunxi could only apologize to Grandpa Lu. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Grandpa Lu wasn't someone who was easily swayed, so he ignored her. Lu Jie picked up the teacup, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Yunxi. "Go ahead and sincerely apologize to Grandpa." Yunxi's eyes turned red as she stared at Lu Jie. He hadn't defended her once, and was now even making her accept the tea water to apologize? Looking around at everyone at the dining table, she felt they were all laughing at her. "I don't want to ajay. I already apologized just now," but Grandpa refused to acknowledge it. She leaned closer, whispering those words softly into Lu Jie's ear. "Since Grandpa didn't acknowledge it, it means he hasn't forgiven you. Look, everyone is waiting to see your attitude now. If Grandpa doesn't accept your apology and disagrees with our wedding plans, well, that's beyond my control." His tone carried a threatening undertone. Yunxi dreamed every night about marrying into the Lu family. At this point, Yun Xingyun also understood the situation. Cici, go ahead and apologize to Grandpa. He caught her eye and signaled something discreetly. Lu Zixin smiled slightly, unable to resist pulling out her phone to complain in her exclusive group chat with some girlfriends. Yun Shi realized there was no other option. Thus, she reluctantly got up from her chair, holding the cup of tea as she walked toward Elder Lu. As Elder Lu and Yun Yin were enjoying their conversation discussing tonight's seafood. Grandpa, I'm sorry, said Yun Shi while looking down and extending the teacup to him. Elder Lu glanced at the offered cup, accepting it with a small nod. Before he took a sip of the tea, tears streamed down Yun Shi's face like large raindrops, crying dramatically. Although Elder Lu was still angry, seeing that she apologized, his anger subsided slightly. Nevertheless, this incident certainly left its mark on his thoughts about Yun Shi. That's enough. Go back and sit down. Grandpa Lu spoke up. He figured this was more or less sufficient. He still needed to give some face to the Yun family. After all, it had been Yun Yin who saved him just now. He privately mused, both children from the Yun family. How could they be so different? Yun Yin was elegant and poised in her speech. Unlike Yun Shi, who clearly lacked refinement, her lack of education was fully exposed in their exchanges. Taking advantage of the slight warming in the atmosphere, He Weiwei hurriedly stood up and led Lin Yinru to take her seat. She nudged Yun Shi lightly. Go wash your face and come out. Yun Shi turned and left after hearing her mother's words. At this moment, Yun Xingyun felt overwhelmed but knew there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. The dishes were served. Grandpa Lu encouraged Yun Yin to taste them thoroughly, displaying a generous demeanor as the host. Everyone started eating with their utensils. In between bites, Yun Xingyun brought up the matter of the marriage alliance. Brother Lu, you see, the two kids have dated for quite some time now. It's time we finalize their relationship. He Weiwei also paused her chopsticks. We'd still like to hear your thoughts. Our Cici has been raised in luxury since childhood, too precious to drop or let melt. She was determined to pave the way for Yun Shi. Upon hearing He Weiwei's words, Yun Yan's heart stirred with ripples. If her own mother were here, she would surely be loved in such a manner. Lu Zixin burst into laughter with a snicker. Everyone turned their heads toward her. Auntie, if you treasure Yun Shi so much, then maybe she shouldn't marry at all. A faint smile flickered on Yun Yan's lips, quickly vanishing before anyone noticed. Lin Yinru shot a glare at Lu Zixin. You child. No one else spoke, and Lu Jia calmly continued eating his meal without responding. He Weiwei had to save face herself. I've told our Cici the same thing many times, but alas, daughters grow up and leave home inevitably. Her heart is set on a Jai. Yun Yin mentally dismissed that thought with a silent chuckle, but kept her expression calm. She proudly praised her daughter. Cici is very sensible and kind. She will surely be filial to her in-laws once she joins the Lu family. Is this really the Yun Shi I know? A melon vendor boasting about her own produce. Lu Zixin, straightforward as ever, gave no quarter to Yun Shi. If Yun Shi is so sensible, why don't she stay in the Yun family and show filial piety to Aunt He? There was a loud slap. Chapter 130, Premarital Property Notarization. It was the sound of a porcelain bowl clinking. Everyone looked at Yun Shi. Sorry, I used a bit too much force just now. Facing Lu Zixin, her heart burned with suppressed anger she dared not express, maintaining a superficial calm. Lin Yinru took over the conversation. It's fine. Let's continue eating. She glanced at Lu Zixin, indicating that it was enough. Lu Zixin lowered her head and ate without further interruptions. In order to ease the atmosphere at the table, Yun Xingyun raised his glass to toast Lu Chunming sitting beside him. Mr. Lu, let's have a drink. Lu Chunming lifted his wine glass, clink, and took a sip. Each person at the table had their own thoughts in mind. Using the excuse of drinking, Yun Xingyun brought up the main topic. Mr. Lu, let's talk about Ijia and Cici's situation. For years these two kids. Yun Xingyun didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted. Mr. Yun, the matters of young people are none of our business. Lu Chunming glanced at Lu Jia. They have their own plans, right? Ijia. He shifted the conversation onto Lu Jia. Lu Jia picked up where he left off. Uncle Yun, I also want to marry Cici, rest assured. Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, Yun Shi relaxed with a smile. Lu Jia continued. But my career is just starting, all relying on the family. I hope Uncle Yun won't mind. Yun Xingyun and He Weiwei quickly waved their hands. Ijia, you're just being polite. All we want is for Cici to be happy. He Weiwei quickly explained. What they valued was the Lu group, not Lu Jia as an individual. As long as the two families married into each other, it would be good news. With the help of the Lu family, it was believed they could help the Yun family get through this difficult period. Yun Yin listened to the hypocritical responses from Yun's parents and inwardly scoffed, but did not reveal any expression. Lin Yinru, with a composed expression, slowly spoke. It's rare for your Yun family to be so reasonable. So I'll speak frankly. Cici and our Ijia have been together for many years. There's nothing wrong with them talking about marriage now. As long as Ijia agrees, that's all. He Weiwei repeatedly nodded in agreement with Lin Yinru's words. That's right. If those two can get along, that's enough. Lin Yinru looked at the couple from the Yun family, her gaze carrying some peculiar color. However, I hope that they too marry out of love, without mixing in anything else. What does that mean? He Weiwei's face turned indifferent. She didn't understand what Lin Yinru meant. Yinru, what do you mean by that? We know how long Cici has followed Ijia. She hastily explained, worried that the other party misunderstood. Seated next to her, Yun Xingyun kicked her under the table, signaling her. He Weiwei stopped speaking then. Lin Yinru smoothed things over. Weiwei, brother Yun. We also know the recent situation of the Yun group. Now, we aren't opposing Ijia marrying Ying either. But for the sake of our Lu family, we can only proceed with premarital property notarization. Yunshi's face instantly turned pale. He Weiwei widened her eyes in astonishment. Premarital property notarization? Nianru, what does this mean? She got anxious, though usually she followed Li Nianru's advice blindly. But now it concerned Yunshi, also concerning the Yun family. Wasn't Li Nianru trying to sign an unequal treaty now? Lu Chunming didn't originally intend to open his mouth, but since the topic was already discussed openly, he didn't mind being blunt. Mr. Yun, it means exactly that. It's not that I'm not saving you from sinking, but our Lu family is also a small, ordinary enterprise. In commerce, we also need to protect ourselves from being implicated in the Lu family's affairs. Regarding Ijia, I originally planned for him to find a suitable alliance through marriage, but since he chose Cici, we will no longer oppose. Think carefully about this proposal. Yun Xingyun felt humiliated. Premarital property notarization, isn't this a bit excessive? There had always been Yun Xingyun scheming against others. Hearing what Lu Chunming said, he fumed. Lu Chunming spoke calmly. I believe your Yun family isn't here for the property of the Lu family. Now we put the ugly words up front, to discuss openly. It'll make future relations better for everyone, wouldn't it? He Weiwei couldn't take it anymore. The Lu family behaving like this was indeed making others uncomfortable. It seemed that Grandpa Lu had foreseen this. He asked Yun Yan, "Girl, why haven't you spoken?" Seeing everyone else from the Yun family reacting so strongly, while Yun Yan remained silent. Yun Yan shook her head. "Grandpa Lu, I have no objection. We should see if Cici truly wishes to marry out of love." Grandpa Lu was a wise man. He Weiwei cast an angry glance at Yun Yan, then soon redirected her attention back to Yunshi. Yunshi never expected the Lu family would raise such a demand. She had her heart set on Lu Jia, but there was a precondition, the financial power of the Lu family behind him. If they did the premarital property notarization, wouldn't that leave them with nothing? She hesitated, pulling Lu Jia's hand. "Ajai, do you think we're after the Lu family's money?" Lu Jia replied calmly. "Cici, of course not. So you shouldn't worry about this premarital property notarization." Yunshi's eyes instantly reddened. Feeling aggrieved, she stood up. "Excuse me, I'll take my leave." The moment she left crying, Yun Xingyun abruptly stood from his seat. Even though he was now facing an economic crisis, he could no longer stomach tonight's meal. "Since your Lu family has no intention, then we won't force it." This ended the dinner in unpleasantness. After several members of the Yun family subsequently left, Yun Yan also lost her reason to stay. It was just a farce. As soon as she stepped out of the private room, she was already sobbing. She never expected that the Lus would place such a hurdle for her. He Weiwei consoled her. "Cici, don't be sad anymore. It's all because of that nasty girl." If she had helped say a few words when Grandpa Lu asked her opinion, maybe things could have changed. Yunshi agreed. "I knew she didn't have good intentions. I suspect she did it deliberately. Now I've become the culprit," and she turned into the savior of old man Lu. The more Yunshi talked, the angrier she became. Yun Xingyun, annoyed, said, "Never mention the Lus again." He gave Yunshi a command. "Dad, I truly like Lu Jia. How about asking that nasty girl Yun Yan to help mediate?" Hearing this made Yun Xingyun even angrier. "Were you not humiliated enough earlier? I warn you, never associate with the Lus again. Cut ties with Lu Jia completely." Yunshi countered. "Dad, why are you doing this? The rule has nothing to do with Lu Jia, yet now you're involving him too." Seeing how unambitious her daughter was, Yun Xingyun struck his chest in frustration. "If you were half as smart as Xiaoyan, you wouldn't be suffering so much." He Weiwei couldn't help but retort despite her previous resentment. Xiaoyan, I think you've forgotten. It's her fault that we ended up so bad." Chapter 131, a huge loss of face. Yun Xingyun was extremely angry. "We're discussing the marriage alliance right now. Could it possibly be Xiaoyan's fault if the Lu family wants a prenuptial property certification? He is currently dissatisfied with the Lu family." He Weiwei turned cold, slightly frowning. "I think it's all because of Yun Yan, that wild girl, who might have learned some evil spells while staying in the countryside." "What do you mean?" Yun Xingyun didn't understand. He Weiwei continued. "Think about it. Ever since that wild girl came back, we've started to go downhill. If it wasn't for the sickness of that man surnamed Gu back then, I would have wanted our Shishi to marry into their family. The wealth of the Gu family ranks first in Jiangqing. Now, that wild girl got an incredible bargain. How unfortunate for our Shishi, being toyed around by the Lu family like this." He Weiwei spoke through clenched teeth, and if Yun Yan were right in front of her, she'd probably want to slap her. Yun Xingyun hesitated for a moment. Although what He Weiwei said sounded impulsive, it did make sense. That girl Yun Yan went down to the country years ago, but after coming back, there's no trace of any countryside traits left on her. As He Weiwei said, could it really be that she learned some dark magic? Gu Tianyu was almost at death's door. Many famous doctors couldn't help him, yet now he's made a miraculous recovery. The more Yun Xingyun thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. But before reaching a conclusion, he also didn't want to continue discussing this matter with He Weiwei. All right, let's go home. Do you still feel humiliated enough?" Yun Xingyun waved his hand irritably, walking ahead and climbing into the car. What troubles him now isn't the wedding affairs of Yunshi, but rather the Yun group. He Weiwei consoled Yunshi again. "You're my good daughter. Next time, we'll find you another excellent match. Let's go home first." Watching as they all left dejectedly, Yun Yan sent Yi He a text message. Marriage alliance failed. The next day, Yun Yan had just finished the morning work and relaxed a little bit. Have lunch together at noon. Yun Yan looked at the text message on her phone. It was from Gu Tianyu. She simply replied with a sure. Gu Tianyu remembered that the last time he Yunyan went to Yingfu Tower, Yunyan liked the pastries there, so today he directly booked a table there. Just as they walked into Yingfu Tower, the service staff warmly greeted them, and they sat down in a private room. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Gu Tianyu handed over the menu. Yunyan took it and smiled faintly. Let me see. She really felt hungry today. Gu Tianyu's phone rang. He pointed at the phone towards Yunyan, indicating that he would step out to take the call. Yunyan nodded and continued looking at the menu. There are many types of dim sum at Yingfu Tower, and all their appearances are meticulously crafted. Sister. Yunyan was holding the menu when she heard the address. She raised her eyes and saw Yunxi. Their paths crossed unexpectedly again while she was having a meal. And there was another woman beside her, presumably her friend. Today, Yunxi was dressed up splendidly, wearing the latest collection from WY. Yunyan knew the current financial situation of the Yun family and commented coldly. It seems the Yun family hasn't yet reached its lowest point. Now the reputation of the Yun family was not good. It was rumored outside that Yunxi's engagement was broken off due to their family's poor economic condition. After hearing this, Yunxi anxiously glanced at the friend beside her and hurriedly explained, Sister, you're really joking around. Yunyan reflected. Apparently the Yun family spoils her a lot. Even amid this financial crisis, they don't treat Yunxi poorly and still buy such expensive clothes for her. She can't bear to give up her pitiful, ineffective social life. Yunyan ignored her and continued ordering food. Seeing Yunyan ignoring her, Yunxi pulled her friend and sat down directly. Sister, we were just queuing outside and happened to see you and Mr. Gu enter. To get a seat here at Yingfu Tower requires quite a long queue. Such bold familiarity. So, Yunyan immediately rejected. Neither Tianyu nor I like eating with strangers at the same table. You guys should follow the rules and wait in line. She sees through Yunxi's small schemes. Yunyan's rejection made her lose face in front of her friends. The person beside began to speak. She, you said you have ways to avoid queuing, and it turned out like this? After saying that, she turned around and left, showing obvious disdain for Yunxi. Xiao Dai. Yunxi shouted several times behind her, to no avail. She glared at Yunyan. You deliberately made me lose face in front of my friends. Miss Yun, you need to understand clearly. Your face is earned by yourself, and it's also lost by yourself. Yunyan uttered each word of this sentence slowly. Yunxi immediately got angry. Are you mocking me? I know. I am happiest because my marriage alliance with the Lu family has failed. Don't think you're so great just because you've attached yourself to the Gu family. One day, I will definitely marry someone even better than you. Yunyan gave a cold laugh. Oh. At this point, Yunxi didn't want to waste her breath talking to Yunyan. Yunxi raised her hand to strike, but it was immediately caught by Yunyan, who forcefully threw it off. Yunyan stared at her sharply and then called over the hotel manager. After the manager arrived, he politely asked, Mrs. Gu, is there a problem? He noticed Yunxi frowning slightly as she stood nearby. I want to file a complaint. How can anyone just barge in and disturb my meal with Mr. Gu? The hotel manager, of course, knew that this was the private room booked by Mr. Gu Tianyu. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mrs. Gu. He then asked Yunxi to leave. Miss, please go outside. I won't hesitate to call security if necessary. Yunxi froze for a moment. She couldn't believe that even the hotel manager dared speak to her this way now. Think carefully. Do you know who I am? The hotel manager shook his head. Sorry, I don't recognize you. Yunxi became extremely angry. I'm the second miss of Yun Group. Look carefully. The manager took out the walkie-talkie. Gu boss's private room, 2008. Has someone causing trouble? Someone please come over. You're tough? Yunxi muttered angrily as she turned around and left. Once she was gone, the manager rushed to explain himself. Sorry, Mrs. Gu. That was entirely our fault. It's fine. You can all leave. Yun didn't intend to pursue the matter further. The hotel manager sighed in relief and led the team away. Yun ordered her favorite pastries. When Gu Tianyu came back after finishing his call, he saw that Yun had already placed their orders. He apologized slightly. Yun, the phone call delayed us. It's okay, perfectly timed. Gu Tianyu didn't quite understand, so he questioned her. Perfectly timed? Yun smiled faintly. Yes, exactly right. Now the dim sum is all here. Let's eat. She handed a piece of pastry to Gu Tianyu. After lunch, they returned to the Gu Group headquarters. Yun started to feel sleepy and leaned on her desk for a short rest. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Yi. Chapter 132. Take care of her myself. Hey, I want to take a nap. You really know how to pick your timing. You'd better have a good reason, or I'll kill you. Yun got angry after being interrupted in her sleep. Yi paused for a moment. Sister, you'd better not sleep. The shop called just now and said that Yunxi went there and beat someone up. Yun woke up upon hearing the news. What happened? I'm rushing to the store now. Just now, employee Xiao Rui sent me some photos, and I've already forwarded them to you. Yun immediately opened the chat with Yi and clicked on the pictures to look at them. Two shop assistants had their clothes torn, and their hair was cut. The shop was in shambles, with some clothing racks all over the place. It was shocking to see. Yunxi unconsciously clenched her fists. It's time for her to know that there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Bad people should be dealt with by worse ones. She knew that Yunxi was arrogant and willful. This was just too disrespectful. It was because of what happened at Yingshou Tower at noon that she caused trouble at the store. As Yun thought about it, she picked up her bag on the table without making a sound and left. Check their injuries. Today, other people will switch shifts at the store. After finishing her instructions, Yun pulled out a set of car keys from her bag. She needed to find Yunxi first, so she picked up her phone and dialed. Xiaoyan, When Yun Xingyun saw the incoming call, his heart started to feel uneasy. He answered the call, a bit surprised as Yun never initiated calls to him. Is Yunxi at home? Yun Xingyun looked towards the direction of the garage. The red Maserati was quietly parked there. At home. Do you need anything from Shishi? Without saying a word, Yun directly hung up the call. She stepped a bit harder, increasing the engine's RPM, and the car sped up with a whoosh. Not long after, a limited edition blue Ferrari stopped in front of the Yun family villa. The servant noticed someone visiting, went out, and reminded them. Cars cannot be parked horizontally at the entrance like this. It would affect our ability to go in and out. Yun ignored the servant's words, acting as if she hadn't heard them. She directly turned off the engine and got out of the car with a clean and crisp action. The servant recognized her. Mississippi. The car can't be parked like this. If the master or the second miss wants to go out later, they might blame us. Yun glanced at the servant beside her. If they have issues, they can find me directly. Don't worry, I won't make you difficult. Because soon, they won't get the chance to go out. After saying that, Yun relaxed her wrists and took big strides into the Yun family villa. Yun Xingyun, who was originally watching the news in the living room, turned off the TV when he heard the car sounds. Now, he saw Yun walk in angrily. Xiaoyan, why do you have time to come home today? He got up from the sofa to talk to Yun. Yun automatically ignored his words and didn't have much expression on her face. Tell Yunxi to come out. Her elegant little face was full of anger, and Yun Xingyun had never seen her like this. Yun Xingyun was confused. You're looking for Shishi? After she came back at noon, she went upstairs to sleep. Upon hearing Yun Xingyun's words, she bypassed him and directly went to the door of Yunxi's room on the second floor. She kicked it with her foot. Yunxi, who was still taking a nap, got scared by the sound of the door. Who is it? Her heart raced wildly. Open the door, Yun shouted harshly. Yunxi was startled. She didn't expect Yun to show up so quickly. Of course, she dared not open the door. Yun kicked again, using all her strength, and this time she broke the door open directly. She didn't expect Yun to be so straightforward and violent. However, noticing her expression seemed wrong, she became somewhat worried. Sister, what's wrong with you? Through Yun, she saw Yun Xingyun wasn't far away from them. Her mind was slightly more at ease. Don't call me sister. Yun glared coldly at Yunxi. Hearing those words, Yunxi's eyes instantly turned red, looking quite vulnerable. Dad, sister is so mean. Yun Xingyun was extremely dissatisfied with Yun showing up at the door and directly coming to trouble Yunxi. Xiaoyan, what happened? Are we still pretending now? Immediately afterward, Yun walked straight into the room and slapped Yunxi across the face. A bright red handprint was left on Yunxi's face. Seeing Yunxi being hit, Yun Xingyun rushed forward, grabbed hold of Yun. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. How dare you resort to violence? His tone carried reproach. Yun skillfully evaded, preventing Yun Xingyun from grabbing her. Yun Xingyun stumbled and fell forward. While everyone was still stunned, Yun dragged Yunxi toward the door outside the room and twisted the door lock shut behind them. Because the door had been kicked earlier, the lock was somewhat deformed and could now lock tightly. Yun Xingyun inside pounded loudly on the door. Let me go, you crazy person. She struggled fiercely. She didn't want to go with Yun. She desperately clung to the wall corner and exerted all her strength. Yun wasn't so easy to shake off. She stepped forward and delivered a kick. Oh, it hurts. You peasant girl from the countryside. What's wrong with you? Let me go quick, or else I'll make you regret it. She continued cursing, but soon she would regret saying that. As Yun dragged her along, she noticed a pair of scissors on the windowsill in the hallway of the first floor hall. She picked them up immediately, grabbed Yunxi's head, and chopped off her hair unevenly like it had been gnawed by a dog. From the back of her neck to her bangs at the front, no part was intact. When finished, she tossed the scissors away and kicked Yunxi again. The whole process was efficient and took only a few minutes. Yunxi cried and screamed, "Let me go!" Yun crushed her underfoot, wanting to see how powerful this usually high and mighty Miss Yun could be. After breaking through the door, Yun Xingyun ran down from upstairs and saw Yunxi's hair scattered all over the floor. Shocked, he asked, Xiaoyan, are you out of your mind? What have you done to Shishi? At this moment, He Weiwei was also awakened by the commotion and came downstairs wearing her pajamas. When she saw this scene, she almost fainted. This. Yun Xingyun quickly supported her. Yin, you've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble for Shishi right here. I'm calling the police on you. Let go of Shishi now. Yun gave a cold snort. So what if I've come here to deal with her? After finishing her sentence, she applied more force as she stepped harder on Yunxi. She let out a wail of pain. Just call the police right now. Don't wait. Yin ordered, her eyes darkening. He Weiwei paused her dialing motion. What do you mean? Her eyes widened. She'd never seen someone so audacious. You dare to ask me to call the police, thinking I won't follow through? Shall we try? Chapter 133. The louder the slap, the better the effect. Why don't you ask your darling daughter what she did today? Does she dare to report it to the police? He Weiwei was immediately intimidated, Cici. She shook her head, covering her face, tears as big as beans rolling down. Mom, my face hurts so much, and so does my hair. He Weiwei became extremely angry. She pushed Yun Xingyun aside. Look at her. She is just like a devil. I told you she has learned some black magic. He Weiwei stepped forward with sympathy, pulling Yunxi out from under Yunyan's feet, hugging her in her arms. Yun Xingyun was confused but could feel the fiery anger emanating from Yunyan. It was the first time he had seen her so angry. What exactly happened? You came home today and beat Cece without knowing the truth. She is your younger sister after all. Ho ho, I don't have such a younger sister. My mom only gave birth to me. Yun Xingyun was left speechless. Yun looked coldly at Yun Xingyun. Ask her what she did to my staff today. She kept shaking her head while hiding in He Yue's arms. Speak clearly, what exactly happened? She sobbed. I don't know what I did to upset my older sister that she should treat me this way. Sister, you really dislike me, don't you? When Yun Xingyun saw She scared, his heart was full of pain. Xiaoyan, you shouldn't treat Cece this way. Yun knew that no matter what she said, they wouldn't believe her. Why don't you ask if Cece needs to call the police? She didn't want to waste time debating with them. He Yue looked at the frightened Yun Shi, continuously comforting her. Cece, don't be afraid. We'll call the police. Let the police arrest this crazy woman. She took out her phone preparing to dial again. She snatched the phone and hung it up. Mom, don't call the police. Yun Yan's gaze deepened. She looked at the few people around her and warned sternly. Yun Shi, you can do whatever you want to me. I'm not afraid, but you don't need to try challenging my bottom line. This is the result of messing with my people. Yun Xingyun furrowed his brows slightly. What bad things have you done, Cece? He feels the possibility that the situation might be as Yun described. Seeing Yun Xingyun beginning to interrogate her, Yun Shi broke free from He Yue. I don't want to live anymore, she cried hysterically. You bully me like this. Go ahead then. Die quickly. Don't play any tricks. Yun spoke indifferently. She understood Yun Xiang's tricks very well. Cloud Qingyun roughly understood that Cloud Shi was wrong. He Yue always wanted to take charge. Xiaoyan, that's enough, shouted Cloud Qingyun. He didn't expect that Cloud Yin would disregard even him now. Why? Are you feeling sorry for your darling daughter? Then who feels sorry for my employees? Their parents also love them. Cloud Qingyun looked at Yun Yan, sensing an unprecedented coldness in her eyes, pausing a bit. You've beaten her enough. You've scolded her enough. That's enough. He also wanted to conclude peacefully since She was obviously wrong first. Based on Yun Yan's tone, she still held evidence in hand. He Yue didn't expect Cloud Qingyun to act this way. Why do you speak to her like this? Now she has beaten and cut the hair of Cece. How can your daughter show her face to others afterward? He Yue kept pressing her questions. Yun Yan raised her hand, pressed a mechanism on her wrist, and the silver needle flew like it had eyes straight to He Yue's mouth. He Yue felt a biting pain spreading around her lips, followed by numbness. Her mouth corners slanted immediately, looking like a stroke victim. You're too noisy. For issues that needed solving, Yun Yan showed no mercy. This made He Yue panic. She pulled out the needle with her hands, leaving a red dot on the corner of her mouth with a trace of blood. She tried speaking, but it had no effect. She pointed urgently at her twisted mouth to seek help from Yun Xingyun, jumping directly up. With He Yue's voice gone, the scene became quieter instantly. Yun Xingyun looked at Yun Yan in amazement, also startled. What did she just do? Xiaoyan, what have you done to Yue? He worriedly glanced at He Yue, whose current crooked mouth appearance was exceptionally hideous. Let Yue go. If you wish to leave, we won't stop you. Yun Xingyun softly begged. Although He Yue was inwardly furious, the present condition of her body rendered her incapable of rash actions, forcing her to remain by the side. She was now incredibly terrified as if she had been possessed. Her mouth was entirely beyond her control. Yun Xingyun spoke again. Xiaoyan, please let Yue go. Yun Yan's eyes slightly brightened as she coldly said. It's simple to save her. Let her slap herself hard, and the twisted mouth will gradually recover. The louder the slap, the better the effect. Yun Xingyun revealed a look of surprise. He semi-trusted and questioned. If you don't believe it, you can also not do it. Yun Yan looked as if she didn't care. After all, the one getting anxious wasn't her. He walked towards He Yue, and a slap came. Slap. A sudden wave of pain came. He Yue's eyes widened with tears streaming down. Dad, how can you hit Mom? She cried out to them. Just as everyone was doubting, Yun Xingyun found that He Yue's mouth seemed to have corrected a bit. Xiaoyan didn't lie to us. Yue, bear with it. As soon as the words ended, another slap followed. He Yue felt a buzz in her head. Stars danced before her eyes from the beating. Seeing how red-faced He Yue had been struck and Yun Shi's hair cut like a dog's bite, they were as disheveled as could be, Yun Yan was relieved. She clapped her hands. Today I'll give you a little taste of what it's like to cross me. Next time you will see something even worse than today. With that, she turned and left. The sound of a sports car engine roaring echoed outside the door. The servant then ran inside. His gaze immediately fell when he saw the disheveled appearances of the few people present, too afraid to make direct eye contact. Yun Xingyun shot him a glance. What's the matter? He was suppressing his anger. The servant hesitated nervously. Big Miss has asked me to pass this message on to 2nd Mississippi. What is it? An already recovering He Yue, holding her scorching face, couldn't help but yell loudly. Don't call her Big Miss from now on. She's a monster, not the young miss of our Yun family. The servant paused for a moment before speaking. Regarding the clothes damaged at W.Y today, you are required to compensate according to the original price. Upon hearing this, Yun Xingyun angrily pointed at Yun Shi while shouting insults. Cece, are your wings hard enough now? Do you know the current situation of our house? After finishing, he glanced at the mother and daughter, shaking his head repeatedly. The servant continued. Big Miss also said that she could introduce a second-hand car dealership to 2nd Mississippi. Yun Shi didn't understand. I don't need to change cars. Why should I need a second-hand car dealership? Yun Xingyun coldly replied. She means you should sell your car to pay off the debt. Upon hearing this, Yun Shi collapsed in shock, sitting directly on the ground. Chapter 134. How dare you hit me? Hiyueli's teeth were clenched. Hatred was all she could see now. This girl, she's completely intolerable. We shouldn't have brought her back in the first place. We should have let her stay in the countryside. Now she's come back and she's nothing but trouble, bringing misfortune upon us all. I think it's clear she has some sort of dark magic. Ever since she came back, our Yun family has turned into this pitiful state. Yun Qingyun was extremely irritated right now. Because of the debt issues surrounding Yun Group, his mind was already full of stress. Now troubles at home added insult to injury. Each word from Hiyueli made him feel suffocated and even more agitated. Enough. Stop creating a fuss. He didn't want to hear Hiyueli keep nagging endlessly anymore. With cold eyes, Yun Qingyun looked at the mother and daughter. If she is ignorant, that's one thing. But you following suit and making a racket, aren't you just adding to my troubles? Today, he had already been seething with anger, and after being angrily scolded by Yun Qingyun, she became even angrier. Hiyueli glared at Yun Qingyun with widened eyes. The affairs of the Yun family have nothing to do with us. If you're not competent enough to manage them, then why vent your anger on us? Hiyueli felt wronged. The Yun family has no stake in it. In the past when there was money, you wasted it freely, and now you know very well what our financial situation is like. Just look at what you've done. You're the one who indulged Shishi, allowing her to eat, drink, play, and achieve nothing. Why don't you ask Shishi? At her age, has she ever worked a single day at the company? If only you two could be better, would I need to work so hard? A bad wife means a ruined household. This thought sprang up in Yun Qingyun's mind. Yun Qingyun released all the pin-up words he'd kept inside him. Faced with the childishness of his wife and daughter, his tolerance had reached its limit. After hearing this, Hiyueli laughed coldly several times. Cloud Qingyun, you are truly something. It's your incompetence, combined with that wild girl Yun coming back and causing trouble, yet you direct your anger towards us. She pointed at Yun Qingyun without any intention of stepping back. Yun Qingyun stared at the woman before him with bloodshot eyes. Don't mention Yun anymore. It was because of your advice that she was sent away to the countryside. Now that there are problems with you too, are you blaming others again? When Yun heard these words spoken by Yun Qingyun, she felt extremely aggrieved. Dad, it was that wild girl Yun who caused a commotion upstairs earlier. It was all her fault. Yun Qingyun coldly stared at Yun. After laughing humorlessly a few times, he asked, then why didn't you tell your mom to call the police earlier? And why didn't you ask the police to settle things earlier? Hearing this sentence, Yun was momentarily stunned and couldn't reply. Pointing at her, Yun Qingyun said fiercely, isn't it because you started the conflict first? You went and smashed their shop and hit people, and yet you believe you have justice on your side? Yun Qingyun had been suppressing his anger, deciding not to pursue Yun further, which instead led her to feel as though she did nothing wrong. His hands shook furiously from anger, his chest blocked by rage as Yun Qingyun raised his hand. Seeing this, Hiyueli immediately stepped in front of Yun to protect her. Cloud Qingyun, have you gone insane? This is Shishi, your daughter. She shouted loudly. Slap. A loud slap echoed through the room. Hiyueli's cheek, already numb, once again felt the sharp pain. Oh. Covering her face, fear and disbelief spread across her features. Cloud Qingyun, how dare you hit me? Yun Qingyun glared at her sharply. If you keep shouting, I'll hit you again. I'm hitting you. She covered her sore cheek, losing all rationality. I will fight you to the death. Having said that, Hiyueli charged forward and wrestled with Yun Qingyun. Upon seeing this scene, Yun was shocked. She had never seen her parents act like this. From childhood until now, she only saw Hiyueli obediently following Yun Qingyun. They always seemed to love each other harmoniously, happy and prosperous. Prosperity might be easy, but enduring hardships together was far more difficult. Seeing her parents locked in a struggle, Yun was terrified. She pulled apart Hiyueli and then stood in front of her mom to shield her. Dad, stop fighting. Mom, please stop fighting. After intense pulling and dragging, they temporarily stopped. They still glared at each other, their hearts filled with endless grievances. But seeing Yun pleading alongside, they temporarily ceased for now. Now, surrounded by chaos, Yun felt staying here pointless. He left first, heading toward his study. Yun helped Hiyueli sit down on the sofa. Hiyueli adjusted her disheveled hair as tears rolled down her cheeks. Once a proud Madame Yun, she now resembled a defeated hen. But she wasn't about to give up. She wiped the tears from her face with her hand, her eyes cold and indifferent. I want to divorce him. Yun was quite afraid today, her hand trembling slightly. Mom, please don't say that. It's because of me that you two ended up like this. She began to feel a sense of guilt, tears welling up in her eyes. You and Dad shouldn't fight. It's all my fault. Seeing Yun get upset and crying, Hiyueli calmed herself down a little. No, Shishi, it's not your fault. That wretch Yun is the real villain. It's all her fault. Right now she's relying on the Gu family backing her. I'll tear her apart, that wicked woman. Hiyueli clenched her fists tightly and even felt her lips crack while talking intensely. Ouch. Yun stared anxiously at Hiyueli's red and swollen face. Mom, your face is swollen. Let me put some medicine on it. She hurriedly stood up and fetched the first aid kit. Although she acted arrogantly most of the time, towards Hiyueli, Yun was relatively obedient and filial. Taking out a cotton swab, she began wiping carefully and gently. Shishi, whenever I think about Yun, I want to kill her. Hiyueli couldn't dispel the hatred in her heart. Yun had initially planned to marry into the Liu family, but now it was ruined. Mom, what can we do now? Yun knew the current situation at home. There's no hope with the Liu family anymore, and Yun Group can barely survive itself. Stopping her action, She started worrying. He Weiwei currently had no way out. After much consideration, she decided to arrange another marriage for Yunxi. Lifting her hand, she wiped away the tear hanging at the corner of Yunxi's eye. She, don't worry. As long as mom is here, I'll make sure you won't suffer. Feeling Yunxi's hair that was cut messily made He Weiwei's heart tighten painfully. Aren't they just the Gu family? If that country girl can marry, so can you. Hearing He Weiwei's words, Yunxi widened her eyes. Mom, I don't want to be someone else's mistress. Who said you're going to be a mistress? My daughter could never be a mistress. Yunxi was confused. So, mom's idea is to push Yunyan aside and then marry Gu Tianyu? He Weiwei shook her head. The male heirs of the Gu family aren't limited to just Gu Tianyu. Yunxi suddenly understood. Mom, you are truly my biological mother. Excited, she jumped up from the sofa. Chapter 135. I want a great-grandchild. Sister, good news. Yun Xingyun plans to sell the shares of Yun's company. Yi called, his voice tinged with excitement. I'll call you back later. Yunyan responded indifferently, and then hung up. Song Wenxue furrowed her brows, dissatisfied. We're finally all here for dinner. Couldn't you have answered the call after finishing eating? Truly an unruly girl who knows no rules. She eyed Yunyan, finding fault with everything about her. Gu Tianyu was about to speak when Yun gently pulled his hand under the table and slightly shook her head at him, signaling not to argue. Gu Tianyu knew that Yun didn't want the elder ones worried about their disputes. He remained silent. Old lady Gu heard Song Wenxue's words. She knew Song Wenxue disapproved of Yunyan. After all, it wasn't the bride she chose initially, and she had always thought that Yunyan coming from the countryside wasn't worthy of her Yuzi. Wenxue, it's just a phone call, be more tolerant. All in one family, why so many formalities? After old lady Gu finished speaking, her kind face lit up with more smiles as she placed a piece of meat on Yunyan's plate. Yin, eat more. You're too thin. At grandmother's home, there are no such rigid rules. Do as you wish. Old lady Gu's favor towards Yunyan was different. Living her entire life, she could tell a person or a ghost at first glance. At their first meeting, she was already certain that Yunyan was suitable for Gu Tianyu, so no matter what others said, she wouldn't listen. Thank you, grandmother. Yunyan took a bite, liking this lychee-flavored pork, sour and sweet, very to her taste. Grandmother, you should try it too. Seeing Yunyan's compliant nature, old lady Gu liked her. The most important thing was that after Yunyan married into the Gu family, Gu Tianyu's health recovered completely. She knew this girl had blessings and had a predestined connection with the Gu family. Alright, I will too. Old lady Gu chuckled merrily. Though Song Wenxue was strict on regular days, since being at the Gu family mansion, she listened carefully to old lady Gu's advice. Mom, you should eat more. If there are dishes you usually enjoy, we can ask Aunt Jo to prepare more often. You must also pay attention to having balanced diets. Did you drink water with ginseng last time? Hearing these words from Song Wenxue, old lady Gu sighed faintly. I'm this old now. Each meal is one less to come, but honestly, I don't care much about what I eat anymore. Hearing these words from old lady Gu, Song Wenxue became alarmed. Mother, may you live to be 100 years old. Don't talk nonsense. For the first time, Yunyan agreed with Song Wenxue. Grandmother, you'll definitely live to be 100 years old. Old lady Gu glanced at Gu Tianyu. He was only focused on eating now without saying anything. Actually, old lady Gu was laying the groundwork. Boy, how long has it been since you've come home to eat with me? The elderly lady sounded unhappy. She pouted like a child. Song Wenxue looked at Rainzi beside her and immediately understood that old lady Gu implied wanting Gu Tianyu's concern. Gu Tianyu opened his mouth slightly. Grandma, I've been very busy recently with lots of work at the company, so I haven't had time to come home. The elder wouldn't let up. If I hadn't called you, you would have ignored visiting this old woman, right? Grandma, I really am busy. You can ask Mom if recently many things in the group need reorganization. Many things were messed up during my illness before. Song Wenxue remembered the last time when the second house of the Gu family transferred power. Now, Gu Tianyu is both managing the group and cleaning up the remnants of the second house of the Gu family. Yun also realized what old lady Gu was hinting at. She handed a spoonful of tofu to the elderly lady. Grandma, please don't blame Tianyu, okay? There's so much happening at the company recently. He leaves early and returns late every day. He's really tired. Sometimes, when there are transoceanic meetings, he even has to stay up all night. Listening to Yunyan's words, the elder felt somewhat touched. Is he truly this busy? Fortunately, little Yin, you understand him. She pointed at Gu Tianyu and smiled inwardly. You should treasure a good wife like Yin. Yin hesitated for a moment, confused as to how the topic veered toward her, and she merely gave a light smile in response. Gu Tianyu glanced at Yunyan. Initially annoyed by Grandma's words, he unexpectedly found her few words defused the situation around him effectively. I understand, Grandma. I will treat Yin well, don't worry. His dark eyes flickered with a gleam. Gu Tianyu held Yunyan's hand and assured her. Yunyan felt a stir in her heart. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze and focused on eating. Song Wenxue watched how considerate Gu Tianyu was toward Yunyan. She felt that Rainzi never got such preferential treatment. This girl clearly had taken priority in his life now. Indeed, after getting a wife, he'd forgotten his mother. Wenxue, seeing how deeply they love each other, aren't you reassured? Under the pressure, Song Wenxue could only let out a forced chuckle and didn't make any remarks. Grandma Gu had originally been worried that the bride brought in for auspicious reasons might upset Tianyu. However, seeing their current behavior now, she felt reassured. Song Wenxue gently turned the serving dish. Let's chat while we eat. The food is going to get cold. Mom, please eat more. She wanted to change the subject. Grandma Gu had always had one thing on her mind, and she openly voiced her request. If you two could give me a great-grandchild, I'd be so happy. Cough, cough, cough. Yun was slightly choked by surprise. Yan, are you alright? Gu Tianyu handed her a glass of water. Yun took it and drank a little, calming herself down. I'm fine, no problem. She had been startled by Grandma Gu's comment. Song Wenxue felt irritated inside. She had been hoping to avoid this topic with Grandma Gu, but they still couldn't escape it. She quickly answered for Tianyu. Mom, the young ones have their own plans. You don't need to worry about us. She wanted to rush through and end the conversation. Grandma Gu gave her a disapproving look. Wenxue, the young people may have their plans, but can't you help nudge them along a bit? You're the mother-in-law here. Don't you want to hold a grandchild in your arms? This statement left Song Wenxue speechless. Could she say no? She had always looked down on Yun, planning to discuss giving her some money and suggesting a mutual divorce agreement with Gu Tianyu at a later time. After all, this marriage was hastily arranged back then. Now that Tianyu has fully recovered, there are countless women in Jiangcheng who would gladly marry into the family. Why should Rainzi spend her whole life with a country girl? Song Wenshue's hesitation greatly dissatisfied Grandma Gu. Wenxue, what are you thinking about? Grandma Gu knew Song Wenxue wasn't satisfied with Yun, but she admired Yun's loyalty and commitment. When Tianyu was gravely ill, Yun still chose to marry him. Song Wenxue gave a faint smile. Mom, let's just eat first. Chapter 136. Do you have to approve the wedding? She took a bite of the food, ignoring the words of the old lady, just as if they hadn't discussed that topic earlier. Seeing Song Wenxue's indifference, Mrs. Gu started to throw a tantrum. She slammed her chopsticks down with a paw sound. This action by the elder did not surprise Song Wenxue at all. She had expected it. Mom, what's wrong? She paused slightly before looking at Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Gu crossed her arms and leaned back against the chair. If you don't agree with me, I won't eat. She used this method to coerce them. Song Wenxue stirred the soup in her bowl without making any comment. She figured that if she pretended not to understand, the matter would pass. The young woman she favored was not Yun, but Song Ran. Now Mrs. Gu insisted otherwise. And Mrs. Gu was no pushover either. She relentlessly pressed on. Wenxue, take a stand. If the youngsters don't understand, are you going to follow their lack of understanding as well? Hearing the reproach from Mrs. Gu, Song Wenxue became somewhat irritated. Mom, everything you've said is making me panic, she responded. Isn't it, when the son grows up, his mother can't control him anymore? Can I still force them? With this one sentence, Song Wenxue shifted the responsibility away. She didn't want Mrs. Gu to get involved too much. In her mind, there was a different plan. Seeing no progress between them was exactly what she wanted. As long as some time passed, she could persuade Gu Tianyu to divorce. Mrs. Gu coldly snorted. Wenxue, don't think I don't know your intentions. The only granddaughter-in-law I recognize in my family is little Yin. Song Wenxue saw the anger in the elderly person's eyes and slowly put down her utensils. Oh my mom, look what you're saying. What can I possibly do? Tianyu is my son. Could I ever harm him? I know how to treat him best. Just stop worrying needlessly about him. The food will get cold. Let's start eating. Song Wenxue gently pushed the dish in front of her toward Mrs. Gu. Mom, you should eat more. Aunt Zhou has greatly improved her cooking skills. These dishes are very to my liking. Zhou Xiao, standing next to Mrs. Gu, didn't reply. He simply nodded lightly. Mrs. Gu could tell that Song Wenxue's words carried implications. With a cool expression, she stared at Song Wenxue. Wenxue, I can see who is worthy of Tianyu. Don't feed me nonsense, because I won't agree to it. Having decided that Yun was the one, Mrs. Gu would never let anyone else hurt her. Song Wenxue stopped arguing about this topic with Mrs. Gu. Mom, let's eat. The food is getting cold. Picking up her bowl and chopsticks, she continued to eat as if nothing happened. Seeing Mrs. Gu in high spirits, Yun only felt that it wasn't easy for the elder. Grandma, don't be angry. Mother-in-law is right. You're being upset like this does us no good. Seeing the angered elder, Yun glanced at Song Wenxue nearby. She was eating with relish. Mrs. Gu pursed her lips. Little Yin, it's easy for me not to be angry. Just give me a grandson as soon as possible and let me have some fun. A hint of dissatisfaction flitted across Song Wenxue's face, but she quickly hid it so no one noticed. Grandma, stop causing trouble and let's eat. Gu Tianyu understood the elder's wish, but some things must naturally unfold. Song Wenxue heard Tianyu's words and added another line. Mom, just eat and don't spoil everyone's mood. Mrs. Gu maintained her stubbornness. You guys eat, I won't. Grandma, if you don't eat, then I won't either. She softly coaxed her. Still, Mrs. Gu remained unhappy. Yun picked up the chopsticks Mrs. Gu had placed on the table, grabbed the elder's hand, and handed over the chopsticks. Grandma, you need to eat more to stay strong so you can witness Yun's and Tianyu's wedding. Lifting her head, Yun deliberately glanced at Song Wenxue, wanting to catch her true reaction. Upon hearing her words, Song Wenxue lost her composure from earlier instantly. Wedding? At the dining table, all three sets of eyes turned towards Yin simultaneously. Gu Tianyu remembered that Yun had mentioned wanting to delay things previously. Now, however, she brought it up on her own. Little Yin, aren't you making this up just to make Grandma eat? The elder looked skeptical and probed first to confirm. Song Wenxue was even more astonished. If there were to be a wedding, it would announce to the world that the Gu family had married Yun. When are you planning the wedding? How come I didn't know? She questioned immediately, losing her appetite. Putting down his chopsticks, Gu Tianyu took Yun's small hand, gave her a deep look, and spoke to Mrs. Gu. Grandma, we're not lying to you. I've already discussed it with Yun. I owe her a wedding. I want to make it up to her. With my previous physical condition, our marriage was rather rushed, which was unfair to Sister Yin Yin. Gu Tianyu was filled with mixed emotions as he spoke these words. After spending this period of time together, he was certain that Yin Yin was the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Song Winsnow knew Gu Tianyu's character well. Once he said something, he followed through, and no one could stop him. Tianyu, don't just say things to make grandma happy or join in with Yin Yan's teasing. Gu Tianyu turned his gaze towards Song Winsnow, his eyes darkening slightly, exuding a sense of calm resolve. Mom, what I said is true. There's no need for me to fake it just to make grandma happy. You know, if I don't want to do something, no one can force me. Song Winsnow's face turned grim as her anger grew evident. How about such a major decision? Why didn't you even discuss it with me? Do either of you still see me as your mother? She said this with increasing agitation, her eyes fixed on Yin Yan. Was this your idea, or Yin Yan's? Gu's elderly matriarch couldn't help but interrupt. Winsnow, children have their own plans when it comes to matters like this. Didn't you say so earlier yourself? It was indeed something Song Winsnow had mentioned before. Mom, one thing is one thing. They haven't consulted me about holding this wedding now. The elder Mrs. Gu's expression hardened slightly, her tone growing weightier. Winsnow, whether they consult you or not, the wedding will happen anyway. Do you mean to suggest that it requires your approval first? Hearing these words from the matriarch, Song Winsnow, despite her lingering unhappiness, dared not defy her. Immediately, she plastered on a forced smile. Mom, definitely not. As long as the children are happy, that's all that matters. She uttered these words reluctantly. With that, the old matriarch's mood brightened again, dissipating any tension. She picked up her chopsticks from the table. Let's eat. Little Yin, after we finish eating, don't rush to leave. Tell me what you like. The wedding ceremony will be presided over personally by Grandma. True enough, the matriarch picked up her bowl and chopsticks, proving how magical Yin Yan's words had been. Song Winsnow realized that once the matriarch got involved, there would be no turning back. Her face remained gloomy, her chest tight with unexpressed frustration. Mom, I just remembered I have some family matters to attend to. Let me come another time to have dinner with you. With that, she hurriedly rose to her feet. Chapter 137, Closer Kinship. Mrs. Gu stood up and took Song Winshua's hand. Wenshua, what could possibly be an urgent matter at home that's more important than their wedding? You should stay for a while too. The more people there are, the better it is for advice. Leave household matters to the servants. Mrs. Gu waved her hand, indicating she should know how to prioritize things properly. Mrs. Gu had already seen through Song Winshua's intentions. She was merely looking for an excuse to leave. Song Winshua appeared slightly embarrassed. Then I'll just let the house staff deal with things at home. Hearing her agree to stay, Mrs. Gu finally felt reassured and returned to her seat. Song Winshua sat back down at the dining table unwillingly. Yun Yin noticed Song Winshua's reluctant expression and suddenly felt much lighter in heart. You were just praising Aunt Zhou's cooking skills moments ago. You should eat some more. After saying this, Yun Yin actively served a piece of meat to Song Winshua. Song Winshua didn't dare to act out in front of Mrs. Gu but smiled in response. All right. However, she intentionally moved the piece of meat aside without eating it. Mrs. Gu was currently in a very good mood. That's right, Winshua. Look how filial Xiaoyan is. She even serves you dishes. This granddaughter-in-law, the more I see her, the more I like her. Yun Yin retracted her gaze. She knew well enough without looking that Song Winshua's expression must have soured by now. It was better not to look. Song Winshua became so agitated that she could almost feel full from anger. She put down her chopsticks and bowl. Aunt Zhou, can you serve me a bowl of soup? I ate too hastily earlier, and it's a bit pressing on my stomach. Mother-in-law, it's probably best not to drink the soup either. Otherwise, it might become uncomfortable later. Song Winshua looked at Yun Yin and instinctively thought she did this deliberately, but she had no proof. Mrs. Gu also believed Yun Yan's advice. Winshua, if you're feeling unwell, don't drink the soup. You will only feel more bloated afterward, and it can cause indigestion. Zhou, the housemaid, looked awkwardly at Song Winshua. Madam, shall I still pour the soup? Song Winshua swallowed her frustration and turned colder in demeanor. No need. Zhou then set down the bowl as instructed. While everyone was eating, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Grandma. The maid quickly followed behind, holding small wrapped gifts, walking into the room. At the sound of Gu Yang's voice, Gu Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly. Yun Yin also looked toward the door following the sound, but the person who held Gu Yang's hand wasn't anyone other than Yun Shi. Both of them walked in together. The maid neatly placed the gifts they had brought on one side, and then withdrew. Gu Yang ignored the others and briskly walked to Mrs. Gu's side, hugging the elderly woman warmly. Grandma. Yun Shi stood beside him and softly addressed Mrs. Gu respectfully. Grandma Gu. She wore a long dress with an outer purple coat, appearing elegant and poised. Her sleek straight hair gave off a demure impression. Upon seeing both of them, Mrs. Gu was visibly pleased and couldn't stop smiling. Ayong, you've come to visit Grandma. Who is this? She stared at Yun Shi for a long time. Gu Yang solemnly introduced her to everyone. This is Cici, Yun Shi. Also, she's sister-in-law's younger sister. He purposely glanced at Gu Tianyu and Yun Yin seated at the dining table. Gu Tianyu acted as if he hadn't heard anything and didn't respond. Yun Yin didn't deny it either, and upon hearing about their relationship, Mrs. Gu found it quite pleasant. Indeed, it made their connection closer by blood. Sister, brother-in-law, mother, Yun Shi greeted the rest of the family present. What bad timing indeed. Yun Yin was curious. What was Yun Shi up to this time? Gu Yang and Yun Shi. This combination just seemed a bit off to Yun Yin. She hadn't expected Yun Shi to find another match so quickly, and for it to be with Gu Yang. Gu Tianyu continued to ignore everything. His face darkened. Song Wenxue saw Gu Yang, and, being generous as an elder, responded, Yang, do you have free time today to bring your girlfriend home to see Grandma? It was her way of testing. Gu Yang immediately took Yun Shi's hand. Today's weather was nice, so I brought Cece back to visit Grandma. Is Mother here too? The more you all return home, the happier Grandma becomes. Song Wenxue said it ceremoniously. Truthfully, she least wanted to see Gu Yang, or anyone related to Yun Yan. Regarding last time's events, Mrs. Gu had heard a little about it, though she had an approximate understanding. Gu Tianyu didn't want the old lady to be sad, so he lightly touched on less severe aspects of the story when speaking to Grandma. Ms. Zhou, prepare 2 extra sets of utensils and bowls. Yes, Mrs. Zhou turned around and directed the maid to make preparations. Mrs. Gu pulled Yun Shi's hand. Don't just stand there. We're all having dinner together since you happened to come back. Gu Yang and Yun Shi complied and sat down. Facing Mrs. Gu, Yun Shi didn't refuse but, when sitting down, she lightly wiped her hands using the wet wipes provided on the table. Yun Yan watched her subtly as she sipped her tea, noticing Yun Shi wiping her hands. Afterward, Yun Shi carelessly discarded the wet wipe without any hesitation. Details don't lie, her preferences and aversions were all too genuine. During the meal, Yun Shi displayed a poised demeanor. She didn't speak much, but was very compliant with Gu Yang and knew how to please Grandma Gu. Grandma, you should eat more. Yun Yan couldn't help but wonder if this was really the Yun Shi she knew. If it were their first meeting, she might have even thought this girl was quite likable. Wenxue, the world is round. Look at our 2 brothers, then Xiaoyan and Cece as sisters. What a perfect match. It seems that in our past lives, the Gus must have had an unbreakable bond with the Yuns. And now, we continue that destiny. Taking advantage of Grandma Gu's good mood, Yun Shi said many flattering words, leaving a favorable impression on Grandma Gu. Cece, today your coming is truly opportune. Just now, we were discussing Xiaoyan and Tianyu's wedding. You could also give some advice. Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan's wedding? Although it was Yun Shi's second time hearing about it, when it came out of Grandma Gu's mouth, she still couldn't suppress her jealousy. Grandma Gu, last time during dinner with father, elder sister, and brother-in-law mentioned it once. When Grandma Gu heard Yun Yan's words, her eyes lit up for a moment. Oh. So, Xiaoyan, you weren't lying to me just to make me happy. Gu Tianyu picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. Grandma, we indeed discussed it before. What he said was true. Grandma Gu laughed heartily. That's wonderful. It's so good to see you finally doing something right, my boy. Hearing Grandma Gu's words, although Gu Yang wasn't genuinely pleased, he still had to express his congratulations. Congratulations to elder brother and sister. Thank you. Yun Yan graciously accepted the blessing. Facing Gu Yang, she felt no guilt at all. After having disciplined him earlier, she hoped he would now behave himself. Grandma Gu found today truly delightful, having just heard about her eldest grandson's wedding plans, followed by her second grandson bringing home his girlfriend. Seeing Grandma Gu happy, Gu Tianyu avoided starting a conflict with Gu Yang on the spot. The family had a peaceful dinner together. Chapter 138, Climbing to a New Master. After lunch, Yun Yan sat in the small pavilion of the garden. She leaned over to look at the koi fish in the pool. They were swimming freely. She scattered the feed in her hands randomly into the water, and the koi all rushed forward eagerly to eat. The scenery in this backyard was really beautiful. During her leisure time, feeding the fish was also one of life's great pleasures. Yun Shi had noticed earlier that Yun Yan had gone towards the back garden, so she followed and came to the edge of the pond. Sister, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Yun Shi walked over, her eyes deep with intensity. Yun Yan knew her purpose. Her hand, which had been scattering feed, stopped temporarily. You deliberately got close to Gu Yang. So how could you not have expected meeting us so quickly? You're clearly looking for an opportunity to get close to me. I must say, I admire your acting skills. Aren't you tired? Hearing Yun Yan's words, Yun Shi stopped pretending altogether. So what if I did approach Gu Yang? She crossed her arms, her voice challenging. Why is it only allowed for you to marry into the Gu family, and not for me to pursue my own happiness? Yun Yan then sprinkled all the feed in her hand into the fish pond before turning around and standing up. Yun Shi immediately stepped back a few steps and instinctively used her hands to cover her face. Seeing this reaction, Yun Yan let out a cold snort in her heart. She thought to herself that despite her supposed skill, Yun Shi was just putting on airs. Whomever you want to find or marry has nothing to do with me. Just remember, don't try to harm me again. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Yun Shi hated being looked down upon by others. Seeing Yun Yan's confident demeanor, her mood instantly turned sour. Don't act smug. You're only so arrogant because of the Gu family's wealth. One day, you'll be nothing. You are truly pitiful. Why do you have to rely on someone else's power? Are you a dog? Dogs rely on their master's strength. Yun Yan replied coldly. Who are you calling names? You're the dog, the real dog. Yun Yan gave a soft laugh. I'm cursing you. You dog who relies on someone else's strength. You? Yun Shi raised her hand, but lowered it immediately after. This was the Gu residence, and there was still some hesitation in her heart. I won't argue with you. She dropped her hand and glared at her. Looking at the enraged yet speechless Yun Shi, Yun Yan suddenly reached out and lightly touched the smooth wig on Yun Shi's head. As the strands smoothly slid through her fingers, she faintly smiled, remembering the time her hair was cut. The quality of the hair isn't bad. Yun Shi angrily shrugged off Yun Yan's hand. Let go. If you need more, I can give you a few more. You can take turns wearing them. Hearing Yun Yan's words, Yunxi was consumed by anger. She stared fiercely at Yunyan. Yunyan, instead, laughed, her tone cold and sarcastic. Is this all you can do? Her gaze grew deeper and a sharp voice rang out again. Since you like Guyang so much, seize this chance well. Don't end up like Lu Jia last time. A wasted effort. Nevertheless, I should remind you not to drag me into it. She had known Yun she wouldn't give up easily, but she hadn't expected Yun she would make a move within the Gu family grounds. She just wanted to warn Yun she not to provoke her again. She had known Yun she wouldn't give up easily, but she hadn't expected Yun she would make a move within the Gu family grounds. She just wanted to warn Yun she not to provoke her again. Otherwise, I won't be polite. After finishing her sentence, Yun didn't linger further and left. She also knew Yun Yan's capability. After the previous incident at the Yun family villa, she had become more careful now and dared not confront her face to face. Looking at Yun Yan's retreating figure, her fists clenched as her nails dug into her palms, causing a bit of pain. I will definitely make you regret this. Not far from the pavilion, behind a corner of the wall, a figure emerged. She. Guyang saw Yunxi at the pavilion and greeted her from afar before walking toward it. Yunxi was startled for a moment but quickly put on a smile. Yang. Guyang extended his arm and grabbed Yunxi's waist right away. Why are you daydreaming alone here? He glanced around and found only Yunxi was present. She hastily made up an excuse. I came here to see the fish. Grandma Gu raises the fish very well. She hurriedly pointed at the fish in the pond. Guyang frowned slightly, raising his hand to tuck the strand of hair that had fallen onto Yunxi's forehead behind her ear. She. You know, I chose you because we share the same goal. So, there must be no secrets between us. His gaze fixed, landing on Yunxi's hesitant face. Yunxi felt slightly taken aback in her heart, pulling her lips. Did you hear that earlier? Guyang smiled slightly. He simply wanted to remind her that theirs was a partnership and he shouldn't be kept in the dark. It's just a country girl. I'd love to see what talents she has. Without our Gu family, she is nothing. Guyang had been dwelling on the previous incidents, but just hadn't found a good opportunity to act. Yunxi approached him these days and even proposed a collaboration. Just now, she was warning me not to have any designs on her. Saying this, Yunxi's eyes reddened as if she were greatly wronged. Seeing her like that, Guyang could no longer suppress his feelings. You're just too timid, which is why you're bullied by her like this. Yunxi also wanted to deal with Yun, but she knew well that she wasn't a match for her. Yang, what can I do? This girl is like a demoness, he said angrily. Mom said it might be due to her learning some black magic in the countryside. That's why she has such ability. Yunxi said, while wiping her tears. This mention of black magic intrigued Guyang as well. I've already sent someone to investigate this girl in the countryside. There's no way I'll back down from her. I'm determined to deal with her. There's no way I can swallow this humiliation. No one has dared treat me like this since childhood. She's the first person who dared to stand up to me. After marrying Gu Tianyu, they both conspired against us second house members. A dark look crossed Gu Yang's face, making others feel intimidated. Yang, following your advice, once we get hold of her weaknesses, then it will be manageable. She expressed trust in his words. The color in Gu Yang's eyes deepened. Wasn't that dead girl being extremely arrogant just now? In a moment, I'll let her taste some punishment. Hearing this, Yunxi immediately opposed it. Yang, resorting to violence might easily leave traces behind. It would be easy to find out. After careful consideration, Guyang realized that if he sent people now to ambush her, an investigation would quickly expose the plan. This girl is so powerful, even if we did send someone, they wouldn't be able to stand up to her. We've made enough mistakes before. If it gets uncovered again, it will cause a bunch of trouble. Guyang agreed with Yunxi's point. However, he still didn't wish for Yunyan to have an easy time. Chapter 139. The ferocious dog is deployed. At this moment, a dog happened to walk out of the courtyard. With its black fluffy fur and towering figure, it exuded an air of authority. A pair of black eyeballs constantly stared ahead, as if focusing on its prey, ready to pounce at any moment. When Guyang saw it, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Upon noticing the two people, the dog barked several times and then prepared to rush towards them. Fortunately, it was tied by a servant with a rope. The servant tightly held onto the leash with much effort. Jinbao, be a good boy and sit down. The dog didn't obey and kept trying to break free, advancing forward. The servant used all his strength to pull the rope up, immediately tightening the dog's neck. Because it was restrained, the dog could only slowly lower its head and started to pant heavily. Guyang and Yunxi exchanged glances. Yunxi spoke first. Yang, I've come up with an idea. How about we use this dog to scare her? Guyang immediately agreed. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. This is a great idea. If she can't handle a human, how will she deal with this dog? I'm curious, can she fight, or will this beast win? A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he solidified his plan. That's right. I hope this ferocious dog bites off a piece of her flesh. Even better, bite her face off. Then we'll see how arrogant she can still be. She just depends on her pretty appearance. I imagine, after her disfigurement, will Gu Tianyu still protect her like this? Guyang chuckled cynically. Cici, you're more vicious than I thought. Yunxi intended to rebut, but was quickly interrupted by Guyang. There's no need for explanation. To deal with this vile woman, we must be merciless. Cloud Yin smiled gently in contentment. After saying that, Guyang pulled Yunxi over to the direction of the servant. Second young master. The servant greeted upon seeing Guyang approach. Woof woof woof. The ferocious dog rushed towards him. Its roar was thunderous, each sound reverberating like the roll of thunder. The servant tightened the rope again, firmly restraining the ferocious dog. The dog strained hard to move forward. The servant gripped the leash tightly with one hand and whipped it harshly with a whip in the other hand. Stop! Due to being struck and restrained by the leash, the ferocious dog temporarily calmed down. It stood steady, breathing heavily while its eyes remained fixed on the stranger. Guyang grinned and asked, "Is it newly bought?" The servant responded promptly. It was sent by Uncle Sir's house. They said they were concerned that Grandma living alone might not be safe, so it was given to watch the home. This dog is fierce by nature, but it said that once it recognizes its owner, it will be loyal. So the lady instructed me to train it well and keep it for guarding the house. Upon hearing that the dog was fierce, Guyang couldn't help but stretch out his hand to test it. As his hand neared, the dog snapped its head around and bit back, forcing him to withdraw immediately. The servant paused briefly. "Young second master, Miss Xiaowei, it hasn't been fully tamed yet and is very cautious. This dog is indeed ferocious. Let me take the leash for a moment." Speaking, Guyang wanted to take the rope from the servant's hands, but the servant refused directly. He knew the ferocity of the dog. He hesitated. "Young second master, it's better not to do so. I am worried that this beast might hurt you. At present, no one except me is allowed near it. Therefore, letting Xiaowei hold it would be better," the servant kindly reminded. Guyang smirked. "It's fine. I'll just stroll for a bit and return it to you later." He extended his hand again. The servant cut in again. "However, if Lady Grandmother blames me later, it would be difficult to explain. Grandmother has specifically ordered that I should personally handle the leash and be responsible for teaching it to be more friendly with humans. If she finds out that I handed the dog over easily, she will surely blame me." The servant showed difficulty in his expression. He did not want an accident since he clearly understood the power of the ferocious dog. Since the day this dog came to the Gu family, he had been training it with the intention of domesticating it and keeping it to guard the yard. "How? Can't I even lead a dog in my own home?" He scornfully glanced at the servant, his voice low and deep. "Do I have to ask Grandma myself before you agree to let me take this beast for a walk? You've seen, today my girlfriend is here. You are deliberately making me lose face." Yun she played along. "Yang, really can't we take it for a walk?" Upon hearing Guyang's words, the servant panicked a bit. Of course, he did not mean it that way. The servant realized that although the second branch of the Gu family had fallen out of favor, Guyang was still the second young master of the Gu family, not someone to offend lightly. Under pressure, he passed over the leash. "Young second master, here is the leash." The servant undid the leash from his own hand, continually reminding Guyang of the operations needed. The leash is a slip knot. If you loosen it, the dog's neck will slip out more easily. Conversely, if it misbehaves, you tighten the rope and choke its neck. This way it can't breathe, and after learning its lesson, it'll behave obediently. However, this dog has a big temper. Young second master must remember not to slacken the rope. Guyang had already impatiently taken over the rope, unclear how much he had absorbed, just uttering lightly, "Understood. It's just walking a dog. Where are all these rules coming from?" The servant, seeing Guyang's carelessness, gave one more reminder. "Young second master, you should be cautious. Today the eldest young master and others have returned. There must be no mishaps." The servant was worried that if something went wrong, his livelihood would be at risk. "That's enough, stop nagging." Guyang had already set his mind on heading out for a stroll. Guyang pulled the ferocious dog, loosening and tightening the rope a few times for testing. "Let's go, you lucky dog," and turned to head towards another direction of the courtyard. The ferocious dog became excited with the ability to move around freely, jumping up and down. It suddenly yanked hard, almost causing Guyang to fall. Fortunately, he used his strength to steady himself. "You're quite strong, aren't you, big guy?" Yun she closely trailed behind. Due to her fear, she kept her eyes tightly fixed on the ferocious dog, not daring to relax even for a moment. She barely breathed, fearing this giant might suddenly turn around and pounce on her. After walking in the yard for a while, the ferocious dog appeared quieter than before, not as irritable, but still fairly excited, constantly leaping around. See, I think it suits me well. It's been so obedient while I've had it on the leash." Guyang smugly looked at the ferocious dog before him, thinking nothing special about the task. Yunshi had carefully observed the ferocious dog for a while and agreed with Guyang's claim. "It is pretty obedient. Ayang, if it loses the earlier ferocity, then it wouldn't be of any use." Yunyan glanced at it, doubting whether the ferocious dog could achieve anything. "Will it succeed later?" Guyang snorted a few times. "Try it later, won't we know then?" Saying that, the two led the ferocious dog and exited the back courtyard. Chapter 140, Ultimately Hurting Oneself. Yunyan was at the front yard at this moment. She had just stood up, intending to go back inside, when she saw a shadow rushing over. Yunyan instinctively dodged. When she looked up, she saw an enormous creature breathing heavily. The fierce dog's eyes glowed with menace, and the flesh on its face hung in wrinkles. "Woof woof woof." It growled deeply, showing its teeth, making sounds in its chest. Yunyan stared at the ferocious dog before her and was momentarily stunned. This dog was massive in size and imposing in presence. Yunyan didn't turn to flee. With her speed, it would be impossible to outrun this fierce dog. A few images flashed through her mind, calming her somewhat. She immediately bent down, focusing all her attention on the fierce dog, observing every subtle movement of it, ready to act at any time. The fierce dog was impatient, and as expected, it soon pounced toward Yunyan, unleashing its attack fiercely and powerfully in an instant. Yunyan stood firmly on the ground. At the very moment the fierce dog lunged, she quickly sidestepped, skillfully dodging it. As it passed by her, She grabbed the neck of the fierce dog and gripped its neck with both hands. She tightly strangled its carotid artery and respiratory tract. The fierce dog struggled desperately, using all its strength, trying to bite Yunyan's hands. Woof woof woof. Loud barking echoed once more. Yunyan did not relax because of its desperate struggle, but instead held onto the fierce dog's neck even more tightly, ingeniously avoiding the places its head could reach. Exerting all her strength, she squeezed tightly. Gradually, the large dog head started struggling due to difficulty in breathing, and its originally grotesque appearance softened as the fat on its lips slowly drew in, covering its teeth. Its head also drooped, losing the earlier vigor. Seeing that the fierce dog had been subdued, Yunyan then controlled the leash still wrapped around its neck. She pulled on the rope and, tightening it more and more until the fierce dog's eyes began to show bloodshot. Yunyan kept observing its condition. At this point, the fierce dog collapsed weakly, emitting whining sounds from its throat as if pleading for mercy. Yunyan was well acquainted with the nature of dogs. If it wasn't fully tamed, it would lash out again as soon as it regained freedom. Madam, a servant came running upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Yunyan tightly choking the fierce dog, he rushed over anxiously. Madam, you should release Jinbao. If you keep this up, Jinbao will die, he urgently pleaded while staring at the fierce dog. Yunyan was decisive, continuing her observation without intent to kill it. She just needed to completely subdue this fierce dog. Bring me a muzzle. Yunyan eyed the muzzle in the servant's hand and instructed sharply. The servant instantly understood and quickly moved forward, securely fitting the muzzle onto the dog's mouth. After confirming safety, Yunyan loosened the leash slightly, staring at the servant. What is going on? The servant was scared stiff and begged for mercy immediately, knowing trouble had occurred. Madam, this dog was sent by the uncle, sir. He worried about the old madam being alone and unsafe, so he specially sent over Jinbao. I've been training it recently. The old madam said after it's trained, it would guard the house. The servant's voice grew quieter, unable to meet Yunyan's gaze. Yunyan coldly replied, do you have any qualifications for training? She was concerned that if there were no professionals at home, it might be better not to keep this dangerous dog. The servant nodded faintly, understanding now that escape was impossible. Madam, I did attend a training class before. This beast is cruel, and your irresponsible handling could lead to major trouble. There are so many people in this old mansion. If someone gets hurt, it will be a big issue. The servant hurried to interject. You're right, madam. It was my oversight. Yunyan noticed the servant never dared to look directly into her eyes and even fidgeted while speaking. Since this dog has always been under your care, you clearly know its disposition. How careless can you be? This dog absolutely cannot be left in your charge anymore. I need to consult with Grandma. Yunyan subtly observed the changes in the servant's expression. Indeed, upon hearing Yunyan mention consulting the elder mistress, the servant was frightened. Madam, please do not tell the elder lady about this. Otherwise, she will definitely dismiss me. Still, he avoided revealing the truth. Do you believe it was merely negligence or a deliberate act? Yunyan repeated coldly. She wouldn't wrong anyone but didn't want to be deceived either. I'll give you one chance. Tell the truth, and I might plead on your behalf. But if you try to deceive me, I can still find out, and then don't blame us for accusing you of intentional harm. Hearing Yunyan's words, the servant immediately became anxious. Madam, I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. I only ask that the old lady does not punish or dismiss me. My whole family relies on me for support. The servant, frightened out of his wits, immediately knelt down. He now regretted deeply giving the dog to Gu Yang just moments before. Earlier, it was Master Air and Miss Yun who asked me to let them play with Jinbao. They assured me they'd be careful. I failed to stop them and decided to turn back to fetch Jinbao's muzzle. As soon as I heard Jinbao bark, I ran over right away. Forgive me, mistress. I shouldn't have so easily handed Jinbao over. I know I've made a mistake. Indeed, things had unfolded much as Yunyan had suspected. Recently, there are so many incidents involving vicious dogs. For safety's sake, keep Jinbao tied up and confined until he is fully tamed, Yunyan instructed. It was fortunate she had encountered him today. Otherwise, someone else might not have been so lucky. The servant nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right, mistress. From now on, I will bear this in mind and make sure it doesn't happen again. Yunyan intended to teach Jinbao herself at this point when she noticed a shadow flickering by the corner of the yard. She saw that even though Jinbao was now wearing a muzzle and lacked his earlier ferocity, he still exerted great strength, constantly moving in circles, trying to break free. Suddenly raising her voice toward the corner of the yard, Yunyan called out, Jinbao, don't. She pretended to have her grip on the leash slip. With regained freedom, Jinbao darted outside. Soon, from the corner came cries of anguish. Go away. Help, help. The servant, hearing the cries, instantly stood up and hurried after Jinbao. Yunyan also stepped forward and followed closely behind. Go away. Sit down, Jinbao. The servant pulled hard on the leash, forcibly dragging Jinbao away. At that moment, Yunxi lay sprawled on the ground, her clothes covered in dirt. Most importantly, her neck and hands bore several bloody scratches inflicted by Jinbao. Her wig had fallen off during the struggle. Fortunately, she had used her hands to protect her face tightly. Otherwise, she could have suffered disfigurement. After Jinbao was pulled away, Yunyan coldly whispered, Cece, are you all right? Chapter 141. Eradicate her personally. The servant glanced over and was greatly shocked by the sight of Yun. She sprawled on the ground, looking quite disheveled. The focus was on her wig. It had fallen off. The servant tightly shut his mouth, not daring to utter a word. He knew Jinbao had caused trouble, offending two people at once. He was extremely nervous inside. He didn't want to lose his job. So he could only firmly grip Jin Bao's leash and harshly criticize. Jin Bao, you've caused trouble. Yun Shi, in a panic, immediately picked herself up from the ground. She ignored the pain in her body as she hastily picked up the wig and placed it back on her head. It looked rather absurd. Afterward, realizing the wig was on backward, she quickly adjusted it again. Yun Yin subtly curled her lips into a smirk, but quickly released it. She sternly ordered the servant. What are you waiting for? Take Jin Bao down now and lock him up properly. You are forbidden to let this beast out without permission ever again. The next time won't be so lucky. If someone is bitten or worse, even killed, who would take responsibility? Yun Yin gave a piercing look toward Yun Shi, whose whole body was trembling with shock. Jin Bao was still forcefully trying to break free from the rope, wanting to pounce forward again, displaying an aggressive temper. The servant firmly held onto the leash to prevent any further incidents. Madam, I will immediately take Jin Bao back and secure him. It won't happen again in the future. Miss Yun, I apologize. He offered an apology. Yun Shi cast a fierce glare at the servant but didn't dare to speak, worried that the servant might reveal their earlier intention to lead Jin Bao out. Take Jin Bao away. Hearing Yun Yan's order, the servant quickly responded and led Jin Bao away. He dared not linger longer, fearing Jin Bao might hurt someone again, or that he himself might face consequences. Watching the servant lead the dog away, Yun Yin took a step forward and directly yanked the wig off Yun Shi's head. Yun Shi covered her head, letting out a shrill cry that matched her earlier plea for help. Her snow-white scalp, bare and smooth, looked startlingly conspicuous and especially embarrassing to see. Yun Yin, what are you doing? Ignoring the scratches all over her body, Yun Shi attempted to snatch back her wig from Yun Yan's hands. With a swift move, Yun Yin threw the wig into a nearby pond. Yun Yin scanned around coldly before saying, all your hair shaved off. You look quite attractive like this. What are you doing? Not only had Yun Shi lost her wig, but also the shield that concealed her shame. She jogged over to the edge of the pond, trying to reach for it, but found it out of reach. Cursed. What can she do now? Bitch. Yun Shi turned around in anger and rushed back to slap her. Yun Yin instantly grabbed her delicate wrist, twisting it sharply, and said coldly, you're too inexperienced if you want to scheme against me. So painful. You lunatic. Yun Yin. Hurry, release it. So painful. Tears welled up in Yun Shi's eyes from the pain. Slap. Yun Yin let go of her wrist, and then struck her across the face. Still unsatisfied, after seeing Yun Shi's face, Yun Yin slapped her again. Immediately, Yun Shi's originally deathly pale face gained 2 red handprints, one on each cheek. Enraged, Yun Shi stared at her. With the scratch marks left by Jin Bao on her body and now the handprints on her face, it seemed nothing had been spared. Unable to control herself, she covered her cheek, shouting, I'll fight you to the death. Yun Yin looked at her, her voice grave. Yun Shi, I've warned you. This beating you're receiving is all self-inflicted. Now we're in the old Yun residence. Given the big commotion Jin Bao just caused, believe me, Grandma and the others will arrive soon. Why don't you consider how to explain this situation? Hearing these words, Yun Shi immediately became deflated and simply sat down on the ground. She was currently in the old residence of the Gu family. No matter what, it was a disadvantage for her. If the elder lady decided to investigate thoroughly, she wouldn't be able to compete with Yun Yan. Yun Shi didn't know her place. Facing Yun Yan's sharp gaze, Yun Shi momentarily ran out of words. Yun Yan's piercing eyes locked onto Yun Shi as she stated gravely, you still haven't learned from last time. I don't mind punishing you every single time we meet. Clamping her lips together, Yun Shi sobbed and shouted, I hate you. Just wait. One day I will personally eradicate you. Yun Yan chuckled lightly, but made no response. You will get your retribution eventually. You low-class girl, uncouth and vulgar, Yun Shi exclaimed. Yun Yan lifted her hand. Looks like you don't believe my warning. Would you like to receive another few slaps? Her gaze darkened upon Yun Yan's remark. Startled by Yun Yan's tone, Yun Shi retreated backward. Don't misbehave. If you dare hit me again, I'll scream loud enough. Yun Yan snorted coldly, her gaze intensifying. That's great. An opportunity for everyone to witness your current embarrassing state. Your bald head truly looks splendid, Yun Yan taunted, knowing exactly what to say to irritate her most. Yun Shi was furious to the point of stamping her feet. Due to the loud commotion just now, Madame Gu and Gu Tianyu have come out of the house. What happened? Madame Gu was startled upon seeing Yun Shi's state. Song Wenxue was greatly surprised. Miss Yun, your hair? She covered her mouth in shock. Guyang also arrived at this moment. Taking one look at the two, he immediately understood what had happened. If it were outside, seeing Yun Shi like this, he would definitely try his best to avoid her, but now that he brought her back home, he could do nothing but face the situation head-on. Madame Gu regained her composure. Cici, what happened to you? You're injured. Yun Shi wished there was a crack in the ground she could sink into. Grandma Gu, She couldn't find the words to start, and her tears began flowing uncontrollably. Yun Yan spoke indifferently. Earlier, Cici was knocked down by Jin Bao, so I came over to check. It seems she's pretty badly hurt. Yun Shi didn't dare to argue back. All she could do was cry incessantly. Seeing this, Madame Gu became anxious. She nudged Guyang standing beside her. What are you waiting for? Go help her up immediately. Reluctantly, Guyang moved forward, Cici, pretending to be concerned. Given everyone was present, he feigned care and asked, are you alright? Let me help you up. In her miserable state, Yun Shi quaked with fear. Yang, a ferocious dog, just knocked me down and scratched me all over. She dared not mention Yin even once. Madame Gu hurriedly came closer as well. Seeing Yunxi's disheveled appearance, she felt compassion and immediately spoke up. Yang, take Cici to see a doctor right away. With Jean Bao clawing at her like that, she must receive the rabies vaccination without delay. Upon hearing Madame Gu's command, Yunxi almost fainted. Retreating slightly, Guyang quickly responded, Grandma, I'll take Cici to the hospital for a checkup first. With that, he helped the pale and weak Yunxi leave immediately. Gu Tianyu cast a worried glance at Yunyan. Yunyan, are you alright? Yun shook her head. I'm fine. It was just a dog, no harm done to me. Hearing Yunyan's reply, Gu Tianyu was slightly reassured. Since you're fine, let's go back inside. Chapter 142, Willing Heart. Grandma Gu was still a bit worried about what had happened in the courtyard earlier. She instructed Yunyan. Yin, later you help Grandma ask about Cici's condition. She must have been terrified today. Yunyan nodded in agreement and went forward to support the old lady. Grandma, don't worry, there are doctors at the hospital looking after her. Cici will be fine. Grandma Gu exhaled slightly with relief. I hope Cici is alright. As Gu Tianyu saw that it was getting late, he reminded them. Grandma, let's go back and continue discussing. He also didn't want Grandma Gu to worry, hoping to bring her back to the festive topic they were talking about before, to ease the atmosphere. Grandma Gu took Yunyan's hand. Yan, just now we said so many things, but we haven't even had the chance to hear your opinion yet. Let's go inside. Yunyan spoke lightly. As long as Grandma likes it, I have no objection. Grandma Gu laughed heartily. Yan, child, you and Tianyu are the main characters. Of course, we should follow your preferences. And Wenxue and I, we're just hosting according to your requirements. Although Song Wenxue was not pleased inside, she pretended to agree on the surface, currying favor with Grandma Gu. Mom, since Xiao Yin has spoken already, we'll prepare accordingly based on your wishes. Yunyan's face carried a smile, obedient and sensible. Only Gu Tianyu knew that this Yin wasn't being herself. Gu Tianyu felt a slight twinge of sadness deep in his heart. He could tell that Yunyan had used an excuse earlier not to be indoors with him. He liked Yunyan and hoped that Yunyan agreed to hold the wedding out of mutual feelings. Grandma, Mom, I suddenly remember there's a meeting this afternoon within the group company. Both me and Yin have to attend. As for the wedding, we'll leave the decisions to you both. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Grandma Gu was slightly disappointed but didn't mean to forcibly keep them. Work comes first. Since it's like that, you and Xiao Yin go back. We'll discuss the wedding arrangements between me and your mom. Yunyan clearly remembered that there was no meeting scheduled for today. She noticed that Gu Tianyu's expression looked much more serious compared to before. In order to come home and eat with Grandma, he had adjusted his schedule properly. How could there be a sudden mention of a meeting now? Song Wenxue didn't try to retain them either. Since you two have something else, you'd better go ahead. Gu Tianyu nodded and then pulled Yunyan, turning around to leave. The car left the Gu family estate. Inside the car, Tianyu, was the meeting called on short notice? I thought there was nothing planned for today. Gu Tianyu replied. There is no meeting today. So why? This puzzled Yunyan. She didn't understand why Gu Tianyu suddenly proposed leaving. The matter of the wedding can be postponed. If you're not ready, I can tell Grandma that. Gu Tianyu stated calmly, showing no changes in his emotions. He knew that today Yunyan mentioned the wedding just to make Grandma happy. It seemed that Yunyan wasn't too focused on the wedding arrangements. Gu Tianyu tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly. Yunyan lifted her eyes and snapped back to reality. Tianyu, sorry, just now I was indeed saying that just to make the elderly happy. Gu Tianyu felt a piercing pain in his heart. He realized how easily his emotions fluctuated with just one sentence from Yunyan. Before she could explain further, Gu Tianyu interrupted her. No problem. I can use my busy work schedule as a reason to Grandma to delay it further. I will wait until the day you feel truly willing, Gu Tianyu said quietly. Yunyan didn't have the energy to think about holding the wedding right now. She was entirely focused on reclaiming what belonged to her mother. Thousands of words could only transform into a single sound. Silence reigned momentarily inside the car. Yunyan was still preoccupied with the good news Yi had told her. Tianyu, drop me off at the next intersection. I need to go out for a while. Gu Tianyu could tell that Yunyan was somewhat distracted today. Where are you going? I can drive you there. Yunyan shook her head. No, I've made an appointment to meet Yi He and discuss some matters. Her expression turned solemn. Gu Tianyu could sense her change in mood. Can you tell me the reason? Gu Tianyu could feel that Yunyan was hiding many things from him. If you encounter any problems, I can help you. I hope you believe that I am someone who can help and someone worthy of your trust. His tone grew firmer. Yunyan had always been independent and strong since childhood, and hearing Gu Tianyu's words made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Truly, there's no issue. Don't worry. Yunyan felt that this was her personal matter. She wanted to resolve it herself and saw no need to involve Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu usually acted decisively, but today he felt somewhat defeated when dealing with Yunyan. Yunfei Group, take me there. Yunyan knew that if she didn't let Gu Tianyu drop her off there today, it would be hard to get away. Gu Tianyu frowned slightly. He had heard of this place before. Although it was just a small company, its reputation was excellent, often benchmarked against big brands. Do you have something to do there? Gu Tianyu felt there was so much about the woman in front of him that he didn't know and was curious about. Yunyan smiled faintly. Yi He is there. We'll talk about matters. Gu Tianyu did not press further. All right. The car parked steadily under the Yunfei Group building. After Yunyan got out of the car, she turned around. Goodbye. Watching Yunyan's departing figure, Gu Tianyu felt a sense of oppression deep in his heart. He took out his phone and called He Fan and Fu Hansen. When Yun Yin entered the meeting room, Yi had already prepared the documents and waited for her. She didn't even take time to rest. How's it going? Hong's sister also poured Yun Yin a cup of tea. Together, the three of them were inside the meeting room. Yi turned the screen towards Yun Yin. Uncle Yun Qingyun is selling off his shares. We've arranged to take all of them. He revealed a satisfied smile, confident of success. Hong's sister couldn't help but comment. He sells to fewer buyers. We buy them all up. We found quite a few scattered buyers. Yun Yin stared intently at the screen. That's good. Keep an eye on things. Don't make mistakes. Yi gave an okay. Hong's sister knew why Yun Yin wanted to acquire the Yun family corporation, but now the Yun corporation was just an empty shell. Yin, do you think it's worth it? Yun Yin didn't look up. It's worth it. The Yun corporation was co-founded by my mother and Uncle Yun Qingyun back then. Even if it's only an empty shell now, I need to take back what belongs to my mom. I want Uncle Yun Qingyun to end up with nothing. Hong's sister didn't say anything more after confirming Yun Yan's determination. Their task now was to complete the acquisition as soon as possible. This acquisition will be closely monitored. Once completed, Yun Corporation will return to your hands. Yi exhaled a breath. Yun Yin remained aloof. As the two were talking, Yun Yan's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and then answered coldly. Xiaoyan, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Came Yun Qingyun's voice from the other end. Recalling their unpleasant meetings every time, Yun Yin refused directly. Yun Qingyun anticipated that Yun Yin might refuse. Xiaoyan, don't rush to hang up. Last time, I promised to tell you a secret about your mother. Don't you want to know? Yun Yin gave a mental sneer. Send the time and place over. Chapter 143, Romantic Failure. Yun Qingyun chuckled lightly. All right, I'll send it to you later. Yun Yin immediately hung up the phone. Sister, what's wrong? Yi felt that Yun Yin had changed after answering the call. Yun Qingyun called me, asking me to have dinner with him tonight, using the secret of mom as a condition. Yi couldn't help but slap the table. This old fox was still trying something even when he was on his deathbed. Soon, Yun Yin received the location sent by Yun Qingyun. Yi leaned in and glanced at the text message, Linglong Pavilion. This place is a club where the wealthy in the city like to relax. He hinted vaguely. Who would invite their daughter to dine in such a place? Yi looked at her with displeasure. Sister, do you need me to accompany you? I am familiar with this place. The owner of Linglong Pavilion is someone we know. Yun Yin didn't refuse and agreed to go together. All right, let's finish our work first. Yi nodded, and his fingers swiftly operated on the keyboard again. As night fell, Yun Yin and Yi arrived at the designated place, Linglong Pavilion. Because it wasn't convenient to show up, Yi had already booked another private room adjacent to the one Yun Qingyun had reserved. Linglong Pavilion is a well-known club in Jiang City, where many wealthy people in the city like to come for relaxation. Here, entertainment and dining services are combined into a full-service package. Inside the private room, Gu Tianyu was pulled over by He Fan and Fu Hansen. Apart from Gu Tianyu, both of them brought female companions, while Gu Tianyu sat to the side, seemingly indifferent and slightly distracted. He Fan glanced at the chips he had won and laughed. Mr. Gu is not suitable for card games today. They say those who fail in romance succeed in gambling. But I see, Tianyu, that you're failing in gambling too. Fu Hansen couldn't help but tease, failing both in romance and gambling. After they finished laughing, Gu Tianyu's face turned even darker. He picked up a chip from the table and threw it at Fu Hansen and He Fan. Who said I failed in romance? His voice was low and filled with disdain. He Fan and Fu Hansen exchanged glances and smiled. Not us. We wouldn't dare. You're our golden sponsor after all. Followed by more laughter. He Fan teased. It's rare for Tianyu to lose. We should take this opportunity since it rarely happens. Shut up and play the cards. Gu Tianyu regained his composure and stared at the cards in his hand. So, did you finally determine the wedding date? Fu Hansen couldn't let go of the topic. Why? By principle, Tianyu, whether in external conditions or wealth, you're the most valuable man. What is Yun Yin thinking about? He Fan sympathized for Gu Tianyu. That's right. Could such an excellent man not be good enough for her? If it were me, I'd want to hold the wedding right away and announce it to the world. He Fan analyzed from a woman's perspective. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu slightly lifted his eyes, and his lips curled faintly. Why so much nonsense when playing cards? Fu Hansen laughed. We're concerned about you. You like her, but why isn't she interested in you? Think carefully. Is there any problem with your approach? Fu Hansen was confused. Gu Tianyu snorted lightly. Anyway, I'm better than you two being alone forever. He Fan made a tisk sound. Tianyu, that's personal insult. Gu Tianyu gave him a cold glance. Are you still playing? So much talking. Seeing Gu Tianyu's discontent, the two obediently shut up and dared not tease anymore. A while later, Fu Hansen handed his cards to the female companion. I'm going out for a smoke. He stretched his neck, feeling a bit sore after sitting for the afternoon. He Fan also passed the cards to the female companion beside him, stood up, and left along with Fu Hansen. Beside the windows in the corridor of Linglong Pavilion, He Fan took out a cigarette and handed one to Fu Hansen, then lit it with a lighter. Fu Hansen whispered quietly. He wants to have the wedding, but it seems like Yun Yin is uninterested. What's your take? Perhaps there was no real emotion from the start. It might be that Yun Yin is just completing a task. He Fan opened with a mocking smile. Fu Hansen found it hard to understand. Could it be that Tianyu is deluding himself, and Yun Yin doesn't really feel the same way? When they said this, the two men widened their eyes as if they were worried about Gu Tianyu. Just as the two were discussing, they suddenly saw Yun Yin appear at the other end of the corridor. Both of them were astonished. Fu Hansen kicked He Fan's leg. What a coincidence. It can't be that she came for Tianyu, right? They were suddenly nervous, as if they had done something they shouldn't have done. They shouldn't have brought Gu Tianyu to such a complicated place like Linglong Pavilion. Yunyan. The two of them almost shouted her name in unison. Yunyan looked in their direction, merely nodding slightly as a quick greeting. By her side was Yi He. Do you know her? A friend of Gu Tianyu's. Yunyan replied softly. Yunyan knew that Fu Hansen and He Fan were close friends of Gu Tianyu's. Seeing the two here made her wonder if Gu Tianyu might be around too. But with another date tonight, she did not bother to inquire further. The two continued towards the private room on the third floor. Old Fu, who was that person with Yunyan? Isn't she here for Tianyu? Both were as surprised as if they had stumbled upon a major piece of gossip. He Fan became a bit stammering. So, it's true that she refused to have the wedding with Tianyu. They seemed like they had realized something significant. He Fan put out his cigarette. Come on, let's go tell Tianyu. Yunyan compared the room numbers, and, after confirming there was no mistake, she pushed open the door of the private room. Inside, Yun Xingyun and several others were playing cards, the room thick with smoke. This private room was luxurious, half of it a lounge area, the other half a dining area. Yunyan covered her nose with one hand and waved the other, trying to clear away the heavy smoke blocking her face. As the door opened, everyone inside turned their gazes toward the entrance. Yun Xingyun glanced up and said, Little Yen has come. You can order yourself, we're not finished yet. Several people at the table, upon seeing Yun Yen, smiled approvingly. Old Yen, so this is your daughter? What a beauty. Afterwards, these few people exchanged glances subtly. Yin Yen felt quite uncomfortable. If you have company, then we'll talk about it next time. With that, she turned to leave. Of course, Yin Xingyun wasn't pleased. Little Yen, wait a moment. Yun Xingyun asked his friends to take a short break. Brothers, go to the next private room over. I'll foot the bill. Though somewhat unwilling, when they heard that the expenses would be charged to Yun Xingyun, they left for the time being. Once they departed, the room fell silent immediately. Yun Xingyun closed the door. Now there were only the two of them, father and daughter, in the private room. Little Yen, sit down for a while. Yun Xingyun smiled and pulled out a chair. Sitting on the sofa opposite him, Yun Yen looked curiously around. Isn't there supposed to be a financial crisis? Yet you still come to such a lavish place to eat. Sitting on the sofa opposite him, Yun Yen looked curiously around. Isn't there supposed to be a financial crisis? Yet you still come to such a lavish place to eat. Chapter 144. Why would you think I'd help you? Yun Xingyun remained calm. Xiaoyan, I can still afford the cost of a meal. He picked up the menu from the dining table. Xiaoyan, let's order some food. We'll talk while we eat. Yun Xingyun started reviewing the menu. The purpose of Yun Yan's visit tonight was clear. She didn't want to waste her breath arguing with him. All right, let's get straight to it. You invited me here tonight. Surely it wasn't just for a simple meal. She did not wish to have too much interaction with him. No rush, let's have dinner first. After saying that, Yun Xingyun ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant. Yun Yan gently tapped her fingers on the table. If you deceive me, you should know what the consequences would be. She was not joking around. Yun Xingyun replied indifferently. Xiaoyan, patience is key if you wish to hear the secret. Young people, you need more patience. Yun Yan didn't mind waiting a little longer. She believed that now, Yun Xingyun wouldn't dare play any tricks in front of her. Soon, the dishes arrived. All of them were the signature dishes from Linglong Pavilion, and they were placed one by one on the table. The server spoke up. All dishes have been served. Please enjoy slowly. Then, he turned and placed a bottle of red wine on the table. Yun Xingyun interrupted. We didn't order any wine. He could see this bottle of wine wasn't cheap, even pricier than the entire meal. Most people couldn't bring themselves to order it. The server responded, this bottle of wine is a gift from our boss, Mr. He, to Miss Yun. Yun Xingyun was taken aback. The owner behind Linglong Pavilion was the He family of Jiangqing. Never did he expect that this girl, Yun Yan, had connections with the He family. Yun Yan gave a faint smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I probably won't drink alcohol tonight. Please trouble you to convey my message to your boss. The server showed some hesitation on his face. Refusing might cause trouble later. There's no need. Leave it there. Yun Xingyun instead agreed on behalf of Yun Yan, then waved his hand, signaling the server to retreat first. Yun Xingyun picked up the corkscrew from the table and opened the red wine. The burgundy red wine flowed into the wine glass, under the shining light, becoming deeper red. Xiaoyan, you also know someone from the He family? Yun Xingyun probed. To him, Yun Yan was full of surprises. Yun Yan thought it unnecessary to disclose so much to Yun Xingyun, who in Jiangxing doesn't know the He family. She gave an offhand response. Yun Xingyun became anxious. What I mean is, why would Mr. He send such a good bottle of wine to you? I don't know. How about you ask him? Perhaps it was sent by mistake. A sentence from Yun Yan almost made Yun Xingyun choke. Cough, cough, cough. If it was sent by mistake, that meant this bottle of wine would have to come out of his pocket. He instantly felt this wine lost its aroma and only reeked of money. Seeing his reaction, Yun Yan's lips slightly curved upwards, but soon returned to normal. You know, I'm only interested in my mother's secrets tonight. If you try to fool me, you should know my character. Yun Xingyun has indeed learned of Yun Yan's abilities these few times. Xiaoyan, I know you hate me. You detest me for sending you to the countryside back then. Speaking of which, he seemed to look somewhat regretful. Yun Yan raised her hand to stop him. As for those things from back then, there's no need to bring them up again. Yun Xingyun let out a bitter laugh. All right, I won't bring it up. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan, we are father and daughter after all. I know your capabilities. Can you help me out to get through this crisis? This was the first time Yun Xingyun showed such humility before Yun Yan. Yun Yan sneered. I'm just a country bumpkin girl. Why would you think I can be of any help? She looked at the man who used to be called Dad with indifference. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, Yun Qingyun stopped pretending, narrowing his eyes. Xiaoyan, your life in the countryside back then wasn't like what they said. Don't assume I don't know. I went and investigated. Yun Yan paused for a moment, but quickly regained composure, carefully listening to what Yun Qingyun had to say. You only stayed in the countryside for a year, then were taken away by mysterious people. As for their claim that you didn't graduate junior high school, it was all just a ruse. Your past these years remains a complete blank. The changes in you now prove that your experiences over the years haven't been simple at all. Maybe, you even got involved in illegal activities. These were all conjectures of Yun Qingyun. As Yun Yan listened to Yun Qingyun recounting one thing after another, there was not a single trace of worry in her expression. So what? Yun Qingyun took a sip of wine to bolster his courage. I am currently selling shares of Yun Corporation, but compared to previous loans, even if I sell everything now, it still isn't enough to fill the gap. 10 billion yuan. Give me 10 billion more, and I will promise to tell you the secret about your mother and from then on disappear from your world, leaving you undisturbed. Yun Yan gave a light laugh. What makes you think you're worth 10 billion? And what makes you think I have that much money? She stared directly at Yun Qingyun, her eyes showing a sense of estrangement, feeling just how desperate her mother must have been towards this man back then. Yun Qingyun said coldly, Xiaoyan, it loses all meaning when spoken outright. Don't think I don't know about those blank years of yours. Who knows what kind of dealings you've been up to? Your current net worth far exceeds 10 billion. I've checked. 10 billion is nothing but a piece of cake for you. I was really foolish before, having you go ask the Gu family for help, even letting you persuade the Lu family to join in marriage alliance. You are my big tycoon. If you don't agree, I'll go to the Gu family and expose you. If I am incapable of finding out, does that mean the Gu family wouldn't be able to either? Yun Qingyun looked like he would rather die than give in. Having an upright heart means not fearing shadows. Yun Yan's past few years were tough, but all her achievements came from her gritting her teeth and making her way through. There was nothing she should feel ashamed of. In that case, please let the Gu family know that what you consider as top-notch aristocratic marriage holds no value in my eyes. I stand alone, there's nothing to fear. A trace of anger rose in Yun Yan's cold gaze. At this moment, Gu Tianyu happened to arrive with He Fan and Fu Yunsen. The door was left ajar as the waiter hadn't shut it tightly while serving the dishes earlier. He didn't catch the beginning of the conversation but directly heard these words from Yun Yan. He felt a void in his heart. He Fan and Fu Yunsen exchanged awkward glances. They had only hoped for a meeting between the two that could open the discussion. But now, they unexpectedly overheard Yun Yan saying she didn't treasure the wedding with the Gu family. Gu Tianyu turned around, angrily leaving Linglong Pavilion without waiting for the other two. Tianyu. He Fan and Fu Yunsen hurriedly turned around to follow him. Where are you going? To smoke. Gu Tianyu stormed off after uttering those two words. Hearing the commotion outside, Yun Yan glanced toward the door, only seeing He Fan and Fu Yunsen walk away. Her heart jolted slightly. Did Gu Tianyu hear their previous conversation? Yun Qingyun did not expect Yun Yan's refusal to be so straightforward and firm. Yun Yan, you are still a Yun at the end of the day. Can you just watch me die? He looked at Yun Yan, revealing a sharpness in his eyes that had never been seen before. Just then, both of their phones rang simultaneously. Yun Yan glanced down and saw she had received a text message. Chapter 145, A Dead End. Sister Yun, we've acquired all the Yun family shares available on the market. Currently, you own 39% of the Yun family shares. Upon seeing the text message, a hidden joy spread across Yun Yan's face. Only at this moment did she feel that the Yun family business truly belonged to her. Yun Qingyun glanced at his phone and then placed it back on the table. His displeasure was evident on his face. Xiaoyan, your mother's secret is about your origin. Yun Qingyun had already received the money from selling the shares, but if he couldn't repay the loan, he would still be in dire straits. Whether it's worth it or not, that's for you to decide. You should carefully consider it and not rush into an answer. Yun Yan stared at Yun Qingyun, sensing that his words didn't seem fake. Given the current situation, Yun Qingyun wouldn't dare to lie to her. But Yun Yan wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated, and she wouldn't let Yun Qingyun take advantage of her without limits. She chuckled coldly. Is a secret really worth 10 billion? I had no idea that mom could be used by you like this. I suddenly don't want to know anymore. Having said that, Yun Yan stood up from the dining table and intended to leave. Yun Qingyun knew that Yun Yan had always held her mother in high regard, and every time matters related to Yun Yan's mother could control her precisely. Yet now, unexpectedly, Yun Yan claimed to lose interest? Xiaoyan, we haven't finished talking, you can't just walk away. Yun Qingyun stood up and blocked Yun Yan's path. Yun Yan was his last hope. Without her money, Yun Qingyun would surely be driven to death by high-interest loans. I'm only asking for your help one last time. Once I get through this ordeal, I'll leave here and live abroad. I promise I won't bother you again. Hearing Yun Qingyun's shameless words, Yun Yan looked him over. What makes you think I'd help you? You've squandered all the efforts of mom because you couldn't manage things properly. And now you still plan to walk away cleanly? To enjoy life abroad. Yun Yan pressed him hard with each word as she glared accusingly at Yun Qingyun. Indeed, Yun Qingyun felt guilty towards Baisu, but saying these things now carried no significance. Unyielding, Yun Qingyun continued. Xiaoyan, you don't understand. The Yun company has been half my life. He was interrupted immediately by Yun Yan. Half of your life? If you had used the same cunning skills you and He Weiwei used against others, Yun Corporation wouldn't have fallen under your rule. You've always neglected Yun's operation, listening instead to that good wife of yours, leading to poor management and a steady decline. Yun wasn't wrong about anything she said. Yun Qingyun paused for a moment. Over the years, due to his nepotism, the higher ranks of the Yun Corporation were filled with people aligned with He Yuewei. And indeed, he had failed to supervise effectively, indulging only in leisure. Xiaoyan, what you're saying, I do not deny. Could you please, for the sake of your mother, help me this last time? For the memory of our father-daughter bond, consider it a favor from me. Yun didn't listen to any of it. For the sake of Mom. Did you ever think, after selling all of the Yun Corporation shares, whether Mom might blame you? Yun Yan's icy voice cut into Yun Qingyun like a sharp sword. Seeing Yun Qingyun speechless, Yun added, You have nothing to say? Then I'm leaving. Yun took a step forward, preparing to go. Yun Qingyun rushed forward, blocking the door so that Yun couldn't leave. If you don't help me, I will end up with only one way out, a dead end. He had pinned all his hopes on Yun. At this point, Yun Yan's phone buzzed again with another incoming message. She swiped the screen to read it. It was also regarding the acquisition of the Yun Corporation. Yun Qingyun cast a glance and saw the content of the message on Yun Yan's phone screen. A sudden feeling of suffocation gripped him. Xiaoyan, are those Yun Corporation stocks being purchased while they're low? Are they yours? This was something he never thought possible. It was Yun. Knowing Yun Qingyun wasn't stupid and would eventually figure it out, Yun confirmed it with a deeper look in her eyes as she met his gaze coldly. So, ever since you returned, you've been eyeing my Yun Corporation greedily? Yun Qingyun seemed enlightened, suddenly realizing everything clearly. I had thought it strange earlier. All along, there has been someone lurking in the shadows, aggressively acquiring Yun Corporation stock. It wasn't an illusion. It's you. Yun Qingyun pointed angrily at Yun. Why must you force me into a corner? With disdainful eyes, Yun smirked mockingly at the corner of her mouth. Because you forced my mother to her death. Was she at fault? You made me lose the most important person. So I'll make you lose the most important thing. Yun Corporation, you don't deserve to own it. Yun Yan's words resonated with immense power, instantly triggering buried rage inside Yun Qingyun. He began laughing bitterly. If you don't intend to let me live peacefully, then neither will I treat you kindly. As for your mother's secrets, you won't find out either. Go ask her yourself down below. I'm going to kill you, you dead girl. As he spoke, Yun Qingyun raised his hand, and with both hands, tightly strangled Yun Yan's neck. Yun beat against Yun Qingyun with all her strength, her eyes bloodshot, veins prominent, her little face red due to lack of oxygen. Now desperate, Yun Qingyun had developed a murderous intent, planning to die together with Yun, losing all reason. Since she was now restrained, Yun had no way to break free temporarily. Recalling that Yi was just in the neighboring private room, Yun grabbed onto Yun Qingyun's arms with both hands, then kicked over the nearby table and chairs with her foot. The food on the table scattered all over the ground. The clattering sounds were abnormally loud. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yi quickly rushed from the next private room over. He broke through the door and came in. Upon seeing this situation, he immediately picked up a chair from the ground and hurled it directly at Yun Qingyun's head. Struck by the heavy object, Yun Qingyun felt dizzy. Seizing the moment when he relaxed his grip, Yun slipped free from his grasp. Cough, cough, cough. Yun began breathing again immediately, her previous discomfort alleviating as she took deep breaths. After regaining a bit of clarity, Yun Qingyun staggered toward Yun once more. Yi pushed him away to keep him from getting closer. Yi also stumbled a bit. In a frenzy for blood, Yun Qingyun quickly approached her again. Yun regained some strength and leaned against the window. She dodged, causing him to lunge and miss. Tumbling down towards the window, Yi opened his mouth, his face pale as earth. Yun Qingyun. Sensing something amiss, Yun stood up right away and peeked out the window below. She saw Yun Qingyun fall down there. This was the 3rd floor, and falling from such height could be fatal. Though Yun detested Yun Qingyun, she still took out her phone and dialed 120. Seeing Yun with her phone, Yi worriedly asked, Senior sister, are you alright? Remaining calm, Yun explained the situation to the emergency operator and then shook her head at Yi, saying, I'm fine. Let's go downstairs. Chapter 146, causing a ruckus at the hospital. A crowd had gathered downstairs, watching the commotion. Soon, the ambulance arrived. They then rushed Yun Qingyun to the hospital. Yun and Yi waited outside the emergency room. He Yuewei, upon receiving the notification, immediately came over as well. Outside the emergency room, the 3 of them waited. He Yuewei directed all her resentment at Yun. Yun, what exactly did you do to your father? Why did he fall from upstairs? Are you trying to murder him? He Yuewei loudly shouted in front of the emergency room. The nurses who heard the commotion all came over. The nurse saw that she was extremely agitated and stepped forward to intervene. Ma'am, please calm down. This is a hospital, and loud noises are prohibited. Yun stood off to the side, coldly watching without saying a word. He Yuewei glared at Yun with great malice, feeling like she would rush forward at any second to tear and hit her. She paid no heed to the nurse's words and continued yelling. You demoness, if anything happens to your dad, you'll be considered a murderer. Ever since you came back, our Yun family has started to experience misfortune. You harbinger of doom. Yi couldn't bear to listen from the side, but just as he was about to speak, Yun stopped him. Yun's eyes narrowed sharply. So, are you hoping he dies? You're cursing him right now. He Yuewei froze after hearing this. Girl, keep on being sharp-tongued. I know your intentions aren't good, You're making our entire family restless. Nearby nurses noticed He Weiwei continuing to cause trouble. If the family member can't stabilize their emotions, we suggest not venting here in this area. Yunyan looked at the nurse, then kindly asked her to leave. I will watch here. Sure enough, He Weiwei was asked to leave by the nurse. Yunyan stared at the light above the emergency room and sat quietly beside it. No one wants anyone to die. Besides, Yun Qingyun carries secrets about Mom. Right at this moment, Gu Tianyu's call came through. She walked aside to answer it. Hello. Yin, which hospital are you in? I'm coming over. Gu Tianyu also found out due to the earlier commotion and urgently called her. After Yin reported the hospital name, she hung up. In the hospital, the surgery was still ongoing. The clock hanging outside the emergency room ticked away. Yi noticed the red marks around Yunyan's neck from where she had been strangled. Senior sister, you've got injuries too. Go get some antiseptic ointment from the nurse. Yunyan shook her head. It's nothing serious, no need. She refused. Yi insisted. You should rest for a bit. Let me take care of this. Yunyan shook her head again. No need. I'll just wait here. Before long, Gu Tianyu arrived. He saw Yunyan sitting alone at the entrance of the operation room, while Yi leaned quietly against the window, arms crossed. Sheng Zhou also came along. Seeing Yunyan's disheveled appearance, Gu Tianyu took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Assistant Cheng, go inquire about the situation and arrange for the best doctors. Yunyan did not refuse. Gu Tianyu did not ask for reasons. Instead, he stood up and walked towards Yi. Yi sneaked a glance at Yunyan and whispered a few sentences to Gu Tianyu. Brother-in-law, there's nothing more to report. You just have to trust senior sister. Gu Tianyu lowered his gaze and gave Yi's shoulder a firm pat. Good. In the ward, He Weiwei sobbed uncontrollably, ignoring how much the doctors and nurses tried to console her. Gu Tianyu's originally cold and handsome face showed impatience. If you continue crying and causing chaos, it will only worsen his condition, increasing the trouble for medical staff. He Weiwei quieted down momentarily upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words. She hurried over when she heard the news and was now together with He Weiwei. The two of them felt helpless. Mr. Gu, the patient's condition is not good. Falling from upstairs caused severe brain damage. Whether he wakes up depends on his willpower. The worst scenario is he could become a vegetative state. Upon hearing this, He Weiwei cried even harder, imploring desperately in front of the doctor. Doctor, please save him. Don't let him become a vegetative person. You'd better stop behaving like this. The doctor and nurse were holding her up, looking rather troubled. Only Yunyan knew that Yun Xingyun owed a large amount of debt. He couldn't die, or else He Weiwei would have to shoulder these debts. That's why the mother-daughter duo of He Weiwei were so woeful. Please save him. Regardless of how high the treatment costs are, it won't be an issue. He Weiwei wiped her tears and instantly grabbed Yunyan beside her. She is my husband's daughter and Mrs. Gu. So you don't need to worry about us not being able to afford medical expenses. Please try your hardest to save him. The doctor glanced at Gu Tianyu, who remained silent nearby. This isn't a matter of money, but, Yunyan said coldly. Doctor, please proceed with the treatment and let us know if there's anything we need to do. Gu Tianyu also nodded. The doctor agreed, explained the matters, and then left. He Weiwei redirected her anger towards Yunyan again. What exactly happened between you and Qingyun tonight? Having dinner can result in falling down the stairs. Would you be happy if he died? Yunyan looked at He Weiwei's face and couldn't really tell if she was genuinely worried about Yun Qingyun's life or just concerned about money issues. He couldn't help but interject. It was his intention to harm my senior sister that caused him to fall downstairs. He brought this on himself. It has nothing to do with others. He Weiwei didn't understand where this man came from who dared to speak up for Yunyan. How dare you argue? It could very well be a conspiracy between the two of you. She spouted nonsense. The patient needs peace and quiet. Family members, please be mindful. A nurse reminded them from the doorway. Yunyan frowned. If you don't shut up, I wouldn't mind stitching your mouth closed. Gu Tianyu spoke gravely. Ms. He, if what you say is true, you may report it to the police. If what you say isn't true, then I reserve the right to hold you accountable. I believe what Yunyan says. Tonight's incident is something none of us wanted. You've kept accusing Yunyan, which I will overlook as a temporary emotional outburst due to your family member's situation. But if anything happens to Yunyan, I will not forgive you. Standing aside, Yi raised an eyebrow approvingly. He gave Gu Tianyu a mental thumbs up. He Weiwei suddenly didn't dare to say another word. Looking at the present Gu Tianyu, she temporarily shut her mouth. Yun Shi, though also feeling discontented, was speechless in the current situation. Mom, let's wait for Dad to wake up before discussing anything else. She quietly reminded He Weiwei to calm down. Gu Tianyu, seeing He Weiwei had settled down, Mr. Yun's medical expenses will all be covered by me, and I will hire the best experts to consult for him. Everyone is tired from tonight's events. Go home and rest. The hospital will arrange a nurse to watch over him. If there's any issue, they will notify everyone immediately. After finishing his statement, Gu Tianyu didn't wait for He Weiwei's response. He pulled Yunyan and left first. Yi followed closely behind. On the way home, Yunyan remained silent. Chapter 147. Yunyan was taken away. The next day, Yunyan came to the hospital very early. Yun Xingyun was sent to the ward, and family members could visit. He Weiwei asked the nurse to help wipe Yun Xingyun's body and the remaining blood on his hand. She stood aside wiping her tears, muttering incessantly. Just completed the acquisition of Yun Corporation, there are still a lot of things to do today. Yunyan stood by the window, making a phone call to Yi, briefly arranging the work tasks. In a few days, they would have a meeting with Yun Corporation's people to discuss the handover. After dealing with these matters, she noticed that there were already a nurse and He Weiwei present, so she also intended to leave. Seeing that she was about to go, He Weiwei rushed over to block the doorway. Where are you going? You can't leave your father alone here. You need to stay here. Yunyan smirked coldly. I'm going to work. The doctor said his condition is stable now, and there is a nurse and you here. It's already enough. I have work to attend to. You two watch him first. He Weiwei didn't let her go because of Yunyan's words. No, your father fell off the building because of you. You can't just walk away like this. Yunyan didn't know what trick He Weiwei had up her sleeve today. What do you want? Yunyan countered. I thought about it last night, and there are still many questionable points. He Weiwei thought and thought, but got no benefits for herself yet. Since Yun Qingyun hasn't woken up yet, she decided to cling on to Yunyan. I'm going to report this to the police and let them investigate. Yun didn't bother arguing further with her. The more she talked, the less sense it made. All right, go ahead and report. He Weiwei saw Yunyan's attitude and couldn't help but feel angry. You damn girl. Always so stubborn. What she originally wanted was to seize this opportunity to make Yunwan pay her some money. However, she never expected Yunyan to directly tell her to file a complaint. This made her somewhat at a loss. Just as the two were arguing, the door to the ward was pushed open. A nurse led in several men, and the atmosphere in the ward suddenly became heavy. The nurse looked a bit nervous. Officer, the person you're looking for is right here. He Weiwei's eyes widened. My call to the police hasn't been made yet. How did they come? She was scared. She shook her head towards Yunyan. I didn't report anything. The group of men glanced around, noticing Yun Qingyun lying on the bed. Their sharp gaze finally landed on Yunyan, who they questioned. Are you Yunyan? Yunyan nodded faintly. Yes. The man in charge continued speaking. Someone has accused you of intentional harm. Please come with us. Yunyan's expression turned cold as she calmly asked back. Do you have any evidence? He Weiwei held her heart tightly, not relaxing even for a second. She kept staring at the other side intently, her breathing becoming tense. The accuser provided video evidence, which we are currently investigating. We hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. He Weiwei stepped forward cautiously asking, could it be a mistake? Although she also hated Yunyan, based on the situation at the time, she had heard that. It was He Qingyun who started acting first and accidentally fell from the building. The leading man didn't waste time on her. If there is a mistake or not, isn't it clear once we investigate? Yunyan didn't refuse. If she hadn't done anything wrong, then she wasn't afraid. Looking at these people, Yunyan opened her mouth faintly. All right, I'll go with you. I will not admit to something I haven't done. Patients in the corridor all curiously watched, whispering amongst themselves. Leaving the hospital gate, Yunyan lowered her head and got into the car, leaving with them. She felt that there was something strange about these people, so she sent a text message to Yi He before getting into the car. Yi He, after receiving the text message, sensed that something was amiss and quickly called Gu Tianyu. In the Gu family group's conference room, the atmosphere was tense. This morning, the Jiangxing Morning Post had widely reported that Yun Corporation was acquired and its former president fell off the building. This news was flying everywhere. Speculations followed one after another. Each of the statements was targeting Yunyan. Gu Tianyu had already instructed Cheng Jiao to contact the legal department of the Gu family group. They would issue lawyer letters if needed. Gu Tianyu stared at the project report in his hands with cold eyes. Don't you have any convincing data? Saying that, he threw the report onto the table, causing the atmosphere on site to become extremely tight. None of them dared to raise their heads. At this moment, the sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed through the conference room. They exchanged looks. Not keeping their phones on silent mode in the meeting room meant trouble. Gu Tianyu pulled out the phone from his pocket and answered the call. Realizing that it was the ringtone of their president's phone, everyone lowered their heads and dared not utter a word. Sister-in-law, I received information sent by Master Sister. She has been taken away. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu immediately got up. Without disconnecting the call, he gave orders to Cheng Jiu standing beside him. Cheng assistant, follow me. In the meeting room, everyone stared wide-eyed, only letting out a sigh of relief after Gu Tianyu left. 10 minutes later, Gu Tianyu arrived and met up with Yi He. Get in the car. Gu Tianyu said softly to Yi He outside the vehicle. Yi He opened the door of the limited edition Maybach and got in. Yun had been contacting Yi He all along, sending him her location. She followed a few men to a house. Why aren't we going back to the police station? Yun sensed something was wrong and asked gravely. The leading man loudly rebuked her. Miss Yun, that's not your question to ask. Please cooperate. Afterwards, Yun was dragged out of the car and led into the house. You're not police officers. What right do you have to arrest me? Such audacity. Who are you people? Who instructed you? She grew alert. Clearly, these individuals were pretending. Though she didn't know their identities, it was evident they were targeting her. The man remained unfazed. Miss Yun, don't make baseless accusations. The atmosphere inside was heavy. Several men looked at Yun, their expressions quite serious. You're now suspected of murder. The video clearly shows you pushing someone off the building. After our investigation, we discovered that there's discord between you and Yun Qingyun, with deep resentment. You definitely have the motive for intentional harm, the leading man coldly stated. Yun seemed to understand. She chuckled lightly. You've already sentenced me. Why bother interrogating me if this is just an unnecessary act? Yun pointed at the man recording behind her back. What do you want? Just spit it out already. Yun despised underhanded actions more than anything else. If you're going to do something, do it straightforwardly. Knowing they'd been exposed, the men became angry but continued pretending. Miss Yun, please maintain your composure. Are you shamelessly trying to clear your suspicion through a few words? You made mistakes yourself, and yet you dare to behave like this. It was completely specious reasoning. Yun snapped. I've always maintained my composure. I just don't know what shady dealings you're doing behind the scenes. You're attempting to pin a non-existent charge on me now. Chapter 148. Who's instigating behind the scenes? The lead man couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped right up to Yun and grabbed her chin. You're so defiant even at your death's door. He raised his hand as if to slap her. Yun blocked it forcefully and then shoved his hand away, glaring fiercely at him. So quick to lose your cool? No more pretending. Another man moved closer and signaled not to bother with her. The man paused further action for a moment. Then the two turned and walked out. Yun gently touched the bracelet on her wrist. She wanted to see who was trying to harm her too. For now, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, she decided to stay still. After a while, the two men returned. Miss Yun, you are suspected of plotting against them. You need to be detained for 30 days. They simply stated that, their words floating lightly without taking responsibility. Yun laughed coldly several times. She found it absurd. Absurd. Strange news under heaven. You'd better release me immediately. Do you even know what you're doing? Yun asked coldly. The man shook his head. Now he also had an air of confidence, wanting Yun to submit. Miss Yun, don't struggle needlessly. Please come with us. Don't refuse mercy now and invite punishment later. The man showed his grimace. Next, they came forward, wanting to tie up Yun. Yun immediately pushed them off and threw the front man backward onto the ground. Impossible to put baseless accusations on me. She stared sharply at the few men. I give you a chance, don't waste it. The men started laughing loudly. Miss Yun, no matter how capable you think you are, you're still a woman. Do you think you can escape from us today? Yun reaffirmed her determination. Let's try. 1 comes, I kill 1. 2 come, I kill both. She tightened her grip on the man, her force squeezing into the bone, rendering the man immobile, begging for mercy. Speak, who sent you? You'd better answer truthfully. The other men, upon seeing this, slightly startled at first. They didn't expect Yun's petite body to have such explosive strength. Yun, you're utterly audacious. Do you even realize what you're doing? Know your place and surrender peacefully. Yun slapped the man across the face. Did I allow you to address me by my name? Now it's you facing calamity and you dare to provoke me? As she spoke, these men tried to surround her again. Yun released her hold and quickly kicked towards the men. Precisely, astonishingly fast, she took them all down on the ground. The men fell one after another. Before they could react, Yun stepped directly onto the lead man. She pressed hard with her right foot, grinding his face against the floor. Because of the friction, blood marked the man's skin. You bunch of useless waste, not even equal to one woman. Come on together. At the command, the men stood up and attacked again. Yun lifted her hand. The silver needles emitted from her bracelet, embedding one by one into their necks. Their bodies went limp immediately and collapsed. Just the likes of you, do you deserve? Yun casually clapped her hands. The men were lying on the ground, cradling their heads, feeling dizzy as if the world was spinning, rolling uncontrollably, always feeling like throwing up. Just then, Gu Tianyu kicked the door open. A group of people rushed in from outside. They surrounded those inside tightly. Now, these fallen men had no combat ability left. Seeing Yun having overpowered them all, Captain Huang leading the team couldn't help but applaud. Gu Tianyu saw Yun safe and sound, exhaling deeply in relief. Yun, are you alright? Yun shook her head and touched her bracelet. It's child's play, just a few lackeys. Don't worry. This is Officer Huang. Let him handle things here. Gu Tianyu looked around the scene of chaos. Yun nodded and then bent down, swiftly retrieving the silver needles from their necks. Captain Huang, I merely used a bit of cunning earlier. Now that I've removed the silver needles, they will recover after some time. She explained. He knew Yun's prowess. He gave her a thumbs up nearby. Sis, idle. Gu Tianyu didn't know who wanted to harm Yun, but seeing that they were ill-intentioned, he didn't want Yun involved either. He let out a cold snort. Captain Huang, leave the scene to you. His brows furrowed as he gazed at the individuals. Captain Huang showed his badge. Take them all back. Interrogate them thoroughly. Once the immediate danger was resolved, Gu Tianyu and Yun left together. On the way, Yi didn't say a word. He just kept staring at his phone to check the business data, treating other matters as if they hadn't happened. Gu Tianyu felt that this matter was not simple. Clearly, someone was intentionally trying to frame her. After pondering for a while, he slowly spoke up. Yin, do you know who is behind this? Yun lowered her eyes. She indeed had a few suspects in mind, but before everything came to light, she didn't want to jump to conclusions. Last night at the scene, there were only me, Yi He, and Yun Qingyun. Yun Qingyun is now unconscious, and I have also acquired Yun Corporation. Now, from their perspective, I am the biggest winner. Yi He agreed with Yun's analysis. Sis, judging by this, today's incident must be closely related to Yun Corporation. We should be on high alert since the enemy remains hidden. Yi believed this matter was no coincidence. It must have been deliberately orchestrated. Yun nodded. You're right. Since they've already failed once, I believe they will look for another chance. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu also sensed the impending danger, feeling very uneasy. The fact that they dared to impersonate law enforcement shows how bold they are. Yin, recently you should stay home. Avoid going to the company or the hospital for now. Thinking about last night when Yun Qingyun had argued with her, which left him concerned even after hearing about it later. In less than 2 days, something strange happened again. Clearly, these issues wouldn't be resolved quickly. Yun disagreed. I've just completed the acquisition of Yun Corporation. There are still plenty of follow-up matters. At this critical moment, we can't slack off. We need to quickly stabilize the Yun Corporation. Hearing this, Gu Tianyu knew Yun Yan's character well. What she decided would be hard to change. Moreover, the current situation truly called for organizing and tidying things up, as Yun Yan had mentioned. Listening to their conversation, Yi He dared not offer any suggestions and could only quietly close his mouth. Yun Yan could sense that Gu Tianyu originally wanted to speak, but forced himself to swallow the words back down. Relax, I'm really fine. Yun Yan consoled Gu Tianyu instead. Chapter 149, Idle Talk of Fools. After Yun Qingyun fell into a coma and was hospitalized, now the entire Yun Group is in chaos. Rumors about the Yun Group are spreading wildly and becoming increasingly exaggerated, with everyone having different opinions and no single version being verified. Today, Yun Group convened a board meeting regarding the acquisition matter. In the meeting room, Yun Shi wore a purple dress today, dressed provocatively. She sat on the chair, flipping through the documents in her hand, but couldn't understand a single bit of it. She gently placed the materials on the table and secretly glanced around, only to find that everyone was looking at her. If there isn't an explanation provided today, she won't be able to leave this meeting room. Yun Shi couldn't help but inwardly complain about He Weiwei. Due to the pressure from He Weiwei, she had no choice but to come reluctantly. She knew nothing about Yun Group's affairs, just like what Yun Qingyun said last time. She only cared about eating, drinking, and playing, not bothering one bit with family matters. But she wasn't alone. At least, she had dragged Gu Yang along. At this moment, Gu Yang sat quietly beside her, without uttering a word. He thought that since Yun Qingyun was unconscious now, it might be a good opportunity to seize control of Yun Group. During the board meeting, everyone was discussing how Yun would continue its operations since Yun Qingyun was hospitalized. Cici, we all understand your feelings as a family member given that Qingyun is currently unconscious. Yongquan started the discussion as he noticed Cici didn't speak earlier. Yongquan is an old hand at the Yun Group. He worried that Yun Group might fall apart after Qingyun's accident. The position of president in Yun Group cannot remain vacant forever, so we need to deliberate on the next steps for Yun. The situation within the group is chaotic, and you people from the Yun family owe us some answers. Upon hearing these words, Yun Shi didn't know what to do. She was dumbfounded. Seeing Yun Shi's confusion, everyone began to speak up one by one. Yun Shi usually indulged herself in food, drink, and fun. She had never paid any attention to Yun Group's affairs. Facing the directors, she really felt at a loss. Without responding, she instead turned surreptitiously to Gu Yang sitting next to her, asking for his help. Ayang, what should we do? She had no other solutions in mind. Gu Yang responded coldly. You don't have to worry about too much. All you need to know is that you represent the Yun family. Cici, they're here to work, not to add trouble for you. Gu Yang suddenly raised his voice. If they can't perform, then it's simple, just fire them. He revealed a look of impatience. The company isn't a charity organization. We shouldn't let them come and collect salaries for free. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, the crowd inside the meeting room exploded in anger. Who are you? This is Yun Group. It's not your turn to speak yet. Yongquan was furious. His sharp eyes scanned Gu Yang, and the tone of voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Everyone was gathered due to the company crisis, yet Gu Yang's remarks seemed to be shifting responsibility, which immediately incited anger among them. Seeing Yongquan's fury, Yun Shi tried to appease him, smiling awkwardly, bowing slightly as a gesture. Please don't get angry. We were just exchanging views. It's not dissatisfaction with everyone's work. You're not part of the Yun clan and shouldn't be here anyway. Another sound arose. Gu Yang smirked coldly. A bankrupt enterprise, and yet so arrogant. You? He was enraged. Gu Yang continued. Since Uncle Yun is currently unconscious, the acting president's position obviously goes to Cici. So all of you should listen to Cici. Yongquan's voice sounded again from his seat. Humph. Why should we listen to you? Who exactly do you think you are? Just because I am the second young master of the Gu family. Gu Yang opened his mouth disdainfully with those words. So I wonder who you think you are? Hearing the name of the second young master of Gu family, everyone fell silent, and Yongquan also restrained himself for the time being. The Gu family is the top family in Jiangcheng, and with the second young master personally present, everyone became less aggressive, calming down somewhat. As everyone remained silent, Yun Yin arrived at this moment, accompanied by Yi He, Hong's sister, and her team of lawyers. With both hands, she forcefully pushed open the door of the meeting room. Her gaze swept over everyone inside, finally landing on Yun Shi. Yi He, take a look for me. Who's talking nonsense here? After hearing this, Gu Yang was stunned at first, and then did not respond in any way. Yun Yin glanced at Gu Yang once, seeing he had nothing to say, thus continued. All of you, I'm here today to take charge as president of Yun Group. In the future, all business matters of Yun Group will be decided by me, and there's no need to report to outsiders. After saying this, Yun Yin once again coldly glanced at Yun Shi and Gu Yang. The chilling look in her eyes made people feel uneasy. Yun Shi's face darkened, clearly unhappy. Gu Yang sat in his seat with an indifferent expression. Yin, don't think Yun Group is a place you can come as you please. Right now, Qingyun is unconscious, but he isn't dead. Do you really think he would hand Yun Group over to you? Gu Yang's words caused those who were initially skeptical to become even more confused. Both are from the Yun family, and they truly didn't know what arrangements Yun Qingyun had made. Yun Yin shot a sharp glare at Gu Yang. Why don't you ask Cici? Does she have any proof given by Qingyun? If she can produce it, everyone here should indeed follow Cici's orders. As for me, I could keep silent from this point onward. But if you cannot present anything, please keep your mouth shut. Yun Yin pointed at Gu Yang, her attitude resolute. Just as Yun Yin finished speaking, The room was once again filled with murmurs, not one bit willing to back down. Guyang responded in a low voice. And may I ask, Miss Yun Yin, what evidence do you have that proves Yun Xingyun let you sit in the president's chair? Everyone held their breath, waiting for the response. The situation grew tense. Yun Yin frowned deeply, then turned her gaze to Yi He. Yi He, show everyone the share transfer documents. Sure thing. Yi He's fingers quickly danced on the keyboard, typing out a few words before clicking send. In the meeting room, everyone's mobile phones connected via Bluetooth received Yi He's document with a series of notification chimes. Everyone, take a look at the files on your phones. Currently, Miss Yun Yin holds 39% of Yun Group's shares, making her the largest shareholder. So we kindly request the presence of everyone here to witness whether Miss Yun qualifies to be the president of Yun Group. Yun Shi tightly clutched her phone, staring intently at the words on the screen. She read every word thoroughly several times. An undeniable fact. Enraged, Yun Shi slammed both hands on the table, scattering the documents across the floor. Yin, you'll pay for this. Chapter 150, Taking Away Yun Group. Yun Yan's icy gaze met Yun Shi's. Shi, are you throwing a tantrum? Everyone's attention was fixed on them as a good show was about to start. Yun Shi didn't care that so many people were present. Yes. You despicable woman, always scheming against us. She unleashed all her anger, and at this moment, the person standing before her was her greatest enemy. Afterwards, Yun Shi leaned in closer. Just how many things have you done to harm our family? Yun Shi gritted her teeth, wishing she could drag Yun Yin out right now. Yun Yin felt that it was merely reclaiming what was originally hers. Back then, Yun Xingyun had seized the Yun Group that Mom worked hard to establish, and now it has finally returned to its rightful owner. Uncle Quan, you judge. This little Miss Yun is now taking away the property of our Yun family, and acting so arrogantly. Yun Shi pointed at the other person and cast a pleading look toward Yong Quan. Yong Quan paused for a brief moment, then slowly lowered his eyes without making a sound. Given the current situation, it was irrelevant to him. No need to get involved in this dispute. Yun Shi immediately understood what he meant when she saw Yong Quan, this cunning old fox. Her heart grew cold. Previously, thanks to Yun Xingyun's help, he had saved him many times, but now with the Yun family in trouble, he was coldly watching from the sidelines. Yun Shi became angry. All right then, all of you, are you afraid of her? Am I the only one who's not? The seated directors remained silent, showing indifferent expressions. They were concerned with their own interests. They cared not for the Yun family affairs. The situation was becoming somewhat deadlocked. Guyang hadn't expected Yun Yin to show up again at this time. She was like someone with unyielding tenacity, impossible to knock down. In terms of intelligence between the two sisters, Yun Shi was the fool. Shi, what do you mean by harming? Yun Yin lifted her gaze. A wave of coldness rose in her eyes. Yun Shi clenched her fists slightly. Why do you have so many shares of Yun Group? Can you still say you haven't harmed us? Do I even need to explain to you? Yun Shi's tone was icy. The Yun Group is now completely unrelated to you. Please leave immediately. Yi He, call security. Following Yun Yan's request, Yi He made a phone call to the security department. Yun Yin was already unwilling to engage in any more unnecessary chatter with her. Dare you? Yun Shi glared fiercely at Yun Yin. I dare say who would dare to drive me away? Today, I will stand my ground here. The Yun Group belongs to my father. I dare say who would dare take it away. As the times have changed, the directors, after reviewing Yun Yan's stock holdings, have ceased commenting further. It's only Yun Shi who continues causing trouble. This is the Yun Group, not your place to make a scene. Yun Shi spoke louder, confidently. Yun Yin spoke in a deep voice. Because this is the Yun Group, we cannot allow you to misbehave. Soon, the security personnel arrived. Upon seeing the situation, they promptly approached Yun Shi. Miss Yun, please leave. With the arrival of the security team, they requested Yun Shi to leave. Yun Shi crossed her arms, paying them no regard. Surrounded by towering figures, once again there came an order. Miss Yun, please leave. This did not frighten Yun Shi. Now, with Yun Xingyun in a coma, He Weiwei also faced financial crisis. If the sole remaining Yun Group was gone, then everything would be lost. Guyang, seeing the situation, naturally wouldn't participate. He had his own plans and didn't wish to remain here to embarrass himself any longer. Shi, I just remembered something I need to handle. I'll leave first. Even before Yun Shi could respond, Guyang wanted to leave. Immediately, Yun Shi grabbed hold of him. Ayong. She sought help from him with her eyes. Guyang extended his hand, gently prying off Yun Shi's grip without leaving a word, hastily departing. The head of security spoke seriously. Miss Yun, don't make this difficult for us. They knew Yun Shi, and also didn't want it to end in an ugly expulsion. Yun Shi gave a cold laugh and hurled an insult. You guys look down on people. Who used to pay your salaries before? How quickly you've turned your guns around. If my father wakes up, knowing how you've treated me, he'll definitely fire all of you. Yun Yin smirked coldly. Perhaps when he wakes up, he won't have that kind of power anymore. Yun Shi was so angry her cheeks puffed up. You. The captain of the security guards had initially been polite, but he didn't expect Yun Shi to not appreciate their leniency. Given this, he no longer needed to concern himself with Yun Shi's dignity. Since Miss Yun isn't cooperating, then we'll have to resort to force. No sooner had the words fallen than the security guards stepped forward. With a few moves, they held Yun Shi down and twisted her arm. Since Miss Yun isn't cooperating, don't blame us for being rude. Come with us. Release me, you bunch of scoundrels. Uffed, you're all disgusting. Yun Shi continued to hurl insults, no longer caring about her image. Yi turned his head away. Why bother with her anymore? Just take her away, she's too noisy. The security captain immediately responded and led her away. As Yun-shi left the meeting room, the directors who were watching the commotion gradually came back to their senses. Yong-kwan arched an eyebrow, with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. Little Yin, didn't expect it to be you. He folded his hands together again and placed them on the table. Yun-yin knew this old fox well. He had grown alongside the Yun family. She remembered when she was young, how Yun Xingyun and Bai Su had worked together to establish Yun Group, with Yong-kwan also putting in a lot of effort. Later, as Yun grew larger and more powerful, people around started to change. Over these years, although Yong-kwan remained in Yun, he was not the same person he once was. Yun-yin pulled the chair at the main seat and sat down. Or do you think someone else should be? Her tone was icy without any warmth. She gave Yong-kwan a cold glance, remaining composed. Yong-kwan's lips curved into a faint smile. Little Yin, you've misunderstood. Uncle Kwan means whoever among you wishes to be the president of Yun Group. We have no objections. The old man's words shifted rapidly. Other directors took cues from Yong-kwan's actions. Seeing that he did not oppose, neither did they. Yi raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that Yong-kwan, this cunning old fox, was the real ringleader among this group of old men. He pretended to act nonchalant, sitting quietly with Hong's sister. Yun-yin continued. Since none of you object, then from today onwards, I will take up the role of president of Yun Group. As for Yi and Hong's sister, they are my assistants. All major and minor affairs related to Yun henceforth will need my approval. Yun-yin deliberately clarified the allocation of duties while carefully observing the expressions of these old men during her speech. They furrowed their brows deeply, neither opposing nor agreeing. Yun-yin went on. Since none of you object, we will proceed accordingly. Record this. I require all financial accounts of Yun for the past year. The scene fell silent again. Chapter 151. I always keep a grudge. Girl, what do you mean? The speaker was He Rue. He was He Yue's cousin. He had long heard about Yun Yan's affairs, and had previously given feedback several times to Yun Xingyun regarding Yun Yan's matters, speaking on behalf of He Yue's grievances. Relying on his connection with He Rue had always been in charge of the Yun family's finances. Now that Yun Yan had come and made this request, it troubled him greatly. Yun Yan's gaze deepened and remained fixed on He Rue. Mr. He, is there a problem? He Rue didn't dare to answer directly, but instead looked at Yong-kwan. Yong-kwan didn't confront him either. He just lightly touched his nose. Girl, if you want it, I'll give it to you later, He Rue said slowly, not looking at Yun Yan, but lowering his head as he spoke. Yun Yan did not dismiss his casual response easily. Mr. He, what exactly does later refer to? She didn't like when people were evasive with her. You should set a deadline. If everyone behaves like you, our discussions would become very difficult. He Rue, who had initially been rigid in posture, leaned back into his chair, placed one hand on the desk, and lightly tapped the surface, responding coldly. Girl, if I say I'll give it to you, I will. Don't be so hasty. Do you not trust me? Yun Yan also smiled gently. Mr. He, whether or not someone can be trusted shouldn't even need to be put on the table for discussion. And, Yun Yan added, since I am sitting in this position now, calling me girl isn't appropriate, is it? I still prefer being addressed as Ms. Yun. Yun Yan's tone carried a touch of severity. Though she was young, formalities should still be followed properly. All the people inside the meeting room cast startled glances, inwardly pondering how He Rue, whose pride usually soared sky high, received a big setback this time. He Rue was related to He Yue. This news everyone knew, but right now, Yun Yan wasn't giving him an inch of face. Girl, technically, you should call me uncle. You're so impolite. It seems like you've decided to go against me. Yun Yan slammed the table suddenly. The sound was enough to shock every person in the meeting room. He Rue, what exactly do you mean by saying I'm going against you? Can you explain that to everyone? He Rue's complexion instantly turned ashen. He hadn't expected today to end up with him being utterly silenced by Yun Yan. Yun Yan watched his disgruntled expression and continued. Also, are you referring to yourself when you mention uncle? My mother's surname is Bai, and I have never heard her mention having an uncle. Mr. He, I have reasonable grounds to suspect that you're trying to pull strings, but I regret to inform you, I don't fall for such tricks. Instantly, everyone looked astonished at Yun Yan. In the past, Yun Xingyun would still show deference when seeing He Rue, due to their familial relationship. Now, Yun Yan gave him a clear warning up front. Humiliated in public, He Rue found it hard to swallow this affront. So, you really live up to what Sister Xian said, wolf-hearted and ungrateful. Enraged, he burst out cursing loudly. He Rue, I gave you a chance, and you didn't treasure it. Starting from today, all your positions within the Yun Group will be dismissed, and the Yun Group will no longer work with you. As soon as the words left her lips, Yi summoned security personnel. Make sure Mr. He leaves. He cannot take any assets belonging to Yun Group. He Rue was resistant. He broke free from the security personnel's grip and shouted, You wretched girl. You're abusing power for personal revenge. I'll kill you. Then, he lunged towards Yun Yan's direction. However, it was futile. He was quickly and firmly restrained once again. Yun Yan didn't even bother to look at him anymore. She waved at the security personnel and said sternly, Take him away. As He Rue was dragged out, he kept cursing nonstop. Everyone looked back. Witnessing what happened to He Rue left them feeling deeply uneasy, but no one dared to comment. Yun Yan smoothed out her hair that had fallen beside her ear, then raised her eyes to look at everyone. I always keep a grudge. If anyone wants to stay, I welcome you. If there are those with other bad intentions, now is the time to speak frankly. I don't mind taking over your shares. After Yun Shi and He Rue's commotion, the people present became quieter. Yongquan noticed that everyone started to acknowledge Yun Yin somewhat, so he spoke up first. Little Yin, we only wish to make money, but under the current circumstances of the Yun group, how could we feel reassured? He took the lead in raising the issue. Hearing this, the elderly men of the board immediately began voicing concerns as well. That's right. With Qing Yun in a coma, how could we trust that the Yun group is in your capable hands? That's true. No matter how many shares you own, so what? A group of these old foxes started calculating again. In their minds, interest came first. Seeing the corners of their mouths, Yi could no longer hold back and spoke up. What do you mean by that? Clap. Yun Yin slapped the table, quieting everyone for a moment. She gave Yi a meaningful look. Yi immediately understood and sent out some prepared matters to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot support me, this is a share transfer agreement. You can sign it and leave with your money. The door is right there. I won't force anyone. But if you consider carefully and believe that Yun Group will create different opportunities under my leadership, you may also choose to stay. For a moment, everyone started to weigh their options. When Yun Qingyun was still in charge of the group, he made many promises, but eventually all were postponed due to poor returns as excuses. The current situation put them in quite a dilemma. Yi, open the door. Yun Yin nodded towards Yi. Yi stood up, walked to the meeting room door, and forcefully pulled it open. Yun Yin pointed at the door. It's easy to walk out of this door, but to step back in is much harder. The Yun Group represents my mother's hard work. I won't let it go bankrupt or close down like this. As long as I'm here, even if I take my last breath, I will ensure the Yun Group survives. Regarding your choices, I have no objections. After hearing Yun Yan's statement, the board members had mixed reactions. Those who agreed to stay remained seated, while others chose to accept her terms and sold their shares. Yi and Hong Jia were responsible for recording the transactions. Yongquan sat quietly at his seat, not moving yet. He thought about how similar Yun Yin was to Bai Su from years ago. Back when they faced crises, it was Bai Su who gritted her teeth and persevered, laying the foundation for today's Yun Group. He didn't want the Yun Group to end just like this. After contemplating for a while, Yongquan spoke softly. Little Yin, I've decided to stay. A hint of unexpected emotion arose in Yun Yan's eyes. She had originally assumed that Yongquan would leave like the others after taking the money, but surprisingly, he chose to stay. Uncle Quan, thank you. Yun Yin politely responded with gratitude. Chapter 152, Cornered by Reporters. A group of old guys, seeing Yongquan was willing to stay, they also settled down a bit. As businessmen, they are definitely profit-driven first. Since Quan is willing to stay, we will also. Good, I will stay too. Mr. Wong slapped his hand down and decided instantly. The others didn't say anything more. Yun Yan's lips slightly curled up. Her sharp gaze swept over the people still present. It matched her assumptions. Most were still willing to stay. Since everyone wants to stay, then we're still one company. The meeting ends here. The following work will be redistributed to each of you. Meeting dismissed. After Yun Yin finished speaking, she stood up. Yi and Hong's sister followed behind her as they left the meeting room together. The remaining group of old men stayed in the meeting room, only glancing at each other. Quan, can we trust what this girl says? Yongquan responded coldly. We were all there just now. Can we trust her? Haven't you made up your mind already? He glanced irritably at Mr. Wong. Everyone seemed uneasy. Yongquan ignored the rest and left the meeting room alone. Yun Yin was now in the president's office of Yun Corporation, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass to see the scenery of Jiang City. Her mood was a bit restless. She remembered when she came with her mother when she was a child. Back then, she was timid, not daring to get close to the window because she was scared looking down from high floors. Now she wasn't afraid anymore. Yun Yin looked around the president's office. The interior decoration wasn't her style. Yi, have the designer come over someday and change the style. This style is outdated. All right, I'll take note of that. Yi's eyes remained fixed on the screen. Sister, according to your instructions, funds will be injected into Yun Group this week, solving the issue of financial difficulties. Sitting on the sofa, Yi quickly typed on the keyboard while reporting progress. Yun Yin responded indifferently. Returning to the sofa, Yi turned the computer screen towards her, showing various data reports. Time flew. It was almost time to go off work. On the sofa, Yun Yin stretched her neck and arms, feeling some progress after a busy day. After Yun Corporation gets back on track, hand it over to professional brokers. Find me a good candidate soon. Yi was already searching. Okay, the headhunters are searching already. We'll invite them for an interview once confirmed. Only now did Yun Yin relax slightly. Today's work was done. Yun Yin glanced at the clock on the wall. Let's go. I'll treat you both to dinner, she said to Yi and Hong's sister. Yi's stomach had been rumbling, so upon hearing this, he immediately responded. Sister, what do you want to eat? Can I decide? Sure, Yun Yin agreed. Hearing this, Yi quickly packed his things. On the side, Hong's sister couldn't help but laugh. I've got other things to do, so I won't join for dinner tonight. Yun Yin knew Hong's sister was busy, so she agreed. All right, I'll go with Yi. They left together. When Yun Yin exited Yun Corporation, everyone along the way greeted her as president. She nodded slightly, replying faintly without being ostentatious. Just as she stepped out of the main gate of the corporation, suddenly a crowd of reporters emerged. Miss Yun. Flashes flickered endlessly, photographing Yun Yin until it was annoying. Raising her hand to block the glaring flashes, Yi saw this and hurriedly protected Yun Yin from the front. The reporters were scrambling fiercely, all wanting to conduct the first interview. For a moment, various voices filled her ears. Miss Yun, please respond. What's your relationship with the Yun family now? After taking office as president of Yun Group, how will you solve the current fiscal crisis? Yi spread his arms and blocked the group of reporters. We're not accepting interviews right now. Please leave. The scene was somewhat chaotic. Immediately, Yun Corporation's security guards came forward to hold them off. Please leave. Miss Yun is not accepting any interviews at this moment. In no time, the area was surrounded by reporters. Yi pulled Yun back a few steps. Sister, didn't expect reporters to blockade the door today. Knowing Yun prefers discretion, naturally, he disliked the reporters' siege. Outside the corporation gates, flashlights didn't stop despite Yun stepping back. Instead, they continued shooting. Through the big glass doors of Yun Corporation, the noisy sounds outside could still be heard. Miss Yun, please respond. Yun wasn't prepared for interviews today. Her expression was icy, as if an iceberg. Apparently, she didn't intend to attend interviews today. Sister Yun, shall we leave through another passage? Yi suggested. Yun shook her head. Not necessary. Seeing Yun not responding, the reporters didn't slack off at all. They loved to pick the most tricky questions, aiming to provoke Yun. Miss Yun, according to some sources, you took over the Yun group while Yun was in a coma. Yi frowned. This reporter obviously had it out for Yun, deliberately steering the conversation towards her. You just got into Yun group and dismissed its core veterans. Yun's indifferent face showed no expression as she quietly said, looks like this reporter has prepared pretty thoroughly. Which newspaper or weekly magazine are you from? Yun coldly stared at the microphone he held. Yi, make sure, which weekly does he belong to? Take note of it. This reporter wasn't about to back down either. He continued with the same tone. Miss Yun, please respond. Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of displeasure emerged as he glanced at the reporter's credentials around his neck. You're from Explosive Weekly, right? Be mindful of your words. Don't try to grab attention by creating unnecessary trouble for yourself. Your statements have already caused reputation damage to Miss Yun. We reserve the right to sue you. The reporter hesitated slightly, as if he'd hit a snag, so he temporarily observed silently. I hope all of you will come to the press conference. The Yun Group press conference will be held on schedule. If you have any questions, please ask them during the press conference. And not now, disturbing us. After hearing Yi's words, the other reporters began to pay more attention to their choice of words, not being as aggressive as before. Yun glanced coldly at these reporters, making guesses in her mind, and did not respond further. She had the security personnel clear a path, and she walked directly toward the parking lot with Yi. Her presence carried an aura that kept the journalists from obstructing her. These reporters followed closely behind until Yun entered her car and left. They came away empty-handed without getting answers to any of their questions. Chapter 153, Visiting in Person. The car drove out of the Yun family group parking lot. Yi glanced at the rearview mirror, making sure no reporters were following, then slightly shook his head. It's really troublesome. Sister, I think there must be someone behind all these people pulling the strings. Even Yi could see clearly that every word from the reporter was aimed directly at Yun. Yun didn't deny it. She also implicitly accepted Yi's assumption. This acquisition of Yun family is shaking up a lot of people's interests. Naturally, there will be those who spread rumors. Moreover, they think the cost of spreading rumors is the lowest. After Yun finished speaking, she sighed helplessly. Sister, I'll investigate and find out who started the rumors. No one dares to speak nonsense like that. He held the steering wheel with one hand while resting the other on the window side. All right. Yun also wanted to know who had spread the news. Also, help me keep an eye on Guyang. This man has ambitions beyond his capabilities. I think he's with Yun for some sort of agreement. Recalling how they happened to meet in Yun family group's meeting room today, it seemed clear more would follow. Just at that moment, Yun's phone rang. She looked down, saw the caller ID on the screen, and frowned. After ringing for quite a while, her long, slender fingers swiped the screen to answer. Is there anything? On the other end of the line came He Yue's voice. Yun, where are you? Inside. Yun sneered coldly. Where I am doesn't seem to require a report to you, right? She was utterly speechless. Just as she was about to hang up, He Yue quickly said, come back once. I have something to tell you. Yun was already losing patience. He Yue, there's nothing worthwhile to discuss between us, so please stop bothering me. After saying this, Yun directly hung up the call. Following that, He Yue kept calling again and again but was refused by Yun each time. If it weren't for the fact that Yun was still in a coma, and she needed to know about Yun's situation, Yun would have blocked He Yue long ago. They'd just calmed down a little when Song Wenxue's call came through. This night was nothing but constant harassment, and she was growing tired of it. Yun pressed the speaker button and moved the phone far away. Where are you? Come back now. On the other end of the line, Song Wenxue's tone was very harsh. Song Wenxue had never cared about her whereabouts before, so obviously, there were rumors that had reached her ears as well. Yun gave a perfunctory reply without elaborating further. After hanging up the phone, Yi couldn't help but ask, Sister, do we need to go back now? Yun shook her head. I'm hungry. Let's eat first. She wouldn't allow herself to feel hungry just because of what someone else said. She ignored He Yue and ignored Song Wenxue. Eating was the priority right now. By the Coral Sea of Jiangxing, Yi ordered a table full of delicious seafood, wanting to properly indulge his stomach. During the meal, Yun rarely spoke. When the two had just started eating, Gu Tianyu suddenly appeared in front of them. His tall and straight posture was hard not to catch everyone's eyes. Yun hadn't expected such a coincidence. Tianyu. Yi didn't pause in his actions. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Sister, it's brother-in-law that I summoned. Knowing Yun's temperament, he immediately put up his hands to report. After hearing this, Yun gave him a dirty look. Yi laughed heartily and continued eating. Gu Tianyu sat down next to Yun Yan. Looking at the table filled with delicacies, he felt hungry too. Weren't you supposed to have a meeting tonight? Yun Yan remembered they exchanged texts in the afternoon. Gu Tianyu did indeed have a meeting scheduled for the evening. But after Yi He tipped him off, he adjusted the schedule. The meeting ended early, so I came over to look for you guys. Looking at Yun Yan, his gaze became softer. The tension in Yun Yan's nerves eased at this moment, and her expression was no longer indifferent. Brother-in-law, come join us. After saying this, Yi He beckoned the server to add a seat. Gu Tianyu acted completely normal, not asking Yun Yan any questions about work. The three of them enjoyed their meal pleasantly and lightly. After dinner, Yi He made an excuse to slip away first, leaving Yun Yan alone with Gu Tianyu. Yun Yan knew this troublemaker was up to no good, but she didn't expect him to boldly assist Gu Tianyu in scheming against her now. Watching Yi He's car drive away, Gu Tianyu took Yun Yan's hand. Yun Yan, let's go home. She didn't refuse. Yun Yan nodded. Ever since being occupied with the acquisition of Yun family group, she hadn't even had the chance to care for Gu Tianyu. In the car, Gu Tianyu asked softly, Yun Yan, there are so many things for you to handle lately. If you need any help, don't hesitate to say so. Gu Tianyu felt that Yun Yan was now fully focused on the Yun group, and their time together was becoming less and less. Currently, everything was under control, so Yun Yan temporarily didn't need any help. Alright, but she didn't refuse either. At the moment, Yun group needs to be reorganized, so my schedule might get busier. I want to take a leave from Gu group for a while. Although Gu Tianyu wanted Yun Yan to stay by his side, knowing that Yun Yan had always wanted to pursue her own endeavors, he also supported her. No problem. I'll have Chung Jio submit the application for your leave. If there's anything else you need help with, don't hesitate to ask me. Yun Yan nodded, feeling that tonight Gu Tianyu seemed a little insecure. She hoped it was just her imagination. When they returned to Ting Garden, as soon as Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan walked into the hall, they saw Song Wenxue and He Yuewei sitting together. Such a scene wasn't common at all. Yun Yan noticed He Yuewei's expression, then looked at Song Wenxue and came to a conclusion. No wonder Song Wenxue had called earlier asking when she would come home. It turned out that distinguished guests had come over. Mom, it's so late, what are you doing here? Is there something important? Gu Tianyu asked seriously. Song Wenxue glared coldly and glanced at He Yuewei. Her family couldn't find Yun Yan, so they decided to come over in person. Yun Yan had intentionally not answered the phone just now because she didn't want to deal with it. She hadn't expected He Yuewei to actually visit personally. Upon hearing Song Wenxue's words, Gu Tianyu pulled Yun Yan onto the sofa. He Yuewei, is there some urgent matter that required such a late visit? Gu Tianyu asked gravely. His imposing presence made He Yuewei feel uneasy. Song Wenxue had been keeping up with the news as well. Knowing about the recent issues within the Yun family, she understood a bit. He Yuewei coming to Ting Garden this evening to seek out Yun Yan certainly wouldn't be anything good. Yun Yan also calmly opened her mouth. That's right, Tianyu has already asked. If you have something to say, go ahead. At this point, He Yuewei instead didn't know where to start. Caught in the heat of the moment before, she had only wanted to find Yun Yan. Now seeing Gu Tianyu protecting Yun Yan, she began reconsidering her choice of words. Chapter 154, Eliminate the Roots. Song Wonix had never liked Yun Yan, and now He Yuewei came to look for someone. Song Wonix was just being perfunctory at first. Song Wonix glanced at He Yuewei without saying anything, but she could sense He Yuewei's unease in her expression. It made sense, considering all the recent troubles within the Yun family. Thinking about this, Song Wonix decided she didn't want to meddle in their affairs. Now that the Yun family was bankrupt and Yun Qingyun was still unconscious, Song Wonix simply didn't want any involvement. Relatives, since Tianyu has returned, let you all talk. I'm tired. I'll go back and rest. Song Wonix got up before He Yuewei even answered, as if worried that one more second might make He Yuewei find an excuse to involve her further. He Yuewei noticed too. She stood up. Relatives, then I won't disturb your rest anymore. I need to discuss something with Yun Yan, and we'll leave shortly. Arrogant and proud as He Yuewei was, she'd never spoken so humbly while being the Mrs. Yun. Song Wonix didn't respond, or rather was too lazy to reply. Passing by Yun Yan, she coldly remarked, it's getting late, finish talking quickly and get some rest. Tianyu has to go back to the group tomorrow. Unlike certain people, he is not idle. Yun Yan knew what Song Wonix implied between her words. Gu Tianyu knew Song Wonix disliked Yun Yan, but he also didn't want her to be sarcastic towards Yun Yan. Mom, Yun Yan is now the president of Yun Corporation, and she has a lot of work every day. Gu Tianyu hoped Song Wonix wouldn't always think that Yun Yan looked down on their Gu family. Of course, Song Wonix was already aware of this information. Tianyu, you misunderstand. The mother-in-law means she herself has nothing to do. Yun Yan interjected. Song Wonix's eyes were wide open, staring at Yun Yan, as though they would pop out. After today's news broke, she already knew that Yun Yan took over Yun Group. But deep down, she never thought much of Yun Yan. Anyway, Song Wonix wasn't inclined to say much to them too in front of He Yuewei. It's late now, relatives also need rest. Don't waste time. With that, He Yuewei finally left. This was reminding Gu Tianyu to handle things promptly related to He Yuewei, showing no interest in the current Yun family attaching themselves to their Gu family. After Song Wonix left, only 3 people remained in the living room. No occasion without purpose. Yun Yan calmly looked at He Yuewei, knowing exactly why He Yuewei was here, probably because of what happened today at Yun Corporation. Just spit it out. Why are you coming over to the Gu family tonight? Yun Yan didn't want to waste time maneuvering around the topic with He Yuewei. Directness suited their conversation better. Seeing Yun Yan's indifferent manner, He Yuewei became furious. Today both Yun Shi and He Ruei called her. If you know why I am here, Then what's your explanation? He Weiwei said through gritted teeth. Yunyan stared at He Weiwei. Though she normally behaved arrogantly, she wasn't dumb. What am I supposed to explain? Explain why Yun Corporation is in my hands. Or why He Ruei was fired. There was a hint of coldness in Yunyan's voice, making it bone-chilling. He Weiwei paused momentarily. Good, sharp tongue. Why did I never realize how articulate you are? Yunyan gave a faint smile, her lips curling slightly upward. Flattery accepted. But Miss has many surprises waiting ahead. Enraged, He Weiwei exclaimed. You. Although Gu Tianyu didn't interject, he couldn't help but admire Yunyan from the heart. Yan, I really underestimated you. Are you planning to target us now? Unable to contain herself, He Weiwei continued to press her questions, as if determined to get an answer tonight. Yunyan didn't deny. If you want to see it that way, I can't help it. She shrugged. You're here late at night, not just for squabbling, right? Yunyan persisted. Get to the point. Glaring at Yunyan, He Weiwei would have struck her already if Gu Tianyu weren't present beside. Yunyan, don't you know what you've done yourself? Her sharp gaze fell on Yunyan, burning intensely enough to melt her. While Qing Yun is still in the hospital, you seized control of Yun Corporation and expelled He Ruei from the company. Isn't it obvious that you intend to drive us out entirely from Yun Corporation? Now you succeeded. What intentions lurk behind your actions? Every word He Weiwei spoke accused Yunyan. She vented her boiling anger unrestrainedly. After He Weiwei finished speaking, she subtly glanced at Gu Tianyu, wanting to know whether, if he found out what Yunyan had done, he would treat her the same way as before. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu frowned, preparing to speak, but was quickly stopped by Yunyan. Cease. Yunyan said in a serious tone. Do you realize that I could sue you for saying that? Her eyes darkened as she looked at He Weiwei. He Weiwei paused momentarily, but quickly regained her earlier momentum. Yes, you seized it. Was it willingly given by your father? You've already made our Yun family restless and chaotic. Do you really intend to eliminate us completely? Yunyan found it amusing. Mrs. He, your choice of words is inappropriate. I'm merely reclaiming what belongs to my mother. Half of Yun Corporation has always belonged to her. It's your poor management. You can't blame others or cry over spilt milk. If you lose, accept it. Don't take advantage unreasonably. He Weiwei glared coldly, unwilling to back down. Your mother hasn't been around for so long. These things are not hers anymore. Now I am the rightful Mrs. Yun. Yunyan thought He Weiwei was quite amusing. Then you better hold on firmly to the title of Mrs. Yun. Deep in her heart, Yunyan didn't even wish for her mother to have the identity of Mrs. Yun. If possible, she only wanted her mother to be herself, not dependent on any fabricated title bestowed by someone else. Seeing Yunyan's expression, He Weiwei could not suppress her anger. Knowing that Baisu was most important to Yunyan, she deliberately provoked her. She gave out a few cold snorts. Your mom got exactly what she deserved years ago. I don't regret one bit letting her get kicked out of the Yun family. The only thing I regret is that I was too merciful back then. I shouldn't have allowed you to stay in the countryside. One must eliminate the roots when cutting grass. You should have disappeared from this world a long time ago. Hearing these words directly from He Weiwei's mouth, Gu Tianyu felt a wave of pain. He quietly gazed at Yunyan, knowing Yunyan was never favored within the Yun family and was sent away to be fostered in the countryside since she was young. The truth about the Yun family was evident in He Weiwei's words. Mrs. He, you're still here tonight in Ting Garden only because of Yunyan. If you dare say another word against Yunyan, I won't hesitate to throw you out of here. Gu Tianyu's originally calm face turned somewhat displeased. Initially, he did not intend to intervene since this was still a dispute belonging to the Yun family, and Yunyan didn't want him to meddle. But when it came to defending Yunyan, he couldn't help himself. Chapter 155, Supporting You. He Weiwei harbored hatred toward Yunyan, but since Gu Tianyu was right beside Yunyan at the moment, she didn't dare to be too brazen. Mr. Gu, you've misunderstood. Yunyan is very capable now. I'm the one being bullied, He Weiwei said with apparent hook. Gu Tianyu snorted coldly. Is that so? What I saw tonight was Ms. He relentlessly pushing her advantage. At my Gu family, Miss He behaves like this already. If it were in Yun's family, wouldn't our Yen be treated even worse? Gu Tianyu spoke sharply, his piercing gaze directly targeting He Weiwei. He Weiwei's heart sank. She hadn't expected that Gu Tianyu would immediately jump to Yunyan's defense without any subtlety. Now, although the Yun family is indeed facing difficulties, please, Ms. He, consider calmly. Your predicament is of your own making. If only you had possessed some adaptability from the beginning, your capital chain wouldn't have collapsed later on. Though He Weiwei didn't want to admit it, this was an undeniable truth. Her pale face couldn't bear it anymore. Gu Tianyu did not soften because of He Weiwei's temporary pause. You brought Yan back from the countryside just for a dowry. At that time, did you think about Yan's life thereafter? He Weiwei rushed to rebut. We arranged for her to marry into the Gu family, the first major clan in Jiang City. Was that wrong? For Yunyan to marry you is such good fortune. In Jiang City, countless women queue up wanting to marry into the Gu family. Without me mediating, how could you have arrived at this day? He Weiwei sounded perfectly righteous and completely unapologetic. She showed no compliance, arms crossed as she looked straight at Yunyan. Inside, she regretted not allowing her biological daughter, Yun Shi, to marry long ago. In that case, the Yun family wouldn't be in this situation now. I didn't let Cece marry then. Instead, I gave you the chance. You don't feel grateful at all. Now, having relied on someone great, when the Yun family faces trouble, you turn against them. All because Gu Tianyu is giving you backing, right? He Weiwei believed that Yunyan's current boldness, along with her ability to purchase Yun's company, were both due to Gu Tianyu's support. On her own, she simply wouldn't be able to do it. You're nothing more than a wild girl who returned from the countryside, lacking both background and wealth. And yet you fail to show gratitude. Upon hearing He Yue's argument, Yunyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Yunyan laugh, He Yue suddenly felt somewhat disoriented. She asked faintly, Yunyan, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Aren't you now depending on the Gu family? Without the Gu family, you'd be nothing. Yunyan stopped laughing. Previously, she thought He Yue was the most scheming member of the Yun family, but it now appeared she wasn't as intelligent as believed. So, Ms. He, you believe that only women supported by men can be successful? Why can't women achieve greatness through their own efforts? At once, Yunyan realized why Yun she wanted to be with Gu Yang now. Likely also He Yue's idea. He Yue was momentarily stumped. You. Without Gu Tianyu, you'd be nothing. And yet here you dare to confront me. Gu Tianyu watched Yunyan in front of him, finding her remarkably independent. His heart swayed further towards her. Gu Tianyu had long witnessed Yunyan's exceptional abilities, and her clarity amidst worldly matters made her particularly rare. A woman doesn't need to rely on a man to shine brightly, and this fact was epitomized in Yunyan. Ms. He, it's getting late. Please leave. Yunyan issued the order to dismiss her. Continuing the conversation would only be futile. He Yue had come to settle accounts with Yunyan tonight, but never expected to get herself entangled in it. Now Yunyan was asking her to leave, and He Yue wouldn't agree easily. No, unless you promise me that I can continue staying in the company. Return the Yun group to us. Yunyan almost couldn't believe her ears. On what grounds was He Yue speaking so arrogantly? Yunyan decided not to keep pretending to be polite. A fool's dream talk. Please leave. He Yue refused to give up. Yunyan, whether you like it or not, you owe me this. Her eyes flickered mischievously. When a person becomes shameless, they become invincible. That day, when there was a quarrel with Qin Yun, he fell off the building. So however we count it, you must take responsibility. He Yue used every resource at her disposal. Yunyan nodded. You've reminded me of something. She took out her phone from her bag and dialed a number. The call was soon connected. Hey, starting tomorrow, I will no longer cover Yun Qingyun's medical expenses. What? Hearing Yunyan make this call, He Yue's eyes bulged wide open. Yunyan, what are you doing? What do you mean? He Yue began to get anxious. At the hospital, Yun Qingyun was using the best imported medical supplies, and if Yunyan were to refuse to pay the large monthly medical expenses as she had suggested, then what would happen? The Yun family is not what it used to be now. Yunyan shrugged, literal meaning. How can you not cover Qingyun's medical expenses? He Yue shook her head repeatedly. Suddenly, Yunyan's eyes darkened with a gleam of light. Also, I forgot to tell you, the villa you're currently living in is also company property. He Yue's heart flinched slightly. She knew that the villa belonged to Yun Group assets, but now Yunyan had decided to bring this up. Yunyan, your actions are simply too ruthless, He Yue said seriously. Yunyan, however, just smiled. I just don't want to pay your excessive medical bills, nor do I wish for the company's assets to be encroached upon. Yet, you're already overwhelmed by this small move and accuse me of being ruthless. Now let me ask you, how did you feel when you wanted me to hand over Yun Group to you? He Yue was left speechless, having no response to this counterargument. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. You couldn't achieve it, so don't drag me into this, Yunyan threw out cold words. This made He Yue extremely uneasy. If the villa was reclaimed, she would become completely broke, while still bearing huge medical expenses. Yunyan sighed inwardly. Miss He, I'll give you two options now. Either you continue staying here, the longer you stay, the more money I'll deduct from you until you leave, and the villa will be returned to Yun Group accordingly. Or you leave right now. In that case, I may consider continuing to pay Yun Qingyun's medical expenses. From Yunyan's tone, there was no room for negotiation at all, and she wasn't worried about He Yue refusing. The current status of He Yue was no longer comparable to before, and she had no choice but to accept. Yunyan, don't be too complacent. Watching He Yue leave, Yunyan didn't say another word. Chapter 156, Press Conference. The Yun Group press conference was held as scheduled. At the meeting room, she presented the 5-year plan for the Yun Group going forward. Now that the Yun Group has started operating normally after the injection of funds, with the capital issue resolved, Yun Group temporarily got through the difficulties. Currently, the board members of the Yun Group are still temporarily satisfied. The session moved on to the journalist questioning phase. Yunyan answered the questions raised by the journalists. The flashlights and video cameras under the stage were all shining brightly. Yunyan gave answers one by one about the future prospects of Yun Group. At this time, Gu Tianyu sitting in front of the computer screen, his expression deepened slightly while watching Yunyan inside the screen. Yunyan's charm gradually attracted him, unknowingly pulling him deeper and deeper. Her explanation of the commercial field was very logical, clear-headed, with perfect logic. She is undoubtedly a commercial genius. If you have not studied relevant management courses, it would be difficult to reach this level. This made Gu Tianyu more curious. Yunyan is definitely not the wild girl who hasn't even graduated from junior high school as they said. How many secrets does she still hold that no one knows? Each time she appears like sparkling starlight, attracting Gu Tianyu's interest in learning more about her. Chengjiu, do you think how many surprises from Lady Yun am I still unaware of? Chengjiu shook his head. Lady Yun is indeed exceedingly intelligent. Gu Tianyu slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. After one press conference, everyone had gained a new understanding of Yunyan. Her solid professional knowledge earned her applause from the entire audience. Originally, people questioned Yunyan's shallow qualifications, but now it seems that they underestimated Yunyan. Compared with Yun Xingyun's practice philosophy before, they now have more confidence in Yun Yan, all for profit. As long as she can bring them benefits, they don't mind that Yun Yan is young at all. Regarding the short-term policies of Yun Group, Yun Yan had already responded comprehensively. Suddenly, among the journalists, a reporter wearing black-framed glasses raised his hand to ask a question. Miss Yun, since you've become the president of Yun Group, you've begun a large-scale layoff. Is this also the policy of your company? His sharp question instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Sure enough, the camera focused on Yun Yan's direction. Everyone waited to catch Yun Yan's subtle expression. The assistant was a little anxious. Originally, the reporters present were screened and could only ask questions after being reviewed. However, a sensitive topic like this suddenly popped up unexpectedly. Now all eyes were on her. The assistant reminded slightly. Journalist friends, the main focus of our press conference today is on the development of Yun Group. Questions unrelated to the meeting theme will be rejected. The assistant stared at the journalist, hoping he would understand the situation and know when to stop. Unexpectedly, the journalist wouldn't back down. The press conference today is all about the development of Yun Group. My question is also related to the development of Yun Group. So my question is not out of line. The journalist persisted, ignoring the assistant and deliberately turning toward Yun Yan. The assistant didn't expect that this journalist insisted so much, looking helplessly towards Yun Yan. Yun Yan remained calm, gazing mildly at the journalist. To this journalist, we maintain transparent and compliance-based human resource policies within our company, strictly adhering to various relevant regulations. Layoffs are also aimed at selecting the best talents for the better development of Yun Group. Survival of the fittest is a natural law. Seeing how easily Yun Yan handled the question, the journalist definitely wasn't ready to let it go so easily. He came prepared. Miss Yun, regarding the recent speculation that you took over Yun Group while Yun Xingyun was unconscious. It's rumored that on the night of the incident, after an argument between you and Yun Xingyun in Linglong Pavilion, he fell off the building. What is your explanation for this? The journalist continued to pursue the question. This journalist was clearly no ordinary one. Gu Tianyu fixed his eyes on the computer screen, frowning deeply. Cheng Jiao, find out which newspaper this journalist works for. Cheng Jiao immediately responded, all right. A glimmer of coldness rose in Yun Yan's eyes, yet she smiled faintly. I believe everyone is quite puzzled. On this matter, I can respond right now, satisfying everyone's curiosity. That night, it's true that I was with Yun Xingyun. There was an argument between us, but against the unfounded accusations against me, I will seek legal help. The legal department of Yun Group has already taken action, and I'm sure the truth will be revealed soon. For any damage done to my reputation, I will certainly hold those accountable. Yun Yan spat out the words coldly, her gaze towards the journalist devoid of softness. Due to such a strong presence, the journalist was momentarily stunned. However, since he was acting on someone's request today, he quickly tightened his grip on the microphone after a brief pause and continued to ask, just talking without evidence. Miss Yun, that will be hard to convince the public. He kept speaking, attempting to use public pressure to create negative public opinion. Sure enough, people present began to mutter quietly. They were somewhat skeptical. Yun Yan didn't deny it, but instead nodded. Yeah, indeed, just talking is not convincing. Her voice grew serious. But what if there's a video? Upon hearing about the video, those present breathed a sigh of relief temporarily, thinking it was all just a misunderstanding. The reporter didn't let up, continuing with a cold tone. It's well known that Linglong Pavilion places great emphasis on keeping guest privacy and would never leak any footage. They're famous for their confidentiality regarding user privacy. The owner behind Linglong Pavilion is the He family from Jiang City. Everyone knows Linglong Pavilion's rules, so normally no one dares to offend them. Yun Yan nodded. You are correct. Linglong Pavilion does an excellent job of protecting customer privacy. Just as Yun Yan was about to continue speaking, she was interrupted. A man stepped out from among the crowd. Linglong Pavilion values guest privacy, but if Miss Yun requires it, we can also cooperate in retrieving the surveillance footage. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to this man. With golden hair, dressed in a custom-made dark green suit, he walked confidently out from behind the meeting room door. One hand in the pocket of his clothes, he strode forward. All eyes were on this man, his tall limbs and deep-set eyes pulling everyone into his presence. Gu Tianyu, watching from the computer screen, unconsciously clenched the hands that had been resting on the table. That's little President He. Someone quick-eyed immediately recognized him. When Yun Yan saw He Chi, her heart relaxed slightly. It was an old friend. He Chi moved next to Yun Yan and turned to face the reporters. Are there any other questions, journalists? He Chi asked sharply, scanning them all with piercing eyes. The journalist immediately lost his words. Little President He, you suddenly showing up at Yun Group's press conference. Does that mean there might be business dealings between your company and Yun Group soon? Chapter 157. Care for my wife. Reporters on the scene became interested when they heard this topic. They no longer paid attention to the previous question and directly shifted the conversation to He Chi. If Yun Group is going to cooperate with the enterprises, there will surely be an unusual spark. Gu Tianyu didn't continue to watch the live broadcast. He turned off the computer screen, and his face showed an abnormal irritability. Then he got up, picked up his coat from the back of the chair, and left the president's office. Seeing Gu Tianyu leaving the president's office, Song Ran immediately got up from her seat as well. She quickened her steps to catch up with Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, where are you going? Gu Tianyu was in a bad mood at the moment and had no intention of responding. Song's supervisor, do I need to report to you about where I'm going? After hearing that, Song Ran knew that Gu Tianyu was not in a good mood. Tianyu, I just worry about you. Gu Tianyu suddenly stopped walking. Worried about me? His brows were tightly knitted. His voice grew colder. Song Ran steadied herself. Yes, I just saw Yun Group's press conference earlier. Yun didn't even avoid suspicion during such an occasion. Avoiding suspicion? Gu Tianyu's already cold expression grew even more unpleasant. So Supervisor Song, you also think there's something odd between them? Song Ran widened her eyes. She didn't expect Gu Tianyu to counter-ask her like that. Tianyu, I don't mean that. What I mean is, during such occasions, Yun, as the wife of the Gu family, should avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it might seem like her relationship with He is too friendly. Their relationship doesn't need you to remind me, Gu Tianyu said coldly. Song Ran slightly shivered. Tianyu, I just feel it's not worth it for you. She hurriedly explained. This explanation made Gu Tianyu even unhappier. For me? Supervisor Song, please clearly position our relationship. We don't need you to worry for me yet. After saying that, he lifted his foot to leave. Song Ran wasn't so easily dismissed. She continued to chase after him. Tianyu, wait for me. Gu Tianyu didn't stop. He walked while talking. Supervisor Song, if there are work-related matters, you can find Chengjiu. After finishing, he quickened his pace and left, leaving Song Ran alone. Song Ran looked at Gu Tianyu's departing back and slightly bit her lips before stamping her foot lightly. Gu Tianyu crossed into the car with long strides. A limited edition Maybach drove out of the parking lot of Gu's group. The assistant thought that the time for the reception was almost over, so they started to prepare to end the work. President Yun, you and President He leave first. We'll clear the area here. Yun nodded, then took off the microphone clipped onto her collar. She then left the meeting room with He via the staff channel. Inside the CEO's office of Yun Corporation, Yun and He sat together on the couch. He crossed his legs together and glanced around the office, shaking his head repeatedly. The secretary knocked on the door once, then came in holding tea water. After the secretary placed the tea down, she left. He's eyes followed the secretary from when she entered until she left. Yun cleared her throat. Ahem. He smiled. Yun, your secretary lady is really beautiful. Yun knows He has always been a womanizer, so she just joked around with him. Yun, your office looks a bit outdated. He didn't quite like the decor style. I don't like it either. Already contacted the designer to make changes. Why? All of a sudden, are you managing the company now? He found it puzzling. The he knew wouldn't abandon her other businesses and hobbies for one enterprise. Yun picked up the teacup and drank a sip. I still prefer being called Yun by you. Calling my name feels strange. She didn't give a straightforward answer to He's doubts. Yun smiled faintly and revealed a pleasant smile. He laughed as well. Why? It's because I like calling you Yun. You're not forbidding me to call you because you've married, right? He muttered. Yun, you cannot be like this. If we talk about seniority, I knew you first. Why aren't you considering me more? Just got married. How upset am I? Yun was too lazy to explain. Whatever, it's just a title. Did you come today for something? He nodded. Yeah. Who made you always avoid me? So today when I knew you held a press conference here, I just came uninvited. Yun couldn't help but laugh at He's face. Mr. He, I didn't avoid you, Yun said, laughing and crying at the same time. He rolled his eyes and relaxed against the sofa. After the last car race, I've been unable to find you. It was only last time when I learned you ate at Linglong Pavilion. I gave you a bottle of wine, hoping you would extend your dining time by tasting the wine. Before I even got back to Linglong Pavilion, you had already left. He sounded increasingly aggrieved. If I hadn't come today, you might have forgotten all about me. He sighed slightly. Yun couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and lightly tapped He's chin. Mr. He, why do you sound like a nagging housewife? Outside the door, Gu Tianyu stood upright, having seen every move Yun just made. A tightening feeling gripped his heart as discomfort swept over him. Seeing their exchange, it was clear that these two shared an unusually close relationship. Yin, Gu Tianyu called her name and then stepped inside from the room outside. Both Yun and He immediately looked over at the same time. When Yun saw Gu Tianyu's dark expression with not a hint of emotion, strictly speaking, somewhat frightening. Tianyu, how did you get here? Yun raised her hand to glance at her wristwatch. At this hour, shouldn't Gu Tianyu still be at Gu Corporation? Why would he appear here at Yun Corporation? Yun stood up and walked toward Gu Tianyu, wanting to ask more clearly. Gu Tianyu reached out and wrapped his arm around her slim waist before turning to He seated on the couch. Mr. He, you came as well? When He saw Gu Tianyu, he coldly responded. Yeah, I came to see Yin. Yin? Gu Tianyu repeated, his voice several degrees colder. He confidently answered. That's right. Today Yin held a press conference, so I stopped by to check in. He spoke as if it were entirely justified, deliberately emphasizing those two words. Yun pulled Gu Tianyu to sit down. A just arrived. I watched the press conference and became worried, so I came over too. Gu Tianyu explained, answering the question from before. His eyes remained fixed on Yun, as if observing whether she had suffered any harm. He shook his head. Mr. Gu, you can rest assured. Just now, with me around, Yin was fine. With every mention of Yin, an inexplicable irritation rose within Gu Tianyu. Oh, then I should thank Mr. He for taking care of my wife, Gu Tianyu said coolly. Chapter 158, The Fox Shows Its Tail. He also felt a bit annoyed after hearing it. I won't be so polite. Yin is my most important friend. I will definitely take care of her. After hearing He's words, Gu Tianyu felt a surge of sourness in his heart. He gave Yin an eye signal. His mood was pretty good right now. Yun could sense the strangeness in the atmosphere at the scene. She didn't respond to He-chi, only feeling lines of annoyance appear on her forehead. If these two continue this topic, it would really be embarrassing. Yun-Yin had to quickly shift the topic. She looked at both of them. They were looking at each other as if competing. It's lunchtime now, why don't we go eat? Yun-Yin suggested. Yun-Yin sought opinions from both of them. He-chi readily agreed. Alright. Gu Tianyu could only reluctantly agree. Fine. I'm hungry too. For convenience, Yun-Yin let the assistant directly book a restaurant near the Yun Group building. The three arrived at the reserved private room. It was lunchtime, and the foot traffic was still quite heavy. Yun-Yin no longer yielded to the two of them. She directly ordered several signature dishes without having to select, finding that process troublesome. Regarding He-chi, Gu Tianyu had let Chung Jiu investigate after their last meeting. He-chi was the youngest master of the He family, hence he was adored by the He family, allowing him free rein in his development. Racing, bungee jumping, all these extreme sports were his hobbies. He appeared nonchalant, just enjoying himself with money from home. However, Gu Tianyu did not know how Yun-Yin had previous interactions with him. Recently, due to the worsening health of the elder of the He family, He-chi no longer roamed around, staying in Jiangqing. Linglong Pavilion was what he was currently managing. Yin-Yin, I've let Qingjiu look into today's journalist. Gu Tianyu thought this journalist was harboring ulterior motives. His appearance absolutely isn't accidental. Fearful of someone deliberately targeting you. Yin-Yin, you must be careful recently. Regarding Gu Tianyu's viewpoint, surprisingly He-chi also agreed. This journalist clearly has Yin-Yin as his target. His so-called informant might very well be his employer. Actually, after thinking carefully, Yin-Yin wasn't surprised about who she might have offended lately through acquiring Yun Group. Exactly. But, our enemies are likely to become careless when we relax the most. So we shouldn't alert them prematurely. Let our enemies feel self-satisfied for a while from afar. Yun-Yin seemed contemplative, picking up her teacup to drink some tea. He-chi thought what Yun-Yin said made sense. Yin-Yin, remember to bring me along when something fun happens. His playful spirit was strong. I've been bored at home recently. If you need me for anything, just call. He young master, you're really gossipy. Seeing Yun-Yin lift her hand, He-chi immediately understood, lifting his own to meet hers, clapping hands. Then they both laughed. Upon seeing these two before him, Gu Tianyu tightened his chest, feeling as though he was the outsider. Yin-Yin, I think we should keep things under wraps. Let me handle the investigation. At this moment, Yun-Yin saw a person walk into the next private room. Hirue? She murmured softly. Hearing this name, He-chi put down his chopsticks, following the direction Yun-Yin pointed toward. Humph. He-chi sneered. Do you know him? Yun-Yin sensed an unusual reaction from He-chi. He-chi nodded. A younger uncle from within the family. Hearing He-chi's explanation, Yun-Yin suddenly realized. Oh yes, how could I not recognize Jiangqing He family? In that case, you and Hirue, He-Weiwei, share familial ties. Yun-Yin came to understand. He-chi immediately cut in, waving his hands. Yin-Yin, stop there. Our He family is indeed large, definitely including some collateral relatives, but this Hirue, He-Weiwei, I really am not familiar with. He-chi immediately cleared his relationship. Did not want to involve himself with Hirue and He-Weiwei. Seeing He-chi's slightly tense expression, Yun-Yin comforted him lightly. Chi, you are you. They are them. I'll make the distinction. Subsequently, the reporter seen earlier at the press conference also entered the room. Upon seeing, Yun-Yin noticed a flicker in his cold gaze. Unexpectedly, the fox has revealed its tail so soon. Gu Tianyu hadn't expected such coincidence either, to run into them here. Hirue, this old fox. He-chi cursed a word. He stood up, wanting to find him and do something on behalf of Yun-Yin. He rose from his seat. Gu Tianyu said deeply. Mr. He, the show has just begun. Appearing recklessly would only alarm the snakes in the grass. Shouldn't we leave them discussing in the next room on how to harm Yun-Yin? Yun-Yin believed Gu Tianyu was correct. Aki, no rush. After hearing Yun-Yan's words, He-chi slowly sat back down. Old fox, just wait until I rip off your skin, He-chi muttered angrily. Gu Tianyu calmly analyzed the situation. It seems that Hirue and this journalist must be involved. Yun-Yin thought for a moment. Mr. Gu, can you help me with something? Upon hearing Yun-Yan's request, Gu Tianyu was greatly surprised. She had never asked for help in front of him before, and now she needed his assistance. Delighted, Gu Tianyu inquired. Yin-Yin, what is it? If I'm not mistaken, this mall belongs to the Gu family property, so I need you to help me ask the restaurant manager to record the conversation between Hirue and the journalist. Gu Tianyu readily agreed. No problem. He took out his phone and made a call to Chungjiu as per Yun-Yan's request. After ending the call, Gu Tianyu solemnly said, Yin-Yin, everything has been arranged. Let's enjoy our meal while we wait for the show. He-chi glanced at Gu Tianyu. Though he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but respect Gu Tianyu's composure. In the neighboring private room, Hirue met with the journalist. Mr. He, I have already asked the questions as you required. Aren't you supposed to pay me the remainder now? Hirue let out a few cold snorts, laughing quietly. Remainder? You didn't get the job done, and yet you expect payment from me? After hearing Hirue's words, the journalist became furious. Mr. He, what you're saying is wrong. We receive money to do a job, but the evidence they have is out of my control. To blame, you only have yourself to hold responsible. Hirue wasn't budging an inch. What you say now doesn't matter. Since the task isn't completed, don't even think about receiving payment. Hirue's attitude was resolute as he flatly refused. Mr. He, you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. I did as you asked, helping you out. Now, I've angered the Yun family and offended Miss Yun. Do you think how my career will turn out? The journalist spoke seriously. But He Rue maintained the same attitude. That's your issue. It was you who accepted my assignment, which is why I hired you. Do you know why I chose you? Chapter 159, No Comparability. He Rue pointed at the journalist's nose and angrily scolded. Is it because you're cheap? Or is it because you're ruthless? I hired you because you could help me get things done. You've messed things up now, and yet you still come asking for money from me. As he spoke, He Rue beckoned to his assistant with a wave of his hand. The assistant immediately understood and proceeded to escort the journalist out. Mr. He, may you meet an unlucky end. If I lose my job because of this matter, I'll make sure to have it out with you. Before he finished speaking, he was driven away by the assistant. He Rue shook his head and curled his lips into a slight smile. He picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of tea, and then said to his assistant, Don't let people like him in here in the future. It ruins my appetite. Understood, Mr. He. The assistant replied immediately. After lunch, the three walked out of the restaurant. They walked side by side, their tall and imposing figures particularly capturing everyone's attention. Yuan felt pressured walking alongside them. He glanced at Gu Tianyu beside him. Mr. Gu, if you're busy, go ahead and leave first. I can send off Yuan just fine. Yuan hesitated, secretly stealing a glance at Gu Tianyu. Sure enough, his cold and handsome face turned gloomy. Gu Tianyu took Yuan's hand. I am busy, but sending my wife home doesn't require troubling Mr. He. He directly pulled Yuan away. He smiled faintly as he waved to Yuan, who was leaving. Goodbye, Yan. Exiting the mall, Gu Tianyu showed no intention of letting go of her hand as they headed toward Yun Corporation. Upon returning to the building of Yun Corporation, Gu Tianyu's phone rang. He took out his phone and received a video sent by Cheng Jiao. Gu Tianyu clicked play on the video, and sure enough, it was evidence of He Rue colluding with that journalist. Yan, I'll forward it to you. Tell me how you want to handle it. Gu Tianyu said to Yan, shaking his phone. Yan looked at the video link. Upon hearing the exchange between He Rue and the journalist inside the video, a cold chill rose in her eyes. He Rue, this cunning old fox, he has harbored resentment since the day I kicked him out of the board of directors. So he tried to smear me using this method, confirming her guess. Recalling what He Rue had done, Gu Tianyu said, since we now have evidence against him, we won't let him do as he pleases. His eyes gleamed darkly. Since He Rue likes to stir up public opinion, we'll follow suit and use his own methods against him. Yuan looked at Gu Tianyu, surprised to find that he had thought along the same lines as her. Tianyu, your suggestion is excellent. Yuan gave a light laugh, her mind already set. Gu Tianyu took out his phone and dialed Cheng Jiao. Find a familiar weekly magazine. Let them have the scoop. Cheng Jiao quickly understood. Understood, Mr. Gu. Remembering that there was a meeting later in the afternoon, Cheng Jiao reminded. Mr. Gu, you have a meeting this afternoon. Gu Tianyu nodded. Understood. After hanging up the call, Gu Tianyu looked at Yuan before him. He wanted to spend more time with her. Tianyu, you don't need to take me all the way up. Things are busy at Gu Corporation. You should go back. Yuan advised gently. Gu Tianyu simply bid farewell and returned to Gu Corporation. Gu Tianyu attended a high-level meeting. Multiple projects at the meeting required his approval. An entire afternoon meeting concluded. After the meeting, Gu Tianyu walked out of the conference room. Song Ran noticed Gu Tianyu just emerging from the conference room, so she hurried over. Gu Tianyu didn't stop walking even when Song Ran came closer. Is there something? Song Ran grabbed the file folder in her hand. There's a document that needs your signature, Tianyu. She knew that approaching without a purpose would only annoy Gu Tianyu, so she provided a reasonable excuse. The documents can be given directly to Mr. Cheng. No need to wait for me especially. Gu Tianyu responded indifferently, and then turned to walk into the CEO's office. Song Ran pursed her lips and followed into the CEO's office, staying close behind Gu Tianyu. After sitting back down, Gu Tianyu raised his hand to take the file folder from Song Ran. With a few strokes of the pen, he signed and handed it back to Song Ran. After receiving the file, Song Ran did not leave right away. Seeing that Song Ran hadn't moved, Gu Tianyu looked up. Anything else? After a whole afternoon of meetings, Gu Tianyu felt a little tired. He leaned back against the chair and massaged his shoulders to relax. Tianyu, some classmates are gathering this weekend, and they asked me to invite you. Standing in place, Song Ran watched for Gu Tianyu's reaction. Next time, just let them contact Mr. Cheng directly. Gu Tianyu didn't want his old classmates to misunderstand his relationship with Song Ran. Song Ran felt a heavy weight in her heart. In fact, this gathering was initiated by her. Tianyu, will you come to our class reunion this time? Song Ran tentatively inquired. Gu Tianyu did not look up. Instead, he gave a faint reply. We'll see. Song Ran quickly responded. Then I'll send you the time and place. All right, that's all for now. Gu Tianyu always spoke indifferently to Song Ran. Song Ran showed no intention of leaving. Tianyu, today at Yun Corporation's press conference, the journalist mentioned Yuan. Director Song. Gu Tianyu cut off Song Ran mid-sentence. I don't want to discuss anything related to Yuan with you. If there's nothing else, go back to work. Song Ran hadn't expected Gu Tianyu's firmness, even disallowing one extra word about Yuan. Tianyu, our friendship isn't worth this treatment because of Yuan, right? Song Ran could no longer contain her frustration and felt rather wronged. Gu Tianyu didn't waver at Song Ran's words. It is. Yuan is my wife. I don't want to hear disrespectful comments about her from anyone. So Director Song, please exercise caution in your words moving forward, and refrain from commenting excessively on my wife. Song Ran felt like a clown standing before Gu Tianyu, her dignity gone. Tianyu, do you really cherish her so much? Our years of knowing each other don't outweigh a Yuan. Gu Tianyu sternly stated. Director Song, You have no comparability to her. There's no need to waste your time on me anymore. Song ran. Hearing these words, tightened her grip on the file folder in her hand. What if it wasn't for Yunyan? Gu Tianyu lost his patience. Director Song, enough. If there's nothing work-related, please leave. Gu Tianyu picked up his phone and dialed. Assistant Cheng, come in. Cheng Jiu pushed open the door of the president's office. Seeing this, Song Ran dared not linger any further. She rushed toward the door, wiping away the teardrops still hanging on her face. Passing by Cheng Jiu, he could clearly see the streaks of tears down Song Ran's cheeks. Mr. Gu, you called? Is the necklace you were asked to have custom-made ready yet? Cheng Jiu nodded. Yes, it was retrieved last time and placed inside the safe. Speaking, Cheng Jiu walked to the cabinet's position and skillfully entered the password. With a clang, the safe opened. Chapter 160, Custom Necklace. Cheng Jiu took out a navy blue velvet box from the safe and walked towards Gu Tianyu. Assistant Cheng, book me a restaurant for tonight. Gu Tianyu thought for a moment and spoke again. Look up which restaurants in Jiang City are more romantic. Cheng Jiu immediately understood. He placed the navy blue velvet box down and then turned to leave. It was time to go off duty. Gu Tianyu waited downstairs at Yun Group Corporation. As Yunyan just stepped out of Yun Group Corporation's main gate, she immediately saw the limited edition Maybach. Gu Tianyu got down from the limited edition Maybach. Yunyan, his tall and handsome figure standing beside the car, had a mysterious attraction about it. Even though Yunyan saw Gu Tianyu every day, she still felt her heart skip a beat at this moment. Yunyan approached him. Tianyu, did you finish work early today? A faint smile crossed Gu Tianyu's lips. I left early to pick you up. Yunyan laughed. Never would have guessed that Manager Gu could be lazy sometimes too. Gu Tianyu didn't deny it, but rather felt his mood lighten. He opened the car door. Yunyan, get in. Let's go eat. Yunyan nodded and got into the car. Where are we eating, Tianyu? Yunyan casually mentioned. Gu Tianyu feigned mystery. You'll see when we arrive. The car arrived at Shangyun Pavilion, a high-end restaurant in Jiang City. It was an aerial dining spot. The restaurant was located on the 100th floor of a building. When you looked outside, it felt as if you were sitting amongst clouds, hence its name. It was one of the most famous exclusive restaurants in Jiang City for top-tier tycoons. Dining there at night made it feel like you were enveloped by the night while being surrounded by shining stars. The inside of the restaurant played soft and elegant melodies. The exquisite food lifted everyone's spirits upon seeing it. Holding Yunyan's hand, Gu Tianyu walked confidently with her into Shangyun Pavilion. Yunyan delicately took small bites of the food. With recent busy days, it was rare to find such leisure time where they could enjoy a quiet meal together, a moment of relaxation. Watching this beautiful scene in front of her, Gu Tianyu pulled out a sapphire brocade box he'd already prepared. He handed it to Yunyan. Yunyan, open it and take a look. Yunyan raised an eyebrow. What is this? Gu Tianyu deliberately played coy. Open it and see. Yunyan set her knife and fork aside, took the brocade box, and began opening it while watching Gu Tianyu. As the brocade box opened, a dazzling necklace appeared. The pendant design was unique. It featured the initials of Yunyan's name and pinyin. Yantian, what is this? Yunyan looked at Gu Tianyu, a bit puzzled. It wasn't any holiday, or even Yunyan's birthday. Why would she receive a gift now? Gu Tianyu rose, walking over to Yunyan and taking the necklace from the brocade box. It's for you. I'll help you put it on. The necklace is custom-made. I hope you like it. Gu Tianyu softly said, then hung the necklace around Yunyan's neck. Yunyan did not refuse. Instead, she gathered her hair, letting the necklace settle nicely. Under the light, Yunyan's delicate features looked even more striking. Gu Tianyu slowly approached, leaning close to her cheek. His breathing became heavier against Yunyan's face. Her throat slid slightly as she turned to ask. Unsure if Gu Tianyu had finished, Yunyan asked, are you done? As she asked, her soft lips brushed against his, initiating a gentle kiss. Yunyan didn't resist, but instead felt a subtle tremor in her heart. Gu Tianyu's kiss was tender, gradually consuming her, while his hands encircled her waist. After quite some time, the two gradually parted. Yunyan's face turned crimson and heated, feeling too shy to look directly at Gu Tianyu. Seeing Yunyan's bashful expression, Gu Tianyu found her adorable. Compared to her usual brisk and composed demeanor, her current charm was unmatched. Gu Tianyu had long wanted to do something like this. Earlier that day, when he saw He-Chi, he had grown somewhat anxious. This He-Chi certainly wasn't someone to be taken lightly. After some time, Gu Tianyu returned to his seat. Yunyan touched the necklace on her neck, her mind still trembling from the emotions it stirred earlier. Gu Tianyu picked up his knife and fork, cutting a piece of steak for Yunyan. Yunyan, eat more since you like it. Yunyan nodded. Okay. She met Gu Tianyu's eyes again. Just now, I couldn't control myself, Gu Tianyu said, his heart still a bit tense. Yunyan responded simply. She lifted her fork and continued eating. This evening has been pleasant. Gu Tianyu expressed calmly, yet revealing deep feelings. Yunyan paused internally, wondering what was making this man behave differently all night, continuously returning to this topic. Tianyu, you should eat too. The steak won't taste good when it gets cold, Yunyan said while lowering her head. Gu Tianyu pressed on relentlessly. Yunyan, I like you. The fork in Yunyan's hand trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Tianyu in front of her, never expecting that these words would come out of the mouth of the normally icy and distant Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, you seemed a little strange tonight. Gu Tianyu gazed tenderly at Yunyan, his expression brimming with affection. I'm serious. Initially, it was true that you were arranged to marry me without my consent by our families. As we spent time together later, I realized I had unconsciously fallen for you. Yunyan placed down her knife and fork and locked eyes with Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, what do you like about me? Yunyan couldn't help but be curious. She thought Gu Tianyu would list countless reasons, but to her surprise, he shook his head. I don't know yet either. Yunyan chuckled at Gu Tianyu's response. Then maybe Mr. Gu will figure it out later. At this moment, a waiter arrived carrying a large bouquet of red roses. After receiving them, Gu Tianyu handed the bouquet to Yunyan. Thank you. Yunyan took the flowers into her arms, finding today's Gu Tianyu very different from usual. How come you feel so extraordinary tonight? Yunyan asked Gu Tianyu with a deep tone. Gu Tianyu didn't deny it. It's nice to create some romantic surprises for my wife every now and then. A faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke calmly. Upon hearing these words from Gu Tianyu, Yunyan felt her heart skip half a beat. She didn't expect that Gu Tianyu could be so deeply affectionate. Up until now, she'd always seen him as stern and humorless, with an unsmiling expression. Yunyan chuckled in response to Gu Tianyu's comment, teasing him slightly. Never imagined our Mr. Gu really knows how to set a mood. Afterward, she placed the red rose bouquet aside. Gu Tianyu could tell Yunyan liked it. Girls all enjoyed a sense of ceremony, and naturally, Gu Tianyu also felt inwardly elated. Yunyan, get used to it sooner. There will be many more surprises to come, Gu Tianyu earnestly remarked. Chapter 161, Eliminate Her. In the president's office of Yun Group, Yi handed over a stack of documents. Sister, these are people found by the headhunting companies. You should review them. After saying that, he turned around and rested on the sofa. Yunyan took the documents from Yi and started to flip through a few records. The resumes of these individuals are all decent. Yi, you can help screen them out. I trust your judgment. Yi lay on the sofa browsing his phone. After hearing Yunyan's words, then I'll interview them. Quickly find a professional manager so you will have time to take care of other matters. Yunyan closed the documents and placed them on the table. For her, it was about finding a professional agent to help manage Yun Group. Recently, Yun's business has also gradually been getting on track. This was what Yunyan found most comforting. Yi, yesterday I received Uncle's call. In a while, I need to go home for a visit. Upon hearing this, Yi wasn't surprised at all. Rather, sister, feel free to go back. I'll watch over things here for you. Yunyan nodded. She hadn't gone back for a long time. Yi continued browsing his phone. His fingers flicked across the screen, suddenly exclaiming, Sister, did you see today's trending topics? What's the matter? Yunyan asked calmly. She had already foreseen this in her heart, but still wanted to confirm. Yunyan picked up her phone, just as Gu Tianyu's call came through. Yunyan answered. Yunyan, check online. The video chat between He Rui and the journalist successfully made it to the trending list today. Gu Tianyu said this with a hint of joy, like he was claiming credit. Mr. Gu's efficiency is really high. Thank you for this. Gu Tianyu curved his lips, his heart feeling sweet. We don't need to say thanks. Yunyan hung up the call, and then clicked open the webpage. As expected, the video chat between He Rui and the journalist had indeed become a trending topic. This shocking degree caused many people who were previously doubting Yunyan to change sides. Everyone never thought that He Rui would be so heartless. Yunyan casually scrolled through some comments, and then quietly logged out. Sister, do you think who took this video? It sure feels satisfying. Yi grinned wickedly. People like him deserve it. Yunyan smiled faintly. It's quite coincidental. I originally planned to make the fox show its tail, but yesterday we just happened to meet at the restaurant, so I let Tianyu help. After listening to this, Yi couldn't help but praise, absolutely amazing. Now that the video is leaked, this allows everyone in Yun Group to recognize the old fox. I believe those who originally supported him have now shut their mouths. Yi got up from the sofa and called the headhunters to arrange interviews with candidates. He Rui was drinking tea at home. When he saw the trending topic, he was so angry that he directly threw the teacup down. Broken shards of the cup scattered all over the floor. Servants rushed in upon hearing the sound of the argument and quickly dealt with the glass fragments on the ground. What nonsense! How could this wild girl dare to scheme against me like this? He paced back and forth in the living room, extremely agitated. Initially, he intended to put pressure on Yunyan, forcing her to allow him to return to Yun Group due to the stress. He Yue's clever plans fell flat. She angrily criticized him. Now is the critical moment. How could you be so careless? What should be said, and what shouldn't? Even someone as mature as you should know better, right? At this point, how can you possibly turn the situation around? He Yue blamed him harshly. Upon hearing this, He Rui also felt irritated. Sister, are you blaming me now? He didn't think it was his fault. At first, wasn't it us together who planned this and let me handle it? Now something goes wrong, and you're accusing me. Sister, it's this dead girl trying to mess with me. No matter what, she will always find excuses. He Yue truly blamed him. Yes, I let you act, but I never told you to randomly talk in public places, did I? You see now how you've been recorded in a video, and the entire video is so complete, there's no single point that can be used to refute it. The two argued. After a bout of arguing, He Rui calmed down. Sister, I can't swallow this insult. We cannot let this girl get away with it easily. He Rui tightly clenched his fists and angrily said this. How badly she has ruined me. He Yue also hated to the point of gritting her teeth. Isn't it the same for me? I hate this dead girl too. She's made me lose everything. Uncle Yun Yun is still in the hospital, unconscious. Right now, the entire Yun Group has been taken away by this dead girl. He Yue became increasingly furious as she spoke. He Rui also realized that the current situation was far too passive. He walked a few steps, hands behind his back. He seriously reflected. Sister, this girl is suppressing us completely. Have you thought about what to do? If this girl were gone, we could take back Yun Group. He's eyes revealed a sinister look that made one feel chilled. He Weiwei paused for a moment, but quickly recovered. What do you mean? She frowned slightly as she looked at He. He Deutsch calmly said, exactly what you're thinking. He Weiwei was still a little afraid. Aru, do we really have to go this far? It's illegal. He Weiwei began to worry. She didn't dare. Sister, if we want to solve this once and for all, this is the only way. This girl's power has caused great harm to both of us. He Weiwei stood up and paced around in the living room. After much consideration, sister, when doing big things, don't get hung up on small details. Seeing He Weiwei hesitating and unable to make a decision, you can swallow this insult, but I can't. If you are so indecisive, nothing big will be accomplished. He Yue continued to persuade her. Sister, let's ask Brother Zhao for help. He glanced at He Weiwei secretly as he asked tentatively. He Weiwei hesitated, finding it difficult. Although she also wanted to eliminate Yun Yan, she was still hesitant now. Sister, once this matter is settled, Yun Group will be ours. One bold move is better than none. By solving her directly, isn't it permanent peace already? He Yue continued to persuade He Weiwei. Yes. He Weiwei decided immediately. She remembered all the words He Nui had spoken carefully. I'll contact Zhao Long. He Weiwei clapped her hands, feeling like a good show was about to start. Seeing her agreement, He felt a surge of happiness inside. Just as the two continued their conversation, the servant entered. Master, there is someone outside claiming to be your friend. He says he must see you no matter what. He couldn't think who would come over at this time. He also said he has something that interests you. Hearing the servant's words, He Weiwei replied, let him in. He Weiwei heard it, and said, Aru, I'll retreat to the house for a while. The servant brought the visitor inside. Chapter 162, Coming to Negotiate. The man strode in boldly, with two lackeys following behind. When He Weiwei saw the man, he frowned. Who are you? In his memory, he had never associated with a friend like this man who looked so thug-like. The man's demeanor exuded arrogance, making He Weiwei pause for a moment. The two lackeys standing behind him were dressed flamboyantly, smoking cigarettes with clouds of smoke billowing out. He Weiwei regretted slightly that he had been careless earlier and let them into the house without question. The leading man sat down on a sofa. After glancing around at the decoration of the He residence, which was indeed quite luxurious, He Weiwei glanced over the three people, then tremulously asked, excuse me, who exactly are you? Do we know each other? He Weiwei wanted to confirm carefully because he was worried he might have offended someone before while seeking help. The leading man showed no emotion, looking quite menacing as he glanced at He Weiwei and explained his purpose. He mister, you can call me Ma Zi, pockmarks. I came here after seeing a trending topic online. He Weiwei did not understand what the man meant. Hello. His breathing became tense, unsure when he had incurred such an individual. With widened eyes, Brother Ma Zi, what trend are you referring to? Following the etiquette of the criminal underworld, He Weiwei directly addressed Ma Zi as brother. Ma Zi, seeing the fear and tension in He Weiwei's expression, burst out laughing. Mr. He, you don't need to be nervous. I came today to make friends. With that said, he laughed again, half rose from the couch, and put his hand on He Weiwei's shoulder. Mr. He, please take a seat. He Weiwei placed his hands on his knees, wiped the sweat off, and then sat down on the chair next to Ma Zi. Watching He Weiwei's small expressions, Ma Zi spoke bluntly without wanting to waste any time. I'm a businessman, so let's not beat around the bush. Brother Ma Zi, what do you mean? He Weiwei broke out in another cold sweat. Facing several gangsters, He Weiwei was exceptionally cautious. Ma Zi stared at He Weiwei and said, Yun Yan, the current president of Yun Corporation. Hearing Ma Zi's words, He Weiwei roughly knew what the man's intentions were, but he pretended ignorance. I don't know what you mean by this. A new incident had just arisen, and He Weiwei didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Mr. He, I can help you resolve this Yun Yan issue, but I must receive my due compensation. He Weiwei's mouth curled slightly, his expression frozen together. Ma Zi, you've come to the wrong person. I still don't understand what you're talking about. He Weiwei rejected him outright and concisely. Ma Zi hadn't expected to fail in soliciting business when he visited. Isn't Mr. He interested in resolving this problem? Ma Zi questioned. He Weiwei laughed aloud. Brother Ma Zi, you may have got it all wrong. Though there are times when we disagree in work-related matters between me and Ms. Yun Yan. But privately, we're relatives. He Weiwei deliberately revealed his relationship with Yun Yan. By seniority, she should even call me uncle. He Weiwei, knowing why Ma Zi had come, remained calm. Ma Zi stared at He Weiwei ahead, disliking being deceived. Oh, is that true? If so, why does Yun Yan try to oust you from Yun Corporation? Aren't you family? After Ma Zi finished speaking, he relaxed, having already gathered information before coming today. He Weiwei glared coldly at Ma Zi, hiding his anger in his gaze. Brother Ma Zi, you've misunderstood the situation. The reason I left Yun Corporation is due to corporate decisions. So, Brother Ma Zi, there's no need for unnecessary conjecture. Since Mr. He doesn't seem interested, then consider my visit a disturbance. Ma Zi smirked faintly and left a remark. He Weiwei felt as if a burden had been lifted. Still, he had some questions. Brother Ma Zi, can I inquire what happened between you and Yun Yan? Just now, from your tone, it sounded like you intended to settle a score with her? Faced with He Weiwei's inquiry, Ma Zi snorted with a laugh and recalled that night in the bar district. She took someone away from beside me, causing me to lose a substantial amount of money. I still haven't found the whereabouts of that person. Took someone away? He Weiwei was confused. So Brother Ma Zi, this time, are you planning to cause trouble for Yun Yan? A flash of malevolence passed through Ma Zi's eyes, and a chill arose instantly. Since Mr. He isn't interested, I won't bother you further. Having spoken, Ma Zi stood up from the chair. His two subordinates followed suit, and the three of them strutted out of the He household confidently. Seeing Ma Zi leave, He Rui immediately called for the servants in the house. Remember, from now on, do not casually open the door for strangers. In the future, if you see them, remember not to open the door or talk to them. After giving this instruction, He Rui felt a bit more relaxed. He Rui walked out from the side hall upon seeing the group had already left. Ai Rui, who was that person? He Rui shook his head. I don't know. But since they came knocking on our door for business, it's clear there's some sort of grudge between him and Yun Yan. He Rui paused briefly. Looks like this girl has been making enemies wherever she goes. I can tell those guys were no good ones. They look ferocious, nothing nice about them. She doesn't seem afraid of offending people. I guess she won't even know what hit her when she dies. At first, He Rui was hesitant about letting Zhao Long get involved in the matter. But now it seemed like Ma Zi himself was going to take action. Looks like she's made quite a few enemies. The shade in He Rui's eyes deepened, and her gaze darkened meaningfully. Ai Rui, since brother Ma Zi is willing to move, we might as well save ourselves some effort. He Rui found what He Rui said logical, and given the current trending topic, it would be better to hold back. If anything happened to Yun Yan right now, he would be the prime suspect. Sis, I'll follow your lead. He Rui decided after a while, recognizing it wasn't the right time to make a move. If someone else is going to handle it for us, then we shouldn't get our hands dirty. He Rui couldn't help but wear a wicked smile. Yue, earlier, didn't brother Ma Zi mention something about Yun Yan taking a person away? What exactly happened? He Rui shrugged indifferently. Who knows? Yun Yan never follows the rules. However, according to what Ma Zi just said, he will certainly come for her. We can just sit back and watch the changes. It would be great if they wore each other out. That way, the Yun family enterprise will fall back into our hands. As He Rui spoke, his suppressed grin betrayed his excitement. Now, his thought was to eliminate Yun Yan completely. Ai Rui, I think we should send someone to keep an eye on Ma Zi. If he takes any actions, we'll quickly understand the situation. He Rui agreed with He Rui. Afterwards, I'll have my assistant investigate Ma Zi's background. We can't rely too heavily on this person. Chapter 163, Enjoying Gossip. Longquan Villa. Gu Tianyu followed the positioning given by Song Ran, and on the weekend, he brought Yun Yan to go there. Yun Yan, it's still quite a distance to enter the mountain road. If you feel tired, you can rest first, Gu Tianyu kindly suggested. Yun Yan sat in the passenger seat, shaking her head. The scenery along the way is so beautiful, I want to see it. Longquan Villa was named after the hot spring water on the mountain. Here, the cliffs stood tall, the scenery was picturesque, it was a rare natural scenic area. Gu Tianyu originally didn't want to attend the gathering, but he noticed that Yun Yan had been busy with work recently, so he wanted to take advantage of the weekend to bring her here for a vacation. The car wound its way through bends until it arrived at Longquan Villa. As soon as Gu Tianyu parked his car, Song Ran was already standing beside him calling out, Tianyu. After getting out of the car, she called out immediately. There were also several old classmates nearby, including He Fan and Fu Hansen. Both of them had female companions. The women had sizzling figures and beautiful faces. Old Gu, you're really slow. We've been here for ages, He Fan said, waving to Yun Yan. Gu Tianyu frowned. I was worried Yun Yan might be carsick, so I slowed down. Fu Hansen couldn't help but comment. Who would have thought you were such a considerate Mr. Gu? Hearing their conversation, Yun Yan gave a faint response. Song Ran couldn't bear hearing them share such sugar. She stepped directly in front of Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, come on, you've arrived late. Both of them have already picked good rooms. Gu Tianyu did not follow Song Ran. He walked around the car to Yun Yan, naturally taking her hand. As long as I'm with Yun Yan, the rest doesn't matter. Hey, He Fan deliberately pretended to shiver. Mr. Gu, it's still you who sets the standard. Fu Hansen took out his phone camera, wanting to take a group photo. Seeing this, Song Ran quickly tidied up her hair. Gu Tianyu turned his face away, refusing. You've got a handsome face for nothing. Fu Hansen couldn't resist criticizing. Gu Tianyu pulled Yun Yan towards the hotel lobby to check in, leaving Song Ran and the group behind. Ran, do you still want to take pictures? Fu Hansen noticed that Song Ran's eyes hadn't left Gu Tianyu. Do it yourself, Song Ran angrily left. Fu Hansen decided not to spoil the fun, continuing to take photos with other classmates. Song Ran quickly reached the front desk, standing beside Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, the hot springs here are very famous. Put your luggage down, and I'll take you there. Yun Yan slightly furrowed her brows. This Song Ran was truly relentless. Tianyu, anything Liao's supervisor recommends must have some exceptional qualities. Let's check it out. Since they came, they might as well enjoy the moment. Gu Tianyu frowned. Originally he wanted to refuse, but now since Yun Yan said she wanted to go, he slightly nodded. If you want to go, I will accompany you. Beside the hot spring, Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan appeared together. It was separate areas for men and women, they could not soak together. Gu Tianyu went to the male section with He Fan, Fu Hansen, and other male classmates. Yun Yan stayed with several girls, and Song Ran, in the female section. Everyone began to undress and get into the water. Yun Yan removed her large bathrobe, revealing a two-piece swimsuit underneath. Her slim limbs were pale and bright. Her bust charm wasn't covered but highlighted even more beautifully due to the specially tailored swimsuit. This made Song Ran lower her gaze momentarily to inspect her own figure. She slowly crouched by the pool edge, only exposing her head. The hot spring water was comfortable, indeed able to relax people. Female classmates started chatting. Women often chat about gossip when together. Yun Yan was not interested in these things, plus being unfamiliar with them, she naturally didn't join in. Yun closed her eyes quietly and relaxed her body properly. Song Ran couldn't resist starting the topic first. Cloud Yin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Yun ignored her, continuing to close her eyes for rest. Song Ran, seeing the other party didn't bother with her, frowned. Why are you so impolite? I am talking to you. This is a class reunion. I just invited Tianyu. Why did you come along? Yun continued not to answer. Seeing Yunyan's attitude, Song Ran became secretly angry and hinted to her companion. This time, it was a class reunion. It might be that Tianyu misunderstood, so all of them brought their female companions separately. Female companions? Yunyan knew what Song Ran meant. She was trying to make other classmates misunderstand her relationship with Gu Tianyu. Being labeled this name instantly made Yun look a bit inferior in front of the female classmates. There was an unspoken understanding among everyone. Men like them, being so excellent, it was normal for them to bring companions on outings. Ran, it's really unfair for you. One female classmate felt sorry for Song Ran. Yun thought there was no need to explain herself to these people she had only met briefly. She just wanted some peace and quiet, to enjoy the hot spring. Yun walked to the other side of the pool, where it was much quieter. Although she didn't intend to eavesdrop on Song Ran's conversation with the group of female classmates, their words still reached Yunyan's ears due to the silence. At this moment, the two female companions brought by He Fan and Fu Hansen also felt uncomfortable because of Song Ran's remarks and approached Yunyan. Miss Yun. Hearing someone call her name, knowing it wasn't Song Ran, Yunyan slowly opened her eyes. What is it? The two women sighed deeply. They're all so over the top, unreasonable. We couldn't bear listening anymore, so we decided to come over here and talk to you. They explained their reason. We are friends with Mr. Fu and Mr. He, but it feels like we've been thoroughly disrespected without committing any offense. Yunyan looked at them calmly, understanding they were truly upset. A thought flashed in Yunyan's mind. Then she leaned closer quietly. Do you want to get back at them? Upon hearing Yunyan's question, the two women immediately nodded. Yes, we do. Yunyan whispered a few sentences into their ears, and then the three of them exchanged meaningful smiles. Miss Yun, thank you. After that, the two women returned to the shore. Yunyan felt she had soaked long enough and followed them to get out. There was a large temperature difference between the hot spring pool and the air around the shore, so Yunyan quickly wrapped herself in a bathrobe, warming her body considerably. Just as Yunyan left, the two companions grabbed the bathrobes of Song Ran and a few other female classmates before yelling at the women in the hot spring. You love gossiping so much. Continue then. There's plenty of time for a full night's chat. With that, the two women turned around and quickly left with the bathrobes. The women in the hot spring were instantly shocked. They looked at each other, confused and unsure of what just happened. What's going on? Ran, without our bathrobes, how are we supposed to get back to the hotel? The swimwear we're wearing now will leave us freezing cold soon. By the time they reacted, the two women were already gone. Chapter 164, Climbing the Mountain. The next day, after finishing their morning grooming, everyone agreed to meet in the hotel lobby. The scenery of Longquan Manor was truly magnificent. Right outside the hotel, there was an endless expanse of forest. This area used to be a primeval woodland and was later developed into a resort. The mountain air was particularly fresh at dawn, with gentle breezes blowing. He Fan and Fu Hansen were holding their phones, playing games, while their female companions sat nearby. Is it really that fun? Even when we're out here for leisure, you two still can't forget gaming. Gu Tianyu complained lightly. He Fan smiled. This kind of enjoyment is something Mr. Gu wouldn't understand. Fu Hansen added, apart from being excellent at work, Mr. Gu doesn't excel as much in eating, drinking, or having fun like us. His words caught the attention of Yun sitting nearby. Indeed, Gu Tianyu seemed uninterested in these activities. What's the plan for today? Gu Tianyu thought that if today's schedule wasn't anything special, he might separate from the group and go solo. He Fan didn't even look up. Staring at his phone screen, he spoke indifferently. Today we're probably going to climb a mountain. Looks like all the activities here are pretty much the same, lacking originality. Gu Tianyu leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat bored. Yun found it acceptable. During her days studying medicine with her master, she often went out to gather herbs. There were many varieties of herbal medicines in the mountains, and Yun frequently spent entire days there, getting well acquainted with different medicinal plants. From this, she had successfully extracted quite a few good medicines. Hearing this, Fu Hansen looked at Gu Tianyu. Mr. Gu, coming to a resort like this, one naturally has to get closer to nature. You're not thinking about backing out and not climbing the mountain, are you? He didn't miss any opportunity to tease Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu cast a sharp glance at Fu Hansen and then picked up the cushion behind him, throwing it directly at Fu Hansen. He Fan immediately burst into laughter. Yin, do you want to go? If you don't, I can accompany you to participate in other activities. Gu Tianyu was mainly concerned that climbing would be tiring. It would be better to stay at the hotel, drink some tea, and relax. Yun slightly curled her lips. I quite enjoy it. They're right. Since we've come to a scenic area, we should properly get close to nature. Let's immerse ourselves in the grandeur of the mountains and breathe in the negative ions. This time, Gu Tianyu didn't object. All right, then let's form a team later. Gu Tianyu quickly divided the climbing group, avoiding Yun being placed with others. He Fan, asked Song Ran how much longer? Gu Tianyu raised his head and glanced at the clock in the hotel lobby. If we enter the mountain now, we can return earlier in the afternoon. Only now did they realize that Song Ran and the other female classmates hadn't arrived yet. They stopped their games. He Fan slowly exited the game and dialed Song Ran's number. The sound of the cell phone ringing echoed through the hotel lobby. Achoo. Song Ran was dressed warmly today, constantly wiping her nose with tissues, which had already turned red from the friction. Seeing this, He-fan quickly hung up the phone. They watched Song Ran walking towards them. Holding tissues, she wiped her nose continuously as she walked, clearly showing signs of a cold. Ran, don't come over here. He-fan immediately pinched his own nose and refused Song Ran's approach without hesitation. Song Ran rolled her eyes at He-fan. I will anyway. As she said this, she directly sat down next to He-fan. He-fan immediately stood up from the sofa, covering his nose. Ran, don't harm me. It's flu season now. If you're feeling unwell, don't spread it to others. You're so unethical. After saying this, He-fan pulled his female companion to the couch on the side and sat down. Song Ran didn't expect He-fan to embarrass her like this, especially in front of Gu Tianyu, accusing her of being unethical. Fu Hansen, who exactly lacks public morals? Asked Xiao Wei. She sneezed again. Fu Hansen showed a hint of disgust on his face. I'm just telling the truth. If you're not feeling well today, you shouldn't have come. He took out his phone and grabbed a tissue from the table, holding it to his nose as he handed it over. Song Ran was unsure whether she should accept it or not. Tianyu. Song Ran sought help by looking at Gu Tianyu. Director Song, since you're not feeling well, it's best you don't join us. The activities planned today are outdoors, and I see the weather is also quite cold. Song Ran, of course, knew that she had planned today's activities specifically to spend more time with Gu Tianyu. With a bit of resentment, she took the tissue from Fu Hansen's hand and then glared at the female companion sitting next to Fu Hansen. Tianyu, it's just a minor cold. I can join the activities. Saying this, she threw the tissue into the trash can. Song Ran thought that if it hadn't been for the two women taking their coats last night, she wouldn't have had to walk back to the hotel in her swimsuit. The cold was much more severe in the mountains at night. She shivered all the way back. When she returned to the hotel, her limbs felt almost frozen. Manager Song, where are your other female classmates? Yun noticed that only Song Ran had come downstairs and didn't see last night's group of female classmates. Song Ran glanced at Gu Tianyu. They're not going mountain climbing today. Fu Hansen found this strange. Why? Didn't we agree to go together? Song Ran didn't dare to say they caught a cold from last night's cold weather, so she evaded the question vaguely. However, Fu Hansen's female companion subtly curled her lips before letting it drop again. Only they knew exactly what happened last night. Gu Tianyu stood up and tidied his clothes. Now that everyone's here, let's get going. Everyone grabbed the mountaineering bags prepared in advance by the hotel. Inside were some emergency supplies. Then they left the hotel. As soon as they walked out of the hotel gate, the cold wind greeted them, making them feel refreshingly invigorated. Gu Tianyu took out a mask, put one on himself, then gently placed another on Yun. After getting ready, the group started heading toward the mountain. The weather was good today. Though there wasn't fierce sunlight, the sky was slightly gloomy but still quite dry. The group moved along the trail, occasionally looking at the signs along the mountain path or the maps in their hands. This stretch of mountain forest was incredibly vast. It looked just like an ancient, primordial woodland. At first, everything went smoothly. Gradually, after walking a long distance, their legs began to feel tired. So they decided to sit down and rest at a stone spot beside the road. Gu Tianyu pulled out mineral water from the backpack. He unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Yun. Yun, have some water. Yun accepted the water bottle and drank a sip. Seeing this, Song Ran quickly rummaged through her backpack and took out a bottle of mineral water, handing it to Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, can you help me unscrew this? I've caught a cold, and my strength has decreased a lot. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Gu Tianyu. Chapter 165, just playing around. Yun handed the mineral water bottle she had drunk from to Gu Tianyu. Then she took Song Ran's water bottle. Manager Song, if you're not feeling well, why don't you go back to the hotel to rest? After speaking, she snapped open the bottle cap with a pop. Gu Tianyu didn't expect Yun to directly take Song Ran's water bottle. He had already planned to refuse. He cleverly glanced at He-fan, who immediately took the cup from Yun and then handed it to Song Ran. Ran, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't overdo it. You used to be so strong and frequently beat me and Hansen, yet today, you can't even open a bottle of water. Song Ran suddenly felt her face burning. Her little secret was out in the open. I have a cold today, so I asked Tianyu to help me. Song Ran excused herself, fearing she would be seen through. He-fan wouldn't let up once he started talking. Since we haven't walked far yet, you should walk back without too much effort. Otherwise, once we enter the mountains, there won't be any spare time to send you back to the hotel. He-fan's attitude toward Song Ran was clearly quite cold today. Upon hearing this, He-fan's female companion also held his arm. In an instant, Song Ran realized why she had been taunted earlier, glaring at He-fan's companion, wanting to rip her apart. The companion took the open water bottle and handed it to Song Ran. Miss Song, here's your water. Song Ran was momentarily stumped. She took the water bottle and drank a mouthful. She couldn't believe that someone as distinguished as herself, the Song family's young lady, could be compared casually to anyone. She inspected the woman from head to toe. Afin, how come you've switched girlfriends again? It wasn't surprising for someone like He-fan, known as a playboy, to switch companions. But for Song Ran, there were no reservations. She deliberately wanted to irritate others. Ran, stop wasting your efforts. You should care more about yourself. Just look, you have a cold and can't even find someone to take care of you. Song Ran understood He-fan's words well. With Gu Tianyu still present, it wasn't wise to make things awkward just yet. I'm fine. Since I've come here to climb the mountain, there's no reason to give up halfway, she declared confidently. Although Yun clearly saw Song Ran struggling with fatigue, she pretended not to notice. Well, she simply didn't feel like pointing it out. At this moment, Song Ran reminded her of a stubborn Galyak, clinging tightly to Gu Tianyu. Yun Yin chimed in. That's right, just as Manager Song said, there's no such thing as giving up halfway. Rather than persuading Song Ran to give up, they might as well let her realize it on her own and quit gracefully. Today, Manager Song will have to work a bit harder. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, Song Ran regained some confidence. You needn't worry about me. If that's the case, let's get moving. Everyone began tidying up and then embarked on a new round of plans. Recalling how she used to climb the mountain alone to gather medicine, it was much the same back then. Yun Yan stood up. Tianyu, let's go. According to the map, we've only just covered a small section. Gu Tianyu thought resting for a while was sufficient. Let's continue then. With that, he stood up and led Yun Yan forward by holding her hand. Song Ran could do nothing but screw the cap back on her water bottle, placing it into her backpack, walking behind them. Wait for me. Fu Hanshin's female companion obviously noticed something, intentionally slowing down her steps while crossing her arms. Miss Song, I didn't think you had such strength. Last night surely must not have frozen you, did it? Hearing this, Song Ran gave up pretending. I'm still upset about what happened last night. Don't act all smug. Fu Hansen is just playing around. Once he gets bored, he'll definitely replace you. Watching the people ahead, Song Ran laughed disdainfully, showing her contempt. The woman was blunt. Miss Song, do you think it's better to never possess or to possess and then lose? Confused, Song Ran frowned, unsure what the woman was trying to say. The woman continued speaking. I've possessed it. Regarding future matters, both Han's son and I cannot guarantee, but at least currently, we are happy. Miss Song, you have never possessed. I figured out long ago, you're aiming to meddle between Mr. Gu and Miss Yun. People like you deserve moral condemnation. One knows better. The woman's remarks effectively angered Song Ran. What did you say? Unable to hold back, Song Ran raised her hand. But the woman dodged easily, looking down at Song Ran as though she were dealing with a vulgar and immoral lunatic. Noticing his partner hadn't caught up, Fu Hansen turned around. Immediately, the woman ran towards Fu Hansen. Hans Hen, I saw that Miss Song wasn't feeling well, so I slowed down a bit to accompany her. Song Ran glared fiercely at her, cursing under her breath. Bitch. Now looking ahead, everyone else seemed to be paired up, leaving her to walk alone at the rear. Yun Yan had caught a glimpse of their exchange earlier with her peripheral vision. Song Ran's inner strength was still considered sufficient, as she could endure such things for Gu Tianyu. The mountain path became less crowded the higher they went. The road slowly became more rugged. Fan also started to feel short of breath. Tianyu, I need to rest for a moment. Gu Tianyu coldly glanced at him. You just lack exercise normally. You're so weak. Where are we even at? And you want to rest again? Fu Hansen also sat down. Fan retorted. I'm taking a break midway to conserve energy, in order to walk further later. Seeing everyone stopped, Fan didn't want to waste anyone's time either. Tianyu, if you all continue walking, we'll catch up after resting for a while. His suggestion worked effectively. Everyone else nodded, wanting to rest a little longer. Yun Yan had heard there was a unique plant on the mountain of Longquan Villa. Since it was rare to come here today, she also wanted to personally check it out. If they started resting now, she probably wouldn't find those plants until nightfall. Tianyu, why don't you and everyone else take a rest while I keep walking? Yun Yan looked at the mountain path ahead, full of anticipation. With her past experience of collecting herbs on the mountain, Yun Yan felt her stamina was well preserved. Gu Tianyu took a look at the long road ahead. He wasn't comfortable with Yun Yan going alone. Yun Yan, let them rest. I'll accompany you to keep going. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's refusal, Song Ran originally wanted to continue walking alongside him, but her body couldn't permit it. After taking cold medicine, facing the chilling wind while climbing the mountain really felt life-threatening. Tianyu, you should rest for a moment too. If Yun Yan wants to go, let her go first. We can meet up later. Gu Tianyu completely ignored Song Ran's words. Then you guys rest first. I will continue forward with Yun Yan. We will meet later. Hearing Gu Tianyu's words, no one tried to stop him, since coming out to play is all about having fun. Once they have rested enough, catching up will be fine too. Fan waved his hand. Take care of Yun Yan then. We will meet up later. Gu Tianyu didn't pay attention to Song Ran's request, adjusted his backpack, and followed Yun Yan. Chapter 166, Unexplored Areas. The two continued walking along the mountain path. Yun Yan, you're more careful. Gu Tianyu noticed Yun Yan had been walking ahead the whole time. His focus was entirely on Yun Yan, occasionally giving her reminders. Yun Yan smiled lightly. Tianyu, don't worry, I've walked these paths many times. Gu Tianyu promptly heard her reply, but still couldn't feel at ease. The dampness on the mountain can make the ground slippery. We should walk slower. Seeing Gu Tianyu's anxious expression, Yun Yan found him somewhat adorable. In front of others, he was a serious heir to the Gu family business, but in front of Yun Yan, he was a warm-hearted man. Yun Yan spoke, turning around and walking backward to face Gu Tianyu. Do you forget that we first met on the mountain? She referred to that specific encounter. Gu Tianyu indeed forgot. Our first meeting? Now I remember. Yun Yan continued. I went into the mountains that day. I somehow ended up saving you. Mentioning their first encounter, they both felt it was fate. If Yun Yan hadn't been there at the time, Gu Tianyu might not have made it through unscathed. I remember, that time, I almost lost my life. Fortunately, there was you. Gu Tianyu looked at Yun Yan with deep affection. Seeing Gu Tianyu's relaxed mood now, Yun Yan continued speaking. Tianyu, I've heard that some of Longquan Villa's unexplored areas still retain their primeval forest characteristics. I want to look for some herbs. Gu Tianyu furrowed his brows slightly. Yan, those unexplored areas can be dangerous. He firmly disagreed. You tell me what herbs you need, and I'll have someone find them for you. Gu Tianyu refused first, his expression becoming more serious. Yun Yanyan gave a faint smile. The herbs I need cannot be found by your people. Gu Tianyu frowned. Are there herbs even my people can't find? He wasn't sure what Yun Yanyan needed. Yes, because this kind of herb, I've only heard about from my master. I've never actually seen it. This is a rare opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. Gu Tianyu didn't agree, thinking Yun Yanyan's request seemed somewhat capricious. Seeing the contemplative Gu Tianyu, Yun Yanyan tried to persuade him further. These herbs are important to me. They will be used for vaccine research and have tremendous significance. Gu Tianyu looked at Yun Yanyan, who kept pleading, and softened his heart. He didn't know that the herbs had such extraordinary significance. Yun Yanyan always had plans when she did things, and the problems she thought deeply about must have been very important. Yanyan, I'll go with you, but safety must be our priority. Gu Tianyu finally relented, knowing that if he didn't let her go, Yun Yanyan would likely try to go herself later. Yun Yanyan nodded obediently, no problem. Next, she observed the path before her and compared it with the map. She believed that if they continued following the artificial trail, they wouldn't find the herbs she was looking for. Along the way, there were signposts reminding people not to enter unexplored areas. Tianyu, I think we should change our route. To find the herbs, we have to go into the forest. She often gathered herbs, so she was clear about the growth habits of medicinal plants. Gu Tianyu gazed into the distance thoughtfully. Let's go. This time, they didn't follow the route indicated on the map, but bypassed the artificially developed road. As they ventured deeper, the terrain became uneven and desolate, and the forest inside was truly primeval. For safety, Gu Tianyu personally walked ahead, turning back every few steps to confirm that Yun Yanyan was closely following. After walking for quite some time, they heard the sound of flowing water. Gu Tianyu looked around. Yanyan, there's probably a stream ahead. Gu Tianyu had also attended wilderness training in the past, so he had some general knowledge of the outdoor environment. Yun Yanyan also heard it. She agreed with Gu Tianyu. Judging by the water flow, it should be just ahead somewhere. Sure enough, after climbing over a small hill together, they saw a stream flowing in front of them. Gu Tianyu took out a folding stick from his backpack, unfolded it, and measured the depth of the stream. Fortunately, the stream was not deep. Seeing this scene, Yun Yanyan was certain. Tianyu, we have to continue forward. Beside the stream, there will definitely be a lot of wildflowers and herbs. In this area of Longquan Villa, there are many streams like this one, so the resources here are also very rich. Gu Tianyu agreed. Yes, watch out for slipping stones underfoot. He immediately reminded her. With constant water flow nearby, the stones were naturally polished smooth. All right. Yun Yanyan followed closely behind Gu Tianyu step by step. We still need to climb over this ridge. Look at the dense forest around here. The soil is fertile. I believe there will be many plants ahead. To keep his shoes dry, Gu Tianyu leaped across and easily landed on the stone ahead. He turned around, extending a hand toward Yun Yan. Yun Yan, come, I'll catch you. Yun Yan mimicked Gu Tianyu's actions. She jumped towards Gu Tianyu. Due to inertia, she fell right into Gu Tianyu's arms. He instinctively held her, catching the scent of her shampoo, which stirred his heart. They exchanged smiles. Gu Tianyu carefully loosened his grip. Yin Yin, be a bit more careful. After speaking, he turned again and leapt onto another stone. Repeating this action several times, they successfully left the small creek path and reached a small gravel road. There were many flowers and plants along the way, and Yun Yin stopped briefly to examine each one. This is wonderful. After walking for a long time, Gu Tianyu checked his watch and reminded her, Yin Yin, if we go a little further, we can't venture deeper. I'm worried that night falls early in the mountains, and if we get lost, it will be troublesome. On their way here, Gu Tianyu had been leaving markers all along to avoid getting lost. Though Yun Yin also wanted to find the herbs very much, reality must still prevail. All right, let's climb over the ridge, and if we still don't find anything, then we'll head back. Yun Yin thought they had already walked a considerable distance. The two continued moving forward cautiously. After climbing over the ridge, Yun Yin was instantly captivated by the sea of flowers in front of her eyes. Her heart swelled with joy. Tianyu, look at this beautiful flower field. Although there are no bright colors, only a vast expanse of white. Gu Tianyu nodded. It's indeed very beautiful. Walking so far and seeing such scenery was worth the journey. Yun Yin took off her backpack, pulled out her phone, and planned to take a photo of the flower sea. She stepped gently closer. She held the phone in her hands, but didn't expect the soil beneath to loosen suddenly. Due to the slope sliding, Yun Yin lost her balance. Gu Tianyu noticed this and quickly reacted, grabbing hold of Yun Yin. But in an instant, both of them slipped down together. Chapter 167, Declaration of Heart. They accidentally fell into a cave with Xiao Wei. Yun Yin could feel a spinning sensation on her body, but she did not feel much pain. When she realized she had landed, she found that Gu Tianyu had been holding her tightly the whole time, protecting her. Yun Yin immediately got up from Gu Tianyu's body. Tianyu, are you alright? She worriedly stared at Gu Tianyu, held his arms, and carefully examined him. The situation was too urgent and dangerous just now. Gu Tianyu felt some pain in his body. He slowly sat up, then moved his limbs around, determining that it was just a superficial injury. No fractures. There's nothing serious, just a little scrape. He moved his limbs to show that he was safe, fearing that Yun Yin would worry. Yun Yin finally relaxed and exhaled slowly. Thank goodness you're fine. She patted her chest. Gu Tianyu even comforted her. What's most important is that you're fine. I have tough skin and muscles, so I'm quite resilient. After hearing this, Yun Yin felt warmth in her heart, and instantly thought that the man before her seemed taller. After a brief rest, Gu Tianyu looked up and checked the entrance of the cave. It seems this cave is quite deep. Gu Tianyu got up from the ground. He took off his backpack and lightly patted the dust off his clothes. He extended his hand to pull Yunyan up. Yunyan, are you okay? Yunyan shook her head. She also patted the dust off her clothes, following Gu Tianyu's gaze toward the position above them. Gu Tianyu walked to the wall of the cave, feeling the surroundings, observing how much this cave resembled a baby's affection. There's only mud here, no force points. It'll be difficult for us to climb out by ourselves. Upon hearing this, Yunyan also touched it and confirmed it was as Gu Tianyu said. We can only rely on outside help. Yunyan slightly frowned. She picked up her phone, intending to ask for help. At this moment, she discovered there was no signal. Bad luck, my phone has no signal. Yunyan held her phone high, changing directions, trying to see if any signals could be found. Gu Tianyu also checked his phone, and indeed, it was the same as Yunyan's. There was no signal. He put the phone back into his pocket. Yunyan, don't worry, we'll find a way out. Gu Tianyu reassured Yunyan at this point. Yunyan also knew that getting upset now wouldn't help. They need to think of a solution. Gu Tianyu went to his backpack and opened it. Inside were some first aid supplies, as well as a bit of bread and water. He took out the water and bread. Gu Tianyu remembered that Yunyan hadn't eaten anything after climbing the mountain today. He squatted on the ground, taking out the food. Yunyan, come sit down. We should eat something, then figure out a plan. Exactly, we've walked for so long and so far. It's time for a good rest. Yunyan knew that Gu Tianyu was comforting her. Tianyu, I should have listened to you earlier and not ventured into undeveloped areas. Instead, Gu Tianyu thought it wasn't a big deal. It's alright. After all, you were anxious and wanted to find medicinal herbs. Our usual work schedule is so busy. It's better to use this opportunity to relax. Seeing Gu Tianyu's calmness, Yunyan felt much more relieved. Now they were hungry indeed. She sat cross-legged on the ground with Gu Tianyu. Ignoring that her hands were a little dirty, she took the bread passed by Gu Tianyu, nibbled a small bite, and started chewing. Gu Tianyu, seeing Yunyan start eating, followed suit. Have some water. Gu Tianyu carefully handed it over and then pulled out tissues from his backpack to give to Yunyan. For the first time in her life, Yunyan had someone take such good care of her, and she felt warmth in her heart. Thank you. She accepted the water bottle. After eating the bread, the two leaned against each other and looked up at the sky. The clouds floated leisurely. Gradually, the sky began to grow darker. Yunyan took out her phone, wanting to check the time, but found there was still no signal. Tianyu, do you think we can get out? Yunyan felt the weather getting much colder. In the mountains after nightfall, the temperature dropped even more. Gu Tianyu comforted her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He noticed this and then unbuttoned his coat, wrapping Yunyan in his arms. They nestled together and indeed warmed up a lot. If He Fan and Fu Hansen notice we're missing and can't contact us, they will definitely contact the Gu family and send people to rescue us. When Gu Tianyu said this, he was very confident. Although that may be true, Yunyan was still uneasy. Even so, it's very hard for them to find us since this place is so vast. Yunyan also knew that they had deviated from the normal developed area before. She couldn't even tell where they were right now. Gu Tianyu could sense Yunyan's uneasiness. He took Yunyan's hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Gu Tianyu was calm and collected. He looked into Yunyan's eyes with sincerity, giving her a sense of reassurance. Now, the two were snuggled together in the quiet mountain cave, where they could even hear each other's heartbeats. Tianyu, there's actually something I've been wanting to ask you, Yunyan said under the unique circumstances that surrounded them now. Gu Tianyu noticed Yunyan's nervousness and wiped some dust off her face. What do you want to ask me? Yunyan hesitated for a moment. When we started out, it was quite peculiar. You wanted me to quickly adapt to my role as your wife. Was it based on a feeling or on an emotion? Gu Tianyu paused slightly. He hadn't expected Yunyan to have these thoughts. He gazed at her earnestly. It's based on emotion. But our beginning wasn't built on emotion. Could our daily encounters have given you the wrong impression? This answer was important to Yunyan as she looked at Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu found Yunyan, serious in this moment, adorable. Miss Yun, don't you realize how captivating you are? Yunyan was confused. At first, perhaps our meeting was based on some kind of mutual benefit. But later, after spending time with you, I discovered countless qualities about you that attracted me closer and closer. Each encounter with you has dazzled me. I've secretly wondered what kind of magic you possess that makes me admire you so much. Upon hearing this from Gu Tianyu, Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. That's because you haven't truly understood me yet. Gu Tianyu didn't refute it. Instead, he nodded vigorously. You're right, Yunyan. So, would you let me understand you more? Gu Tianyu's burning gaze rested on Yunyan's cheeks. As their eyes met, Yunyan could feel his warmth. Yunyan smiled faintly and turned away her gaze. Gu Tianyu reached out, held Yunyan's chin with his fingers, squinted his eyes slightly, and placed a deep kiss on her lips, suppressing the joy in his heart. Yunyan did not resist. Chapter 168, Exchanging Hearts. After a long time, the two slowly parted from their indulgence. His voice became a bit deeper. When I thought my time was almost up, it was you who entered my life and created a miracle for me. Yunyan paused for a moment, not expecting that Gu Tianyu would remember every single detail. All along, she had only felt Gu Tianyu's authority and severity. This was Gu Tianyu's first serious confession. Yunyan looked at the man in front of her and felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She chuckled. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly like this? Gu Tianyu knew that some words should be said at the right time. All along, he owed Yunyan a formal declaration of love. I just want to tell you that my feelings for you are serious. From being gradually attracted at first to now being unable to let go. In the days to come, I hope we can always be together. Although our relationship lacked some emotional foundation in the past, I am willing to make up for it step by step. Every word Gu Tianyu said was etched deeply into Yunyan's heart. Gu Tianyu tightly held her hand. This was the first time he had confessed so sincerely to a woman. He awaited Yunyan's response anxiously. A faint smile appeared on Yunyan's lips as she remained silent. Perhaps, under strange circumstances and in perilous moments, Gu Tianyu's words made Yunyan feel more genuine. Seeing Yunyan's calm expression, Gu Tianyu began to worry. Yunyan, everything I said is true. He was concerned that Yunyan might not believe him. Seeing Gu Tianyu's earnest face, Yunyan no longer refuted, understood. Looking at the sincere man before her, this was the first person who dared to confess so honestly to her. The reason she had not agreed to have a wedding ceremony was because she always felt something was missing between them. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Gu Tianyu secretly rejoiced inside, and continued. Yunyan, I know that when you married into the Gu family, there was no ceremony, which truly wronged you. You were married to a stranger without clarity, and you didn't even experience the dating process before getting married. He felt this indeed wronged Yunyan. Yunyan fell silent again. Indeed, they got married directly without going through the stage of dating. Recalling the past, it was all to meet Yun Qingyun's conditions, marrying into the Gu family, unrelated to happiness. Gu Tianyu thought, Yunyan, we still have a long way to go. I want to start pursuing you again. I know you've always been reluctant to rehost the wedding because you must also feel our feelings aren't strong enough. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Yunyan's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Gu Tianyu to say these things. As the night grew darker, the two only relied on the dim light of a flashlight inside the cave entrance. Yunyan saw the faint sparkle in Gu Tianyu's eyes and was indeed moved. Even though she had initially married into the Gu family for a certain purpose, living within the Gu family, Gu Tianyu had never treated her poorly. On the contrary, he had been extremely good to her. Gu Tianyu did mention the wedding a few times, but each time she found excuses to delay it. Tianyu, is it because I said we should put off the wedding temporarily that you are worried? Yunyan really didn't want to have the wedding too soon. Gu Tianyu didn't deny it. At first, when I mentioned hosting the wedding, I wanted to give you a dignified ceremony. I didn't want you to feel wronged for entering the Gu family. All people think that you are climbing high by marrying into the Gu family. Actually, they don't know that I'm the one who is climbing high to be with you. Gu Tianyu gazed at Yunyan with deep affection, his eyes radiating tenderness. Yunyan smiled faintly. Tianyu, you really don't need to explain these things to me. Our relationship now is the most comfortable kind. Gu Tianyu still frowned slightly. Yunyan, I don't want you to feel lessened in anything others possess. You deserve it. After listening to Gu Tianyu's words, Yunyan's heart trembled slightly. Deep in her heart, she had always wanted to reclaim her mother Yun's shares. Her wish had been fulfilled, but she still had her own goals to achieve and didn't want to tie herself down in the Gu family so quickly. Tianyu, thank you for your thoughtfulness, but I'm not ready to have such a high-profile wedding yet. I hope you could give me a little more time. After hearing this, although there was a slight bitterness in his heart, Gu Tianyu still respected Yunyan. Yunyan, I'll wait for you. Yunyan smiled gently. She thought the man before her was just too good. Right now, Yunyan held a very important place in his heart, but he also hoped Yunyan's feelings for him would grow deeper. Yunyan felt that the man in front of her was the only man she could truly fall in love with now. However, she hoped there could be a little more space between them. Tianyu, Warren's marriage wasn't about love in the beginning. However, if we are to rehost the wedding, it should be because we genuinely like each other and acknowledge this relationship. Yunyan was clear about what she wanted. No longer would she marry just for the sake of having a ceremony. Gu Tianyu looked at Yunyan before him. This was the kind of woman he admired, independent and self-reliant. Fine, I'm confident that I can make you fall in love with me, willingly agreeing to have our wedding. Gu Tianyu said as he reached out and gently touched Yunyan's nose. Yunyan smiled too, delighted. Tianyu, thank you for understanding. Hearing Yunyan's words, Gu Tianyu went from being apprehensive earlier to feeling relieved now. Don't worry. If you're not ready, I won't force you. He didn't know when exactly it had started, but he was deeply captivated by the woman in front of him. I'm so happy, Yunyan. With that, Gu Tianyu tightly embraced Yunyan. She tapped him lightly. You're suffocating me. Gu Tianyu let go, and they shared a warm smile. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu. A voice came from outside the cave, interrupting their conversation. Looking out of the cave entrance, they saw it was pitch black outside. Tianyu, I think I hear Cheng Jio's voice, Yunyan whispered softly, her ears perking up again as she listened carefully. Gu Tianyu nodded. I heard it too. Then, he took out the flashlight, turned it on, and waved it toward the cave entrance, allowing its light to shine outside. There's light over there. Cheng Jio noticed the signal Gu Tianyu was sending him. He quickly led the rescue team over. We're saved, Yunyan. Yunyan nodded, originally concerned about how long it might take to find them in such a remote mountainous area. But unexpectedly, the rescue came fairly fast. That's right. Finally, we can leave here. Yunyan felt a wave of relief. Together, Cheng Jio and the rescue team approached. After confirming their location, the rescuers threw down the rescue ropes. Gu Tianyu caught them and tied one end around Yunyan's waist. You go up first. I'll follow later. Yunyan gripped the rope firmly as it began to rise slowly. Both Yunyan and Gu Tianyu were successfully rescued. Chapter 169, We are legally married. After being rescued, Cheng Jio looked at Gu Tianyu and Yunyan anxiously. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, are you alright? Cheng Jiu handed them a coat. In the mountain, it would be much colder at night. Gu Tianyu took the coat and draped it over Yunyan. After confirming that Yunyan was fine, he put on another coat. Cheng Jiu regained consciousness. Mr. Gu, thank goodness we found you both. When we first received Mr. Fu's call, we were extremely worried. Gu Tianyu frowned. Does everyone back home know already? Cheng Jiu nodded. Gu Tianyu just didn't want his family to find out. Afterwards, Song Wenxue would surely blame Yunyan for today's mishap. This Fu Hansen is really too timid. It's just a moment of disappearance, yet they're making such a fuss. Cheng Jiu nodded. Mr. Fu is because he doesn't know. Cheng Jiu originally intended to continue, but glanced secretly at Yun standing next to him and chose to remain silent. Let's go back, Gu Tianyu ordered. They had just returned to the hotel with the rescue vehicle. He Fan and Fu Hansen were already waiting in the hotel lobby. As the rescue vehicle stopped in front of the hotel, Yun and Gu Tianyu got off and walked into the hotel lobby, with Cheng Jiu following behind them. Song Ran saw them return, immediately stood up, and quickened her steps to reach them. She scanned them up and down, discovering that apart from dirty clothes, everything else seemed intact. Tianyu, are you okay? She asked worriedly, holding on to Gu Tianyu's hand, inspecting carefully. My aunt has already called me multiple times. She is very worried back at home. I told her not to come here. I'm fine where I am. Upon hearing Song Ran's words, Yunyan felt that this woman really knew how to take credit for others' efforts. Several female classmates nearby seeing the situation also let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Gu, it's a good thing you've returned safely. Our Ran was so worried about you. She couldn't even eat dinner tonight. Song Ran stood beside, acting all wronged. Gu Tianyu gently shook off Song Ran's hand, only slightly shaking his head. I'm fine. Song Ran didn't dare to cling anymore and could only stand still. Director Song, there's no need to worry too much. Just now, we wanted to look for a certain plant, so we took an alternative route. He Fan, standing by the side, after hearing that Gu Tianyu and Yunyan were unharmed, relaxed as well. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Song Ran glared fiercely at Yunyan and started shouting loudly. Yunyan, was this your idea? She knew Gu Tianyu definitely wouldn't be interested in flowers or grasses. The only explanation must be because of Yunyan. Seeing Song Ran's nervous and angry expression, Yunyan felt rather bored. Tianyu, I think I'm a little tired today. I want to go back and rest. With so many people around, Song Ran was directly ignored, feeling that Yunyan didn't respect her. A female classmate quickly walked over, blocking Yunyan's way. Miss Yun, Ran is talking to you. Yunyan looked at the female classmate in front of her, responding coldly. Please move aside. She felt that she didn't want to deal with these women. The female classmate, ignored completely, suddenly lost face. Mr. Gu, why is your friend behaving like this? It's because of her that you all ended up in danger today. Now, Ran hasn't said more than a few sentences, and she's already upset. The female classmate looked up and down at Yunyan, as if she were a righteous friend. Fu Hansen and He Fan, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile wryly. How did the current situation seem like it was entirely Yunyan's fault? Fu Hansen stepped forward, planning to pull the female classmate away. It's their marital issue, it's none of your business. This female classmate really lacked insight. Upon hearing Fu Hansen's words, her originally dissatisfied emotions escalated further into anger. What's wrong with all of you male classmates? You bring your girlfriends to a class reunion, that's one thing. But now you're getting so arrogant. Is there any sense of reason left? He Fan and Fu Hansen were quite helpless. No. Who have we offended? Why does this fire get directed at us? The female classmate glared at them harshly. You all know what you've done. Yunyan chuckled coldly a few times. I truly don't know what grievous sin I've committed. Originally, she didn't intend to pay attention to them, but it seemed that ignoring them wouldn't resolve anything either. Why are you laughing? The female classmate paused momentarily when she noticed Yunyan's abnormal reaction. Gu Tianyu also felt that these women were being utterly unreasonable. He held Yunyan's hand. Yunyan, let's go back and rest. Seeing Gu Tianyu's gesture, the female classmate widened her eyes. Ran, what is this? You all should come over here quickly. Don't just stand there blankly. Upon hearing this, several female classmates gathered around. They stood in a line, blocking Yunyan's way and preventing her from leaving. They all thought that Song Ran and Gu Tianyu were the perfect couple, so what did Gu Tianyu's current actions mean? Song Ran, standing beside, felt a little embarrassed at this moment. She had never formally clarified the speculations about her relationship with Gu Tianyu among classmates, and secretly took pride in it among her peers. Now was definitely not the time to clarify anything. Yunyan asked the female classmates, Excuse me, how exactly have I been overbearing? Please enlighten me. The female classmate pointed at their joined hands. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Song Ran is right here. She is your girlfriend. When you went missing earlier, she was so worried. How could you act like this? Gu Tianyu found it utterly absurd and was just about to speak when Yunyan stopped him temporarily. Girlfriend? Where did you hear that Song Ran is Gu Tianyu's girlfriend? Yunyan's tone grew colder. The female classmate was angry. Don't pretend. We all know Song Ran is Mr. Gu's girlfriend. What more proof do you need? Yunyan shot a sharp glance at Gu Tianyu. Mr. Gu, I didn't know you had a girlfriend. Gu Tianyu was truly exasperated. He Fan and Fu Hansen couldn't help but laugh. The Gu Tianyu they knew was decisive and never acted like this. Exactly. Mr. Gu, when did you become Song Ran's boyfriend? They burst into chuckles. Gu Tianyu, who was already irritated, shot them a sharp look. He Fan and Fu Hansen immediately wiped away their smiles. They certainly knew when to stop and didn't dare joke further. Song Ran originally wanted to show off in front of her classmates, but never expected Gu Tianyu to bring Yun Yan to the reunion. Even less expected was for the female classmates to stand up for her now. Seeing the situation getting tense, Song Ran suddenly felt it hard to resolve. Today, Tianyu has already been exhausted. Let's all step aside and let him go back and rest. Chapter 170, a major social death scene. Song Ran hoped everyone would leave now. Otherwise, she didn't know how to bring this situation to a close. However, Yun Yan was in no hurry to leave this time. Manager Song, since your classmates are so curious about our relationship, I will explain it properly. Upon hearing this, Song Ran's face immediately turned ashen. Yun Yan, I've said that Tianyu needs rest now. Other things can be discussed later. Gu Tianyu also agreed with Yun Yan. Their relationship was perfectly legitimate, and he didn't like being misunderstood. Manager Song, I don't need rest at the moment. Song Ran hadn't expected Gu Tianyu, who usually didn't care about dealing with matters, to agree with Yun Yan about giving an explanation now. The female classmate wouldn't back down either. Ran, don't worry, let me set things straight for you now. Song Ran felt her face burning hot. How should she deal with this? Yun Yan paid no attention to Song Ran and spoke solemnly to the female classmate. Gu Tianyu is my husband. We're legally married. I don't know what you mean by saying something between Song Ran and Gu Tianyu. Yun Yan gave Song Ran a cold stare. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, the female classmate was instantly frozen in place. She doubted her own ears. You are married? She repeated, then looked at Song Ran. Ran, is what she said true? The female classmate insisted on confirmation and directed her gaze toward Song Ran. Given the current situation, it wasn't clear yet. Song Ran glanced at Gu Tianyu. She knew she couldn't lie in front of him. After a long pause, she softly answered with one word, yes. The female classmate was completely shocked. She had never expected that Yun Yan was the real wife. Thus, it seemed her actions had indeed been an insult. The female classmate stepped back slightly, hesitated, and then muttered, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, I apologize. She felt utterly embarrassed. Just as they were about to turn and leave, however, it wasn't so easy now. Assistant Cheng, don't let them leave. Cheng Jiao, after hearing Yun Yan's command, glanced at Gu Jianting. Gu Tianyu nodded. Cheng Jiao then ordered several assistants to block their retreat, surrounding them completely. At this point, the guests entering and exiting the hotel lobby noticed the situation and began speculating about what had happened. Some even stopped to watch. Yun Yan originally didn't want to bother explaining such trivial matters, but it appeared that ignoring them wouldn't make the issue go away. Yun Yan's sharp gaze swept across the group. An apology alone cannot erase the verbal harm you caused just now, can it? Yun Yan had no intention of letting this slide so easily. The female classmate understood her fault but still glanced around, realizing they were surrounded, and started to feel a bit afraid. It was my misunderstanding earlier. I didn't know you're Mr. Gu's official spouse. I thought you were someone he brought along. She attempted to explain. Upon hearing these words, Yun Yan became even more furious. Someone he brought along? I would like to ask this lady, what do you mean by someone he brought along in your mind? Is this not discrimination against others? Looking down on people as if you're better than them? Yun Yan stared directly at the female classmate, making her recognize her mistake clearly. Do you think only you deserve respect, and no one else deserves friendship? Her cutting remarks left the female classmate speechless. At this point, He Fan and Fu Hansen's companions also chimed in, unable to contain themselves. Mrs. Gu was right. They stood beside Yun Yan. You're wearing colored glasses and unfairly judging others. We are friends of He Fan and Fu Hansen, with completely transparent relationships. And yet, behind our backs, you've talked ill of us. He Fan and Fu Hansen, upon hearing this, changed their expressions abruptly. What? How dare you slander our guests behind our backs? They couldn't believe how much gossip these women had spread. Yes, last night by the hot spring pool, they said many hurtful things, truly unpleasant. If it weren't for Mrs. Gu, we wouldn't have known how much further their rumors might have gone. They're absolutely hateful. Fu Hansen cursed angrily. Their mouths were full of abuse, calling others names repeatedly. This revelation made the female classmates anxious. When they mentioned the incident from last night at the hot spring pool, bitterness surged inside them. You took away our robes, forcing us to run all the way back. This morning, we both caught severe colds because of that. Upon hearing this, He Fan and Fu Hansen seemed enlightened. That explains why Song Ran caught a cold today. They couldn't help but laugh lightly. Their companions joined in laughing. Furious, Song Ran stomped her feet. Don't be smug, He Fan, Fu Hansen. You need to discipline your friends properly. She was extremely angry. He Fan countered. I don't usually argue with women, but Ran, I warn you not to push your luck too far. For the sake of your surname Song, I can let this go this time. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Fu Hansen and Yi Qing huffed softly. The female classmate began to feel fear now. She had originally thought that Song Ran was going to be Mr. Gu's future wife, so she went all out to ingratiate herself. But looking at the current situation, it turned out that everything was just Song Ran's own misunderstanding, and she herself became an accomplice by mistake. If Gu Tianyu or He Fan got upset, her department wouldn't bear the responsibility. Her thoughts shifted quickly, and she directly shirked off all responsibility. It's nothing to do with us. If there is blame, then it could only fall on Ran. It was her who incited us. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, we're sorry. Mr. He, Mr. Fu, we're sorry too. We were deceived and didn't know better. You should forgive us this once, and from now on, we promise to stay far away from Ran. In a flash, everyone pushed the entire matter onto Song Ran. Song Ran's face turned indifferent. You. These so-called female classmates were utterly unreliable. Now they had turned around to accuse her, infuriating Song Ran. What nonsense are you all spewing? If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. Song Ran pointed at those people who half an hour ago claimed to be her good sisters and angrily reprimanded them. Seeing Song Ran's current attitude, everyone recognized the truth. Yun Yin looked sternly at the pathetic state of Song Ran. Ms. Song, don't always have such wicked intentions. If you keep being unjust, you will ultimately bring about your own downfall. Having already lost all dignity, Song Ran didn't care about adding another charge against herself. She turned and rushed toward Yun Yin. Yun Yin, you vile woman, aren't you enjoying this moment now? As she spoke, she raised her hand, ready to slap Yun Yan's face. With one hand, Yun Yin grabbed her wrist and gave it a hard jerk. Song Ran fell to the ground. Ms. Song, how come you've stopped pretending? I remember that in front of Tianyu, you always appeared gentle and weak, yet now you're this violent. You despicable woman, today I'm going to kill you. Song Ran got up and moved closer to Yun Yin again. This time, Gu Tianyu couldn't bear it any longer. He stepped in front of Yun Yin and yelled loudly, Ms. Song, that's enough. Yun Yin is my wife. I will not allow anyone to harm her in front of me. Song Ran looked at Gu Tianyu, whose displeased expression broke her heart. Realizing that Yun Yin and everyone else were laughing at her predicament, she retreated step by step until a stumble caused her to fall back onto the ground. All the accumulated indignities erupted in this single moment. Chapter 171, The Right Candidate. After taking a 2-day break, Yun Yin saw the mountain of work waiting for her and felt the pressure mounting. She started to somewhat understand Gu Tianyu's busyness. Yun Yin had other matters to attend to. She simply wanted Yi He to find someone as soon as possible to manage the Yun Corporation for her. This way, she could also divert her attention to handle other matters. She didn't know how Yi He's recruitment process was going, so Yun Yin took out her phone and prepared to make a call. Knock, knock, knock. There came a series of knocks at the door of the Yun Group president's office. Come in. Yun Yin looked up toward the direction of the door. Yi He pushed open the president's office door and walked in. Sister. Just in time, I was just about to look for you. Have you found a suitable candidate? This was what Yun Yin cared about most now. Upon hearing this, Yi He curled his lips into a smile. Sister, I'm here today precisely because of this matter. He turned around and closed the president's office door. As he walked towards Yun Yin, he began speaking. After several rounds of screening, I now have an initial choice, but the final decision is still up to you. While speaking, Yi He handed Shinzi's resume over to Yun Yin. Yun Yin took the resume, opened it, and began reading. On the first page of the resume, there was a picture of an elegant woman with a sweet smile, leaving a good impression. Seeing her age and background, Yun Yin thought that such a girl was a prodigy. Her career history was impeccable, always working in multinational corporations before recently returning to China. Such a background was highly sought after wherever she went. Yun Yan's eyes slightly moved. Ah hey, have you investigated Miss Shin? Yi He slightly raised his eyebrows. Yes. At first, my thoughts were the same as sisters. With such a background, finding a job at one of the big companies in Jiang City wouldn't be difficult at all. But Miss Shun has chosen our Yun Corporation. Yun Yin nodded. Have you interviewed her yet? She has already gone through several rounds of screening. Miss Shin comes across as very steady and someone who can get things done. What Yun Yin needed now was an assistant who could provide help. So naturally, there would be more considerations during the selection process. She wanted to ensure that the person she hired would not only have a clean background, but also be loyal. Yi He reminded her, Sister, Miss Shun is outside the door. Why don't you take a look yourself? Yun Yin also wanted to get to know Shinzi better. Alright, let's have a meeting. Yi He turned around and walked towards the entrance, opening the door. Then, he brought Shinzi inside. Shinzi had a head of large, wavy curls casually tied back. Today, she wore a white suit jacket with straight leg pants, appearing professional and competent. After spotting Yun Yin, Shinzi nodded respectfully. Hello, Ms. Yun. My name is Shinzi. It's a pleasure to join Yun Corporation. Shinzi introduced herself briefly, and it was clear that she had remarkable grace and eloquence. Yun Yin nodded slightly. I see your age to be similar to mine. You've been working for multinational enterprises. Why did you choose Yun Corporation this time? Yun Yin was straightforward and didn't want to beat around the bush. Shinzi answered decisively, as if anticipating that this question would surely come. I grew up in Jiang City since childhood, then went abroad for studies and have been working overseas ever since. Now, I want to develop my career back in Jiang City. People tend to aim high, water flows low. Shinzi's words couldn't entirely convince Yun Yin. Shouldn't the leading enterprise in Jiang City, Gu Corporation, be your top choice, Miss Shin? If anyone had such an impressive background, they'd typically consider major companies first. Yun Yin was curious. Why would someone like Shinzi, who possesses such a strong background, abandon larger enterprises and choose to join Yun Corporation? Shinzi smiled faintly. Ms. Yun, you're absolutely correct. Perhaps many people think like you do. Under equal conditions, they prefer the optimal choice. But I am different. I'd rather be a leader among chickens than a tail end among phoenixes. It's natural for everyone to value platforms differently, leading to diverse prospects for development. As for Yun Corporation, being able to rise from adversity fascinates me. I enjoy challenges. Shinzi's manner of speech conveyed a sense of composure. This composure isn't something you can fake. It requires certain social experience and work experience to achieve. Yun Yin calmly observed the woman before her. Everything she said was clear and concise, and she had a precise understanding of what she wanted. It seems Miss Shin has done some research on Yun Corporation. Looking at Shinzi, Yun Yin indeed felt that she fit her ideal candidate. Shenzi didn't deny it. If I want to perform well in this job, prior preparation is indispensable. I have gathered a series of materials regarding Yun Corporation's history. I've also made some strategic analyses for Yun Corporation's future. After saying that, Shenzi handed a folder to Yun Yin. Yun Yin took it and started flipping through. Shenzi's plan was very detailed. Her analysis was spot on, her views sharp, and her stance firm. It was an excellent proposal. She truly lived up to Yi He's strong recommendation just now. Miss Shun, your plan is perfect, but after all, they are just plans. Putting them into practice is never as simple. Shenzi didn't stop because of Yun Yan's words. Manager Yun, planning only offers set reactions, while implementation is the key point. You're right, talking tactics is something anyone can do. But my previous work experience has provided me with a lot of insights. I believe by applying these experiences, there will certainly be positive results. Encountering strength leads to greater strength, Shenzi said confidently, her eyes darkening as they revealed self-assurance. Yun Yin fell into thought, gazing at Shenzi's proposal before closing it. Miss Shen, congratulations on being hired. Shenzi's gaze softened yet remained confident. Thank you, Manager Yun. Yun Yin stood up and walked to Yi He's side. Take Miss Shen to handle the onboarding procedures. From now on, Miss Shen will serve as the executive assistant in the president's office of Yun Corporation. Shenzi nodded slightly, then turned around and left the president's office with Yi He. Yun Yin watched Shenzi's retreating figure and felt quite satisfied. Just as she sighed in relief, Yun Yin received a call from Jiming's school. Miss Yun, this is Jiming's homeroom teacher. Jiming hasn't come to school all morning, so I could only reach out to you. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Yun Yin was taken aback. Jiming was a boy who followed instructions. Moreover, she had spoken to him over the phone a few days ago and hadn't noticed anything unusual with the child. Teacher, let me find out what happened first. Yun Yin then called Jiming, but his phone was off. With the call to Jiming unanswered, Yun Yin immediately dialed the housekeeper at Hai Tian Issei's residence. Madam, is Jiming at home? Yun Yin asked directly. The housekeeper seemed a bit confused. Madam, Jiming went to school this morning. Chapter 172, Help Investigate. As expected, it was the same as Yun Yin had conjectured. She had a premonition that Jiming was in trouble. Just then, Yi He returned. Sister, Shenzi has already completed the onboarding procedures. I also helped her report for duty smoothly in the president's office. Yun Yin didn't look up, still staring at her phone, waiting for a call. Yi He noticed something unusual about Yun Yin. Sister, what's wrong? You've been staring at your phone. Yun Yin sighed softly. Jiming got into trouble in High City. I have to go over there once. Hearing this news, Yi He became nervous as well. Sister, what happened to Jiming? Yun Yin shook her head. I'm not sure either. It was his homeroom teacher who called to say that Jiming didn't attend school today. I just called the butler of Haitianisa and asked. He said Jiming went to school early in the morning as usual, no abnormality. After listening, Yi He also became uneasy. Then surely, Jiming's phone must definitely be unreachable. Yun Yin frowned. I've been calling non-stop just now. All are showing off-hook status. So I decided to go personally. This kid is not one to leave without saying anything. I'm worried he ran into trouble. Yi He thought Yun Yan's analysis made sense too. Jiming had gotten himself into trouble before. Sister, let me accompany you. Yi He took out his phone and intended to hand over the work in progress. Yun Yin directly rejected him. No, right now Yun Corporation has just stabilized. You need to stay here and keep an eye on Yun Corporation for me. I don't trust them. Once I leave, those old fossils will cause trouble again. Yun Yin pointed toward the direction outside the door. Currently, although Yun Corporation seemed calm, those old fossils each harbored different intentions, always thinking of stirring up trouble. If she hadn't been present, they would probably have already acted. Yi He understood how much effort Yun Yin had expended on handling these old fossils during her journey. If he didn't help stay behind to take care of things, these old fossils would definitely start causing chaos. But, I'm still worried about you going alone. Yi He couldn't help but voice his concern. You know how vicious those people can be. Yun Yin smiled faintly. Your sister isn't someone to be trifled with. Don't worry. Besides, Z has just joined Yun Corporation, and there's still so much unfamiliar to her. I hope she can get up to speed quickly. If you stay at Yun Corporation, it will allow me to handle Jiming's affairs without any concerns. Yi He is Yun Yan's most trusted person. She temporarily entrusted Yun Corporation to Yi He, having thoroughly instructed him. Give the car keys to my dad. I need to rush to High City and find Jiming at all costs. Sister, make sure you're safe. Report daily safety updates to me. Yi He took the keys from his pocket and reiterated instructions. He regarded Yun Yin like his real elder sister. Their deep bond stemmed from growing up together. Yun Yin accepted the keys and lightly patted Yi He's back of the head. Don't worry. When I return, I'll treat you to good food and spicy drinks. She knew Yi He was concerned about her. Sister, I'm already grown up. Stop patting my head like that, or you'll knock some sense out of me. Yun Yin laughed. However old you are, you're still my younger brother. Well, go to work now, and bring Ziyi along. I'll find Su Tian to help when I arrive. When Yi He heard Gao Su Tian's name, his face fell unhappily. However, at this moment, he had to admit that indeed, finding Gao Su Tian was the best choice. Alright, if you seek his help, it will indeed save a lot of trouble, making me feel more at ease. Yun Yin gave a faint smile, rest assured. After speaking, Yun Yin picked up her bag and headed straight towards the garage. She didn't go home to pack luggage, heading straight towards High City after leaving Yun Corporation. On the way, Yun Yin first called Gu Tianyu. planning to inform him that she was currently going to High City. Gu Tianyu was inside a senior management meeting room of the Gu Corporation. His face remained cold throughout the discussion while analyzing the execution of various department projects. This meeting was known as the death meeting, during which every manager attending felt jittery. Their performances would be reviewed and criticized in detail. Gu Tianyu's mobile phone at Cheng Jiu kept vibrating persistently, but Cheng Jiu dared not retrieve it to check. The suffocating atmosphere inside the entire meeting room hung heavy over everyone. To all attendees, the boss, Gu Tianyu, was akin to a ticking time bomb, whom none dared provoke. The sharp gaze of Gu Tianyu instilled fear in others. Yuanyan had dialed twice, but Gu Tianyu did not answer. Thus, she assumed that Gu Tianyu was likely in a meeting and stopped calling further. Instead, she sent a text message informing him. She traveled in the direction of High City. During this time, she attempted again to dial Ji Ming's number, yet the outcome remained the same. It seems there was nothing left to do but arrive on location and see what was going on. Recalling the last visit to High City, where she only managed to meet Gao Su Tian briefly, this time it was fitting she could enlist his help. Yuanyan picked up her phone again and dialed Gao Su Tian's number. The call was answered immediately. "Sister, why did you think of calling me?" Su Tian's voice was extremely excited. He was delighted that Yuanyan had called him. Yuanyan didn't beat around the bush. "Su Tian, I'm on my way to High City and should arrive in 2 hours." Upon hearing that Yuanyan was coming, Su Tian was even happier. "Sister, I'll come pick you up later, and tonight, I'll take you on a good tour of High City. Last time was a bit rushed, and I haven't properly entertained you yet." Hearing these words from her second junior disciple, Yuanyan felt warmth in her heart. "Su Tian, I'm not here for sightseeing today." Su Tian knew that Yuanyan wasn't one to indulge in play, so there must be a reason she came to High City. Is it about work then? Since Yuanyan had called Su Tian, she didn't intend to hide anything. "Su Tian, I'm here to find someone. Ji Ming has gone missing." Su Tian was confused. "Who is Ji Ming?" Yuanyan sighed softly. "It's hard to explain right now, but he is someone very important to me. Last time, I sent him to study in High City, but today I received a call from his teacher saying he didn't show up at school. Now, we still can't get in touch with him, so I decided to come to High City to check." After listening, Su Tian understood the purpose of Yuanyan's visit. "Sister, what can I do to help?" Yuanyan indeed needed Su Tian's help. "Su Tian, I entrust you to investigate Ji Ming's situation first. I can't find him alone at this moment. The Gao family holds great prestige in High City, and regarding this matter, Su Tian readily agreed. "Sister, rest assured, I will have people look into it." Yuanyan reminded him. "Su Tian, since the situation isn't clear yet, please instruct your people to be more careful when investigating." Su Tian understood Yuanyan's meaning. "Sister, rest assured, before confirming Ji Ming's safety, I won't make any rash moves that might alarm others." Chapter 173, Yuanyan goes missing. Back when they were learning skills together from their master, Yuanyan still trusted Gao Shutian's abilities. "All right, then I'll wait for your news." Yuanyan hung up the phone and continued driving. As long as Ji Ming wasn't contacted yet, Yuanyan couldn't feel at ease. Yuanyan stepped hard on the gas pedal, accelerating the car forward. She followed the navigation path straight ahead. It was a workday, so there weren't many cars on the road, and the journey went smoothly. Just after getting off the highway, she turned at the first intersection. Continuing down the road, this area was suburban and required passing through a forest to reach the urban area of Haicheng City. Yuanyan focused on driving while paying attention to the vehicles around her. Suddenly, the car behind her surged ahead, cutting in front of Yuanyan's vehicle. Reacting quickly, Yuanyan slammed on the brakes and swerved the steering wheel sharply just to avoid the car, when another van approached from the front, blocking her way. A sharp braking sound was followed by a violent crash sound. Bang! Yuanyan felt a sudden darkness cloud her vision. She felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to tell if it was reality or a dream. In the haze, several men lifted her out of the car, then everything went blank. When Yuanyan woke up again, she found herself lying on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes, her sight gradually becoming clearer. After observing for a while, she realized that she was inside a house. Struggling to rise from the ground, her hands and feet were tightly bound. The room was empty all around with nothing inside. There were only 2 windows, and the door was shut tight, letting in some light. She still felt pain in her head, glancing at her hands where dry, solidified blood remained. Memories returned. She remembered descending from the highway and driving toward Haicheng City. So the collision in the suburbs of Haicheng was no accident, but a deliberate act. Yuanyan paused momentarily, instantly becoming more alert. Where was she? Based on the current situation, Yuanyan had already guessed that she'd been kidnapped. Who were these people? What did they want? Could the present situation be related to Ji Ming's disappearance? Various possibilities flashed through her mind, and this one seemed closest to the truth. Sitting upright against the wall, Yuanyan was still somewhat dazed from the severe impact moments ago. Looking around, the place was completely barren, filled with a dusty smell, indicating it hadn't been used for a long time. There were 2 windows in the house, though the glass was old and cloudy, allowing faint light to shine through. Faint bird sounds could be heard outside. Yuanyan didn't even have her phone on her. She tried looking at her wristwatch to check the time. Raising her hand to look at her wrist, she suddenly noticed that her bracelet was missing. Her heart sank. Carefully thinking it through, she touched her neck to confirm that her custom necklace was still there, but the bracelet was gone. She ruled out the possibility of it falling off during the crash. Since the bracelet was specially tailored to her size, and its lock mechanism was carefully designed so only she knew how to open it. Her necklace was still intact, meaning they weren't after money. If the bracelet was stolen, could it mean they knew its secret? With so many questions surging, Yun boldly guessed the captor must be someone she knew. Given that she wasn't killed during the car crash earlier, there must be a greater conspiracy. Yun tried to untie the ropes binding her hands and feet. For her, trained since before, untying such ropes was relatively simple. Her hands and feet were tightly tied together, and it would take a bit of time to free herself. In the Gu Corporation building, the sky grew darker, and Gu Tianyu looked at his wristwatch, saying, "Today's meeting is over. Please address the issues that need rectification as soon as possible. I hope to see different proposals at our meeting next week." At Gu Tianyu's words, everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, Mr. Gu." After nearly a day-long meeting, everyone felt exhausted, tidying up documents and files, preparing to leave. Cheng Jiao took out Gu Tianyu's phone and handed it over. "Mr. Gu, this morning during the meeting, Madam called twice." Upon hearing Yun had called, Gu Tianyu slightly furrowed his brows. In future, immediately report whenever Madam calls. Although he preferred not to have his meetings interrupted and insisted that senior management reject personal calls during those periods, he would make an exception for Yunyan's calls. Cheng Jiao appeared somewhat troubled and replied faintly, "All right." He inwardly regretted not telling Gu Tianyu earlier about Yunyan's call that morning. Gu Tianyu took the phone passed by Cheng Jiao and called Yunyan. However, Yunyan's phone was not connected. After hanging up, he glanced at the message Yunyan left him. Went to Haiqing? He was also puzzled. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Tianyu's phone rang, and he quickly answered it, but the voice on the other end wasn't Yunyan's. "Tianyu, are you coming home for dinner tonight?" The voice of Song Wenxue came from the other side of the line. Gu Tianyu felt a little disappointed, but still responded, "Yeah, I'll be back soon." Hearing that her son was coming home for dinner, Song Wenxue happily instructed the house staff to prepare a couple more dishes that Gu Tianyu liked. Cheng Jiao finished organizing the documents and prepared to leave the meeting room. Gu Tianyu also stood up and left the meeting room. He made another call to Yunyan, but still couldn't get through. After the rush hour for leaving work had passed, Gu Tianyu quickly returned home. Song Wenxue, seeing Gu Tianyu come home alone, glanced further behind him and then reluctantly asked, "Where's Yunyan?" Gu Tianyu took off his coat and handed it to the servant, then loosened his collar slightly. "Yun doesn't plan to come home for dinner tonight. She has gone to Haiqing." Upon hearing that Yunyan wouldn't be coming home, Song Wenxue couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This woman, always running outside. Tianyu, you should really take good care of her." Gu Tianyu did not respond to his mother's words. Instead, he turned around to wash his hands and then sat down at the dining table. All the dishes served tonight were his favorites. "Mom, let's have dinner." Song Wenxue's lips curved slightly. "All right, let's eat." During dinner, Song Wenxue acted like most mothers, incessantly nagging about Gu Tianyu needing to eat more. Recently, things in the group must be very busy, right? Gu Tianyu nodded, then served some dishes to Song Wenxue. "Yeah, it's year-end, so everything is pretty busy. We haven't had time recently to visit Grandma. Mom, when you're free, go see her more often, and pass our regards to her." Song Wenxue did not object. However, there was one matter that had been weighing heavily on her mind lately. Chapter 174, Rushing to Haiqing. She thought about it for a moment and couldn't help but make a suggestion to Gu Tianyu. "Tianyu, since Yun isn't home now, Mom wants to discuss something with you." Gu Tianyu, hearing Song Wenxue's intention, which was to deliberately avoid the topic around Yunyan, continued eating without looking up. "What is it?" Song Wenxue put down her chopsticks and bowl, having already planned this out in her mind. "Tianyu, your health has recovered, and Gu Corporation is running smoothly. I'm worried about your life's major events. Mom, just say what you have to say." Hearing her son's words, Song Wenxue no longer beat around the bush. "I think it's time for you to settle down for life. I know, it was thanks to Yunyan before. She saved you, but she's just a country girl. She really doesn't match you. I think Ran is quite good. Our families are equal in status. You grew up together with her from childhood, and we know each other well." Gu Tianyu put down his chopsticks and bowl. "Mom, I'm already married to Yan, and I don't plan to get a divorce. Never bring up this matter again." Gu Tianyu raised his gaze, glancing at Song Wenxue, seriously responding to this topic for the first time. Since Song Wenxue had this idea, she wouldn't give up easily either. "Tianyu, Mom doesn't like Yunyan. If you don't like Ran, you still have other choices. It definitely can't be Yunyan." Gu Tianyu's expression turned grim. "Mom, why can't it be Yunyan?" Song Wenxue also put down her chopsticks and bowl, her voice becoming somewhat urgent. "I just don't like her. Whether by family background or any aspect, she and you come from two different worlds. You're a genius among men, while she's just a rural girl. Look at the current Yun group, barely managing to survive. Yunqing and his child are lying sick in bed." Song Wenxue poured all her discontent into words. Gu Tianyu's eyes flashed briefly as he faintly smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Mom, these aren't the main points you're talking about. Yan is my wife, the one person I will exclusively recognize for life." Song Wenxue instantly flared up in anger. "Tianyu, what kind of love potion did she slip into your tea? Look at you now, everything about you is defending her. I dislike her." Song Wenxue reiterated her stance once more. Gu Tianyu didn't continue arguing with Song Wenxue. He also lost his appetite, stood up, and said, "Mom, I won't change on the matters I've decided on. Yan is already my wife. I hope you can respect her." Song Wenxue got angry too. "Then do you even consider me your mom?" Her temper took over, compelling her to make a direct comparison between herself and Yunyan. "If it were anyone else, I still wouldn't be able to accept her." Song Wenxue's stance was rigid, showing no signs of backing down. Gu Tianyu's expression slightly changed. Mom, eat slowly. I still need to handle some documents. I'm going upstairs. After saying that, Gu Tianyu no longer paid attention to Song Wenxue and returned directly to the bedroom. They started off fine during the mealtime, but now ended up parting unhappily. Song Wenxue, filled with anger, lost her appetite too. All the delicacies laid out on the table seemed to lose their meaning. She instructed the housekeeper to clear away the food, then returned to her own bedroom. Upon entering his bedroom, Gu Tianyu saw that Yun Yan hadn't returned his call or left any message. He picked up his phone again and dialed Yun Yan, but there was still no answer. Given his understanding of Yun Yan, she wasn't the type of person to hold grudges and wouldn't intentionally ignore his calls because he hadn't answered her earlier in the morning. Calculating the time, at this point, Yun Yan should have already reached Haiqing. A sudden sense of unease enveloped Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu called Cheng Jiu's number. The phone was just connected. Cheng Jiu, check on my wife's whereabouts. She hasn't been answering the phone till now. I'm worried something happened to her. Hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Cheng Jiu immediately responded. Okay, let me use satellite positioning. Gu Tianyu did not hang up, but kept waiting for Cheng Jiu's response. What's the situation? Gu Tianyu asked anxiously. Cheng Jiu expedited the search process. Mr. Gu, according to the positioning, I found where Mrs. Gu is right now. In the suburbs of Haiqing, a place called Black Bull Mountain. Gu Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. It's night now? She went to the suburbs? Something fell off inside him. Assistant Cheng, take people with you, and let's go there. Remember, don't alarm anyone. After the call ended, Cheng Jiu swiftly followed Gu Tianyu's orders. 20 minutes later, a group of vehicles gathered at Ting Garden. Gu Tianyu, having changed into black casual attire, stepped out of Ting Garden and quickly climbed into the car. His foot hit the accelerator as he drove away. His stern face bore no trace of smiles, his aura making everyone on the vehicle dare not to speak lightly. He was worried about an incident involving Yun Yan. Cheng Jiu sat beside him, holding a laptop computer. Drive. At Cheng Jiu's order, the driver proceeded to the predetermined location. Cheng Jiu turned the screen of his laptop towards Gu Tianyu. I've been tracking Mrs. Gu's location all along, and I found that she has been lingering at this spot. She hasn't left. Has she always been in this position? Gu Tianyu asked gravely, hoping that Yun Yan wouldn't have anything happen to her. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. The long stay made it even more peculiar. Just at that moment, Yi's call came in. Sister's husband. Our senior sister went missing on the way to Haiqing today. Yi said anxiously, as he also couldn't reach Yun Yan. Gu Tianyu asked seriously, missing? He wanted to confirm the matter Yi mentioned. Yi was also heading to Haiqing at this time. This morning, our senior sister received a call from teacher Ming, saying he couldn't be reached. Sister also failed to contact him, so she personally went to Haiqing to understand the situation. She left me behind at Yun Corporation to handle the business affairs. She said she would go to Haiqing to seek help from Gao Su Tian. As a result, I lost contact with her later. Sister isn't an impulsive person. The reason for her being unreachable might be that she is missing. Yi's reasoning wasn't off. Just now, Gao Su Tian also called. He has already sent people to search in Haiqing. I just synchronized this news with you. Gu Tianyu originally still had a trace of hope, but now it was almost certain that Yun Yan had encountered trouble. Hey, I'll share our position with you shortly. I'm with Assistant Cheng right now. I've also brought some people, and we're heading to Haiqing. You can follow my convoy soon. Yi knew Gu Tianyu's style and efficiency. With both of them acting together now, they believed they could find Yun Yan soon. After hanging up, Cheng Jiu took over Gu Tianyu's phone and shared the position with Yi. Upon receiving it, Yi followed the navigation instructions toward Gu Tianyu's direction. Gu Tianyu's expression became serious, knowing that the longer it took, the more dangerous it was for Yun Yan. Assistant Cheng, we need to hurry. Cheng Jiu nodded and then issued the command to the driver. Chapter 175, Never Let You Go. On a pitch-black night, the wilderness and mountains seemed even more eerily terrifying. Yun Yan had just untied the ropes on her body when she heard a loud thudding sound at the door. Then a group of people came in, twisting a tall and slim figure. All of them were wearing masks, concealing their faces, with several holding flashlights. In the darkness, Yun Yan became more perceptive. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Yun Yan clearly recognized this person's face. Ming. Ming, bound tightly and thin, was pushed down onto the ground. His voice was weak and trembling. When he saw Yun Yan, it was as if he'd seen hope again, softly calling out, Sister. Yun Yan quickly moved forward, helping up Ming who had fallen to the ground. She noticed the bruising on his face and the red swelling around his eyes. Clearly, he had been injured severely. Yun Yan instantly felt anger rising within her as she sternly rebuked the group. He's still a child. How could you lay a hand on him? These masked men burst into laughter. So what? He got what he deserved. Yun Yan couldn't understand their intentions. What wrong did he do that made you treat him like this? Unless you explain clearly, none of you will leave here tonight. Ming whispered quietly beside Yun Yan. Sister, you must go. Don't worry about me. I'll find an opportunity to hold them off while you escape. Yun Yan firmly refused. Ming, stop talking nonsense. I'm here today to safely take you away. Ming had already been tortured by these people today. He knew that, at this moment, the two of them alone would never be a match for their adversaries. Sister, don't bother about me anymore. This group didn't care about the sister-brother affection they were displaying. The leader of the gang coldly ordered, separate them. I'm getting sick of this. Yun Yan thought his voice sounded familiar, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. As the order was given, the man indeed stepped towards Yun Yan and Ming. Just as he was about to act, Yun Yan threw a punch, catching him completely off guard. Clutching his wound, The man yelled in pain, surprised that such a seemingly slender girl possessed such explosive strength. The leader barked again. You useless idiots, can't even deal with a woman. As he spoke, he directed the other members. All of you attack. I won't believe a whole group of you can't take down one woman. Upon receiving the command, the group lunged forward like wolves. They locked their eyes on Yun Yan, inching closer with relentless pressure. Ji Ming endured the pain in his body as he blocked Yun Yan from harm. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Let my sister go. The leader laughed maniacally. Young man, you're already struggling to save yourself. What makes you think you can save your sister? Yun Yan supported Ji Ming's shoulder and softly consoled. Ji Ming, don't worry, I'm not afraid. I'll make sure we both return home safely. This group of men, hearing Yun Yan's words, erupted in laughter. Amusing. Most people facing us fall to their knees begging for mercy, sobbing uncontrollably. You little brat, though unafraid, remain quite stubborn. Amidst this desolate mountain wilderness, the laughter of this group echoed particularly arrogantly, sinister, and chilling. Yun Yan wanted to quickly understand the origin of these individuals. Why have you kidnapped me? There must be some purpose. Do you seek wealth, or are you acting under someone's orders? You owe me an explanation. I can't simply die without knowing why. Yun Yan remained undaunted by their threats, staying calm and composed, intending to buy time. She had spoken on the phone with Gao Shutian earlier. If now Gao Shutian realized she had disappeared, he would definitely search everywhere for her. The leading man stopped laughing momentarily. To kidnap you, we need no reason, right? He was haughty and filled with wrath, wanting only to face Yun Yan. Don't think that I'll extort money to lure your friends to save you. Yun Yan's ears twitched slightly, realizing something. If she hadn't misheard, this voice belonged to Ma Zi, pockmarked. Thus, Yun Yan also understood why they would kidnap Ji Ming and herself. She too broke out in laughter. Brother Ma Zi, it's been a long time. The leading man abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression stiffening. Even his subordinates halted their movements, never expecting that in such a dark night, despite covering their faces, they had been identified by Yun Yan. Upon hearing Ma Zi's name, Ji Ming's fear escalated exponentially, feeling a chill run down his spine. Ma Zi, brother Ma Zi. His voice trembled noticeably. Ma Zi sighed deeply before ripping off the mask from his face, muttering, dying of suffocation here. Faint lamplight shone on his face, revealing an intimidating countenance that sent chills down anyone's spine. The others traveling with him also removed their masks one after another. Brother Ma Zi, this smelly woman has guessed it was you so quickly. They sounded a little disheartened. Ma Zi threw the face mask to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Never expected we'd meet again. When Yun Yan saw these people, she realized they had come for revenge. She hesitated for a moment, smiling slightly. Brother Ma Zi, I wondered who it could be, but didn't expect it would be you. Ma Zi had previously experienced Yun Yan's skills and wasn't easily trusting this time around. Yun Yan, president of Yun Group. Last time, I didn't get to know you well, but now there's a chance. Ma Zi snorted coldly. Yun Yan wasn't surprised. If he could find her again, it meant he came prepared. Brother Ma Zi, since you already know my identity, isn't this method of meeting inappropriate? One of Ma Zi's subordinates became impatient upon hearing Yun Yan's words. You damn woman, you're in our hands, yet you dare speak like that to Brother Ma Zi. Having said that, he stepped forward, lifting his hand as if to slap Yun Yan to make her aware of the current situation. Yun Yan was no easy target. She nimbly dodged him and swiftly left a mark on the man's face. Slap. The man thought he had seen a ghost. Yun Yan was so fast that he hadn't even reacted. Clutching his cheek, the pain made him realize he'd indeed been slapped. Brother Ma Zi, this bitch dared to hit me. Instead of being angry, Ma Zi chuckled. I've warned you all, don't move rashly against her. See? Aren't you the one who got into trouble now? Coldly, Yun Yan asked. Brother Ma Zi, since you know my identity, is all of this just about getting back at me? So many pairs of eyes were watching Ma Zi now, and he couldn't let down his guard. Young lady, last time you tricked me and fooled all my brothers around. How can I not repay that favor? As he spoke, Ma Zi took out Yun Yan's silver bracelet from his pocket and swung it. Isn't this the thing, right? Turned out, the bracelet was in his possession. It seemed he had figured out the mechanism of the bracelet during their last encounter, and hence removed it this time. Chapter 176, I'm going to kill you. Brother Ma, it turns out my things were with you. Yun Yan stared at the bracelet. Ma let out a few cold laughs. If you want it back, forget it. He finished by throwing the bracelet on the ground and crushing it under his foot. Even if the Emperor of Heaven himself came today, he couldn't save you now. Just give up. As he spoke, Ma walked toward Yun Yan and Ji Ming. You used tricks last time, making me destroy that little bastard's accounts. Today, I'm going to make you pay double for it. Upon hearing this, Yun Yan also abandoned her earlier attempt at reconciliation. Last time, it was simply because your skills weren't up to par, Brother Ma, yet now you blame us. What you call collecting debts is merely something maliciously fabricated by you people. Ji Ming is just a child, and you treat him like this. There's no righteousness in this. Ma heard this and burst into laughter once again. Righteousness? Young lady, do you actually dare lecture us about righteousness? We don't recognize anything close to the righteousness you mention. All we care about is money. We can't let last time's issue go unsettled. How would I explain to my brothers otherwise? After Ma's words, those around him started laughing loudly again. They were arrogant and overbearing, acting as if there were none superior to them. Yun Yan's lips curled slightly in contempt as she observed her surroundings. It was a mountainous area at night. There were only two of them, unfamiliar with the terrain. Even if they escaped from this house, it would be impossible to leave this forest. Brother Ma, How about we make a deal? Yun Yan's eyes remained composed, her tone calm. Ma was prepared today and wasn't afraid of Yun Yan trying any tricks. What kind of deal do you have in mind? He was curious as well. With them now under his control, what could Yun Yan possibly do? Yun Yan replied deeply. Brother Ma, all you're doing here is seeking wealth. If you let Ji Ming go first, the money you ask for, I can consider giving it to you. You know, Yin Corporation is mine, so I do have access to money. But if you insist on using force, don't blame me. You will never get even a penny from me. Upon hearing about money, Ma's heart swayed a bit since no one really likes being at odds with money. Why should we trust you? The man who had been beaten earlier didn't believe Yun Yan. Yun Yan looked him straight in the eyes and evaluated him top to bottom. You're nothing more than a mere lackey, and right now, it's not your turn to speak. At hearing Yun Yan's comment, the man wanted to step closer again. What did you say? He looked fearsome and threatening. Seeing this, Ma stopped the man first. Abin, go outside and smoke a cigarette. I'll talk to this young woman properly. The man had initially wanted to vent his anger, but couldn't act against Ma's orders. So, he opened the door and went outside. Yun Yan glanced toward the doorway, and indeed, it matched her speculation. Outside was pitch black, dark enough that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Other than their car lights, there was practically no light source available. Seeing Ma agree to negotiate, Yun Yan thought she might have a chance. Brother Ma, let's talk. Ma hesitated briefly and felt some unease. However, after turning to look around, within this small house, their side held the majority. No matter how skilled Yun Yan was, she wouldn't be able to pull off any tricks here. This made him relax. So, are you afraid of me or something? Yun Yan wore a faint smile mixed with a slight frown. Ma glanced at his fellow gangsters. Every single one followed his lead. Now, Yun Yan's words naturally met with denial from him. Nonsense. Girl, am I really a proper 7-foot man to fear you? I'll come closer. Better behave yourself and stop trying any tricks, or I'll make sure you regret living. With that said, Ma approached Yun Yan's direction. Yun Yan's expression shifted slightly as a smirk of barely perceptible mockery crept onto her lips. While everyone's attention was focused on Ma, she swiftly acted, taking advantage of an opportunity quicker than lightning to snatch the gun from Ma's waist. In an instant, she pulled the trigger and pointed it directly at Ma's head. It happened too fast. Without rigorous training, a woman like Yun Yan alone couldn't have possibly taken control of the situation this quickly and adeptly avoid the gun. Ma trembled, immediately raising his hands. You wretched girl, what are you planning to do? His followers instantly became alert. Drawing their own guns from their waists, they aimed them at Yun Yan. Ji Ming fixed his gaze on Yun Yan, admiring how beautiful and fierce this sister figure before him was. She moved without hesitation. Brother Ma, raise both your hands higher, above your head. I won't repeat myself. With the gun in my hand, it naturally follows my command. Yun Yan gave her warning. Ma found himself caught between a rock and a hard place, and could only follow Yun Yan's commands to obediently raise his hands high above his head. I was only joking earlier. Miss Yun, what exactly are you doing? We can have a good talk. At this moment, Yun Yan did not want to bother with Ma Zi at all. Shut up, or don't blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi's voice sank again. Miss, I beg you, what are you thinking? I'm going to kill you. Yun Yan coldly spat out a few words. Based on their last encounter, Ma Zi believed that Yun Yan could definitely do such a thing. His face immediately turned pale. My dear miss, please don't kill me. Let's talk things over, don't get so excited. Yun Yan used the gun to tap his head. Tell your men to throw away their guns. Ma Zi glanced at them and hesitated. Yun Yan spoke fiercely. I have no patience. I am risking my life now. If I mess things up tonight, I didn't plan on getting out of here unscathed either. But even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. Hearing Yun Yan's words, Ma Zi shouted loudly at his people. Throw away your guns. Brother Ma Zi, don't listen to this woman. They disagreed. Yun Yan sneered. Brother Ma Zi, it seems your life isn't worth much. Seeing that they didn't follow his orders, Ma Zi instantly flew into a rage. Throw away your guns. Those who disobey, I'll shoot you myself. Hearing this, they had no choice but to obediently follow orders and throw away the guns in their hands according to Yun Yan's words, outside the house. My dear miss, can you let me go now? Ma Zi tested. Yun Yan did not. She knew that Ma Zi was her only bargaining chip right now. Brother Ma Zi, I'm leaving. Only after ensuring that Ji Ming and I are safe will I possibly let you go. Ma Zi dared to be angry but could not say anything. He suppressed his anger, since he was currently being held at gunpoint by Yun Yan. Girl, if you do this, I have no way to explain to my brothers. It was difficult enough to catch them. Ma Zi knew that missing this opportunity meant there would be none afterward. Yun Yan gave a cold snort. Brother Ma Zi, if your life is gone, you'd better worry about yourself first. Chapter 177, Rescued. Yun Yan was right. Now Ma Zi was being suppressed. His life was what he should be worried about. Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. These people had just dropped their guns, and now they were being asked to let Yun Yan and Ji Ming go, like a piece of pork about to escape from their grasp. They would never allow that. Brother Ma Zi, she won't dare do anything. This girl is just trying to scare us. Bang! Without hesitation, Yun Yan fired a bullet into the man's shoulder, then quickly returned her gun to Ma Zi's head. The bullet struck the man in the shoulder, spurting blood instantly. He collapsed on the ground, moaning in pain. No vital organs were hit, and there was no danger to his life. This gunshot shocked everyone present, silencing them all. If I had missed the shoulder by just a little more, and aimed at his heart instead, he'd already be dead. Now this is just a minor punishment. If anyone else here has objections, feel free to test me. Are your actions faster, or are my bullets faster? Unless none of you fear death, you can choose to charge at me together. My bullets may be limited, but eventually you will win. Does my aim need another demonstration? Her voice chilled them all. Recalling the last time when they were accurately pierced by silver needles on their pressure points, these people dared not make a reckless move. There was no doubt about Yunyan's precision. They hadn't expected Yunyan to remain so calm after firing the shot, and then deliver such words with composure. Such steadiness wasn't something one would expect from a girl. They glanced at each other, none wanting to risk themselves first, and none wanted to be the sacrificial lamb. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yunyan's lips. Brother Ma Zi, have your people prepare a car for me. I need a driver. After I confirm it's safe, I'll release your men. Ma Zi, under threat with a gun pointed at his head, had no choice but to grit his teeth and signal his people. Do as Miss Yun says. Quickly, upon hearing Ma Zi's command, they reluctantly pushed a junior member forward. Go, bring the car over. Afterwards, he threw him a set of keys. The young guy, shaken by what happened earlier, trembled as he walked, clearly unable to steady his legs. Still trembling, he started the car. Jiming, follow behind me. We're leaving here. Yun kept her eyes fixed on the dangerous area ahead. Nodding, Jiming replied, I'll follow you, sister, keeping closely behind Yunyan while observing their surroundings carefully. The three of them walked out of the house first. The rest of the group followed them outside, closely trailing behind. As they were about to reach the car, Yunyan felt a sudden dizziness. Something wasn't right. It must have been from the collision earlier today, combined with the prolonged confrontation with them. Jiming, who was closest to her, sensed Yunyan's discomfort. Sister. Yun gave him a subtle eye signal. Jiming, you get in the car and wait for me. Rest assured, sister will surely ensure your safe departure. Yunyan knew that Jiming was still a student and didn't know how to drive. She could only temporarily use the junior member as the driver. Jiming opened the car door and got inside. Leaning against the car door, Yunyan still pointed her gun at Ma Zi, whose hands were raised high without any ambiguity. Slowly moving, Yunyan commanded the young guy, get ready to drive. Once she moved to the car, Yunyan kicked Ma Zi hard, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Immediately closing the car door, Yunyan instructed the young guy, drive. Through the window, Jiming saw the others rushing to catch up. They helped Ma Zi to his feet, driving after them. The car jolted along the bumpy mountain road, impossible to speed up, with a crowd of people still chasing them. Bang! The gunshot made Jiming cover his ears in fright. Those pursuing them started firing at the car where Yunyan was seated. Sure enough, they weren't letting up easily. Bang! The gunfire continued until suddenly there was a deafening sound. The young driver lost control of the steering wheel. The tire has burst. He shouted in alarm, never imagining that Ma Zi would be so ruthless, not considering for a second that he was still inside the car. At this point, those chasing them were relentless. Yunyan ordered loudly, if you want to live, grip the steering wheel tightly. Since they were in the same car, the young guy had no choice but to follow Yunyan's orders. Looking back, Yunyan fired a shot, directly hitting one person's hand. That person immediately collapsed onto their vehicle. Because the car tire was blown out, the young guy couldn't steer away, crashing into a big tree. He immediately passed out. At this moment, seeing Yunyan's car stop, Ma Zi also came to a halt. He snatched the gun from a person beside him, kicked the trigger, and with one foot kicked the car door open, then slowly walked towards Yunyan's car. After several bullets had been fired, Yunyan was also contemplating in her mind. A wave of dizziness hit her again. Ma Zi stretched out his hand to pull the car door open. Just at this critical moment, several beams of light shone over from afar. Instinctively, Ma Zi shielded his eyes from the headlights, shouting, people ahead, raise your hands. Gu Tianyu and Gao Su Tian had just arrived simultaneously. Thinking they were about to capture Yunyan, Ma Zi was certainly unhappy that some unknown people had now appeared on the scene. Ignoring the lights, he continued to pull the car door. At this point, a man delivered a powerful kick straight to Ma Zi's chest. Ma Zi immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, others decided to come over too. However, before they could act further, they were all apprehended. You, who are you? How dare you mess with my plans? Leave now if you know what's good for you, or I'll shoot you all down. You sure have big balls. Gu Tianyu lifted his leg and stepped right onto Ma Zi, pressing him down forcefully. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's voice, through the glass, amidst the darkness, Yunyan indeed saw that familiar face. Cheng Jio waved his hand. Take them all away. Yes. The team receiving the orders quickly took this group into custody. Yi had also arrived. Seeing the situation where the group was already subdued, he rushed to the car, calling, sister. Yunyan. Gu Tianyu anxiously pulled open the car door. Upon seeing Yunyan, he felt extremely worried. Yunyan pointed at Jiming in the car. Jiming must be terrified. Take him to the hospital. Gu Tianyu asked Cheng Jio to help rescue the boy. Inside the car, Gu Tianyu carried Yunyan out gently. With his tall figure, Gu Tianyu held Yunyan and walked directly towards the vehicle. Gao Su Tian followed immediately, calling, sister. Seeing Yunyan's pale complexion and apparent discomfort. To the hospital first. Gu Tianyu noticed that Yunyan's condition was not looking good. Chapter 178. Who was their target? Yunyan woke up in the hospital, and 4 was still hanging on her hand. Yunyan. Gu Tianyu quickly helped her sit up. Sister. Yi also came over anxiously. How do you feel? Yunyan felt much better. Tianyu, he. How's Jiming? She touched her forehead, still feeling a wave of dizziness. Upon hearing that Yunyan's first concern after waking up was for Jiming, Yi became somewhat upset. Sister, you should care about yourself more. You fainted. Yunyan straightened her back and gave Yi a quick glance. I'm fine. Tell me how Jiming is. At this point, Yi responded mildly, he's fine. The doctor said he just got a bit startled. He needs some rest. Hearing that Jiming was alright, Yunyan finally relaxed. Gu Tianyu looked at her worriedly. He is right. Do you feel any other discomfort apart from the dizziness? Right now, his eyes were only on Yunyan, with his eyebrows deeply furrowed. Yunyan touched her forehead. Her body's reaction was the most truthful. I feel a little dizzy, want to throw up. What did the doctor say? Yunyan had studied medicine herself, so she could guess what had happened to her. Yi couldn't help but worry. The doctor said there's a slight concussion, requiring 2 days of hospital observation. Yunyan didn't feel surprised at all. Then we'll follow what the doctor says. Seeing Yunyan's calm demeanor, Yi became somewhat angry instead. Sister, you don't seem worried at all. When you fainted earlier, you don't know how much your husband and I were concerned. Gu Tianyu didn't want Yi to continue talking, so he immediately interrupted. Yunyan just woke up. Let her rest for a moment. Hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Yi stopped saying anything further. Yi sighed lightly. He was observant. Sister, you haven't eaten. I'll buy some food and be back later. Husband, you stay here with sister. After finishing his sentence, before either of them could react, Yi left the ward. Yunyan felt somewhat amused and couldn't help but smile slightly. This boy, calling me husband, is becoming increasingly fluent. Gu Tianyu followed Yunyan's comment. He hasn't called wrong. I am indeed his brother-in-law. Yunyan slightly paused, looked at Gu Tianyu, and remained silent. She lowered her eyes. Gu Tianyu stroked Yunyan's hair gently. It's fine as long as you're safe. You really scared me just now. Don't ever do something dangerous again like that. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Yunyan felt warmth in her heart. He grasped Yunyan's hand and continued softly. Rest assured, Jiming is fine. The group of people led by Ma Zi has been captured now. I will personally go and interrogate them tomorrow. You shouldn't worry about it. Just listen and rest well in the hospital for 2 days. Yunyan originally wanted to say something else, but eventually turned it into one word. If I hadn't arrived in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Are these people the ones who previously caused trouble for Jiming? Gu Tianyu wanted to understand the events so he could handle the situation better. Yunyan thought for a while and decided to tell Gu Tianyu. Jiming avoided these people, so I brought him to Haicheng. Gu Tianyu was confused, but Jiming is just a child. What are they trying to do? This level of commotion definitely wasn't simply for finding someone. Yunyan's eyes lit up slightly. At first, I also found it strange. Jiming is a child from the orphanage, and children from the orphanage yearn for a home. One coincidence led Jiming to see an online post looking for family members. After meeting them, he discovered it was a ruse. Gu Tianyu still felt there were quite a few suspicious points. Looking for family post? Yunyan continued. The post stated they were looking for someone with a birthmark on their arm. Birthmark? Gu Tianyu frowned. Does Jiming have a birthmark on his arm? Gu Tianyu immediately guessed. Yunyan nodded. Yes, it's the same as mine. Then rolled up her sleeve to show the birthmark on her arm. On Yunyan's delicate arm, a birthmark shaped like the word Gui, Koip, immediately appeared. Looking at Yunyan in front of him, Gu Tianyu felt a bit confused. Yunyan, do you have this birthmark? Yunyan confirmed with a nod. I remember when I was a child, my mom used to make me cover up this birthmark. Recalling past events, Yunyan couldn't help but feel a little down, but she quickly returned to the present. Jiming said, they were looking for someone with a Gui character birthmark on their arm. Later, upon discovering Jiming wasn't the right person, they resorted to tactics to control and manipulate him, presumably thinking they could still use him in the future. Gu Tianyu's gaze stayed on the birthmark on Yunyan's arm. Could it be their target is you? He made a bold guess. Yunyan didn't deny it, and she pulled the sleeve down from her arm. Previously, I was preoccupied with the Yun group, leaving me no time for anything else. This time, I also want to look into the secret of this birthmark. Her voice became much deeper, filled with complex emotions. Gu Tianyu, feeling heartache, hugged Yunyan tightly. I'm here, and I'll help you find out the truth. It was the first time Yunyan felt so relaxed and secure leaning on Gu Tianyu's broad shoulder. I think this time it might be because of media reports on Yun group. Ma Zi's group found out my identity and traced back to Jiming. Promise me that in the future, you won't handle dangerous things alone again. You still have me. Gu Tianyu said gravely. All Yunyan could feel at that moment was the dominance of this man before her eyes. So now you're restricting my freedom? Yunyan murmured. Gu Tianyu didn't answer Yunyan directly. Yunyan, what he just said is right. I was extremely worried. I can't bear to imagine what would happen if something happened to you. Yunyan never thought that a man who usually appeared so cold and decisive in action could now express such tender feelings. Tianyu, you don't need to worry. I will be fine, she stated resolutely and courageously, not at all concerned about her own safety. Comparing today's situation to her previous training, she wasn't worried. Gu Tianyu understood Yunyan's character. If he pressed her further, she would definitely feel annoyed. The ward was quiet for a moment. Seeing how stiff Gu Tianyu had become without speaking, Yunyan opened her mouth slightly. I'll be more careful next time. Then, she reached out and hooked Gu Tianyu's pinky finger gently. Although puzzled inside, considering Yunyan's current condition, Gu Tianyu couldn't bear to push the matter any further. He sighed lightly, his fingers grazing over Yunyan's nose. There's really nothing I can do about you. After eating something and having a good rest, I'll stay by your side in the hospital. Yunyan's expression also softened. Okay. Gu Tianyu glanced at his wristwatch and called Yi to hurry up. Chapter 179. Give Mrs. Gu a fair judgment. Early morning, Black Ox Mountain. Gu Tianyu brought Qing Jiao and some accompanying people. Whether day or night, this place was always desolate. Gu Tianyu sat inside the small house, his legs naturally crossed as he sat in a chair. Cheng Jiao and a few others twisted Ma Zi's arms and brought him into the room. Mr. Gu, the person is here. Seeing this man before him, Ma Zi remembered him well. Last night, this man had kicked him. Recalling it now, Ma Zi still felt oppressed in his chest. Ma Zi spoke with disdain. Are you Gu Tianyu? He recalled seeing reports about Gu Tianyu in the weekly magazine. Upon hearing him addressing Gu Tianyu directly by name, Cheng Jiao immediately threw a punch at Ma Zi's face. Instantly, Ma Zi spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth. Unsatisfied, Ma Zi growled through gritted teeth. If you dare, untie me and let us fight fairly. What kind of hero binds someone like this? Gu Tianyu looked intensely up and down at Ma Zi with a severe gaze. Cheng Jiao smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth. Ma Zi, can words like fighting fairly even come from your mouth? Last night, you and your group went after a woman and a child. What are you really? After saying that, Cheng Jiao didn't give Ma Zi any chance to respond and immediately delivered a swift kick to the back joint of Ma Zi's foot. With a thud, Ma Zi fell directly to his knees in front of Gu Tianyu. Still defiant, Ma Zi tried to struggle and get up. The accompanying individuals moved swiftly and pressed him firmly onto the ground. Cheng Jiao saw Ma Zi was under control. If you know what's good for you, just follow orders. Whatever our boss asks, answer truthfully. If there's deceit, don't expect to leave alive from here. Ma Zi could discern that Cheng Jiao's words weren't idle threats. They sounded real. Master Gu, if I answer sincerely, will you let me go? His attitude remained arrogantly defiant, showing no sign of submission. Gu Tianyu leaned forward, seriously observing Ma Zi kneeling on the ground now, and revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile on his face. You have no right to bargain with me. Ma Zi could sense the imposing aura of the man before him. Without lifting a finger, Gu Tianyu already made Ma Zi feel fear more profoundly than Cheng Jiao had. Ma Zi immediately adjusted his earlier demeanor, losing his previous arrogance. Boss Gu, this isn't about bargaining, please be assured. Gu Tianyu's eyes darkened slightly. Speak. Who asked you to find someone with a birthmark on their arm? Hearing these words from Gu Tianyu, Ma Zi froze. He had expected Gu Tianyu to ask why he abducted Yun Yan. Instead, Gu Tianyu mentioned something about looking for someone. Mr. Gu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ma Zi denied everything, pretending he knew nothing. Gu Tianyu's expression darkened. Ma Zi, I am giving you the opportunity to talk because it means you still hold some value to me. For this matter, I can also investigate on my own. However, if I find the answers myself, I won't be lenient with you. Gu Tianyu wasn't exaggerating. Investigating wouldn't be difficult. It would just require more time. Ma Zi's body stiffened. Confronted by such a sharp Gu Tianyu, he felt like he was facing a formidable adversary. Mr. Gu, please, have mercy on me. That kid Ji Ming, if you want to protect him, just take him away. And Miss Yun, I'll never dare have thoughts on her again. Ma Zi knelt down, pleading for mercy, a drastic change from his previous attitude, which only increased the suspicion that there was a mysterious power controlling him behind the scenes. Seeing how uncooperative this person was, Cheng Jiao came forth and gave him a ruthless beating. Ma Zi used his hands to tightly shield his head, begging for mercy the entire time. It turned out that even a thoroughly wicked person like Ma Zi was only so much when beaten. Seeing Ma Zi sprawled on the floor, appearing exhausted, Gu Tianyu waved his hand, signaling Cheng Jiao to stop the beating. I'm not very patient. What's your response? Gu Tianyu thundered sternly. Cheng Jiao complied, stepping back. Ma Zi hung his head. Please spare me, Mr. Gu. I truly know nothing. Even though Ma Zi had suffered greatly, Gu Tianyu noticed that he kept his lips sealed, revealing no information. Prepared to beat him again, Cheng Jiao was stopped by a slight wave of Gu Tianyu's hand. Mr. Gu. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Gu Tianyu's men immediately blocked them. Not a convenient time. The visitor was Gao Ku. Seeing him outside the house, Gu Tianyu's calm face showed a touch of confusion. Mr. Gao. Gu Tianyu let his men allow Gao Ku entrance. Gao Ku glanced briefly at Ma Zi, who was kneeling on the floor with a red swollen face. Mr. Gu, it is truly my fault. I just heard from Su Tian last night that you came to Haicheng City, but unfortunately, I got involved in such a situation. It seems my people were inefficient and couldn't assist sooner in finding Mrs. Gu. Now, knowing that Mrs. Gu was frightened, I too apologize deeply. Gu Tianyu looked calm. Mr. Gao, even if the villains intend to do evil, you cannot always stop them in time. This matter isn't your fault. He glanced at Gao Ku's face, showing no emotion. Gao Ku's eyes flashed. Mr. Gu, handing him over to the Haicheng police will certainly give Mrs. Gu a fair judgment. At this moment, Ma Zi, who knelt on the ground, remained silent. Even when he heard that he was about to be handed over to the police, he didn't beg for mercy. Perhaps he thought that being in the police station would be much better than being here. Seeing Gao Ku before him, Gu Tianyu understood. It turned out that Gao Ku had come today not to apologize, but to take Ma Zi away. Cheng Jiao also caught the meaning in the other party's words. Mr. Gao, Ma Zi can't be handed over to the police just yet. Our Mr. Gu still has some doubts and needs his cooperation in explaining them. Hearing Cheng Jiao's words, Gao Ku frowned lightly. He dared not directly challenge what Gu Tianyu said, so he spoke to Cheng Jiao instead. Assistant Cheng, this is Haicheng. Do you actually want to question the Haicheng police? His features were solemn, and there was a trace of sternness in his tone. Cheng Jiao did not expect Gao Ku to attempt saving Ma Zi right in front of them. Mr. Gao, it probably wouldn't be appropriate. After our Mr. Gu finishes questioning him, we will naturally hand him over to the Haicheng police. Gao Ku looked at Gu Tianyu before him. Gu Tianyu remained silent, and he wanted to see how far Gao Ke would go. Gao Ke chuckled softly twice. Officer Zhang is already outside the door. I came in just now to inform Mr. Gu. After all, the incident happened in Haiqing, and it's my fault for not paying enough attention. Cheng Jiao went to check by the door, and indeed, everything was as Gao Ke had said. The Haiqing police were already waiting outside the door. Cheng Jiao lost the courtesy he had shown earlier. Mr. Gao, you've already brought the police. Is there no room left for discussion? Gao Ke remained composed. Assistant Cheng, are you suggesting we need to negotiate? Ma Zi intentionally harmed someone, so we should hand him over to the police. This will surely give Mrs. Gu the justice she deserves. Cheng Jiao was about to say something, but Gu Tianyu stopped him. Gu Tianyu coldly said, Cheng Jiao, let's go. I trust that Mr. Gao will follow through on his promise and give Yin a fair judgment. After saying that, he didn't utter another word to Gao Ke and directly left with Cheng Jiao and the others. Chapter 180, Gao Shutian visits. After leaving Hainou Mountain, Gu Tianyu immediately returned to the hospital. Cheng Jiao followed closely behind Gu Tianyu. Assistant Cheng, this is not Jiangqing after all. For now, we'd better keep a low profile. Gao Ke's actions today are very suspicious. You send someone to follow them and see if there's any lead. Also, thoroughly investigate this man named Ma Zi. Assistant Cheng also felt that Gao Ke was acting suspiciously. The Gao family indeed has an important position in Haiqing. They risk offending Mr. Gu just to take Ma Zi away. It seems this matter is more complicated than it appears on the surface. Gu Tianyu's brows furrowed. This precisely indicates that the force behind all this is even more powerful. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Yun Yan's ward door, and the two stopped discussing the topic. The hospital was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, permeating every corner. Gu Tianyu pushed the door open and saw Yun Yan quietly looking at her phone. After resting overnight, Yun Yan felt much better today. Are you back? Is everything settled? She asked curiously. She noticed that Gu Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot, clearly showing signs of not having rested well, appearing somewhat exhausted. Cheng Jiao trailed silently behind, without saying anything. Yin Yan, are you feeling better? Gu Tianyu sat down and looked at Yun Yan. She seemed to be in high spirits today. I feel much better today. I'm not dizzy anymore. Assistant Cheng, Yi went back to Jiangcheng to handle the matters related to the Yun group for me. Therefore, you will go help me arrange my discharge shortly. I want to go home. Hearing this, Assistant Cheng appeared somewhat hesitant. He remembered that the doctor had emphasized needing to stay under observation for 2 days. Medical advice must always be followed. Madam, Gu Tianyu intervened. Assistant Cheng, go ahead and arrange it. Letting Madam rest at home might be better. And Ji Ming, I checked on him this morning. There's nothing wrong with him. You'll arrange everything together, and we'll return home today. Cheng Jiao nodded and left immediately. Tianyu, you're back so quickly? Were the matters concerning Ma Zi resolved? Yun Yan noticed that after returning, Gu Tianyu hadn't mentioned interrogating Ma Zi, which seemed unusual, not wanting Yun Yan to worry, and because the matter was somewhat complicated. I'll handle it. You can focus on your recovery for now, Gu Tianyu said and gently pinched Yun Yan's cheek. Yun Yan grabbed his hand. Was there an obstacle? Gu Tianyu didn't deny it. Since he would eventually need to tell Yun Yan, Gu Tianyu decided to be straightforward. Originally, I intended to make Ma Zi confess why he was helping with the search for relatives. But just as the interrogation began, Gao Ke rushed over. When Gao Ke came asking for Ma Zi and brought along the police, therefore, Gu Tianyu paused momentarily. Upon hearing this, Yun Yan felt puzzled. Gao Ke, why did he come asking for Ma Zi? Does he know Ma Zi? Gu Tianyu shook his head. It's unclear. Based on what happened on site, they appeared to not know each other. But since the Gao family is willing to intervene like this, it indicates that something secret is being concealed. Yun Yan agreed as well. It seems we cannot rush into this matter. There might be some mysterious force controlling Ma Zi behind the scenes. Gu Tianyu shared the same thoughts as Yun Yan. Yes, so we need to investigate further. Now that the Gao family from Haiqing has gotten involved, it surely brings us many inconveniences. Interrupted by Gao Ke, if we hadn't handed Ma Zi over today, we likely wouldn't have learned anything either. So I let the Gao family take him away first. Assistant Cheng has already arranged people to secretly monitor the situation. We will be informed as soon as there is news. Yun Yan nodded in agreement. Just proceed according to what you've said. She remained calm. Yi has gone back to Jiangqing. I visited Ji Ming this morning. There's nothing urgent now, and I also hope he returns to school as soon as possible so his studies aren't delayed. Based on the current situation, now that Ma Zi and others have been arrested, for now, no one should bother Ji Ming. Gu Tianyu agreed. Once Assistant Cheng finishes the procedures, we'll go home together. Inside the car, the group headed back to Haitian Issei. Brother-in-law, sorry for causing trouble again. Ji Ming felt guilty. Because of him, Yun Yan got into trouble. Besides apologizing, he couldn't think of anything else to say. Yun Yan knew how pure-hearted the boy was. It's not your fault. Your sister promised to protect you fully and naturally won't break her word. Gu Tianyu remained silent. He wouldn't console Ji Ming like Yun Yan. This time, because of his matter, it almost endangered Yun Yan, naturally making Gu Tianyu dissatisfied. Seeing that Gu Tianyu didn't say anything, Yun Yan nudged him with her elbow. Brother-in-law won't blame you. Ji Ming didn't speak again. They could sense the murderous intent in Gu Tianyu's eyes. As soon as they returned to Haitian Issei and rested for a while, Gu Tianyu heard the butler come to report. Mr. Gu, someone from the Gao family has come to visit. Gao family. Upon hearing this message, Gu Tianyu furrowed his brows slightly. He glanced at Yun Yan, who showed no opposition. Who from the Gao family has come? The butler courteously replied. Only the young master of the Gao family. Yun then responded immediately. Let him in, direct him to the reception hall. The butler nodded and then left. Yin, it's surprising how quickly the Gao family has arrived. Let's first see what he wants. Gu Tianyu had never held Gao Shutian in high regard. All right. The butler led Gao Shutian through an expansive garden, past a Roman fountain, and finally arrived at the fortress-like Hai Tianise. Entering the grand hall, a crystal chandelier hung quietly inside, surrounded by lavish decor that shimmered with a soft glow. Mr. Gao, please follow me. The butler continued to lead him forward, ascending the spiral staircase on the left to the second floor. Arriving at the meeting room, the butler lightly knocked on the door before pushing it open. Mr. Gao has arrived. The butler then withdrew. Servants brought in tea and neatly exited once again. Gu Tianyu's expression remained cold and without a trace of a smile. Senior sister, are you feeling better? I just went to the hospital. They said you'd already been discharged, so I came over to Hai Tian Ise to find you. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Yun, wanting to examine her carefully for any injuries. This action displeased Gu Tianyu, who stood up and blocked Gao Shutian. Mr. Gao, if there's anything you need to discuss, we can sit down and talk about it. Your senior sister is perfectly fine. In response to Gu Tianyu's words, Gao Shutian gave a chilly retort. Mr. Gu, I've come today with matters to discuss, but first, I need to ensure my senior sister's safety. Following Gu Tianyu's instruction, Gao Shutian sat down. Yun looked at Gao Shutian. His playful nature was well known to everyone. Su Tian, if you've come to see me, it must be for more than just checking on my health. Yun gazed intently at Gao Shutian, her eyes full of meaning. Chapter 181. Explain clearly. Gao Su Tian glanced at Gu Tianyu standing beside him. It seemed as if he didn't want their conversation to be interrupted. Senior sister, I came here today to find you. Can Mr. Gu step aside first? Gu Tianyu thought Gao Su Tian was too audacious, unaware of his own limitations. We are now in the large villa of the Gu family, and he dares to ask the host to leave first. Mr. Gao, is there something unspeakable that you need to discuss? So afraid of others knowing? Then don't say it, Gu Tianyu said, clearly displeased. Yun then spoke up. Su Tian, Tianyu is my husband. You can speak freely. Gao Su Tian had never seen Yun speak in such a tone before. He chuckled a few times. He looked askance at Gu Tianyu, feeling this person's words were quite sarcastic and cutting. Definitely not the kind of thing that should be hidden from people like what Mr. Gu described. Seeing that Gu Tianyu did not respond, he continued. Senior sister, I'm very sorry about yesterday's incident. For making you experience such a great scare in Haiqing. Recalling last night's scene, Gao Su Tian realized how dangerous it had been. If Gu Tianyu had arrived just a bit later, things would have been unimaginably terrible. Yun didn't blame him. Su Tian, Hainiashan Mountain is so secretive, finding it is already commendable. Moreover, Ma Zi and his gang were prepared. You only had access to limited information. Gao Su Tian last night relied on both the legal and illegal circles in Haiqing to find them. The situation was urgent last night. I used quite a few connections to get the information. That guy Ma Zi really lost his mind. He contacted private sellers and bought guns. Just this crime alone will make him pay dearly. Gao Su Tian said this out of indignation for Yun. Recalling last night's perilous scene, Yun's eyes darkened slightly. This Ma Zi deserves his punishment. After this, he probably won't dare to target Ji Ming again. As she spoke, Gao Su Tian realized there seemed to be a missing detail. After some contemplation, he felt something was off. Mr. Gu, how did you find senior sister? Gu Tianyu had originally been sitting on the side quietly listening to their conversation, but now being named suddenly, he gripped his teacup tightly. You have your methods, and I have mine. There's no need for me to tell you these things. Gu Tianyu's voice was cold and indifferent. He has always shown an unpleasant expression towards Gao Su Tian, and it was still the same now. Yun also felt curious. Gu Tianyu set out last night without notice, considering the travel time. It was a direct rush from Jiangqing to Hainiashan. If Gu Tianyu hadn't definitively known Yun was on Hainiashan, he wouldn't have arrived so punctually. A trace of suspicion flickered through Yun's eyes, but disappeared quickly. Su Tian, I heard your father went to arrest Ma Zi's group with the police today? She changed the subject. Gu Tianyu's heart relaxed slightly. Upon hearing Yun's words, Gao Su Tian quickly assured her, Senior sister, rest assured. My dad said he will definitely give you justice. That leading Ma Zi is so despicable. He must be given the punishment he deserves. Seeing Gao Su Tian's righteous demeanor, Yun felt that he wasn't aware of other things. Since Gao Su Tian doesn't know the whole story, Yun didn't want him involved either. Su Tian, since that's the case, don't involve yourself in Ma Zi's matter anymore. Hearing this, Gao Su Tian thought Yun was upset. Senior sister, this absolutely cannot be. That person is so despicable, and my father has promised to give you justice, so I can't stay uninvolved. Rest assured, I will follow up on this issue and inform you once there's any result. Seeing Gao Su Tian's determined face, Yun stopped opposing. Then it's up to you. After this topic concluded, Gao Su Tian took a glance at Gu Tianyu. Senior sister, I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming the president of Yun Group. I've watched all those reports on TV, and I trust your character. I believe Yun Group will flourish further under your management. Gu Tianyu listened to many flattering words from Gao Su Tian today. Mr. Gao, if you came to visit Yun, that shows you have good intentions. Her heart has received your kindness. She had a mild concussion yesterday, and she is resting at home after being discharged from the hospital. If there's nothing else, Mr. Gao, please go back. Gu Tianyu directly gave the order to leave. Gao Su Tian wouldn't listen so obediently. Mr. Gu, if you feel tired, you can go rest and don't have to accompany us. It's rare to see senior sister. The last time we met was brief. This time is a perfect opportunity for us to catch up. This Gao Su Tian truly had no decorum. Gu Tianyu's eyes darkened slightly, and he didn't reply to Gao Su Tian immediately. Gao Su Tian continued. Senior sister, why not take a vacation these few days and let me show you around Haiqing properly? By the way, let me introduce the resources here in Haiqing. You can also bring Ji Ming along. More people make it livelier. Yun Yin thought of a pile of business at Yun Group and directly declined. There are still many things to take care of at Yun Group, so I won't be able to stay in Haiqing for too long. Gao Su Tian was a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mood. Then I will visit you in Jiangqing next time. By then, senior sister, you must treat me well. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu felt a lump in his chest. This Gao Su Tian always likes to irritate him. They had been talking for such a long time, yet he still had no intention of leaving and kept bringing up unrelated topics. Gu Tianyu felt as if he was deliberately dragging out the conversation. He got up from the chair. Yin Yin, I feel a bit tired. I won't keep chatting with you guys then. Yun Yin nodded slightly. All right, go rest then. Gu Tianyu cast an icy gaze at Gao Su Tian for a moment before leaving. Following Gu Tianyu's departure, Gao Su Tian's expression darkened bit by bit, flashing a complicated emotion in his eyes. Yun Yan's face softened slightly. Speak your mind. Since Tianyu has said he would leave, he won't come back. He is avoiding. Gao Su Tian didn't expect that Yun Yan had already seen through him. Senior sister, you're amazing. You figured everything out. Yun Yan smiled as she lowered her head. Su Tian, how long have we known each other? Your current expression isn't hard for me to guess, is it? Gao Su Tian truly admired Yun Yan's perceptiveness. Senior sister, I'll be honest with you. He sighed deeply. Senior sister, I have no choice, so I secretly left without telling my dad to look for you. Last night, when he found out that I was investigating everywhere and then came back from Black Ox Mountain, he criticized me severely. Today early morning, he coordinated everything and took people to find Ma Zi. I don't know why he would do that. I also don't know who made him save Ma Zi behind my back, which resulted in a huge argument between us. I'm feeling down and couldn't hold it in, so I personally came to explain clearly to you, senior sister. Chapter 182, Suspicious Points. Yun Yan knew that Gao Shutian was naturally kind-hearted. She didn't want him to be involved in this conflict. Shutian, don't bother with this matter. Gao Su's brows slightly furrowed. He knew Yun Yan was worried about him. No, senior sister. You got hurt because of this. I can't just sit by and do nothing. Besides, it's my father who is now demanding reparations. It sounds like our family has become an accomplice. Gao Shutian had a straightforward mind. He went straight for whatever came to his mind. Yun Yan knew there must be some mysterious force manipulating the situation behind the scenes. She wouldn't make a move until things became clear. Shutian, you are you, and your father is your father. I won't confuse the two. Yun Yan was crystal clear. Senior sister, that day only I knew you were coming to Haiqing. Was anyone else aware? Yun Yan frowned as she heard the meaning in Gao Shutian's words. What's wrong? Gao Shutian continued. I'm just curious. This group lay in wait at Black Ox Mountain. It seems they already anticipated your arrival. I made the decision to come here last minute. They used Jiming as bait, which is why they were lying in wait. Gao Shutian still found it strange. President Gu appeared so quickly. Don't you find that strange, senior sister? He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. After hearing Gao Shutian's words, Yun Yan immediately denied it. Shutian, it isn't Tianyu. Gao Shutian didn't expect Yun Yan to deny it right away. Senior sister, how can you be so sure? Isn't it strange how quickly he could find you? Yun Yan shook her head. I trust Tianyu. She thought back to their recent interactions and how considerate Gu Tianyu had been towards her. Well, Shutian, I will continue investigating this myself. Don't worry too much. There is someone lurking in the shadows observing us, so you need to be careful too. Yun Yan originally didn't want to say these things, but now Gao Shutian wouldn't let go. Gao Shutian nodded. Senior sister, I'll definitely investigate this. Give me some time. Seeing Gao Shutian's persistence, Yun Yan felt a sense of comfort, but still refused outright. Shutian, it's really unnecessary. I'm going back to Jiangqing tomorrow. Let's just leave it at that. Gao Shutian wanted to speak again, but Yun Yan refused him. How are things going now that you're back handling the family business? She showed concern. Gao Shutian sighed. I still prefer being a celebrity. I enjoy the glory under the spotlight. Now that I'm back, all I deal with are corporate matters. It feels incredibly tedious. Gao Shutian kept grumbling. On the contrary, Yun Yan found him more mature than before. Shutian, you've grown up compared to before. If it were the past, wouldn't you have run away long ago? Now at least, you're listening and helping your father manage the company. Gao Shutian didn't refute, muttering quietly. Senior sister, it's not by choice. By the way, I saw a report earlier saying you and Gu are together. Recalling these gossips, Yun Yan chatted idly. Gao Shutian helplessly shook his head. Senior sister, you're the nth person asking me this. There is absolutely nothing between me and Gu Yu. It was just a dance at that banquet, and later it was blown out of proportion. Seeing Gao Shutian's helpless expression, Yun Yan couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you often have rumors with female celebrities in the past? Aren't you used to it? Gao Shutian waved his hand. Senior sister, those were smokescreens for traffic. But now it's different. Since I've chosen to return home and inherit the family business, naturally, I prefer tranquility. He crossed his arms seriously. Yun Yan felt that the Gao Shutian in front of her had grown quite a bit compared to before. Shutian, I just came back from the hospital. I feel a bit tired and want to rest. You should go back. We'll catch up another time. Upon hearing this, Gao Shutian didn't disturb further. Then you rest well, I'll leave first. If there's any new discovery, I'll tell you. Gao Shutian left on his own. Yunyan stood upstairs, watching Gao Shutian walk out of Hainshanisa. Yunyan. Gu Tianyu knew Gao Shutian had left. He walked over again, his gaze following Gao Shutian. The two were quiet for a moment, each pondering the same thing. After standing for a while, Yunyan suddenly spoke. Why don't you ask what Shutian said? Gu Tianyu shook his head. He came specially today, certainly for your sake. All that hesitation and avoiding me means he also noticed the abnormality in Gao Ko. The reason for such avoidance is probably because he's afraid I'd cause trouble for them. Yunyan nodded. Yes, you've guessed it right. Gu Tianyu's bright eyes darkened slightly. I also want to see who the person Gao Ku is trying to protect really is. He tightly held Yunyan's hand. Yunyan, for this period of time, you'd better rest at home. Yunyan knew Gu Tianyu was worried about her. Are you worried that someone might harm me? Gu Tianyu remained silent. But he indeed had the same concern Yunyan had mentioned. Tianyu, don't worry. I'll be more careful. If this matter isn't resolved, I will still be in danger later. At this moment, Cheng Jiao came over to report. Mr. Gu, our people followed Ma Zi and his gang all the way. They did turn themselves in, as Gao Ke said. They have already been handed over to the Haiqing police. Gu Tianyu paused, pacing a few steps in the living room. Has there been any news from Jiangqing? His voice deepened. If this lead were lost, it would be very hard to track down the case. Were there any other suspicious points about Ma Zi and his group? Cheng Jiao shook his head. They are a criminal gang, and all their actions were done together. As for Jiangqing, all of them have been arrested now. Cheng Jiao's tone became darker as well. Gu Tianyu felt that they could only look for flaws in this group now. Yin Yin, since you had contact with them before, can you remember anything unusual? Yin Yin recalled, connecting this event with the previous confrontation in Jiangqing. Ma Zi did have an accomplice who went outside to smoke. The situation got chaotic later on, and I don't remember seeing that person come back. Can you? I remember there was another person that night, named Ah Bin. He wasn't present afterward. We might try finding this person, then we'll know what happened. Upon hearing the clue Yun Yin provided, Gu Tianyu immediately gave instructions. Cheng assistant, follow up on the person Mrs. Gu mentioned and search for him. Yun Yin continued. I think he should have witnessed everything at Black Ox Mountain, so he chose to hide. At the time, it was chaotic. Since he doesn't have a car, perhaps he's still hiding somewhere around Black Ox Mountain. What Yun Yin said made sense. Cheng assistant, gather some people and conduct a thorough search. Hearing this, Cheng Jiao quickly took action. He gathered his subordinates and set out. Chapter 183, Declining an Invitation. Yin Yin, right now Assistant Cheng is sending people to search the mountain. If there's any news, they will bring it back. Yin Yin nodded. Gu Tianyu's phone rang. He saw the caller and pressed to answer. Big brother, I heard you returned to Haiqing. The familiar voice of Gu Yu came through the phone. Are you planning to come inspect the local branch office? Gu Yu, having obtained this information elsewhere, directly asked. Gu Tianyu had decided on his return to Haiqing spontaneously, never expecting the news would spread so quickly. Gu Yu already knew he was there. Gu Tianyu currently had no mind to handle other matters. This time, I really have something else to deal with. I won't be going over to inspect the company for now. Upon hearing that it wasn't official business bringing him there, Gu Yu became even more relaxed, since Big Brother isn't here on company business. Then you're here for a vacation. Big Brother, I haven't seen you in a while either. Why don't we have dinner together tonight? Gu Yu made the invitation straightforwardly. Under normal circumstances, Gu Tianyu would have certainly accepted. However, looking at Yin Yin by his side, he directly declined. Tonight, I'll accompany Yin Yin. We won't be eating together. The outright rejection left Gu Yu completely surprised. Not giving up easily, Gu Yu continued. Brother Tianyu, you rarely come back to Haiqing. How about eating together with Yin Yin? Still, Gu Tianyu didn't agree. Remembering the last incident, he thought Yin Yin probably hadn't let go yet. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. There's still work to be done here. With that, Gu Tianyu ended the call. Gu Yu wasn't the type of woman who didn't understand when to quit. She'd always presented herself as poised and reasonable in front of Gu Tianyu. Holding her disconnected phone, her hand trembled slightly. She could guess that it must have been because of what happened the last time that Gu Tianyu kept his distance from her. Gu Yu worked at the Haiqing branch office of the Gu family corporation. Publicly, everyone still addressed her as Miss Gu, but secretly, their second family within the Gu clan had lost its influence. Of course, there were plenty of people ready to ridicule them because of this downfall. Cloud Yin had listened clearly to their previous conversation. Gu Tianyu pointed to his phone. You were invited us for dinner, but I've declined. You just got discharged from the hospital, and I'm worried. Yun Yin smiled faintly, realizing that Gu Tianyu had been concerned about her. She said lightly, I'm fine. You don't need to worry too much. Though Yun Yin repeatedly claimed she was fine, Gu Tianyu still believed it was better to take care a little more cautiously. Recalling Gao Shutian's question, Yun Yin looked intently at Gu Tianyu. Tianyu, there's something I want to seriously ask you. How did you find me so quickly? Upon hearing Yun Yan's question, Gu Tianyu was first stunned, then pulled Yun Yan's hands gently. Yin Yin, sorry, I have something to confess to you. Yun Yin had guessed it long ago, but wanted to see Gu Tianyu's attitude. Are you talking about the necklace? Yun Yin pointed to the necklace on her neck with her finger. Gu Tianyu didn't expect Yun Yin to know this already, feeling rather embarrassed now. Yun Yin sighed. If I can't figure this out, I'd truly be too dumb. Gu Tianyu explained hurriedly. I'm sorry, Yin Yin, I'm not trying to track your whereabouts or snoop into your secrets. I'm worried about you. Each time you get into trouble, I become extremely anxious. Previously, You refused to let me assign bodyguards for you, so I could only resort to this method. Yunyan stared into Gu Tianyu's eyes, catching a flicker of light there. Yunyan didn't respond, which made Gu Tianyu even more uneasy. Yin, there's a tracker inside the necklace. However, this tracker's information is encrypted and securely stored with Chengjiu. It will only activate the system to locate you when you are in danger, requiring both me and Chengjiu's cooperation. Yunyan still didn't say anything. She simply hadn't expected Gu Tianyu to plan so meticulously for her safety. Gu Tianyu became even more anxious. Yin, are you mad at me? Yunyan shook her head, understanding Gu Tianyu's concern for her. No. Hearing Yunyan's response, Gu Tianyu felt slightly relieved. If you dislike it, you can remove it. He knew Yunyan disliked such constraints, but he was afraid when something happens to Yunyan, he would need a way to find her quickly. No need, I'll keep wearing it. This time, thanks to the necklace, you found me so quickly. Gu Tianyu hadn't expected Yunyan not to blame him and agreed to continue wearing the necklace. His heart finally settled somewhat. Knock knock. The butler came to knock on the door. Master, madam, lunch is ready. Please proceed to the dining room. During his brief departure earlier, Gu Tianyu instructed the butler to prepare lunch. All right, let's go now. Hearing the words, the butler turned and went downstairs. Yin, we can talk while we eat. You must be hungry. Yin put her hand on her stomach. Indeed, she felt hungry. The two headed towards the dining room. Gu Tianyu didn't ask the butler to prepare a lavish lunch. Instead, he arranged for a simple congee and small side dishes. He was considerate. The doctor said you need bland food, so I asked them to prepare some bland ones. Drink some porridge while it's hot. Yin took the bowl and chopsticks, picked up the spoon, and tasted a bit. Sago bird's nest porridge. Yin immediately recognized the taste. The flavor is good. Eat more. Gu Tianyu's tone was filled with devotion. Yin continued eating. At this moment, the butler walked in from outside the door. He nodded respectfully. Master, madam. Compared to before, he seemed a little nervous. Madam Song and Miss Gu have returned. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu realized that Song Wenxue must have come to Haiqing because of Yunyan. Before he could respond, Song Wenxue and Gu Shiyu had already entered. Gu Tianyu gestured for the butler to step back first. Gu Xue had originally intended to invite them to move to the living room, but Song Wenxue sat down at the dining table. Brother, you came to Haiqing last night without saying anything. Mother and I were very worried. Gu Shiyu also followed Song Wenxue and sat directly on the dining chair. Her voice was shrill, a little grating. She completely ignored Yunyan's presence, or rather treated Yunyan as if she didn't exist. Song Wenxue also had a sullen face, clearly displeased. Gu Tianyu glanced at the mother and daughter, and said indifferently, Mom, I had something to do last night, so I just made a quick trip to Haiqing. Song Wenxue shot an unfriendly look at Yunyan, who was still eating. She was clearly annoyed. Tianyu, are you suggesting you don't want me here? I see this. Yin continues to bow her head and eat as if she hasn't eaten for days or nights. Gu Shiyu also disliked Yunyan. My mom is talking to you. Are you deaf or blind? Can't you see we've arrived? Chapter 184. Won't agree to them being together. Yunyan faced such unreasonable accusations and deliberately did not respond. Gu Tianyu, seeing Gu Shiyu's lack of manners, couldn't help but reprimand. Shiyu, how do you talk to Yin like that? A girl should not be so loose-lipped. Quickly apologized to Yin. Gu Shiyu, who had some reservations about Gu Tianyu, held in her resentment. She turned to Song Wenxue for help. Song Wenxue knew that Gu Tianyu was genuinely angry. Shiyu is just talking off the top of her head. She speaks faster than she thinks. Tianyu, let it go. Otherwise, the girl will have no way to save face. Yunyan put down her spoon. So it seems Shiyu really does speak before she thinks. This is generally used to describe someone without a brain. She glanced at Gu Shiyu as if nothing happened. Gu Shiyu found herself speechless. She simply tugged at Song Wenxue's hand pitifully, seeking rescue. Song Wenxue's eyes gleamed. Shiyu is innocent, so she speaks what's on her mind. Gu Shiyu quickly nodded. Shiyu, every time you're like you've eaten a bomb. Can't you just speak properly? Gu Shiyu resented Yin enjoying everything from the Gu family, which made her feel imbalanced. This is Haitianisa, also part of the Gu family business. Upon entering, Gu Shiyu saw Yin act with the grace of a hostess, making her feel more distinguished compared to her own status as a daughter of the Gu family. It's because you didn't care for mom. So I got upset. Song Wenxue sighed inwardly. This daughter's temperament is just like hers, holding nothing back. In order to defuse the tension now, so that Gu Tianyu won't get more angry, Song Wenxue could only ease the atmosphere. Shiyu, you are forbidden to speak this way again. You, as a girl, must not be so coarse. Song Wenxue didn't tell Gu Shiyu not to talk this way because Yunyan was her sister-in-law, but chose another method. Yunyan of course understood the mother-daughter sentiment, but she was too lazy to dwell on it. Gu Shiyu gave a soft response just for show. Seeing the atmosphere easing considerably. Mom, why did you come? Song Wenxue hadn't spoken yet when Gu Shiyu opened her mouth first. Could I not come? I heard it already. You two almost had an accident in Haiqing. I had to come personally, or else I wouldn't be at ease. Gu Tianyu slightly furrowed his eyebrows. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Song Wenxue glanced sideways at Yunyan. I underestimated you. Didn't think you could cause trouble. If it wasn't for my people informing me, I wouldn't even know Tianyu came to Haiqing, and there were so many incidents. Yunyan, tell me honestly, who did you offend? Song Wenxue spoke earnestly. Comparing to the past, she showed much more concern now. Yunyan knew that if Song Wenxue could come from Jiangqing, she certainly wouldn't easily let things slide. But she didn't plan to explain to her either. Gu Tianyu didn't want Song Wenxue to interfere either. Mom, we can handle it. You've rarely come. Take Shiyu out for a walk. Yin is tired, let her rest first. Yun Yin understood Gu Tianyu's intention. He didn't want Song Wenxue to make things difficult for her. She then stood up and left. Leaving already? Song Wenxue wanted to say something, but Gu Tianyu stopped her. He looked into Song Wenxue's eyes and shook his head slightly, signaling her not to pressure Yun Yan. Song Wenxue remembered Gu Tianyu's words and could only watch Yun Yan's retreating figure. She felt uneasy inside. Tianyu, look at you. Why insist on finding this Yun Yan? She always causes so many problems. If something happens while you're protecting her this way, what am I supposed to do? Song Wenxue said, her eyes turning red with worry. Gu Tianyu appeared calm. There won't be any issues. You need to trust your son. He patted Song Wenxue's hand. Song Wenxue sighed softly. Tianyu, how can I put it? She looked at the present-day Gu Tianyu and sighed deeply. Gu Tianyu's lips curved slightly. Mom, you rarely come over. Why don't you take Shiyu around? Buy whatever you like and charge it to my account. When Gu Tianyu spoke these words, Gu Shiyu immediately became delighted and helped persuade. Mom, brother is right. Let's go shopping. I hear they've opened a large mall here in Haicheng, featuring all first-tier luxury brands. With that, she got up and pulled Song Wenxue toward the exit. Tianyu, we'll stay for a couple of days in Haicheng, then return to Jiangcheng. I always feel uneasy here. There was an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Gu Tianyu understood that Song Wenxue was worried and reassured her. Noted, don't worry. There are extra staff added here at Heishanisa. We'll pay attention whenever we go in and out. Song Wenxue knew there was no convincing Gu Tianyu otherwise, so she could only settle for this. The car drove along the wide roads of Haicheng. Shiyu, in the future, be more polite to Yun Yin in front of Tianyu. Upon hearing Song Wenxue's words, Gu Shiyu widened her eyes. Mom, you can't possibly scold me too? Gu Shiyu's originally pleasant mood was instantly ruined. I just don't want your brother to get angry with you because of this woman. A cold anger rose in Song Wenxue's eyes. She pouted. I just couldn't stand her attitude, so I couldn't help myself. My brother has truly changed. He never used to treat me this way. Now his eyes only have room for his Yun Yan. Mom, why is my brother so spellbound by that Yun Yan? She's just a girl from the countryside who schemed her way into our family and took over the Yun group. But I think she probably offended someone, and now she's being dealt with. It seems like her position as president of Yun group might not last long. Song Wenxue gave Gu Shiyu a sideways glance. You can vent these complaints to Mom, but don't go around spreading rumors. No matter what, she's still part of the Gu family now, and it would tarnish our reputation. Although Gu Shiyu didn't agree, she had no choice but to follow her mother's advice. After hesitating briefly, she nodded. All right, I'll listen to you, but I will never accept her. Song Wenxue sighed deeply. Mom doesn't like her either, so I absolutely won't agree to your brother being with her. Shiyu, call you her. We've come to Haicheng. Let's visit her while we're here. When Gu Shiyu heard the name Gu Yu, her face darkened slightly. Mom, I already didn't approve when brother favored her before. Why do you want to see her now? Have you forgotten what Uncle Tu's family has done? We were about to go shopping. I don't want to see her. She couldn't understand why Song Wenxue would do this. Yuer is Yuer, and Uncle Tu is Uncle Tu. Why do you mix them together? Song Wenxue didn't feel that being related to the second house meant they should distance themselves from Gu Yu. If you won't call her, then I will. With that, she called Gu Yu herself. Seeing this incoming call, Gu Yu hesitated before answering. She paused, surprised that Song Wenxue would call her at such a time. Chapter 185. Where's Gu Yu going? The phone rang for a while, and then naturally disconnected because it wasn't answered. After Gu Yu saw the call end, he sighed in relief. He didn't want to answer this call. Song Wenxue stared at her unanswered phone, stunned for quite some time. Shiyu, you go to the mall by yourself later. I'll go to the group first, then find you later. Gu Shiyu was initially thrilled about going shopping, but hearing that Song Wenxue would visit Gu Yu instead of accompanying her, she got upset. Mom, how can you be so biased? I don't like Gu Yu, and yet you still insist on finding her. Gu Shiyu crossed her arms and turned away. Song Wenxue understood Gu Shiyu's temperament. Shiyu, be good. Your brother said if you like anything, buy it. Just go shopping first. Because Gu Shiyu was angry, she didn't respond. Song Wenxue knew Gu Shiyu was jealous. I'm just going there once, or you could come with me. After going to the group, we'll head to the mall. She tried to persuade Gu Shiyu. This suggestion only made Gu Shiyu more dissatisfied. Mom, you know I dislike going to the group office. If you're going, go alone. Just seeing the workplace makes me feel exhausted all over. I only wish never to work for my whole life. Relying on family, no need to worry about money. Eating when I want, playing when I feel like it. Song Wenxue slightly curved her lips, and she tapped Gu Shiyu's nose with her finger. Alright. If you don't wanna, Mom won't force you to work. Anyway, our Gu family isn't one that can't support you. Hearing her mother's doting words, Gu Shiyu felt somewhat more balanced inside. Seeing Gu Shiyu wasn't continuing to throw a tantrum, Song Wenxue relaxed and decided to go find Gu Yu. So you go to the mall yourself and shop first. We'll meet up later, and you can buy whatever you like. Gu Shiyu wanted to argue further, but knowing it wouldn't work, she kept silent without answering. Song Wenxue instructed the driver, first send Miss to the mall, then take me back to the group later. The driver, hearing this, responded, okay, Mrs. According to the received instructions, the driver dropped off Gu Shiyu at the mall and then drove Song Wenxue to Haicheng Gu Group. Song Wenxue hadn't been to Haicheng for quite a long time, feeling that changes here in recent years were rather significant, especially in the city center, commercial zones, where there are now many skyscrapers. Hai Cheng is developing pretty well now. The driver replied. Mrs. Hai Cheng's development indeed is very fast now, with better economy compared to a few years ago. There is also Gu family's good reputation bringing plenty of business opportunities to Hai Cheng. Hearing the driver's words, Song Wenxue smiled in satisfaction. All these are Tianyu's contributions. He insisted on developing Hai Cheng back then. The driver nodded. Mr. Gu is really decisive and has an investment insight. When the car approached the group, it happened to wait for a traffic light. Madam, turning left ahead will get us there. And we just happened to encounter waiting for the light, so please bear with it for a moment. The driver pointed towards the road ahead. She looked out of the car window through the glass. Actually, the group building was right next to them. It seemed they had to wait a bit longer for the traffic light. I'll get out here. After saying this, Song Wenxue pushed the car door open and stepped down. As soon as she got out, she noticed a red car coming out of the company garage. The car color stood out particularly, drawing people's attention. Song Wenxue saw Guyu sitting in the car. Song Wenxue attempted to call out loudly. Perhaps due to the noise on the street, Guyu didn't hear her shouts. Seeing the red car driving away from her eyes, Song Wenxue immediately returned to the previous car and pulled the door open. The driver, seeing Song Wenxue's action, was somewhat surprised. Madam? Song Wenxue pointed at the red car ahead. Follow that red car ahead. I want to find Miss Yuer. She's driving that red car. The driver understood instantly, and the traffic light changed just at the moment. Okay. Song Wenxue took out her mobile phone to call Guyu, but it was quickly hung up. Following Song Wenxue's instructions, the driver thus followed Guyu's car all along. The red car belonging to Guyu arrived near a club on the suburban outskirts and then drove inside. The driver also tried following, but the gate barrier didn't rise, and the security guard stopped him. The driver pressed the horn briefly, but it did nothing. The security guard came out of the booth, walking up beside the driver's seat. The driver lowered the car window. Sir, could you raise the bar? We want to go in. The security guard shook his head refusing. Sorry, this is a private club. Only members can enter. Hearing what the security guard said, Song Wenxue also rolled down her car window. Sir, the car ahead is my niece. We came together. The security guard still refused. Ma'am, please don't make things difficult for me. At our club, only the cars of members are registered to come and go freely. Your car isn't registered as a member's, so it cannot enter. You said the car ahead belongs to your family member. I can let you in, but your car has to stay outside. The security guard had already made the biggest concession possible. Naturally, Song Wenxue was unhappy, but there was nothing she could do because there were rules here. She couldn't argue further. She rolled up the car window and said, Go park by the roadside and wait for me. Later, you'll pick me up when I meet Shiryu. After speaking, Song Wenxue unwillingly opened the door and stepped out. She was wearing an elegant cashmere coat and carrying a limited edition handbag, obviously looking like a wealthy madam. The security guard did not hesitate and let her through without difficulty. Upon entering the gate, Song Wenxue couldn't find Guyu's car anymore, let alone the person. In front of her was a lush green lawn. It was typical of suburban areas to have such a vast space. If this were in the city, building something so large would require immense resources. However, it was strange that no one was around. Yet it was evident that someone always took care of the place, as the greenery and facilities were all maintained meticulously. Song Wenxue decided not to wander aimlessly and pulled out her phone again to call Guyu. But Guyu's phone was already turned off. Staring at the expansive clubhouse, Song Wenxue felt perplexed. She didn't know where Guyu had gone, so she decided to look around first. As she continued walking, she seemed to spot Guyu's car in front of a small villa. The red car looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. The villa had a distinct European style, with a tall first floor, accessed by a staircase leading up to it from the front. A row of towering green trees surrounded the villa, making the setting appear tranquil and peaceful. Song Wenxue was certain that Guyu was likely inside this villa. She walked in the direction of the villa. Chapter 186, Improper Relationship. Song Wenxue quickened her steps and approached the small Western-style house, ascending the steps one by one. Arriving at the door of the small building, she found it unlocked and easily opened with a twist. Song Wenxue cautiously pushed open the door to the little house. She took a glance inside, looked around, then asked in a low voice, Is anyone here? She tried searching, hoping for a response. However, no one replied. Song Wenxue pushed the door and entered. The little Western-style house appeared bright and white on the outside, but now standing inside, it was quite dim. It felt as though there was no human presence here, giving it a cool sensation. Perhaps it was because the row of trees around the perimeter shaded the sunlight from reaching the small house. The furnishings inside were simple yet stylish. Song Wenxue touched the table. It was spotless. This proved that this place was frequently cleaned. The first floor was spacious, but also lacked partitioned rooms, so you could see the entire level at a glance. Song Wenxue looked around and finally saw the handrail staircase on the right side. She walked over and ascended the stairs. Before reaching the second floor, she heard a familiar voice. Yua? Song Wenxue perked up her ears. She recognized this woman's voice as belonging to Guyu. Additionally, there was a man's voice. In this matter, Gu Tianyu will not let this pass so easily. What else do you expect me to do? The man's voice carried a tinge of questioning. Sweetheart, of course I know my brother won't let those people off so easily. Why else would I ask for your help? Came Guyu's voice. After hearing this, Song Wenxue froze. So, the topic she is currently discussing relates to Gu Tianyu? Is this something involving Guyu? Song Wenxue felt her heart pounding quickly, unable to fathom how this could be related to Guyu. You must know that I don't want to offend Gu Tianyu. Our Gausher group still needs his support, and we have numerous business dealings. If we offend Gu Tianyu, then I might as well stop doing business in Haiqing. The man's voice sounded steady, with an experienced tone. Song Wen-snow was astonished, covering her mouth. Gausher Group? So is the man inside? The Gu family group in Haiqing. I'm managing it now. You don't need to worry. What you're doing is too risky. Today, I noticed Gu Tianyu's gaze wasn't good. Although I did manage to intercept him from further interrogating Ma Zi, these matters can only be concealed for so long. The man continued to express concern. Gu Yu chuckled slightly. Darling, when have you ever been so timid? Look at yourself. Around me, you're quite bold. You didn't change your mind again, did you? Song Wen-snow leaned closer, trying to listen more carefully. She hadn't caught their conversation, but instead heard strange sounds coming from within. Listening more closely, Song Wen-snow's face turned deathly pale. Being someone who has lived through youth, she instantly understood what was happening inside. But she couldn't have imagined Gu Yu would be involved with someone from the Gao family. Recently, the news had been reporting rumors about Gu Yu and Gao Shutian. Could the man inside be Gao Shutian? The noises grew louder. Song Wen-snow was shocked, even embarrassed to keep listening. She forced herself to calm down. In a hurry, she made her way down the stairs, wanting to leave. Just as she was about to reach the corner, she tripped accidentally. Song Wen-snow couldn't help but let tears escape the corners of her eyes due to the pain. Hearing the loud sound, the two inside stopped all movement. The man grabbed a bathrobe, wrapped it around himself, and rushed out. Gu Yu got a bad feeling, but she didn't dare to think further, hastily getting dressed. Who are you? The man fiercely questioned Song Wen-snow. How did you get here? The man's demeanor was imposing, and he clearly wanted to cause trouble for Song Wen-snow. Haven't I already said no cleaning is needed this afternoon? Even though Song Wen-snow had just overheard their conversation, she was still startled upon seeing Gao Ku. She never expected the man to be him. Always featured on the cover of financial magazines and recently celebrating his anniversary. This man, hailed as the perfect gentleman, now had his mask of deceit torn away by reality. Song Wen-snow felt utterly nauseated. This man was far too skilled at disguising himself. Seeing that Song Wen-snow had not responded, and after careful observation, Gao Ku discovered that the woman before him, in terms of clothing and appearance, did not resemble someone who worked in cleaning services. This is a private club. You barging in here without permission, I could report you to the police. Gao Ku was angry and embarrassed, having been interrupted from his plans, which left him brimming with suppressed anger. Song Wen-snow struggled to rise from the floor, but with her twisted ankle, she couldn't muster the strength to stand. Gu Yu finished dressing and hurriedly followed. Upon seeing Song Wen-snow, she confirmed her suspicions. Aunt. Gu Yu uttered two words indifferently. Hearing Gu Yu's address, Gao Ku was extremely shocked, his complexion turning stark white immediately. He hadn't expected it at all. Is she Gu Tianyu's mother? Learning this title from Gu Yu, Gao Ku instantly deduced the identity of the woman. He wanted to confirm it again. Gu Yu didn't deny it. Seeing Gu Yu, Song Wen-snow couldn't help but question sternly. What are you doing? This came from worry and reproach. Gu Yu had grown up abroad, where Gu Haonan and Xia Can barely managed her life. Song Wen-snow often communicated with her, so their emotional connection was quite deep. Aunt, why are you here? She is my friend. Gu Yu wanted to test how much Song Wen-snow had overheard earlier. Song Wen-snow leaned on the staircase railing, enduring the pain in her ankle as she slowly rose. You're being foolish. How can you do such things? Song Wen-snow asked, her eyes shimmering slightly. At this moment, Gu Yu wasn't concerned about the accusations from Song Wen-snow regarding her relationship with Gao Ku. When did you come, Aunt? There was a flicker of complicated emotions in Gu Yu's eyes, making her difficult to read. Leaning on the railing, Song Wen-snow said, I twisted my ankle slightly. Let me go, Recalling the conversation she'd overheard moments ago, and now observing these two individuals, Song Wen-snow felt an eerie sensation creep over her. Gu Yu walked over to Song Wen-snow and supported her hand. Aunt, your ankle is sprained, but it's not broken. Answer my question first before rushing off to the hospital. Gu Yu said almost abruptly as her expression changed drastically. Chapter 187. Crying doesn't solve problems. Haiqing Mall. The merchandise here is very complete, and they're all new arrivals, which fulfilled Gu Shiyu's desire to shop. Gu Shiyu picked out a lot of items she liked. Her mood became very pleasant, but as time went by, shopping alone started to get a little boring. She glanced at the time on her wristwatch. It was already dinner time. Unfortunately, Song Wenxue had still not come to meet her. So, she took out her phone and called Song Wenxue. Just as the call connected, Song Wenxue's phone immediately showed that it was turned off. This made Gu Shiyu puzzled, muttering to herself, why is it turned off? Having no other choice, she called the driver to inquire about Song Wenxue's whereabouts. Strangely, the driver's phone also couldn't be reached. Gu Shiyu could only hang up the call or wait a bit longer for Song Wenxue to show up. Thus, she found a bubble tea shop and sat down, deciding to have a cup of tea to pass the time. But half an hour quickly passed again. With no sign of anyone arriving, Gu Shiyu picked up her phone once more to call, yet it was still showing as turned off. A sense of unease rose in her heart. She knew Song Wenxue wasn't someone who would leave things unexplained, especially when promised by mom. Why hadn't she shown up by now? Gu Shiyu grew increasingly anxious as she waited. Finally, she abandoned her bubble tea, grabbed her day's purchases, and hastily left. At the bottom of the mall, Gu Shiyu hailed a car, heading directly toward Haiqing Corporation. By the sea skyline, Gu Tianyu was in his study, reviewing important company documents. He wore his golden-rimmed glasses, focusing entirely on the screen. Cheng Zhou's phone call came through. Gu Tianyu removed his glasses, pinched his nose bridge, then answered. Mr. Gu, this man named Bin has been captured. Good news echoed from the other side of the line. Upon hearing Chung Jio's words, Gu Tianyu's originally fatigued face revealed some complexity. He immediately stood up from his chair. Send me the location. I'm coming over right now. As he spoke with Chung Jio, he grabbed the coat hanging on the back of his chair, walked out of the study, and prepared to meet with Chung Jio. Yin happened to be in the first floor hall, seeing Gu Tianyu descend as if ready to go out. With his phone in hand, Gu Tianyu maintained the call continuously. Seeing Yan, he gave her a simple instruction. Everything depends on Xiao Wei. We must carefully interrogate him. Then cut off Chung Jio's call. Tianyu, are you going out? Gu Tianyu didn't originally intend to bring Yan along, but since they had encountered each other, he chose not to hide it. Putting on his coat, his voice remained calm. Chung Jio has captured a bin. I'll be going there shortly. He added without wanting Yan to involve herself. Yan, stay at home and wait for me. I'll let you know as soon as I get any updates. Yan understood Gu Tianyu was trying to protect her. Just as Yan was about to speak, Gu Shiyu returned from outside carrying her newly purchased clothes in large bags. As soon as she entered the house, she dropped them carelessly on the floor. Seeing Gu Tianyu and Yan together, she completely ignored Yan. She quickly approached Gu Tianyu. Brother, are you leaving? She asked tentatively. Seeing her flustered state, Gu Tianyu questioned, how come you're back alone? He looked toward the door and saw no trace of Song Wenxue following her. Gu Shiyu didn't know how to explain. When she went earlier to Haicheng Gu Corporation, neither the front desk nor some employees who had not yet gone home recognized Song Wenxue. Brother, today, Gu Tianyu currently had urgent matters to handle. Checking his wristwatch's time, he hurried to leave. Shiyu, I have business to take care of right now. If you don't have something urgent, let's talk later. Gu Tianyu gently pulled Yan's hand. Don't worry. I'll be back shortly. Yan also tugged at Gu Tianyu's sleeve. Let me go with you. I've seen this person before, and he's very cunning. Gu Tianyu refused. Wait until I check the situation first. The look he gave Yan exuded a strong sense of security and protection. Yan didn't want to waste time on this issue. If there's anything that needs confirmation, feel free to call me. I'll wait for your return. Gu Tianyu nodded calmly, then raised his foot to prepare for stepping outside the main door. At this moment, Gu Shiyu was on the verge of tears, crying hoarsely. Brother, Mom is gone. After saying this, her tears wouldn't stop flowing, cascading like a broken string of beads. Almost simultaneously, Gu Tianyu and Yan turned their attention toward Gu Shiyu. His heart sank as he coldly asked, what do you mean gone? Yan's eyes darkened slightly, also waiting for Gu Shiyu's answer. Staring at the gloomy-faced Gu Tianyu, Gu Shiyu cried continuously. We were supposed to shop together, but Mom said she wanted to see Gu Yu, so she left me waiting in the mall. Gu Tianyu's phone vibrated again. It was an address sent by Chung Jio. He glanced at it briefly, his expression complicated. Yan, seeing Gu Shiyu at this moment, asked, how can you be sure she's gone? Maybe it's just a temporary inability to reach her. Gu Shiyu was very certain. She must have disappeared. I've been to the group company, and they said they hadn't seen Mom go there. Also, the driver's phone cannot be reached now, just like Mom's. They both went out of contact. Gu Tianyu picked up his phone and called Song Wenxue. As expected, it was off as Gu Shiyu had said. He also tried calling the driver, but got no answer. Now Gu Tianyu could confirm that Song Wenxue was unreachable. However, he didn't dare speculate on the reason. He felt someone must have tampered with the situation behind the scenes. Shiyu? Don't worry, I'll immediately contact the Haicheng police. It seemed that Gu Tianyu now had one more issue to handle. Yan remembered the urgent need to deal with a bin. A bin side, I can handle it. Gu Tianyu hesitated. Gu Shiyu's crying was becoming annoying, so his tone became firmer. If you think crying will solve problems, then keep crying. Due to his words, Gu Shiyu stopped her crying. Looking at Yan, he now had no choice but to let Yan help in splitting tasks. Yan, first, contact Chung Jio. I'll join you later. Yan slightly nodded. Alright, take care of things at home first. Chung assistant's side is safe in my hands. Yan offered some comfort. We'll stay in touch. Time was short. She took out her phone, dialed Chung Jio's number. Mr. Gu has other urgent matters. Chung assistant, please resend me the address. Then she turned toward the garage of Hai Tianise. Gu Tianyu also called Chung Jio. Yan is heading to meet you. My mother is missing right now. Shiyu is with me. I need to find my mom first. On Yan's side, please ensure protection. His concern led him to reiterate the instructions. Chung Jio immediately responded upon hearing Mr. Gu's orders. Understood, Mr. Gu. The matter of my mother going missing. Please keep it confidential for now. Gu Tianyu instructed before hanging up the call. Continue explaining why you think Mom has disappeared. Gu Tianyu had Gu Shiyu recount the entire story from the start. Chapter 188. The Awesomeness of a Flying Knife. Following the positioning sent by Chung Jio, Yan drove over here alone. This was a factory premises that the Gu family had just acquired and had yet to start construction on, so it was temporarily abandoned. Chung Jio brought a bin here to be interrogated in secret away from prying eyes. The lighting around the factory was dim. Yan drove her car into the empty space of the factory and saw the lit-up windows of a bungalow ahead, making it stand out starkly in this darkness. After parking her car, she followed the sound and entered the bungalow. Inside were Chung Jio and a few lackeys. With another glance, she realized that the person kneeling before them was a bin. Compared to their last meeting, today's bin looked quite disheveled. His clothes were unkempt and covered in yellow mud, likely due to his hiding in Black Ox Mountain, which had made him appear even more wretched. Upon seeing Yan arrive, Chung Jio stood up. Lady, he respectfully addressed her. Bin heard this and also lifted his head to look. His eyes were filled with enmity. She coldly scrutinized the disheveled man in front of her. I didn't expect we'd meet again. When Abin saw Yunyan, he wasn't very surprised but couldn't understand how this woman could still be alive. Yunyan examined him closely and then took a seat on a chair not far from Abin. She remained composed as she looked at this man's pathetic state. What? Do you already not recognize me? Yunyan spoke in a cold tone. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Abin tried to get up off the ground, but was quickly held down by the assistants. Be good, or you'll regret it. Seeing this situation, Cheng Jiu couldn't help but warn him. This is Our Lady. Don't think you can play any tricks. Cheng Jiu kicked Abin, pinning him firmly to the ground. Abin gritted his teeth. Spit. You cowards, just kill me if you dare. What's the point of bullying me when there are so many of you now? Hearing Abin's words, Yunyan couldn't help but curl her lips. Abin, following what you're saying, back then when I was surrounded by all of you. How come at the time, you didn't feel like I was alone while you guys were so many? Realizing his disadvantage, Abin became speechless. I should clearly understand why I've captured you today. Yunyan stared deeply at Abin, penetrating with icy intensity. Abin shook his head. That day I knew nothing. Afterwards I didn't participate anymore. If I leave now, will you let me go? Cheng Jiu found it quite funny. Why would we let you go? Ma Zi has been captured, and misdeeds have their originators. Any grudge between you and us should be settled with him, not me. I know nothing. Abin refused to say anything, just claiming he knew nothing. Rising from her chair, Yunyan approached Abin. Staring into his anger-filled eyes, she half laughed. If you were willing to tell me, I wouldn't pressure you. Instead, I would let you go unharmed. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. Abin remained unmoved. You can beat me to death if you want, but I know nothing. As stubborn as a dead duck refusing to open its mouth, Abin kept up this attitude. Assistant Cheng, tie him up. Yunyan pointed to one of the pillars inside the room. Okay. Cheng Jiu, following orders, together with several aides tied Abin to the pillar. What are you going to do? Don't press me. I know nothing. Tying me up isn't going to change anything. Even though Abin was stubborn, looking at their array, he was starting to feel fear. He remembered vividly how Yunyan had saved herself that night. Soon, Abin was securely tied to the pillar. Looking at Abin tied to the pillar, Yunyan curled her lips and gave a meaningful smile. Then she took out a dagger. The blade glinted sharply under the light reflection, appearing even more lethal. Everyone looked at Yunyan and stayed silent. Cheng Jiu knew only that according to Gu Zhuoding's instructions, assisting Yunyan would be fine. What are you planning to do? Dead girl, I'm telling you, don't mess around. He stared at the knife in Yunyan's hand, seeming already to sense something about to happen. Yunyan opened her mouth coldly. I've already given you a chance. Since you refuse to cooperate, I have no choice but to use my methods. Tell me when you're ready to speak. She blew lightly on the tip of the blade and threw it with ease. Whoosh! The knife flew out. Before anyone else could react, the knife embedded itself in the pillar just above Abin's head, an inch away. Abin nearly collapsed in terror. Are you trying to kill me? Help! Help! He knew Yunyan was skillful, but he hadn't anticipated she would be so cruel. Everyone was momentarily shocked. Even Cheng Jiu was stunned by Yunyan's precise and swift technique. Yunyan said nothing and slowly retrieved another dagger from her pocket. Its blade gleamed even colder. The next second, she chuckled. Still unwilling to talk? Then stand still. Abin's whole body was taut with tension, not daring to move an inch. He felt a hot sweat breaking out on his back. Stop her quickly. Knives are dangerous. This could cost me my life. Whoosh! The flying knife whizzed through the air again. This time it landed just below his arm, piercing into the crossbeam of the pillar. Abin felt as if he had narrowly escaped death once more, but how much psychological endurance could one possibly need? Yunyan took out another dagger. Exciting enough? Abin didn't dare move his arm. With the corner of his eye, he could see the sharp edge of the blade. Even the slightest struggle from him would cause the dagger's blade to scrape his arm. Just kill me already. Seems like you've got quite a tight mouth, Cheng Jiu said with a sneer on his face. Yunyan let out a cold laugh and said gravely, It doesn't matter that you're not talking. Anyway, I haven't had a chance to practice in a long while. Perfect timing for tonight. Yunyan took out yet another dagger and weighed it in her hand. Abin no longer possessed the anger from before and started begging for mercy. Miss Yun, I beg you to let me go. Yunyan ignored him and allowed him to continue pleading. She stared at the pillar, then threw another knife with precision. It lodged in the crossbeam holding the other side of Abin's bound arms. Abin's heart raced frantically. He couldn't take it anymore, knowing that unless he talked, Yunyan would keep throwing knives. But these knives wouldn't always miss him. Just imagining this possibility terrified him. Unable to endure such pressure any longer, Abin finally cracked. Cheng Jiu himself couldn't help but admire Yunyan's approach silently, considering their previous unsuccessful attempts to extract information from Abin. Speak. Who exactly gave you the orders? Abin swallowed his frustration. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he finally spoke. Ma Zi recently took up a job, an undercover mission. The client wanted to find someone with a peculiar birthmark shaped like an anchor on their arm. Yunyan understood. So you guys abducted Ji Ming. Abin didn't refute this. But after confirming that it wasn't Abin you were looking for, why didn't you release him? Chapter 189. Uncovering the Mastermind. Yunyan felt indignant as she thought about it, then took out a dagger. Abin immediately responded. That guy is indeed not the one we're looking for, but we're not satisfied. We've been searching for so long, and finally found someone with an identical birthmark. The other party simply denied it, snatching away the almost in-hand bonus. So Ma Zi vented his anger on that young man. So we schemed against that young man. You could say he was just unlucky. When Abin spoke about these matters, there was no hint of regret. Instead, he felt as if they had suffered a major loss. Yun Yin continued. Who's looking for someone with a birthmark resembling the character Kui Kui? I'm not sure. The person we've always communicated with is Ma Zi. We are merely people who get paid to do jobs. We don't know that much. All we know is that they are very wealthy, capable of spending large sums of money. The person hasn't been found yet. Perhaps you can try your luck, inquire around a bit. Yun Yin had already searched online, but there were absolutely no posts regarding finding family members like what they described. You guys got lucky last time and managed to escape. This time, since Ma Zi has caught this young man, naturally he will reclaim what's due. Yun Yin recalled the injuries on Ji Ming, and her fury instantly intensified. I have already brought Ji Ming to Haicheng. How did you know he was in Haicheng? Abin glanced at Yun Yin, hesitated, and stammered. Yun Yin waved the dagger in her hand. Do you want me to test you? Seeing the dagger, Abin quickly shook his head. He knew Yun Yin wasn't joking. No, I still want to live a few more years. Then continue speaking, Yun Yin said lightly. Abin was now tense all over, too afraid to move either arm. Miss Yun, can you let me down first? If you let me down, I'll tell you. He felt extremely uncomfortable being tied up, unable to move. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me, Yun Yin refused. Don't think about stalling for time. Tonight, no one can save you. If you don't continue speaking, I'll spread the word that you took a large sum of money from me here. The others present, upon hearing this, were greatly impressed by Yun Yin. Courageous and strategic. After hearing this, Abin's face turned ashen. You're ruthless. Looking at such a beautiful woman with such cunning means, he could only confess everything. Taking someone else's money to solve their problems. I know what I've done isn't right now. Yun Yin slightly raised her eyebrows. Do you think these things matter more than your life? You may not survive much longer anyway. Stop thinking about other things. Abin sighed and opened his mouth. It's Guyu. He lowered his head, his voice faint. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Jiu froze momentarily. Yun Yan's eyes flickered with astonishment, but quickly returned to normal. She spoke coldly. Is everything you're saying true? You should know that if you deceive us, it will make your life worse than death. Yun Yin warned Abin. Since I've said it, it can't be false. He guaranteed. Seeing Abin couldn't dare to lie now, Yun Yin pondered for a moment. If it was Guyu, could Song Wenshua's disappearance today also be related to her? Can you put the knife away first? Abin asked again tentatively. Now, he didn't dare to move an inch, with the knife right beside him. After staying in this position for a while, he started to feel stiff and uncomfortable. Continue speaking. Yun Yin ignored Abin's request. Abin could only spill the beans. It's Guyu, the second daughter of your Gu family. She found Ma Zi and proposed a deal for us to carry out, with a 10 million commission upon completion. She asked us to find ways to deal with Miss Yun. He stared at Yun Yin and exposed the mastermind behind this affair, hoping to be released soon. Cheng Jiu found it hard to believe after hearing these words. Although Guyu was from the second branch of the Gu family, she differed from Gu Yang and Gu Haonan. Over the years, Gu Tianyu provided her considerable support, which Cheng Jiu handled through transfers, something Cheng Jiu knew well. Yun Yin, now knowing the answer, stood up and slowly approached Abin. She pulled out the dagger from the pillar and cut the ropes binding Abin. With regained freedom, Abin shook his hands to loosen his joints. Miss Yun, everything that needs to be said, I've said. Can you let me go now? Abin looked around. These attendants all watched him closely, with extremely high vigilance. Cheng Jiu also showed a slight surprise, unsure why Yun Yin had untied Abin like this. Lady, Cheng Jiu wanted to remind her. You don't need to nag. Right now, our lady is letting me go, and do you dare stop her? Abin was exceedingly arrogant. Just as Abin thought Yun Yin would let him go, Yun Yin lifted her hand and suddenly twisted his arm. Pulling forcefully back and forth twice, Abin's right arm dislocated. It all happened too fast. Within less than a minute, everyone at the scene was stunned. Abin let out a shrill scream in pain and used his left hand to support his right elbow. Cold sweat streamed from the pain, and he soon collapsed onto the ground. You evil woman, you're not trustworthy. Didn't you say you'd let me go? Why are you breaking your promise? You wretched bitch, I'll kill you. Despite the pain, Abin stood up and lunged toward Yun Yin. Yun Yin aimed her kick directly at his stomach, sending Abin to the floor writhing in agony. From above, Yun Yin glared down at him. I said I would let you go, but I never said I wouldn't harm you. This is just a minor punishment for you. You should consider yourself lucky. Watching him roll around on the ground like that, Yun Yin finally felt satisfied. In the future, if any of you dare to scheme against Ji Ming again, don't blame me for taking your lives. This time, I've simply disarmed one of your arms. If you dare challenge me again, you won't be so fortunate. Hearing Yun Yan's words, Abin grew much more obedient. The pain coursing through his body served as an unforgettable lesson. Miss Yun, I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. Please help me reset my arm. Are you finally aware of the pain? Yun Yin sneered. Didn't you think you were so capable, just now? Tears streamed down Abin's face as he was in excruciating pain. I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. Abin begged pitifully. Please, have mercy on me. Yun Yin ignored him and instead returned to sit back down in the chair. She pulled out her phone and called Gu Tianyu. At this moment, Gu Tianyu was directing someone to check the road surveillance cameras, based on the timing provided by Gu Xiu, to trace the route Song Wenshua's vehicle had taken. The car eventually headed toward the outskirts. When he saw Yun Yan's incoming call, he answered immediately. Tianyu, I found out the information here. It's Guyu. She instructed Ma Zi to target Ji Ming, and her real goal is to eliminate me. Gu Tianyu slightly stiffened upon hearing the news. He hadn't expected it to be Guyu. Chapter 190, Gaining Sympathy. Tianyu. Yin Yin did not hear Gu Tianyu's response, so she asked again. Gu Tianyu snapped back to reality. Yin Yin, I'm listening. I remembered what she said. She mentioned that Mom went to look for Yuer in the afternoon. Now, when I call Yuer's phone, it also goes unanswered. Upon hearing this news, Yin Yin boldly guessed. So, do you suspect they are together now? Gu Tianyu nodded. It's possible. I need to find them as soon as possible. Tianyu, where are you right now? I'll go meet up with you. Yin Yin also wanted to meet this Gu Yuer. Regarding the previous incident, she didn't pursue it, and now this Gu Yuer actually found people like Ma Zi. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Gu Tianyu had just looked at the surveillance footage. The car was heading to the suburbs. I'm going to the suburban area of Haicheng now. The latest update is that the car last headed towards a suburban club. I've called Yuer, but she hasn't answered. After hearing this, Yin Yin suggested Gu Tianyu activate his location sharing. Cheng assistant, leave this to you. I'm going to find Tianyu. Cheng Ju looked at a bin, who no longer posed any threat, resembling a homeless dog. Madam, let me go with you. Cheng Ju was worried. Yin Yin glanced around the scene. All right, we'll take a few attendants along and set out. In the suburb of Haicheng, inside the club. Yuer, release me quickly. From the room came Song Wenshue's voice. She was pounding on the door, shouting constantly. What to do? How could you be so careless, unaware you were being followed? Gaoke looked at Gu Yuer, filled with complaints in his tone. Gu Yuer was also quite troubled now. Gaoke didn't console her. Instead, he started scolding her. He had initially thought everything would proceed flawlessly, but unfortunately, things turned out differently. If I had realized earlier, would this happen now? Gu Yuer was angry too, and currently, she had no solutions either. At this moment, Gaoke's mobile phone rang. Both were startled. Gu Yuer glanced sideways with an unsatisfied look. Gaoke put a finger to his lips, signaling shoo, staring anxiously at Gu Yuer, worrying if she would cooperate. After confirming Gu Yuer was normal, Gaoke slid his finger to accept the call. Hello. Gu Yuer looked at the man before her, leaning back on the chair, carefully listening as he took the call. Will you come home for dinner tonight? It's getting late, and you haven't returned yet. The voice from the other side sounded familiar. It was Madame Gao. Gaoke furtively glanced at Gu Yuer beside him, then gently covered his mouth and fabricated an excuse casually. I have some social engagements tonight, so I won't be coming back for dinner. After finishing, he hung up hastily. Gu Yuer coldly snorted and crossed her arms. Mr. Gao is truly busy. Now are you entertaining me, or your wife? Gaoke knew Gu Yuer was in a bad mood, so he immediately changed the topic. He hugged Gu Yuer. You're my heart and treasure. How could I dare otherwise? Yuer, she's still your aunt-in-law. Maybe you can communicate with her and persuade her not to disclose our affair. Although Gu Yuer felt irked earlier, Gaoke wasn't wrong. Indeed, trying to communicate with Song Wenshue was an option. Gu Ming briefly glared at Gaoke beside her. Are you really that afraid our affairs will be discovered? Gaoke paused momentarily before regaining composure. Of course not. I only feel since I am much older than you, I might not deserve you. Gaoke was articulate. Yuer, being with you is my good fortune over countless lifetimes, but my current situation is tough. I also have the Gao group behind me. You wouldn't want me to end up disgraced and ruined, would you? That way, you would look down on me, correct? With just a few words, Gaoke managed to soothe Gu Yuer. Gu Yuer understood, it was also not the time to hold grudges. Song Wenshue was still locked in the room. The driver was controlled as well, confined in the lobby downstairs. Gu Yuer shot Gaoke a glare, stood up, I'll go check. Hearing Gu Yuer's words, Gaoke exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Now, the person worried about exposure was him. He didn't want the Gao family business to be dragged into disgrace. Gu Yuer walked toward the room. After tapping lightly, she used the key to unlock the door and stepped inside. When Song Wenshue saw Yin Yin walk in, she immediately stood up. Yuer, you're keeping me confined here, aren't you? Song Wenshue spoke, deeply, disapproving of Gu Yuer's actions right now. Gu Yuer knew Song Wenshue was upset. She smiled politely. Auntie, you've misunderstood. Saying this, she pulled Song Wenshue's hand, sitting her down again. Annie, I'm sorry. When I saw you earlier, I suddenly panicked. You've always been the closest person to me, so when you caught me off guard just now, I didn't know how to react. That's why I asked you not to leave. As she spoke, Gu Yuer pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it back to Song Wenshue. Song Wenshue had originally been quite upset, but seeing Gu Yuer like this, her heart softened. She took back the phone and put it in her pocket. Yuer, I came over today from Jiangxing, thinking I would check up on you. You're such a muddled child. Who is Gaoke? He could be your father based on his age. Why must you seek out an older man with a family? Song Wenshue held no regard for him. Tears began welling in Gu Yuer's eyes as she sobbed. Auntie, all of this comes from what other people think of me. Everyone thinks I'm Miss Gu, educated and from a wealthy background, with a bright future ahead. But Auntie, do you even know how I managed these past years abroad? Her voice choked as she looked pitifully at Song Wenshue, tightly gripping her hand in an act of helpless vulnerability. With this mention, Song Wenshue's heart softened even further. She sighed deeply and gently brushed away the stray hairs from Gu Yuer's forehead. Yuer, you've suffered these years, she said with sympathy. And still, there's no need for you to degrade yourself like this, being with Gaoke. This I cannot allow. You two need to break it off immediately. Song Wenshue's resolve was firm, staring at Gu Yuer's face unwillingly. Gu Yuer nodded. Auntie, I will, just give me some time. I'll sort things out between us. With the current situation, Gu Yuer could only agree for now. Seeing Gu Yuer's present condition, Song Wenshue couldn't help but pity her. She recalled something else from earlier. Yuer, tell me, is Yunyan's incident related to you? It seemed Song Wenxue had indeed overheard part of her conversation with Gao Ku. Auntie, I'm sorry, Gu Yue repeatedly apologized. Yes, I arranged it. Upon hearing this, Song Wenxue's expression changed drastically. Yue, how could you be so misguided? Chapter 191, wanting to visit personally. Although I dislike Yun Yan, the wild girl, too, it's not necessary for us to treat her this way. You're committing a crime. Song Wenxue was already unconsciously worried. A tear slid from the corner of Gu Yu's eyes. Auntie, I know I'm wrong. At first, I only wanted someone to scare her a bit. I didn't expect those people would be so vicious and want Yun Yan's life. I really didn't know it would become so serious. Gu Yu cried while sobbing, which made Song Wenxue, who still harbored anger, feel compassion. She noticed Song Wenxue no longer had an overly hard attitude, and so continued to persuade. Auntie, I really know I'm wrong. This matter, please don't tell Brother Tianyu, alright? If he knows, he will definitely not forgive me. Since childhood, Auntie and Brother Tianyu have been the best to me. If neither of you take care of me, then there will truly be no one left to care about me. After hearing what Gu Yu said, Song Wenxue, as a mother, genuinely felt heartache. Yue, you've been back for so long but don't want to return to Jiangqing. Is it because you don't want to see your parents? Gu Yu pulled back her hands and bitterly smiled. They have never paid attention to me, so there is no need for me to disturb them either. Song Wenxue also shook her head, feeling that Gu Yu was pitiful and lonely. Seeing Song Wenxue seemingly softening, Gu Yu continued her plea for sympathy. Auntie, I was just momentarily confused, wanting to teach Yun Yan a lesson and vent some frustration. I promise I won't do it again. Her dark, earnest gaze fixed on Song Wenxue. In the end, Song Wenxue became soft-hearted. Yue, this time I can pretend as if I know nothing, but it doesn't mean I approve of what you did. Even though I may not like Yun Yan, she is now Tianyu's wife. If anything happens to her, Tianyu will surely get involved as well. Look at this time, didn't Tianyu rush over to Haiqing immediately? Song Wenxue doesn't care what happens to Yun Yan. She cares that Gu Tianyu would be implicated and hurt. Upon hearing Song Wenxue's tone, Gu Yu realized Song Wenxue had forgiven her. Her mood relaxed, and she hugged Song Wenxue. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Gu Yu completely relaxed after this. Well, it's not early anymore, and I've also made an appointment with Shi Yu. I should go home. Song Wenxue stood up again. Gu Yu supported Song Wenxue. Auntie, you sprained your ankle today. Remember to apply medicine when you get home. If it still hurts tomorrow, you must see a doctor. They walked out of the room. Outside the exclusive club, the Haiqing suburbs at night are particularly dark, with only the area around the club illuminated. Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan almost arrived simultaneously. The security outside the club stopped them from entering, blocking their path. Gu Tianyu's driver kept honking the horn. A security guard came out of the booth, glanced at the convoy. There were about a dozen cars. The security guard found himself in a difficult position. The convoy had all arrived together at the club, yet he hadn't received any reception instructions. Sorry, this is private property. You aren't members, so you cannot enter. The security guard refused. The man sitting in the rear seat, Gu Tianyu, lowered the car window and pointed to a vehicle parked off to the side. Where did the people from this car go? Hearing this, the security guard instantly understood. Oh, are you their friend? He immediately replied. General Manager Gao invited them in earlier today, and they haven't come out yet. General Manager Gao? Gu Tianyu frowned slightly. Gao Ko. He mentioned the name offhandedly, unsure whether it was correct. The security guard nodded. Yes, exactly, General Manager Gao Ku from the Gao Group. An unpleasant feeling stirred inside Gu Tianyu. This Gao Ku seemed very suspicious. Then could you please relay the message that we would also like to go inside to find General Manager Gao? The security guard looked over Gu Tianyu and noticed that the man was dressed impeccably, with a fleet of cars behind him forming a grand procession, clearly someone important. The security guard didn't want to offend them and thus returned to the booth. He took out his phone and called Gao Ku. After listening to the security guard's report, Gao Ku suddenly felt uneasy and glanced toward Gu Yu, who had just stepped out of the room. Gu Yu saw his odd expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Surprise flashed in Gao Ku's eyes as he looked at them. Gu Tianyu is currently outside the club. His words were filled with worry. Upon hearing it was Gu Tianyu, Song Wenxue's expression visibly relaxed somewhat. Brother Tianyu has come? Gu Yu's expression also grew tense. Knowing there was no way out, Gao Ku had no choice but to ask the security to open the gate and let Gu Tianyu and his group in. One by one, Gu Tianyu's convoy entered the club, neatly lining up in the courtyard. Gao Ku, Gu Yu, and Song Wenxue were walking out of the small Western-style building. As soon as Gu Tianyu got out of the car, he saw Song Wenxue standing there unharmed from afar, and his heart that had been on edge finally relaxed. Seeing Gu Tianyu, Gu Yu walked toward him. Soon after, they noticed Yun Yan also getting out of a car. Gu Yu slightly paused, stopping her steps unconsciously, too afraid to move forward. Gao Ku immediately approached Gu Tianyu upon spotting him. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to come here tonight. Why didn't you inform me earlier so I could properly entertain you? Walking with Yun Yan, Gu Tianyu smiled lightly. If I had informed you beforehand, wouldn't it spoil the surprise now? Gao Ku's face turned unusually grim, but he managed to force a smile nonetheless. Mr. Gu really knows how to make jokes. He glanced at the entourage following behind Gu Tianyu. It's quite late in the evening, Mr. Gu, yet you've brought such a large group to my club. I wonder what has happened. Gu Tianyu glanced at Gu Yu, ignoring Gao Ku for the moment, and then spoke to Song Wenxue. It's late, and my mother hasn't returned home yet, so I came personally to pick her up. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's heart sank. She was relieved she hadn't continued holding Song Wenxue captive and had released her. laying a foundation for plausible explanations. Gu turned back to Song Wenxue and took her arm. Big brother Tianyu, Aunt came to see me today. Because we hadn't seen each other for a long time, we ended up chatting very late. Song Wenxue caught on and chimed in supportively. Indeed, it did get a little late, and we lost track of the time. Gu continued. Now that big brother Tianyu has come to pick up Aunt, I'll excuse myself without further ado. Gaoke remained silent at this moment, hoping deep down that Gu Tianyu would leave quickly. I'm not in any hurry. Since I've paid a visit tonight, I wish to have a proper conversation with General Manager Gao. With that, Gu Tianyu stepped forward, heading into the small Western-style building. Yunyan followed close behind, along with several attendants keeping step. Gaoke's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at Gu Yu, comprehending the situation. Chapter 192. The thief cries, catch the thief. Inside the little Western-style house. After Gaoke asked the servants to brew tea, he had them all leave. He looked at Gu Tianyu. Mr. Gu, I didn't know you would honor us with your presence tonight. Please forgive my lack of preparation. Gu Tianyu maintained a poker face. He didn't reply to Gaoke's words, but instead directly questioned Gu Yu. Why did you decide to come see Mr. Gao tonight? Gu Yu's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Gaoke first, and then turned her gaze to Song Wenxue. I happen to have something to discuss with Mr. Gao today. So I'm here. Gu Yu, who usually spoke calmly and firmly, suddenly became stammering. Gu Tianyu kept his expression composed. What is it about? You may as well tell me. If it's about the cooperative project between our Gu Corporation and Mr. Gao's corporation, I'd also like to learn more. Gu Yu quickly followed up on the topic. Yes, it's regarding the collaborative projects that I wish to conduct an initial discussion about, to explore whether there is a potential opportunity for cooperation. Gu Tianyu showed no interest in going around in circles with her. Even though I'm not in Haiqing, I'm still paying attention to the projects in the Haiqing branch of Gu Corporation. What project are you referring to when you mention the collaboration with Mr. Gao's company? Our Gu Corporation's project intentions have always been managed by the business department. Has the business department of Haiqing Gu lost all its rules? Gu Yu felt her face burning. Brother Tianyu, I just wanted to make an initial contact. It wasn't planned as a formal business discussion. It was obvious to everyone that she wasn't here for official business. The more she said, the more mistakes she made, so Gu Yu dared not continue. She couldn't possibly tell Gu Tianyu that she came here to meet with Gaoke privately. Awkward. Yunyan sat quietly without uttering a word, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Gu Yu glanced sideways at Gaoke, leaving him no choice but to speak slowly. Mr. Gu, Miss Gu came over today indeed intending to discuss a partnership, but we've only had some preliminary ideas so far. Their explanations seemed to paint themselves into a darker corner. Everyone in the room knew what they were really doing. Gaoke tried bringing up new topics, but Gu Tianyu appeared disinterested in everything. Gu Tianyu stared sharply at Gu Yu, whose complexion grew increasingly uneasy. Don't tell me you came to see Mr. Gao to share secrets that shouldn't be made public? Hearing this, Gu Yu immediately denied it. There are no secrets that can't be disclosed. She sized up everyone in the room, deciding to swiftly change the subject to something professional. In fact, I came to visit Mr. Gao because I heard that your sister-in-law encountered danger. I merely wished to inquire about the situation. I called you Brother Tianyu earlier at noon, but you declined, so I could only come to Mr. Gao. With that last statement, her tone hinted at a bit of grievance. Gu Tianyu remained composed. So, it seems I misunderstood you. And might I ask, did you find out anything? Gu Yu didn't dare answer. Mr. Gao, I came tonight wanting to know what happened after you took people away from me. Gaoke paused briefly. Tonight's Gu Tianyu exuded immense pressure. The matter has already been handed over to the Haiqing police force. I will inform Mr. Gu the moment there's any news. I will definitely give both of you a proper response. Mr. Gao, do you think that I brought so many people here just to be swayed by your few words? Gu Tianyu's patience had gradually worn thin. Gaoke realized that Gu Tianyu wouldn't be easily dismissed tonight. Mr. Gu, the progress on handling this depends on the other party's timeline. This isn't something I can control. He gave a somewhat evasive reply. Gu Tianyu shot coldly back. Is it an issue of speed, or does Mr. Gao simply not want us to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind all this? Gaoke felt unwell all over, forcing a smile. Mr. Gu, your words seem a bit inappropriate. I was just fulfilling my duty as a citizen of Haiqing. Yet how did that make me an accomplice in your eyes? Yunyan thought the term accomplice was quite fitting for what Gaoke had used. Mr. Gao truly has the remarkable talent of crying thief, while being the thief himself. Gu Yu didn't expect Yunyan to finally interject at this moment. Yunyan, do you mean to say something ugly with those words? Isn't Mr. Gao trying to help you? So why do you sound so hostile? Gaoke's ashen face look clearly showed how displeased he was. Oh, does Mr. Gao intend to help me identify the person pulling the strings? Yunyan got up from her chair. Gaoke nodded. The dangerous situation involving Mrs. Gu occurred in Haiqing. It's only right that I contribute whatever effort I can. Yunyan tugged at the corner of her mouth. In that case, I suppose I should thank Mr. Gao, shouldn't I? Gaoke dared not take any credit. He just wanted the questioning to stop. Mrs. Gu, I certainly cannot bear such praise. Gaoke responded quickly. Gu Tianyu pulled out his phone to call Cheng Jiao. Bring the person in. Almost simultaneously, everyone looked towards Gu Tianyu. Following this, Cheng walked in with two assistants dragging a bin forcefully. Upon entering the hall, they directly threw a bin, whose arm had just been dislocated, onto the floor. A bin lay on the ground groaning. The pain in his arm had started to feel somewhat numb. Seeing this unkempt and injured figure, Song Wenshue's heart ached with unease. Tianyu, what is the meaning of this? Where did this man come from? Song Wenxue continued firing off questions, raising concerns that everyone wanted clarified. Gu Yu instinctively stepped back a few paces, covering her nose slightly, as she felt an unpleasant odor emanating from a bin. Gaoku also became restless. He stood up, pointing at a bin sprawled out on the floor. Mr. Gu, who is this person? Gu Tianyu remained silent. Who this person is, I believe Miss Gu might have an answer. Did Miss Gu not inform you? Yuan smirked faintly, her expression ambiguous. Gu Yu's complexion turned pale. How can I tell President Gao about someone I don't even recognize? She quickly explained, trying hard not to get associated with the bin. You don't recognize him? Yuan asked dubiously. But he claims to know you, Miss Gu. Gu Yu's demeanor was unsettled. Nonsense, I don't even know this person. Yan, what game are you playing? Speak plainly. Don't keep insinuating things or stirring up people's emotions. Just say what's on your mind. She stomped her foot in frustration. She had been constantly on edge, fearing that everything would come to light. Yan approached a bin. Lifting her foot, she kicked his thigh sharply. Miss Gu is asking you a question. Answer truthfully. Abin still gave no response, remaining completely motionless. Song Wenxue watched Yan, her dissatisfaction evident. Yan, what do you think you're doing? Just dragging some random person in and claiming he knows you are. How peculiar you are. Now you've gone and dragged Tianyu into it, bringing so many people along. I think there's nothing going on here. Let's all leave. Let's go home and stop bothering others. She had an ominous premonition. Gu Yu's secret would be exposed soon. Chapter 193. Can't shake off responsibility. Mom, go back to the car first. Let the driver take you home. Gu Tianyu actually didn't want his mother involved in this matter. He had a good impression of Gu Yu. If she knew about Gu Yu's evil doing this time, she would be very disappointed. Song Winsnow, hearing the tone in Gu Tianyu's voice, realized her guess was correct. Remembering the promise Gu Yu had just given her, she didn't want Gu Tianyu to blame Gu Yu now. She still hoped that he could give Gu Yu one chance. Can you accompany me back? I rarely come to Haiqing. Let's go home together. Gu Tianyu directly refused. Assistant Chung, you take Mrs. Song home first. He made the decision for Song Winsnow immediately. Song Winsnow knew Gu Tianyu's personality. He said one thing and did not change. She glanced at Yunyan. Why don't you help persuade him? What are we doing right now? She directly took out her anger on Yunyan. Yunyan slightly frowned. Since you don't want to go back, then stay here. You. Song Winsnow saw Yunyan's expression wanting to hold someone accountable and realized persuasion was futile. It seemed there was no avoiding trouble for Gu Yu tonight. Yunyan, what kind of manners is this when you're coming up with Mr. Gao? Yunyan thoughtfully found it funny. I never said I came to pay respects. I might also be looking for an account. Song Winsnow became speechless right there. She looked at Gu Tianyu and knew he wouldn't intervene. Given this situation, Song Winsnow could only make an angry face, leave the group behind, and depart with Chung Jiu early. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing Song Winsnow leave, Gu Yu's face changed greatly. Uncle. She wanted to catch up, but soon Yunyan made a quick eye gesture, and the two bodyguards next to her instantly blocked Gu Yu's way. Seeing these two roadblocks, Gu Yu grew extremely furious. What are you guys doing? Get out of the way. She loudly scolded. The two bodyguards followed orders from only Gu Tianyu and Yunyan, so they stood still. Gu Yu tried pushing them aside but failed. She lifted her foot, intending to kick the bodyguard, but in a flash, Yunyan spun around and threw Gu Yu over her shoulder using a throw technique. Her entire body hit the ground. A surge of severe pain enveloped her. For the usually pampered Miss Gu, this was a considerable hurt. Yunyan, do you intend to kill me? Gu Yu asked after getting up off the ground. Enduring the pain, she swung her hand towards Yunyan's face. Yunyan moved faster, slap. With a loud sound, Gu Yu's once fair cheeks now bore several red finger marks. She held her burning cheek, afraid to make another move. Defeated, Gu Yu turned and stared at Gu Tianyu far away. Tianyu brother, why are your people like this? Aren't you going to manage them? She's hitting me. Gu Tianyu responded coldly. You are. If we can find this man called Abin tonight, then you should know what's going on. He believed Gu Yu was smart and couldn't be unaware. Tianyu brother, you've changed. You never used to treat me this way before. Gu Yu, holding her cheek, began trembling. I really have no idea what you're talking about. Gaoku also felt ashamed. Now they had figured things out, so naturally, they'd come straight over. You tell us, what exactly happened? Gu Tianyu furrowed his brow slightly. Gu Yu glanced at Yunyan. I don't know what you mean, Tianyu brother. Don't believe what Yunyan says. She's deliberately looking for excuses to deal with me. Gu Yu pointed at Yunyan, shouting loudly, utterly losing her usual elegant demeanor. Yunyan kicked the lying Abin again who was lying on the ground. If you don't want your other arm to go as well, you'd better watch carefully what you say in front of Miss Gu. Having already tasted the consequences, Abin did not dare neglect anymore. It's Miss Gu. She hired us to secretly get rid of Miss Yun. Abin's words left Gu Yu completely dumbfounded. You're making this up. Gu Yu denied strongly. Can you brother? I don't even know this person. I suspect Yunyan intentionally brought this person in to frame me. To tarnish my name. Yunyan chuckled softly. Fine. If Miss Gu insists this person is fabricated by me, providing false information, then I should emulate General Gao and call the police directly, handing over this evidence for relevant parties to record. Wondering how criminal instructions should be punished. General Gao. Now Gao feels like meat on the chopping block, unable to move. What's wrong, Mrs. Gu? He could only respond helplessly. Yunyan smiled lightly. I think Mr. Gao is usually a Roshin citizen. So, I just want to ask, do you know what punishment inciting others to commit crimes and helping others to perpetrate violence will receive? Gao felt as if his spine was being poked painfully. He forced a smile. Mrs. Gu, you're joking. I really have no idea. Not knowing is fine. Sooner or later you'll find out. Mr. Gao, will the two of you turn yourselves in personally, or should I take you there? Gu Yu immediately became furious. Yunyan, what do you mean by saying this? Yunyan's tone turned icy cold. It means exactly that. Gu Yu refused to admit. All these are your tricks. I don't even know this person. I don't know what you plan to achieve. You'd better not slander me. Yunyan took a few steps closer to Gu Yu. Whether it's slander or not, it doesn't matter what we say. It has to be handled by professionals. Please help call the police, Mr. Gao. Gao Ke looked at Gu Yu with a helpless expression. He knew that all the things he tried to cover up before had now been exposed. Mr. Gao, I have patience, but not much. If it makes you uncomfortable, then this call should be made by us. Gao Ke almost pleaded with a smile. Mrs. Gu, you is Miss Gu from the Gu family. If this gets out, tomorrow's Haiqing news will definitely make the front page. He didn't wish for that. Gu Tianyu walked over. There are two options for you. One is to turn yourself involuntarily, and two is for us to report it to the police. Gu Tianyu's words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Gu Yu's heart. She knew Gu Tianyu did things with principles, and she didn't expect him to be so ruthless towards her. Gu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Cheng Jiu walked back from outside the room, standing quietly beside them. If she was really sent to the police station, her life would be over. Gao Ke also slumped down on the chair. Gu Tianyu sighed with disappointment. Assistant Cheng, take Yuer to the police station. Also hand over this man to the police, and any further cooperation required. We will cooperate accordingly. Mr. Gao, you certainly won't escape responsibility either. Having said that, Gu Tianyu turned around, pulling Yun along to leave first. Cheng Jiu followed Gu Tianyu's instructions, letting the subordinates take Gu Yu away. Chapter 194, surged onto the hot search. Gu Tianyu and Yun had just returned to Hai Tianise. Gao Shutian's phone call came immediately after. Gu Tianyu also saw the name on the caller display, but he did not offer any comment. Yun thought for a while and finally picked it up. An anxious voice came from the phone. Sister-in-law, I heard about the matter. Is there any misunderstanding? Shutian, this has nothing to do with you, and I don't want you to get involved. Yun responded calmly. The remaining matters will be handed over to the Haiqing police. Gao Shutian knew Yunyan's style of doing things. Without ample evidence, she wouldn't wrong anyone. He was merely hoping against hope, wanting to hear Yunyan's response herself. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Gao Shutian hastily hung up the phone. Gao family villa. Tonight, the Gao family's villa still had its lights blazing brightly despite the late hour. Ji Xiaojun was anxiously waiting, pinning her hopes on Gao Shutian. Of medium build, Ji Xiaojun's hair was neatly tied in a bun, giving her an elegant air. Although time had left its mark on her face, one could tell that in her youth, she must have been a beautiful woman. Gao Shutian had perfectly inherited his mother's good genes. He loved his mom dearly. If it weren't for Ji Xiaojun's request, he might not have returned to the Gao Corporation. After seeing Gao Shutian hang up the phone, Ji Xiaojun eagerly inquired. Shutian, what exactly happened to your father? Who did you call just now? What did they say? Gao Shutian looked at his mother's worried expression and for a moment didn't know how to explain. Mom, there's no need to worry. You should not fret or scare yourself unnecessarily. I'm going to arrange bail through Mr. Zhang's lawyer. We'll discuss anything further once Dad returns. Gao Shutian said as much before stepping aside to make another phone call. In the dead of night at Haiqing police station, Gao Ke walked out accompanied by Zhang's lawyer, looking somewhat disheveled. Mr. Gao, all bail procedures have been completed, the lawyer told Gao Shutian. Mr. Gao will not be allowed to leave Haiqing during this period. He needs to cooperate with the ongoing investigation. Gao Shutian nodded and politely shook hands with Lawyer Jiang. All right, understood. Thank you so much for your trouble tonight, Lawyer Jiang. Lawyer Jiang only nodded in friendly acknowledgement. No need to thank me. Mr. Gao Jr., Mr. Gao Sr., Mr. Gao Jr., we'll take our leave now. Then, Lawyer Jiang and his assistant left together. Upon seeing Gao Shutian, Gao Ke loosened his tie despondently. His voice became a bit raspy from exhaustion. Whatever happens tonight, don't tell your mother. At first, Gao Shutian hadn't planned on telling Ji Xiaojun either. Initially, he thought Gao Ke was concerned about sparing his mother's feelings, but the next words directly angered him. I've had enough troubles already, and I don't feel like going home just to be interrogated further. Looking at the man in front of him, Gao Shutian felt a fleeting sense of unfamiliarity. Dad, isn't it true that you owe us some explanation regarding this matter? Mom has been worried all night. She hasn't gone to sleep yet, waiting for you to come home. Gao Ke glanced at Yu Zi indifferently, feeling that these words were unnecessary to express. I'm tired. Let's go home. Having said that, he got into the car. Gao Shutian also got in, and throughout the drive, neither of them exchanged a word. Arriving back at the Gao estate, before the car had even fully stopped, Ji Xiaojun had come out hearing the sound. She anxiously fidgeted with her fingers. Once the car came to a halt, Gao Ke stepped out. "AQ." Ji Xiaojun quickly approached, taking the coat that Gao Ke handed over. Gao Shutian also followed his father out of the car. Seeing his mother's silhouette, he instantly felt a tightness in his chest. For many years, Ji Xiaojun had been diligently serving the Gao family. Even now, she was still carrying out the responsibilities of being a devoted wife. It's fine, just a case of being falsely accused. Gao Ke nonchalantly left these words behind, entering the house without waiting for Ji Xiaojun's response. Oh, Ji Xiaojun replied accordingly, feeling a great deal of relief from her previously suspended worries. She shot a glance at Yu Zi, her expression turning slightly sour. Gao Shutian, not wanting his mother to be hurt, placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Mom, it's very late. You should get some rest. The issue will eventually resolve itself. Feeling consoled, Ji Xiaojun followed Yuzi back inside the house. That night, Gao Shutian stayed awake. He had already asked his assistant to investigate the matter, and according to the report, it was making it hard for him to fall asleep. As dawn was beginning to break faintly, Gaoke's phone rang. The unexpected ring brought him surprise even in his sleep. Ji Xiaojun was also awakened by the phone ringing. Gaoke turned on the bedside lamp and picked up the phone. Mr. Gao, check the trending topics immediately. Your arrest last night, along with the incident involving Miss Gu from yesterday, both surged onto the hot search list. What? Hearing this news, Gaoke was instantly stricken with fear and suddenly became alert. When Gaoke received the notification, Gao Shutian also knew about it. He held his phone, staring at the trending topics. Gao Shutian immediately called his former agent, Ms. Bing. Ms. Bing was still in the photography studio. In their industry, people often work day and night. When Gao Shutian decided to leave the entertainment circle, Ms. Bing was heartbroken. She tried to persuade him but failed, and losing such a cash cow made her unhappy. Seeing Gao Shutian's call, Ms. Bing felt a flicker of joy and quickly answered. Shutian, did you change your mind and want to come back to me? She was straightforward with Gao Shutian, as always. A deep voice came from the phone. Sister, I'm sorry to disturb you so early. I need your help. Gao Shutian explained his intentions. Ms. Bing realized that if Gao Shutian sounded so serious, the matter must be significant. Shutian, what is it? Ms. Bing was curious and eager to know why he was seeking her help so urgently. My father got into some trouble. Take a look at the trending topics. After hearing this, Ms. Bing immediately brought the phone to her ear and clicked on the news hot search. Upon seeing the headlines, they were indeed stunning. She put the phone back to her ear. This is no small matter, Shutian. Gao Shutian didn't deny it. That's why I wanted to ask for your help, Sister Bing. Ms. Bing started calculating in her mind. Shutian, you've been with me for so long. I don't do business at a loss. The explosive news about your old man is quite shocking. It will directly impact the stock price of your family's company. Ms. Bing wasn't exaggerating. Of course, Gao Shutian knew that too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached her. Sister Bing, you name your terms. Gao Shutian didn't beat around the bush and asked her outright. Ms. Bing experienced a sense of satisfaction, but kept up a calm exterior. Sister has always wanted to start my own agency. I want your Gao family's backing. Gao Shutian readily agreed. Sister, as long as you help us get through this crisis, I will make your wish come true. Ms. Bing happily agreed. Chapter 195. Can't withdraw, can't stop. Sister Bing hung up the phone and her eyes darkened. After thinking for a while, she decided to help Gao Shutian with this favor. So she took out her phone and made a call to an acquaintance journalist. Seeing this trending topic continue to rise, Gaoke felt like his head was going to explode. The comments below were all over the place, leaving one speechless. It seems there are quite a lot of people who don't sleep at night. Looking at these comments, it feels like he's about to have a heart attack, and the angrier he gets as he reads on. True or false, half-truths. Each comment is more malicious and harsh than the last. They want to drown him in this Gusoi battle. Gaoke immediately called the manager of the Gao Corporation PR department. What do you guys eat every day? He directed all his anger towards the PR manager. Ordinarily, Gao Corporation pays your salary, but when it matters most, you're useless. Order someone to take down the trending topic. Do I have to teach you how to do your job? A bunch of incompetent fools. Upon hearing Gaoke's words, Ji Xiaojun quickly took out her phone and opened the trending topic, carefully reading through the comments. Each online comment cuts deep into her heart like a blade. Many people commented sarcastically. Gaoke is nothing but an old lecher. He's almost 2 rounds older than Guyu. Ji Xiaojun looked calm on the surface, but her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. These things were just slapping her face. Hey, what's going on here? She mustered the courage to ask, suppressing her inner discomfort. Gaoke's mood at this moment was at its worst. It's all made-up nonsense. He walked over to Ji Xiaojun's side, snatched the phone from her hand, then turned it off. Then he tossed the phone onto the bed. There's nothing worth looking at. It's just some netizens making unfounded comments without knowing the truth. They exaggerate, embellish, and fabricate lies. It's because someone wants to harm me that they've made up all these false news stories. He outright denied it. Ji Xiaojun quietly sat on the edge of the bed, not taking her phone and following Gaoke's words. Seeing Ji Xiaojun's calmness, Gaoke felt relieved. Then he continued yelling into the phone. You better figure something out fast and get this trending topic taken down. If you can't handle it properly, all of you can pack up and leave. A long pause, and then the call was hung up. Gaoke changed clothes again, picked a dark suit, and planned to return to Gao Corporation. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Gao Shutian was already waiting. Gaoke glanced at Gao Shutian with a cold face. Go comfort your mother. I'm heading back to Gao Corporation. He said this lightly before walking away. Because Ji Xiaojun was still inside the bedroom, Gao Shutian could only suppress his dissatisfaction and didn't vent it out. Hearing the conversation between father and son, Ji Xiaojun came out of the bedroom. Shutian, did you not sleep last night? She noticed that Gao Shutian had not changed his clothes. Gao Shutian was now caring for his mother. Mom, don't go online today. I don't want you to get hurt. Ji Xiaojun shook her head. Shutian, Mom isn't that fragile. Relax. Instead, she started comforting Gao Shutian. Shutian wanted to minimize the damage from this incident and did not want his mother to be hurt by these matters. You should check if there's anything needed at Gao Corporation, Ji Xiaojun said calmly. Seeing such calmness from her mother, Gao Shutian became even more worried. Mom, if you're upset, you can tell me. If you have any thoughts or feel sad, you can tell me. Ji Xiaojun shook her head and smiled composedly. Silly child, mom is already this age. What difficulties haven't I already faced? Moreover, your dad also said, it's all fake, someone wants to harm him. Hearing Ji Xiaojun speak so calmly, Gao Shutian finally felt a little relieved. Alright, I'll also head back to Gao Corporation to see how to resolve this. Ji Xiaojun nodded. Good. At Gao Corporation. At dawn, the Gao Corporation PR department manager and staff were busy working non-stop. They wanted to press the trending topic before the stock market opens. Mr. Gao, public opinion is too strong right now. We've employed quite a few internet trolls. But it's like dealing with ghosts. We post one, and the other side deletes one. For those that we didn't manage to delete in time, the other side has already launched another attack. Gao Ke's expression turned darker. This is obviously targeting me. I want to find out who's bold enough to dare. We need to add more internet trolls. I won't believe that we can't overpower their group of demons and monsters. The PR manager, seeing one connection after another, his face turned pale. Nian, Gao Ke was sitting in his chair. He saw the change of expression and reaction of the PR manager, and he knew that there were new tactics. The netizens are commenting that you're having an affair with your stepdaughter. Gao Ke, PA, slapped the monitor originally placed on the desk directly to the ground. You disgraceful thing. The PR manager was so scared that he dared not say a word, just standing quietly. He clearly understood that at first, he also wanted to connect with the Gu family. So he planned to arrange for Gao Shutian and Gu Yu to be together. As a former prominent figure, Gao Shutian had many topics of interest. The media used to like bundling him with Gu Yu. Unfortunately, Gao Shutian didn't even get this chance with Gu Yu. Later, it turned out Gao Ke ended up with Gu Yu. Find out for me. I need to send a legal warning letter to this netizen. This person is infringing on my reputation. I will ruin them. As he was saying this, Gao Shutian pushed the door open. They were already scared by Gao Ke, not daring to lift their heads. Now seeing Gao Shutian made them feel even more suffocated. Gao Shutian looked at Gao Ke, his bloodshot eyes full of dissatisfaction and hostility. Facing everyone, he spoke solemnly. Are you satisfied now? You did something bad yourself, and now it's dragging down the group and mom. Gao Ke was originally angry. Hearing Gao Shutian's blame, he got so mad he started to tremble. What do you mean? Now someone is deliberately trying to harm me, but you are blaming me instead. Gao Shutian stared at him. Since this happened, haven't you realized you've done something wrong? Gao Ke seethed with anger. It's not your turn yet to scold me. Yes, it's not your round to scold, so the whole world should be allowed to criticize you. True villain, hypocrite. Gao Shutian could no longer bear it. Your influence is really strong. Gao Ke was almost killed with rage. How dare Nian openly confront him? These people from the PR department now hardly dared to breathe. Go out. Don't interfere with their work here. Gao Ke said gravely. He didn't want to argue with Gao Shutian right now. He hoped to focus all the firepower and handle this scandal first. Gao Shutian fell silent. Forget it. Then he turned around and walked out. Chapter 196. Gu Mother pleads. The sea and sky were one color. Song Wenxue and Gu Shiru were eating breakfast. Shiru, you also know what happened with Yura last night? Song Wenxue asked cautiously. Gu Shiru nodded. I can't even imagine that this Gu Yu could be so malicious. And her hatred for Yun Yin is just as strong. Mom, I don't dare. I would at most use my words to mock her. This Gu Yu is a ruthless character, just like her father. Gu Shiru kept complaining endlessly. Song Wenxue sighed, shaking her head. To have given up on such a good future. Mom, it's her own doing. There's nothing really pitiful about her. You always say I'm not as good as her, but looking at how she is now, I feel the least disdainful toward her. She's even colluding with that old man Gao Ke, who could practically be her father. Gu Shiru kept criticizing him harshly in every sentence. Song Wenxue was already troubled at heart, and after hearing Gu Shiru's words, it became even more stifling. Shiru, you'd better stop talking. We should think of a way to save you. Gu Shiru wasn't happy. Mom, I do not agree this time. If she has the ability to cause trouble, let her solve it herself. Besides, doesn't she have her parents? Uncle and auntie simply won't care. Why are you over-worrying yourself about it? Gu Shiru muttered. Seeing Song Wenxue treating Gu Yu so well, she was almost jealous. When mentioning Gu Haonan and Xiaocan, Song Wenxue kept shaking her head. If we could count on them, Yura wouldn't have become this way. Gu Shiru didn't want to listen to her mother's nagging. Alright mom, if you want to help, you can go by yourself. Don't ask me to come along. I haven't finished shopping around the mall here in High City. I still want to go out and buy something. In any case, my brother will cover the bills. Song Wenxue lowered her head unhappily, took a spoonful of porridge and put it into her mouth. At this moment, Gu Tianyu walked down from upstairs. Song Wenxue looked up and saw only Rainzi alone. On Song Wenxue's face, originally filled with dissatisfaction due to her unpleasant mood, was written dissatisfaction. Tianyu, hasn't Yin Yin woken up yet? Gu Tianyu adjusted the button at the cuff of his clothes, nodding. She went to sleep relatively late last night. Let her sleep longer. Though Song Wenxue felt uncomfortable inside, she did not say it aloud. Yin Yin now seems to be full of pride. Mom, you don't need to keep asking. Gu Shiru said while tearing bread with her hand. Gu Tianyu cast a cold glance. It looks like eating breakfast is not enough to shut your mouth. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiru pouted her lips and didn't talk. After a while, Yin Yin also came downstairs. The housekeeper, seeing this, turned immediately and prepared another set of chopsticks and bowls. Yin Yin sat at the spot where Gu Tianyu often pressed the buttons. Gu Tianyu considered a moment. Mom, how were you in Gao Ke's club yesterday? After returning to the Blue Ocean house last night, Gu's mother rested already, so she hadn't had the chance to inquire. Song Wenxue showed signs of difficulty on her face. She put down her spoon, looked at Gu Tianyu and Yunyan. Yunyan picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat breakfast. Tianyu, is there still hope for Yuer's matter? Song Wenxue pinned her hopes on Gu Tianyu. She still wanted to give Gu Yu another chance. Seeing neither Yunyan nor Gu Tianyu speaking, she sighed. Yuer hasn't been raised by her parents since childhood, lacking family warmth, which is why she went astray. Yunyan could not identify with Song Wenxue's statement. This is not a justification for her crime, she said, unwilling for Song Wenxue to still harbor these thoughts. Song Wenxue became a bit anxious. Yunyan, now that you are safe, why can't you show magnanimity and forgive Yuer once? Just consider it for my sake. Let it slide this time. It was the first time Song Wenxue spoke to Yunyan in such an appealing tone. However, Yunyan quickly refused her. Gu Yu is an adult. She must take responsibility for her actions. Handing her over to the police is already the greatest concession I've made towards her. Had it not been for Gu Tianyu's sake, Yunyan would not have handed Gu Yu over to the police so easily. It was the first time Song Wenxue had spoken to Yunyan in a consultative tone, but she was unexpectedly rejected right away. Yunyan, you shouldn't go too far. We are a family after all. Yuer is not inherently evil. Why won't you give her a chance to reform? Are you really determined to drive someone to their death? If a girl gets a criminal record, her whole life might as well be ruined. What kind of intentions do you have? You just want her to never be able to turn her life around, isn't that it? As Song Wenxue spoke, she glanced at Gu Tianyu sitting beside her, who remained calm. Yunyan, how vicious you can be. Yunyan slightly curved her lips. She's an adult, and she must bear responsibility for what she does. When she attempted to kill me, she should have known exactly what consequences to expect. Guan Tianyu slowly put down his chopsticks and bowl. Mom, Yunyan is right. Since the matter has been handed over to the police, none of us should get involved anymore. Song Wenxue did not expect that Guan Tianyu, who had always been kind to Guan Yu, had now become so cold. Tianyu, she is your sister after all. Do you also wish her to die? Guan Tianyu set down his chopsticks, looked up and glanced at Song Wenxue. When she was in Shanghai with Yunyan, did she ever think of Yunyan as her sister-in-law? Mom, if Yuer makes a mistake, then she must bear it herself. Yunyan is correct. They are adults and she must take responsibility for her actions. Upon hearing Guan Tianyu's words, Song Wenxue felt he was now only listening to Yunyan and ignoring other opinions. Song Wenxue rose from her chair, angry. If you two won't save her, I will do it myself. Song Wenxue pulled on Guan Xin who was still eating breakfast with her head bowed. Come with me later to find a lawyer. Guan Shiru resisted. Mom, I haven't finished eating yet. You haven't finished either. Song Wenxue shot Guan Shiru an irritated look. Don't eat so much or you'll feel sick from anger. After saying this, she left the dining table along with the two, heading towards the bedroom. Guan Tianyu stopped trying to persuade her. He knew once Song Wenxue made a decision, it was hard to stop her. It would be better to let her hit some walls. Guan Tianyu gave Yunyan a slight upward curve of his lips. He reached out and held Yunyan's hand resting on the tabletop. If Mom doesn't do something, she'd feel uneasy inside. I will make her realize it's futile. Guan Tianyu didn't want Song Wenxue to act rashly. Yunyan also responded coolly. Let her do as she wishes. Yunyan, things here have almost been handled. We can leave an assistant behind to manage what remains. Jiming's matter has also been resolved. We'll return to Jiang City in a few days. Yunyan did not refuse. These few days outside had put the work at Yun Corporation on hold. It was time to go back and take a look. All right, I need to return to Yun Corporation too. I left abruptly, leaving everything under Yi He's care. Yi He is competent, but I still worry those old men might stir up trouble. Chapter 197. A cat's cry over a dead mouse. The Gao family group building. Currently, the Gao group is in utter chaos. The public relations department has done everything it can, but this hot search topic still hasn't been suppressed. A shadow of gloom hangs over the entire company. Everyone dares only to silently work at their desks, and an eerie silence envelopes the workplace. Gaoka feels now as if he's lost all his composure. At this point, everyone must think that he is nothing more than an old lecher. But he is not willing to accept this. He believes this whole situation is targeted directly at the Gao family group. Just as everyone is at a loss for what to do, a sensational piece of news suddenly shoots up to the #1 spot on the trending list. Gao Shutian saw the news on the hot search list. It was about a popular young star Yunyan's secret marriage. As soon as the news came out, it quickly dominated the rankings. He furrowed his brows, knowing well that this was manipulated by Sister Bing behind the scenes. Sister Bing had disclosed the information about her artists for her own benefit. However, Gao Shutian wasn't entirely satisfied with it. He himself knew. This kind of news generally does not stay hot for long and will quickly sink. Although some of the pressure has been temporarily diverted, the Gao group's exposure remains high and ranked near the top. According to how events were unfolding, it would soon return to its original state. Gao Shutian picked up his phone and called Sister Bing. The call was quickly answered. Shutian, have you seen the trending news? It could be said she had fulfilled her obligation. Gao Shutian didn't beat around the bush. Sister Bing, your revelation is indeed sincere, but the current scale of Gao's reputation is too massive, so this piece of news cannot hold up against it for long. Sister Bing paused momentarily. Shutian, you know as well as I do that this puts me in a difficult position. I've already revealed a pretty explosive scandal today. Gao Shutian was dissatisfied. Sister Bing, if you want the Gao group's PR department, then show your sincerity. If you don't demonstrate sincerity, I don't mind finding someone else to cooperate with. Gao Shutian didn't want to be deceived. Given the Gao group's current condition, there was no room for him to be so merciful. Sister Bing narrowed her eyes slightly. What I am saying now concerns the survival of our Gao group. If the Gao Group Corporation no longer exists, where will you find its PR department? Sister Bing thought Gao Shutian made a valid point. You can't catch wolves without risking your children. After some consideration, Bing said, all right, Shutian, I'll help you. Don't forget your promise. When the call ended, Gao Shutian sighed heavily. If he didn't think the situation was serious and tense, he wouldn't risk such moves. Sure enough, very soon, another set of trending topics surged to the top. The affair scandal of a popular female artist. Corruption involving a renowned director. One after another, explosive pieces of news rapidly climbed to the trending charts. A group of gossipers were left wide-eyed and speechless. Audiences eating their popcorn found themselves following one bombshell after another. With the dispersion from other trending topics, Gao Ku and Gu Yu's visibility temporarily went down. The favorable messages were relayed to Gao Ku by the Gao Group's PR department, and his previously stern expression relaxed slightly. Gao Shutian closed his eyes for a moment, feeling that his nerves had been taut for too long. In High City Police Station, Song Wenxue brought the well-known lawyer Qiao from High City. Just as she was about to go inside, her phone rang. She looked at the screen, frowned deeply, and realized Xiaokan was calling. Yes. Song Wenxue answered. Xiaokan, upon confirming the call was connected, immediately asked, Big sister-in-law, I saw the news. I'm currently on my way to High City with Haonan. We're almost there. How's Yuer? Even though Song Wenxue felt anger inside, she tried to suppress it. Yuer is right now at the police station in High City. I've brought a lawyer, and once you arrive, come straight here. Upon hearing the place mentioned, Xiaokan felt a sudden tension in her heart. How could she end up in such a place? Her tone held somewhat of a reproachful nature. Big sister-in-law, when Guyu returned to the country initially, we should have let her stay in High City's branch office. Why did she end up like this? She was doing fine before. She shouldn't have returned to the country back then. The older family matriarch kept insisting, and we could only comply. See? Now issues have still arisen. Song Wenxue thought there was no point trying to explain thoroughly over the phone. We'll discuss it when you arrive. She hung up the phone. Xiaokan gripped her mobile tightly, feeling aggrieved and angry, her heart clogged with emotions. Look, they from the main house. They're simply being too unreasonable. They drove us away from the group first, and now even you have gotten involved. I really can't swallow this. Though Guyang and Guyu are not particularly close, they share blood ties. Since Guyu was arrested, they also hurriedly came from Jiang City. Mom, don't worry just yet. Let's see the situation. If they intend to destroy us, I won't let them off lightly either. Xiaokan could only nod in agreement. Your sister is truly a troublemaker, a disaster. We should have listened to the master and let her stay abroad. Then everything would have been peaceful. Now see what happens after coming back. Guyang could only nod. Let's get Yuer away as soon as possible. It's for the best for all of us. Xiaokan frowned slightly, feeling restless inside. Song Wenxue went in first with the lawyer. She met Guyu. The current state of Guyu was somewhat dirty and messy, much more lackluster than before. Yuer. Song Wenxue placed her hand over Guyu's, her heart tightening a little. Upon seeing Song Wenxue, Guyu burst into tears. Auntie Song, please help me get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. It's dirty and dark in here, so disgusting. Seeing Guyu's condition now, Song Wenxue's heart sank. Yuer, that's why I brought the lawyer today. You shouldn't be afraid. Auntie Song will definitely help you. Guyu had spent the whole night being scared, but she felt a bit better now. Tears welled up in her eyes. Auntie Song, if you can save me, I'll be obedient from now on. I won't be like this again. Song Wenxue wiped away her tears, and then lowered her head. Lawyer Qiao, it's in your hands. Lawyer Qiao started asking Guyu for detailed information. When the interrogation was nearing its conclusion, Xiaokan arrived. She came along with Guyang. When she saw Guyu, she removed her sunglasses. Mom. Guyu called softly before she could finish speaking. Xiaokan raised her hand and slapped Guyu directly across the face. Slap. Realizing what happened, Guyu held her cheek with her hand. Her tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, spilling down her face. Song Wenxue, seeing the scene, quickly stepped in front of Xiaokan. What are you doing? Yuer's emotions were already unstable just now, and they've barely settled down a little. How could you hit the child like that? Xiaokan glared angrily. Sister-in-law, Yuer is my own daughter, and how I discipline her is none of anyone else's business. But you. It's hypocritical of you to act kindly now when you yourselves called the police on her. Isn't this like the proverbial cat weeping crocodile tears? Chapter 198. Xiaokan shows no appreciation. Guyu covered her face and looked at her mother. Tears were falling down continuously. Though it had been a long time since they last met, Guyu still remembered her mother's bright and beautiful face very clearly. From childhood to adulthood, she always kept that cold expression on her face. She could greet everyone with a smile and was gentle and gracious to her fans and audience. But when it came to Guyu, she never showed a good attitude. Mom, it's not Aunt Song's fault. Don't talk to Aunt Song like that. In Guyu's heart, Song Wenxue treated her better than her own biological mother. Guyang also spoke up. Yuer, if you are fine, don't cause trouble for your mom. Look at you now, neither human nor ghost-like. Why don't you just act like a proper young lady of the Gu family? Now look what happened. Someone took advantage of you, didn't they? Hearing Guyang's tone, Song Wenxue frowned. Aya, how can you speak like this? Do you know what really happened in this matter? Now you accuse us of harming Yuer outright. Song Wenxue knew that Guyang has always been disrespectful. Now even Xiaokan joined in, which was infuriating. We need to figure out how to save Yuer rather than pointing fingers at each other. Guyang burst into laughter. Auntie, you've certainly shown us. Just as my mom said, if it weren't for you, would you be in this situation right now? Are you here just to laugh at our misfortune? Guyong pressed on mercilessly. Song Wenxue had even gone to plead for Guyu during the Haiqing incident. Now being questioned, she felt indignant inside. Ayong, this is truly something Yuer did wrong. But I've always treated Yuer as my own daughter, which is why I'm here with Mr. Chiao now. Regardless of what you say, or blame me for, let me at least try to rescue Yuer first before anything else. Xiaoqin showed no appreciation. Sister-in-law, Ayong isn't wrong. You were the ones who reported to the police. What use does this have now? At this point, it makes me think that all of you from the elder branch are hypocrites. Song Wenxue couldn't help but get angry. Akan, are you blaming us for calling the police? Ayong doesn't know any better. But how about you as his mother? Why do you lack clarity as well? Xiaoqin gave a cold snort. Isn't that the case? What are you doing now anyway? You bringing the lawyer now is only because you're worried about Grandma scolding you, right? Song Wenxue denied. I have never acted due to Grandma's reasons. I truly don't want anything bad happening to you. Xiaoqin wasn't convinced. It doesn't seem like it at all. Grandma is biased toward your family branch anyway. We always make mistakes in whatever we do. So regarding this matter involving Yuer, let's count it as our second family's mistake. If there's nothing else, please leave. Don't make me feel uncomfortable. Mr. Chiao the lawyer stood on the side, also looking somewhat awkward. Song Wenxue didn't want to argue with her at this place. She looked at the present Guyu, who was covering her face, and sighed deeply, calming herself down a bit. Then she still forced herself to endure. Let's allow lawyer Chiao to continue completing his work first. Xiaoqin crossed her arms and glanced. Sister-in-law, I don't see the need for your concern. The lawyers you hired, we dare not use. Xiaoqin held a suspicious attitude and gave a fleeting glance. Mrs. Gu, lawyer Chiao was momentarily speechless. Song Wenxue raised her voice sharply. Second aunt, lawyer Chiao is a famous lawyer in Haiqing. You can go check around. I've chosen the best for you. Xiaoqin dismissed this easily, playing with her newly made manicure. She didn't care at all. Song Wenxue felt embarrassed. Lawyer Chiao, it's all right. Just go ahead with your work. Upon hearing Song Wenxue's words, Xiaoqin directly refused. No way. I already said we don't need your lawyer, so we won't. Guyu, seeing how determined her mother was, also felt troubled. Mom, Aunt Song means well. She's really good to me. So good that she surpassed Xiaoqin. Guyu added this silently in her mind. Xiaoqin glared fiercely at Guyu. Are we really at the stage where we can't afford a lawyer? Guyu, seeing Xiaoqin's glare, hesitated slightly inside. She lowered her head immediately and stopped talking. Song Wenxue didn't want to start another quarrel at this moment. She spoke first. All right then. We'll end things here with lawyer Chiao for now. She said this to lawyer Chiao, then turning around, looking at this well-dressed woman in front of her. As for next steps, Yuer's matters will be left to you, second aunt, to handle. She glanced at Guyu. Yuer, I'm sorry, sister-in-law cannot help you anymore. Guyu shook her head. Auntie, you should go back. She didn't know what Xiaoqin would do next either. But in the current situation, if she didn't take a step back, Song Wenxue and Xiaoqin would likely remain deadlocked. After finishing her words, Song Wenxue left with lawyer Chiao. Guyu watched them leave before lowering her gaze. Xiaoqin noticed Guyu's reluctant eyes, and it made her angry. Yuer, remember she is from the elder branch. Don't be naive. Everyone knows how to put on a show but turn around and stab you in the back. I don't know how long this will continue. I understand. Though Guyu responded verbally, she knew deep inside that Song Wenxue was sincere toward her. She glanced around and said, Ayong, wait for me outside. Guyong complied, glancing at Guyu. He also guessed that Xiaoqin had something secret to discuss with her. So he walked out. Now only the mother and daughter were left in the room. Guyu thought Xiaoqin might comfort her a little, but quickly she was brought back to reality. Yuer, tell me honestly, is there anything between you and that man surnamed Gao? Guyu wasn't surprised at all. She'd expected Xiaoqin to ask this question. Yes, Guyu admitted straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Hearing this, Xiaoqin slapped her again. This time, Guyu didn't dodge. Are you crazy? That Mr. Gao could have been your father. It was clearly his son, Gao Shutian, we wanted you to arrange a marriage with. I saw the magazine reports, frequently showing photos of you two together. Why did it become him instead? Xiaoqin couldn't comprehend it. Her daughter didn't seem like someone so foolish. Guyu cupped her cheek, paused slightly, and spoke. All because I tried to get close to Gao's family. I wanted to help you and Dad reclaim what belongs to our second branch. I knew Gao Shutian was Yunyan's junior, so I planned to start from him. But Gao Shutian showed no interest, and later, I gradually got closer to Gao Ko. That's how things happened. Xiaoqin shook her head. This Yunyan, who on earth is she, ruining first your brother and father, now it's you. As she spoke, Xiaoqin clenched her fingers slightly, leaving a mark in her palm. Chapter 199, the situation takes a turn. Guyu continued. I accidentally found out that day that someone was planning to cause trouble for Yunyan. So, I took the initiative to contact those people. Regarding Yunyan, I want her gone as soon as possible. Xiaoqin's eyes darkened slightly. This despicable person. Now with Gu Tianyu protecting her, it's not going to be easy to make a move. Guyu agreed. Big brother, Tianyu now cherishes her like a treasure. He would never have done this for me in the past. Yuer, how is that old man surnamed Gao doing? Has he come looking for you? Guyu shook her head and gave a light laugh. I guess he went to report some good news elsewhere. Now with his own situation uncertain, why would he care whether I live or die? Guyu understood clearly. Gaoka was not a reliable person. Xiaoqin gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Damn. Do they think there's no one left in our Gu family? How dare they bully my daughter so much? For a fleeting moment, Guyu felt Xiaoqin was actually worried about her. But the next second, her fantasy was shattered again. If it were Gao Shutian, he could marry into a good family through an alliance. But now it's his father. That really amounts to a huge loss. Guyu felt something indescribable deep inside. After a long while, Xiaoqin picked up her sunglasses from her collar and put them on. Seeing her about to leave, Guyu became anxious. Mom, save me. Xiaoqin responded lightly. Guyu rushed forward to grab hold of Xiaoqin's sleeve. Mom, I can't stay here anymore. Please find someone to rescue me quickly. Xiaoqin looked down at Guyu's originally graceful and pale hands. Mom will save you. Stay put here for a while longer. Guyu somehow felt that Xiaoqin was being perfunctory, but without evidence. She could only let go of her hands, giving a slight smirk at the corners of her lips, almost laughing, but not quite. Upon Guyu's response, Xiaoqin turned and left decisively. Just after getting into the car, Xiaoqin told the driver their destination, Gao Group. Upon hearing this, Guyang did not stop her. He also wanted to visit Gao Group. By now, the matter was already common knowledge, and at this point, Xiaoqin also wished to meet Gao Ku. Ji Xiaojun was holding her phone, reading comment after comment. After a long while, she exited the app. Then she dialed Gao Ku's number, but it wasn't answered. She changed into a different set of clothes and decided to visit Yunyan. Amidst the vast blue of sea and sky, Yunyan finally had some rare free time. When she came to Haitian Ise previously, she hadn't had the chance to properly explore the garden, so she chose to sit here for a while. The steward came to inquire. Madam, a lady claiming to be Mrs. Gao requests an audience. Yun didn't expect Gao Shutian's mother to come. Please let her in. Under the steward's guidance, Ji Xiaojun arrived at the garden. Mrs. Gu, Ji Xiaojun began. Hearing this, Yunyan gently pursed her lips. Auntie, just call me Xiaoyan. In the past, when she and Gao Shutian trained together in the mountains, Ji Xiaojun had visited them secretly several times. Every time she brought snacks for Gao Shutian, she prepared an extra portion for Yunyan. Ji Xiaojun's kindness towards Yunyan was remembered by Yunyan. When Ji Xiaojun heard Yunyan's words, her heart eased somewhat. Could you please go brew some tea? Yunyan asked the steward to leave first. Auntie, please sit down. Yunyan pointed to the stone bench. When Ji Xiaojun met Yunyan for the first time, she thought her to be exceptionally clever, believing she would surely achieve great things in the future. Ji Xiaojun sat down. Xiaoyan, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Auntie came today mainly to apologize to you. Ji Xiaojun came because of Gao Ku. To help Guyu, he harmed Yunyan. Yunyan had a clear sense of love and hatred. Auntie, this has nothing to do with you or Shutian. I don't blame any of you. But if you're trying to plead for Gao Ku's forgiveness, forget it. Yunyan made her stance clear. As Ji Xiaojun was about to speak, the steward led in the maid carrying tea. They placed the tea down. Madam Ji, please enjoy your tea. Then they politely withdrew, behaving with propriety. Yunyan took a sip of the tea water. Auntie, this tea is very good. You should try it too. Ji Xiaojun nodded, then picked up the teacup, took a delicate sip, and put it back down. Her expression turned solemn. Xiaoyan, I didn't come today for Gao Ku. Yunyan's eyes flashed. She looked at Ji Xiaojun. So, what did Annie come specially for today? Yunyan was curious as well. A trace of complex emotions flickered across Ji Xiaojun's eyes. For the Gao family and Shutian. Oh, Yunyan was not entirely sure she understood. Auntie, since you came to seek me out, it means you trust me. What exactly do you mean by these words? Ji Xiaojun continued. I want your help to drive Gao Ku out of the Gao Group and pass the Gao Group to Shutian. Yunyan understood. Auntie, you think that with the current public opinion, Gao Ku will only drag down the Gao family. So you want to transfer it to Shutian, right? But this is just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Yunyan believed that even if Gao Ku stepped down now and handed over the Gao family to Gao Shutian, it would be very hard to reverse the current situation. Ji Xiaojun revealed a smile. That's why Annie has come to find you. Auntie knows that only Xiao Yin, you can accomplish this. Yunyan tested her. Auntie, are you willing to do this at any cost? Ji Xiaojun nodded resolutely. At any cost. Her tone was certain and unwavering, without a trace of hesitation. Yunyan looked at the gentle woman in front of her and wondered what kind of feelings prompted her to say these words. But Gao Ku is your husband. Don't you fear sacrificing him? Ji Xiaojun gave a light laugh. Xiao Yin, from the moment he betrayed me and our marriage, he ceased to be my husband. Yunyan finally grasped the situation. Today Ji Xiaojun came to Haitian Ise not to plead for Gao Ku, but on the contrary, she wanted to help Yuzi by removing Gao Ku. Seeing Yunyan hesitating for a moment, Ji Xiaojun continued. Xiao Yin, do you know why Shutian could find you so quickly that night? Yunyan stared at Ji Xiaojun. Annie, it was you who told Shutian I was in Hainyo Mountain. A touch of tenderness swept across Ji Xiaojun's face. She did not deny it. I unintentionally overheard a call between Gao Ku and Guyu. So that night, it was me indirectly telling Shutian you were in Hainyo Mountain, urging Shutian to rush and save you. Yunyan stood up, overwhelmed with emotion. Auntie, thank you for that night. She never imagined that it was Ji Xiaojun who had tipped off Gao Shutian. Ji Xiaojun held Yunyan's hand. Xiao Yin, Auntie has only one request, which is to have Shutian take over the Gao Group. Yunyan sat down again. The Gao Group was co-founded by me and Gao Ku in our early years. Back then, for the sake of the Gao Group, I especially sent Shutian to study martial arts. In recent years, my health has been getting worse, so the management of the Gao Group was entirely left to Gao Ku to handle on his own. Shutian doesn't like managing companies, but because of me, he still left the entertainment industry and came back home. Chapter 200. Asking Yunyan for help. Yunyan now fully understood the great expectations of an elderly mother. Auntie, does Su Tian know about these things? Ji Xiaojun shook her head. Su Tian doesn't know. When a mother loves her son, she plans for his long-term future. She sighed slightly. Anything I can do, I will do it for Su Tian. But this matter has become a bit complicated now. Yunyan's expression shifted slightly. She looked at Ji Xiaojun, who appeared serious, and sensed quite a few hidden worries in her heart. Xiaoyan, I came to find you today a bit presumptuously, but for the sake of Su Tian, I am willing to do anything. As Yunyan looked at Ji Xiaojun in front of her, seemingly peaceful and unassuming, yet for Gao Su Tian, she could act boldly. This was maternal love indeed. Upon careful thought, Yunyan didn't find it hard to understand. There was still one thing that she found somewhat suspicious. After returning last night, Yunyan hadn't interacted with anyone else. Moreover, at the time, not many people knew about what had happened at the Gao family club. But today, it became a hot search topic, which was quite suspicious. If based on Ji Xiaojun's current behavior, she boldly guessed, Auntie, is the trending topic also part of your plan? Ji Xiaojun nodded. Yes. Now Yunyan finally understood. Ji Xiaojun did not hide it. It was the message I released. I wanted the hypocrite Gao Ku to be disgraced. To have him receive the appropriate punishment. Xiaoyan, everything was going according to my plan originally, but I miscalculated one point. I originally intended to let the matter ferment for a while before letting Gao Ku propose stepping down. But unexpectedly, Su Tian, to keep me from being upset and to stabilize the Gao family business, he sought other resources and suppressed the trending topic about Gao Ku and Gu Yu. Yunyan slightly frowned, then relaxed. So you hesitated, worrying that if public opinion continues, Su Tian might get hurt in the end? Ji Xiaojun's eyes reddened slightly. Su Tian doesn't know about all the things I've done behind the scenes. I don't want him to know, so if he and I are opposing each other, it would be detrimental to him. Xiaoyan, I know Su Tian listens to you very much, so I could only come to you. If I continue to act now, Su Tian will also keep blocking me, which is what I most wish to avoid. Yunyan nodded. Auntie, how do you want me to help you? Ji Xiaojun had already thought it through. I want you to help me force that old fox Gao Ku to step down. Actively hand over the Gao Corporation, transferring it under Su Tian's name. If this situation keeps dragging on like this, the Gao Corporation will surely fail under his hands. Yunyan pondered for a moment, walked a few steps. She could empathize with Ji Xiaojun. Due to her own mother by Su, she managed to reclaim the Yun Corporation again. She could feel Ji Xiaojun's sentiment. The hardships she endured in founding the Gao Corporation had fallen into the hands of the hypocritical Gao Ku. Auntie, wait for me to change clothes. I'll go with you to the Gao Corporation. Upon hearing Yunyan's reply, Ji Xiaojun's previously calm face eased up. Gao Corporation. Xiaokan and Gu Yang had just arrived. The building below the current Gao Corporation was surrounded by reporters, holding cameras and video recorders, eager to conduct interviews and obtain breaking news. The two of them, seeing the cluster of reporters far away, could only quietly sit in the car, too afraid to approach. They pressed down the car window, observing the scene. At this moment, Yunyan and Ji Xiaojun also arrived. Yunyan instantly noticed the Jiangqing registered car and identified Xia Kan and Gu Yang upon closer inspection. No need to ask, they were here to confront Gao Ku. However, with so many reporters present beneath the Gao Corporation building, they couldn't dare approach. Seeing the Gao Corporation completely encircled by reporters, Ji Xiaojun furrowed her eyebrows. It seems many people want Gao Ku to be utterly disgraced. She sighed, not regretting her actions in the slightest. Yunyan patted Ji Xiaojun's hand as reassurance. Auntie, don't worry, I'll definitely help you and Su Tian. Ji Xiaojun placed her hand over Yunyan's. Xiaoyan, thank you. Yunyan's lips curved slightly upward. Auntie, is there any secret entrance we can use to enter the Gao Corporation building? Ji Xiaojun nodded. Yes, in the underground garage, there's an exit that no one knows about. It's the president's secret passage, built for responding to emergencies. Upon hearing this, the driver prepared to turn around and head to the underground garage, but was stopped by Yunyan. Slow down, no rush. Ji Xiaojun wasn't sure what Yunyan was planning and felt a bit curious. Auntie, I want you to make a call to your employees. Ji Xiaojun readily agreed. No problem. Auntie, please call the security captain of your Gao Corporation and tell his team to inform these reporters that the second madam of the Gu family, along with the second young master of the Gu family, are nearby behind them. Yunyan pointed to the car with the Jiangqing license plate not far away and smiled faintly. Ji Xiaojun immediately understood. She also glanced at the mother and son duo nearby, who were acting furtively. All right. Ji Xiaojun then took out her phone and quickly did as Yunyan had said. After hanging up the phone, Yunyan kept staring at the car of Gu family's second house mother and son. Auntie, the show is about to begin. Upon receiving the news, all the journalists instantly turned around and rushed over at their fastest speed. Xiaokan and Gu Yang didn't even have time to react. They had no idea why. Now exposed, surrounded by reporters who knew their location, they had nowhere to go. Xiaokan quickly rolled up the car window glass, irritated by being surrounded by reporters outside the tinted window. Yunyan smiled at Ji Xiaojun. Auntie, let's go. Ji Xiaojun nodded. Then the driver followed Ji Xiaojun's instructions and drove towards the underground garage. With Ji Xiaojun leading the way, Yunyan took the CEO elevator straight to the CEO office. Nobody dared to stop Ji Xiaojun, who confidently led Yunyan into the CEO office without knocking. Gao Ku was initially annoyed upon hearing the door open while he was feeling troubled. Who allowed you to enter? Very soon, in the next second, he froze in surprise. There stood Ji Xiaojun along with Yunyan. The secretary appeared uneasy, sensing the tension in the room. She stood there, prepared for a scolding, unwilling to budge. Ji Xiaojun turned to the secretary behind her. You may step out first, I'll take charge here. Guard the door. Do not let anyone enter. The secretary nodded upon hearing this. Hearing Ji Xiaojun's words, she seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, promptly responding, Yes, ma'am. The secretary closed the door as she stepped out of the CEO office. Upon seeing Yunyan, Gao Ke's face clouded over. He began berating Ji Xiaojun. Why aren't you staying home properly? And you brought along an unrelated person. He glared at Yunyan from afar, his tone sour. Chapter 201, forcing him to abdicate. Mrs. Gu, we don't welcome you here. Gao Ke was unhesitating and straightforward, issuing an expulsion order. He waved his hand, and then leaned back in the chair, staring at Yunyan not far away, feeling aggrieved. Yunyan was about to speak, but Ji Xiaojun beat her to it. Xiaoyan was invited by me. So, Xiaoyan can't leave, she said looking at Gao Ke. Gao Ke's mood was already terrible, and seeing Ji Xiaojun openly defy him in front of a stranger made him even less pleased. What did you invite her for? Gao Ke stood up from his chair, pointing at Ji Xiaojun, growing increasingly impatient. Don't you know that she is the one who ruined us? Look at the current state of Gao Group. It's in utter chaos, all thanks to her. Then take her away quickly. Don't let her obstruct my vision. Ji Xiaojun ignored Gao Ke's words. She pulled Yunyan over to the side of the sofa. Xiaoyan, let's sit down and talk. Seeing Ji Xiaojun ignoring what he had said, Gao Ke was extremely upset. What are you trying to do? I've already told you. Make Yunyan leave, and yet you're making her sit? This was the first time Ji Xiaojun openly disobeyed him without listening to his orders, which made Gao Ke so angry that his lips were twitching. Ji Xiaojun remained calm and composed, completely unfazed by Gao Ke's emotions at the moment. Seeing Ji Xiaojun's expression, Gao Ke was slightly stunned inside. The Ji Xiaojun of your wouldn't have done this to him. Today something felt indescribably different. Gao Ke simply had no intention or peace of mind for negotiation right now. Yunyan glanced at Gao Ke. This matter has always needed resolution. Since Auntie brought me over now, it means it's intended to be solved. Mr. Gao, is there something specific you're worried about? Gao Ke's face turned an ashen green, quite unpleasant. Xiaojun, what kind of drama are you creating? You are now colluding with an outsider. What do you plan to do? The woman before your eyes, Yunyan. If not for her, I wouldn't be in such a dire situation right now. Ji Xiaojun calmly responded. Ache, it was you who first made mistakes. Blaming Xiaoyan won't help. If we were to hold grudges, you owe Xiaoyan an apology. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Haha, it seems today you're set on creating trouble for me because of this Yunyan, aren't you? Gao Ke stared sharply at Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun looked at him in the same manner and didn't mince words. Ache, I've said it. I brought Xiaoyan over to negotiate with you amicably. But if you keep maintaining this attitude, the situation ahead will get worse. Gao Ke sensed Ji Xiaojun's anger. Ji Xiaojun's complexion wasn't good, almost immediately darkening. Seeing Ji Xiaojun persist like this, Gao Ke could only reluctantly agree. He also walked over to the couch and sat down. Looking at the two women before him, Gao Ke started contemplating seriously. Presumably due to the trending topic online, Ji Xiaojun was holding on to some grievances. He guessed within himself. Speak. What is the reason for bringing Yunyan here today? Yunyan knew very well that Gao Ke was unwilling to bring up this issue in their presence. After all, it was an embarrassing matter currently drawing attention as a trending topic online. Regarding this matter, Gao Ke also bore undeniable responsibility. Since Gao Ke seemed unwilling to start the conversation, Yunyan spoke first, knowing he must be utterly embarrassed. Aunt knows everything about you and Mrs. Guyu. Mentioning this, Gao Ke's face turned even more menacingly gloomy. Xiaojun, it's not as you think. I can explain. He looked anxiously into Ji Xiaojun's eyes. Ji Xiaojun gave a cold laugh. Do you intend to say that Guyu seduced you, and you couldn't resist her? Gao Ke paused, startled that Ji Xiaojun would speak to him in such a tone. Xiaojun, we've been together for so many years. Don't believe rumors spread by others. Here, he referred to Yunyan. Ji Xiaojun remained silent. I was just momentarily confused. Xiaojun, don't get mad and don't believe others stirring up trouble between us. Ji Xiaojun gave a bitter smile. If a single slap cannot create sound, then the problem isn't solely yours. Others can't accuse or force you without a valid cause. If you continue with this attitude, it will only make me despise you more. Gao Ke clenched his fists tightly, realizing his own fault, his heart filled with frustration. Yunyan didn't want to beat around the bush and frankly said, it's the trouble caused entirely by yourself. If you're a man, you should be responsible for your actions. Now public opinion is raging uncontrollably. At this point, strategies need to be considered. If this keeps escalating, the whole Gao family will suffer losses. Yunyan, our Gao family will handle this matter ourselves. We don't need you to kick us while we're down right now. Am I the one kicking you when you're down? Yunyan thought Gao Ke was being absurd. It's you who conspired with Guyu. Did I instruct you to do all these things? Does the entire Gao family have to go bankrupt with you before you are satisfied? Gao Ke paused, glaring disapprovingly at Yunyan. What do you mean by that? Since the situation has escalated out of control like this, I can no longer find a way to turn it around. It's not without a solution. Yunyan spoke gravely. If someone steps forward and takes responsibility for everything, then resigns due to fault, handing over the position of president to Su Tian, this would preserve the Gao family company. So, Xiaojun, Did you bring Yunyan here today to force me to give up the Gao company? Ji Xiaojun didn't deny it. The Gao family is already in a time of crisis. If we don't take measures, the consequences are foreseeable. Gao Ke looked displeased, his expression grim. He didn't speak, instead lowering his gaze and refusing to look at them. After quite some time, he stood up and began pacing back and forth inside the president's office. Although he strongly disliked Yunyan, he had to admit her current suggestion was truly beneficial for the Gao group. He hesitated. By doing this, wouldn't it be tantamount to announcing to the world that he was a hypocrite? For Gao Ke, it was impossible for him to accept condemnation from the public. The method you suggested, I disagree with. Gao Ke sat down again. This amounts to admitting to the whole world that my reputation means nothing. Yunyan couldn't help but softly chuckle twice. Director Gao, do you think we are all fools? Do you believe that your refusal to admit guilt makes others think the matter is over? Or do you think as long as you haven't confessed, the facts cease to exist? Hearing this, Gao Ke's face turned ashen green. What do you mean? You're trying to destroy me. I tell you never. Gao Ke outright rejected it. Chapter 202. Fighting for her justice. Bang! The door of the president's office was pushed open heavily. The secretary spread her arms in front to block the way. Mr. Gao, you can't come in. The secretary looked very torn. She knew this was against the rules. Mr. Gao, Mrs. Gao, I'm sorry I didn't stop you. She quickly apologized. Ji Xiaojun knew it wasn't the secretary's fault. With Gao Shutian's personality, if he decided to barge in, several secretaries wouldn't be able to stop him. Ji Xiaojun didn't want to make things difficult for the secretary and waved her hand. Go back to work. The secretary had no choice but to step out. Gao Shutian stood where he was, glaring at Gao Ke, his eyes filled with displeasure. Who gave you permission to come in? Gao Ke shouted fiercely. Ji Xiaojun also chimed in. Shutian, we're discussing something. You should go out first. Gao Shutian shook his head and refused. Mom, I heard what you guys were talking about just now. Gao Shutian had come over after finding out Ji Xiaojun and Yunyan were there. He had stood outside the door for a long time and overheard their conversation. Ji Xiaojun originally wanted to keep this hidden from Gao Shutian, but now it was unnecessary. Shutian, Mom will handle this. Seeing her mother clearly upset, yet still considering herself, Gao Shutian felt uncomfortable inside. Mom, I can deal with this myself. You don't have to compromise yourself for my sake. Gao Shutian held Ji Xiaojun's hand. Yunyan shook her head. Shutian, your aunt has her own plan. Just follow her wishes. Her years of hardship and grievances are only understood by her most clearly. Let her resolve it honorably so that she can be relieved in the future. Ji Xiaojun shared her inner thoughts while looking at Yun in front of her. She realized she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Gao Shutian also agreed with Yunyan's words. This matter, after all, was between his parents. How it should be resolved should be left to their wishes. Gao Shutian stopped opposing and sat down with Yunyan. Gao Ke looked at the three people in front of him and suddenly felt helpless. So what do you suggest then? Ji Xiaojun asked coldly. You disagree with the previous proposal. So how do you intend to handle it? Gao Ke had no idea what to do. He was almost panicking as well, because the situation was like a sharp sword hanging above his head. His selfishness prevented him from accepting responsibility, but he lacked the ability to turn things around. I don't know. It's not something I can control now. Gao Ke was very irresponsible. Still irked, he continued. Anyway, in your minds right now, I'm already a good-for-nothing, so I have nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Yunyan thought Gao Ke was quite irresponsible. Gao Ke, you truly are a good-for-nothing. Gao Ke was stunned for a moment, not expecting Yunyan to scold him directly. Enraged, Gao Ke rebuked Yunyan. Yunyan, however you see me, it's none of your business to lecture me. What right do you have? Yunyan chuckled and then replied calmly. That's true, normally I shouldn't speak to you, but facing Auntie here, don't you still feel some shame? Don't keep inciting conflict between us. Gao Ke retorted irritably. You made a mistake by cheating and refusing to admit your error. Now you've caused instability throughout the Gao family enterprise. Yunyan said coldly. I originally thought Gao Ke, you were a man of principle. But looking at you now, you're merely a coward afraid of trouble. Gao Ke furrowed his eyebrows. Yunyan, allowing you to sit in my office is because of Xiaojuan's face. Don't push it too far. I don't need any special treatment due to anyone's relationship. Yunyan said seriously. Feel free to take action and see what happens. After hearing this, Gao Ke stood up and moved toward Yunyan. However, before he could approach, Yunyan stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and flipped him onto the ground. Ah! Gao Ke groaned as he hit the floor. Ji Xiaojun and Gao Shutian remained sitting peacefully, as if they hadn't noticed anything. Yunyan was teaching Gao Ke a lesson for Ji Xiaojun. Enraged and humiliated, Gao Ke shouted, Somebody, hurry up, come quick. With a casual response, Gao Shutian said, Dad, before I came in, I sent the bodyguards downstairs for reinforcements. The order has been overturned. Do you want Dad dead? Gao Ke seethed. Yunyan also frowned. If you can't manage yourself, how can you call yourself a man? Since it's you who made the mistake, how dare you raise your voice here? Are you trying to make your mistakes even more embarrassing than they already are? Speechless under Yunyan's pointed criticism, Gao Ke sputtered. How did I not notice how sharp-tongued you are? At first, Ji Xiaojun was startled, but then she inadvertently nodded along. She also believed Yin made a lot of sense. Previously, she had simply been too weak. Seeing Ji Xiaojun nod in agreement, Gao Ke's face turned bright red with anger as he held onto the floor and slowly got up. Gao Shutian felt deeply for his mother, yet he also understood that this matter ultimately needed resolution. Yun Yan's current fury toward Gaoke stemmed from standing up for Ji Xiaojun. Gaoke had made mistakes but refused to take responsibility, and had even helped Guyu cover up the truth to protect her secrets. It was despicable. Fuming, Gaoke declared, Yun Yan, you have no right to judge me here. This is my private matter. It's none of your business to interfere or pass judgment. True, I don't have the right to judge you, but because of your misdeeds, it's involved me. So now I must get involved in what you consider my idle affairs. Yun Yan shot back without hesitation, her voice sharp and accusatory. Yun Yan, I advise you not to provoke me. Gaoke's tone grew colder. Humph. Yun Yan gave a cold laugh, refusing to yield to him. So what if I provoke you? She wanted to see what he could do about it. Unable to resist herself, Yun Yan continued sternly. Gaoke, I didn't expect you to still fail to recognize your own mistakes, and are instead arguing irrationally. What kind of an outstanding entrepreneur? What contribution to Haiching's finest? All garbage, nothing but pretentious hypocrisy. Gaoke panted with frustration, holding his chest. Among all those who dared speak to him like this, Yun Yan stood alone as the first person to do so, as Gao Shutian watched Yun Yan vent everything she felt inside. Each word resonated exactly with what he had been wanting to say. Dad, I'm very disappointed in you right now. Your involvement with Guyu, it's already an egregious mistake, totally wrong. You've hurt Mom, and you've hurt me. Ha ha ha, now you're all pointing fingers at me. Gaoku roared loudly, feeling humiliated. Don't forget, I'm a victim too. I don't know who set me up and put me on hot search. A victim? Yun Yan interjected seriously. You're just paying for your own mistakes. You're not a victim. Yun Yan, I know you resent me for helping Guyu cover up the truth and alerting the police to arrest Ma Zi and others. But I've already faced punishment for that. The police are also prosecuting me now. What more do you want? Is this your way of mocking me here? Chapter 203. I want you to be disgraced. Didn't you know you've angered me? Yun Yan said coldly, her eyes flashing a glint. I, Yun Yan, am not an easy person to bully. I gave you one chance, and there will never be a second. Gao Sutian also spoke with righteousness. Dad, you knew Guyu's actions were inappropriate, but still helped. That was foolish of you. You're over 50 and still cannot discern right from wrong. Gao Sutian felt ashamed by Gaoke's behavior. Yun Yan scoffed lightly. Sutian, he is your father. I thought about saving him some face before, but it seems he doesn't need it. Upon hearing this, Gaoke's complexion turned livid. Yun Yan, I regret deeply that the group of people that night didn't kill you. As he spoke, he burst into laughter. Yun Yan's eyes grew dark. She walked towards Gaoke and kicked him down directly. Ah, Gaoke fell to the ground again. Yun Yan, I warn you, if you hit me again, I won't hold back. Gao Sutian did not stop the situation when he saw it. Yun Yan approached Gaoke, stepping firmly on his body. Gaoke, let's see how polite you are. Gaoke had never endured such humiliation in his life. He tried to break free and stood up. He raised his hand intending to strike Yun Yan. Unfortunately, Yun Yan had already anticipated this and kicked his knee joint with precision. And just like that, Gaoke knelt obediently in front of Ji Xiaojun. He tried to get up, but Yun Yan firmly held him down. Now Gaoke looked like a penitent person kneeling humbly in front of Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun looked at the man in front of her, both familiar and unfamiliar. Ache, it was you who betrayed the marriage. Do you have any explanation for this? Gaoke didn't respond, his attitude showing resentment. Ji Xiaojun still gazed at him and asked seriously, Gaoke, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you talking now? Gaoke muttered, I have nothing to say. At this moment, he couldn't look Ji Xiaojun in the eye. You brought someone here today, wasn't it for revenge? You now let Yun Yan humiliate me. Seeing my pitiful appearance pleases you, right? Ji Xiaojun chuckled coldly. I followed you for so many years. We established the Gao Corporation together. Are you even human, Gaoke? Do you think I brought Yun Yan here to humiliate you? Don't you have any feelings left? The questioning made Gaoke flush red. It's not what you think, he muttered, trying to explain. It was Guyu who seduced me. Humph. Besides saying that, what else do you have to say? Ji Xiaojun mocked him. Don't make me despise you. Isn't it possible you've made mistakes too? Gaoke glanced at Ji Xiaojun momentarily, then quickly averted his gaze. I have nothing to say. That's enough. Ji Xiaojun interrupted irritably. Gaoke, I want a divorce. Gaoke was stunned. Xiaojun, we've gone through so much together, and now you're talking about divorce. What man isn't a playboy? I only made one mistake, and you can't forgive me. He found it hard to believe that Ji Xiaojun, who always catered to him, would now propose divorce. Ji Xiaojun replied solemnly. From the moment you betrayed our marriage, it ended. Instead of blaming each other, let's cut to the chase. Let's divorce. I demand you leave without any possessions. Gaoke paused again. You want me to leave without any possessions? On what basis do you think you can make me leave empty-handed? Gaoke laughed coldly, filled with arrogance. Ji Xiaojun was serious. Yes, you are the fault party in this marriage. It's reasonable that you should leave without anything. Is that not correct? Gaoke couldn't help but sneer. Ji Xiaojun, don't push your luck too far. We can divorce, but leaving empty-handed is impossible. Dad, Gao Sutian could no longer bear it. Who is pushing their luck too far here? Gaoke didn't expect Gao Sutian to yell at him as well. Sutian, this is between your mother and me. Don't interfere as the child, he commanded. Gao Sutian shook his head. Yes, they are my parents, but the one who has made the mistake is you. I can't just watch while you mistreat Mom. If you weren't my dad, and you treated a woman this way, I might have acted against you physically. Huh? Gaoke didn't expect his beloved child to speak to him like this. Gaoke couldn't help but roar furiously. All of you are taking Ji Xiaojun's side. Ji Xiaojun also snorted coldly. Gao Ku, you must pay the price for your sins. Gao Ku became furious, pointing at Ji Xiaojun. He lost all patience and shouted loudly. You want me to leave empty-handed and withdraw automatically from the Gao group? No way. Even if I die, I need someone to go with me. The more you force me, the more I resist. Ji Xiaojun found it hilariously ironic that Gao Ku, even at this moment, still tried to justify his despicable behavior. Gao Ku, do you realize how dirty your actions are? Yunyan couldn't help but speak up. She despised this man. Gao Ku, no longer holding back, roared in anger. Don't lecture me here. You're just thrilled now to see me betrayed by everyone. In a bitter tone, he continued. You'll never succeed in ruining me. Yunyan gave a derisive laugh. You're nothing more than a ruined reputation now. You want to destroy the Gao family and refuse to give even your only daughter-in-law. What kind of logic is this? If you had any conscience left, you should step aside and let Su Tian take care of the Gao family business. By willingly giving up the Gao group, you'd show some responsibility, making it easier for everyone. Why fight over things that don't matter? These words were like knives piercing deep into Gao Ku's heart, leaving it bleeding profusely. Gao Ku narrowed his eyes, afraid to look at Yunyan. Ji Xiaojun sneered coldly. Gao Ku, if that's the case, I will file for divorce and hire the best lawyer to ensure you end up with nothing. And I'll make sure your reputation is utterly destroyed. Yunyan nodded in agreement. Such determination from Ji Xiaojun was highly respectable. Auntie, I support you. Gao Ku stiffened all over. Are you going to sue me? Destroy my reputation? Xiaojun, must you be so ruthless? His voice began to tremble. Ji Xiaojun didn't deny it, speaking again firmly. You heard right. I'll hire the best lawyer. Gao Su Tian held onto his mother's hand. Mom, I also support you. Gao Su Tian thought Ji Xiaojun had suffered enough humiliation these past years while enduring Gao Ku's treatment. Mom, whatever you decide, I will fully support you. Yunyan glanced at Gao Ku. Auntie, I can find you the best divorce lawyer as well. Gao Ku stood there, stunned. Chapter 204. This lawsuit must be fought. Yunyan thought that Gao Ku was truly being excessive. This was bullying Ji Xiaojun. As a woman, Ji Xiaojun deserved fair treatment and not oppression. The dignity of women couldn't be trampled on indiscriminately. Gao Ku frowned deeply. Xiaojun, if you want to take me to court, you should also weigh your options carefully. All these years, I have been managing the Gao family's affairs. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? He hoped Ji Xiaojun would give up. Yunyan let out a cold snort. What if I hire the nationally renowned lawyer Huaquan? Gao Ku first hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure. Huaquan is a famous divorce attorney. Can you really afford him? He looked at Yunyan unexpectedly. Gao Shutian also turned his gaze towards Yunyan. This Huaquan lawyer was well known. He had never lost in a divorce case. Yunyan gave a faint smile, turning her head towards Ji Xiaojun. Auntie, shall we ask Huaquan to take on this divorce lawsuit? Ji Xiaojun considered seriously for a moment, then nodded. Xiaoyan, if we can get lawyer Hua to take it, that would be excellent. Gao Ku showed disdain on his face. Do you really think you can get lawyer Hua? His disbelief was apparent. Well then, I'll contact him. Yunyan took out her phone and sent a text. After sending the message, Yunyan waited. Seeing this, Gao Ku couldn't help mocking. If someone didn't know, they'd really believe you're something extraordinary. Yunyan, I've heard that you're nothing more than a girl from the countryside. How could you possibly know lawyer Hua? I see. You're only so bold because you've married Gu Tianyu now. Without the Gu family, you're worth nothing. If you can't reach him, stop pretending. You're just fake. Yunyan glanced at him. In your dictionary, women can only survive by leaning on their husband's side, right? So you look down on Annie like this? Thinking she survives on the Gao family, allowing you to mistreat her shamelessly? Gao Ku didn't argue with Yunyan's point. Women, if you get to enjoy such wealth and freedom, isn't that good? One needs to learn when to turn a blind eye. Everyone will be happy this way. No need to be overly serious about everything. Yunyan felt Gao Ku was extremely arrogant. Are you confident, or do you think everyone should follow your thoughts? Yunyan disliked his tone. It irritated her. Gao Shutian disagreed upon hearing his father's words. Dad, why is it so hard to admit your own mistakes? He hated seeing his parents locked in such a standoff the most. Gao Ku spoke gravely. Shutian, you should advise your mother more often. Don't listen to outsiders' words. We should go through a lawsuit together. As long as she listens, I assure you, the position of Mrs. Gao will belong to her forever. Ji Xiaojuan's eyes flickered with astonishment and a touch of mockery. So I owe you gratitude? Never realized before that Mr. Gao has such high standards. It's simply shaking my fundamental views. By this time, Gao Ku had already laid all his cards on the table and did not care what Ji Xiaojun thought of him. Sister, has lawyer Ho replied yet? Even Gao Shutian could no longer bear Gao Ku's current attitude. Gao Ku raised an eyebrow slightly. I doubt they could even find him, he coldly snorted. Ji Xiaojun, I've given you a chance. If you insist on fighting me in court, I'll go all the way with you. You want me to leave penniless? That's impossible. Ji Xiaojun echoed sternly. That sentence I send back to you. Haha, good. Gao Ku stared at Yunyan with a sneer. Yunyan, why can't you connect with Huaquan anymore? I see. You may claim to know them, but they don't recognize you at all. Don't keep using Gu Tianyu's name anymore. He showed utmost disdain for Yunyan, believing she was merely basking in the glory of the Gu family and was nothing without them. Yunyan lightly smiled. At this moment, Yunyan's phone rang, and she immediately pressed the speaker button. Oh, uncle, there's something I'd like to trouble you with. The other end of the phone transmitted a hearty laugh. Young one, what are you being polite with me for? Huaquan continued. As you said earlier, I've accepted the divorce case. For specific details, you can directly contact my assistant. You know each other anyway. I still have another case to close today. At the earliest, I'll set off for Haicheng tomorrow morning. We'll meet up to discuss the specifics. Yun Yin revealed a faint expression of joy. All right, Uncle Hua, I'll wait for you in Haicheng. Thank you for your help with this matter. From the other side of the line, Huaquan repeated the reminder. I've told you, don't be polite with me. Yun Yan's lips curled upwards. Then I'll wait for you in Haicheng, Uncle Hua. When the call ended, Gaoke's face went completely pale. You really know Huaquan? Gaoke asked incredulously. Huaquan was renowned, but also notoriously difficult to approach. However, the familiarity between Huaquan and Yun Yin in their conversation earlier was evident. This left Gaoke utterly baffled. Despite being rooted in Haicheng for so many years, even he couldn't be sure if he could persuade Huaquan to take on a case. Now, with just a text message and a few words from Yun Yin, she managed to enlist the help of this nationally famous lawyer. Huaquan was the top expert in divorce cases. Hiring him implied something that everyone understood tacitly. This made Gaoke feel uneasy. Yun Yin, how do you know Lawyer Hua? Gao Shutian, are you going to support your mother's antics as well? If we continue like this, the Gao family will be ruined. Gaoke anxiously turned to look at Gao Shutian. Gao Shutian frowned. Dad, isn't it you who caused this lawsuit? Ji Xiaojun stood up from the sofa. Since you won't consider stepping down, let's settle this in court. Yun Yin and Gao Shutian followed Ji Xiaojun as well. Watching them leave, Gaoke kicked the sofa out of frustration. Because of the force exerted, his foot instantly felt the counteraction and pain shot through it, making him wince. Ah! He screamed while clutching his leg. The secretary outside the CEO's office rushed in upon hearing the scream. Mr. Gao, are you alright? Gaoke vented all his anger. Get out. The female secretary immediately retreated. At this moment, Gaoke's phone rang. He glanced at the screen briefly before answering. Speak. It was the head of the PR department calling. Mr. Gao, after the previous round of suppression, the public attention has decreased somewhat. But now, a significant amount of related information has surfaced again. If not controlled, this situation may continue to heat up. Upon hearing this, Gaoke was furious. Handling this is your department's responsibility. If you cannot resolve this issue for me, then all of you can resign. The head of the PR department was helpless. Mr. Gao, there are reporters everywhere outside the Gao Group building. If you don't step forward to handle this personally, I'm afraid they won't stop. Handle it personally? How am I supposed to handle it personally? Am I supposed to admit my mistake in front of everyone? Gaoke shouted furiously. The head of the PR department remained silent, realizing any additional words would only make things worse. Chapter 205, Clarification. In Gao Shutian's office. Mom, you and Master Sister go back first. I want to stay here in the company a bit longer, he said, feeling quite troubled. Moreover, Gao Shutian was worried that the number of reporters surrounding them would only increase. Ji Xiaojun did not leave. She shook her head. Shutian, even if they were ferocious beasts, I wouldn't be afraid. This is a battle we have to fight. Gao Shutian frowned. Mom, let me handle it. Yun Yin patted Gao Shutian's shoulder. Shutian, Auntie is stronger than you imagine. You must believe in Auntie. Upon hearing this, Gao Shutian looked at his mother firmly. Okay, Mom, I will face it with you. Ji Xiaojun nodded. Your father has had everything going smoothly for these years. This incident is indeed a blow. She paused for a moment. Shutian, your father's current trending topic is starting to rise again. Gao Shutian appeared powerless. I'll get someone to lower the heat. He himself didn't have much confidence in doing so. Yun Yin stopped him. Shutian, why don't you listen to Auntie's opinion first? Gao Shutian hesitated. My mom's opinion? Yun Yin nodded. Yes. At this point, Ji Xiaojun no longer needed to keep anything hidden. Shutian, I know, perhaps you might feel very heartbroken about us fighting openly and covertly like this. But you need to understand, everything Mom is doing now is for you. Gao Shutian saw his mother's serious expression. Mom, what do you mean by saying this? He didn't understand. Ji Xiaojun fell silent for a while before speaking. Shutian, the exposure of the trending topics was something I had people disclose to journalists. Ji Xiaojun was unafraid to admit it. I've known for a long time about your father's unusual relationship with Guyu. Gao Shutian could never have imagined. So, does that mean you've known about Dad and Guyu all along? Ji Xiaojun sighed deeply. That's right. The news of Yun Yin being captured and where she was hiding was information I overheard, and then I had you go save her. Ji Xiaojun noticed Yun Yin didn't speak up. I've struggled too. But Gaoke should take responsibility for his actions. Yun Yin felt that Ji Xiaojun was greatly hurt at the moment. She moved closer and embraced Ji Xiaojun. Auntie, don't be upset. Ji Xiaojun swallowed all her grievances. Mom, you're not wrong. It's just that I'm still reluctant, so I also asked people to try lowering the heat. Mom, regarding his affair with Guyu, I've decided to make it public. Gao Shutian believed there was no need to hide the truth for his father. Ji Xiaojun was startled. She had originally been concerned that Gao Shutian would resent her, but unexpectedly, Gao Shutian had consistently stood on her side. She felt somewhat comforted. Ji Xiaojun covered her mouth as a tear slid down her cheek. He himself has done wrong, and he should bear the consequences, not drag the entire Gao family down with him. Afterwards, he recorded a video in his office and sent it to the PR department of the Gao Group. This video was his clarification to the outside world. It essentially stated that this matter was an individual action by Gao Ku. The head of the PR department quickly called Gao Shutian. Mr. Gao, are you sure you want to do this? He sounded very nervous. Gao Shutian didn't hesitate for a moment. Do as I said. Aunt Ji and I are both waiting. If this event escalates further, whether or not you can continue doing this job is uncertain. The PR director was still hesitating. Gao Shutian spoke coldly. Are you helping to send it? Or shall I do it myself? You'd better think carefully. No matter who sends it, the effect will be the same. But if this video is sent by me directly, in the future, there will be nothing left for you at the Gao group. The PR director's heart dropped. He was a smart person and immediately responded. Mr. Gao, I'll take care of it right away. Very soon. This clarification video dominated the charts instantly. Many curious onlookers began watching online. There were countless comments. They were all cursing Gao Ku, calling him a hypocrite. Now everyone feels sorry for Ji Xiaojun. In the comments section, there was overwhelming support for Ji Xiaojun. People cursed Gao Ku mercilessly, worried he wouldn't see it unless they had him deliberately and repeatedly. Highly attentive to the trending topics, Gao Ku, upon seeing the news, became absolutely furious. He couldn't believe that his trusted Yuzi had delivered the fatal blow to him. Instantly, he felt completely devastated. With the irrefutable evidence provided by Yuzi herself, it was impossible to deny or argue anymore. The undeniable truth slapped him hard. The enterprise image that Gao Ku had worked tirelessly to build collapsed instantly, thoroughly annihilated without any room for doubt. He sat down heavily on the chair. Picking up the internal line phone, he dialed Gao Shutian's number and snapped once it connected. You're satisfied now, aren't you? Let the whole world judge me and curse me. Gao Shutian spoke with a calm tone. But are you? Gao Ku was left speechless by a single sentence. After a long while, he laughed bitterly, his eyes full of disappointment. Shutian, I haven't wasted my time raising you. Gao Shutian showed no ripples either, speaking calmly. That's because you've raised me well. Gao Ku was shocked, his eyes wide open. What did you just say? Gao Shutian sighed inwardly. Dad, since you're not willing to make a decision, then I have to choose something for myself. I'm taking responsibility for the Gao family. You can't let the entire Gao family pay for your mistake. Gao Ku gripped the phone tightly. So you mean I should take all the responsibility myself? Isn't that right? If you made the mistake, then you must take the responsibility yourself. Gao Shutian glanced at his mother, feeling an indescribable emotion. Gao Ku was almost driven mad with anger. I just wanted to find a safe way to deal with this. Usually, in situations like this, if you don't respond, it will pass in 3 or 5 days. You only care about your mom, never thinking about me. Gao Shutian had listened patiently to Gao Ku on the phone for so long and now thought it was enough. Dad, you should be very clear about the influence of this trending topic. One must act decisively when necessary. After finishing, Gao Shutian slowly hung up the phone. Inside the president's office, Gao Ku looked at the disconnected call and threw it aside without hesitation. He vented his anger and flung the phone across the room. Gao Shutian looked at Ji Xiaojun and Yun Yan and picked up the phone again, pressing the assistant's internal line. Come in. Soon, the assistant knocked on the door and entered. The assistant respectfully nodded to Ji Xiaojun, Mrs. Gao. Then, turning to Yun Yan, also with respect, Gao Shutian looked at the assistant. Send blood pressure medicine to Mr. Gao. The assistant stole a glance at Ji Xiaojun. She didn't speak up, and the assistant responded softly. All right. After some thought, Gao Shutian still felt a little uneasy. Also, instruct the security team to escort him home safely. Understood, young Master Gao. The assistant slightly bowed. After giving the instructions, Gao Shutian ordered the assistant to take care of it immediately. Chapter 206, Regaining Dignity. The next day, Yun Yan had the driver take her to the airport. She was there to pick up Huaquan. In the airport waiting hall, he wore a pair of glasses, stood tall and erect, and was accompanied by an assistant. His robust figure was walking toward Yun Yan. Though he was over 50, it didn't show at all. Yun Yan quickly went up to him. Uncle Hua, you must have had a tiring journey. Not at all, Huaquan responded. Little Yin, we haven't seen each other in so long, and you're becoming more beautiful. Huaquan glanced up and down at Yun Yan. Yun Yan smiled. Uncle Hua, we haven't seen each other for such a long time, yet you still exude the same charm as before. As soon as we meet, you first flatter me instead. Hearing Yun Yan's words, Huaquan burst out laughing. You girl, even after such a long time apart, you're still the best at making me feel good. He liked Yun Yan's straightforwardness. The driver took Huaquan's and his assistant's luggage, then they all got in the car together. Uncle Hua, how has Grandma been recently? Yun Yan thought for a long time and finally asked. Huaquan paused, then slowly opened his mouth. Xiaoyan, I originally thought you wouldn't ask me anymore. Yun Yan gave a light response. Recently, Uncle let me go back home, but since I just took over the Yun group, I couldn't leave temporarily. Huaquan waved his hand, interrupting Yun Yan. Is it that you can't leave, or that you don't want to go back? Yun Yan didn't expect Huaquan to directly expose her thoughts. Uncle Hua. Huaquan sighed slightly. Xiaoyan, I know you've grown up and have your own ideas. But you should also understand that Grandma is always waiting for you to come home. Grandma's health isn't great now. Although she hasn't said it, the person she definitely misses most in her heart is you. Yun Yan immediately became nervous. What's wrong with Grandma's health? Huaquan consoled her. When people get older, these are all old problems. Yun Yan relaxed a bit. When I decided to return to Jiangcheng, Grandma must have been extremely upset. Now, before things are settled, I don't want to go back. After everything gets on track at Yun Corporation, I'll go back to see Grandma. At this moment, Yun Yan's phone rang. She looked at it. It was Gu Tianyu. Since she was still chatting with Huaquan, she hung up the call directly. Seeing Yun Yan hang up, Huaquan pointed at her phone, not answering. Yun Yan gave a faint smile. I'll reply later. Huaquan shook his head. Xiaoyan, is it because the matter isn't settled, or because of Gu Tianyu? Yunyan hesitated for a moment. Uncle Hua, I. Huoquan laughed heartily a few times. Why don't you bring him out today for Uncle Hua to see? Does Uncle Hua really want to see? Yunyan also laughed along. Leaning back against the car seat, Huoquan replied, whether I see him or not doesn't make much of a difference. It mainly depends on your grandmother. Yunyan knew that Huoquan was worried about her. Yunyan didn't continue with this topic. Uncle Hua, I've booked a hotel for you. After we arrive, you can rest briefly. My friend is already waiting for you at the hotel cafe. This matter is entrusted to you. Huoquan nodded. Xiaoyan, if you have things to handle, you can go ahead. I can deal with your friend myself. No problem, Uncle Hua, I'll meet with you. Yunyan sent a text message back to Gu Tianyu. The car quickly arrived at the Haiqing Grand Hotel. After Huoquan and his assistant checked in, they went upstairs to rest briefly. Gao Shutian and Ji Xiaojun were already waiting in the hotel cafe. Yunyan first joined up with them. Inside the hotel cafe, Gao Shutian and Ji Xiaojun greeted Huoquan. She warmly extended her hand to shake. Mr. Hua, the renowned lawyer, it's an honor to finally meet you. Ji Xiaojun respectfully said. This matter is entrusted to you. Gao Shutian also seriously said. Huoquan kept a good smile on his face. A friend of Xiaoyan's, this lawsuit. I'll take it. After sitting down, they ordered a few cups of coffee. Huoquan learned about the entire incident from Ji Xiaojun, as well as their current marital situation. Ji Xiaojun's dim eyes reflected. I want him to leave with nothing. Regarding everything related to the Gao Corporation, he will no longer have any ties to it. Huoquan observed the woman in front of him. She seemed to be affected by excessive grief, which influenced her judgment. Ms. Ji, your claim of leaving him with nothing seems rather unlikely. Unless the other party voluntarily chooses to give up. If you two agree to a divorce, generally, the party at fault will choose this to avoid subsequent disputes. Huoquan objectively analyzed. Ji Xiaojun found it hard to remain calm. He is the one at fault. Does that mean we need to protect his right to divide the property? Huoquan reminded again. If we can prove that he is at fault, most of the property can be allocated accordingly. I can help you secure the maximum benefit. Ji Xiaojun glanced at Yunyan, seeking Yunyan's opinion. Yunyan spoke. Auntie, regarding your family's assets, you and Su Tian can discuss properly. Let's proceed as Mr. Hua suggests. Gao Shutian didn't want his mother to get entangled in the lawsuit. The original intention behind the divorce was simply to put an end to things. Upon hearing Gao Shutian's words, Ji Xiaojun didn't object either. Huoquan continued to supplement. In a situation like that of the Gao family now, if they can agree to a divorce, it would be the best. There is no need to escalate to the point of litigation. It will have significant repercussions on both of you. As Ji Xiaojun calmed down, she carefully pondered Huoquan's words. Mr. Hua, if we insist on taking this to court, how difficult will it be? Honestly speaking, if this turns into a major lawsuit, Gaoku will certainly be prepared to see it through as well. Not to mention how much property could be divided after winning the case. But afterward, the Gao family will become the subject of others' gossip, and this will also affect young Master Gao. Upon hearing this, Gao Shutian held his mother's hand. Mom, if you wish to take it to court, I'll prioritize you. Don't worry about me. Seeing her son's filial devotion, her heart wavered, and she wanted to reclaim her lost dignity. I believe, Ms. Ji, your desire for litigation is only for justice. To let the world know that Gao Ku is a hypocrite and a petty man. However, I've been keeping track of the news here in Haicheng. Gao Ku has already fallen into disgrace. Upon hearing Huoquan's words, Ji Xiaojun felt a resonance within herself. Indeed, I just feel Bu Ganxin, unwilling to let go. All I want is justice. Yunyan nodded. As a man, he is indeed quite hypocritical. Ji Xiaojun indeed felt aggrieved, but seeing Gao Shutian again, she couldn't bring herself to act harshly. Ms. Ji, you don't need to rush into answering me. You can consider it thoroughly before giving me your response. I'll be staying in Haicheng these next few days. Huoquan then suggested to change topics. Xiaoyan, I still have documents to process, so I will head back to my room. Yunyan stood up as well. Uncle Hua, I'll see you out. Just as they stepped out of the cafe, Huoquan reminded Yunyan there was no need to see him off any further. We must follow Ms. Ji's intentions. If she wants to sue, I will do everything in my power, but she must have determination. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. If she hasn't clarified her own feelings yet, let her consider first. Yunyan understood what Huoquan meant. All right, Uncle Hua, no matter the outcome, thank you. Chapter 207, Irrelevant to me. Gao Family Villa. In the spacious villa now, Gao Ke leans back in his chair. He has not watched the news at all over the past few days, and also forbade the servants from mentioning this matter in front of him. Tea sets are placed on the table as Gao Ku is sipping tea alone, occasionally glancing at the golden dragons he keeps in the pond. Even when very busy, he still personally takes care of them. Through the glass, watching the fish swim freely yet being actually confined in the pool. After Gao Shutian and Ji Xiaojun moved out, the Gao family villa seems a little quieter. The housekeeper gave him antihypertensive drugs, and his blood pressure has stabilized a bit. Please leave me for a while. I want some peace, said Gao Ku, who does not wish to see anyone, desiring a moment of tranquility. Following his instructions, the housekeeper temporarily left. After a while, the housekeeper came back again. Sir, there is a lady claiming herself as the second Mrs. Gu here. Gao Ku immediately tensed up upon hearing Gu family. The Gu family in Jiang City, he muttered under his breath, feeling a sudden uneasiness rise within him. Could she be Gu Yu's family? He was cautious, having already considered many possibilities in his mind. At this time, it must be about Gu Yu's matter that they have come. Just as Gao Ke hesitated whether or not to meet her, Xia Kan and Gu Yang entered without permission. Mr. Gao, Xiaoqin stood right before Gao Ke. Seeing them both, Gao Ke frowned slightly, inwardly cursing the house servants for allowing strangers to walk in so easily. If even two strangers can enter unchecked, then all of them will be fired later. And you are. Gao Ke feigned ignorance, speaking indifferently. Xiaoqin went straight to the point. Mr. Gao, I am Yuer's mother. You can call me second Mrs. Gu, or Xiaoqin. Her sharp gaze looked at Gao Ke, without any intention of courtesy. The present-day Xiaoqin had once been crowned as the queen of acting. Her manners were elegant, and both her looks and figure were well maintained. Had she not revealed her age, one wouldn't have been able to guess it. Upon hearing that, Gao Ke's lips twitched slightly into a half-smile. Didn't know Mrs. Gu would visit today. Gao failed to warmly welcome you. What brings you here today, Mrs. Gu? Gu Yang stared coldly at the old fox in front of him. Despite rumors flying around these days, he seemed quite at ease at home, drinking tea, feeding fish. Humph, how hardworking Mr. Gao seems despite Gu Yu still locked up at the police station. Gu Yang scoffed lightly. If you had known we'd come, perhaps you'd hide yourself. Xiaoqin softly clicked her tongue, furrowing her brows slightly, and gently patted the side of Gu Yang, signaling him not to speak. Gao Ke suppressed his anger, but remained polite. And this gentleman? Gao Ke turned his attention to Gu Yang, clearly someone close to Xiaoqin if they're coming together. Xiaoqin glanced at Gu Yang. This is my son Yuzi, Yuer's older brother. Gao Ke arched his eyebrows slightly, having heard about Gu Yang earlier. A wastrel. So that makes Mr. Gu? After briefly recognizing each other, Gao Ke instructed the servants to prepare tea. Mrs. Gu, let's move to the living room. Xiaoqin did not oppose and followed Gao Ke accordingly. She walked behind, carefully examining the man in front of her. Despite being of a certain age, his build remains upright, looking no more than 40 years old. Hardly showing the marks of aging, he exudes the charm of a mature man. No wonder Gu Yu fell for him. The interior decoration of the Gao family villa cannot be simply described as luxurious. Rather, it's understated elegance without losing opulence. The villa's furnishings reveal the owner's refinement. As soon as they sat down, the servant served tea. After serving tea, they bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Mrs. Gu, Mr. Gu, please enjoy your tea. Gao Ke gestured towards the tea set on the table. In front of them, Gao Ke appeared completely at ease. Xiaoqin did not lift her teacup, since she came for a specific purpose today, concerning Gu Yu. Mr. Gao, my unexpected visit today is also due to matters regarding Gu Yu. What needs to come always comes. Gao Ke smiled wryly in his heart. Mrs. Gu, please elaborate. Xiaoqin could also sense the affability on the opposite side. Mr. Gao, Yuer is my daughter. She is stubborn and has caused quite a lot of trouble. As for your relationship with her, I disapprove, but what's done is done, irreversible. Gao Ke nodded, not denying anything. Xiaoqin continued. I've come today not to discuss the relationship between you and Yuer. Because currently, there is something more important. Yuer is still at the police station. How do you perceive this, Mr. Gao? Xiaoqin, an experienced figure in the entertainment circle, speaks without losing face for others, yet doesn't let people feel relaxed either. It feels like intimidation. Gao Ke was slightly stunned. As expected, the other side had spoken first. However, he had already made up his mind, so he would not be swayed by a few words from anyone else. Mrs. Gu, this matter has caused quite a stir in the entire Haiqing city. It's no longer something I can intervene in at will. Gao Ke's answer was very clear. I am also in deep trouble myself, and all media attention is on me right now. Speaking of this, Gao Ke shook his head helplessly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang, unlike Xiaoqin who was calm, showed irritation. So, you mean that Mr. Gao does not intend to handle Yuer's affairs? Gao Ke chuckled lightly. Mr. Gu, you're joking. Currently, I'm just an idle person with no power to help. After listening, Gu Yang's face filled with anger. Mr. Gao, your words are highly irresponsible. All this happened to Yuer because of you. At least, shouldn't you give us some sort of explanation regarding Yuer's situation? Gao Ke gave them a cold look, and his tone turned icy. Mr. Gu, I admit there is an unsavory past between me and Yuer. This fact cannot be denied, but both she and I are adults, and our relationship was consensual. Gao Ke replied without any courtesy, feeling that these days frustrations were being released somewhat. Let's separate one thing from another. The reason why Yuer is in the police station is due to her unilateral misconduct. It has nothing to do with me. Gao Ke separated the two matters when talking about them. Although Gu Yang was not close to Gu Yu, without the affection of growing up together, they still belonged to the same family name. Mr. Gao, are you trying to shirk responsibility? Gu Yang stared at the man before him and said frankly. Gao Ke's lips curled upwards. Yuer is an individual with independent action capacity. She must take responsibility for her own actions. Because of Yuer, I've lost the entire Gao family empire. Did I ask you for accountability? He was originally annoyed today due to media disturbances and Ji Xiaojun. The kingdom he worked hard for years to build was about to collapse, and he hadn't found an outlet for his frustration yet. If I made any mistakes, it was only because I cheated while married, not because I collaborated with Yuer in criminal activities. So, Mr. Gu, please don't mix everything up. Chapter 208 Threatening him. If it weren't for helping Yuer, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Gao Ke confessed his frustrations. Gu Yang didn't expect that what was originally intended as a visit to settle accounts today would now end up with accusations against him. Mr. Gao, you're not being righteous at all. Whatever the relationship between Yuer and you is, it's unacceptable for you to stand by and watch her die. Gao Ke simply gave up any pretense and shook his hand. As of now, I'm willing but powerless. Please forgive me. Mrs. Gu, regarding Yuer's situation, I am regretfully incapable of assisting further, he outright refused. Each time, His inability to help made Xiaokan somewhat irked. Xiaokan didn't let things unravel on the spot. Mr. Gao, in this matter, you can't claim you have no involvement at all. If Yuera must take responsibility for this, then your share of the blame is equally non-negotiable. Gao sensed a threat in the words. Mrs. Gu, what exactly are you implying? He could detect underlying implications in Xiaokan's tone. This entire affair was something Yuera planned herself. I was never involved. Gao hastened to disassociate himself. He was already notorious. He couldn't afford more bad press. Xiaokan wasn't someone who would be easily shaken off. Whether or not you were involved isn't something that can be decided just by Mr. Gao's say-so. A complex smile appeared on Xiaokan's face. Gao's heart stirred slightly at this. After so many years in business, even facing the thorniest problems didn't make him flinch. But now, standing before Xiaokan, a subtle uneasiness crept into his heart. The sting in the tail of a bee, the poison lies in the hearts of women. Gao found it difficult to distinguish whether his current awkward situation or Xiaokan's sharpness was making him feel uneasy. He knew very well that if this issue, which Xiaokan firmly tied him to, became fixed in public opinion, it would taint him even worse. Being on probation himself, he did not want any unexpected troubles to arise. Gao does not understand Mrs. Gu's insinuations. Gao responded faintly, lacking confidence in his stance. Seeing Gao soften a bit compared to before, Guyang realized that her mother's words had an impact. Mr. Gao, we did not come to your home today, just to be dismissed lightly. Saving Yuera is our demand. Guyang's voice sounded almost like a sneer from his nose, filled with disdain. Gao paused after a long moment. The two of you have misunderstood. I had no intention to dismiss anyone. A guest from afar is always welcome. Regardless of the connection to Guyu or for any other reasons, one who enters the gate becomes a guest, and I will surely offer sincere hospitality. A delicate furrow crossed Xiaokan's brow as she cast a complicated glance. Since Mr. Gao has been so straightforward, let us also speak plainly without reservation. In this incident involving Yuera, Mr. Gao claims you had no part in it, but you are nonetheless deeply entangled. With my own strength alone, it seems highly improbable to ensure Yuera comes out of this safely. Therefore, I seek your help. Xiaokan locked her eyes on Gao, her piercing gaze eagerly awaiting his response. Gao did not respond immediately. Xiaokan continued. Before this, Mr. Gao has already helped Yuera once. She intentionally brought it up, reminding Gao of his previous intervention concerning Guyu. At that time, he helped Guyu conceal matters, which led to people like Ma Zi getting arrested by the police. This information was personally relayed by Guyu herself. Now, Xiaokan aimed to seize hold of Gao's leverage to advance their plan of saving Guyu. Gao hesitated. As expected, Xiaokan wouldn't easily let go until Guyu was saved. With a deep sigh, Gao finally spoke. Mrs. Gu, since we are opening our hearts and speaking plainly, please be more direct. A faint smile formed on Xiaokan's lips. Mr. Gao truly speaks frankly. My meaning is quite simple. Save Yuera again. She is still so young. It cannot end this way. If sentenced, her life is practically over. I believe Mr. Gao can foresee the consequences. So, I ask that you help Yuera, by whatever means necessary. Hearing these words, Gao smirked and rose from his seat, his laugh tinged with 3 parts absurdity and 7 parts mockery. Thinking back, despite being clever throughout his life, he had indeed lost clarity momentarily. In Haicheng, handling matters was typically effortless for him. Yet right now, even maintaining his own position proved challenging. He paced a few steps back and forth, calculating inwardly. He understood that if he refused Xiaokan's request now, she would certainly not give up quietly. The worst outcome might result in mutual destruction, leaving both sides dissatisfied. However, the current Gao could ill afford any setbacks. Ji Xiaojun was already targeting him. At this crucial moment, he couldn't afford any additional complications. Seeing Gao's hesitation, Guyang's heart also swayed with anxiety. He glanced at his mother, some concerns flickering across his eyes. If Gao could not assist this time, the situation regarding Guyu would remain tricky. Just as Guyang was about to open his mouth to probe, Xiaokan quickly stopped him. After a long while, Gao returned to his seat and looked at Xiaokan in front of him, then at Guyang. Prepare a psychiatric evaluation report for Guyu. What? Xiaokan and Guyang were shocked. She asked with doubt. So you mean, prepare a psychiatric report for Guyu and claim that her actions were influenced by an episode of illness? As Xiaokan spoke, she kept her eyes fixed on Gao, finding it hard to believe. Gao nodded. This may be hard to accept, but if we can get the psychiatric certification, this is the best solution. Xiaokan disagreed. No, she's so young, so brilliant. This will be unbearable for her. It's going to be a label that sticks to her forever. I don't want this. She knew what this would mean for Guyu. Guyang also thought it was inappropriate and felt uneasy. Mr. Gao, are there any other ways? This concerns her entire life ahead. If she gets labeled like this, how is Guyu supposed to live afterward? Guyang also found it unsatisfactory and voiced his opposition. Gao did not change his mind. He was convinced. This is the most effective method. As long as we can save Guyu, we can deal with the aftermath later. If she continues to stay inside under the current circumstances, she might really end up with mental illness. Although reluctant to admit it, Gao's words did make some sense. Xiaokan pondered for a moment and then agreed with Gao's suggestion. Mr. Gao, let's do as you say. Guyang reminded Xiaokan. Mom, shouldn't we hear Guyu's opinion? Xiaokan shook her head. It's unnecessary. She has no choice. I've made the decision, so she just has to go through with it. It's already lucky for her to walk out safely after her rash behavior. Guyang remained silent. Inside the Gao family villa, Gao Ke took out his phone and called the person responsible for handling things. All Xiaoqun wanted now was to get Guyu out as soon as possible. Chapter 209. The elder who watched her grow up. Now that Gao Ke has also agreed to help deal with Guyu's matters, Xiaoqun doesn't intend to stay long. Mr. Gao, regarding the matter of our Yuer later on, we will await your news. Though she doesn't want to remain in the Gao family mansion any longer, Xiaoqun feels it necessary to express her stance. I do not wish to wait for too long. Yuer cannot linger in such a place for an extended period. I hope Mr. Gao can honor his promises. Otherwise, for the sake of Yuer, I may have to explore other options. Gao Ke dislikes being threatened by others most, but currently, he is temporarily unable to extricate himself. Mrs. Gu, you may return and await the news quietly. I have already arranged for someone to resolve Yuer's issues. Gao Ke appears slightly impatient as he wants to dismiss them quickly. Xiaoqun understands the implications and doesn't wish to stay further. Then we will wait for good news from you, Mr. Gao. After speaking, Xiaoqun leaves together with Gu Yang. Seeing the departing silhouette of the mother and son, Gao Ke brims with anger. On the hotel side, Yunyan finishes instructing them and departs afterward. Just as she exits the hotel, Gu Tianyu calls. Yunyan, did you meet Lawyer Hua? Gu Tianyu knows that Yunyan is helping Gao Shutian's matter. Although she doesn't want Yunyan to get overly involved in the affairs of the Gao family, as Gao Shutian Sr., he understands that Yunyan will definitely offer assistance. Sure, I've just left the hotel. I'll go straight to High City Gu Corporation. We'll discuss face-to-face. Yunyan finds it more convenient to meet and talk in person. After the call ends, Yunyan gets into a ride-hailing car, heading straight for High City Gu Corporation Group. Inside the president's office, Gu Tianyu sits comfortably on the sofa with legs crossed. When Yunyan arrives, she pushes the door open without hesitation. You're here. Rising from the couch, Gu Tianyu approaches Yunyan, takes her hand, and pulls her over. Sit down first. You must be tired after running around all day. He knows Yunyan has made considerable efforts for the Gao family. Yunyan shakes her head. Not really. Gu Tianyu observes carefully. Today, Yunyan seems somewhat subdued. How are things going with Gao Shutian? Although he prefers not to ask, he does so anyway. This matter isn't complicated itself, but when divorce and property division come into play, it reveals far too much about human nature. Yunyan sighs involuntarily. She recalls her mother's situation from childhood. Auntie is hesitating now. So Lawyer Hua advised her to consider thoroughly whether to persist with the lawsuit or opt for a consensual divorce. Given the magnitude of this matter, time is needed to deliberate. Gu Tianyu nods. That's enough involvement on your part. It's still a Gao family affair, and I don't want you mixed up in it. Yunyan nods. All right. She understands Gu Tianyu's meaning. Indeed, as a friend, she only needs to do her best. Yunyan, I've finished my tasks here, so I think I should return to Jiang City. He seeks Yunyan's opinion. All right, my work here is done too. Hu uncle will handle Auntie's matter properly, so I can return to Jiang City too. Gu Tianyu extends a hand to tuck Yunyan's scattered bangs behind her ear. You always worry about other people's affairs. Are you hungry? Let's eat. Gu Tianyu remembers they haven't had a proper meal together recently. Mentioning food, Yunyan indeed realizes how hungry she is. Yes, I'd like to try some local specialty dishes here. Speaking, Yunyan stands up, preparing to leave High City Gu Corporation Group with him. As soon as they get in the car, Gu Tianyu's phone rings. He takes out the phone and glances at the caller. It's Song Wenxue. Gu Tianyu swipes to answer. The voice of Song Wenxue comes from the other end. Tianyu, are you off work yet? Gu Tianyu knows that Song Wenxue wouldn't call merely to ask if he's off work. What's the matter? He senses a foreboding feeling. Aunt Lu and a Yang have arrived at Hainan Isa, waiting for you to go home. Song Wenxue says while glancing at the two of them. Gu Tianyu frowns. He didn't seek them out, but they have shown up unexpectedly. Gu Tianyu responds coolly. Mom, I've finished work. But Yunyan and I are having dinner now. He doesn't want his plans disrupted. Song Wenxue understands what Gu Tianyu means. All right, then go ahead and eat. After the call ends, Gu Tianyu slightly furrows his brows. Aunt Lu and a Yang are at Hainan Isa. Yunyan isn't surprised. She heard the entire phone call. Do you need to go check? Yunyan respects Gu Tianyu's decision, knowing that their visit surely pertains to Guyu's matters. No need, since we plan to eat together. Let's finish dinner before going back. Gu Tianyu drove the car into a seaside restaurant. This place is famous for its seafood, and mainly serves kanji-based seafood dishes. The environment here is great. Yunyan chose a spot by the window, enjoying the gentle sea breeze, and it was rare to relax like this. Yunyan, what would you like to eat? Gu Tianyu handed over the menu. Yunyan took the menu and ordered many of her favorite seafood dishes. The restaurant's serving speed was pretty decent, and soon the entire table was filled. Seeing the fresh seafood platter, Yunyan began to dig in without any restraint. Gu Tianyu peeled shrimp for Yunyan. Yunyan, eat more. The two started chatting casually. Yunyan, do you know Lawyer Hua? Gu Tianyu had heard of Hua Quan's reputation. The Gu Corporation had once invited Hua Quan as their legal advisor, but failed to secure his services. He knows that Hua Quan doesn't easily take on cases, yet he immediately came when Yunyan invited him. If there weren't some kind of connection, Hua Quan's actions would truly be suspicious. Yunyan didn't answer. It's fine if you don't want to say. I was just asking casually. Gu Tianyu still respected Yunyan. Yunyan looked up, meeting Gu Tianyu's eyes. Her lips curved slightly upward. Uncle Hua is an elder who watched me grow up. Gu Tianyu didn't expect Yunyan to tell him so openly without hesitation. Elder? Gu Tianyu asked back. Yes, he's grandmother's nephew. When I was little, Uncle Hua was the one who supervised my studies, so I have a father-like affection toward him. Grandmother? Gu Tianyu hadn't heard Yun Yin mention her before. All he knew until now was that Yun Yin was originally a wild girl from Yangzhai village. She's not my biological grandmother, but she treated me like her own granddaughter. All along, it was grandmother who raised me. Speaking of this, Yun Yin started to feel somewhat emotional. Ignoring grandma's objections at the time, she insisted on returning to the Yun family. Since then, due to worry that grandma might still be angry with her, she hasn't gone home. Chapter 210, Moral Blackmail. Gu Tianyu hesitated for a moment in his heart. He hadn't expected Yun Yin to have such an experience. However, he quickly regained his composure. After pondering for a while, he spoke. Yin Yin, in a few days, I'll accompany you back to visit grandma. Gu Tianyu also wished to formally visit as a sign of respect, to thank the elder for raising Yun Yin. After all, their marriage had been somewhat hasty, completely lacking any sense of ceremony. Out of respect for each other, they still needed to make this formal visit. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Yun Yin neither refused nor agreed, merely saying, I wonder how grandma is doing now. She sighed inwardly. The elderly woman must be healthy and sound, waiting for you to come home. Gu Tianyu consoled her. Yun Yin nodded. Gu Tianyu ladled a bowl of porridge for Yun Yin. Drink some porridge, warm your stomach before eating seafood. Yun Yin took the bowl handed over by Gu Tianyu, feeling its warmth. It had been a long time since they'd quietly eaten together. This meal felt particularly relaxing. After a delicious dinner, the two left. Exiting the restaurant, they headed back to Hain Tian Isa. Just as their car pulled into the parking lot of Hain Tian Isa, Xia Qin and Gu Yang came out of the house. Through the car window, Yun Yin saw them both walking from the front door of the house towards the parking lot. It's so late, and they're still here. Looks like they won't leave until they see us tonight, said Gu Tianyu, lowering his eyes. Yun Yin glanced at them too. There's no smoke without fire. For Gu Yu, who knows how far they will go. She knew that Xia Qin had always been indifferent towards Gu Yu, but didn't expect her to care this much now that something happened. Originally, Gu Tianyu had been in a good mood tonight, but seeing them made him feel slightly annoyed. He patted Yun Yan's hand. Let me handle it. Gu Zhuoding got out of the car and moved to the other side. Opening the car door, he thoughtfully shielded Yun Yan's head with his hand as she stepped out. Yun Yan gave Gu Tianyu a gentle smile, filled with warmth. After closing the car door, Gu Tianyu held Yun Yan's hand and walked towards the lobby together. Seeing them, Xia Qin immediately rushed over. Tianyu, Xiaoyan. Xia Qin called naturally, appearing very familiar. Gu Yang stood aside silently. Gu Tianyu glanced at them and calmly said, Auntie has come. Without stopping for Xia Qin, he continued to pull Yun Yin and walk on. At this point, Xia Qin felt ignored, but she was prepared. We came tonight to visit the eldest sister-in-law. I haven't been here for quite a while, so coming to Haicheng, I especially made my way here to Hain Tian Isa. Xia Qin was surprised when she saw Hain Tian Isa. Long having heard that Hain Tian Isa was rated as a luxurious castle, upon seeing it today, jealousy surged within her. The Gu family's businesses, most were now under the control of the first branch. She could only sigh deeply in frustration. So late, why haven't you gone back yet? Gu Tianyu asked indifferently. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, her wandering thoughts were interrupted. Xia Qin smiled and immediately caught up. This time, she walked beside Yun Yin and instantly linked arms with her. Xiaoyan. Yun Yin slightly flinched. She and Xia Qin weren't on good terms to this extent. Moreover, she found such a gesture extremely awkward. Yun Yin pulled her hand away. Auntie, it's so late. Why are you still waiting for us? She felt there was no need to utter polite words in front of Xia Qin. Xia Qin was indeed embarrassed for a moment. Xiaoyan, we really did come tonight for something. So, I've been shamelessly hanging around waiting for you too. Is that so? It seems Xia Qin had already prepared herself for tonight. In normal times, she could look down at others and disregard everything. Previously, she even secretly looked down on Yun Yin, a country girl, but now she had lowered her stance. I don't know what important matters Auntie has, but if it's about tomorrow, why not talk about it then? Gu Tianyu simply didn't want to bother. Xia Qin hurriedly replied, it's actually about yours matter. She sighed deeply, appearing a bit helpless. Following closely behind them, she entered the hall of the villa. Naturally, Gu Tianyu knew what Xia Qin meant. If it's about you, we have nothing to discuss. Xia Qin paused for a moment, surprised that Gu Tianyu had refused so straightforwardly. Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Gu Yang, who had originally followed silently, began to get angry. He disliked how Gu Tianyu excelled at everything and overshadowed him. You is our sister after all. Tianyu, do you really wish to see her in jail? Is that what would make you feel content? Gu Yang shouted loudly at Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu gave a cold laugh. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Gu Yang. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Gu Yang could no longer suppress his anger. We came here tonight for you. My mother has already been humble enough, yet you still act so high and mighty. Don't you find that extremely irritating? Gu Yang couldn't hold back his feelings anymore. Regardless of anything, we are still family. Is it necessary for you to be so ruthless? He disliked the icy face of Gu Tianyu. There was not a trace of ripple on it. The atmosphere now was enveloped in silence. You is an adult. She should take responsibility for her own mistakes. Second Dad, coming to find us today will not help. Gu Tianyu expressed his stance. Not having dinner at home tonight is my clearest statement. You coming to our house right now and saying such things, is that an attempt at moral blackmail? Gu Tianyu's gaze landed on Gu Yang's face. He fired back a question. As their eyes met, Gu Yang's heart clenched. He knew what Gu Tianyu said was true. Xia Qin understood that Gu Tianyu had always been one who stuck strictly to his word. She didn't come tonight to quarrel, but to help Gu Yu. She glanced at Song Wenxue sitting in the living hall. elder sister-in-law. Xiaokan bypassed Gu Tianyu and went directly towards Song Wenxue's direction. I understand that it was presumptuous of us to come tonight. But Yuer is my daughter. No matter what, I cannot just watch her. At this point, Xiaokan began to sob. This was completely unlike her usual personality. Seeing Xiaokan like this now, Song Wenxue felt a faint pang of compassion inside her. However, since Gu Tianyu had not spoken up, neither did she respond. When she saw that there was no reaction from anyone at home, Xiaokan cried even harder. Elder sister-in-law, I know that your family branch looks down upon ours. Yang isn't as capable as Tianyu, but we all belong to the Gu family. As for the current situation with Yuer, I admit, it is her fault no matter how you put it. But honestly speaking, as a mother, I feel deeply guilty too. Xiaokan looked around. Seeing that no one in the house reacted to her, she cried even more bitterly. Elder sister-in-law, I know, your main branch does look down on us. Yang may not be as capable as Tianyu, but we are all part of the Gu family. At this moment regarding Yuer's issues, regardless of how you describe it, it's my daughter's fault. But truthfully, as a mother, I am deeply ashamed too. Chapter 211, The Gu Family's Aura. Song Wenxue was meeting Xiaokan for the first time in this capacity. The present-day Xiaokan looked like any mother concerned about her own child. Unable to resist, Song Wenxue drew a tissue from the coffee table and handed it over. Yuer has reaped what she sowed today, and this is all her own fault, Song Wenxue remarked. Though she cared deeply for Gu Yuer, she knew full well the ins and outs of this matter. Currently, Song Wenxue seemed helpless as well. Xiaokan simply sat down on the couch. She cried heartbrokenly, lamenting between tears. Eldest sister, I know it was wrong of me before. I never cared about Yuer when she was little. She had to go abroad to live independently at such a young age. She's turned out this way now because I've failed. It's partly my responsibility. Although Song Wenxue had complained before about how the second household neglected Gu Yuer, hearing Xiaokan's sorrowful words now, she too felt a twinge of discomfort. Yuer suffered a great deal these years overseas. This was the reason Song Wenxue always held affection for Gu Yuer. We sympathize with her circumstances, but we cannot agree with her actions. Auntie, if only you'd realized this earlier, why take the first step? It's already too late to say anything now. Yuer must bear her own mistakes. As Song Wenxue spoke, melancholy crept into her tone as well. Originally, having returned from studying abroad, she was both learned and of noble lineage, a prodigy of heaven. But now it's also too late to talk about it. Xiaokan knew Song Wenxue cared for Gu Yuer, thinking that applying a small ruse would soften her heart. But this time, her perfect plan miscalculated. She hadn't anticipated that Song Wenxue had no intention of stepping in this time around. The current stance of the main house made Xiaokan feel somewhat at a loss. Previously, Gaoko had agreed to help, but she still wanted the main house here to let up. After all, she wasn't entirely confident either. If Gaoko helps, yet Gujwa decides to intervene, it wouldn't work either. Thus, she came shamelessly tonight to Hadianisa. What was urgent now was rescuing Gu Yuer. Xiaokan sighed deeply, appearing extremely distressed as she wiped away the teardrops from her eyes with the tissue clutched tightly in her hands. Big sister, I understand fully well there's no point talking now. If a child isn't educated properly, the father is to blame. Speaking this, Xiaokan again dabbed at the corner of her eye. This left Song Wenxue slightly perplexed. Seeing the scene, she wasn't sure what more she should say. Gu Tianyu took a glance at his mother. He didn't wish to continue discussing the matter further with Xiaokan. Mom, let's retire upstairs. Early tomorrow morning, we'll return to Jiangqing. If Aunt doesn't head back yet, she can remain here at Haitianise. If it gets too late, we'll arrange guest quarters. Having instructed so, Gu Tianyu did not intend lingering longer. Hearing Gu Tianyu's words, Xiaokan hurried, getting up and blocking Gu Tianyu's path momentarily. Tianyu, you can't leave. Your aunt really has no other way out. Thus she has to lower her face like this. Just let Yuer off this once. Gu Tianyu showed no sign of acknowledging. Xiaokan immediately pulled Yunyan then. Yunyan, just forgive Yuer this time. I promise, I'll send her overseas. Let her stay there and never come back. Yunyan glanced sideways at Xiaokan's hand. Feeling something abrupt, Xiaokan released her grip. Yunyan, see this time nothing bad happened to you. Safe and sound. Why don't we turn major incidents into minor ones and make everything vanish? In the future, I absolutely will not allow Yuer to think crooked thoughts. Yuer was merely confused momentarily. Every word Yun heard were flimsy explanations. Aunt, being confused temporarily can justify killing and setting fires? Yuer is committing illegal acts. Do you have a misunderstanding of this term? Xiaokan hadn't anticipated that despite her humility, Yunyan didn't offer even a speck of consideration, and was speaking like this. Yunyan, what exactly do you want before you can let go of Yuer? Xiaokan lost her patience comparing to before. Aunt, your pleading here is useless. Instead, if you possess such courage, why not hire her an excellent lawyer? Clutching her fists tightly, Xiaokan gritted her teeth. Yunyan. Seeing their indifference, she finally understood that crying and making a fuss now would achieve no results. Wiping away her tears, she muttered, You're all so cruel. Must we push us to our death? Must seeing Yuer in jail make you happy? Yunyan shook her head helplessly. Aunt, you haven't realized yet. Gu Yuer's mistake can only be borne by herself. If we let her go this time, what about next time? The time after? Xiaokan replied immediately. She won't be like this ever again. This was only a temporary confusion. Aunt, the night is deep, and we need to rest as well. After saying that, Yunyan planned to walk past Xiaokan. Summerkin suddenly let out a cold laugh. You all shouldn't be so smug. If Grandma finds out about this matter, she will be heartbroken. Her tone carried a note of covert threat. Yunyan stopped in her tracks, giving Summerkin a glance. Gu Tianyu's voice was icy. Aunt too. Do you really want Grandma to know? He wasn't fazed by the implied threat at all. Seeing that gentle tactics wouldn't work, Summerkin turned aggressive. If you refuse to forgive Yuer, I'll have no choice but to seek help from Madam. Madam adores her granddaughter and would naturally come to her aid. Of course Gu Tianyu knew how much Grandma cared for Gu Yuer, especially these years since Gu Yuer has been overseas, rarely coming home. This time returning from abroad and working in high city was even Grandma's wish. Gu Tianyu snorted coldly twice. Even if Grandma knows, she'd only feel sad for a period. Yuer's own mistakes must be borne by herself. It is her punishment. I'll personally explain to Grandma, without needing you to say a word. Aunt too. I advise against your constant threats. Summercan's face flushed an angry red. Tianyu, we're being so humble before you now. What else could possibly leave you unsatisfied? Summercan had her own pride as well. Coming tonight to Haiti and Isa, she was prepared, yet never expected Gu Tianyu and Yunyan to give not an inch. Finally, Guyan could contain himself no longer upon seeing his mother humiliated like this. With a slight snort, he remarked, Mother, I told you long ago they wouldn't listen to us. The main house people merely bask in the Gu family's glory. Their arrogant demeanor right now truly disgusts me. Yunyan watched Gu Yang seething with anger, finding it rather amusing instead. Second Master Gu, do you feel wrong? Turning around, Yunyan's gaze fell on Gu Yang. Gu Yang saw Yunyan's eyes full of disdain, looking down on everyone. Yes. Gu Tianyu, you were fortunate to be born into the main house. If you remove the halo of being the first son of the Gu family, you are nothing. Gu Yang continued shouting loudly. Gu Tianyu was becoming increasingly annoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Yunyan signaled him not to waste time arguing with Gu Yang. Gu Yang, your behavior seems very laughable to me. You too are a descendant of the Gu family. How can there be such differences? Chapter 212. Gu Yu has an incident. Gu Yang did not expect Yunyan to care so little. Her implication was that Gu Yang was incompetent. What do you mean? You're just a girl from the countryside. If it weren't for marrying Gu Tianyu and relying on the Gu family's power, do you think you would amount to anything? Yunyan sneered. Is it because you've relied on the Gu family's influence? Her eyebrows lifted slightly as a smile curved her lips. Gu Yang did not expect Yunyan to give him no face at all. What do you mean? Now it's your turn to judge me at will. Gu Yang's eyes flashed with malice. My judgment isn't important. What matters is that the fact stands true. Gu Yang, even if you're the second master of the Gu family, you are still utterly incapable. Yunyan spoke every word clearly without giving him any face. I see I was right then, which is why you're so angry. You. Gu Yang turned beet red with anger. The surge of rage clogged his throat. What do you mean? Isn't it thanks to Gu Tianyu that you have any face? Do you actually think you've secured the position of the first wife of the Gu family main house? Gu Yang raised his hand, wanting to unleash his anger on Yunyan. The next second he regretted it. Yunyan effortlessly flipped him and pinned him down to the ground. Everyone present was shocked. Before they could see clearly, Gu Yang was subdued. Song Wenxue stood up and fried on the sofa. Eyeing. Xiaoqin stood up, feeling a rush of shame cross her face. A big man who looks good but is useless. How embarrassing now to be bested by a young woman. Yunyan, what are you doing? Xiaoqin said anxiously as she wanted to step forward. Gu Tianyu extended his hand to stop Xiaoqin. Second Aunt, don't meddle until it's your turn at Hai Tian Ise. Yang can't control himself. Let Yin take over managing him properly for you. Xiaoqin looked grave. She had heard about Yunyan's agility before, and today her skills were quite impressive. Struggling on the ground, Gu Yang tried to get up, but was struck on an acupoint by Yunyan's needle. After one puncture, Gu Yang couldn't move. Wanting to struggle, he found himself weak and powerless. Yunyan, what are you doing? What kind of thing are you inserting into Yang? Don't mess around. Xiaoqin cried out in distress. Second Aunt, you're right. I am messing around. Gu Yang also said that I'm from the countryside, so I'll use my method to teach him a proper lesson. Upon hearing Yunyan's words, Gu Yang trembled with fear. Yunyan, you can be prosecuted for this. Don't mess around. If there's any damage to me, I'll demand your life. Quickly untie me. What sort of sorcery have you used on me? I have no strength at all. Gu Yang shouted anxiously, filled with worry. Yunyan thought Gu Yang was too noisy, making her feel irritable. You're too noisy. With a disdainful eye roll, Yunyan inserted another needle into Gu Yang's mouth. It took immediate effect, leaving him speechless. After finishing, Yunyan released her grip. That's much quieter. These few moves of Yunyan completely dazzled Song Wenxue and Xiaoqin. While I haven't changed my mind, both of you better run away. Xiaoqin was stunned. She hadn't expected Yunyan to be so disrespectful. What did you use your needles on Yang? He can't even speak now, you devil. Xiaoqin rushed to sit beside Gu Yang, carefully touching him. Yang, what's wrong? Are you in pain? Her tears burst forth in fright, her hands trembling. Song Wenxue also felt surprised. She walked to Gu Yang's side, looking worried as he made sorrowful noises. Yunyan, what are you doing? Quickly undo the pressure points on Yang, Song Wenxue urged, concerned about Gu Yang's situation at Hai Tian Ise. Could Yang be in danger for his life? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoqin became even more anxious. Filled with fear, she pleaded, let Yang go. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Xiaoqin yelled furiously. Yunyan stood unmoved where she was, showing no reaction. Song Wenxue was also getting restless. Yunyan, quickly let Yang go. He just said some unnecessary things. Don't hold it against him. Yunyan shook her head. I've given him the chance, and now he's reaping what he sowed. Hearing Yun Yan's response, Song Wenxue wasn't satisfied. What? Aren't you even going to listen to me? Song Wenxue ordered sternly. Quickly release Yang from the pressure point, or else someone might die. Gu Tianyu remained silent, his voice deep with dissatisfaction. Mother, this is something he brought upon himself. Now give him a little lesson, it's a warning. Gu Tianyu knew Yun Yan's way of handling things. She had her own judgment, and didn't intend to interfere, nor did she want Song Wenxue to interfere. Just at that moment, the butler rushed over anxiously from outside the door. Master, his expression was very flustered, which made Gu Tianyu somewhat dissatisfied. What's the matter with you being so hasty? The butler had been at Haitian Ise for many years. In principle, his character was steady, and he remained calm in the face of events. But his current performance greatly displeased Gu Tianyu. Yun Yan also glanced at the butler. The butler immediately composed himself, alleviating the tension. Second miss committed suicide in the detention center. The police just called. What? Hearing this, Xiaoqin collapsed onto the ground directly. The normally arrogant her also had her moments of fear. Song Wenxue felt her heart constrict as a wave of anxiety surged up, almost causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Gu Zhitong was right by her side, supporting Song Wenxue. He supported Song Wenxue and walked back toward the sofa. Mom, please sit down. Song Wenxue's face turned ashen, quite startled. Yun Yan calmly looked at the butler. How is second miss now? The butler quickly replied. She has already been sent to Haiqing Hospital. The specific situation hasn't been reported yet. Master, should we head there? The butler inquired. Gu Tianyu nodded. Prepare the car. I'll go take a look. Song Wenxue grabbed Gu Tianyu's hand. Tianyu, let me come with you. Gu Tianyu declined. Mom, it's late now. You should rest early. I'll check out the situation. Song Wenxue refused. Tianyu, without seeing you or with my own eyes, how can I feel assured? I am going with you. Song Wenxue stated firmly. Gu Tianyu knew her concern for Gu Yu and therefore did not reject her any longer. Yun Yan also intended to go along. Xiaoqin stood up. I will go too. Gu Tianyu did not object since she was after all Gu Yu's biological mother. Yun Yan approached Gu Yang and extracted a few needles, then instructed, let Gu Yang be more compliant in the future. Gu Yang crawled up off the ground. Chapter 213, Going to the Hospital. High City Hospital. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant. With fewer people around at night, it felt a little desolate and eerie. Gu Tianyu walked in together with Yun Yan. On the way, no one spoke or chatted, making the atmosphere very heavy. Song Wenxue and Xiaoqin followed closely behind. Their hearts were on edge, worried out of their minds. Their bodies involuntarily shivered from the cold. Now they could not care about anything else, but hoped to see Gu Yu as soon as possible. They didn't know how Gu Yu was faring right now. Upon arriving at the visitation ward, Gu Tianyu made arrangements for some smooth access. Xiaoqin and Song Wenxue entered the ward at the same time. There on the bed lay Gu Yu, motionless, with an four hanging by her bedside. Yuer. Song Wenxue quickly approached the bedside, wanting to check Gu Yu's condition. Seeing them both, Gu Yu struggled to sit up, sobbing loudly. Auntie Mom. How did you two come? Where is brother Tianyu? Gu Yu looked around the room until she spotted Gu Tianyu. Only then did she feel slightly reassured. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If there's any discomfort, you must tell us, understood? Song Wenxue anxiously checked her over to ensure that Gu Yu was fine. Gu Yu shook her head. I'm fine, Auntie, I've made you worry. Upon seeing that she was unharmed, Song Wenxue's previously tense heart relaxed somewhat. What happened to you, child? You scared us half to death. As Song Wenxue said this, she covered her mouth, unable to hold back her sobs. Xiaoqin, upon seeing Gu Yu, immediately slapped her face. Feeling the sting on her face, Gu Yu used her hand, which still had a needle inserted, to cover her cheek. Her eyes turned towards Xiaoqin, tears welling up instantly in her eyes, spilling down like beads falling uncontrollably. Mom, she didn't know what to say. Xiaoqin, brimming with anger, shouted, why did I have such an incapable daughter? If you wanted to die, why couldn't you do it completely? Why can't you die successfully? And now what are you doing here? Are you trying to punish me? I've always told you, you're unsuitable for life within our country. You should have stayed overseas. But you refused to listen. Instead, you insisted on coming back. Look, now things have gone wrong. You really clash with my destiny. Everything about you works against me. As Xiaoqin spewed her most venomous words, every word pierced into Gu Yu's heart. Song Wenxue was shocked by Xiaoqin's actions, hastily embracing Gu Yu. Second aunt, what are you doing? The child has just escaped danger, and you start hitting her again. She won't be able to bear it. Song Wenxue felt deeply troubled inside, finding it hard to see Gu Yu hurt so much. Xiaoqin laughed coldly. Big sister, she is my daughter. How I raise her is none of your business. On the contrary, it's your family acting all fake concerned. While on one hand grabbing hold of you, and on the other hand pretending to care, what thoughts do you harbor? Are we supposed to let you drive us to death? Xiaoqin finally vented her pent-up feelings. Gu Yu lowered her gaze. Auntie, please don't fight with Mom. It's me who did something wrong. In front of Xiaoqin, Gu Yu always maintained a humble posture. Even though she had achieved numerous awards studying abroad, in front of her parents, she still felt like she was worth nothing. Due to her earlier agitation, Xiaoqin felt physically drained and sat down on a chair next to the bed. Seeing Xiaoqin calming down a bit, Gu Yu sighed in relief. Lifting her gaze, Gu Yu looked at Gu Tianyu and Yun Yan. She combed through her messy hair and tried her best to smile. Brother Tianyu, have you forgiven me? When Gu Yu saw Gu Tianyu, her eyes lit up considerably. Always, in front of Gu Tianyu, Gu Yu was elegantly dressed, which starkly contrasted with her current disheveled state. Gu Tianyu's expression remained calm. Why did you do something foolish? Upon hearing Gu Tianyu's lack of a direct response, Gu Yu's heart fell a bit. However, since Gu Tianyu was willing to talk to her now, she was still quite happy. Gu Yu turned her eyes to Yun Yin. I'm sorry. I know whatever I say now makes no difference. It was me who made a mistake with this matter. Yun Yin did not respond. Confirming that Gu Yu was no longer in imminent danger, she did not intend to stay any longer. Tianyu, I'll wait for you outside the ward. Saying that, Yun Yin turned and left. Gu Tianyu nodded. I'll be out shortly. Watching Yun Yin leave, Gu Yu let another large tear fall. Brother Tianyu, has Yun Yin refused to forgive me? She looked pitiful, eliciting deep sympathy. Song Winsnow subtly smirked, with a hint of a smile. Tianyu, Yu has come to this state now. Is Yun Yin really that heartless? No matter what, she is still family. Regarding Yuer's situation, I now demand that Yun Yin stops holding a grudge. Gu Tianyu did not say anything. Song Winsnow's face darkened. Tianyu, are you willing to go against your mother just for this woman? My only thought now is to save Yuer. It was sheer luck for Yuer this time. What about next time? Are you going to wait until someone dies before regretting it? Every word Song Winsnow spoke left a clear mark on Gu Tianyu's heart. Mom, since Yuer is fine, I will head back first. It's already deep into the night. I need to return to Jiangxing tomorrow morning. Song Winsnow couldn't believe it. Even though she had made her intentions known clearly, Gu Tianyu didn't seem fazed by them at all. Gu Yu was also feeling troubled inside. After a moment's reflection, she wondered if she'd exposed some flaw in her plan tonight. She had carefully devised everything, and yet it seemed like Gu Tianyu wasn't swayed. Tianyu, what exactly do you mean? Song Winsnow stood up and moved to Gu Tianyu's side. Did you hear what I said earlier? Gu Tianyu nodded. Mom, I heard everything, but I still maintain my stance. How Yun Yin decides to handle this is her decision, something I cannot interfere with. Hearing this, Song Winsnow let out several bursts of cold laughter. Yun Yin, do you still think of me as your mother? She felt that Gu Tianyu was giving no respect or face whatsoever right now. Even in front of Xia Kan and Gu Tianyu didn't budge an inch or show any signs of backing down. Gu Tianyu didn't wish to linger and didn't want to give Song Yulan any hope. Mom, I'll leave the driver with you, and I'll return to Heishinyai's. Tomorrow, I will be returning to Jiangxing. If you wish to stay longer, you can have sure you keep you company properly. With that, he didn't wait for Song Winsnow's reply and turned to walk out of the ward. Tianyu. Song Winsnow felt her heart heavy and oppressed. Chapter 214. Yun Qingyun woke up. They had just returned to Jiangxing, and Yun Yin and the others had barely gotten off the expressway when they received a call from Yun Qingyun's caregiver. Yun Yan's brow slightly furrowed, and her heart unconsciously tightened as she answered the phone. Miss Yin, your father, Yun Qingyun, is showing signs of waking up. The doctors are all in his ward right now. You should come by the hospital when you have time. On the other end of the phone was the caregiver Yun Yin had hired to look after Yun Qingyun. All right, I understand. After ending the call, Yun Yin looked uneasy. Can you drop me off at the hospital later? The caregiver just called. She said Yun Qingyun has signs of waking up. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyu also became concerned. All right, I'll take you there. He immediately dialed Chengzhou's number. Send a few bodyguards to the Jiangxing hospital. For safety's sake, he still had Chengzhou arrange for people to go to the hospital first. After hanging up, Gu Tianyu stepped on the gas pedal to accelerate. He knew that Yun Yin would definitely want to get to Jiangxing hospital quickly. Now that Yun Qingyun could wake up, it was an important matter. Yun Yin and Gu Tianyu arrived together at the Jiangxing hospital. The car had barely come to a stop when they got out, only to be greeted by several bodyguards. Gu Tianyu handed the keys to one of the bodyguards. Park the car properly. The rest of you come with me. The bodyguards followed behind Gu Tianyu and Yun Yin and then reported back. Mr. Yin seemed to have just woken up. Our people are already guarding the ward while the doctors are examining him. After listening to the report, Gu Tianyu softly said to Yun Yin, let's go see how things are going. Yun Yin didn't ask any more questions. Right now, there was only one thing on her mind. She must see Yun Qingyun first. As they approached the corridor outside the ward, they could already hear Yun Qingyun's voice. He was loudly yelling at someone, and his voice was quite loud. Yun Yin let out a cold snort. Looks like he's recovered well enough to throw a tantrum upon waking up. They quickly walked to the entrance of the ward and saw Yun Qingyun sitting on the bed, pointing fingers at the medical staff. His attitude was anything but friendly. After waking up, Yun Qingyun's personality turned quite irritable. He wrestled free of all the equipment connected to him and roared at the nurses. Get out of my way. Are you trying to illegally detain me? Subsequently, several doctors moved into the ward. They restrained Yun Qingyun and injected him with a sedative to prevent him from continuing to struggle. Afterward, Gu Tianyu and Yun Yin entered together. Seeing them, the atmosphere inside the room immediately changed. Yun Qingyun let out a cold laugh. Xiao Yin, you've finally come. Yun Qingyun said angrily, staring blankly at them from the bed. Make them release me. Look at what's all over my body. These bindings make me so uncomfortable. As he spoke, Yun Qingyun began trying to break free again. He was entirely uncooperative, clearly feeling extremely restless due to the binds. A wave of inexplicable anger surged within him. Yun Yin swiftly came to the bedside and coolly examined him. If you don't cooperate with the treatment, there won't even be a chance for you to feel discomfort when problems arise. You can either continue causing trouble or choose to cooperate with the treatment. If you don't want to die, you'd better cooperate fully. Indeed, Yun Yan's words still carried some weight, as Yun Qingyun temporarily quieted down. What's his condition? Yun Yin asked the doctor. The attending physician turned to the family member and explained. The patient has regained consciousness, but his emotions are currently unstable. We need further tests to confirm the details. However, the fact that the patient woke up is already a miracle. Yun nodded. Then I leave it to you, doctor. After the attending physician finished explaining the precautions, he left. Once the doctor left without any intention of releasing the restraints, Yun began shouting loudly again. Release me. Yun resisted strongly, demanding to leave the hospital. He struggled once more, forcefully pulling at everything around him, even attempting to bite through the ropes that were tying him down. Seeing such non-cooperation from Yun, Gu Tianyu spoke sternly. Mr. Yun, do you need some real actions before you'll start behaving? Yun also began intimidating Yun. People who have just woken up and haven't completed full-body examinations, not knowing their physical state, often continue to act unruly. If issues arise and your body can't handle it, you might fall into a coma again or even pass away on the spot. This may be good too. It solves everything permanently. Hearing this, Yun's voice began to tremble, and he finally fell silent. You're talking nonsense, he retorted, looking unwell with a raspy voice. Xiaoyan, why did you come over here? To watch me die? Yun vaguely remembered their argument. We were in the restaurant previously. Then, I remember nothing. Why am I here? Yun responded coldly. What do you think? She didn't want to answer Yun's questions. Yun shook his head. I don't know. Yun had a lingering doubt in her mind. It was about the secret Yun mentioned before falling into a coma regarding her mother. You wouldn't let Xiaowei fall off the road, so the wedding was postponed for some time. Hearing this, Yun broke out in a cold sweat. What? He felt his legs go weak. So, if you're not afraid of dying, you can continue making a fuss right now. Yun warned. Sure enough, Yun became much calmer and quieted down. Yun, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you today. What exactly did you say that day about my mother's secret? Yun desperately wanted to know everything about her mother. When Yun heard Yun's words, he paused momentarily. He couldn't recall telling Yun such a thing, but he indeed knew a secret about Baisu. My head hurts badly right now. I don't know what you're talking about. As he said this, he simply closed his eyes. I'm very tired. I need to rest. You should leave now. Yun waved a hand and stopped speaking. Yun had already guessed that Yun wouldn't tell her so easily, but she could wait no longer. Tianyu, I think I'll need to borrow your bodyguards now. Yun looked at Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu clapped his hands, and several towering bodyguards walked in. Seeing this movement, Yun was completely scared. He nervously swallowed. What? What are you going to do? This is a hospital, not a place for your antics. Yun nodded, giving a light laugh. You're right. Your consideration is quite thorough. Tianyu, looks like we need to change places. To somewhere quieter without people, it would be better this way. Gu Tianyu immediately understood. Yan, make the decision, and my men will cooperate. Yun became tense. Xiaoyan, what are you planning to do? Chapter 215, Knowing Mother's Secret. Yun said coldly. I want to know the secrets about my mother. She sat down in the chair and kept her eyes on Yun. Seeing that Yun did not respond, the bodyguard standing by kicked him directly. Madam asked you a question. You'd better answer honestly, he said while rolling up his sleeves, an overwhelming sense of threat emerging. Yun was shocked inside and felt that Yun didn't seem to be bluffing. Xiaoyan, I am your father. How can you treat me like this? Yun looked at him coldly. Do you think talking now will make any sense to me? Yun knew that Yun would not fall for these tricks, so he decided to start acting silly. I don't know what secret you're talking about, and I don't know any secret. Yun denied it again. My head is killing me right now. I need to rest. Get out of here, all of you. Don't disturb me anymore, or I'll lose my temper again. Yun laughed coldly. I advise you not to try these little tricks. If you can't give me an answer today, I will accompany you until you do. If you don't remember, I can let someone help you recall it. It's not impossible. Yun showed no sign of letting him relax at all. This made Yun more nervous. After hearing this, the bodyguard took out a wooden stick and began sizing him up. Yun saw his pupils contract. Xiaoyan, I really don't know any secrets. Torturing me won't work. I'm still a patient. You can't treat me like this. Yun was very certain that Yun knew something about her mother. Smart people are the best winners. If you tell me, I'll let you go. Yun pressed every word firmly. The situation now, whether you like it or not, you have to speak. My patience is limited. Faced with several people, Yun was filled with fear inside. Xiaoyan, if I say it, will you leave me alone? Yun started showing signs of giving in a bit, knowing well that he couldn't escape today. You know the secrets about mother, tell them to me. I don't have the patience to play with you. Every time you threaten me with something, I've wanted to do this long ago. The moment Yun finished speaking, the bodyguard swung the wooden stick forcefully toward the glass cup on the bedside table. The cup was shattered into pieces, glass shards cutting across Yun's cheek, instantly leaving a bloody scratch. Ah! Terrified, Yun screamed loudly. His screams echoed through the entire ward, but no one came to check. The door was surrounded by bodyguards. Medical staff could not get in. Yun realized that no one could save him now. Yun's tone grew colder. I don't have the patience to wait for you to speak up. Your mother Baisu, she is Bai Lao's daughter. Yun Hong sighed deeply as he revealed this secret he had guarded for years. That Bai Lao who controls the multinational corporation. Yun paused momentarily. Gu Tianyu hadn't expected that Yun had been guarding such a secret. Yun shook her head. I don't believe it. How could mother be Bai Lao's daughter? Don't make things up randomly to evade the topic. Yun glared at Yun. Yun sounded calm. Yes, Asu is indeed Bai Lao's daughter. At this point, there's no reason for me to lie to you. It does me no good. Back then, for the sake of his own future and career, Bai Lao gave up your grandmother and your mother and ventured out. Your grandmother left in disappointment, actually hiding herself. Later, when they discovered Bai Lao was searching everywhere for their whereabouts, they deliberately concealed the truth. Yun hesitated. Why have I never heard Mom mention this? Yun laughed coldly. Your mother doesn't even want recognition. Why would she tell you? She still blames Bai Lao for abandoning them for the sake of his career. So later, when you were born, Asu requested me to keep the secret all along. Yun fell into deep thought. Now, Bai Lao probably got some clue from somewhere. He knows he has a grandson, though he hasn't grasped all the details. I know Bai Lao is back in Jiangxing now, searching for his relatives. Yun immediately understood. In other words, Bai Lao is looking for her. She had been puzzled before as to why her mother insisted she conceal the birthmark and not tell anyone. Her grandmother and mother had always treated her well, yet they never mentioned her grandfather. After listening to Yun's words, Yun felt a bit complicated inside. She didn't expect the secret her mother hid would be related to their family background. Yun saw the doubtful expressions on Gu Tianyu and Yun's faces. This secret I've guarded for many years. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. Mr. Yun, is there anything else important you haven't told us yet? Gu Tianyu asked in a serious tone. Yun quickly shook his head. I've said everything I know. Originally, I promised Asu that this secret must not be told to Xiaoyan. Now, what shouldn't be said, I've all revealed. Yun glanced at Yun. You are now grown up and can go recognize your powerful grandfather. He's extremely powerful now. Haha, you can enjoy the blessings as well. Yun furrowed her eyebrows. Did you leak this information to anyone else? Yun gave a faint smile. I never planned on telling anyone. So can you withdraw the bodyguards now? Yun cast a glance at the tall man beside him, who was radiating an oppressive aura that made people uneasy. Yun paid no attention, as if she hadn't heard. Yun spoke again. Xiaoyan, make them leave first. No matter what, I am still your father. You shouldn't be so rebellious against me. Yun stood up. She didn't reply, but left with Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu ordered the bodyguards to step out and guard outside the hospital room. After leaving the hospital, Yun remained silent throughout the journey. Gu Tianyu could see that Yun's emotions were complicated. Tianyu, I need you to help me find out. Who was it exactly who released the online announcement looking for someone with the kuei-shaped birthmark? Yun felt something wasn't simple about this. Gu Tianyu understood Yun's meaning too. I'll ask Cheng Jio to look into it. Gu Tianyu took out his phone and called Cheng Jio, simply explaining the request. After hanging up the call, he hesitated a little. Yun, do you believe what Yun said just now? Yun nodded slightly. It's not difficult to verify his words. All we need is our DNA comparison. Gu Tianyu paused a moment. Shall I help? Yun shook her head, feeling that since neither her mother nor her grandmother wanted to acknowledge the relation, it was unnecessary. But I'm curious, who's been secretly searching for people with the kuei-shaped birthmark? I'm concerned that Bai Lao might be manipulated by some crafty people. Gu Tianyu also believed Yun's suspicion had some ground. Bai Lao's status is naturally envied by many. Yun's face changed slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. That's why I have to find out the person behind all this as soon as possible. Even though I don't plan on recognizing Bai Lao, after all, he is my grandfather. I don't want him to get hurt. Yun remembered their first meeting, when Bai Lao was just a common elderly man, looking rather lonely. Chapter 216, temporarily attending the banquet. Gu Tianyu knew about Yun's concerns. Having an additional family member was usually a joyful matter, but currently, this matter was somewhat complicated. Yun, the people behind the scenes are hidden now, so you need to be more cautious of Xiao Wei. We don't know what their intentions are, but anyone willing to pay a high price to search for someone must have significant financial backing. Gu Tianyu analyzed. Yun also agreed. I understand. Her original plan today was to return to Jiangxing and head straight to Yun Group, but now it seemed a bit late. Yun, it's already getting late. Why don't you go back to Ting Garden and rest first? You can return to Yun Group tomorrow. Yun also felt a bit tired. She had been busy in Haicheng recently. All right, I'll call Yihe. She called Yihe. Sister. Yihe answered the phone very quickly. He, I won't return to Yun Group for a few days. Uncle Yinxing has awakened, and I just visited the hospital. Hearing Yun's words, Yihe felt a little excited inside. This old fox has finally awakened. He knew everything about Yun. Sister, did he mention what the secret is? Yun thought for a moment. We'll talk about it when we meet. She was pondering something now, but hadn't decided yet. Yihe nodded. Sister, please rest assured and take good rest. Everything at Yun Group is fine. Yihe glanced at Shunzi beside him. Tonight, Shen Miss and I still need to attend some social events, so we won't chat much. We're rushing to modify the plan. Hearing this, Yun couldn't help but ask, are you going to discuss cooperation with which company tonight? Yihe didn't conceal the information. Yes, with Old Bai's multinational group. It's Miss Shun who arranged the connection. Yun's heart skipped a beat, and her look towards Gu Tianyu became different. Gu Tianyu quietly asked, what's wrong? Yun shook her head, and continued talking on the phone with Yihe. Where did you guys meet up with Old Bai tonight? Yihe appeared smug. Jiangxing Grand Hotel. If Shunzi wasn't there, Yihe would have praised endlessly. With one eye at Shunzi beside him, he simplified his response. Anyway, sister, rest well, and don't worry. After saying that, Yihe hung up the phone. Gu Tianyu could tell that Yun was slightly abnormal earlier. What's wrong? He asked again. Yun tightly held her mobile phone in her hand. Tonight, he will meet with representatives from Bai Lao's multinational corporation to discuss collaboration. Our Yun company isn't qualified enough to interact with Bai Corporation yet. Gu Tianyu understood. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Yin Yin. Yun Yin also hoped it was overthinking. Perhaps, because I just learned about my relationship with Bai Lao, so I always feel suspicious. Gu Tianyu pulled Yun Yan's hand and placed it under his chin, comforting her gently. Well, maybe you've been too tired recently. Your nerves are too tense, causing a bit of anxiety. Go home, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. Yun Yin didn't refuse. Her lips curved into a beautiful arc, all right. After returning to Ting Garden, Yun Yin walked back to her bedroom by herself. Since there were many things that needed handling at Gu Family Corporation, Gu Tianyu sent Yun Yin home before heading off to the Gu Corporation. Yun Yin enjoyed a comfortable hot water bath. Then she followed Gu Tianyu's advice and went to rest. She instructed the servants not to disturb her. Perhaps due to the fatigue accumulated over several days, she fell asleep soon. In her dream, she dreamed of many childhood memories. At that time, Mother was still around, accompanying her every day in reading and writing. Life was peaceful then. Dreams were fragmented with numerous segments. Sometimes it was Mom, sometimes Grandma, and many unseen images. They all left one after another. Finally, she saw Bai Lao, gradually walking towards a bright light. She suddenly woke up, her forehead covered in dense sweat beads. Upon realizing it was a dream, Yun Yin calmed down. Not sure if it was due to learning that Bai Lao was her grandfather. There was added complexity to Yun Yan's thoughts. The lonely silhouette of Bai Lao in her dreams made her heart heavy. Her emotions in the dream were low-spirited, and even upon waking, they remained subdued. Yun Yin glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was evening now. She checked her phone. Aside from a caring text message from Gu Tianyu, there were no other messages. Yun Yin felt much better after a nap. Remembering Yi He discussing with representatives from Bai Lao's international group, Yun Yin decided to make the trip personally. She messaged Yi He, I will also attend tonight's banquet. Give me your room number. After sending the text, Yun Yin got up to change her clothes. She went to the closet to pick out an outfit. Since it was a formal banquet in the evening, she naturally needed to dress appropriately. Yun Yin chose a professional suit. The outfit was a black striped suit, looking formal, yet not too rigid. Yun Yin tied her hair into a bun and then walked out of the bedroom. The servant saw Yun Yin walk downstairs and quickly went to greet her. Madam, you're awake. The young master instructed me to prepare porridge. I'll bring it out now. Yun Yin wasn't hungry at the moment, and since she planned to leave, she said, it's not necessary right now. I need to go out urgently. The servant could only comply. Yun Yin picked a pair of medium-heeled shoes from the shoe cabinet and changed into them. Then she casually selected a car and left. The servant respectfully bid farewell at the door. Even during the night, Ting Garden didn't feel desolate. All the lights were on, creating a warm atmosphere, making the home feel cozy. Yun Yin knew this was arranged by Gu Tianyu for the servants. Thinking about Gu Tianyu brought a warmth to her heart. Yun Yin took out her phone and sent him a text message to let him know she would attend dinner tonight. After that, Yun Yin drove the car out of Ting Garden. After the peak hours, the roads weren't congested, and Yun Yin soon arrived at the Jiangshan Grand Hotel. Parking her car steadily, Yun Yin received a call from Yi He. Sister, have you arrived? Just got here. Yun Yin remained calm. Yi He gave the room number. We are in room 288. Then hung up the phone immediately. Following the directions given by the attendant based on Yi He's information, Yun Yin arrived at the private room. Opening the door, she found the room filled with people. Upon seeing Yun Yin, both Yi He and Shen Ziyi stood up simultaneously. Yi He grinned as he walked towards Yun Yin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the president of Yun Group, Yun Yin. After finishing his introduction, Yi He winked at Yun Yin. Yun Yin focused her gaze on the round table and immediately spotted old Bai. He also stood up upon seeing Yun Yin. Girl, we meet again. Yun Yin shot Yi He a look before striding confidently towards old Bai. Chapter 217, Taking your seat. As Yun Yin approached Mr. Bai, her eyes glanced over the other people around him. She noticed that those seated beside Mr. Bai seemed a bit uncomfortable. It was as if they hadn't expected her to attend the banquet. Yun Yin stepped closer, extending her hand. Mr. Bai, I didn't expect we'd meet again. Only then did the people near Mr. Bai react and immediately stood up. They were all a group of opportunists. Mr. Bai said a sentence to a man in a suit next to him. Shu Jian, you change your seat. This position is for President Yun. Upon hearing this, the man's expression slightly changed but soon returned to calmness. At this moment, a man sitting on Mr. Bai's right side spoke first. Shu Jian, listen to uncle's words, move over here to my spot. Then he burst into laughter. Shu Jian quickly reacted. All right, then I'll give my seat to Ms. Yun. Saying so, he took the wine pot in front of him and walked past Mr. Bai and Yun Yin. Then he moved to Bai Liqing's side. Yun Yin observed that Mr. Bai's actions made everyone present a bit uneasy. Mr. Bai, please sit. Yun Yin respectfully said. Mr. Bai laughed heartily. His mood greatly improved after seeing Yun Yin. Good. Everyone take your seats. No need to be formal. The elder looked kind. After Yun Yin sat down, Yi had the waiter replace the utensils on her side of the table. Little girl, I wasn't going to participate in their business dinner gatherings. But when I heard it was your company, tonight I decided to come along and join your young people's gathering. Just for fun. Earlier, when I heard you wouldn't be coming tonight, I was somewhat disappointed. Speaking, Mr. Bai laughed loudly. Yin Yin found Mr. Bai very amiable. Meeting the elder again and realizing their blood relationship, she unconsciously felt a little tightened in her chest. How lonely must he be, to say he wanted to join in for some fun. Yun Yin gently smiled. Mr. Bai, I knew you would attend tonight, so no matter how busy, I hurriedly came over. Hearing this, Mr. Bai laughed even more happily. Little girl, I'm very pleased. Come, let me introduce you. This is my nephew, Bai Liqing. Mr. Bai pointed at the man beside him. Bai Liqing raised his glass. President Yun, nice to meet you. It's an honor. I've heard about your reputation before, never expecting such a youthful presence as yourself. Yun looked at this man named Bai Liqing, who appeared over 50 with half-gray hair, yet his voice remained firm. Mr. Bai, forgive me for asking, but what exactly did you think based on previous rumors about me? Bai Liqing, not expecting Yun Yan's direct inquiry, paused for a moment. President Yun, you're too kind. Why would I believe those rumors? Yun Yan's eyes flickered. Oh, then Mr. Bai, what rumors have you heard about me? This. Bai Liqing realized he had spoken incorrectly. President Yun, I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. As he spoke, he poured himself alcohol. Mr. Bai roared with laughter. Young lady, I've never seen Liqing like this. Yun also chuckled. Mr. Bai, you're too serious. I was merely curious, no ill intentions. There's no need to drink. Yun casually added. She noticed Bai Liqing's face darken slightly. Mr. Bai continued introducing, this is Xu Jian, about your age, he's Liqing's son. He's currently helping me manage the group. Yun looked at this man called Bai Xu Jian and simply nodded slightly. Bai Xu Jian, due to being asked to give up his seat earlier, felt a little irked inside but didn't show it. Sorry, Xu Jian. I just arrived and ended up taking your place. Yun subtly said, thank you. Bai Xu Jian's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. President Yun, you're too polite. I'm always a gentleman. Besides, since you're someone highly regarded by Grandpa Bai, how could I possibly care? Yun maintained her composure. In that case, I should thank Mr. Bai as well. Mr. Bai was a little surprised upon hearing this. Why are you thanking me now? Yun faintly smiled. I definitely must thank Mr. Bai. If it weren't for your regard, how would there have been this business negotiation tonight? Yun's gaze briefly swept across the entire room. She noticed Shenzi's expression wasn't good. Mr. Bai laughed. Young girl, I truly don't know anything about this. The collaboration with Yun Group has always been negotiated by Xu Jian. You know, now regarding Bai family matters, I barely ask questions anymore. Yun understood instantly. Indeed, it matched her hypothesis. Yun picked up the wine glass from the table. Then I must thank Xu Jian for giving us this opportunity for Yun Group. Following that, everyone at the table raised their glasses. The dinner commenced. Yun served Mr. Bai some dishes. Mr. Bai, please have more. Tonight's banquet made Mr. Bai very pleased. He handed over the negotiation of the cooperation to Xu Jian, while he himself chatted with Yun about family matters and past events. Though Yun appeared to be chatting with Mr. Bai all the time, her gaze would occasionally fall on Shenzi, intentionally or unintentionally. Yi assisted Shenzi as they explained the entire process to the Bai family, which went very smoothly. Both parties had a preliminary intention to cooperate. As the banquet was nearing its end, Gu Tianyu sent Yun a message. Yun replied quickly. After the banquet concluded, Yun walked alongside Mr. Bai to the hotel lobby, while the others went to the underground garage to retrieve their cars. Mr. Bai and Yun stood in the hotel lobby waiting together. Miss, I found we get along better and better. Next week is my birthday banquet. You and Mr. Gu should come. Mr. Bai extended an invitation. Yun nodded in agreement. All right, then I will attend with Tianyu. Just as she spoke, Yun heard Gu Tianyu's voice calling her. Yin. Gu Tianyu strode towards them with long strides. Mr. Bai laughed heartily. Speak of the devil. Gu Tianyu also greeted Mr. Bai. Tianyu, we just mentioned you. Next week is my birthday banquet. You and Yin should both come. Gu Tianyu responded politely, nodding his agreement. Mr. Bai, we will certainly be there to celebrate your birthday. Mr. Bai's car was waiting outside the hotel, so he said goodbye briefly to the two. Watching Mr. Bai drive off, Gu Tianyu asked softly, how do you feel after meeting Mr. Bai tonight? Yun looked at Mr. Bai's receding figure and sighed. Many times, I wanted to tell him that I'm the person he's been looking for, but I still didn't have the courage. Gu Tianyu understood Yun's hesitation. All right, let's go home. Just as Yun was about to leave with Gu Tianyu, a familiar figure caught her eye. In the corner of the hotel lobby, she saw Shenzi with Bai Xu Jian. Chapter 218. Yun begins to suspect. Why were Shenzi and Bai Xu Jian alone together? Yun always felt something was off. Shenzi was the person he invited back to help manage the Yun family, and every aspect was carefully selected before she was finally hired. The project regarding the Bai family was also negotiated back mainly by her as the chief responsible person. But why did it all feel a little strange? Yun's intuition had always been very accurate. For any place she thought was suspicious, in the end, she never made a mistake. Although it wasn't strange that Shenzi and Bai Xu Jian knew each other privately, it could be precisely because they knew each other that they managed to negotiate this cooperation with the Bai family so easily. Just that Yun had noticed earlier that the woman's demeanor seemed a bit unnatural, especially after she herself appeared. Her expression looked even more different compared to before. In today's realistic society, knowing how to read people's minds is crucial. That's why her master was very strict in requiring her to study psychology, particularly those subtle changes in expressions and habits of movement, etc. All these can well reflect a person's mental activity. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Gu Tianyu looked at her and found that this girl seemed to be spacing out or thinking deeply. She looked preoccupied. Nothing, just thinking about what happened earlier. Earlier? Are you talking about Elder Bai? He knew that after Yun found out about the relationship between Elder Bai and her, she became even more concerned about the elder. It's Bai Xu Jian and Bai Liqing. Do you think there's something wrong with them? Gu Tianyu raised his eyebrows. I'm not sure yet. I need to investigate further. If it were the old Yun Yan, she would have never told the other person so casually about her doubts and thoughts. She didn't know from when, but it seemed like for big or small matters, even some troubles, she naturally told the man beside her. It seemed like she was letting her guard down increasingly toward this man, trusting him unconditionally. Is this necessarily a bad thing? All right, tell me if you need any help. In fact, this sentence might sound too polite. Although Gu Tianyu said it this way, he cared and paid attention to everything concerning his beloved wife. As long as it didn't hurt her, he could let her do as she pleased or abuse the scums without interference. However, if it involved risks or someone dared to seriously harm her, then he would directly eliminate those troublesome nuisances secretly on her behalf. Both of them stopped talking. After returning to Ting Garden, Gu Tianyu went to the study to handle urgent documents. Yun Yan called Yihe again. You mean to say you want to look into Shun Zi's background again? Yeah, especially her relationship with Bai Shu Jian. When did they meet, and what's their level of intimacy? There shouldn't be a problem with this, but sister, are you suspecting that Shun Zi has issues? Yi was very curious. Because of recent issues concerning the Yun group, he and that woman had grown closer. She seemed quite normal to him, though, a decisive woman. It's always good to investigate thoroughly, in case we miss something. Currently, Yun just felt that something was off based on her intuition. There was no concrete evidence indicating any abnormal actions between them. Therefore, she didn't elaborate much to Yihe. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't help but massage her temples, feeling a bit weary. Too many recent events made her feel stretched thin. There were the problems with her lousy father, the Gao family, and Gu Yu's issue. Although that matter was now mostly resolved, she believed Uncle Huat could definitely handle it. Now there was the issue with the Bai family, especially since she found out that Elder Bai was her grandfather and her mother was from the Bai family. Though she claimed she didn't want to bother with it or plan on acknowledging them, deep down, her heart still carried an additional connection. When Gu Tianyu finished with his work and returned to the master bedroom, the girl had already fallen asleep in bed. He walked to the side of the bed and couldn't resist sitting next to her and staring fixedly at her sleeping figure. Especially seeing her peaceful face in sleep, her long and curly eyelashes lying obediently under her eyelids, just like butterflies fluttering their wings. Her slightly parted lips looked cute and playful, like telling a beautiful story. Good night, my wife. Gu Tianyu leaned down and lightly kissed her tender lips, a daily ritual for him at night. Since he discovered that he liked this young woman, he would wait until she fell asleep each night before resting himself. Stealing a kiss had become a habit, and declaring a loving good night came natural. The next day, Yun Yan woke up naturally, and when she opened her eyes, the sun was already high up. Out of habit, she glanced at the adjacent spot. That man was already gone. She lightly raised her neatly trimmed willow leaf eyebrows. She wondered if she had slept past the point where even calling wouldn't wake her up. So this man simply left her behind and went to the company by himself. Yun Yan got up, washed up, changed into an elegant and fresh outfit, and then went downstairs. Madam, sir told us not to wake you. He said it's fine for you to rest well before going to the company. A butler, upon seeing Yun Yan get up, quickly repeated what Gu Tianyu had instructed and immediately ordered the kitchen to bring out the lunch that had been prepared long ago. Okay. Yun Yan felt a little embarrassed. Although sleeping until natural wake-up time was extremely refreshing, sleeping until noon seemed a bit not something one should do after getting married. If Song Winsnow and Gu Shiyu were here, they would surely start with their moral bangjia and sermons again. But all of these didn't affect Yun Yan at all. She believed in doing whatever made her happy. As she ate delicious food while scrolling through her phone, this was definitely the most pleasant thing she had done during this period. Honey, are you awake? Did you eat properly? Just as she was watching short videos, a message from a certain man came through. We're still under a contractual agreement, don't call me that. Though Yun Yan wasn't really against him calling her that, she felt that since they hadn't officially started yet, it was kind of embarrassing. Awkward. Perhaps if I keep calling you that, we'll officially become husband and wife soon. It seemed like the other party was very persistent, planning on unleashing some big move to gradually win her over. When Yun Yan saw this, she couldn't help but curl her lips, just as she hadn't had the chance to fully enjoy the feeling of love before marriage with her legally married husband when her phone rang again. It was her lousy father calling. Seeing this man's call, Yun Yan's originally good mood instantly disappeared entirely. She had almost guessed the reason for his call. At first, she didn't want to pick up, but considering that these issues needed closure eventually, so she finally answered the call. Chapter 219, A Lavish Demand. Hey, Yun Yan, your dad is going to be discharged from the hospital today. Shouldn't you as a daughter come over to take care of him? Are you ignoring your own biological father now? The speaker was He Weiwei. Knowing that she wouldn't answer if the call came from her phone, so He Weiwei directly used Yin Qingyun's. So what? Yun Yan asked indifferently. This woman had babbled on and even morally blackmailed her, but this definitely wasn't out of concern for her wretched father. It was definitely setting up for what she would say next. Just as expected, He Weiwei's voice on the other end of the line took on a tone of righteous indignation. You're still asking so what? Of course, you need to take your dad home right away. The doctor said he lacks nutrition and needs a good environment to recuperate quietly without being stimulated. In essence, it all boiled down to one purpose, making her support the three of them well in food and drink. Oh, I'll be there soon. Yun Yan smirked faintly and hung up the phone directly. On the other side, at the hospital, He Weiwei knew Yun Yan would surely come, even though the latter had rudely cut off the call. So she remained very calm and smiled brightly as she spoke to Yun Qingyun lying in bed. Honey, this is our last chance. Absolutely cannot let this dead girl Yin get away easily. Sure, I know what to do. You really have some tricks up your sleeve, Yue. Truly, this old saying rang true about this couple. Not a family, not under one roof. Their equally despicable faces were nauseating beyond measure. After just a short while, an elegant and intellectual Yin appeared in the ward. Yin, you finally arrived. Look at your poor dad. He's wasted away. If you don't come, everyone will think you've abandoned your father. As soon as Yue saw this tramp show up, she immediately feigned a look of despair, pretending to be extremely worried about her husband. But inside, she was seething with hatred and anger. Especially seeing this damn girl looking radiant and chic, wearing an ordinary-looking outfit, yet exuding a fashionable and dazzling aura. Seeing such a beautiful rival made her want to rip her face to shreds. How could that be? If it weren't for my continued large financial support, I reckon Dad would already be meeting the Lord by now. How could we chat here so leisurely? Yin emphasized the words chat greatly. What they called chatting. These two disgusting old foxes must certainly be conspiring something vile, harboring evil intentions. Yun Xingyun became breathless again, infuriated by this unfilial daughter. Originally, he intended to pretend to look much more haggard and ill, but now, thanks to her, he didn't have to fake it. She directly got him angry to the point that he was gasping for breath, his face flushed bright red. Dad, I suggest you just rest properly. Don't dream about those nonsense things, especially don't stay with those wastes of time. Otherwise, no matter how filial I may be or how much money I spend, I couldn't save your life. Yin sneered coldly, scorning their small tricks. You shut up. Is this how you curse your own old man? Yes, Yin, you are truly very unfilial. As a child, how can you be like this, not only neglecting your father's life or death, but also deliberately trying to provoke him to death? I see, you're intentionally doing this, intending to provoke your father to death so you can naturally inherit all the estate, am I right? The ugly faces of the couple started gradually showing. Yunyan's star-like beautiful eyes turned as cold as frost. Just spit it out. What else do you want to do this time? She didn't want to keep circling around with them. It was too much a waste of time. Better to just cut to the chase. Both Mr. and Mrs. Xingyun were eager to hear this too, so they quickly revealed their intended plan that they'd been wanting to express. Yin, now that your father has awakened, Yin Company will no longer be completely decided by you. Even if you've become the largest shareholder, remember you're still a Yun. That's right. Children should shoulder the responsibility of supporting their parents. Now the company, I can hand it over to you. But you must bear the responsibility of supporting them. Upon hearing this, Yin instantly understood. It seemed that the idea was concocted by the cunning woman standing in front of her who refused to accept a simpler life after becoming accustomed to wealth. She probably figured that since there was no other way left to manipulate or threaten her, the next best move was direct moral blackmail. Using the duty of maintenance? How pathetic. Relax, since I'm capable of spending money to save you back, naturally I will take care of you until the day you die. Yin smirked slightly, not thinking this was a big deal. It's simply about providing enough food, drink, and a place to sleep, nothing complicated. Alright then, give me 5 billion as maintenance fees now, and I promise I won't show up in front of you again. I will move abroad with Yue and Cici, and we won't bother your eyes anymore. Upon hearing that the eldest daughter had agreed, Yin Xingyun was overjoyed and immediately brought up the condition he had discussed earlier with Yue. With this money, they could live luxuriously without managing that troublesome company, and would be completely free. Humph. Yin couldn't help but scoff after hearing this. Are you daydreaming? Even during his time at Yin Group, he couldn't secure an investment of 1 billion, and now he was asking for 5 billion? Does he think it's monopoly? Now isn't Yin Group under your management running smoothly? And you're also Mr. Gu's wife. The money you earn should be more than enough. Besides, you're also. Yin Xingyun didn't say the last half sentence, but he believed that given Yunyan's intelligence, she'd understand. The Bai family runs a multinational corporation, not much inferior to the Gu family. This girl has plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, so why is she being stingy about a measly 5 billion? Oh, then let's keep calling me unfilial. I'll arrange your discharge, and if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yin didn't want to argue with this man. She felt sorry for herself just thinking about it. Why did she have such a father? It really is true what they say. You'd rather have a beggar for a mother than a scholar for a father. Indeed, only mothers are truly good. Hey, don't take my kindness for weakness. If you dare to leave like this, I will sue you for neglecting your filial duty and not supporting your parents. I'll definitely make sure you face legal trouble. Yin, you're someone who has made a name for yourself now. Not only are you president of Yin Group, but also Mr. Gu's wife. Do you really not fear ruin and being constantly embroiled in lawsuits? Just look at Gao Ku. He's a living example. Yue couldn't help herself and kept threatening nonstop. Doesn't she care about the stock market crashing or the constant scandals and lawsuits? Chapter 220. Yin is sued. Yin gently bit her index finger, and with an innocent smile said, I seem to have nothing to fear. Yue and Yin Xingyun were both angered. Anyway, I'll say this beforehand. I'm going to help you finish the hospital discharge procedures for you. It would be best if you just quietly live your retired life at home. If you insist on bouncing around and provoking me, don't blame me for disregarding the father-daughter bond. After saying all of this, Yin was ready to leave. As she passed by the woman, she kindly added one more sentence. And so do you, or else bear the consequences yourself. With that, she left in large strides. If this family could remain obedient, she could still tolerate them for the sake of blood ties with her useless father and let them enjoy their twilight years. Of course, if they can't control themselves and choose to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, then don't blame her for being merciless. She will directly take everything from them. After Yun left, the couple got even angrier. Look at your good daughter. Look at her attitude. She's simply overbearing and arrogant. She has no regard for you as her father, truly not worth raising. She isn't anything special anyway. After all, we haven't actually raised her. But Cece? I've raised her for more than 10 years, without any return. All she does is eat, drink, play, and shop extravagantly. Although Yun hated his eldest daughter immensely in his heart, he didn't fully agree with his wife's words. Compared to the eldest daughter, the younger one wasn't even as good as her elder sister. She hadn't brought even a fraction of benefit to the family, and only squandered resources day by day. Dear, how can you say such things? He Weiwei felt choked up. Although what he said made sense, she couldn't help but defend her own daughter. At least now Cece has hooked up with Gu Yang from the second house of the Gu family. Although it's not as prestigious as the main branch, it's better than most other wealthy families. Yun finally looked a little happier after hearing this, but couldn't help frowning again. Weren't you saying that this plan would work? It obviously has no effect on that stubborn girl at all. How could that devilish thing be easily intimidated? Unfortunately, he had already told her by Sue's secret, otherwise he could Binchang control her a little. Since she doesn't fall for this anymore, we might as well use reverse psychology and sue her. We need to ruin her reputation. We need to make the stock market of Yun Corporation decline. We need her to face public condemnation. Then naturally, she will come back humbly asking for our help. He Weiwei wasn't anxious. She thought that since the cheap bitch isn't threatened, that's because she hasn't seen death until she sees the coffin. Once she really is affected by public opinion and reaches the end like Gao Ke did, she will naturally come back to beg them. Alright, you notify the media side. Make sure they go all out to defame her. Brand her with the label of disrespecting parents. Once branded, it's definitely something that follows someone for a lifetime. Don't worry, leave everything to me. After achieving her purpose, He Weiwei appeared very confident. She had long wanted to personally teach that cursed little bitch a lesson. Ideally, she could directly bring her down and get Yun Corporation back in their hands. He Weiwei quickly tipped off the familiar journalists in the media. Not even a day after Yun warned them, these pig brains started acting up again. You could say that those who refuse to listen and act recklessly are doomed to die. Moreover, it seemed like this time they were putting full effort into their antics, spending money to bribe media people who liked exposing scandals, working hard to smear Yun. The key points mainly revolved around her being disrespectful, growing wings, becoming tough, and opposing her parents. They then exposed a photo of Yun wearing hospital clothes, looking emaciated and weary, while Yun was standing beside him, seemingly cold and indifferent. One was young and fashionable, the other middle-aged wearing a patient gown, looking utterly exhausted and frail. This formed a striking contrast. People seeing this first impression would immediately feel that Yun was neglecting or mistreating her parents. Judging by the fact that this picture was taken when she visited the hospital, it seems He Weiwei and Yun premeditatedly took it secretly. Coupled with the fact that Yun had absorbed a considerable number of Yun Corporation shares and quickly became the president of Yun Corporation previously, which caused quite a stir online at the time. Now another such incident emerged. People naturally linked it to the previous event, making even more misunderstandings. What a white-eyed wolf. How old is she? And she starts a rebellion for power. Truly heartless. People say having a girl brings good fortune and having a boy sounds nice. Looks like having a girl doesn't guarantee good fortune. Having a girl means risking one's life. Isn't Yun married to Master Gu? If that's the case, she must be enjoying endless wealth and honor. Not only does she not support her parents, but she also comes to snatch things from them? Could it be that she is conspiring with her husband's family? I heard that Mr. and Mrs. Yun have already appealed to the court. They are going to sue this unfilial daughter for domestic violence, abuse, financial plotting, and property grabbing. Send her straight to jail. People were skeptical at first, but then the water army employed by He Weiwei continuously spammed the comment section and left malicious comments. Now, public opinion was completely one-sided, all cursing at Yun for being heartless. It seemed that the high society circle was becoming unsettled recently. Not long ago, there was a scandal involving Gao Ku and Gu Yu, and now the Yun family's internal affairs have been pushed to the top of the hot search list. This has made everyone in the high society circles extremely cautious, fearing that they might be next. My God, little senior sister, did you see this? The entire internet is cursing you for being an ungrateful and unfilial daughter. Do you need me to handle public relations and clarification? What the hell is wrong with these two pieces of trash? Are their brains kicked by donkeys or something? How dare they still jump around like this? On this day, Yun's phone didn't stop ringing. Now, Yi called again to inquire. Yes, since they want to invite their own death, I can use this as an excuse to kick out that incendiary mother-daughter pair first. Yun stretched lazily, seemingly having just woken up not too long ago. Recently, she had fallen in love with the feeling of sleeping until she naturally woke up. Her mood was usually especially good when she woke up naturally, but now it was completely ruined. Since someone wanted her to have a bad time, she would ensure that the other party would have an even worse time. Alright, how should I cooperate with you, leader? Yi on the other side of the phone was already rubbing his hands together, ready for action. You just deal with those water armies and netizens on the internet. As for the original instigators, I will handle them personally. The sun has risen, and some people are about to get into trouble. After Yun hung up the phone, she changed into another set of clothes and leisurely went out with her assistant. Chapter 221. Yun returns for revenge. Ha ha ha, excellent. That woman Yun deserves this today. It's all thanks to your cunning schemes, Mom. In the Yun family mansion, Yun-shi was watching the one-sided public opinion unfold, along with the scathing comments aimed at that little tramp. She felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Since that tramp was brought back to the Yun household, she hadn't felt this relieved in a long time. Of course, at this rate, the Yun Group stock market is bound to be affected. Who knows, perhaps Yun Yin, that despicable wench, might even be berated by passers-by on the street. He Weiwei, sitting gracefully on the sofa and eating cherries, had a look of arrogance and self-assurance on her face. She believed this method would definitely force that tramp to give them 5 billion yuan to leave. Although He Weiwei knew it would be difficult to reclaim the Yun Group, they must still strive for as much cash as possible. As long as they got a substantial amount of money, she could continue being a wealthy housewife. Perhaps she could also invest and live a carefree life. After all, she would have money, and her precious daughter had already hooked up with Mr. Gu too. Their future seemed to be set just fine. She envisioned everything going wonderfully well. Yun Xingyun, who was acting pitiful and lamenting beside her, similarly envisioned their future in rosy terms. Humph, that unfilial daughter will surely come groveling to me soon enough. By then, 5 billion won't suffice. We need to demand more, at least another 1 or 2 billion. This brainless family fantasized that Yun Yin must have accumulated quite a lot of money by now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Yin sat in the car with her phone buzzing nonstop. Don't worry, I can handle it myself. It's no big deal. At this moment, she was calming down her husband, appearing extremely composed. If it isn't resolved within today, I'll need to intervene. On the other end, although Gu Tianyu didn't say much, he was inwardly furious. If it weren't because Yun Yin disliked him interfering in her family matters, and if he weren't her biological father, he would have erased that person long ago. Repeated provocations, and time after time, their audacity to disregard his warnings. His patience was wearing thin. He couldn't bear seeing his wife continuously drained by her own biological father. So if things were not settled today, he would likely step in without restraint. Yun Yin arrived with a few people and quickly reached the Yun family villa. Before even entering the house, they were stopped by a woman in her 40s or 50s. What does Miss Yun mean by returning without prior notice and bringing so many outsiders? I'm afraid I cannot let you proceed. This woman had a sour, unpleasant expression, clearly showing herself to be a trusted aide of He Weiwei. She had been authorized by Mrs. Yun. If any meddlesome intruders dared to barge in, she had the authority to discipline them thoroughly. Rarely did such an opportunity arise for sycophantic behavior, so this old woman certainly wouldn't miss it. Moreover, she had heard about it. This deadbeat girl had already been cyberbullied, sued for alleged abuse and neglect towards her parents. Now she was rushing back here, obviously seeking forgiveness from Madam and Master Yun. With these thoughts in mind, this older woman acted even more arrogantly, head held high with obvious condescension. Who are you to tell me whom I bring home? Yun Yin arched an eyebrow, her eyes icy. This place is not where you should speak so boldly. Bringing so many people here without permission, Madam and Master Yun will surely disapprove. I am reminding you for your own good. Not only did this woman fail to lower her stance, but she lifted her chin arrogantly, almost speaking through her nose. At this point, even a mere servant dares to act so brazen. Yun Yin smirked coldly, then turned to one of the men she'd brought along, giving an effortless command. AIE, she's too noisy. Silence her. Yes. The black-clad man named AIE responded, and before the old woman could react, she was swiftly subdued and lay on the ground screaming in pain. Oh help! Murder! A big man attacking a woman. Miss Yun really has some ill-mannered lackeys. Sorry, I have no issue with hitting women, but someone like you doesn't even deserve the title of woman. AIE remained expressionless, visibly repulsed. I agree with what you said, AIE. Yun Yin chuckled involuntarily. It wasn't just anyone who qualified as a woman, especially not someone built like a hulking ox and venomous like acid. To be precise, someone like this shouldn't even count as 10 ordinary individuals. Ah, sister, you've returned, but why do you carry such a vengeful aura? Could it be that you harbor hatred due to online matters, and have now returned to seek revenge or commit murder? After hearing the commotion, Song, she was the first one to come out. Seeing this dead woman had brought along some accomplices, she couldn't resist throwing a sarcastic comment their way. She had been thoroughly enjoying the events unfolding online. Now, upon seeing her return, it became impossible to suppress her urge for snide remarks. There's no way she'd actually dare do anything against me. Yeah, you've guessed right. It looks like you want to be the first one to die by stepping up. Yun Yin approached her step by step, a murderous intent rising from faint to intense on her face, emanating an ominous aura. Cloud Shi, who originally maintained a proud air, was startled by Yun Yan's ferocious manner and pretended not to be scared despite being frightened. You don't do anything reckless. As fear gripped her, she stepped back one step at a time, while that accursed woman came closer and closer. This woman was always unpredictable, so she couldn't tell if the current menacing atmosphere was real or fake, eventually retreating too hastily and losing her balance, falling flat on her butt. TCH, with such little courage, how can you dare to rant in front of me? Yun Yin stood high above her, looking down at her with disdain. What a fragile thing indeed. What's going on? Why are you sitting on the ground, Cece? The next person walking out none other than He Weiwei, who upon seeing her precious daughter seated on the floor in obvious trepidation, felt somewhat regretful for her inability. It's just a country hick girl. What reason does she have to scare you like this? Mommy, this woman said she wants to kill me. She even had someone knock Aunt Chin down. Call the police and take her away quick. At this moment, Yunxi realized how humiliating it was, as she was truly intimidated by the presence of this peasant woman. She quickly stood up and started complaining to her mother, hoping someone would apprehend her. After all, she did have a motive to kill. Humph, it's yet unknown who is about to be evicted. Yun Yin threw these words casually, then confidently led her entourage into the house, exuding a queen-like demeanor. Dressed today in a black suit, her cold, composed bearing combined with an intense presence naturally frightened Song Shi. Chapter 222. Time to settle accounts. After Yun Yin led people inside, she saw a man lying on the sofa who looked utterly lifeless. This man was her father, Yun Hongshan. Although this man appeared presentable, not particularly outstanding, he was still seen as a handsome and elegant young nobleman by outsiders. He could be considered decent-looking, able to deceive women just by his appearance. But in Yun Yan's eyes, she really couldn't figure out what her mother had ever seen in him. A woman as beautiful and extraordinary as her mother, marrying this waste of a father was an entirely unequal match. Yun Yan, you've come? Have you finally realized it's wrong to let your poor dad suffer, so you've decided to come back for a good talk? Seeing his daughter arrive, Yun Hongshan perked up slightly from his exhausted state. He knew that this unfilial daughter couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion anymore, and had finally given in. You ignored my reasonable suggestions at the hospital earlier, but now you must regret it, right? But it's too late for regrets. 500 million isn't enough anymore. I'll need at least 2 more hundreds before I stop. He confidently rambled on, certain that this stubborn daughter had returned with the intention to compromise. Yu Weiwei's tactic was truly effective. It felt satisfying. Father, you absolutely cannot give in to this detestable woman so easily. Her people recklessly assaulted Aunt Chen just now. She even tried to hit me. Yun Shi, who followed in quickly, rushed to Yun Hongshan and started making complaints. Husband, this woman is truly shameless. We must not capitulate so easily. Look how she came back to beg us, but didn't even show any respect. Yu Weiwei, helping her own daughter speak, gritted her teeth angrily, seizing the opportunity to further denigrate Yun Yan. However, Yun Yan, seated gracefully on the sofa, remained completely unaffected, instead finding their trio's reasoning genuinely bizarre. Where on earth did they get such self-confidence and strange ideas? Have all of you finished speaking? If so, it's my turn. Yun Yan was tired of correcting their stubborn assumptions and their unmatched fantasies. Fine, go ahead. Yun Hongshan seemed very generous this time. Thinking to himself, he planned to let her put forward her terms first, and then he'd increase his demands later based on them. Yun Yan wasn't in a hurry to say anything. Instead, she looked at one of the people who'd come in with her. Mr. Lin, the lawyer, you can explain it clearly to them. Understood, Miss Yun. Mr. Lin nodded respectfully. Subsequently, these 3 fools saw a young man dressed neatly in a crisp black suit and wearing rimless glasses walking up to them. Though young, Mr. Lin was actually one of the top lawyers in Jiangchen. Handling such simple cases didn't require Yun Yan to involve Uncle Hua, so Mr. Lin alone sufficed. Mr. Lin held a thick stack of documents, arranging them one by one in front of Yun Qingyun. What is this? Is it about transferring funds? Yun Qingyun lit up immediately. Could it be that this unfilial daughter really acted so swiftly, directly transferring money and properties over, intending to silence him by having him drop the lawsuit? Absolutely unacceptable. There needed to be higher stakes. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lin heard him from his side seat, and couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Mr. Yun, you're imagining too much. These documents all pertain to private properties owned by Miss Yun's mother while she was alive, all inherited by Miss Yun now. Additionally, those 20-plus shops, 5 villas, and 8 apartments are all pre-marriage properties. They now belong under Miss Yun's name. His words left Yun Qingyun, along with Yu Weiwei and her daughter, stunned and speechless. So please vacate immediately. These documents make everything clear, all legally binding. Oh yes, and the villa where you currently reside also belongs to Ms. Bai, Miss Yun Yan's mother. Please pack up and move out today. Mr. Lin's words were like pointing an AK-47 at them, delivering rapid fire that left them completely off guard. What? You want us to move out? Yun Qingyun reacted first. Yun Yan, you're actually kicking me out? That's correct. Had you shown some sense and avoided meddling with me, I might have let it slide. Since all of you insist on causing trouble, don't blame me for reclaiming everything. Yun Yan watched their shocked expressions and approved with a satisfied nod. She loved watching them think they were standing at the peak only to drag them violently down into the mud. How can you do this? It seems that what people on the internet said about you being unfilial and lacking conscience was true after all. You're just a white-eyed wolf who wants to take everything from the family, right? Yu Weiwei couldn't sit still either, jumping up and beginning her accusations. She had already gotten used to living in such a comfortable and luxurious mansion. Where would she live if she were evicted? Even the high-end commercial apartments of 200 square meters would feel like a downgrade to her. These items originally belonged to my mother as premarital properties. Do you understand the meaning of the word property? Yun Yan cared little for the netizens criticizing her online. She only wanted to live freely without constraints and not be oppressed by public opinions. Thus, their comments meant nothing to her. Yun Yan, if you kick us out, where are we supposed to live? You ungrateful daughter. Yun Qingyun was so angry his hands shook. He'd only been discharged from the hospital recently, and she was forcing him to move out. Wasn't she afraid he'd embellish the truth and post it online? Was she so confident that neither her reputation nor her company would be affected? Where you live is no longer within my control. Leaning back with ease, Yun Yan crossed her left leg over her right, a relaxed posture. She looked at the man claiming to be her father and smiled. Haven't you secretly acquired some properties after your marriage? They should come in handy now, right? Don't think she didn't know that her worthless father had secretly taken her mother's money when he was young to buy several houses for his mistresses. No, I refuse to leave here unless I'm dead. Yun Qingyun began his stubborn defiance. True, he had secretly bought a few apartments for his mistresses before, but because the company needed funds, he'd already sold those properties and shops to cash out long ago. He thought selling off the assets under his name would allow him to comfortably live off the wealth left behind by his ex-wife, since she had passed away anyway. Wouldn't it all still belong to him eventually? But never in his wildest dreams did he expect his ungrateful daughter to even fight him for this inheritance. His late wife had clearly played her cards right, quietly making a notarization right before she died, ensuring that all her named properties would be given to this detestable girl. What an enormous miscalculation. Chapter 223. Someone is going to be in trouble. Yin, don't go too far. This is your biological father. How can you do something so disrespectful? Do you want to drive him out and let him sleep on the street? Won't your conscience hurt? Don't you fear being drowned by everyone's saliva or struck by lightning? He Weiwei was a bit nervous and anxious. This wicked woman had arrived today with a grand entourage, clearly determined to do this. She really wasn't sure. Perhaps this wicked woman could actually do something so unfilial. What you said seems quite reasonable. Yuan looked at her, blinking her eyes as if agreeing with everything she said, looking at her innocently. In normal circumstances, when she looked at someone like that and acted strangely, it usually meant something big was about to happen. But He Weiwei was too worried right now and didn't pay much attention. She cared more about what this girl would say. After hearing this, she finally sighed in slight relief. Annie has been through a lot. Of course what I said makes sense, so don't upset your dad. Fine, then why don't you and my good younger sister leave? Let my father live here peacefully. Before she could finish speaking, Yun interrupted her. What? He Weiwei didn't understand at first. Yun, are you crazy? How dare you drive me and mom out? Do you even know who you are? Yun Shi, who had been silent all along, reacted. She looked at this disgusting woman mockingly, thinking that her arrogance must have made her say such things. Yin, I know you've never liked your sister and Annie, but they're also your family members. As long as dad is here, he will definitely not drive them away. Yun Xingyun looked every bit the kind husband and father, believing that his eldest daughter must have been intentionally scaring him just earlier, and now she was finally saying her thoughts. Actually, he always knew that his heart leaned towards his younger daughter, and there was no way he would drive them away. No, I don't only dislike them, I also dislike you. Got it. Yun corrected his statement. Unfortunately, one cannot choose their biological father. Otherwise, she'd rather die than have this man be her real father. She would prefer her father to be an ordinary office worker, or even a farmer, and perhaps it would be hundreds of times better than having this despicable father. What's wrong with rural areas? People from the countryside are simple and genuine. Without farmers working hard, where would city people get their prosperity? I don't care what you say, I'm not moving. She is my daughter. She and Weiwei are not leaving either. Yun Xingyun knew she wouldn't give him money anymore, and even planned to confiscate the house. So he intended to throw caution to the wind. If she dared to seize the villa and drive them out, he'd have the courage to throw a tantrum and complain nationwide about how this ungrateful daughter abused him. I won't separate from daddy. She held onto his arm coquettishly, her eyes filled with disdain and triumph as she looked at Yun. Humph, from beginning to end, the person daddy truly favored and loved was still her. This foul person would never be able to gain favor. Oh, is that so? Yun spoke calmly, leaning back into the sofa leisurely. She looked at her rotten father and asked intentionally, if this fool isn't your seed, would you still unconditionally spoil her and keep this mother-daughter duo by your side? Her words left Yun Xingyun stunned, while He Weiwei and Yun Shi's hearts jumped in alarm. Did this woman find out something? Yun, how wicked of you. Are you jealous that your dad loves Shi, so you're trying to sow discord? Don't try to drive a wedge between me and my dad. Daddy, don't believe what this venomous woman says. She's just trying to tear our family apart. This mother-daughter duo was completely panicking now, quickly countering her with their claims. In reality, their minds were already thrown into chaos. If anyone had studied psychology, they would easily see through these two's obvious signs of guilt and tension. Anyone would suspect them, wouldn't they? Even Yun Xingyun had suspicions. Especially seeing the evident panic of the two, his expression darkened instantly. Hadn't it been for seeing the secret parental identification sent to him by someone before, he might have also believed that Yun was intentionally sowing discord. Now that this matter was brought up again, his face remained unusually stern and silent, feeling quite uneasy inside. You, Xingyun, don't let this girl deceive you. We both know how cunning she is. He Weiwei, seeing his silence, became even more anxious inside, truly fearing that he might believe this tramp's lies. Whether it's true or false, isn't it obvious if we verify it? Generally, fake things don't hold up to verification. Yun smirked, glancing at the lawyer Lin not far away. The lawyer immediately understood her meaning and promptly placed 2 DNA reports right in front of Yun Xingyun. One report confirmed Yun Xingyun and Yun Shi weren't parent and child, while the other showed Yun Shi and a man named Zhao Long were indeed related. There was no need to guess what was clearly written on these reports. They had a father-daughter relationship without a doubt. When He Weiwei saw the name, Zhao Long, cold sweat soaked through her back, her makeup-covered old face turning several shades paler in an instant. From such clear psychological reactions and expressions, as long as Yun Xingyun wasn't stupid or blind, he could easily piece together part of the truth. No, Yun, you dirty woman, how dare you use some random stranger's report to deceive my husband? Xingyun, I don't know this person at all. Oh, do you really not know Zhao Long? Yun Yin sneered wickedly. People familiar with her knew well, whenever she smiled like this, someone was definitely going to be in trouble. After her words, Ae standing respectfully behind her took an iPad over to Yun Xingyun. With a few swift taps, some interesting yet explosive scenes appeared before everyone's eyes. It was none other than He Weiwei herself and an oily middle-aged man walking out of a hotel room, chatting happily and lovingly clinging together. Just looking at He Weiwei's flirtatious demeanor and the oily man fondling her, but revealed their improper relationship. Their connection was far from pure. Anybody with decent wits and eyesight could tell their relation was more than just casual acquaintances. Ae helpfully appended the greasy man's personal profile. This man was Zhao Long, once a small-time thug who eventually climbed the ranks to become a high-ranking figure in the underworld. Chapter 224, Mother and Daughter Kicked Out of the Yun Family. He was afraid they might be blind or deaf, so he specifically took the largest iPad and turned the volume up to the maximum. Hey, Longu, don't be like that. Didn't I feed you enough just now? Haha, Zimby darling, your technique is still so good. I love you to death. That dialogue was utterly unbearable, almost making one want to throw up. Even Yun Shi herself felt disturbed and could hardly accept it. She had already guessed from her mother's expression that she was a bastard and not of the Yun family bloodline, but she never expected it to be from such a disgusting, big fatty pig. This sense of disparity made her unable to accept it. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed on the ground directly. No, this is all fake. Yun Yin did something nasty. He Weiwei's legs were also frighteningly weak, but it was the belief in her heart that kept her standing firm in front of Yun Xingyun. No, she must not fall down, she must not retreat, otherwise, it would really be over. Xingyun, please believe me, this bitch is crafty. These things are definitely synthesized by her on the computer. I really don't know who this man is. She pulled her husband, pitifully crying and shaking his arm, Weichigda protesting and explaining. Auntie, you flatter me too much. I can't do anything as impressive as swapping heads. And isn't that voice really yours? Can you really not recognize it? Yun Yin shrugged with both hands, appearing innocent and helpless, which infuriated He Weiwei even more. At this moment, Yun Xingyun's face turned black, and his chest heaved as if he was about to be choked by anger. He genuinely felt now how green his head was, greener than even the vast Ho-Hot grassland. Shit, you damn slut, look at me not killing you. Already furious, Yun Xingyun had reached the peak of his anger. Smoke seemed to be rising from his head. He directly rushed to He Weiwei, slapped her hard, and knocked her down on the ground. Feeling this was still not enough to vent his anger, he climbed onto her, both hands working together to continuously slap her. Wah wah, it was a misunderstanding. Xingyun, come back to your senses, we need to check clearly. Check clearly? Isn't this already clear enough? How dare you trick me for 20 years, you slut. You deserve to die. You even chose such an ugly, greasy man. Grandma, there are so many men in the world you didn't entangle with, but you picked this greasy pig. Yun Xingyun couldn't help but go crazy imagining himself losing to a big fat pig, being cuckolded by someone far inferior. Oh no, someone way below a fat pig. It's simply disgusting, totally piercing the heart. Ayua, you goddamn waste of life, get off me. Unable to endure the beating anymore, He Weiwei became enraged. Estimating that once discovered there was no way to recover, it was futile to continue enduring this treatment. So, she threw caution to the wind, and directly mounted the man she had sweetly called husband every day, hitting him wildly. You useless garbage, you're bad at running the company which is about to collapse. What's wrong with me thinking for myself? You are doing the same thing outside with your mistress, aren't you? With such lousy skills and stamina that only last 3 minutes, you have no right to blame me, nor have the face to keep a younger lover. By this time, He Weiwei was also desperate and began fighting each other fiercely. The scene was quite spectacular. You dare hit me. Yun Xingyun wanted to turn around angrily, but alas, he was held down tight by this damn woman. Maybe because he had been unconscious for so long and had just recovered, he was unable to overpower even a woman. Shit, what if I hit you? I've been wanting to hit you for a long time. Not only are you incapable at running the company, you even lost to a little tramp like Yun Yin multiple times, failing to frame her to death. And not being able to kill her off. Now you can't even fake being mistreated properly, and got exposed again. Tell me, what use are you? Waste of life. He Weiwei truly felt extremely aggrieved. Since it was impossible to cover up this incident any longer, she might as well take this opportunity to release her pent-up frustrations. She had been pandering to this man for so many years, which had been enough trouble. Cloud Yin, quietly watching this marital brawl unfold nearby, truly broadened her horizons. Especially when she saw this so-called father of hers actually losing to a woman, being ridden and violently beaten. It was truly a lamentable sight, indeed. She really couldn't figure out how her mother thought at the time to have fallen for such a man. Sigh. In the end, this farce resulted in nothing but mutual injury for the two. Both of their faces were bruised and bloodied. However, things ended up worse for the mother and daughter. Because even though Yun Xingyun couldn't defeat this fierce tiger mother, this was still the Yun family. So with just one order from him, the house manager and bodyguards immediately kicked the mother-daughter pair out of the Yun household. This outcome was indeed rather amusing. Did you record everything? Yun Yin asked leisurely. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. Ae replied solemnly, nodding his head. Good job, Yun Yin approved, giving a satisfied nod. Then she rose gracefully, walking directly to her so-called father who now looked like a pig's head after being beaten. If you don't want to be thrown out like He Weiwei and her daughter, then behave yourself here. Otherwise, the next one to get kicked out will be you. After leaving these words behind, She turned around and left without any hesitation or attachment. Yun knew this was her mother's house, and it was also where she had once lived together with Yun Qingyun. She considered it as leaving him a last bit of dignity, plus she had other plans. So she did not annihilate this man entirely. Yun Qingyun remained silent, either because he was too angry or simply dared not resist against Yun. Either way, he acted as if he would follow orders obediently. Boss, I just checked. The public opinion online has been controlled. I assume Mr. Gu has smoothed things over for you, said AE, opening his laptop. His agile and long fingers typed on the keyboard before he reported the situation to his boss. AE and the others, including Lawyer Lin, were Yunyan's trusted inner circle, secretly trained by her to become loyal and reliable partners. Their first and most fundamental rule upon entering was loyalty. Every strong and formidable individual has a team of trusted subordinates backing them up, and Yun was no exception. Noted. Just post the video we recorded earlier, and everything will resolve itself, Yun thought, feeling warm inside. The subtle gesture of protection from Gu Tianyu had brightened her otherwise indifferent mood considerably. Chapter 225, found a new backer. Yun had told her contract husband that she could handle this matter herself, and there was no need for him to interfere. But that man kept paying attention to these public opinions. The more he saw, the angrier he became and couldn't help but want to take action. This was quite good. Being cared about and protected by someone, not having to do everything oneself, felt very good. The president's office of Gu Group. Mr. Gu, regarding the incident where the young madam was attacked online by those cyber armies, I've already taken care of it and controlled those extreme public opinions. Chung assistant respectfully reported to Gu Tianyu, who was sitting in the president's chair. In fact, concerning these meaningless scandals and the trouble caused by Yun Qingyun and others, according to the president's character, all issues could be dealt with at once, and those posts on the internet could just be deleted. But since the young madam said that there was no need for our president to get involved, the president decided to handle the situation in such an indirect and gentle way. This made Chung assistant feel deeply moved. The president truly loved the young madam greatly and always put her first in everything. It seems that the young madam has started to fight back. Chung assistant looked as if he had discovered a new continent and excitedly raised his head to report to Mr. Gu, handing over the materials he had found. Gu Tianyu took the laptop. He always paid close attention to matters concerning Yun and quickly glanced through the material word by word. It turned out that Yun let AE post the video of her lousy father and the couple fight between He Weiwei online. Those keyboard warriors were previously pointing fingers boldly at Yun, accusing her of being unfilial, neglecting her parents, and treating them violently. Now, without her personally intervening, these videos have already explained everything. These couples hit each other until they were bruised and swollen, and surprisingly, Yun Qingyun couldn't even beat a woman, making it laughable. Also, He Weiwei, that tigress, who usually pretended to be frail, became incredibly fierce when she lost control, scaring everyone. And their conversation contents were all recorded. When Yun was in the hospital before, weren't these couples fond of secretly filming? They deliberately chose awkward angles to make Yun look like an ungrateful wolf. Now it's time to repay them in kind and reveal their ugly faces. Especially their impulsive statements. Every single one was aimed at and framed Yun. Including the fake image of Yun not supporting her elders and abusing her biological father were all deliberately orchestrated by them. Good heavens, is there really such an evil father in the world? He would frame his own daughter, tarnish the reputation of his own daughter. Does he even deserve to be called a human? Not only that, this He Weiwei originally used to be the second wife, forcing the original Mrs. Yun to her death. Abandoning one's old partner will surely invite divine retribution. I think it's necessary to investigate what happened in the past. I suspect that the death of his previous wife wasn't simple. Perhaps it was caused by this couple. Ho ho, Mr. Yun here has suffered divine retribution. It turns out that the daughter of the second wife isn't his, but another lover's. What good thing does this second wife have? This playboy deserved his fate. Instantly, without the need for comment moderation or intervention, public opinion unanimously criticized this pair of dogs and their illegitimate child, Yun Shi. This type of scandalous plot where a second wife seizes power indirectly leading to the original wife's demise and causing her own child to be sent away, raising someone else's child, makes for especially engaging gossip. Especially among the wealthy ladies and noble wives. They all firmly supported Yun, wishing to spit saliva and extinguish the lives of these two dogs. After all, in high society, many of these wealthy women's husbands like keeping mistresses, some even have illegitimate children. Thus, they loathe these second wives intensely. Yun Shi was the most innocent. Although she didn't want to be considered an illegitimate child, she hoped to naturally be the high and mighty young miss of a large family. Alas, she ended up with such a mother. Her dream of being a high-class young miss ends here. It's time for her to wake up. This matter stirred up quite a storm, almost overshadowing the recent events involving Gu Yu and Gao Ku. It was rumored that the Gao family's legal battle was still ongoing, and results were expected soon, with everyone secretly paying attention. As aristocratic families continuously faced issues, people started avoiding suspicion. Various parties and galas had already been scaled down to avoid excessive flaunting, just in case some schemers grabbed their misdeeds. On the other side, the two main actresses of the scandal, He Weiwei and Yun Shi, were kicked out of the big villa by Yun Qingyun, and all their cards were stopped. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the mud in an instant was indescribably uncomfortable. Having no other options, He Weiwei could only take Yun Shi to find Zhao Long to evade the storm for a while. She regretted and felt anger even more deeply within her heart. angry at herself for not being able to bear children again. If only she had given that stupid man surnamed Yun a son or daughter, they wouldn't have ended up with nothing when their scheme was discovered. Big brother Long, that deadbeat Yun Xingyun has already found out about our affairs. And she is actually your biological daughter, so you can't ignore us. He Weiwei tearfully complained in front of that greasy, fat middle-aged man, appearing pitifully weicha and helpless. Though this fat old man, whether in terms of demeanor, looks, or social status, couldn't compare with families like the Yun clan. Anything was better than having nothing. After years of struggle, Zhao Long had indeed carved out a little reputation for himself. It was rumored that he was the leader of some organization. Oh my, Weiwei, I know all about the incidents on the internet. That good-for-nothing fool dare treat you and your daughter like this. But don't worry, as long as you follow me, your lives won't change. You'll still enjoy your life of luxury as a wealthy housewife and young miss. Zhao Long grinned, so hard his eyes were squished into slits. Although he secretly maintained relationships with many young and beautiful women, the current woman in front of him was after all his first love. She still retained that allure, especially excelling in certain bedroom arts. So he didn't mind supporting one or two more women, particularly since this daughter was his own flesh and blood, looking just like her mother, pretty and well-featured. In fact, during future engagements, if he encountered important officials, he could send his daughter to meet them. Zhao Long's plans rang in his head like beads clicking away merrily. You are simply the best, big brother Long. He Weiwei pouted flirtatiously and swayed her waist, not forgetting to tell her daughter. Hurry, call him daddy. He's your real father. Chapter 226. Feeling that Mother Gu was a bit abnormal. Yunxi was about to throw up when she saw her mother's flirtatious behavior. Actually, her mother can be flirtatious, but she just couldn't bear the fact that her mother was acting this way in front of an old man. How could she stand selling herself like that in front of such a man? And now she wanted her to call him dad? She, did you hear me? He Weiwei noticed that she was lost in thought and frowned in impatience. At this moment, he is their new pillar. Before they find a better tree to rely on, they both had to depend on him. Dad, Yunxi called out unwillingly. She still couldn't accept that she would be the offspring of such a man. Ha ha ha, good girl, your dad will take care of you. You'll still live the life of a princess. Zhao Long burst into laughter with his mouth full of yellow teeth, looking truly sleazy. Come, I'll take you two to your new place to stay. It definitely won't be worse than the Yun family's residence. Really? That's great. You are so nice to us, brother Long. He Weiwei immediately became excited. They were soon brought to a villa area in the suburbs. Although it wasn't as prosperous and high-end as the tycoon-level villa district, the villa itself looked fairly presentable. Song Qian looked at it with absolute disdain. This villa was similar to the self-built building in a village. The interior decoration, all gold gilded, was overdone trying to appear grand, but in reality, it exploded with vulgarity. It lacked any sense of taste or style, and there weren't even servants or butlers, only regular housekeepers and an aunt for cooking. For Yunxi, who had grown up in luxurious, tasteful villas, it was extremely difficult to accept. You two will be staying here going forward. If there's anything you need to buy, you can just use your cards. After Zhao Long finished speaking, he handed over a golden card to He Weiwei. Wow, this is a VIP platinum card from the Fei Shui Pavilion's luxury stores. Brother Long, you're so awesome. You should know that the Fei Shui Pavilion isn't an ordinary organization. It monopolizes most of the fashion industry and leading luxury stores. It's already hard to get one of those small golden cards. Yet this is a platinum card. Consuming more than 8 digits per year earns you something like this. This is indeed a mark of status. Then don't you ask who I am. Just keep brushing it. As long as you hold this card, all service staff must bow to you. Zhao Long thoroughly enjoyed the adoring look his woman gave him. He felt like the strongest man in the world. If it weren't for the fact that she was his first love and bore him a daughter, he wouldn't have given it to them either. That's great. Thank you, brother Long. He Weiwei acted as if her eyes were brimming with hearts, showing complete admiration. It cannot be denied that she knows how to flatter men and fully understands their thoughts and vanity. She was going to charm Zhao Long completely. Due to the existence of this platinum card, Yunxi also got some solace. At least, she wouldn't completely hit rock bottom. All her previous cards had been stopped by Yun Xingyun, so now she needed to rely on this fat father figure's credit card to spend money. She planned to go to some luxury brands with her mom tomorrow to shop. She must buy herself some high-end gear to adorn herself. She had to seduce Gu Yang properly, making it not merely a simple cooperation but really seizing him. To rise in prominence, she needs to become Mrs. Gu. When that happens, she will bring down Yun Yan, the despicable woman, and make her feel what it's like to fall from the clouds to the mud. On the other side, Yun Yan didn't think at all about He Weiwei and her daughter again. Such level characters were beneath her consideration, not worth fighting against. So after finishing the problems in the Yun family, and seeing the time wasn't too early, she directly went back to the Gu residence. After returning, she saw Mother Gu, Song Wenxue, and Gu Shiyu coming over to Ting Garden. Yun Yan was somewhat helpless and regretted coming back so early. She should have gone to work at the Gu Corporation and waited to come back together with Gu Tianyu. Hey, finally willing to come back. I thought you didn't have the face to return. Gu Shiyu, upon seeing the arrival of this annoying girl, couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction first. As Yun Yan prepared to treat them like air and head straight upstairs to her bedroom, she unexpectedly heard Liao Wenxue's voice opening. What attitude is this? Seeing us here, planning to act as if we aren't. This daughter-in-law is becoming increasingly arrogant and overly disrespectful. Not bad, I intended to do exactly that. Otherwise, why should everyone torture themselves mutually just because we dislike each other's sight upon meeting? Yun Yan was simply stating facts. Wouldn't it be more pleasant for all if they kept ignoring each other rather than engaging in uncomfortable conversations? But some people seemed perfectly content causing unease, attempting to forcefully intervene and control her. Don't forget that I am your mother-in-law, and my Yuzi is your husband. If you don't want to be sick of each other's sight, then just get a divorce from Tianyu immediately. Wouldn't it be better if we all feel more relaxed? Song Wenshua looked at her coldly, with her eagerness to kick this stubborn girl out of the Gu family gate growing stronger day by day. I have no objections. As long as Yuzi agrees, I can sign the papers right away, Yunyan said indifferently, shrugging her shoulders. It seemed like she truly didn't care at all. Just returning from outside, Gu Tianyu heard Yunyan's cold, indifferent words and saw the expression on her face full of disdain. His heart sank involuntarily, and his mood turned sour and uneasy. He took a deep breath, calming himself before walking over and saying, "Divorce is impossible. Tianyu, I really don't understand what you're thinking. This woman has a bad track record. It's all over the internet now how she disrespects her elders and wants to kick her own father out of the house. There are piles of negative news about her. And yet, she knows nothing of social graces. What about her could possibly be worth keeping hold of?" Song Wenshua glared at her son, feeling frustration akin to hating an iron rod for not turning into steel. That's true. This woman has no conscience. She can be so ruthless to her own father. In the future, she certainly won't treat you well either, Brother Tianyu. Xiao Wei will turn around and bite you. Standing beside them, Gu Yuzi was clearly on her mother's side and found this stinking sister-in-law distasteful. Are you deliberately looking selectively? Gu Tianyu chuckled with mockery. Didn't you see the latest news about the Yun family mother and daughter being kicked out by Yun Qingyun? Yin is merely cleaning up her home. In the future, stay out of any matter concerning Yin, or else don't blame me for moving out. Gu Tianyu instantly lost his patience. He had already been troubled by Yun Yan's earlier words, and now he had to endure their nonsense. He couldn't figure out why his mother thought this way. Before Yun Yan came along, he thought his mother was very cultured and highly principled, extremely reasonable. Ever since Yun Yan married into the family, it was obvious to everyone that his mother was becoming more inclined towards causing trouble, behaving like gossip mongers from the marketplace. Chapter 227. It turns out Gu Tianyu knows how to tease people so well. Gu Tianyu didn't want to Zhou-chan with the two women any longer. He certainly couldn't beat them up and kick them out, so he decided to take his young wife back to the room. He was speaking sincerely. If they truly could not live together, then living separately would be fine since the Gu family had plenty of houses. Mommy, look at what this nasty woman has done to Big Brother. She must be whispering sweet nothings in his ear every night that made him even suggest moving out. Gu Shiryu was furious. She felt that ever since her brother started dating this woman, he began acting more and more unlike himself. Always revolving around a woman, he lost all traces of his usual dominance and dared to go against his own family. But Ran is the best. Not only did she have a good heart and save Mommy's life, but also had a good temper and got along easily. At least she understood things and was humble. Unlike Yun Yan, who acted like an ungrateful wretch, always arrogantly pretending to be noble while lacking communication skills. It annoyed her to death. That's enough, stop talking. You're being disrespectful without knowing your place. Suddenly being scolded by Mommy, Gu Shiryu widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you talking to me? Mommy, are you sure you're not mistaken? She wasn't speaking like this just now in front of Yun Yan. Why did it change so suddenly? You're right, I'm talking about you. Let's go. Song Wenshua looked at her with complicated eyes, her gaze flickering momentarily with hidden meanings. She took her daughter away from Ting Garden, feeling something unknown deep inside. The old house of the Gu family was extremely spacious. Ting Garden was only a part of the old house. They lived in another villa area called Lawn Garden not far from Ting Garden. Yun Yan, whose hand was held by Gu Tianyu, back to the bedroom, obviously sensed that the man before her seemed to have a bad mood. What's wrong? Is it because of the thing between me and your mother? She thought it should be due to her inability to get along with his family, which troubled this man. That's why he looked like this. Little did she know that Gu Tianyu wasn't thinking about this at all. He was merely unsettled by what Yun Yan said earlier, and it wasn't the first time he heard her say it. Perhaps she didn't like him much and wanted a divorce all along? It's okay. If there's another time, we'll move out and stay less face-to-face, which naturally reduces conflicts. He hid his true thoughts and emotions, focusing instead on discussing his mother. Yun Yan believed him without further thought. Indeed, she also agreed. Less meetings meant fewer contradictions. Distance created beauty. But even with distance between her and those two women, there probably wouldn't be any beauty generated. I feel like your mom is a bit strange, but I can't quite describe it. Although she constantly says she dislikes me and wants me to leave the Gu family, it seems like mere talk without actions. After some contemplation, Yun Yan blurted out. Recently, after careful consideration, she realized that Song Wenshua, though consistently disapproving of her, still tried to sideline her at every opportunity. She especially enjoyed mocking her in public or in front of strangers, making her dislike for Yun Yan apparent. However, all of this was seemingly lip service with little substantial action. Yun Yan knew a little about Song Wenshua. She was the beloved heiress of the prestigious Song family, neither willful nor arrogant from childhood onwards. Instead, she was outstanding throughout her youth and later became a powerhouse after marrying into the Gu family, working hard alongside Gu Tianyu's father. Her character was stable, educated, and courteous, setting a model example as a proper lady of high society. Yet when it came to dealing with her, Yun Yan found her irrational and deliberately portrayed herself as an evil mother-in-law. I also can't figure out what she's thinking. Before you came, she wasn't like this person. Regardless of household or company matters, she would consult me, being very rational. Rarely having such an opportunity to seriously discuss his mother with his young wife, Gu Tianyu quickly defended his mother. Of course, if there were opportunities in front of his mother, he would try his best to highlight the excellent aspects of Yunyan to her. He felt trapped between his family and his wife, hoping most for them to peacefully coexist with amicable relations. As others often said, both sides were equally important. Maybe it's because I'm not likable, Yunyan sarcastically remarked. If possible, she would naturally wish for peaceful coexistence and sincerely treat the other party as family. But she wasn't a doormat. She wouldn't insist on forcing harmony when unwanted. If they absolutely couldn't stand her, then separation and fewer interactions would reduce conflict. Maybe after my father passed away, she changed? This was the first time Gu Tianyu mentioned his father to Yunyan. Yunyan had also heard about the accident involving his father. It was a national sensation back then. However, it was quickly covered up by the government, and probably only a handful of insiders knew what really happened. Not only that, this matter also seemed to have become a taboo in the Gu family, not to be mentioned lightly. So Yunyan didn't know how to respond either. She was never good at comforting others. It seemed Gu Tianyu didn't want to delve too much into this topic either. Suddenly, while the girl wasn't paying attention, he bent down and kissed her cheek. This unexpected intimate contact startled Yunyan. The cool touch made her jump. Yu, what was that for? Her little heart skipped a beat and started thumping uncontrollably. Seeing her flustered like a rabbit caught off guard, Gu Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, looking at her with playful mischief. I just stole a kiss while you weren't prepared, and you're reacting so strongly? Why did you do it when I wasn't ready? Can't you behave yourself? This man kept breaking the rules all the time. Had he forgotten about their contractual marriage agreement? It can't be helped, having such a beautiful woman in front of me every day, yet still respecting our deal by not taking advantage of you. I'm amazed by my own restraint. He enjoyed seeing her flustered and nervous, because somehow, it seemed to close the gap between them. Then he approached her again, lifted her suddenly, sat her directly on his lap, and whispered softly in her ear. Take a look, how are you being a wife? Your focus is entirely on my mom. Why don't you put more energy into observing me? Am I not strange too? Haven't I changed a lot as well? After saying this, he gently blew a breath on her ear. Oh my god, why hadn't she known before how skillful this man could be in teasing people? Chapter 228. Usually, those who love to show off their wealth are the ones who don't have money. Get away from me, you dirty hooligan. Yunyan, who was fearless of heaven and earth, was now blushing furiously. The feeling of a man's hormones practically bursting through the screen during her first encounter left her completely at a loss. Unable to cope, she truly had no mental preparation. Startled, she ran out of the room immediately. Gu Tianyu. He felt somewhat helpless. This little woman sure could run faster than a rabbit at this moment. Did she prefer to go downstairs and face his mother and sister, who might still be there, rather than stay with him? Indeed, as he fanned, that wimp, said, women need to be stimulated in order to grow. Gu Tianyu watched as Yunyan fled in a disarray, his previous frustration dissipating entirely. A pleasant curve appeared on the corner of his lips. It seemed he had been too much of a gentleman before, which actually prevented their feelings from reaching a qualitative improvement. They were always treading water. Finally, the result of her actions was, Yunyan mercilessly punished him by making him sleep on the couch for several nights, not allowing him to share the bed with her. Her reason was strong. Let him reflect and refrain from being a thug, otherwise, they would have to end their contract marriage early and part ways. Gu Tianyu could only cry or laugh, utterly helplessly. Mr. Bai's birthday banquet was approaching, and Yunyan and Gu Tianyu were also invited. It was hard to refuse an elderly person's enthusiastic invitation, so Yunyan planned to take advantage of her day off today, when there was nothing particularly urgent to do, and visit the mall to see if there were suitable clothes and formal dresses. Each time, Yi delivered dresses for her, which made her always wear her own brand's designs. It was time for a change. Otherwise, each time she wore her own brand's dresses, she drew unnecessary attention and trouble, leading to misunderstandings. Thinking that this time, trying something different might make attending Mr. Bai's birthday banquet smoother. Quietly come and quietly leave without so many troubles would be ideal. Dear Yunyan, I'll be back soon. When I do, Sis will accompany you shopping every day, so you won't be alone anymore. What about your new husband? Why doesn't he understand to accompany you? How can such a beautiful flower go shopping alone? Aren't you afraid of meeting some random flirtation in the mall? Shu Yuan, one of Yunyan's few good girlfriends, sent her the message after learning that dear Yunyan was once again shopping alone. She was both heartbroken and blaming herself. She blamed herself for not being by Yunyan's side, and criticized her good friend's newlywed husband, Gu Tianyu heavily. This made Gu Tianyu sneeze several times consecutively, thinking it must be because Yunyan missed him. It's not his fault. I wanted to shop alone. Yunyan felt quite sorry for Gu Tianyu. He had indeed proposed to go shopping with her numerous times, but she rejected them. She thought that since they faced each other every day at home and at the company, she needed some private space. Actually, she wasn't short of companions for shopping either. The beauties from Flying Snow Pavilion always clamored to want to go together, almost arguing over who gets the privilege. Just that Yunyan found shopping alone sometimes a form of relaxation, comfortable and free, so she didn't deliberately ask anyone to accompany her. My darling, you're really abandoning old friends for new loves. You didn't tell me right away when you got married, and now you're even defending that bad Manda. In response to Shu Yuan's rehashing old grievances, Yunyan quickly wiped sweat for herself and explained while typing. How could I? When you return, we'll shop every day and every night, living together, sleeping, chatting, and playing games. Ha ha ha. That sounds fair enough. Shu Yuan was quite easy to please, laughing loudly right away. Having such a sister companion, Yun Yin cherished the days when they used to race cars, play games, and chat all night long. Such days would soon come again, wouldn't they? Yun Yin put her phone away and casually entered a high-end luxury brand store, planning to see the new works of other designers for inspiration to feed her own creations. Then, she heard a familiar voice, sharp-tongued and malicious. "Oh, isn't this my good sister Yun Yin? Fancy meeting you here. Do you have enough money to shop here?" The speaker was none other than Yun Shi, along with her gaudily dressed mother. "Cece, people like her is already considered as Ms. Yun. Of course, she needs a few decent outfits. But I wonder if this skin-deep company can keep going." He Weiwei knew that Cloud Group had been messed up by Yun Qingyun, a useless person, and almost went bankrupt. Even though the bitch in front of her managed to snatch it back, turning things around wouldn't be that simple. Every time she thought about this, and about the crisis of Yun Group going bankrupt at any moment, she felt a little better. She felt that even if she had already been dumped by that good-for-nothing and divorced him, it wasn't too regretful. Now she was still living a pretty enjoyable life with Brother Long. "At least, I'm using my husband's money. He insisted on giving me money to use, so there's nothing I can do about it, sigh. Isn't it just showing off? Who doesn't know how?" Yunshi was furious. How dare this damn bumpkin flaunt in front of her? Absolutely outrageous. "Cece, why argue with such people? It's just about pleasing men well, and then getting some cash from them." He Weiwei seemed completely unaffected and deliberately pulled out the platinum card from her bag and handed it to her daughter. "Your dad isn't he who gave us this card, and let us spend freely? Haha. Right, this is a platinum card, not something ordinary people can have, okay?" The mother and daughter were indeed blood-related. Their behavior, actions, and thoughts were almost identical. "Waiter, don't VIP members get one-on-one exclusive service? Shouldn't you clear out all those idle people?" Song Qian waved the shiny platinum card in front of the waiter, proud and full of showiness. Yun Yin quietly watched her act superiorly. The unappealing mannerisms of this mother-daughter duo were like the women you'd see flaunting on the street or on TV, the ones who think they're hotshots just because they've made a little money. It's as if this street belongs to them, as if this world belongs to them. According to psychology, people who are usually loud and enthusiastic about flaunting wealth are exactly those who lack money most. When you finally possess something that has been hard to come by, you tend to brag without holding back. Those who can easily obtain certain things generally don't need to show them off. Miss, The server awkwardly looked at Yun Yin, seemingly pondering over how to issue the eviction order. Chapter 229, The Snobbish Waitress. According to the rules, holders of this platinum card indeed enjoy one-on-one exclusive service. Other regular members or non-members must go elsewhere first, where they have to wait until higher-paying VIPs finish their selections and leave before they can select. Even if another platinum customer comes, the principle of first come, first served applies, so waiting is still required. This sales lady has decent professional competence. Even though she sees that Yun Yin, being so young, is almost certainly not a member, likely unable to afford even one item, and probably just here to browse for fun. Yet, she speaks to her very politely and tactfully without being snobbish or showing any disdain. "Is it really not okay for me to just look around?" Seeing this young salesperson was quite amiable, Yun Yin didn't intend to make things difficult for her. However, she deliberately asked this question and looked pointedly at the mother-daughter duo. As expected, the mother and daughter immediately resumed their arrogant rhetoric. "Waitress, I don't want to pick clothes with this riffraff breathing the same fresh air as me. What if she likes the same items as I do? Wouldn't that make me seem too common?" "That's right. How much money could this woman possibly have to buy such expensive clothes? You should quickly drive her away before she dirties all the clothing here, which I'm sure she wouldn't be able to pay for anyway." This branded fashion boutique ranks among the top luxury brands in the mall. Their designers and owners seem to have a particularly good relationship with WY's clothing brand boss, and their store caters to all age groups, including menswear, making them very popular with both young and old alike. No sooner had the two finished speaking when Yun Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Before she could retort, the young counter assistant suddenly lashed out angrily. "Ladies, your words are a bit excessive. No matter who comes, we should always treat guests politely and equally." The counter assistant truly couldn't stand those people who thought they ruled the world just because they had a little money. They haven't donated that wealth to anyone, nor given alms to those they despise. So why should they consider themselves so high and mighty? If it weren't for her position as an employee of this store, she would have wanted to throw these two women out first. "You? What kind of attitude is this? How dare you, a mere waitress, argue against a premium member? Haven't you heard the saying that the customer is God? And equal treatment? If you're treating everyone equally, then what's the point of having different VIP levels? Do you believe me if I complain to your store manager?" Yun Shi and He Weiwei were instantly seething. It was their first time encountering such a strange person who would risk offending a VIP just to help some random person. Isn't she worried about losing her monthly bonus? Doesn't she know how much more commission they earn compared to someone like this disreputable person? "Of course, we will offer you one-on-one service. However, this lady is also our guest. Why shouldn't I ask her to wait patiently on the side? The lady hasn't made a sound yet, let alone competed with you over styles. Is there really a need to get worked up?" This staff member was rare. She actually dared to speak up for a common customer and wasn't afraid to fight back. This made Yun Yin glance at her a few times more. Normally prone to attracting troublemakers, she rarely came across a server who didn't judge people by appearance. This was truly unusual. You baffling woman. I see you're asking for trouble. I will lodge a complaint against you." Just seeing this irritating woman, Yun Yin, already affected her mood. Now having the chance to flaunt in front of her, only to be scolded by a subordinate server? Absolutely unreasonable. If they don't fire this despicable clerk today, it'll be hard to swallow their anger. No, I didn't mean that. The service staff turned beet red with anxiety. Her overly straightforward personality had caused her to speak out earlier due to impatience. Now facing a complaint from a customer of this stature, she does feel a bit regretful for sticking her neck out. Alas, she blamed herself for not being skilled enough to tolerate these people's arrogance. I'm sorry, ladies. I really didn't mean to say that. Reality in this society is so harsh that her type often ends up losing out. Thinking about her baby who is waiting for her support, this single mother frantically lowers her tone to apologize. What happened? What exactly is going on? The store manager rushed over upon hearing the news. Isn't it obvious? This employee lacks judgment, siding with a poor girl instead of us esteemed VIP customers. Tell me, how do you plan to handle this? Yunxi deliberately displayed the platinum VIP card, which immediately caught the store manager's attention. It's been a long time during this off-season without serving clients of this caliber. She had just returned from using the restroom and almost missed out on a big deal. She absolutely must handle this sale personally. Sorry, esteemed customers. Our young salesperson is new here and doesn't know any better. I'll fire her immediately so she can pack her things and leave at once. Please rest assured. Upon hearing this, the young salesperson's eyes immediately watered, for anyone able to work in such a luxury brand store surely earns a decent salary. She was originally going to beg the store manager for leniency when she heard the manager speak again. Hey, why haven't you left yet? We need to provide one-on-one service for this esteemed platinum member customer. Unfortunately, we cannot accommodate you right now. Please come back later. The store manager glanced at Yun Yan, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. At first glance, she looked like an impoverished student who just came to gawk at the luxury items. When Yunxi and He Weiwei mother-daughter duo saw how cooperative the store manager was, and that she scolded Yun Yin and disciplined the other lowly server, their faces lit up instantly. Are you the store manager here? Yun Yin calmly watched these people flaunt until they finally paused, then spoke up slowly, pulling out a stack of cards from her bag. Just a platinum card? Not necessary before me. Then she selected one from the stack and casually handed it over to the so-called store manager, asking, I wonder if my black diamond card takes precedence over their platinum card? That same store manager, who was groveling to the mother-daughter duo earlier, stared at the black diamond card in her hand, stunned speechless. Her eyes bulged as if she had hyperthyroidism. After all, the black diamond card is incomparably higher than the platinum card. To obtain a platinum card, one only needs to spend 8 million per year. But to upgrade to a black diamond card, one must spend at least 10 million per quarter. At this moment, the store manager became somewhat flustered. She had never served a customer of such high status, nor ever seen this card before. She even started doubting its authenticity. Chapter 230. Treat them as they deserve. Although during the pre-job training, they were taught how to identify each type of membership card. This store manager, who had progressed from a regular member to a small-time manager, hadn't been fortunate enough to encounter customers of this level. So she was a little unsettled. What are you daydreaming about? A 20-year-old greenhorn like you. Could she possibly have such a card? That's right. It's obviously a fake card intended to deceive people. Look at her outfit. Does she look like someone who can spend over $1 million in a year? That t-shirt probably costs just a few bucks online. Look at all the cards in her wallet. She's clearly duplicated membership cards from every place. She's definitely a repeat offender, alright. When Yunxi and her mother saw that this incompetent store manager had been intimidated by the young troublemaker, they immediately spoke up, furious. It so happened that today Yun Yan was dressed especially simple and comfortable, giving them an excuse to make disparaging remarks. Actually, insiders familiar with fashion could tell that her clothes, though seemingly plain and ordinary, featured fabrics and designs that were distinctly unique. The store manager regained some confidence after hearing their words. In her heart, she also felt highly suspicious. How could such a young girl possibly possess a membership card of this caliber? She had served various wealthy madams and official wives for years, and none of them had such a card. This was already the top-level VIP card, with no more than 10 globally. How could it be so coincidental that a young student would hold one? Looking at He Weiwei and her mother before her, dressed in luxurious brands and exuding haughtiness, they certainly seemed more like wealthy ladies and noble misses. After weighing the situation, the store manager decided not to offend these prestigious guests, otherwise, a big order might slip away. She instantly knew which side to take. Young lady, in consideration of the esteemed guests present here, I won't press the matter of your counterfeit card. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll have the security guards escort you out. Seeing this, He Weiwei and her mother smirked again, feeling self-satisfied. A young salesperson nearby couldn't bear to see this injustice and reminded her, Miss, you should leave now. Otherwise, she will really call security. This is Flickshu Pavilion's top luxury shopping complex. The managers and security here don't mess around. Also, this falls under the jurisdiction of Chu Ning at Flickshu Pavilion, someone who isn't known to be an easy talker. As the standoff continued and Yun Yin grew impatient, ready to call their boss directly, she saw another neatly dressed man walking over. Mr. Liu, thank goodness you're here. There's a girl pretending to be our Black Diamond customer and refuses to leave. The store manager had left a message in the company group earlier, asking higher-ranking leadership to intervene. If there was even a billionth chance it was genuine, then it wouldn't be her problem. What? There's actually such a thing. Mr. Liu was exceptionally tall and imposing, his demeanor unusually stern. The serious expression he adopted looked every bit like that of a high-ranking leader. He approached Yun Yan and politely asked, Miss, could you let me see the card you're holding? Of course. Yun graciously handed over the card. Initially, she had planned to make a phone call, but seeing that Mr. Liu seemed competent, she refrained. She hoped this man was reasonable. Wearing black gloves, Mr. Liu politely took the card with both hands and gave her an additional glance. He silently wondered why this girl seemed familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere. Not thinking too much, upon taking the card and merely glancing at it, his expression became even more serious. This card is. There's no need for further guessing. This card is absolutely authentic, with no problems whatsoever. Wow, only 10 black diamond cards exist globally, 9 of which look identical. Only this one has special watermark production, and only one person possesses it. Mr. Liu's declaration immediately caused the store manager's face to pale, indicating a sense of ominous foreboding. She realized she may have provoked the most honored customer. How is that possible? I think you're not fit to be a manager. You surely know this girl. You two are definitely in cahoots. What skills does she have to own such a card? Even Gu Tianyu may not have such a card since the black diamond card must be used personally and cannot be lent out. Not to mention whether Mr. Gu enjoys shopping regularly. If it's his presence is required to enjoy such service. So, the mother-daughter duo lost their tempers again and refused to believe it no matter what. Humph, whether you believe it or not. This watermark cannot be faked, and there's also a facial recognition system in place. There's absolutely no way it can be counterfeited. Manager Liu was about to be driven crazy by these two lunatic women. Were they trying to get him killed? Did they even know who the person right in front of them was? After saying that, he even used a special device to conduct various verifications, all of which confirmed beyond any doubt that this card was absolutely authentic. At this point, both the mother and daughter were so shocked that their eyes bulged out, looking like late-stage hyperthyroidism patients. It was utterly laughable. How could this be possible? How on earth could such a despicable person have this kind of purchasing power? They just couldn't accept it no matter how hard they tried. That some country girl who had been picked up from a village not long ago would be a supreme black diamond card member of global luxury stores. This was too absurd, truly unbelievable. Security, come over here immediately to clear the area. Manager Liu immediately called the security captain. Humph, these two women dared to offend her? They're really courting death. The security team here worked highly efficiently, and within 10 minutes of Manager Liu making the call, the security personnel arrived. Please leave the premises immediately, ladies. The security officer was professional enough not to start shouting commands right away. You go away. I'm a distinguished guest here. Even if we aren't Supreme members, we're at least Platinum members. On what grounds should we leave? Is this your way of treating guests? Do you want me to take photos and post them online so everyone can see how you treat customers? He Weiwei, refusing to back down, resorted to her favorite trick of pulling out her phone to use public opinion against others. She loved to leverage the power of online discourse to suppress others. Humph, you treated Miss Yun exactly this way earlier. We're simply repaying you in the same manner. Manager Liu gave a cold snort, exchanging a quick glance with the security guards, who immediately moved forward. Wait a moment, just try and touch them. Right then, a voice came from afar. Chapter 231, throw them out for me. The one who spoke was the fat pig-like man, Zhao Long. There he came walking over, thinking himself very suave and domineering. He roared at his bodyguards. Judging by your actions, you must have developed a taste for adventure and guts to dare touch my woman and daughter? Brother Long, we are actually... All the bodyguards knew Brother Long, understanding that he held some social status. They didn't dare move anymore and glanced toward Manager Liu. The implication was clear, it wasn't their idea. They were merely following the orders from above as per the rules. Brother Long, you're here. I almost got scared to death, wah. Seeing Zhao Long coming over, He Weiwei dashed towards the chubby man like a frightened little bird, snuggling her hips flirtatiously. Yun Yin and everyone else present, even including her own biological daughter Yun Shi, felt like vomiting at her display. What an act. But this greasy fat pig couldn't resist all of it. He softly consoled her. Don't be afraid, baby. Your husband is here to stand up for you. His words and expression made everyone in the room nauseous once again. Just after Manager Liu arrived, He Weiwei felt something was off and immediately sent Zhao Long a text message. And conveniently, this fatty was nearby and rushed over without any delay. Seeing her man responding so readily, she felt her vanity being immensely satisfied. Oh, it's Brother Long. These two are your family members? That's perfect then. You should know better. How dare you lay hands on my woman and daughter? Even if they're wrong, they're still right. You should have driven away this little tramp instead. Zhao Long turned his eyes toward Yun Yin not far away, knowing she was the mortal enemy of his woman and daughter. Every time he tried to deal with her, she managed to slip away. This time was just right. He could properly teach her a lesson and avenge these two ladies. That person is... Manager Liu attempted to kindly remind him, but was rudely interrupted. Stop babbling. Aren't you just a small-time manager of a mall? Do you even know who I am? I'm part of Feishua Pavilion. Would you dare oppose Feishua Pavilion? Yun Yin. When did Feishua Pavilion take in such a fat pig? Yun Yin suddenly became angry. Wow, lively party. At this moment, a voice floated over. It seemed it was indeed a bustling day today. Everyone followed the sound, and saw a man wearing a white shirt and black pants strolling over, looking both roguelike yet exuding a bit of villainy. Mr. Chu, Manager Liu and the fatty called out together, extremely respectful. My dear forefather, how come you didn't inform me when you came? That elegantly handsome and devilish-looking man didn't acknowledge their courteous greetings and headed straight towards Yun Yin. I simply intended to casually wander around. Yun Yin sighed helplessly. Who would have thought that just casually wandering around could bring up one nasty character after another? An outing meant to end within half to 1 hour had already wasted more than half an hour since she'd just arrived. Looks like there's some ignorant ones obstructing you. The man's eyes grew colder, the black earring on his ear gleaming with a fierce light. This man was none other than Chu Ning, the head of the Jiangxing branch of Feishua Pavilion, overseeing this entire area. Even that fatty Zhao Long knew him well. Not only that, he had to fawn on him excessively. Now seeing Chu Ning being quite familiar with the brat and seemingly showing great respect towards her, this gave Zhao Long a sinking feeling deep down, a premonition of ill fortune. Mr. Chu, why did you suddenly show up? Is there anything I can assist with? Who are you? Should I know you? Chu Ning looked down on him from high above. It was as if he was gazing at some trash. Haha, I'm Zhao Long. I'm under your subordinate, Tower Boy. We are all fellow brothers from the Feishua Pavilion. Fatso completely ignored the contemptuous gaze, rubbing his plump hands together, smiling obsequiously while trying to establish connections. Tower Boy? Looks like he deserves a good punishment from me. Anyone could get into our organization these days. Chu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a terrifying aura. Poor Tower Boy was likely in for another beating soon. No, Mr. Chu. Get these goons to throw this fat guy out quickly. Don't let him bother my young mistress. Chu Ning didn't even want to waste time listening to him babble and directly instructed the guards to remove him. These guards certainly dared not disobey and swiftly acted to grab hold of him. Oh, and remove him from the Feishua Pavilion. Don't let anyone random get into our ranks. Before the fat man could start whining, Chu Ning already told the side-standing manager Lu. Such a minor nuisance didn't even require Chu Ning to notify the core members. Someone of Manager Lu's ordinary position could handle it. Yes, Mr. Chu. Manager Lu hurriedly responded. Before Brother Zhao Long could utter a single word of plea, he was already escorted away. This sudden turn of events left He Weiwei and Yun Shi utterly stunned, unable to grasp what had happened. Hadn't Brother Long just been strutting around with authority? Neither the guards nor Manager Lu dared lay a finger on him. Why did everything change the moment this man appeared? Before they could voice their thoughts, Chu Ning spoke up again. Why are you all still standing there? Haven't you heard me? Throw out these annoying nuisances together. Do you want to lose your jobs? Yes. The remaining bodyguards immediately complied and began dragging them away too. Let go of me. What are you all doing? Is there no law and order in this world? I'm going to lodge a complaint against your mall. I'm going to complain about all of you workers. What kind of attitude is this? Compared to Zhao Long, who had been taken away without even a chance to speak, these two women at least managed to put up some resistance and voice a few complaints. Unfortunately, their words fell on deaf ears as far as Chu Ning was concerned. You tell everyone down the line. From now on, those two women are to be blacklisted. We will not entertain them ever again. But those two have platinum cards. So what? Are we lacking a couple of members? Before the store manager could say more, Chu Ning cut her off, showing no concern. Plenty of people would jump at the chance to become our members. We don't need customers with such poor taste. Indeed, how can a store manager who neglects black diamond card users worry about platinum ones? Besides, looks like your pre-job training needs work. A store manager who can't even recognize a supreme level customer. How is that acceptable? Cloud Yin, who had stayed quiet until then, now suddenly piped up. Chapter 232, The Last Support Falls. When the store manager heard this person speak, she immediately became even more flustered. If she still couldn't see Yun Yan's status, then she was really blind. Especially when even Mr. Chu showed such respect and obedience to this young girl, it was clear that her identity was no ordinary one. Miss, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your importance earlier. Please give me another chance. Now she truly regrets it. Had she known, how could she have bothered fawning over those two smelly women? She should have been currying favor with this young girl. At this moment, Manager Lu also quickly understood Yun Yan's meaning, seriously telling the store manager, your job is over here. Go to the HR department and process your resignation. Wah. No. Manager Lu, please give me another chance. Next time I will absolutely. If you don't want to be thrown out like those few people just now, leave now. Don't make me say it twice. Had he not considered her many years of work here, he wouldn't have even bothered reminding her. A bright future has now been ruined by a wrong thought and an underestimation of people. Whose fault could this be? The store manager knows her words are futile. Though unwilling, she can only leave quietly. My lord, where do you want to browse? What do you want to buy? Let me be your personal guide. Chu Ning, upon seeing all troublemakers go away, grinned as he turned back to his boss. His narrow phoenix eyes smiled into crescents, like an old fox. Sure, fine. Yun Yan didn't refuse. It was the perfect opportunity to talk about the recent situation of Feishua Pavilion, and if there were any problems in their territory. As she approached the petrified counter girl who had spoken on her behalf before. Thank you for what you did just now. No problem. It's my duty. The shop girl was trembling nervously. I admire this kind of personality. I hope you continue to treat all customers equally. Of course, even VIP customers deserve some privileges, but they are not gods or bosses. Understand my meaning? Understood. The counter girl felt almost frightened to death. How could she dare not to understand? She didn't know exactly which bigwig she had encountered, but she knew this young girl was extraordinary and everyone treated her respectfully. Yun Yan didn't say much more, merely glanced at Manager Lu, who immediately caught on. Literally, Miss Yin sees great potential in you. Work hard, and I will promote you to trainee store manager. As long as everything goes well, you'll be the store manager here. Being able to work here means employees aren't just regular waitresses. Wages are generally higher than outside waitresses with various better benefits too. Needless to say, the position of store manager carries even greater rewards. This employee called Little Lee was utterly shocked and quickly nodded excitedly. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Such unexpected good fortune would leave anyone desperate to hold onto it tightly. Manager Liu also planned to thoroughly train all the employees in professional ethics and recognition of different membership cards. After handling things properly, Chu Ning accompanied Yun Yan to continue their stroll, effectively patrolling the area. Heard that Xu Yuan will return soon. We can gather all the people from the Feishua Pavilion together then. That works. Just let me know when everything is set. Yun Yan nodded. Xu Yuan was her best friend and also the deputy leader of the Feishua Pavilion, doing plenty behind the scenes for her. Being too busy, not being omnipresent, made it impossible to handle too many things alone. Thanks to loyal friends helping her manage different powers, different territories, and various companies. The two didn't wander around for too long. Yun Yan picked out a new skirt from this season and matching shoes, packed them up, and left. She rarely aimlessly strolls through stores. She usually has a purpose when visiting malls, leaving after achieving her goal. Most of her time is invested in other important matters. On the other side, Yun Shi and He Weiwei, who were rudely kicked out, completely lost face. It spread across the entire Pacific Ocean. They originally intended to show off a little, making Yun Yan, that Mina, jealous by showing her how well off they lived despite leaving the Yun family. Now this is terrible. Everything will be ruined. Why does every encounter with that devilish woman seem worse than the last? Brother Long, what's going on here? Didn't you say you're doing great in that place called Pavilion or something? Why can't you even handle a deadbeat girl and got expelled from the organization? He Weiwei glared at the fat pig, also tossed out, filled with resentment in her tone. Zhao Long, whose mood was already terrible, now had to be scolded by this woman on top of everything. His pent-up frustration and anger soaring straight up to the heavens. Are you even daring to ask me? That girl is so capable. Why have you never told me? If it weren't for you two, would I have been expelled from the organization? What? Me? I don't think she's that amazing at all. He Weiwei said with a bit of guilt. But she just wouldn't admit that the woman had resources or influence, and she definitely wouldn't acknowledge that her own mother-daughter duo wasn't doing as well as the other one. I've truly been ruined by you two. Zhao Long didn't believe for a second that she could know nothing about it. That mysterious girl clearly wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, how could Chu Ning treat her so respectfully and follow her commands? Remember, Chu Ning is one of the few core members in Feishua Pavilion. He himself is merely a little follower under one of Chu Ning's subordinates. It's evident that someone who ranks above Chu Ning can't be an ordinary person. Could it be that she? Zhao Long was shocked by his own speculation. If she really were that one person, then being kicked out of the organization could even be considered a light punishment. You useless woman, unable to help me in any way. Enraged, Zhao Long slapped He Weiwei across the face, instantly swelling her cheek. Ah, Brother Long, how could you do this to me? He Weiwei immediately teared up, presenting a pathetic sight, like peach blossoms with raindrops. She felt bitter resentment, bitter that her last remaining support was collapsing so quickly. How much time had passed since? Now without the title of being from Feishua Pavilion, Zhao Long's path to wealth was severed forever. How could he not blame this wretched woman? It's all because of you. You've cut off my financial prospects. From now on, we'll just be waiting for the northwestern wind to eat. Do you still want to continue living your life as a shiny, wealthy madam? Zhao Long's already narrow eyes became practically invisible with anger. He suddenly widened them and stared fixedly at He Weiwei, then glanced over at her daughter Yunxi. A glimmer of realization flashed through his mind, and a sly smile spread across his face. He seemed to have immediately thought up a money-making way to make amends. Chapter 233, really wanting to scratch his handsome face. You two look not bad, so you can go accompany my clients. If you serve them well, I still have a chance to turn the tables. Fat pig Zhao Long laughed, exposing all his big yellow teeth, as if he had seen another good way to make money. What? Are you crazy? She is your own daughter. He Weiwei was so shocked that her eyes widened like bells, looking even more ridiculous with her face swollen from being hit. On the side, Yunxi, who hadn't dared to speak up, took a few steps back in fear. Am I crazy? You've cut off my source of wealth, and now you won't even let me make you do something for me. Of course I know that she is my own daughter, which is why I'm showing her a clear path. If she ends up marrying a high-ranking official or a rich man, she will probably come thank me later. His words were simply those of an utterly unreasonable person, completely challenging their moral standards. They say even tigers don't eat their young. How could a father be like this? However, since Yunxi didn't grow up with him, they weren't very close, and it was understandable they didn't share much feelings. He Weiwei knew there would be no way out, so she tried to find a compromise. You cannot involve Shi. She is already Gu Yang's girlfriend from the second family of the Gu household, ready to soar to the top at any moment. You can't mess around with her. That's right. I am engaged to Gu Yang, so you cannot let me accompany other men. Otherwise Gu Yang will definitely not want me when he knows about this. Yunxi hurriedly spoke up, claiming to be the fiancé instead of just the ordinary girlfriend for greater persuasive power. Well then, you better capture that second young Master Gu's heart, and best connect me with someone from the Gu family, so I can invest in something. Zhao Long, satisfied with the prestigious Gu family, reconsidered and dismissed the idea of involving her. But you must accompany some guests. Remember, only if I'm benefited can you benefit too. Don't dare disobey me. You know I'm capable of anything. Zhao Long turned to He Weiwei, his gaze sharp and leaving no room for her to contradict. He Weiwei never expected he could be so cruel, feeling cold inside but powerless. All right, I understand. She tightened her fists secretly, forced to agree. Perhaps this wasn't bad either. If she helped arrange opportunities for her to attract wealthy and powerful men or officials, it might allow her a comeback. For now, just bear with it, at least ensuring the safety of her daughter. She sighed in relief when she realized the oily old man was finally satisfied and wouldn't force her anymore. As for what would happen to her mother, she cared not at all, as long as she wasn't sent to attend to those disgusting old men. At present, she hated Yin deeply within her heart. She heard about that damned woman who would soon be attending Old Bai's birthday banquet, most likely due to accompanying Gu Tianyu. Coincidentally, she recognized Miss Bai from the Bai family, who was actually quite a good friend of hers. She was determined to make the Bai family see clearly the hideous face of that woman, making her extremely embarrassed at the banquet would be ideal. Yun Shi, who had narrowly escaped being sent by her biological father to entertain guests, began devising ways to harm others once again. Soon enough, Old Bai's birthday banquet arrived on schedule. Old Bai used to work overseas, always stationed abroad. Maybe with old age, wishing to return to his roots, he relocated both his main base and the Bai family back to the domestic market. Though this was said to be a celebration of Old Bai's birthday, it was also an announcement of the Bai family relocating its headquarters back to the domestic scene. This meant many business people from within the country would want to establish contact and discuss cooperation with the Bai family. Members of the Bai family could also take the opportunity to select suitable enterprises fitting their needs and requirements. This was indeed a two-pronged strategy. Naturally, they invited many noble families and major clans to attend, hoping to maintain and deepen relationships. Gu Tianyu attended under the name of Mr. and Mrs. Gu alongside Yunyan. The couple dressed in complementary black and white today, drawing attention like lovers the moment they walked in. Their appearances were already stunning, attracting enough attention alone. Adding to their social status and background made it impossible for people to look away. Especially the young ladies looked at Yunyan with nothing short of envy and jealousy. They all thought that someone of little-known Yun family fame managed to marry into the Gu family under the auspices of bringing joy during mourning. Who knew her luck was so good? Not long after marrying, the Gu master recovered, and now she was seen as marrying above her station. Just look at you. Why do you deliberately wear matching dresses with me? You're practically increasing the hatred against me. Yunyan looked at the gazes that seemed ready to shoot her down and muttered a complaint to the man beside her. He was absolutely doing it on purpose, deliberately having matching outfits custom-made for them. Yes, I admit I'm selfish. I want everyone to be jealous and envious of us, to make them think how perfect we are together. Gu Tianyu's face was filled with satisfaction and intoxication, not feeling any remorse for his actions. He wanted to declare his ownership to everyone else, making it clear that the woman standing next to him belonged solely to him. No one else should even dare to think about it. Yunyan shot him a glare, wishing she could scratch his handsome face if they weren't in public right now. This scheming boy. Hey, Yunyan, you've arrived. At that moment, a delighted voice called out. It was Old Bai. He was wearing a specially tailored tang suit today, which perfectly matched his kind and grandfatherly demeanor, looking both attractive and festive. Surrounded by people eager to establish connections with him, there was also a familiar face, by Shu Jian. Old Bai, happy birthday. Yunyan politely handed over the gift she had prepared. Thank you, my dear girl, you're so thoughtful. Old Bai clearly was very pleased. They were all curious about what the young girl had given him, causing such joy that he said, thank you twice. After all, the distinguished guests invited today all brought lavish gifts, yet Old Bai never showed such excitement before, merely courteously letting the butler take them away. What is this gift? What has made you so happy, Elder Bai? Unable to resist curiosity, a woman in her 20s standing beside Old Bai asked. She was dressed in a black strapless mermaid evening gown. She resembled Bai Shu Jian, calling Old Bai as such, leading Yunyan to immediately guess her identity. She must be Bai Shu Jian's younger sister.